After being reborn as a chef in the imperial kitchen, I unexpectedly activated the supreme sign-in system. By simply signing in each day, I can obtain divine cultivation manuals and secret techniques. Once I activate the pure yang sacred body, I, Lin Tian, will eventually rise up to become a supreme expert. Chapter 1. Supreme Check-in. Divine Beast devours the heavens. When the universe was first born, Tao laws poured into the chaos, giving rise to countless stars and forming an endless ocean of stars. Within the Hongming star region, there were over 100 heavenly realms, thousands of earthly realms, and innumerable mysterious worlds. Each world was protected by its unique power of Tao. The Xiuxian realm was a world centered around imperial dynasties. Here, no mighty sects existed. Only the ancient imperial dynasties had stood firm for thousands of years. The Zhuge dynasty had ruled Qingzhou for a millennium, producing dozens of mighty martial experts at the Wuzuan level, and was truly an unrivaled giant. Ding. Host has not checked in yet. Would you like to perform a regular check-in? Check-in. Ding. Congratulations. Host has successfully checked in. Reward obtained. Xianxian Divine King's Flute Playing Notes. Xianxian Divine King's Flute Playing Notes contains all of Xianxian Divine King's insights and annotations on flute playing. Cultivators can attain the supreme path of flute playing. With flute in hand, gods and demons are destroyed. Ding. Infusing Xianxian Divine King's Flute Playing Notes into host. Ding. Successfully infused Xianxian Divine King's Flute Playing Notes into host. The voice, emotionless and mechanical, fell silent. Yet, no joy was visible on Lin Tian's face. Indeed, he was none other than the legendary transmigrator, but he did not possess the strength to defy heaven and earth. Instead, due to his lack of talent, he accidentally entered the empire and became a palace chef in the imperial kitchen. He accepted it. If he had to be a chef, then so be it. But then came that unexpected twist. Because of the 362nd time he secretly stared at a palace maid's long legs, he activated the supreme check-in system. As the name suggested, the supreme check-in allowed one to obtain rewards by checking in, divided into regular check-in and supreme check-in. The regular check-in could be done once a day, offering strange items each time. Such things as the infinite sword god's calligraphy manual, the great Buddhist temple's sweeping floor technique, the ancient demon emperor's venomous dragon drill, and the celestial god lineage's dual ice-fire realm, among others. The system told him. The infinite sword god's calligraphy manual could slash every living being in the world with a single stroke. The great Buddhist temple's sweeping floor technique could burn countless stars into void, leading to the ultimate Buddhist truth. Lin Tian had tried these before, but none worked. A calligraphy manual was just a calligraphy manual. Sweeping the floor was still sweeping the floor. He suspected the system was ripping him off. Therefore, he felt no excitement at obtaining the Xianxian Divine King's flute-playing notes. In his mind, it was just another pretentious-sounding flute technique. However, the supreme check-in was much more powerful. Each check-in earned 1 divine body point. When it reached 1999, the purity yang holy body could be activated, marking the beginning of his cultivation path. All his hopes lay in this purity yang holy body. He had checked in without fail in the imperial kitchen for 90 years. Only tonight's final supreme check-in remained. Though the Xiuxian realm was a high-level world, even ordinary people without cultivation could live over 100 years. In a world where fists determined supremacy, not being able to cultivate left one utterly vulnerable and unsafe. I hope the system isn't scamming me this time. Lin Tian turned around and resumed his current task. He was the only chef in the imperial kitchen and had little to do on regular days. But the Qingzhou Junior Generations Tournament, held every 10 years, was about to begin, and the dynasty's prodigies had begun their hellish training regimen. He had been assigned to serve mung bean soup to them for relief. Half an hour later, Lin Tian carried a large bucket of mung bean soup and arrived at the martial arts arena. The Zhuge dynasty's martial arts arena was grand and imposing, its surroundings dotted with stone pillars as tall as the sky itself. Upon these pillars, phoenixes towered over the universe, as if ready to pierce the heavens. The sun blazed like fire, scorching the land. The roar of shouts shook the heavens. Each prodigy was like a sponge soaked through with water, seemingly ready to burst. Lin Tian approached carrying the wooden bucket, immediately drawing the attention of all the young talents present. They stared at him, their eyes brimming with envy. Among them were imperial princes and grandsons of noble birth, yet they still had to endure grueling training. By comparison, Lin Tian lived quite a relaxed life. Lin Tian quickly stepped forward and placed the mung bean soup on the stone platform in front. Previously, he would have envied these prodigies. But things were different now. He was about to activate the purity yang holy body, finally stepping onto the path of martial cultivation. Lin Tian puffed out his chest proudly and walked away, basking in the jealous gazes of the prodigies. Back in the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian started to wait for the time of the supreme check-in. He walked into the side room, moved a slightly dilapidated wooden table into the courtyard, then spread rice paper on the table, prepared ink, and arranged his brush. Life in the imperial kitchen was dull and monotonous. Therefore, he occasionally practiced calligraphy or played the flute to enrich his mind. For a long time, Lin Tian dipped his brush. Boom. As the brush stroke landed, the brilliance suppressing the countless stars in the universe began to dim. Boom. Another brush stroke fell, and the endless river of time roared and surged violently, with fragments of time dancing in the air, even entering a boiling state. Each stroke Lin Tian laid down trembled the space-time karma of myriad worlds. Deep within the infinite void, emperors of supreme power stood tall, capable of destroying entire realms with a wave of their hand. Yet at this very moment, across the 10,000 worlds, all divine gods and demons across the heavens gazed in one direction, shivering in terror. Who exactly was it? Who could possibly wield such terrifying supernatural power? Could it be the end of an era, that reincarnation itself must be reestablished? Yet Lin Tian was completely unaware of all this. Time passed. 2 hours. The sun sank like blood, illustrating the hardships of martial cultivation. In the martial arts arena, training for the day had finally ended. The gifted prodigies sighed in relief and limped away, their bodies too stiff to stand straight. Xuanhuan irritably waved his paper fan. After a day of training, he was so famished he felt like he would ascend on the spot. If he didn't eat something soon, even an ant could probably give him a shoulder toss. It looks like I have to grab something to eat. But it seems the only place around here is the imperial kitchen. He muttered softly and headed toward the imperial kitchen where Lin Tian was stationed. Xuanhuan had a prominent status, being the third prince of the royal city. Amiable and approachable, his talent was rare and extraordinary. Only 19 years old, yet already at the 6th level of spiritual cultivation. Even more importantly, he was one of the most discussed candidates for the throne. As Xuanhuan approached the imperial kitchen, his entire body suddenly trembled. He felt Invincible, sword intent surging across the heavens and earth, as if it were hostile toward this entire world. Instantly, his scalp tingled and his sphincter tightened, as if he had been locked onto by some primordial beast. He wanted to turn and run. Yet suddenly he froze. The bottleneck in his cultivation had actually begun to loosen. Hiss. Just from experiencing a fragment of that sword intent, his bottleneck was already loosening? After shock came uncontrollable joy. Terrifying sword intent, profound and mysterious aura. Could it be that a high-level cultivator was cultivating inside? After pondering briefly, he gritted his teeth and steeled his courage as he pushed the door open. Creak. The peeling wooden door was pushed open, and Xuanhuan stepped in. The courtyard was somewhat run down and the decoration extremely simple, yet there was an oddly wondrous aura present. True Tao is simplicity itself. Xuanhuan was even more shocked. His gaze swept around and suddenly locked onto a young man practicing calligraphy. This youth exuded formidable presence. Every stroke he made released terrifying sword chi slicing through 3 million li of xing, empty space. Gradually, his entire being seemed to transform into a sharp sword itself, carrying an invincible will to slay all gods and Buddhas across countless realms. The surrounding space actually felt fear, retreating away from him. Xuanhuan's pupils dilated violently. Originally, he thought an elder sword cultivator was cultivating here, but never imagined it was a young man merely practicing calligraphy. Just practicing calligraphy could produce such terrifying power, such dominant sword intent. Hiss. This one must be a high-level elder deeply immersed in sword Tao. Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He may actually be an immortal who has lived countless eons. Could he be a hidden master within our dynasty? Xuanhuan suddenly understood, and immediately his heart filled with admiration. He was also a swordsman, and his cultivation had recently been stalled due to a bottleneck. But just moments ago, after merely brushing against some stray sword intent, he was already on the verge of breakthrough. The realm of this elder was unfathomable. He must not only be a swordsman, but also a terrifying supreme master of sword Tao. If this elder could grant even a little guidance, the benefits would be immeasurable. But he dared not interrupt Lin Tian, so he simply stood by silently and waited. Who are you? The young man ahead happened to lift his head slightly, suddenly noticing Xuanhuan, and instantly froze stiff with shock. Was this guy a ghost? How come he walked without making a sound? Seeing Lin Tian glance over, Xuanhuan immediately grew excited. He hurriedly stepped forward, trembling slightly as he spoke. This junior, Wuhan, pays respects to the senior. Senior? Lin Tian was baffled. He glanced left and right. Where was the elder? Because of training, Xuanhuan wore everyday martial training robes. Coupled with Lin Tian never having met him before, he did not recognize the other's identity. He simply found this person here inexplicable. Though he himself was handsome, about to become a martial artist with an unlimited future ahead, he certainly hadn't aged enough to be called senior. Yet, I'm not any elder. Lin Tian stood up, brushing dust off his long robe as he spoke. At that very moment, a toneless, emotionless voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected the host has not checked in. Would you like to perform a supreme check-in? Check-in. Had the time finally arrived? Overjoyed, Lin Tian didn't bother to think further and immediately said, check-in. Ding. Host has successfully checked in. Ding. Congratulations, host divine body points have been completed. Ding. Purity Young Holy Body activation in progress. Ding. Purity Young Holy Body activated successfully. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming divine might surge from within Lin Tian, rising into the sky and covering the entire Jiuzhou realm with a grand omen. The blue sky abruptly darkened, as if devils had swallowed it whole, and then from within the clouds emerged 4 towering figures. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. The legendary divine beasts now revealed themselves, their enormous bodies radiating overwhelming pressure that shattered millions of miles of empty space. This world could no longer contain their mighty forms. The aura of supremacy spread throughout the Jiuzhou realm, as if declaring the nobility and uniqueness of these divine beasts. Across the Jiuzhou realm, powerful cultivators trembled in fear, children wailed endlessly, and everyone believed the end of days had arrived, their hearts sinking into despair. Suddenly, those four colossal figures vanished, transforming back into streams of light that returned into Lin Tian's body. At this very moment, before the imperial kitchen, Zhu Wuhan's eyes widened in stunned disbelief, having witnessed everything unfold before him like a wooden puppet struck motionless. It took him half the day to finally snap back to his senses. This is Chapter 2. The senior is a sword emperor. Could it be that the senior is not only a master of swordsmanship, but also an extraordinary powerhouse? Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. These were all mythical beasts from legends. Mythical beasts protecting the body? A Buzun, Sky Sovereign expert? No. Even a Sky Sovereign expert wouldn't possess such terrifying means. Could it be the senior has surpassed even the Sky Sovereign realm? Good heavens. Zhu Wuhan was completely speechless, all sense of hunger forgotten. Lin Tian opened his eyes, his pupils gleaming with excitement. I feel like my dantian is burning with heat. The pure xianxia, holy body, truly isn't ordinary. I've already entered the first stage of the opening meridians, so I can now be called a martial cultivator, right? The pure yang holy body had opened the gate to cultivation for him. His future prospects would surely be limitless. However, Lin Tian noticed that the system didn't elaborate on the effects of the pure yang holy body. Normally, whenever he acquired a new martial technique or cultivation skill, the system would provide a detailed explanation. But Lin Tian didn't think much of it. After all, his system wasn't artificial intelligence, and normal communication with it was impossible. Why are you still here? Seeing Zhu Wuhan still lingering, Lin Tian furrowed his brows. During the 90 years he'd spent checking in at the imperial palace, he'd clearly seen how treacherous people could be. Little Li, the young eunuch at the neighboring library, had even been blackmailed by a palace made after being set up. He'd been forced to hand over 3 spirit stones. So Lin Tian remained highly vigilant around strangers. I know, senior, you are a hidden grandmaster of swordsmanship, a legendary peerless powerhouse. This junior humbly begs you to impart your sword techniques. Gathering his courage, Zhu Wuhan spoke nervously. He had already recognized Lin Tian as the man who had brought the mung bean soup earlier. But he certainly didn't believe that Lin Tian was just an ordinary chef from the imperial kitchen. The terrifying scene from before still left him trembling all over. For legendary divine beasts. I once read in ancient records that when certain experts reach a certain cultivation realm, they grow weary of worldly fame and fortune and choose to live in seclusion in remote places. Senior must be such a cultivator. Otherwise, with the senior's abilities, why would he remain in such a small imperial kitchen? Martial cultivators were divided into cultivation ranks. Opening meridians, Spirit Warrior, Dark Warrior, Heaven Warrior, Majestic Warrior, Restriction, Sky Sovereign, Warrior Saint, Emperor Warrior, Divine Warrior. In the other 8 provinces, the highest rank was Sky Sovereign. Only in the great sects of the Central Province were there warrior saints acting as guardians. Could it be the senior is an expert from the Central Province? Or even a higher existence, confirmed? Cough cough. Lin Tian's expression immediately darkened. Sword techniques? He himself was merely too handsome to notice, not a sword cultivator at all, let alone possessing any legendary sword arts. Could it be another case of being set up like that eunuch? Lin Tian shook his head in despair. Even in this fantasy world, darkness still existed. I don't know any sword techniques. You'd better leave now. Zhu Wuhan looked deeply disappointed, but soon his eyes lit up. The senior had just released terrifying sword intent. How could he not be a sword expert? Sword cultivators were always proud and unbending. How easily would they teach others? Could it be that the senior was testing him? That must be it. The senior was testing whether his desire to learn was genuine, so he said that on purpose. He understood. No wonder he was the senior. Even a simple act contained profound principles. He sat down on the ground, his expression devout beyond measure. If senior refuses to teach me the way of the sword, this junior shall remain seated here forever. There was a gleam of wisdom in Zhu Wuhan's eyes. He looked like a schoolboy, puffing out his chest, as if to say, Senior, look how devoted I am. Sword techniques, hand them over. What the? Lin Tian's face turned completely dark. I, Lin Tian, have lived over 100 years. All my life I've been upright, incorruptible, and modest. Although handsome, I've always been dignified, abstinent, and kept away from women, merely stealing glances at the palace maid's long legs. And even during holidays, I keep it simple with plain meals. Why must I encounter such an idiot? Fine, since you're so earnest, I'll give you a bit of guidance. Lin Tian picked up a nearby branch and drew a straight line on the ground. He didn't want to argue with this idiot, just wanted to give some excuse and be done with him. This is the sword technique you seek. Whether you can understand it depends on your talent. Without even turning back, Lin Tian walked straight into the imperial kitchen. Dinner time had come. He had to start cooking. In the courtyard, Zhu Wuhan stared intently at the single straight line on the ground. He radiated wisdom, but stared and still saw absolutely nothing. Could it be my comprehension is too low to understand the senior's clue? This line was drawn by the senior. It must carry special meaning. But truthfully, I really don't see anything special about it. After staring for a long time, Zhu Wuhan started doubting his own life. He kept racking his brain, trying to figure out what this single line meant. What was the senior really trying to say? The courtyard was silent, yet sounds of pots and pans clinking together came from within the imperial kitchen. Soon after, a rich aroma of dishes wafted out. Gurgle. Xuanhuan's stomach growled. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, then relaxed. Good, there were no ants nearby, or he might have been slammed to the ground. Just then, Lin Tian stepped out carrying plates of delicious-looking dishes. Seeing that this idiot was still around, Lin Tian furrowed his brows. Perhaps you should first. Actually, he wanted to say, why don't you leave first? I need to eat. Xuanhuan's eyes, full of wisdom, suddenly gleamed with realization. The senior must have noticed his plight and was inviting him over for a bite. Thank you, senior. This junior truly hasn't eaten all day. I won't be shy then. He knew that being polite in front of such an expert was unnecessary. What hadn't these people seen already? They could probably tell what kind of fart he was about to release the moment he squatted down. So he sat down and grabbed a piece of braised pork. Smack, smack. Who would have thought the senior's cooking was this amazing? Senior, you truly are a divine chef descended from heaven. You're just too awesome, senior. Xuanhuan raised his thumb. Likes given. Oh my goodness. Lin Tian frowned, turned around, and almost grabbed a brick. But in the end, he let it go. Fine, fine. Just eat, and then scram. Xuanhuan, however, noticed Lin Tian's movement. While other kids might have missed the meaning, the clever Xuanhuan started thinking deeply. The senior picked up the brick, but then put it down again. What did that mean? Could it be some kind of hint? I understand now. The senior is truly a divine being. Xuanhuan suddenly jumped up. I've grasped it. That horizontal line the senior drew means, do not be too attached. True Tao lies in being able to pick up and let go. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. The senior must have realized my cultivation method was too complicated. Although my martial pool runs deep, I never truly mastered any one technique. Now I finally understand what I must do. Choose one martial art and study it with all my heart. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's aura surged. Boom. The bottleneck of xuanhuan loosened. He had crossed into the Tianwu realm. His surrounding sword qi surged, and his sword Dao had also reached the Tianjian level. A Tianjian expert equaled a Tianwu warrior. With just a simple hint from Lin Tian, his martial and sword Dao had both broken through. My martial cultivation has reached Tianwu, and my sword Dao has ascended to Tianjian. Even against a divine warrior expert, I now have a chance in battle. All of this is thanks to the senior. To convey such profound truth hidden within a single line, the senior must truly be unfathomable. He must be a martial saint. If he isn't a martial saint, I'll walk on my head and defecate upside down. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. This junior has urgent matters to attend to, so I won't trouble you further. I'll come back later to properly express my gratitude. Xuanhuan bowed deeply, then hurried off. He needed to return and retreat into cultivation to stabilize his newfound realm. Chapter 3, a 1 in a million martial genius. Lin Tian stared at the clean-as jade dining plate and almost cried. This guy really can eat. Anyway, that foolish guy finally left. After tidying up, Lin Tian lost his appetite and immediately sat down cross-legged. Now that he had entered the path of martial cultivation, he naturally needed to work hard at his training. For now, he didn't plan to leave the imperial city. His cultivation was too weak. Going out would surely involve danger. For example, a female martial artist, captivated by his looks, might imprison him and torment him every day. Or a terrifying senior might discover his potential as an emperor cultivator and force him to become his disciple. Lin Tian shuddered involuntarily. So scary. Seemed like the imperial city was still the safest. First, play it safe and grow slowly. At least reach the Tianwu before I leave the imperial city. Tianwu should already be considered one of the top experts in this world, right? Although he had stayed in the imperial city for 90 years, he still had his own network of contacts. Xiao Lizi from the neighboring book pavilion had a good relationship with him. He told Lin Tian that martial cultivators were divided into 3 major cultivation stages. Kaimai, Lingwu, Xianwu, Tianwu. At that time, Lin Tian had sighed at how simple the martial cultivation system in this world seemed. But regardless, time to start cultivation now. Lin Tian focused intently for half a day. Finally, a barely detectable strand of spiritual energy entered his body. His cultivation had finally increased by an infinitesimal amount. Lin Tian immediately felt stunned. What the hell? Why was his cultivation speed so slow? But soon he thought of an explanation. Cultivation was a struggle with heaven and earth for fortune. Of course, it wouldn't be easy. Anyway, since he became a martial cultivator, his lifespan had greatly increased. Time was not an issue. However, Lin Tian didn't know that while he was cultivating, invisible threads of intangible energy surged into the sky, disappearing into the void. These fine threads of invisible opportunity appeared deep in the star realms. Golden light blazed, like a divine omen, ultimately forming 3 large characters. Wushandan, in the Hongming star realm. Inside the Hongming divine hall, countless figures quickly flashed out. They all raised their heads, gazing at the 3 shining characters ahead, like divine miracles. Could this be our Hongming star realm's opportunity? This kind of phenomenon is rare. There must be supreme treasures appearing. Let's move closer and take a look. One bold individual carefully stepped forward, trying to examine the details of the golden glow. But suddenly a powerful force struck, sending him flying backward and gravely injuring him. What the hell? Terrifying. This is real terror. Quickly, find the Hall Master. The person coughed blood, screaming in terror. Remember, everyone here was an unrivaled expert. They could shatter stars and obliterate worlds with a wave of their hands. Truly Wudi experts. Yet now, even touching the golden light had sent him flying. Soon, a group surrounded a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore a crown of stars, and divine light flickered in his eyes. He looked toward the golden light, profound wariness appearing in his eyes. Hallmaster, what exactly is this thing? This object suddenly appeared from the void without any sign beforehand. Golden lights flickered, and everyone felt lingering fear. Wu Shendan. What does it mean? Hallmaster Nanmeng was also quite curious. He closed his eyes and began calculating causes and consequences. The appearance of such a thing in the Hongmeng Star Realm made him feel uneasy, because this was the critical moment for the Hongmeng Star Realm. Meanwhile, the Changzhu of the Divine Hall silently waited. Their Hall Master had long reached an awe-inspiring realm, able to deduce the past and future, and to a certain extent, peer into the heavenly will. But peeking into the heavenly will was a rebellious, heavenly act, so it would provoke a backlash. However, these backlashes were negligible for Hall Master Nanmeng. Ahead, Hall Master Nanmeng opened his eyes. Pucci. A big mouthful of blood spurted out. While trying to deduce the origin of the golden light, he had witnessed a terrifying scene. He saw the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, for divine beasts sealing countless worlds, their massive bodies shattering the heavens. He also saw a handsome young boy, surrounded by infinite Tao echoes, supporting 999 divine halos. What kind of being is this? In our Hongmeng Star Realm, such an incredible figure has appeared. Whether it's a blessing or calamity, no one knows. Hall Master Nanmeng's expression turned extremely grave. He looked at the gathered Cheng'er of the divine halls, speaking solemnly. From now on, this area is forbidden territory of the Nanmeng. No one is allowed to approach. With that, he disappeared to heal his wounds. He had suffered terrifying backlash while deducing the source of the golden light, nearly being destroyed completely, leaving behind puzzled and bewildered Changzhu, staring at each other in confusion. Zhuge Empire. The sky was just barely lightening. Zhu Wuhan sat cross-legged at the back mountain of the empire, the aura around him increasingly stable. Only half a day passed before he opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The elder is truly a divine being. Even a casual suggestion brings great opportunities. I wonder who that senior really is. He must be an extremely powerful figure, even in Zhongzhou. Forget it. Such a senior must have infinite profound reasons behind every action. I should just focus on myself. Zhu Wuhan raised his long sword and slashed forward. He didn't use any sword techniques in this strike, only his sword intent. Boom. The sword chi sliced through the air, cutting the ancient tree ahead at the waist. But Zhu Wuhan was still not satisfied. Still too weak. Although I received guidance from that senior, my sword intent is still too weak. Depending on how martial cultivators perceive the Tao, their sword intents would differ. Zhu Wuhan felt his sword intent wasn't particularly perfect. That's right. Can I learn from that senior's sword intent? Zhu Wuhan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he acted immediately. He began carefully sensing the sword intent he had felt yesterday in the imperial kitchen. Boom. Suddenly, the sword intent around Zhu Wuhan began to surge wildly. I've understood it. Zhu Wuhan was brilliant in his simplicity. He stood up, raised his sword, and slashed forward. Wong. This time, the sword intent carried an additional layer of overbearing dominance. Wherever the sword intent passed, everything fell silent. Haha, I finally understand. Originally, my sword intent lacked an unwavering, overbearing force. A sword cultivator should be invincible in the world, but I was too cautious before, which caused my sword intent to become obscured. Now that I've realized this, it's all thanks to that senior's sword intent back then. Could it be that day, the senior intentionally released his sword intent for me to comprehend? Zhu Wuhan's clever mind worked furiously. Yes. It must be that way. Definitely that's how it is. Confirmed. But why did the senior treat him so kindly? Because he was the third prince of the Zhuge Empire? Certainly not. A senior of such a high level had long transcended the mundane world. To exaggerate a bit, how could this humble Zhuge Empire even enter the senior's vision? Then there could be only one explanation. The senior saw my unusual bones and talent, a once-in-a-million martial genius with a boundless future, so he intentionally released his sword intent to guide me. So the senior went through all that trouble just because of me. But why does the senior value me so much? I feel the pressure. Zhu Wuhan suddenly felt a heavier burden on his shoulders. The senior valued him too much, but he didn't feel undeserving. All he could do was work harder and strive harder to pursue the Tao. Who could have predicted what would happen in the years to come? Who knew that this fool actually realized his own Tao? Foolhardy without limits, charging recklessly ahead, ultimately earning the admiration of the world. Chapter 4, the Grand Secretary of Three Dynasties. Zhu Wuhan suppressed his emotions and began the tedious training. Swing the sword, swing the sword, swing the sword. His long robe fluttering, Zhu Wuhan swung his sword repeatedly with all his strength. His swordplay was simple and ordinary, truly nothing more than swinging the sword. Yet with every swing, Zhu Wuhan could feel something different. He started to contemplate carefully, and as he did so, His sword cultivation seemed to be growing stronger. The senior truly did not deceive me. Xuanhuan became even more enthusiastic in his sword swinging. But suddenly, an old man appeared from somewhere and without warning, kicked out violently with his leg. Xuanhuan, caught completely off guard, was knocked sprawling to the ground. Mother ****, who the hell dares to kick this prince? Xuanhuan instantly exploded in rage, jumping up to see who the hell had kicked him. But when he saw the person, he froze immediately. Master, why are you here? That's right. The person was the Grand Secretary who had served 3 dynasties of Fengming. Revered in status, he was also a martial saint expert. Even more importantly, this person was actually his master. The Xiuxian Empire had a total of 6 Grand Secretaries, each of whom was a martial saint expert. Therefore, every royal prince and grandson would be apprenticed to a Grand Secretary upon reaching the age for martial cultivation. Xuanhuan happened to be apprenticed to Master Lin. You insolent brat, who do you think you're calling an asshole? Master Lin was somewhat displeased, sighing heavily. Why were the other princes all so steady and diligent, while Xuanhuan was such an idiot? Sometimes he even questioned whether Xuanhuan was truly of royal blood. Except for his good talent, the guy's personality was truly too reckless and slippery. If it wasn't for the approaching youth martial competition in Qing province, he might still be sleeping somewhere. I saw you swinging your sword here for 2 hours. Do you find that interesting at all? Xuanhuan was immediately speechless. So you've been here all along, watching me swing my sword for 2 hours, and now you have the nerve to say I'm bored? We're about the same here. But he didn't dare say it out loud. He was afraid of being beaten. Master, you know there's a hidden cultivation expert who has come to our dynasty recently, right? This expert gave me guidance in sword cultivation yesterday, helping me discover many of my shortcomings. What I've learned has been too chaotic, often making me forget the most fundamental aspects. That's why I'm now practicing sword swinging to gain deeper insights. Xuanhuan spoke with great excitement, showing complete respect when he mentioned Lin Xian. He felt extremely fortunate to have received guidance from such a powerful expert. After all, sword cultivators were usually proud and arrogant, rarely bothering to instruct others. He had literally stepped in crap and got lucky, all thanks to his invincible talent. Done yet? Master Lin looked at Xuanhuan. Huh. Xuanhuan was slightly confused. Didn't his master want to be excited about the hidden expert coming to the empire? If you're done talking, get back to training. Don't slack off here. Master Lin didn't believe the kid at all. This young man had previously invented countless tricks just to avoid work. He had long grown used to it. Master, you must believe me. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. Master Lin smirked slightly, gesturing for him to proceed. Suddenly, a light as if seeing through everything radiated from his entire body. Go ahead, let's see your performance. Xuanhuan. Since that's the case, Master, watch closely. He let out a low shout, and the space around him began to distort. Boom. A terrifying aura at the Tianwu realm was suddenly unleashed. Master Lin immediately showed concern, his dull pupils narrowing sharply. Tianwu. When did this kid break through to the Tianwu level? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. But it wasn't over yet. The astonishment on Master Lin's face pleased Xuanhuan immensely. He trembled slightly, assuming what he considered a cool pose, though it actually looked rather flashy. Buzz. Countless sword chi surged from his surroundings, shooting into the air. Terrifying willpower burst forth from every inch of space. A sound of space being cut apart was heard at the scene. Tianjin, you've even reached the Tianjin stage. Wow. Master Lin was stunned beyond words. It was extremely difficult for cultivators to reach the Tianwu realm, as it was a major milestone. Even in their empire filled with countless prodigies, many were stuck in the xuanhuan realm for their entire lives, unable to advance, and ultimately dying in frustration. And as a level exclusive to sword cultivators, Tianjin was equal to the power of a Tianwu expert. The difficulty of breakthrough was beyond imagination. There were also dozens of prodigies among sword cultivators within the dynasty. But not a single one had reached the Tianjin level. F***K. Tianjin. Tianwu. This kid was going to defy the heavens. Such a talent was already among the very top of the younger generation within the entire dynasty. Master, how about that? I didn't lie to you, did I? Xuanhuan stood with hands on hips, wearing a look on his face as if a heifer had flown into the sky. He had been scolded many times by Master Lin in the past due to his cultivation failures. Now that he had broken through his cultivation, he was definitely going to shock Master Lin for the entire year. Master Lin gazed deeply at Xuanhuan. Could it be that this brat was telling the truth? Had an actual hidden expert really arrived in their dynasty? He thought for a moment, but still couldn't fully believe it. After all, the kid was just too slippery and cunning on a regular basis. What realm is that senior of yours in? He stared directly at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan didn't even think before replying directly. I suspect that senior is at least at the martial emperor level. Maybe he's also a sword emperor. Dual cultivation of sword and martial arts, achieving emperor status in both? Master Lin didn't believe it at first. Their Qing province was considered a remote backwater within the 9 provinces. Such a character would probably be a top-tier expert even in the central provinces, so why would someone like that come to this ***full place where not even a bird would bother to defecate? But Xuanhuan really had broken through, and he could be certain. Xuanhuan's breakthrough was definitely not due to normal cultivation methods. Master, I didn't lie to you, did I? Xuanhuan grinned, winking his eyes mischievously. Master Lin suppressed his emotions and kicked the guy. Master, why did you kick me? Xuanhuan complained with a weighty tone. This master of his, even though he was a grand secretary who had served 3 dynasties, lacked any steadiness in his manner. He was always punching and kicking him, this prince. You think Tianjin is impressive? You think Tianwu is extraordinary? Focus on your training, and if I find out you're slacking again, just wait until I get my hands on you. Master Lin said sternly, then turned and walked away. Behind him, Xuanhuan revealed a meaningful smile. Hee, master, you're not going to find that senior expert, are you? That senior probably dislikes disturbances. I'm telling you. Before Xuanhuan could finish, he suddenly saw a torn straw sandal rapidly enlarging in his pupils. Crack. The sandal hit Xuanhuan's nose. Instantly, a strong stench attacked his senses, nearly making him vomit. Although Master Lin was a respected grand secretary who had served 3 dynasties, his attire was in tatters, his clothes had faded and were nearly falling apart. Even his shoes were completely worn out. Xuanhuan even suspected Master Lin had picked them up from somewhere discarded. He had even wondered whether Master Lin had some sort of fetish for shabby clothing. Train properly. Old man has other things to attend to, so I'll let you off for now. With those words, Master Lin vanished directly. Chapter 5, feeling emptied out physically. The Imperial Kitchen. Lin Tian let out a long breath and opened his eyes. This physique is a bit strange. The first time was progressing so slowly. But now, the cultivation speed is simply indescribably fast. I've only cultivated for half a day, yet I've already reached 3% of the first open vein stage. No matter what, at this rate, I believe I'll step into the second open vein stage soon. Pushing away his distracting thoughts, Lin Tian smiled confidently. So this is what it feels like to be a genius, cultivating with such ease. Big Chef Lin, I'm here again for a free meal. At that moment, a loud laugh came from outside the door. A young eunuch dressed in a blue robe cheerfully walked in. You again, always so enthusiastic about coming for free meals. Seeing the newcomer, Lin Tian gave him an unamused look. Although Little Li was just an ordinary eunuch at the library pavilion, he had become Lin Tian's only friend within the imperial palace. Not long ago, the guy had followed the scent of food to the imperial kitchen. The two instantly hit it off and became friends. The guy was also extremely interested in painting, so he had been learning from Lin Tian, frequently showing up to eat and drink for free. They would chat over meals and drinks, swapping stories and cracking jokes. Truly delightful moments, easing the loneliness of Lin Tian's solitude. Wonder what delicacies you've got today? Little Li didn't stand on ceremony. He cracked his whip and directly sat beside Lin Tian, pouring himself a cup of tea and gulping it down heartily. The distance from the library pavilion here was quite significant, and he had daily duties to fulfill. Getting a free meal wasn't easy, so he needed to seize every minute. You're in luck. Lin Tian smiled. Although the imperial kitchen appeared shabby, it still held plenty of treasures. For instance, who would have thought there were a flock of free-range hens living in the backyard of the imperial kitchen? Looks like my lucky day. Then thank you, Big Chef Lin. Little Li rolled up his sleeves, nearly drooling. Lin Tian's dishes had become something he dreamed of. You wait here first. Lin Tian shook his head and stood up, heading to the backyard. Little Li, as usual, took the rice paper from the corner and picked up the brush, starting to paint. Studying painting under Big Chef Lin for so long, I feel my character has been refined. Taking a deep breath, Little Li immersed himself in his own world. The reason he loved painting was that only in the world of art could he envision the vast outside world. After all, someone like him, a eunuch confined to the palace, would spend his entire life inside these palace walls, forever denied access to the outside world. But within his paintings, he could see things unseen within the palace walls. Brush in hand, he began. Soon, the rough outlines of a painting began to emerge. At the same time, a trace of divine fortune gathered at the tip of his brush, resonating throughout the space. It was as if he wasn't merely drawing, but inscribing the Tao itself. Back at the imperial kitchen, the old backyard was already worn and broken, its fences damaged in several places, yet Lin Tian had surrounded it with bamboo fencing. Although simple, the backyard was wide and clean. In the center stood a group of earthen pits. Inside, a group of old hens sat meditating, eyes closed. Golden auras shimmered across their bodies, completely free of impurities. Compared to ordinary hens, they looked far more exquisite. They were actually a reward he had received from the check-in system back then. Anything from the system was bound to be of top quality. Lin Tian moved skillfully toward one hen, crouched down, and with practiced ease, reached out his hand. A quick scooping motion. And soon, he retrieved 3 eggs. These are truly special hens from the system. The eggs are different too. These hens' eggs had a different luster from regular ones, exuding a golden glow, almost like a piece of art. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful the egg, it's still an egg. If not eaten, it would just go to waste. 3 eggs should suffice. Lin Tian weighed the eggs in his hand, then walked away contentedly. These hens didn't lay eggs every day, so each egg was especially precious. And as soon as Lin Tian left, the flock of old hens in the backyard began to change. Terrifying Tao pressure surged around them. A phoenix's illusory figure ignited the heavens, nearly shattering this space. A Ba Dao and holy aura suppressed the universe, exerting pressure that even the world itself could feel. If any great martial cultivator were present here, they would be absolutely terrified. A phoenix. And worse, an entire flock of phoenixes. At this moment, the lead hen opened her profound eyes, and in a crisp female voice, she spoke. I feel like Master's aura has become even more unfathomable. Tisk, Master's realm is absolutely beyond our comparison. Other old hens also nodded in agreement, and all of them were speaking human language. Judging only by the voices, one might mistake them for a group of playful young girls. Who would have thought such pleasant voices actually came from a flock of old hens? Master's cultivation level is probably beyond the limits of this world. Even in the higher realms, he would be an unrivaled existence. Just don't know why he would remain in this small world. The lead hen spoke with a profound tone. She blinked her bright hen eyes, then shook her head. How could we possibly comprehend Master's level so easily? We should just focus on doing what we're supposed to do. Being able to accompany Master is already our greatest honor. Everything else has nothing to do with us. Because of the Dragon Phoenix catastrophe, their xuanhuan clan had nearly perished. If not for Lin Tian, the lineage of their xuanhuan clan would likely have been severed. And now, following closely behind Lin Tian, their bloodline was undergoing transformation, and their cultivation was growing. This was the greatest opportunity for their xuanhuan clan. Still, Elder Leader, we are xuanhuan, not ordinary hens. We've been laying eggs every single day for Master, and we're really struggling. I feel so drained. The many old hens let out girlish sighs of lament. All of you shut up. The leading hen suddenly roared angrily. If you can't lay eggs, how dare you call yourself part of the xuanhuan clan? As long as you're not dead from laying, keep laying hard. The old hen group, they truly felt their bodies deteriorating day by day. The imperial kitchen. Lin Tian took the 3 eggs and directly entered the kitchen, beginning to prepare ingredients. Besides eggs, the imperial court regularly supplied other basic items at intervals. However, the ration items were usually vegetables and other cheap, non-meat ingredients. As for the only source of meat, it had already been devoured by xuanhuan yesterday. Thinking about xuanhuan made Lin Tian's head hurt. In all his years of living, he had never met someone who could eat so much. Pulling himself back from his thoughts, he began cooking. Soon, a rich aroma of cooked dishes began to spread throughout the kitchen. Chapter 6. The door fell off. In the kitchen, after a smooth series of movements by Lin Tian, 3 small dishes were quickly prepared. The main dish was naturally tomato scrambled eggs. Then there was boiled vegetable and dumpling soup. Lin Tian was quite satisfied, picked up a piece of egg with his chopsticks, and placed it into his mouth. The sweet and sour flavor of the tomato blended perfectly with the fresh aroma of the eggs. Instantly, it exploded in his mouth. Delicious. No wonder I'm destined to become the king of chefs. Lin Tian gave himself a thumbs up. Not long ago, tomato scrambled eggs were nothing more than an ordinary home-cooked meal to him. But after the transmigration, it wasn't something he could eat every day. The world he used to live in was still better. Sighing with emotion, Lin Tian tidied up the kitchen and carried the meal outside. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Xiao Li's painting was also nearing completion. Fully concentrated, he had completely forgotten the passage of time, immersed in the world he was depicting. At the same moment, an old man, dressed in rags with one straw sandal missing, appeared outside the imperial kitchen. This should be the place that kid was talking about. Old Lin murmured to himself, walking forward on his own. Although he didn't completely believe Zhu Wuhan's words, he did feel curious. Could there actually be a hidden master living in seclusion in the Vermilion Bird Empire? Though he doubted the likelihood, he thought, what do I have to lose by taking a look? I've got nothing better to do anyway. But just as he walked not far from the imperial kitchen, he suddenly stopped. He raised his head, staring straight toward the direction of the imperial kitchen. Look, above the imperial kitchen's dome, there actually appeared a phantom of a mountain. The mountain peak seemed to pierce the heavens, as if transcending the river of time into ancient desolation. Radiating a primordial and mysterious aura, delicate threads of golden light filled this space. Seeing this, old Lin's eyes widened. Could it be that inside this seemingly ruined imperial kitchen, there actually resides an extraordinary master? Could that kid actually be telling the truth? Though the aura wasn't directed at him, it still made him feel intense pressure. He took a deep breath and nervously walked forward. As he reached the entrance of the imperial kitchen, the oppressive force grew stronger, almost making him kneel. He stretched out his aged hand, but stopped midair. His mind recalled Zhu Wuhan's words. The senior may dislike being disturbed. Damn it, could what that bastard kid said actually be true? If there really was an extraordinary master inside the imperial kitchen who disliked being disturbed, if he entered recklessly, would he be erased instantly? Better safe than sorry. Risks that shouldn't be taken must not be taken. Old Lin made the decision and immediately turned to leave. He thought it was better not to rashly enter. But just as he took a step forward, he suddenly stopped again. He had already come this far. If he left like this, he would feel truly reluctant. After much hesitation, he clenched his teeth and pushed the door open with a trembling hand. After all, he was still a martial saint. If he got scared at his own doorstep, how would that sound to others? Creak. Bang. The imperial kitchen hadn't been in particularly bad condition originally. After all, it was the place for preparing meals for the emperor. But this imperial kitchen was practically half abandoned, so it naturally hadn't been maintained for years, and many things had long since become fragile. So when old Lin gently pushed the door, with a loud crash, the heavily worm-eaten wooden door instantly slammed heavily to the ground, kicking up a layer of dust. Damn it. Old Lin kept the pushing posture, completely frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. He immediately felt a chill run through his entire being. Without even seeing the senior here, he'd already broken the door. He swallowed hard, already beginning to think of his final words. No matter how he tried to psych himself up, the person inside might be a martial emperor. In the courtyard, Xiaoli, who had just finished his painting and was admiring it with the brush in hand, was suddenly startled by the loud noise. He turned around and saw the wooden door shattered into several pieces. And old Lin, his face full of bewilderment. Who are you? Xiaoli looked puzzled. He naturally didn't recognize old Lin. After all, he was merely a little eunuch from the library. It was impossible for him to know every important figure. Besides, although old Lin was a senior official who had served through 3 reigns, he was extremely unique. His personality was completely different from other senior officials, often wearing tattered robes, making it impossible to tell he was one. Seeing Xiaoli's gaze, old Lin felt even worse. He looked at Xiaoli, realizing he couldn't even sense the other's cultivation level. This situation meant either the other had no cultivation at all, or the other's cultivation was far superior to his own. He immediately chose the second possibility without hesitation. Senior Master, I was merely passing by. Lin Lao looked at the wooden door shattered into several pieces on the ground, shocked and terrified. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the painting lying on the stone table. Inside the scroll, a range of continuous mountains was depicted, resembling divine peaks of the immortal realm, faintly showing signs of breaking free from the shackles of the Tao. Moreover, golden threads faintly coiled around the edges of the painting, revealing an extraordinary opportunity. The aura of this painting was exactly the same as what he had just sensed outside the imperial kitchen. In an instant, he understood. His entire body radiated a glow of wisdom. Could it be that this eunuch was actually the secluded expert residing in the imperial kitchen? He cast a deep glance at Xiaoli. It must be so. It said that these senior experts all possess terrifying cultivation, yet their personalities are extremely eccentric. Seeing with his own eyes today, he truly lived up to his reputation. After all, who in their right mind would disguise themselves as a eunuch and live in seclusion? Passing by here, Xiaoli was momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. It looks like you're hungry too. Since you're here, it must be fate. If you don't mind, have a simple meal with us. Xiaoli, naturally sociable, walked up to old Lin, slapped his shoulder, and laughed innocently. Let me tell you, Chef Lin's cooking skills are second to none. Even our emperor himself may never have tasted such delicious food. Have a simple meal? Old Lin felt his mind go blank, only able to nod dumbly. In that case, this junior will accept your kind invitation. Old Lin said respectfully, barely daring to breathe. This was someone who, even if not at the martial emperor level, was definitely someone he could never offend. Forget a simple meal. Even if asked to eat fly droppings, he would have no complaints. Haha, you must be an old eunuch from the palace, right? After all, you entered the palace before me, meaning you truly are the senior here. Xiaoli sized up old Lin, then gestured for him to sit down without ceremony. He had already figured it out. This old man dressed in tattered clothes must be an old eunuch from the palace. Although becoming a palace eunuch ensured a life of comfort, it also meant losing something. Losing a younger brother was a minor issue. More importantly, once eunuchs grew old, the palace would no longer care for their lives. At that point, they could only survive by doing odd jobs within the imperial court. Many elderly eunuchs couldn't bear such a fate and ended up throwing themselves down a well. So he felt a bit of sympathy for old Lin. Thank you. Old Lin dared not be overly polite. He had already regarded Xiaoli as the senior expert here. So obediently, he sat down on the stone chair. His gaze couldn't help but return to the painting on the table. He immediately let out a shriek of horror. Observing from such close proximity, the overwhelming daoistic opportunity surged straight into the heavens. In that instant, even his soul nearly tore apart. Frightened, he quickly shut his eyes. Such a painting was not something he could casually gaze at. Chapter 7. Unwelcome Guest. Old Senior, please be careful. Xiaoli hurriedly supported Master Lin, feeling a surge of sympathy inside. Looks like he's been starving. Long-term malnutrition has left him in a state of collapse. He deeply pitied this old man. He truly understood, as they were both eunuchs. Thinking that his own future might end up the same, Xiaoli felt a sense of despair. Damn it. I also want to cultivate. I also want to become strong. If not for the pressure of survival, who the hell would willingly become a eunuch? The only fortunate thing was that he was still very young, and he had learned painting from Lin Tian. Perhaps when that time comes, he could make a living from it and avoid such a miserable fate. The meal is ready. Try it and see how I did. At this moment, Lin Tian walked out from his room, carrying the food. After placing the meal on the stone table, Lin Tian noticed Master Lin sitting nearby. Lin Sr. Xiaoli quickly stepped forward, pulling Lin Tian aside and whispering, "This is an old eunuch from the palace. He's rather pitiful, so I invited him to join us for a humble meal. You don't mind, do you?" Xiaoli felt somewhat uneasy. After all, old eunuchs like him were highly looked down upon within the imperial palace. He feared that Lin Tian might be repulsed. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then naturally it's fine for him to stay and have a humble meal with us." After finishing their conversation, both sat down. "Senior, please don't feel jutsu, try my cooking." Lin Tian noticed the old man hadn't touched his chopsticks yet, thinking he was embarrassed, so he proactively picked up a bite of egg and handed it over. "Thank you." Master Lin nodded nervously. He picked up the egg and placed it into his mouth. Immediately, the fragrance of the egg and the sweet-sour flavor of the tomato filled his mouth. It was indescribably delicious. But then, his eyes widened. As the egg entered his stomach, it transformed into terrifying power, surging through his limbs and meridians. He suddenly felt as if his body was being thrown into a furnace, burning hot, like he would ignite entirely. As these changes took place, his cultivation actually broke through instantly. Buzz. War Sage Tier 2. But this was far from over. His body continued to be strengthened by this force. All impurities inside his body were expelled. He felt much lighter. With just a single intention, he could even break through to War Sage Tier 3 anytime. His head buzzed, and he hurriedly looked toward the dish before him. What he saw was the tomato scrambled egg in the plate faintly radiated a blazing heat wave, and vaguely, a phoenix was circling and dancing above it. This was no ordinary tomato scrambled egg. This must be a divine treasure. This dish was definitely crafted from some rare and supreme item. Senior, what's wrong? Could it be the food doesn't suit your taste? Xiaoli was extremely concerned about Master Lin. Seeing the old man begin to tremble, he assumed it was just because he couldn't get used to Lin Tian's cuisine. No, this dish is just too delicious. Master Lin snapped out of his trance, hastily waved his hands. He even stood up directly, giving both of them a deep bow. Thank you, Langwei Chanbei, for bestowing such a rare opportunity upon this humble junior. I'm deeply grateful. His excitement was genuine, his voice even shaking. Although he was the senior statesman who had served 3 dynasties in the Vermilion Bird Empire and had enjoyed many privileges and resources, when one reached his level, breaking through cultivation bottlenecks was extremely difficult. He had been stuck at the War Sage level for years. He had already long abandoned all hope, yet today, just one bite of this dish allowed immediate breakthrough. It was as if he'd been granted a second life. How could he not be excited? Senior, please don't get too excited. It's just a humble tomato scrambled egg dish. Xiaoli hurriedly asked Master Lin to sit back down and picked a large bite of egg for him again with a smile. If you like it, just eat more. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Master Lin's heart raced. Being able to taste even a little of such a divine item was already an immense blessing. Then, without hesitation, he wolfed down all the egg in his bowl, going on to devour 3 full bowls of white rice. Lin Xian and Xiaoli were both dumbfounded. Master Lin ate like someone who hadn't had a meal in 3 days. At that moment, Xiaoli wasn't the only one moved. Lin Tian was now deeply sympathetic toward the old man too. Eunuchs within the imperial palace had always had a tough time. Because of physical defects, they suffered discrimination, and once old, there was no guarantee of a decent life. Fortunately for himself, he'd only come to the capital to work as a chef. His little brother remained intact. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. With the addition of Master Lin, the table of dishes was soon completely devoured. Haha, you're truly Chef Lin. Every time I come here, I get to feast heartily. Xiaoli rubbed his little belly and smiled contentedly. All right then, I have other things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Just taking one step forward, Xiaoli suddenly turned back, carefully picking up the painting from the stone table with a smile. Almost forgot to bring this painting with me. He waved at Lin Tian, and while leaving, he didn't forget to remind old Lin earnestly. Old Senior, this Chef Lin is my friend. If you have any needs, feel free to come find him. I'm sure Brother Lin won't just sit by and do nothing either. After saying this, he left with a xiaoxia air. Brother Lin. Hold on, why did this senior just leave? Old Lin, only now realizing what had happened, looked puzzled. Wasn't this senior staying here? How come he just left? As if seeing through old Lin's confusion, Lin Tian smiled and said, he's actually here just for a free meal. I'm the real owner of this place. Don't I look like a chef? Oh, so the senior of this place is you. Old Lin immediately understood. However, he still held absolutely no disdain for Xiaoli. Even though Xiaoli wasn't the host of this place, the terrifying painting he had created was enough proof that he was no ordinary person. Could it be that both hidden masters have arrived in the Vermilion Bird Empire at the same time? That thought immediately filled him with excitement. If he could earn their favor, it would bring infinite benefits and no harm to their empire. Old man, I've always lived here. If you have any difficulties, you're welcome to come find me. Lin Tian thought to himself, since the man was so old. As a good young man, he was willing to help if he could. Though he might not be able to offer much assistance, providing 3 meals a day was certainly possible. Thank you, Senior. Old Lin hurriedly clasped his hands together, excitement turning his old face red. He believed Lin Tian's words just now must have carried deep meaning. Every word and action from such a high-ranking elder wouldn't be meaningless. So, this senior must have been implying something and offering a helping hand. Buzz. He wanted to say more. Suddenly, the badge on his waist began to glow. Not good. Something's happened. His expression immediately changed. The glowing badge meant that there was a major event occurring in the empire. Senior, I won't bother you further. I will come again another day to properly express my gratitude. After saying this, he hastily departed. Lin Tian didn't pay much attention and turned to begin cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. Vermilion Bird Empire. On this day, a huge flying vessel approached from the distant horizon. A battle flag stood atop the flying vessel, fluttering in the wind, bearing the words, Azure Dragon. As it passed, space buzzed, and the void seemed to stretch infinitely, before finally stopping at the martial arts arena of the Vermilion Bird Empire. Surrounding the martial arts arena, numerous experts from the Vermilion Bird Empire had already gathered. Seeing the arrival of this flying vessel, everyone's expressions turned grim. Because the Azure Dragon Empire and the Vermilion Bird Empire were bitter enemies. Clearly, the other side had come with ill intentions today. Chapter 8. Is this all you've got? As the flying vessel came to a halt, more than 10 figures leaped from it and landed on the ground. Most of the newcomers were young boys and girls, with only a few elderly men sporting deeply wrinkled faces. They were all dressed in yellow robes, on which a cyan divine dragon was embroidered. Every one of their faces exuded an air of arrogance. They were the people from the Azure Dragon Empire. Though the Vermilion Bird Empire has ruled Qingzhou for nearly 1,000 years, undisputedly the supreme power, in recent years, with the decline in talented individuals, it had gradually been overtaken by other empires. Qingzhou was home to 4 great empires: the Vermilion Bird Empire, the Azure Dragon Empire, the White Tiger Empire, and the Black Tortoise Empire. Among them, the Azure Dragon Empire had produced exceptional talents for the past century. The current crown prince of the Azure Dragon Empire, Xiuxian, had even awakened the legendary Azure Dragon Divine Constitution. The Azure Dragon Divine Constitution was the original constitution of the first emperor of the Azure Dragon Empire. As descendants of the imperial bloodline, every person in the Azure Dragon Empire possessed at least a trace of it. However, only Xiuxian had fully awakened it, and his physical strength even surpassed that of the very first emperor. He was hailed as the greatest hope of the Azure Dragon Empire in 1,000 years. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Empire now possessed the foundation necessary to rival the Vermilion Bird Empire. Frankly speaking, given Xiuxian some time to grow stronger, Qingzhou would inevitably see a change in rulership. Thus, various empires had begun secretly forming alliances with the Azure Dragon Empire, while the Vermilion Bird Empire's influence across Qingzhou steadily declined. To put it simply, the current situation of the Vermilion Bird Empire wasn't optimistic, and the younger generation's competition would be a turning point. If the Vermilion Bird Empire's young generation were to fail in this competition, it would serve as proof that the empire was indeed in decline. At that point, the influence of the Vermilion Bird Empire would be greatly impacted. Its prestige would completely vanish. Hence, the Vermilion Bird Empire placed extreme importance on this younger generation's competition. But what they hadn't expected was that before the competition had even started, their opponents had actually come to their own imperial territory. So this is the Vermilion Bird Empire, the dominant force that has ruled Qingzhou for 1,000 years? I don't think much of it. A handsome young man, with arrogance oozing from his every word and gesture, looked around disdainfully and spoke with a cold chuckle. The moment he spoke, the surrounding experts from the empire gritted their teeth furiously. What did you just say? This is the Vermilion Bird Empire. We won't tolerate your nonsense here. In particular, the younger members of the empire felt deeply humiliated, each of them burning with anger and eager to tear the boy apart on the spot. Tianzi looked contemptuously at the royal descendant before him and sneered. Isn't what I said the truth? Your Vermilion Bird Empire is clearly in decline, while our Azure Dragon Empire not only has Xiuxian, but also 5 monarch-level experts safeguarding our empire. In both the younger and elder generations, you're no match for us. Tianzi's words pierced the hearts of everyone present like needles. In that moment, even the elders of the Vermilion Bird Empire couldn't suppress their anger. This was a blatant act of trampling over them. But they were helpless. They couldn't act recklessly, because initiating an attack could easily lead to war between the two empires. Don't misunderstand. The Azure Dragon Empire might seem arrogant, but they were also hesitant to provoke an all-out war with the Vermilion Bird Empire, or rather, they were waiting for the perfect opportunity. If the Vermilion Bird Empire were to make the first move, it would give the enemy the perfect excuse. We're not here today to talk nonsense with you. We're here to seek a match with your most outstanding young talents. Tianzi said with a sneer. Dare you challenge our empire's most gifted youth? The young Vermilion Bird disciple countered with cold laughter. Tianzi's lips barely moved, when suddenly, he vanished from sight. Buzz. In the next moment, a flash of cold light arrived first. A long sword shimmering with a chill had already pressed against his neck. What incredible speed. Upon seeing that, the Vermilion Bird disciple could only stare in shock. Before he even realized what was happening, he had already been subdued. If the opponent wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. The other experts from the empire also felt a deep sense of despair upon witnessing this. This young noble, though not among the top-tier talents within the Vermilion Bird Empire, was no ordinary person either. Yet before Tianzi, he didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. That caused them all to feel an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. You useless trash. See that? That's the gap between us. Tianzi said from a superior stance. The young noble was left speechless. Dare to talk back again, and your fate will be far worse. With a single kick, Tianzi sent the young man flying. Then, turning to the experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire, he spoke calmly. Bring out your empire's most outstanding prodigy. This is at least our Vermilion Bird Imperial Court. Your actions here are simply too disrespectful toward our empire. Are you deliberately trying to provoke a war between our two great empires? A powerful figure from the Vermilion Bird Empire strode over, his voice filled with fury. I'm truly sorry. Young Master Tianzi does lack proper manners, a powerful expert from the Azure Dragon Empire said with a smile as he stepped forward. Tianzi, you should apologize to this young man, he added, pretending to scold. Though his words sounded like a reprimand, there was no actual blame in his tone. I won't apologize to trash, Qinglong Tianzi scoffed coldly. The Azure Dragon expert spread his hands helplessly. Sigh, that's just how Tianzi is. I'm powerless to change it. You. This scene greatly enraged those vermilion bird experts present. Their arrogance was simply beyond reason. Yet, maddeningly, they were powerless to do anything. This is our vermilion bird territory. You have no right to cause trouble here. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. Dozens of vermilion birds' younger generation geniuses approached from the far end of the training arena. Leading them was the current eldest prince of the vermilion bird empire, xiuxian. You're the vermilion birds' so-called young elites? Qinglong Tianzi glanced at the group before shaking his head disapprovingly. Still too weak. If you're so arrogant, then let me see what you're really made of, a bald young man shouted as he stepped forward from the crowd. He roared, summoning a dark iron cudgel in his hand, then charged straight at Qinglong Tianzi without hesitation. His attack came with incredible speed, not giving anyone a chance to react. He gripped the cudgel tightly in both hands and swung it down powerfully, causing thunderous rumbles across the space it passed through. Yet Qinglong Tianzi stood unmoved. Too weak. You don't even spark a fight in me, he said with indifference. With a flick of his wrist, he reached out effortlessly and caught the cudgel midair. The boy's face changed drastically as he tried to pull the cudgel back, only to his horror realize he couldn't move it at all. You think you're strong enough to challenge me with just this? Qinglong Tianzi sneered. Then he tightened his grip and yanked the cudgel away, before striking it hard against the boy's lower abdomen. Pung! Blood burst from the boy's mouth as he was flung backward like a broken kite, crashing far away in a heap. Chapter 9. Imperial Dignity, Eunuch's Responsibility. Seeing this, everyone's expression turned extremely grim. Although the young man wasn't the top genius of the Xiuxian imperial court, he was somewhat famous. And now, he couldn't even withstand a single move from the opponent. You're just too weak. Azure Dragon Emperor clapped his hands, standing with his arms crossed arrogantly. Anyone else? I suggest you Xiuxian imperial court just withdraw from the upcoming martial contest. One man, me, is more than enough to take on all of your younger generation. Xiuxian imperial court? It's really fallen indeed. Ha ha ha. As his words dropped, the others from the Azure Dragon imperial court burst into laughter. Their purpose for coming here was quite simple, to humiliate the Xiuxian imperial court. And at the same time, deliver a message to them, that their Azure Dragon imperial court was going to rise strongly. You're indeed arrogant. Xiuxian suddenly stepped forward, his long sword appearing in hand, as an overwhelming pressure surged around him. Buzz. The aura of Sky Warrior 3rd stage swept forth with a gale so mighty that those with weaker cultivation couldn't even stand steady. Prince Wujian has actually broken through to Sky Warrior 3rd stage. Ha ha ha. Heaven protects our Xiuxian imperial court. Sky Warrior 3rd stage. That kid from Azure Dragon court won't stand a chance. As the terrifying pressure manifested, the members of Xiuxian imperial court were all ecstatic, believing Xiuxian would certainly restore their lost dignity. Sky Warrior 3rd stage. Do you really think you're worthy to show off before me? Unexpectedly, the Azure Dragon Emperor scoffed, immediately releasing a terrifying whirlwind of energy. An even stronger oppressive force surged upward. So overwhelming was this pressure that Xiuxian was forced to retreat several steps. This is impossible. How could he have reached Sky Warrior 6th stage? The younger generation of Xiuxian imperial court were shocked beyond belief. Even the older generation of experts found it hard to believe. Within the Azure Dragon court's elite youths, the Azure Dragon Emperor ranked only 5th. Yet someone like him had actually achieved Sky Warrior 6th stage. Then what about the other geniuses from Azure Dragon court? Had they directly broken through the limits of the Sky Warrior realm? Thinking of this, many people's rising hopes shattered instantly. The gap was just too vast. Was the Xiuxian imperial court really declining? Sky Warrior 6th stage. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from ahead, Xiuxian frowned deeply. He knew he absolutely couldn't be a match for the Azure Dragon Emperor. What's the matter? Why don't you attack? The Azure Dragon Emperor sneered, saying, Aren't you the eldest prince of Xiuxian imperial court? Let me test your strength firsthand. Seeing the terror on the Xiuxian court's faces made him feel an even greater sense of accomplishment. After all, his sole purpose today was to show off. What's going on? Observing everyone fall silent, the Azure Dragon Emperor became even more arrogant. Tilting his head, he looked ready for a fight. Why are you all quiet now? Is it because you feel too ashamed to show your face? Ha ha ha. The members of Azure Dragon Court who came along also burst into loud laughter. The Xiuxian Imperial Court has declined. The future of Qingzhou will surely belong to our Azure Dragon Court. If any of you younger generation wish to join our Azure Dragon Court, you will definitely receive key cultivation opportunities. Who knows, maybe you're interested? The elder from Azure Dragon Court stroked his beard and walked forward boldly. He was the leader of this group, and simultaneously, the current Prime Minister of Azure Dragon Court, xuanhuan, a mighty expert extremely close to the Warrior King stage. Such strength was already considered the pinnacle level in the entire Qingzhou territory. Upon hearing his words, the younger generation from Xiuxian Imperial Court became even angrier. This was an open and blatant humiliation. Damn it, if it weren't for Wushuang still being in seclusion in the undying world, how could they be this arrogant? Hee hee. Seeing their expressions, Xuanhuan laughed smugly. Their purpose today was not only to shatter Xiuxia's confidence, but also a demonstration of strength meant to intimidate. Their Azure Dragon Court had the strong support of 2 other imperial courts, and would sooner or later become the overlord of Qingzhou. This visit was also a declaration of territorial dominance. However, the younger generation of Zhuge court was not entirely useless. Zhuge's little princess, xuanhuan, was a rare and peerless genius. At merely 18 years old, she had already reached Sky Warrior 9th stage. Such talent would still rank high even among Azure Dragon Imperial Court. When they arrived, they'd receive the news that Zhu Wuxuang had entered seclusion. Initially, they were still worried that she might suddenly emerge. That would have been like lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. After all, Azure Dragon Emperor would never be a match for Zhu Wuxuang. But now, clearly, Zhu Wuxuang was still in seclusion and wouldn't appear. He was finally completely relieved. Today's show-off had been a resounding success. Damn it, this is our Zhuge Imperial Court's territory. Who gave you Azure Dragon Imperial Court the right to act recklessly here? Just when everyone was enduring humiliation, speechless and unable to utter a word, a furious roar suddenly erupted from behind. Turning around, they saw a little eunuch striding forward with great dignity and pride. The one arriving was none other than Xiaoli. He had actually been on the scene all along. Seeing how arrogant these people were and how helpless the Zhuge Imperial Court appeared, he finally couldn't hold back and stood up. Imperial dignity, even a eunuch bears responsibility. Who are you? Qinglong Nyohuan stared at Xiaoli, frowning. He had originally assumed Xiaoli was some powerful expert from the Zhuge Imperial Court, but upon sensing his aura, he realized this fellow had absolutely no cultivation. Humph, have you gone blind? Xiaoli lifted his head proudly, exuding arrogance as he declared. I am a rootless man. Isn't that obvious enough? I'm a eunuch. To say the word eunuch with such swagger. Only Xiaoli could do that. Seeing this, the people from Zhuge Imperial Court stood frozen in shock. Those from the Azure Dragon Imperial Court were briefly stunned, then quickly filled with anger. You're merely a eunuch, yet you dare to speak disrespectfully to this chancellor? Qinglong Nyohuan, regaining his composure, immediately burned with rage. His anger was building, but ultimately, he was a man of status, and he needed to maintain his dignity. So he didn't lay hands on Xiaoli. Xiaoli took several steps back, suddenly feeling as if he had just awoken from a dream. Oh damn, this person was at least a chancellor. Had he just been too hot-blooded a moment ago? Hee, brother Nyo. After all, this is a matter among juniors. Suddenly, an aged figure appeared at the scene. Upon seeing the newcomer, the people from Zhuge Imperial Court were instantly delighted. Because this person was none other than Zhu Wushang, the chancellor of Zhuge Imperial Court. With Zhu Wushang present, the members of Zhuge Imperial Court all felt a bit more confident. Humph, Zhu Wushang, has your Zhuge Imperial Court become bold enough that even a little eunuch dares act so outrageously? Hee, brother Nyo, the young geniuses your Azure Dragon Imperial Court has brought along are not bad either. Zhu Wushang smiled lightly and moved to shield Xiaoli behind him. Although Xiaoli was just an ordinary eunuch, standing up and speaking out for the Imperial Court under such circumstances was enough for Zhu Wushang to ensure his protection. Truly worthy of being the chancellor. Behind Zhu Wushang's back, Xiaoli instantly exhaled in relief. Since it's a matter between juniors, then let me, one of the juniors from Azure Dragon Imperial Court, have a little sparring match with this kid. Suddenly, one of the Azure Dragon Imperial Court's younger generation stepped forward, pointing at Xiaoli. Xiaoli's heart instantly sank. Sparring? Sparring with what? He was just a little eunuch with no cultivation power at all. How could he possibly engage in a fight? Chapter 10. When it comes to painting, I've never been afraid of anyone. You want to spar with me? Xiaoli's face turned pale. He was a eunuch with no cultivation at all. How could he possibly spar with someone like that? What's wrong? No guts. Seeing this, the young man from the Azure Dragon Empire immediately sneered. I'm a proud genius of the Empire, and you want me to spar with a eunuch? Aren't you ashamed? Xiaoli replied. It's not like I'm bullying you. I'll seal my own cultivation. I'll spar with you using spirit talismans. As the youth spoke, a talisman covered with intricate patterns appeared in his hand. Divine light shone from the talisman. A spirit talisman master. This guy is actually a spirit talisman master? Seeing the talisman, everyone was greatly surprised. Spirit talisman masters use talismans as their primary means of combat, their power no less formidable than that of martial cultivators. However, because they required immense natural talent and massive resources to cultivate, it was extremely rare to find even one among 10,000. Yet here, within the Azure Dragon Empire, there actually was one, and a youth at that. A spirit talisman master indeed. Even Zhu Wushang was somewhat shocked. His expression turned grim. The Vermilion Bird Empire had recently begun to decline, while the Azure Dragon Empire seemed to be brimming with young talents. Such a generational Mia, if given more time, would become a complete dominance. Still, he wouldn't throw Xiaoli out there. There weren't many people brave enough to stand up for the Empire. Handing him over now would dishearten many. Haha, are you sure you won't use your cultivation? Xiaoli suddenly asked. Everyone was confused. Wasn't this kid trembling with fear just now? Exactly, I promise not to use any cultivation. I'll only use this talisman to fight you. The young man from the Azure Dragon Empire declared solemnly. Well then, today I'll just have to test myself against you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli's confidence surged. He stepped forward directly. What is this kid up to now? He actually dares to accept the challenge? At that moment, Both the people from the Vermilion Bird Empire and those from the Azure Dragon Empire were stunned. Is this guy looking for death? How dare a powerless eunuch dare challenge another in combat? Even Zhu Wu was starting to feel uneasy. Are you sure you want to accept his challenge? If Xiaoli stayed behind him, he could certainly ensure his safety. But if this fool stepped forward willingly, he couldn't guarantee anything anymore. Don't worry, my Lord Chancellor. I'll make sure to teach this little brat a good lesson. Just let him know that our Vermilion Bird Empire isn't something you can mess with easily. Xiaoli pounded his chest proudly. He didn't even know what a spirit talisman master was. The reason he dared to step forward was simply because he thought, if the other side wasn't using any cultivation, then he had nothing to fear. Spirit talisman? Isn't that just drawing? Besides, they looked like childish scribbles. He could draw much better than that. When it came to martial cultivation, he was indeed no match, but when it came to painting skills, he'd never been afraid of anyone. Haha, since you said so yourself, if you end up dead because of some mishap, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The youth sneered. Fine. Xiaoli nodded. Drawing a picture would kill someone? He refused to believe it. Soon, both of them stood in the arena. Attack first. I'll let you strike 3 moves first. The youth gestured mockingly, looking at Xiaoli like an ant. What kind of drawing needs to be let 3 times? You're letting me 3 times? Xiaoli inwardly scoffed. Did this guy even know anything about painting? But when he looked again at the talisman in the youth's hand, he suddenly understood. If he drew something that looked this terrible, how could he possibly know how to paint well? This match was already his to win. Alright then. But first, I need to prepare something. Suddenly, Xiaoli turned to Zhu Wushang. My Lord Chancellor, would it be possible to get some rice paper and brushes for me? Rice paper and ink? Everyone was curious. What use did he have for such things now? They were supposed to be sparring, not drawing. Fine. Zhu Wushang paused for a moment before nodding slowly. Quickly, the rice paper and brushes were prepared. Haha, are you planning to write your own epitaph? The youth, rather than being impatient, started taunting him instead. Against a powerless eunuch, he was confident he could win even with his eyes closed. 1 talisman, and you're dead. You really do talk too much. You wanted to challenge me, right? I won't let you hold back. Let's start now. After saying that, Xiaoli directly picked up the brush and paper and began drawing on the paper. Upon hearing this, the youth in front nodded immediately. If you want to die so badly, I'll be glad to help you out. In his opinion, Xiaoli's action was nothing short of seeking death. He tightly gripped the talisman in his hand and threw it straight at him. Wong. The talisman flew out of the youth's hand and instantly transformed into a fireball hurtling toward Xiaoli. This was the power of a spirit talisman. Legends said that a powerful spirit talisman master could rival even a sword cultivator in combat strength. They could even draw incredibly potent talismans capable of summoning countless powerful beings to fight for them. If Xiaoli had seen this scene, he would surely have been so frightened his back passage clenched tight. Aren't we supposed to be competing in painting? How come there's a fireball now? But he didn't know that. He kept concentrating on his drawing. Oh, this person is definitely dead. As the fireball approached Xiaoli, someone from the Vermilion Bird Empire had already turned their head away, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene. They all believed Xiaoli was doomed. This is what that eunuch deserves. Ha. This time he'll be reduced to nothing but ashes. On the side of the Azure Dragon Empire, expressions were filled with smug amusement. The Azure Dragon Emperor nodded. It seems Tianshan's skill in talisman painting has improved significantly again. At that moment, Zhu Wushang, standing in front, tightened his fists, already prepared to intervene at any moment. He absolutely couldn't just stand by and watch this outstanding eunuch being slaughtered on the spot. But suddenly, a powerful pressure locked onto him. Looking up, it was none other than the Azure Dragon's xuanhuan. Hee, this is merely a duel between younger generations. Brother Wushang, there's no need for you to get involved, right? You? Zhu Wushang's veins bulged. He truly felt helpless. His opponent's cultivation level was no lower than his own. If he attempted to intervene, he wouldn't be able to save Xiaoli in time. He looked toward Xiaoli, eyes filled with a hint of Buran. Just as the fireball came increasingly closer to Xiaoli. Wong. An unexpected change occurred. A ray of light shot out from Xiaoli's painting, transforming into a giant palm that firmly caught the fireball. What? How is that possible? Upon seeing this, countless people were stunned. But it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, the palm clenched its fist, hurling the fireball back. With that throw from the large hand, the fireball's speed increased to an extreme. Azure Dragon Tianshan hadn't even realized what was happening before he was struck heavily by the fireball. His entire body immediately engulfed in flames. Chapter 11. Sleeping on the ground. Yeah. Azure Dragon Tianshan was instantly engulfed in flames, becoming a human torch. He screamed in terror, wildly flailing his limbs. That hoarse scream sounded like a devil's shriek from hell. At this moment, he was clearly enduring extreme pain. Even through the flames, one could seemingly see his zhengning and twisted face. Hiss. Everyone present felt their scalps tingling, because they heard the sizzling sound, like meat roasting. But what was being roasted here was not Yao beast meat, but human flesh. Reckless. Suddenly, Azure Dragon Nyo Huanshi's expression darkened as he prepared to intervene. But a powerful oppressive force locked him in place. Sir, this is just a duel between junior cultivators. If you interfere, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Zhu Wushang smiled slightly, saying with obvious satisfaction. Originally, Nyo Huanshi had wanted to stop Zhu Wushang. Who would have thought their roles would switch like this? You. Niu Huanqi was so angry his face turned dark green. He didn't attack directly, because if the opponent insisted on stopping him, he wouldn't even have the chance to strike. Hurry and save him. He couldn't help roaring at the members of the Azure Dragon Imperial clan. Actually, without him even speaking, several juniors from the Azure Dragon clan had rushed forward, trying to extinguish the flames on Xianxian's body. But unfortunately, the flames were simply too strong, and not ordinary fire. No matter what methods they used, they couldn't completely put out the flames. Zizizi. The sound of roasting meat kept crackling. Mixed with Xianxian's screams, it was simply hair-raising. Gradually, a burnt smell spread through the air. Then came the aroma of roasted meat. He's beyond saving. Ruined. The Azure Dragon clan members immediately turned ashen. Everyone stopped moving, their expressions extremely grim. The person was already cooked. At this moment, Azure Dragon Xianxian's body was already stiff, lying motionless on the ground, unknown whether alive or dead. Dead. In this moment, every member of the Azure Dragon clan felt anger. They had specially come here to give the Vermilion Bird Imperial clan a humiliating lesson. But before they could deliver that lesson, one of their own geniuses had already perished. Absolutely disgraceful. Sir, we came all the way here specifically for younger generation duels. This is your attitude. Azure Dragon Niu Huanqi stared at Zhu Wushang, his expression turning cold. Do you want to provoke a war between our two imperial clans? Sir, don't put such a big blame on my Vermilion Bird clan. Wasn't it your Azure Dragon clan who first provoked us, Vermilion Bird clan? Besides, you all know perfectly well what your purpose was coming here today, don't you? But facing Niu Huanqi's aggressive confrontation, Zhu Wushang refused to back down. Since he had already stopped Niu Huanqi from acting, he had anticipated this situation. Although the Vermilion Bird clan had already started declining, still surpassing any of the other three imperial clans. The current situation was, the other three imperial clans had already formed an alliance. Under such circumstances, the Vermilion Bird clan should avoid major conflicts. But today, when the enemy had come provocatively to their doorstep, if they simply let it go, their Vermilion Bird clan's prestige would be completely lost. This would only accelerate their decline even faster. Pung. Azure Dragon Niu Huanqi suddenly threw a punch. The space ahead distorted greatly, a terrifying oppressive force sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, actually forming a phantom palm in the air. The direction of this palm attack was precisely Xiao Li's location. He was going to kill Xiao Li outright. How dare you? Zhu Wushang immediately roared furiously, quickly throwing a punch to stop him. But the opponent had acted too suddenly. Now when he countered, it was already too late, as that palm was about to strike Xiao Li, crushing him into meat paste. At this moment, from Xiao Li's painting scroll, a blinding golden light surged out. Within that golden light, Buddhist chants echoed. Then a powerful golden palm simultaneously formed, slapping forward. This slap seemed to carry the power of the river of time and space, making even celestial deities tremble. Pung. The palm formed by Azure Dragon Niu Huanqi immediately shattered. But it didn't end there. The golden palm continued rushing forward. Its target was actually Azure Dragon Niu Huanqi himself. At this sight, everyone present was stunned. No one had expected the situation to turn out like this. Who was Azure Dragon Niu Huanqi? Shouldn't his casual strike result in immediate annihilation? Beside them, Zhu Wushang also frowned. Although this palm wasn't aimed at him, he still felt an extremely terrifying oppressive force. Thus, he continuously retreated. Just as he moved back, the palm crashed violently forward. Die! Azure Dragon Niu Huanqi flew into a rage, roaring furiously without dodging, determined to clash head-on with that incoming palm. He spread his legs wide, his aura fully unleashed, causing the surrounding marble floor to begin shattering. He concentrated all his strength into his body's vital areas, preparing to withstand this deadly strike. But no one had expected this. When the palm was about to touch Azure Dragon Niu Huanqi, the oppressive force suddenly began to dissipate. Finally, by the time it reached Niu Huanqi, that massive palm had shrunk to normal size. Then it heavily struck Azure Dragon Niu Huanqi across the face. Azure Dragon Niu Huanqi had his teeth knocked flying, and performed a Thomas rotation midair before heavily crashing onto the ground. Gulu. The scene fell into terrifying silence. Finally, someone mustered the courage to swallow hard. What the hell just happened? This mighty Azure Dragon Niu Huanqi had launched an attack intending to kill a little eunuch. Not only did he fail, but was instead slapped flying. Everyone looked toward Xiao Li, only to see him still concentrating on painting, seemingly completely unaware of what had just transpired. Done. At this moment, Xiao Li suddenly exclaimed in delight. Finally putting down his brush, he stood up and stretched lazily. Upon his rice paper appeared a golden Buddha. The Buddha's eyes were half closed, radiant with dazzling golden light, as if a single thought could redeem gods and demons, shattering the heavens. This painting still falls far short of Brother Lin Tian's 10,000 Buddhas paying homage to the divine. Xiao Li sighed to himself. Then he said, I'll name my painting, The Great Buddha Speaks to the Heavens. Xiao Li examined his painting, growing more and more satisfied. Though not matching Lin Tian's level, when compared with that young fellow from the Azure Dragon Empire, it was certainly more than sufficient. I'm done painting. What about you? Suddenly lifting his head to look forward, Xiao Li instantly froze. Where was he? He looked left and right. Finally, where Azure Dragon Tianshan had been standing, he saw a dark, smoking object. Xiaoli twitched his nose, somewhat puzzled. Did someone start grilling meat here? Grilling meat? Everyone around, hearing this, was instantly dumbstruck. Only now did Xiaoli notice that the expressions others gave him looked somewhat off. What happened? Xiaoli scanned the crowd, seeking answers. Suddenly, he saw Azure Dragon Niu Huanxi lying face down on the ground. Why are you sleeping on the ground? Sleeping on the ground? Chapter 12. I was just drawing a picture. Who did I offend? Everyone was stunned. Could this guy actually be a hidden powerful figure from the Vermilion Bird Empire? A junior from the Azure Dragon Empire whispered to himself. He not only defeated Azure Dragon Tianshan in an instant, but also sent Azure Dragon Niu Xiuxian flying with a single strike. This person was clearly no ordinary individual. Is this kid really just a eunuch? Are you certain he isn't one of our Vermilion Bird Empire's hidden masters? Even Zhu Wushang was puzzled and surprised. He felt that maybe Little Li was actually an ancient monster secretly hidden by the Empire. Otherwise, how could he possess such strength? He had a premonition that even he himself might not withstand that slap. He too would be sent flying away instantly. How terrifying was that? Boy, you're asking for death. You're practically begging for death. At this moment, Azure Dragon Niu Xiuxian finally regained his senses. His eyes red with rage, he grabbed a handful of mud and gritted his teeth. His glare practically screamed that he wanted to tear Little Li apart limb from limb. What's wrong? Little Li took a few steps back and weakly asked. You fell asleep on the ground yourself. That has nothing to do with me, right? He was just drawing a picture. Who did he offend? You. Pucci. Niu Xiuxian was immediately infuriated by Little Li's words. His face instantly stiffened. Then he spat out a large mouthful of blood, enraged to the point of spitting blood. Boy, you're asking for death. If I don't kill you, I'll no longer consider myself a man. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Niu Xiuxian rotated his wrist and gripped a long spear. The spear was burning with flames, its entire body seemingly forged from crystal, with molten magma faintly visible flowing inside. The space around this spear began to distort. A scorching wave of heat immediately spread outward. This spear was no ordinary object. Sir, this is at least the Vermilion Bird Empire's territory. Your actions seem to show little respect toward our Vermilion Bird Empire, don't they? Zhu Wushang suddenly stepped forward, blocking Niu Xiuxian's path. Step aside, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Niu Xiuxian was already burning with rage and no longer cared about anything. Right now, he just wanted to deal with Little Li himself. If you insist on fighting, I wouldn't mind testing my skills against yours. Unexpectedly, Zhu Wushang showed no intention of stepping back. Instead, he pulled out a longsword. Unlike the flaming spear wielded by Azure Dragon Niu Xiuxian, the sword in Zhu Wushang's hand actually had icy frost flowing along it. Frosty chills swirled delicately around it, like fine threads. It was as if the entire blade had been forged from ice itself. The sharp chill surrounding the weapon was cold enough to bite to the bone, opposing extremes of icy cold and searing heat. The two energies intertwined and merged in the air. The situation at the scene immediately grew tense. It looked as though a fierce confrontation could break out at any moment. Sir, perhaps we should let the matter rest here for today. Just then, a calm voice sounded. Soon after, an old man dressed in plain clothes appeared at the scene. Everyone was surprised because none of them saw how or when he arrived. Master Lin. Seeing the arrival, Zhu Wushang visibly relaxed. The man was indeed Master Lin. As one of the few esteemed elders of the Vermilion Bird Empire, Master Lin not only possessed a noble status, but also immense power. With him present, the situation could now be controlled. So it's you old devil. Seeing Master Lin, Niu Xiuxian was in no way intimidated. If you don't give me a proper explanation today, don't blame me for being ruthless. Our Azure Dragon Empire came with good intentions, bringing our juniors for a friendly match. Is this how you treat your guests? He pointed at the charred Azure Dragon Tianshan in the distance. His expression filled with fury. Master Lin glanced over and merely let out a cold chuckle. What are you laughing at? Azure Dragon Tianshan roared furiously, his voice shaking the air. I'm laughing at your ignorance. Master Lin removed a wine gourd from his waist and took a sip, his expression growing cold. This is the Vermilion Bird Empire, not your Azure Dragon Empire. If you insist on continuing like this, don't expect to leave here alive. You insolent. Do you even realize what you're saying? Do you really intend to start a war between our two great empires? Niu Xiuxian shouted furiously. At that moment, he seemed like a furious, broken dog barking in helpless rage. I don't care about any of that. As a 3-time imperial elder of the Vermilion Bird Empire, I do have the authority to act first and report later. I'll give you free breaths. If you haven't left by then, don't blame me for taking lives. As Master Lin finished speaking, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. At the same time, a mighty pressure instantly filled the surroundings, landing heavily on every member of the Azure Dragon Empire. Immediately, everyone felt immense pressure, the very scent of impending death. All members of the Azure Dragon Empire changed expressions drastically, especially those with weaker cultivation, who nearly soiled themselves in fear. In Azure Dragon Niu Xiuxian's eyes, disbelief and shock overflowed. Because this guy wasn't bluffing. He had already released his oppressive aura. If he truly continued his attack, perhaps he really would slaughter every single one of them. This guy? Wasn't the Vermilion Bird Empire already in decline? Originally, he had thought that no matter how unruly he acted, the Vermilion Bird Empire wouldn't dare treat him too harshly. After all, the Vermilion Bird Empire wasn't what it used to be. But he hadn't expected Master Lin's attitude to be this resolute. Are you leaving or not? Though Master Lin appeared lazy, the aura around him was actually extremely intimidating. Even Azure Dragon Xiuxian felt pressured by that aura, barely able to breathe steadily. His combat strength was only nearly at the peak of the martial saint level. Master Lin, however, wasn't just a genuine martial saint. He had actually reached the second stage of martial saint cultivation. The difference between them was simply too vast. If Master Lin wanted to, he could easily crush Azure Dragon Xiuxian effortlessly. You win this round. Finally, Azure Dragon Xiuxian backed down. But don't you get too cocky, this isn't over. The Azure Dragon Empire will repay this with interest. As for your Vermilion Bird Empire, the days ahead won't be easy either. We'll see who prevails. After throwing those harsh words, Azure Dragon Xiuxian waved his hand. All of you leave now. After saying that, he directly leapt onto the flying vessel. Seeing this, Master Lin withdrew his oppressive aura. As the pressure vanished, everyone from the Azure Dragon Empire paled, still shaken by the lingering fear. They quickly followed Azure Dragon Xiuxian aboard the flying vessel. Boom. The runes on the flying vessel immediately lit up. The vessel was activated, transforming into a streak of light that vanished toward the distant horizon. We won. Ha ha ha. We won. At this moment, the experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire finally caught on and erupted into cheers. Everyone could see that the Azure Dragon Empire's visitors had come with ill intentions. Yet none had expected such an ending. Everyone's gazes unintentionally landed on Little Li, each secretly speculating about his identity. Meanwhile, Master Lin was heading straight toward Little Li. Junior pays respects to Senior Cultivator. Chapter 13. Related to the late Emperor? Senior? The three-time Grand Counselor of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, holding an exalted position and possessing formidable cultivation. Such a figure actually addressed a young eunuch as Senior? Everyone's mind exploded like a thunderclap. Little Li froze for a moment, but upon recognizing the man, he smiled. Oh, it's you. He recognized him now. Wasn't this the old eunuch begging for food last time? How have you been lately? Thank you for your concern, Senior. I'm doing okay now. Old Lin deeply bowed to Little Li, then respectfully said, Today, I must especially thank you, Senior, for restoring the dignity of our Vermilion Bird Dynasty. If it hadn't been for Little Li's intervention, today would have seen the Vermilion Bird Dynasty's honor and dignity completely lost. Restoring dignity? Little Li was utterly confused. Oh, I get it now, he must be referring to me painting. This time, my painting of the great Buddha facing the sun must have turned out decent enough. At the very least, it surpassed that guy from the Azure Dragon Dynasty. Realizing this, Little Li felt immensely proud. Yet he suppressed his excitement, maintaining a solemn expression as he waved his hand. No need for all this, it was a minor effort. Actually, I held back today. Otherwise, I'd have left them all lying here. If given enough time, he could have painted an even better masterpiece. Then, everyone from the Azure Dragon Dynasty wouldn't be able to walk from shock. But when these words reached Old Lin's ears, they carried a completely different meaning. Indeed, a high-level expert near that senior's side, so unfathomably deep, surely at least a martial saint-level expert. To have such a powerful expert siding with our Vermilion Bird Dynasty is a monumental blessing. Old Lin's body trembled. He had lived calmly his whole life, often being playfully teased as the old playful boy, due to his unrestrained nature and complete lack of airs. Yet today, he had been utterly stunned by Little Li. Our Vermilion Bird Dynasty having a high expert like this senior helping us is a rare fortune in 10,000 years. Old Lin couldn't help holding back tears of emotion. Right now, the Vermilion Bird Dynasty was facing turbulent and uncertain times. The other three imperial dynasties could launch wars against it any time. Then, the Vermilion Bird Dynasty would descend into chaos, causing widespread suffering. But now, things were different. Two venerable experts had appeared in the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, and one of them helped today. This signified they seemed to be standing on the Vermilion Bird Dynasty's side. He even suspected that these two experts had arrived with a certain purpose. Oh, come on, old senior, why are you treating me so politely? Little Li hurriedly waved his hands. After all, he had only drawn a painting. How could they be so moved? The sky is getting dark already. I need to go back now. Little Li checked the time, his expression slightly changing, then quickly left. Damn it, he hadn't finished sweeping the library floor yet. If he didn't finish before nightfall, that old man at the library would scold him again. The old man was terrifying when he started scolding. Respectfully sending off the senior, Old Lin stood with hands clasped, watching Little Li leave until he was out of sight. Lord Lin, who exactly is that young eunuch? Shortly after, one of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty's experts, unable to contain his curiosity, stepped forward and asked. Reckless. Unexpectedly, Old Lin roared angrily. A crushing oppressive force spread out instantly, forcing the expert to kneel to the ground. Never show disrespect to that honorable elder. Lord Lin, I know I'm wrong. The expert from the Vermilion Bird Dynasty trembled with fear. He felt that his very life hung in the balance at Old Lin's whim. The onlookers were equally shocked. Old Lin was known for his gentleness and approachability. This was the first time any of them had seen him so furious. Humph. Old Lin withdrew his oppressive force and flicked his sleeves. He turned and walked away. Yet after a few steps, he stopped. He turned around. Looking at everyone present, he warned in an extremely serious tone. As for that senior just now, do not even attempt to disturb him or face execution. Only after saying this did he leave with peace of mind. Yet people's hearts remained restless. Witnessing Old Lin's extreme respect for Little Li, they all speculated about Little Li's identity. But old Lin's words just now completely extinguished their curiosity. The events of today soon stirred up a massive uproar throughout the dynasty. The Azure Dragon dynasty had sent younger generation experts to provoke a fight. Almost all the Vermilion Bird dynasty's geniuses had been no match. In this moment of crisis, a young eunuch stepped forward, using only a painting to kill one of the Azure Dragon dynasty's prodigies, and even injuring Azure Dragon xuanhuan. Furthermore, Grand Counselor Old Lin, who served 3 reigns, treated this young eunuch with the utmost reverence. This instantly ignited boundless curiosity among everyone. Not to mention the nobles of the imperial court. Even princes and imperial descendants were desperately trying to track down the whereabouts of that young eunuch. But later, it was suppressed. Not long after this incident, the Vermilion Bird Emperor himself issued an imperial decree. Anyone who dared to inquire about the identity of that young eunuch would be executed along with their entire clan. Massacre of 9 related clans. As soon as this decree was issued, waves of curiosity were instantly quashed. No one dared to investigate the identity of that young eunuch anymore. Yet in secret, people endlessly speculated that this young eunuch might be a hidden expert of the dynasty. At the same time, in the back garden of the Vermilion Bird dynasty, a middle-aged man dressed in a robe embroidered with coiled dragons stood with his hands behind his back, admiring the sea of flowers ahead. His face was full of authority, his entire being exuding the aura of a supreme ruler. This man was none other than the current emperor of the Vermilion Bird dynasty. Behind the emperor stood an old man dressed in tattered clothes. Old Lin, what you said, is it really true? After a long silence, the Vermilion Bird Emperor finally spoke gravely. Old Lin nodded seriously. Your Majesty, I am absolutely certain. It seems our Vermilion Bird dynasty has truly welcomed 2 mysterious experts. The Vermilion Bird Emperor slightly furrowed his brows and fell silent. Your Majesty, Old Lin suddenly spoke again, cautiously suggesting, what if these 2 experts are somehow related to the late emperor? The late emperor? Upon hearing those words, the Vermilion Bird Emperor fell into deep thought. Their Vermilion Bird dynasty had flourished to its present glory largely due to the efforts of the late emperor. The first-generation emperor of the Vermilion Bird dynasty had once been unrivaled throughout Qing province. By his own strength, he elevated the Vermilion Bird dynasty to its peak. He had been unmatched across Qing province for a century, never encountering a true opponent. But no one knew exactly when. It was as if the late emperor suddenly vanished without a trace. Countless rumors surrounded his disappearance. Some claimed he had died due to a cultivation mishap. Others whispered that he had transcended his limits and left to wander to distant lands. But in the end, no one knew the truth. And ever since his departure, the Vermilion Bird dynasty had begun its decline. Now, its deterioration was undeniably evident. And now, 2 mysterious experts appeared in the Vermilion Bird dynasty. That naturally caused them to think of the late emperor. Could it be these 2 experts were connected to him? Could the late emperor still be alive? At this thought, both of them felt a surge of excitement. If that were truly the case, then their Vermilion Bird dynasty would no longer have to be trapped in such a passive and dire situation. Chapter 14. The true self has crossed mountains and oceans. The Vermilion Bird Emperor sighed. If only that were the case, then everything would be fine. The key problem was that they still couldn't determine the other party's identity. With the Azure Dragon Empire losing a Heaven's Jiao, talented youth, they will certainly seek revenge. Thinking of this, the Vermilion Bird Emperor felt a headache coming on. Although the Vermilion Bird Empire could now face any empire alone, if the 3 great empires united, it would still be a bit tricky. Your Majesty, if those 2 elders truly came because of the late emperor, they naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Why don't you seek their help? Old Lin suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the Vermilion Bird Emperor fell into deep thought. In the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian finished washing up and slipped back into his leisure mode. Activated his physical constitution, but didn't rush into cultivation. Because gold will always shine eventually. Actually, it was just because he was a bit lazy. After all, cultivation wasn't an easy task. It required full concentration and was rather dull. Lin Tian went to the backyard to feed the hens. At his call, numerous hens came running, pecking at the corn kernels he scattered. Being alone is kind of boring. While feeding the chickens, Lin Tian suddenly sighed. Though little Li often came over for meals, most of the time, he was still alone. Humans are naturally social creatures. Being alone inevitably felt lonely. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He remembered many items previously obtained from daily check-ins, which he'd stored in his storage space since they weren't needed. Among them was a dog. Lin Tian closed his eyes, focused his mind, stretched out his palm, and swept it forward. Instantly, a cute yellow teddy dog was summoned by Lin Tian. He wasn't really fond of teddy dogs, but the system had only given him a teddy. Woof woof woof. Though small, the teddy had great ambitions. Just summoned by Lin Tian, it stuck out its tongue and locked its hunting gaze on the group of hens pecking at corn. It braced its legs, concentrated its energy into the dantian, roared fiercely, then charged straight toward an old hen. Its front legs left the ground. It seemed to be planning biological research. Kakoko. Instantly, the flock of hens began to flee frantically. Chaos erupted in the backyard. Lin Tian held corn kernels in his hand, completely stunned. What the hell? What sort of things had the system given him? He had originally wanted to summon the teddy for some companionship. He certainly didn't want to watch a nature documentary every day, but unfortunately, anything taken out from the storage space couldn't be returned. Lin Tian had no choice but to grab the teddy and drag it back. Behave yourself, understand? If I see it again, I'll cut off your little brother. He grabbed a cleaver from the kitchen and waved it at the teddy. The teddy seemed to possess some degree of intelligence, understanding Lin Tian's words, and surprisingly obediently nodded its head. This made Lin Tian somewhat surprised. Seemed like items provided by the system were all somewhat special. If you really understand me, then better behave yourself. Lin Tian patted the head of the teddy and began making promises. I can promise you that I will definitely find you a female dog in the future. Woof woof woof. The teddy barked softly, seeming to respond to Lin Tian. Lin Tian actually started to like the teddy. After soothing it, he finally returned to the kitchen. However, the moment Lin Tian left, the atmosphere in the backyard changed completely. The flock of hens that had been in panic stood still instantly. Around each hen, phoenix-like shadows surged across the sky, as if attempting to burn this space into oblivion. Suddenly, the leading hen spoke. Do you know what you're doing? Are you provoking me, woman? The teddy suddenly spoke in a very deep male voice. Immediately, the teddy's body began to change. A terrifying white tiger, completely covered in white spiritual energy, appeared in the void, seemingly ready to devour this world. The white tiger's aura was no weaker than the phoenix. You are from the Baihu, White Tiger clan? The leading old hen trembled in shock. The Baihu clan was a legendary divine beast. Baihu clan. Unexpectedly, the teddy sneered, showing complete contempt. How could this honorable one possibly belong to such a despicable race? I am the mighty god dog from the Rotten Heaven race. The teddy stood upright, looking particularly proud in the crotch area. You're from the Rotten Heaven god dog clan. That's impossible. Such a terrifying race. How could you appear here? Unless, could it be also because of your master? The leading hen's eyes trembled. The Rotten Heaven god dog clan was born in the chaos upper realm, where saints walk the streets and emperors are as common as dogs. An ancient immortal called Laozi discovered the Rotten Heaven god dog clan by accident in those days. Astonishingly remarkable. They believed this race possessed boundless potential, capable of extraordinary feats such as splitting mountains and severing rivers, and wielding divine powers that could shake heaven and earth. Thus, they were granted the name Xiuxian Divine Dog. That was how the Xiuxian Divine Dog clan got its name. Later on, the Xiuxian Divine Dog clan grew even stronger, eventually spreading throughout the entire chaos upper realm, gaining immense prestige and influence. So exaggerated was their popularity that the chaos upper realm nearly changed its name to the Xiuxian upper realm. But later on, for unknown reasons, the incredibly powerful Xiuxian Divine Dog clan suddenly disappeared. No one knew where they had gone. Legends claimed they ascended together as a race. Others said they were eradicated by some mysterious powerful being. Opinions varied greatly, but given the sheer might of the Xiuxian Divine Dog clan, people were more inclined to believe the former. The saying, when a dog achieves the Tao, all his kin ascend to heaven, originated from that very era. Precisely because she knew all this, the leading old hen was greatly astonished. Have you also become a follower of your master? What exactly happened to your Xiuxian Divine Dog clan back then, and why did you suddenly disappear? The old hen asked solemnly with a serious expression. Why should I bother telling you? But the teddy merely rolled his eyes, still feeling particularly powerful below the waist. I myself have crossed mountains and oceans and passed through countless crowds. In short, my experiences are beyond what you puny beings could ever imagine. But now, yes, I do indeed serve a master. As he spoke the word master, rather than feeling any shame, the teddy instead appeared extremely proud. Because the honor of calling Lin Tian his master was something bestowed upon him through immeasurable fortune, perhaps the result of 8 lifetimes of cultivation for his clan. So long as he followed Lin Tian, he would surely revive his family line and expand the influence of the Xiuxian Divine Dog clan. Snapping out of his thoughts, the teddy dog cast a glance at the old hen. The old hen immediately stepped back several paces, hurriedly shielding her backside with her wing. Every single hen present had an expression of wary caution on their faces. You're not even worthy of becoming my woman. Even if you stripped off all your feathers and flirtatiously posed in front of me, I would still remain unmoved. The teddy curled his lip, walked over to a nearby stone, lifted his dog leg, and proceeded to urinate in front of all the hens. Then, wagging his tail with swagger, he casually walked away. Chapter 15, Merciful Senior. Damn it, this dog is too arrogant. Clan leader, can we really endure this? Seeing the arrogance of the teddy dog, the other hens became furious, ready to start a fight. He's from the legendary Tian Shun Go clan. The lead old hen sighed. She appeared somewhat helpless. The Tian Shun Go clan is a legendary ancient race. Absolutely not someone our xuanhuan clan can provoke. Are we just going to let him off like this? He actually dared to leave such filthy stuff on our territory. He's declaring war against our entire xuanhuan clan. A old hen roared angrily. We're all serving our master. There's no need to take it so seriously. After the leading hen spoke, the other hens still seemed quite angry. The leading hen glanced at them. Even if all of us together might not be his match. Do you know about the Tian Shun Go clan? We can't beat them. Do you really want me to say it so plainly? After speaking, the lead hen walked away, squatted down beside a dirt pit. She was in seclusion. The other old hens fell silent. They knew nothing about the Tian Shun Go clan. Hearing their own clan leader say this, the fighting hen finally showed a look of caution. Up ahead, Lin Tian arrived in the courtyard, set up a reclining chair, and began leisurely sunbathing. Beside him, little Teddy followed over happily, stretching out his head to affectionately nuzzle Lin Tian's wrist. Go play somewhere else. Lin Tian waved his hand. Understanding human ways, the little Teddy quickly ran to a peach tree nearby and began to service the tree. The peach tree suddenly shivered slightly. From the base of the tree, clear liquid began to flow out. You can't do this. Suddenly a light, trembling yet pleasant female voice sounded. The peach tree had spoken. On the surface of the tree, a breathtakingly beautiful face had appeared. But at this moment, this face was blushing all over, eyes slightly narrowed, pink lips dripping saliva uncontrollably. Then, countless peach branches and leaves began to move, trying to stop little Teddy's actions. Don't move. But little Teddy suddenly glared at the peach tree. The peach tree shivered, immediately freezing in place. Being stared at by little Teddy, she felt her very soul trembling. As if watched by gods and Buddhas themselves, she could vanish into smoke at any moment. Being favored by this noble self is your honor. You should be grateful. Little Teddy shook his body. Then he turned around satisfied, went to the door to sit down. Fell asleep. My body is getting worse each year. Little Teddy sighed. The peach tree blushed. She was just an ordinary Huanggu xiuxian peach tree. How could she resist a Tian Shingo? She looked at Lin Tian who was resting nearby, sighed. It seems I must bear fruit soon. I must let master taste the peaches within this month. She made up her mind. Since following Lin Tian, she was constantly nourished by primordial energy. She already possessed terrifying divine power. With nothing to repay him, not even her own body would be worthy of him. So the only thing she could do was bear more peaches. But fruiting wasn't something she could just decide to do. It required extremely rich energy. But now she had. As the peach tree was gazing lovingly at Lin Tian, suddenly a change occurred. Above the Xiuxian Empire, deep in the sky, a man in a white tiger robe, radiating extreme dominance, was flying through the sky. The space around him tore open, revealing black cracks, while terrifying roaring sounds spread through time. This person was none other than the emperor of the Baihu Empire, Baihu Baidao Dominance. Baihu Dominance was flying through the air, continuously glancing down at the Xiuxian Empire below. He had hidden all his aura. With his cultivation realm, no one could discover his presence. Originally, he had come here to probe the depth of the Xiuxian Empire. After all, his Baihu Empire had already formed an alliance with the xuanhuan Empire, preparing to unite against the Xiuxian Empire. Although with the alliance of three great empires, the Xiuxian Empire would definitely face attacks from all sides. Still, he couldn't feel completely assured, so he had come to take a look personally. After all, the Xiuxian Empire had ruled Qingzhou for 1,000 years. No one knew whether the ancient ancestor of the Xiuxian Empire had truly perished. The reason he could bring the Baihu Empire to its current state was precisely because of his cautious nature. But just as he was secretly observing, suddenly, he spotted a remote corner of the Xiuxian Empire. Immediately, an overwhelming pressure, like a mountainous wave, surged towards him. His body, Jingran Zhu Shang Yi Pangu Yi Xiao Zhou, Wu Far Di Dong, Bang Bei Yi Gu Qidada Yai, Yapo, Shangli Thiman. Damn it, he didn't even have time to unleash his techniques. In the midst of a startled cry, he plummeted rapidly, finally crashing heavily onto the ground. With a gongran sung, he smashed into the courtyard of the Yushanfang where Lin Tian was located. The sudden loud noise immediately caused Lin Tian to open his eyes. He was startled. Hastily getting up, he looked toward the deep pit ahead. What the hell is that? A meteor from outer space? Lin Tian turned around, took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen, tightly gripped it in his hand, and nervously approached the location of the pit. Would an alien pop out from inside? Could there really be aliens in the cultivation world? Lin Tian took a deep breath, his palms already sweaty. At this moment, a large hand suddenly extended from the pit. Soon after, a muddy man stood up. When he saw Lin Tian, he froze. Lin Tian, upon seeing him, also stood rooted in place. Their eyes met. Neither of them spoke. At this moment, Baihu Dominance noticed the kitchen knife in Lin Tian's hand. A kitchen knife? No, this was no ordinary kitchen knife. Look, golden halos swirled on the blade, a terrifying dragon roar as if ready to slay gods and demons. This was undoubtedly a peerless treasure at the martial sage level, perhaps even beyond the martial sage. And as he carefully observed the young man before him, how young he looked, yet so handsome. No, why was there not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation from this person, wielding such a supreme treasure? Yet not a single bit of spiritual energy leaked out. This person's cultivation must be far superior to his own. If this person were the Xiuxian Emperor, that would be understandable. But he wasn't. What's going on? How could there be such a powerful expert inside the Xiuxian Empire? Could this man be the hidden ancestor of the Xiuxian Empire? His mind raced with wild speculations. Don't underestimate Lin Tian's youth. Some ancient experts who had reached a certain level of cultivation could easily appear rejuvenated. Therefore, Lin Tian was very likely an ancient monster who had lived for countless years. Possibly the long-hidden ancestor of the Xiuxian Empire. Realizing this, he nearly pissed himself. Quickly, he dropped to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself completely. Senior, have mercy. Chapter 16. A dark complexion, caused by kidney deficiency. Mercy, senior expert. Lin Tian stared at the man before him, somewhat confused. Not an alien? Who are you? Lin Tian relaxed slightly and cautiously asked. I'm merely an unknown minor martial cultivator passing by. I accidentally entered your senior's territory. Please don't take offense, senior. Baihu Badao's voice trembled slightly, showing his fear. Now he understood why he had fallen down. It must be because he had entered this senior's territory. As the rumors went, when one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could project their own domain. Within one's own domain, combat abilities would be greatly enhanced, and opponents' movements could be restricted. Even though he was a martial monarch expert, he still couldn't project his own domains. were techniques probably only available to experts beyond the martial monarch stage, which meant this person before him might be in existence above the martial monarch level. Thinking of this, Baihubada nearly fell to his knees. Exactly what kind of place had he stumbled into? I see. Hearing this, Lin Tian nodded in understanding. He now knew who the other person was. This should be a martial artist passing through this area. He had originally been flying through the sky, but had fallen down for some reason, perhaps due to kidney deficiency. Lin Tian immediately felt relieved. Good thing it wasn't an alien. Flying through the air? Suddenly looking up at the sky with some envy, Lin Tian murmured. Though he had activated his physical constitution, he still didn't know when he would be able to fly through the air. After all, as a transmigrator, who wouldn't want to fly through the sky? How awesome would that be? Though he was afraid of heights. But that in no way affected his yearning for flying in the sky. Senior, I really didn't mean to intrude here. Please forgive me, Senior. Baihubada respectfully bowed deeply to Lin Tian once more. He stared at the cleaver in Lin Tian's hand and swallowed hard. Seeing this, Lin Tian finally came back to his senses. This cleaver has rusted. I took it out just to sharpen it. Lin Tian chuckled, then returned to the kitchen and put the cleaver away. Only then did he come out again and lay back in his chair. Sit down. Since you're here, it's fate. No need to be Jusu. I'm quite easygoing. Seeing the other man just standing there awkwardly, Lin Tian stretched his finger and pointed at the chair in front. Upon hearing this, Baihubada dared not delay and quickly sat down. Lin Tian told him to go east, and he absolutely wouldn't go west, because this person might have the ability to erase him. It seems Senior already knew the purpose of my coming here. Even knew I had arrived in the Vermilion Bird Empire. He's speaking on purpose for my benefit. Baihubada's heart trembled wildly. He felt as if, when Lin Tian looked at him, he could see right through him. Though this feeling was unpleasant, he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. All because this person before him might be an expert beyond the martial monarch. Such an expert had never appeared in Qingzhou before. Senior, in fact, I know that my Baihu Empire hasn't made the correct choice this time. I would like to apologize to Senior first. Suddenly standing up, Baihubada deeply bowed to Lin Tian. He felt nervous, afraid that Lin Tian might suddenly erase him. After all, under his leadership, the Baihu Empire had already formed an alliance with the Azure Dragon Empire, preparing to oppose the Vermilion Bird Empire. If I had known the ancient patriarch of the Vermilion Bird Empire was still around, I would never have allied with the Azure Dragon Empire. He roared in his heart. He believed that since this person existed within the Vermilion Bird Empire, he must be its ancient patriarch. Back then, this being had been unrivaled throughout Qingzhou. No one had been able to defeat him within 100 years, not even worthy of being his opponent. Back then, everyone in Qingzhou knew this existence. But after this person suddenly disappeared, rumors began to spread. Gradually, he faded from everyone's view. And now, with the Vermilion Bird Empire beginning to decline, many people had already forgotten about this existence. But now people would never dream that this terrifying existence was still alive, living this long. Even if he had merely stayed at the same level, he would still be someone they couldn't afford to offend. Therefore, right now, he must immediately declare his position clearly. Hee, you do seem like a person with a story. Lin Tian chuckled and said casually. In reality, he hadn't understood a single word the other was saying. He had been staying in the Vermilion Bird Empire all day long. Since transmigrating here, he had remained in the Vermilion Bird Empire. Though he knew something about cultivation, he wasn't clear about the distribution of power in Qingzhou. He only knew of the Vermilion Bird Empire. As for something like the Baihu Empire, he had never even heard of it. So naturally he didn't understand what this guy was talking about. Senior, starting today, I will immediately dissolve the alliance between my Baihu Empire and the Azure Dragon Empire. Our Baihu Empire will even form an alliance with the Vermilion Bird Empire. What do you think, Senior? Baihubada anxiously asked. What do I think? Lin Tian's lips twitched. What the hell are you talking about? What alliance? Why can't I understand a word you're saying? No wonder he's a martial cultivator. His words are so full of jargon. If you already know what to do, there's no need to ask for my opinion. Lin Tian waved his hand casually. Seeing this, Baihubada became extremely excited. He had been worried the other wouldn't even care about an alliance from the Baihu Empire. After all, as long as this person still existed, not only his Baihu Empire, even if all other empires united, they probably wouldn't be this person's match. The Vermilion Bird Empire was undoubtedly an unshakable force now. If people knew this ancient patriarch was still alive, it would shock everyone, because this old ancestor had already reached the Danfeng of martial sovereign 1,000 years ago. And now, after so many years, instead of perishing, he had become even younger. Even if this person had only remained at the same level, he would still be someone they couldn't possibly oppose. Because not only had the Vermilion Bird Empire begun to decline, in recent years, Qingzhou's resources had started to dwindle, and all the empires had become much weaker than before. The rulers of the three great empires were now only at the late martial sovereign realm, far from reaching their peak. Therefore, he clearly understood what a martial sovereign level expert meant in Qingzhou. It represented invincibility. Thank you, Senior. I know what to do now. With your permission, I'll take my leave. Baihubada stood up, turned around, and prepared to leave. He truly couldn't stay here any longer. It was just too damn terrifying. Even without releasing any of his cultivation, this person still exerted unbearable pressure on him. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Tian spoke. Baihubada stiffened. Does Senior have anything else to ask of me? He turned around, wearing a nervous smile. Don't worry, Senior. I promise I won't tell anyone about your existence. He patted his chest, guaranteeing loudly. But Lin Tian shook his head and said, I noticed your complexion is dark, probably caused by kidney deficiency. Want to stay for a meal? I can give you something to nourish your body. Chapter 17. Meeting the Ancestor? Lin Tian thought that the other party was at least a martial artist. If he could build a good relationship, there would be great prospects ahead. If the other party was in a good mood and gave him some pills, it would save him a lot of cultivation time. Baihu Bardeo's face turned red with embarrassment. Actually, he had been quite formidable before. He used to fight 3 strong enemies simultaneously for 3 days and nights. Perhaps because he had been too indulgent, his stamina had declined noticeably, and he started feeling sluggish and powerless. But he had never told anyone about this before. Now Lin Tian had exposed this, and he felt rather ashamed. In that case, I'll trouble you. After some thought, Baihu Bardao still nodded in agreement. Since his kidney deficiency, he had searched for many types of medicinal herbs and such, but none worked. But this senior before him was mysterious and unfathomable. Not only had he figured out his kidney deficiency, he was even willing to help cure it. This was what he longed for, seeing a beacon of hope for his life. After all, how could a man be confident if he couldn't perform well in this aspect? That's great. Lin Tian was delighted that the other party had not refused. I just happen to have some chives, you could give them a try. You can sit here first. After speaking, Lin Tian turned and walked into the kitchen. As for Baihu Bardao, he was carefully inspecting the surroundings on his own. This place was rather dilapidated, with cracks on some of the walls, yet everything was incredibly clean. What kind of tree is this? It actually gives me a feeling of unfathomability. Baihu Bardao suddenly noticed the peach tree beside him, frowning in thought. He suddenly stood up and walked beneath the peach tree, examining it closely. He couldn't tell anything from it, but his sharp senses detected something unusual about the soil around the roots of the peach tree. Immediately, he crouched down, dipped his finger into some strange liquid within the soil. Then he tasted it carefully in his mouth. It's a bit fishy and somewhat sweet, but the sweetness carries bitterness. The bitterness brings astringency. Truly strange. I feel my body becoming heated, and my cultivation seems to be improving. This was Baihu Bardeo's assessment. Naturally, the peach tree overheard everything he said clearly. She blushed immediately. This human is so vulgar. She pouted and instantly released a pressure. Boom. In an instant, Baihu Bardeo's expression changed dramatically. He felt as though his entire body was being instantly drained. An invisible giant hand seemed to be manipulating his body. There's something strange about this. He looked up in fear at the peach tree, then hurriedly stepped back. What kind of peach tree was this? His heart hadn't even calmed down when he noticed the Pomeranian nearby, also crouching. The Pomeranian opened his eyes and lazily stared at him. What the hell? Why has this thing been staring at me all day? Does he even want me to sleep? Could he be interested in me? I have no interest in humans at all. Stop staring, you bastard. The Pomeranian roared furiously. A shadow of the sun-screwing god dog appeared behind him. The terrifying giant dog raised its front legs now, performing an unspeakable act towards a gigantic sun. Its domineering presence was obvious. This dog isn't an ordinary dog at all. What kind of terrifying aura is this? Could it be related to the Baihu bloodline of my Baihu Empire? Baihu Bardao was astonished. The 4 great empires of Qingzhou were able to remain powerful for thousands of years mainly due to their special bloodlines. It was said that the bloodlines of these 4 great empires all originated from supreme divine beasts. And the hereditary bloodline of his Baihu Empire originated precisely from the divine beast, the Baihu. Yet when the Pomeranian released its pressure, he felt his blood beginning to boil, feeling immense oppression. An oppression from the very depths of the soul, a sensation he had never experienced before. Even martial cultivators stronger than him had never achieved this. It was a complete subjugation by the bloodline. There was only one possibility, that the other's bloodline must be far superior to his own. Combined with the phantom image in front of him, he immediately thought of the divine beast Baihu. Could it be that this Pomeranian dog before him was the legendary divine beast Baihu? Didn't that mean he was the ancestor of the Baihu imperial clan? What the hell? What's wrong with this world? Baihu Bardao took a few steps back, his mind already blank. He looked around carefully. Amazed, he pondered what kind of place this was. First, there was the terrifying peach tree, now an alarming Pomeranian dog. Calm himself, he deeply bowed respectfully to the Pomeranian, cautiously asking, Senior, greetings. I am the current emperor of the Baihu Empire. May I ask, Senior, are you of the Baihu race? However, his words received no response from the Pomeranian. The Pomeranian gave him a threatening stare, then continued its deep slumber. He had just finished exercising and was quite tired, wanting only a good nap. Seeing this, Baihu Bardao dared not say anything more. He was terrified of angering the dog. He felt that if the other wanted to kill him, it would take only a single thought. What exactly did the Zhuge imperial court do to have such terrifying beings? And this senior, who exactly is he? Could it be that the old ancestor of the Zhuge hasn't died, but instead broke through to a higher realm, and everything here was arranged by him? Baihu Bardao fell into deep thought, as if realizing something. At this moment, however, Lin Tian had already walked out from the kitchen, holding a plate of scrambled eggs with garlic chives. Here's garlic chives stir-fried with eggs. Taste it. Lin Tian placed the plate on the table and said with a grin, Thank you, Senior. Baihu Bardao immediately thanked him. He inhaled deeply and actually felt his spiritual energy surge. What kind of dish was this? How could it possess such divine power? He swallowed hard, no longer able to resist, and began eating directly with his hands. As the first bite reached his stomach, Instantly, a terrifying aura filled his body. A warm current surged like ancient divine power through his limbs and meridians. This feeling was incredibly Qimao. He felt as if he had come back to life. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Because his dantian was actually reforming, becoming even stronger. His limbs and bones were also being reinforced. The same martial technique he used now would at least triple in power. Even more importantly, he suddenly felt a searing heat from below his abdomen. Something uncontrollable was stirring. Dragon lifts its head. Boom. This was a sensation he had lost for many years. Right now, he felt as if youth had returned to him. In front, Lin Tian looked at the sudden rise of Baihu Bardeo's dragon head and coughed lightly with some embarrassment. There were no garlic chives in this world. These garlic chives were given by the sign-in system. Stir-fried eggs with garlic chives, who knew it would have such great effects. After eating it, not only did the other immediately see results, his complexion also improved significantly. Senior, I am forever grateful for your great kindness. I will never forget this favor. If you ever need anything, this junior will mobilize the entire Baihu Imperial Court and spare no effort to serve you, even if it means walking through fire and water. Suddenly, Baihu Bardao turned around and with a thud, knelt to the ground before Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. Then he suddenly understood. After suffering from kidney deficiency for so long, he must have been terribly lonely. Now he had eaten garlic chives and returned to his peak, naturally excited. As a man, he understood. It seemed that even though martial cultivators possessed formidable power, they were not omnipotent. At least when it came to kidney deficiency, they didn't know how to resolve it. Chapter 18, starting anew. Our meeting here today is all due to fate. Lin Tian waved his hand casually. If it's fate, then no need for too many words. Smiling, Lin Tian stretched out his palm and said, now that you've already eaten the scrambled eggs with leeks, I believe you know what to do. His meaning was very clear. Any decent cultivator would understand at this point that it was time to offer something in return. Baihu Badeo was domineering, not stupid. He immediately understood Lin Tian's implication and nodded earnestly, guaranteeing. Senior, rest assured, I know exactly what to do. As soon as I return, I will immediately announce that the Baihu royal dynasty and the Zhuge royal dynasty have formed an alliance, advancing and retreating together. No, from this day forward, the Baihu royal dynasty will follow and vassalize itself to the Zhuge royal dynasty completely, submitting entirely to the Zhuge dynasty and awaiting their commands. He assumed that was exactly what Lin Tian meant. With determination, he swore, it's great that you understand this much, but you must resolve your current situation first. Lin Tian's arm still hovered awkwardly midair. What the hell is this guy blabbering about? You could just give me a few pills or something. You didn't eat my leek omelet for free, but I don't want anything valuable from you anyway. Senior, have no worries. I understand perfectly. Baihu Badeo thumped his chest, excitedly exclaiming. As soon as I return, I will sever ties with the Azure Dragon dynasty and immediately announce my allegiance to the Zhuge dynasty. Senior, farewell. Once I handle my current matters, I shall return to report to you. After speaking, Baihu Badeo turned and flew away. Lin Tian stared after him, nearly wide-eyed with disbelief. What the F***ck? All I wanted were a few pills. How come this guy doesn't even know the basic etiquette? F***ck wasted a plate of scrambled eggs with leeks. Lin Tian looked at the empty plate, twitching his lips in annoyance. Meanwhile, not long after flying away, Baihu Badeo met someone in midair. Baihu Badeo, what brings you to my Zhuge dynasty? Zhuge Emperor regarded the visitor with narrowed eyes, instantly feeling suspicious. The ruler of the Baihu dynasty suddenly appearing in his territory, Zhuge dynasty, without knowing how long he had been here. This matter truly raised suspicions, though the Baihu dynasty hadn't officially declared alignment with the Azure Dragon dynasty. The two had long maintained a close relationship, frequently provoking Zhuge dynasty on border issues. Given the geographical adjacency of the four dynasties' territories and the formidable strength of Baihu's Baihu Legion, Zhuge dynasty had always been deeply troubled by them. Why, it's brother Zhu. Long time no see. To his surprise, upon seeing Zhuge Emperor, Baihu Badeo appeared extremely enthusiastic. He immediately stepped forward and warmly grasped Zhuge Emperor's hand. Brother Zhu, my past actions were wrong. Allow me to apologize to you here. Fear not. I've changed for the better now. After I return, I'll sever all ties with the Azure Dragon dynasty. No, better yet, I'll immediately declare war upon them and pledge full allegiance to the Zhuge dynasty. What do you think, brother Zhu? Baihu Badeo cautiously asked. What? Zhuge Emperor stood rooted in shock. He had known Baihu Badeo for a long time. Every previous meeting the man had been extremely arrogant, eager to fight him for 300 rounds. Yet why was he acting so warmly today? After a long silence, Zhuge Emperor pulled back his hands and stepped a few paces away. With slight wariness, he asked, have you been possessed? Baihu Badeo replied, I'm completely sincere. Brother Zhu, please believe me. From now on, our two dynasties are like grasshoppers on the same blade of grass. With our two dynasties united, that insignificant Azure Dragon dynasty poses no threat at all. Baihu continued rambling. Upon finishing, he looked left and right suspiciously, then grinned and said, but brother Zhu, you're not playing quite fair either. If your Zhuge dynasty's ancestor is still alive, why haven't you made it public? You really kept that well hidden. If you had announced the existence of your ancestor, how dare the Azure Dragon dynasty oppose the Zhuge dynasty? Ancestor? Still alive? What the heck? What exactly are you trying to say? Are you really Baihu Badeo? Zhuge Emperor frowned, already quite confused. This was making absolutely no sense. Brother Zhu, I understand perfectly. Upon hearing that, Baihu Badeo appeared as if he suddenly got it. Fear not. Not a word will escape my lips regarding your ancestors still being alive, nor the existence of other mysterious powerful experts within your dynasty. As for the Xuanhuan dynasty, well, let them await their annihilation. Ancestor. This finally caught Zhuge Emperor's attention. He suddenly looked downward toward the imperial kitchen nearby. Could this senior this guy mentioned be referring to that expert inside? Could it be that he had already met that senior, and something had happened? I've said all I needed to say. Brother Zhu, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. When I have time, we brothers shall reunite over wine and drink until our heart's content. Ha! Baihu Badeo laughed loudly and left. Zhuge Emperor glanced at him, his curiosity toward Lin Tian growing even stronger. He was almost certain now, this senior expert, Baihu mentioned must be the same senior in the imperial kitchen mentioned by old Lin. What exactly had that senior done to cause such a drastic change in Baihu Badeo? Could it be that he truly has a connection with our ancient ancestor? Immersed in wild speculation, he began to head toward the imperial kitchen, but stopped himself after a moment's thought. He felt a sense of nervousness. What if this senior truly did have a connection to the Zhuge dynasty's ancient ancestor? How could he explain the current state of decline and weakness of the dynasty? He felt deeply ashamed. I'll wait for now. He decided it was better to wait a little longer and see if there were any new developments from the Baihu royal dynasty first. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Baihu royal dynasty, Baihu Badeo immediately summoned his 368 concubines into the palace hall. After a day passed, the 368 concubines were carried out one by one on stretchers, each returned to her quarters. Only then did Baihu Badeo emerge from the hall, looking extremely satisfied. Your Majesty, how come you suddenly became so strong? Even combined, all of us more than 300 couldn't keep up with you. One of the empresses leaned on a cane and limped toward Baihu Badeo with seductive grace. Ha! I haven't even reached my limit yet. Another 300 rounds wouldn't be a problem. My dear Empress, would you like to give it a try? Upon hearing this, the Empress paled and quickly shook her head. This humble servant's body might not be able to withstand it. She was scared. Continuing would have meant death. She hurried away in a panic. Standing nearby, Baihu Badeo suddenly changed expression as he recalled the previous events. Damn, he almost forgot the main mission. He cast a solemn gaze at the slanting rays of the setting sun, then stepped into the main hall. Almost immediately, a shrill eunuch's voice echoed throughout the palace. The Emperor has issued an order. Immediately summoned the Imperial Prime Minister for urgent discussion. Chapter 19, Open Betrayal. The Baihu Empire. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in the robe of a prime minister entered the grand hall. Broad-shouldered and bare-bodied, the man was none other than the current prime minister of the Baihu Empire. Baihu Wuyong, Your Majesty, did you summon me because there's some major operation coming up recently? Baihu Wuyong slightly bowed to Baihu Badao and asked solemnly. Although their Baihu Empire hadn't officially allied with the Azure Dragon Empire, they were nearly aligned. And according to news from the Azure Dragon Empire, a joint force between the Baihu and Xuanhuan empires would soon stage a major upheaval against the Vermilion Bird Empire. The Vermilion Bird Empire is no longer one we can afford to provoke. Yet Baihu Badao shook his head and sternly warned. Remember this, don't utter similar words ever again. Starting today, the Vermilion Bird Empire is now our Baihu Empire's firmest ally. Furthermore, our Baihu Empire will from now on submit and serve under the Vermilion Bird Empire. This, if not for the firmness in Baihu Badao's voice, Baihu Wuyong would have suspected he had misheard. Though not as powerful as the Vermilion Bird Empire, their Baihu Empire was still quite formidable. Moreover, if it came to direct confrontation, the current Vermilion Bird Empire might not necessarily be their equal. Yet now, their own sovereign was saying that they would pledge allegiance to the Vermilion Bird Empire, an announcement hard to accept, leaving Baihu Wuyong momentarily stunned. Your Majesty, are you joking? Baihu Wuyong carefully asked. He couldn't help suspecting whether his sovereign had been taken over by someone else. Otherwise, how could he behave so abnormally? This emperor knows you are surprised and certainly don't understand. But some things involve far too many secrets for me to reveal just yet. Baihu Bada took a deep breath and continued seriously. What I can tell you, though, is that the Vermilion Bird Empire isn't as simple as it appears on the surface. Not as simple as it appears on the surface. As the Prime Minister of the Baihu Empire, Baihu Wuyong was by no means a fool. Instantly, he realized his emperor was hinting at something more. Could it be that the Vermilion Bird Empire truly concealed some unknown, unspeakable secret? Reflecting on this, he nodded and refrained from asking further, instead asking, Then, may I ask what orders your Majesty has for me? Baihu Badao was very satisfied with Baihu Wuyong's attitude. No wonder he had personally promoted this prime minister. Indeed, the man understood his thoughts well, never asking what shouldn't be asked. Immediately issue a public announcement. The Baihu Empire formally allies with the Vermilion Bird Empire from today forward. Any force opposing the Vermilion Bird Empire shall be considered an enemy of the Baihu Empire. Baihu Badao stood up, heavily slamming the armrest of his tiger-carved throne. If they are our enemies, the Baihu Empire shall spare no effort to fight them to the very end. No matter who they are. Your Majesty, are you certain we should make such an open declaration? Baihu Wuyong hesitated. After all, the Azure Dragon and Xuanhuan empires were still watching the Vermilion Bird Empire closely with hostile intentions. suddenly betraying them and openly announcing an alliance with the Vermilion Bird Empire. They feared those factions wouldn't let them off easily and might even retaliate. If it were a single empire, they wouldn't be afraid. But if both empires united to strike at the Baihu Empire first, things would become dire indeed. There's no need to worry about that. This emperor has already considered everything. Just announce this news, and make sure it spreads far and wide, ideally, known to all three empires. Baihu Badal was unafraid of retaliation from the Azure Dragon Empire. After all, he already knew what kind of hidden experts the Vermilion Bird Empire concealed. Though he couldn't be certain of Lin Tian's cultivation, such a figure was definitely above the martial saint level. If that expert Chusu, even 100 Azure Dragon Empires wouldn't stand a chance. Now, all he had to do was immediately declare his stance. Understood. Baihu Wuyong deeply looked at his sovereign once before leaving with a pounding heart. Though he didn't know what had happened to suddenly change his ruler so drastically, he did know that within the Vermilion Bird Empire, there must be some hidden secret. I wonder what realm that senior is truly from. Baihu Bardao gazed at the empty, magnificent hall and fell into deep thought. Although he dared not speculate too much about Chunnan's identity, he still felt curious. Could this senior truly be from Zhongzhou? After all, only Zhongzhou possessed experts of such caliber. However, experts from Zhongzhou were extremely proud and looked down upon such remote frontier lands like theirs, so not a single one had visited them in thousands of years. Could it be that this senior is somehow related to the Vermilion Bird Empire's ancient ancestor? Otherwise, why would they go through so much trouble to come all the way to Qingzhou? Baihu Badog slapped his forehead, feeling like he finally grasped the truth. Meanwhile, after leaving the Grand Hall, Baihu Wuyong immediately announced the news that the Baihu Empire would submit to the Vermilion Bird Empire, just as Baihu Badog had ordered. Instantly, a single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Never mind the outside reactions. The Baihu Empire itself was in complete uproar. In what way are we weaker than the Vermilion Bird Empire? Why must we submit to them? What exactly is our sovereign doing? Could it be that the sovereign has been bewitched by the Vermilion Bird Empire? Inside the Baihu Empire, from the elders and ministers down to the commoners, everyone was condemning Baihu Badog. Clearly, they were deeply dissatisfied with this autocratic decision. Yet Baihu Badal remained completely indifferent to the public outrage. In the Azure Dragon Empire, nestled between mountain valleys, endless ranges of high mountains stretched out like a divine dragon lying dormant upon the earth. Inside the Grand Hall of the Azure Dragon Empire, clad in a dragon robe, the Azure Dragon sovereign slammed his hand down so hard that the teacup before him shattered into pieces. What exactly is the Baihu Empire scheming now? Submitting to the Vermilion Bird Empire, an already declining power? Has Baihu Badal's mind been soiled by a dog's excrement? The Azure Dragon sovereign's face darkened, with bulging veins on his forehead that seemed ready to burst at any moment. Originally, it had been agreed that during the young generation's martial competition, the three great empires would unite to crush the Vermilion Bird Empire together. He had even promised mutual benefits and profits. If they successfully seized the Vermilion Bird Empire, they could share all of its resources. After all, although the Vermilion Bird Empire had declined over the years and lacked promising talents, it was once a colossal power whose wealth and treasures even the Azure Dragon Empire coveted. This was a deal with no risk whatsoever. But who could have expected, just as the time approached, Baihu Empire suddenly reneged. Sovereign, could it be that Baihu Badao discovered something? Could it be that the ancient ancestor of the Vermilion Bird Empire hasn't perished? Otherwise, why would he submit to the Vermilion Bird Empire? A white-haired elder stepped forward respectfully. It's not impossible. The Azure Dragon sovereign murmured thoughtfully. But after a while, he shook his head. That doesn't seem realistic. If the ancient ancestor of the Vermilion Bird Empire were still alive, they couldn't have endured our bullying for all these years without taking any action. However, better safe than sorry. Perhaps we should send someone to investigate. The white-haired elder took one step forward immediately. This humble servant is willing to go. The Azure Dragon sovereign glanced at him, but shook his head. You shouldn't be the one to handle this. We can have someone from the Xuanhuan Empire go instead and check the situation. So saying, he raised his hand and crushed a command token in his grasp. Chapter 20, Building the Palace. The nameplate was crushed into pieces and instantly disintegrated into thin wisps of energy that vanished into the heavens and earth. Not long after, a short-statured middle-aged man, carrying a turtle shell on his back, walked in. This man was none other than the ruler of the Xuanhu imperial dynasty, Xuanhu Wangba. Though he carried a turtle shell on his back, his appearance was extremely domineering. He truly lived up to the name Xuanhu Wangba. However, his short stature, combined with such a massive turtle shell on his back, made him seem somewhat comical. Yet no one dared to underestimate him. Not only because he was the emperor of the Xuanhu imperial dynasty. Even more importantly, the turtle shell on his back was no ordinary object. It was a sacred treasure passed down through generations in the Xuanhu imperial dynasty and was said to be able to withstand attacks from peak saint cultivators. It was truly a supreme treasure. Arriving at the Grand Hall, Xuanhu Wangba immediately bowed deeply to Qinglong imperial ruler. I wonder what matter brings you to summon me today, Qinglong brother. Although they were both rulers of their own empires, before the Qinglong emperor, he clearly stepped down a level. You must have heard about what happened with the Baihu imperial dynasty, brother Wangba? Asked the Qinglong emperor. I have heard of it, replied Xuanhu Wangba with a nod. To be honest, I'm somewhat surprised. Baihu Badao wouldn't just recklessly submit his entire dynasty to the Zhuge imperial dynasty. He may be straightforward, but he's definitely not a reckless fool. The Qinglong Emperor nodded, then asked, "What are your thoughts on this?" "I think the matter is definitely not simple. Although Baihu Badeo is a straightforward person, he is not someone who is brave yet lacks wisdom. He would never easily submit his entire empire to the Zhuge dynasty for no reason. He was previously investigating the Zhuge imperial dynasty. I suspect he must have discovered something while inside their borders." Listening to Xuanwu Wangba's analysis, the Qinglong Emperor nodded repeatedly. Actually, he thought the same. "So, I was wondering, would it be possible for you, Brother Wangba, to personally go on a mission to the Zhuge imperial dynasty to gather intelligence?" Finally, the Qinglong Emperor revealed his thoughts. The reason he asked Xuanwu Wangba to go was because Wangba's turtle shell was a special supreme treasure that could shield him in times of danger. Moreover, the Xuanwu dynasty possessed a unique martial skill known as the Xuanwu Ghost Steps. It was a speed-enhancing martial art technique, capable of vastly improving the practitioner's agility. Therefore, logically and sentimentally, sending Xuanwu Wangba to investigate the Zhuge imperial dynasty was the most suitable choice. "Since you, Qinglong brother, have asked me so directly, naturally I cannot refuse," replied Xuanwu Wangba as he nodded. Compared to the other three imperial rulers, he looked somewhat aged. His wrinkled face was frightening to look at up close. That was perfectly normal, however, because people of the Xuanwu dynasty generally lived much longer lives than people from other dynasties. Although he was the ruler of the Xuanwu dynasty, he was already over 200 years old. In contrast, the Qinglong Emperor and others were only a little over 100. "Then I thank you in advance. Don't worry, Brother Wangba. Once the Zhuge imperial dynasty falls, the Xuanwu dynasty will surely receive its share of the spoils." Qinglong Wuxuan even realized that incentives were the best motivators. Asking an imperial ruler himself to go on an intelligence mission was somewhat awkward, so he began offering tempting promises. Then I thank you in advance, Qinglong brother." Xuanwu Wangba bowed slightly, then left the hall. "Your Majesty, do you think Xuanwu Emperor will gather anything useful this time?" the white-haired old man asked after Xuanwu Wangba left. Xuanwu Wangba is quite resourceful, and the Xuanwu dynasty also possesses a cultivation technique that conceals one's aura. It's perfect for infiltration. I believe he won't disappoint me. Meanwhile, in the Zhuge imperial dynasty, after learning the news from the Baihu dynasty, the entire Qingzhou region was shocked. The Zhuge imperial dynasty was no exception. "Your Majesty, this affair seems rather suspicious. The Baihu dynasty's sudden submission to us could be a trap." Old Lin spoke solemnly in the backyard. "So it's true then. Baihu Badeo actually led the Baihu dynasty to submit to us, the Zhuge imperial dynasty." But the Zhuge emperor seemed to be in a daze. He stared blankly at the sky, murmuring to himself, "Your Majesty?" Finding his behavior odd, Old Lin called out again. The Zhuge emperor finally snapped out of his trance and nodded. "I think the Baihu dynasty's actions are most likely legitimate." "Why do you say that, Your Majesty?" Without hesitation, the Zhuge emperor recounted to Old Lin what had happened the previous day when he met Baihu Badeo. Upon hearing this, Old Lin's jaw nearly dropped. It was that mysterious senior again. Just who could possibly convince Baihu Badeo to willingly bring the Baihu dynasty under the Zhuge flag? I can barely contain my excitement. Old Lin tightly clenched his fists, almost bursting into delighted laughter. Their Zhuge imperial dynasty had always been in danger. Though the four great imperial dynasties had maintained an outward peace for years, they had actually been clashing secretly for a long time, and their Zhuge dynasty had always been at a disadvantage. Because the other three dynasties had secretly joined forces against them. But now things were different. With the Baihu imperial dynasty now on their side, even if the Qinglong and Xuanwu dynasties openly declared war against them, they would no longer fear. "Yes, I really want to go and pay respects to that senior. But unfortunately, I have no face to face him." The Zhuge emperor seemed a bit melancholy. Lin Lao had already recounted the events. How Zhu Wuhan had received guidance from Lin Tian, which had led to his breakthrough into Tiandao cultivation as both a martial artist and a swordsman. Lin Lao himself had advanced one cultivation stage and even undergone a full body purification. Listening to this, the Zhuge emperor had become eager too. Yet he dared not seek out Lin Tian, afraid the senior would question him about why the Zhuge dynasty had fallen into such ruin. In his heart, he was already certain this senior was likely connected to their dynasty's ancestor. Perhaps he even was their royal ancestor. "Sai, Your Majesty, about this matter, I don't even know what to say." Lin Lao shook his head, admitting he was also helpless. "However, since this senior has arrived at our dynasty, I'm sure our dynasty will surely survive this crisis." The Zhuge emperor naturally agreed wholeheartedly. "Oh right, does this senior reside in the imperial kitchen?" Suddenly recalling something, the Zhuge emperor asked. "Yes." Lin Lao nodded. The Zhuge emperor immediately frowned. How could a senior of such stature live in such a place filled with mundane kitchen fumes? "You must immediately issue an imperial decree to select a blessed plot of land for this senior. Let this senior reside in the finest palace in our dynasty." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lin Lao nodded, then turned to leave. He too had felt that the place where Lin Tian lived was somewhat inadequate. Letting such a senior live in such a humble place was itself a bit impolite. Just as he took a few steps forward, the Zhuge emperor suddenly called out again. "Wait a moment. You must immediately summon the finest craftsmen in our Zhuge dynasty. Then select a sacred, auspicious site, and have them construct a palace at the fastest speed possible. A senior of such a high level shouldn't just settle anywhere." Chapter 21, The Flying Turtle. "As you command." Lin Lao bowed once again, turned around, and retreated. Immediately, he gathered the most elite craftsmen of the Zhuge imperial court and began selecting locations and designing blueprints for the new palace. Such a major commotion naturally drew the attention of everyone in the Zhuge imperial court. What is our empire doing now? I heard the emperor personally issued a decree to build a new palace here. Why build a new palace? Doesn't our empire already have plenty of them? How should I know? The news of the empire constructing a new palace quickly became the hot topic of conversation among the people of Zhuge imperial court. Everyone had their own guesses. Some said the Zhuge emperor wanted to build himself a new palace. Others believed a very important person had arrived in Zhuge, and the palace was specially prepared for her. In the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian finished tidying up his things and began lounging again. Thinking carefully, ever since activating his constitution, he hadn't practiced cultivation at all. It's not that I don't want to cultivate. Am I not a diligent person? I'm just waiting for the right moment. Lin Tian murmured to himself as he lay on the reclining chair. Cultivation shouldn't be rushed. It must be done naturally and gradually. As he said this, Lin Tian suddenly felt much more at ease. Soon, under the warm sunlight, he fell asleep. In his dream, he returned to his original world. As a cultivator, he soared through the skies and became a national idol. Then, on his way home, he was surrounded by a group of girls. In the darkness of night, indecent things happened. He struggled fiercely, shouting with all his might. Eventually, a clear tear rolled from the corner of his eye. Being pressed down by so many girls, he felt increasingly unable to breathe. His face began to turn blue. Finally, he opened his eyes. It was just a dream. Lin Tian sighed with relief, but still felt shaken. This dream was pretty scary. He thought he was really going to be drained this time. However, now that he had awakened, why did he still feel short of breath? The moment Lin Tian opened his eyes, he saw that Teddy was napping on top of him. Lin Tian was speechless and quickly pushed the dog aside. Trying to kill me? Lin Tian glared at the dog, clearly annoyed. Teddy seemed to realize his mistake and quickly came over to nuzzle his fuzzy little head against Lin Tian's palm. As long as you know your mistake. Lin Tian immediately softened. Rubbing Teddy's head, he said with a smile, "Go play by yourself." Teddy wagged his tail, tongue hanging out, and wobbled away. Seeing this, Lin Tian laid back down again. He wanted to see what it was like to be completely drained, perhaps even meet someone again. Meanwhile, Teddy dashed out of the imperial kitchen. The imperial kitchen where Lin Tian resided was already very old. Surrounding the kitchen was a vast wasteland, and not far away stood the special palace walls. Little Teddy reached the wasteland, sniffing flowers here and there, occasionally nibbling at wild grasses. How peaceful and pleasant it was. But suddenly, Teddy's eyes widened. It seemed he had sensed something. He came to a large tree, and suddenly lifted his leg, and then, psssshhhh, a stream of light yellowish liquid flowed down. If Lin Tian were here, he would definitely mutter that Teddy had prostatitis. Strangely, after finishing his business, the nearby plants nourished by Teddy's urine suddenly appeared revitalized. They began to shine radiantly. It was as if they had suddenly obtained some mysterious transformation. If a strong cultivator were here and licked carefully, he would definitely gasp in shock and exclaim in admiration, because the plants and trees contaminated by the dog's urine had instantly upgraded in quality, becoming treasures of heaven and earth, transformed from mere wild weeds and trees into supreme heavenly treasures. If others knew that all of this was caused by being sprinkled with Teddy's urine, there would certainly be countless experts willing to do anything to get even a drop to brew and drink. Sigh, a bit of fire inside. The urine stopped. The dog shivered. He sighed. Suddenly, the dog looked up, fixing his gaze on something far above. In the clear sky, a turtle stood proudly aloft, flying in midair. What the? A flying turtle? Teddy was stunned. In all his years, this was the first time he had seen a flying turtle. Under the glaring sunlight, the dog could barely make out the majestic flying turtle gliding above. Funny, Teddy smiled craftily. Then he extended his paw forward with a sudden motion. Instantly, the laws of this world bent under his control, gathering into a towering hand reaching toward the flying divine turtle. Above in the heavens, Xuanhuan Ba was gliding through the sky. Employing the Xuanhu imperial court's concealment techniques, using his shell as cover, he was flying carefully and cautiously. And his concealment technique was absolutely incredible, because no one had noticed him throughout the entire journey. The concealment techniques of the Xuanhu imperial court are the supreme concealment arts under heaven, Xuanhuan Ba said coldly with a proud smirk. Suddenly, a strange fragrance flowed into his nose, making his entire body tremble with shock. Such a rare fragrance. Where could it possibly be coming from? Xuanhuan Ba suddenly extended his ghostly head, his nose twitching as he followed the scent and looked downward, wanting to uncover the source. But the next moment, his eyes suddenly constricted. Look! Below, a towering palm made of condensed divine laws was rapidly shooting straight toward him like lightning, as if sealing the heavens and earth in its path. Even the river of time began to boil. After all, he was the sovereign of the Xuanhu imperial court. He was still relatively calm. He even managed to speak out. Are you kidding me? As the words fell, he turned and ran. But before he could even start sprinting with his legs, his entire body was tightly grasped like a small chick by that divine palm. No! Shock filled his eyes as his terrified scream still echoed through the heavens and earth. Then his whole body was dragged downward by that massive hand. With a loud crash, he was slammed heavily onto the ground. With a loud bang, a huge crater formed on the wasteland. As the dust settled, Xuanhuan Ba poked half his ghostly head out from the crater. Who the hell dares to ambush this emperor? Xuanhuan roared with fury. He immediately released a terrifying pressure. Buzz. However, before that pressure could fully erupt, it seemed like a lamb facing a tiger. It actually retracted on its own. Xuanhuan, his mouth twitched. He immediately muttered 2 words. Dead meat. At this moment, his heart was terrified beyond belief. Although he had yet to see the opponent, he already knew. He was absolutely no match for this person. Could it be that the Xiuxian imperial court has a formidable figure hidden away? Or perhaps the ancient ancestor of the Xiuxian imperial court hadn't truly perished? At this moment, Xuanhuan thought of many possibilities. He was nearly pissing himself. He shouldn't have come here in the first place. Senior, this one is Xuanhuan. I was merely passing through here on a journey, with no intention of offending anyone. Xuanhuan, being the emperor of an imperial court, recovered quickly. He immediately composed himself and deeply bowed toward the front. Surprisingly, it's an old dog. But at this moment, from the dust ahead, a dog's head appeared, sticking out and letting out an astonished sound as it stared at Xuanhuan. Chapter 22. Why not quickly follow me to pay respect to our master? Hey dog. When Xuanhuan saw the dog's head, he was instantly stunned. What was going on? This dog could even speak. Could it be that dogs in the Vermilion Bird Empire all became spirits? His entire body shivered in fear. Even with all his experiences, he had never encountered such a terrifying creature. Old man, I'm talking to you. At this moment, the dog suddenly spoke, confronting him with a tone full of superiority. I apologize deeply. Xuanhuan quickly stood up and bowed deeply toward the teddy dog. He knew the dog in front of him was definitely no ordinary creature. He had already scanned the surroundings. There were absolutely no other strong presences here. Only this dog. Except for 2 beetles 3 meters away in the nearby grass discussing physiological structures. Obviously, the giant palm earlier and the pressure that overwhelmed him had come from this dog. The fact that it could suppress his aura proved that this dog's cultivation level must be far above his own. This dog could talk. Its cultivation level surpassed his. Could this beast be an ancient race's expert? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan became even more cautious. Who are you, and why are you here? The teddy dog actually stood up straight, revealing the proud member below its waist. It shouted loudly, questioning him. This scene caused Xuanhuan's ancient face to turn red with embarrassment. He felt deeply inadequate. Then, quickly gathering his thoughts, he hastily replied. Actually, I came here for tourism. No, I didn't come here for tourism. I was merely passing by this place. Xuanhuan immediately corrected himself. He absolutely couldn't admit that he had come here to gather intelligence. He feared being slapped to death by this dog before him. Really? The teddy dog narrowed its eyes suspiciously, radiating a dangerous aura. Xuanhuan instantly felt chilled from head to toe. A wave of deadly pressure immediately swept over him. He felt as if this dog could kill him at any moment. With a thud, he fell straight to his knees. It wasn't because he wanted to beg for mercy. It was just his legs, out of his own control, that had knelt down on their own. Great sir, spare my life. Actually, I was here gathering intelligence. But it wasn't really my choice. In fact, I really like the Vermilion Bird Empire. I love the local customs here. I love every person in the Vermilion Bird Empire. I was forced to do it. If you wish to take revenge, then go to the Emperor of the Azure Dragon Empire. That old man is really evil. In his terror, Xuanhuan immediately spilled everything. Upon hearing this, the teddy dog was momentarily speechless. So this old man's purpose was like this. Is the Azure Dragon Empire really that powerful? The teddy dog pondered, then asked. Very powerful. Xuanhuan nodded, then hastily shook his head. But the Azure Dragon Empire can't compare to you, senior. This dog before him could suppress his aura. Possibly a late-stage grandmaster, or even higher. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air, finally understanding why the White Tiger Empire had betrayed them. The Vermilion Bird Empire had such a dog guarding it. Not just the Azure Dragon Empire. Even 100 Azure Dragon Empires wouldn't matter. He even considered betraying now. So you came to our Vermilion Bird Empire with such ill intent. Do you realize your crime? Suddenly the teddy dog shouted furiously. In an instant, terrifying pressure engulfed the area again. In a flash, Xuanhuan once again felt the calling of death. And this time, death even danced a striptease right in front of him. He felt like he might just die on the spot. Great sir, spare me. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare again. My Xuanhu Empire wishes to follow the Vermilion Bird Empire, to follow senior. Please, senior, grant me a chance to live. Xuanhuan kowtowed repeatedly in desperate pleading. This was not from a lack of dignity, but because the dog before him was simply too terrifyingly strong. Whether I spare you or not isn't up to me. The teddy dog lowered itself back down. It said indifferently, if you want to live, follow me to see my master. Whether you live or die now depends entirely on my master's will. With that, the teddy dog started walking ahead. It paid no mind to whether Xuanhuan behind would try to sneak away, because if the other even harbored such thoughts, it could kill him in an instant. And Xuanhuan clearly understood this too, so dared not think of tricks, and simply followed behind with a piteous look. Senior, you just said we're going to meet your master? But his heart was no longer calm. If the dog's aura was previously a bomb, then now, upon hearing the word master, it equaled 100 nuclear warheads. King hell. Such a terrifying existence. Behind it, there's actually a master? Master? He inhaled sharply. So this was why the Vermilion Bird Empire had such powerful experts, unknown to outsiders. to command a dog like this as its master. Then, this so-called master, who was he exactly? A cultivator even above the martial lords. He dared not even think further. But now that things had come to this, he could only obediently follow fate. Very soon, under the dog's lead, he arrived outside the imperial kitchen. This place, Xuanhuan frowned. He thought such a terrifying existence must be living in an extremely luxurious mansion. Never did he expect it to be so shabby. What are you hesitating for? Quickly come in and pay respects to my master with me. The teddy dog glared at him. I totally understand, big sir. Xuanhuan hurriedly nodded. Then he followed the dog inside. As soon as they entered the kitchen courtyard, his eyes flew wide open. He saw. The courtyard wasn't luxurious. In fact, it was very simple, but it was quite clean. Around the courtyard were placed many gardening tools, and in the central area stood a rockery. The rockery was somewhat worn, even with moss on it. Beside the rockery was a stone table. Beside the stone table, a young man was leisurely sunbathing. This is... Xuanhuan was stunned. This is my master. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay your respects. The teddy dog gave him a glare. Master? Xuanhuan was incredulous. He had imagined countless possibilities. He thought the master behind the teddy dog must be an aged man full of life's experiences. A terrifying, peerless expert. But he never expected it to be such a young boy. At this thought, he quickly stepped forward. Meanwhile, the teddy dog went to a corner and sat down. The reason he brought Xuanhuan here wasn't random. He believed Lin Tian's power was definitely invincible. Even among experts from the upper realm, this young man would be a terrifying existence. But the reason he stayed here must have his own purpose. Though exactly what that purpose was, he did not know, nor did he dare to know. Thus, he brought Xuanhuan here rather than killing him directly. He felt this guy might be useful to his master. Ahem. This junior, Xuanhuan, pays his respects to senior. With courage summoned, Xuanhuan walked up to Lin Tian and suddenly bowed deeply. Chapter 23. The Turtle Hermit? In his dream, Lin Tian was discussing physiological structures with a group of intellectuals. But suddenly, he was shaken awake. As he opened his eyes, his vision slowly shifted from blur to clarity. He was instantly stunned. Before him stood an old man of grotesque ugliness, his aged face covered in wrinkles, as if he had crawled straight out of a coffin. That alone was bad enough. His skin was also caked with thick black grime. Decades worth of filth, at the very least. Does this guy not bathe at all? Even more striking was the giant turtle shell strapped to his back. He wasn't tall to begin with, and with such a massive shell on his back, he looked completely absurd. Almost like the turtle hermit himself. This junior, Xuanhuan, pays respect to this senior. Long live my senior. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000,000,000 years. Seeing that Lin Tian had been staring at him silently, Xuanhuan nearly wet himself and quickly repeated his greeting. With a thud, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed before Lin Tian. Are martial cultivators nowadays always this polite? Do they bow first upon meeting? Lin Tian snapped back to reality and quickly reached out to help Xuanhuan up. Senior, you overestimate me. As the saying goes, meeting is fate. Lin Tian began spouting nonsense. He'd read this kind of dialogue in novels before. Cultivators always spoke like this when meeting each other. Stuff like, meeting is fate, or the will of heaven cannot be revealed. Always mysterious and vague. No. You are the senior. How could this junior dare to call himself a senior in front of you? Xuanhuan was flustered and honored. This senior must have understood his intentions. After all, he had been brought here by the senior's dog, yet the senior showed no sign of anger whatsoever. This senior seems quite reasonable. He carefully glanced at Lin Tian again. He could sense only the third level of the opening veins cultivation stage. But he knew that this senior must certainly be far beyond that stage. Most likely, this was a deliberate display to mislead others. Such a brilliant person as himself would never fall for that. This senior stands right in front of me, yet I cannot perceive his true strength. He must be much more powerful than me. At this thought, Xuanhuan became even more cautious. Senior, in truth, the Xuanhu imperial dynasty does not wish to collude with the Azure Dragon imperial dynasty. Xuanhuan suddenly took a deep breath and decided to explain the current situation first. Even though he might already know everything, Lin Tian might feel better after hearing it from him directly. It's actually because of a reason. My son, Xuanhu went on a journey and met with an accident, contracting a deadly poison that requires long-term treatment with the Azure Dragon 3-star grass. The Azure Dragon 3-star grass is a rare immortal herb of the Azure Dragon imperial dynasty. To obtain it, I had no choice but to form an alliance with them. I truly had no other choice. Xuanhuan spoke with sincere remorse, and by now tears streamed down his aged face. The strength of the Xuanhu imperial dynasty rivals the Azure Dragon imperial dynasty. Even Xuanhuan's combat power was not inferior to that of the Azure Dragon Emperor himself. Yet, before the Azure Dragon Emperor, he was so submissive. He even willingly played the role of a spy, coming here to gather intelligence. All for what? Nothing more than to obtain the Azure Dragon 3-star grass, to save his son. Although he had hundreds of descendants as the ruler of an empire, the one with the most talent, and the most beloved by him, was none other than Xuanhu. I see. As a father, you've gone through a lot. Lin Tian nodded in sympathy. He now understood. This fellow's son had gone on a trip, ate some poisonous mushrooms, redcap and white stalk, becoming critically ill from food poisoning. He needed this so-called Azure Dragon 3-star grass to detoxify. Never mind in the world of martial cultivation. Even in his own world, this would be considered a pitiful person. He was even tempted to start a crowdfunding campaign for him. Wait here. Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Tian instructed him and then turned back into the room. Soon enough, he came out holding a scroll. Take this. Lin Tian handed the scroll to xuanhuan. The scroll looked quite old. Many parts of it had already begun to fade, and its frame was very simple. But the moment xuanhuan reached out to accept it, his heart tightened. With such an extraordinary senior before him, what he offered could never be ordinary. This might be of some help to your son. There was a couplet written on the scroll, wishing the patient a full recovery. He had painted and written this himself, hoping it might bring blessings to the son. That was all Lin Tian could do. But these words, in xuanhuan's ears, sounded completely different. Could it be that this senior had the ability to cure his son? And could the key to curing his son lie within this very scroll? How could I have been so foolish? A person like this senior must be at least a peak martial king expert, and likely even a powerful cultivator from the central continent. The deadly poison within my son's body must be nothing to such a senior. Thinking of this, xuanhuan grew so excited he nearly jumped up. Thank you, senior, for your great kindness. He hurriedly bowed deeply to Lin Tian once more, then respectfully said, Senior, please rest assured. This junior may not be eloquent, but I still understand the saying. When shown a drop of water, repay with a spring of water. I'll remember this favor. When I return, I will immediately announce the severance of all ties with the Azure Dragon Imperial Dynasty, and lead the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty into war against them. Xuanhuan spoke with exceptional firmness. He had already carried resentment in his heart from being sent by the Azure Dragon Emperor. Now that this senior had acted, he no longer had any hesitation. After speaking, he once again bowed deeply before Lin Tian. When the matter with the Azure Dragon Imperial Dynasty is resolved, this junior will return to express gratitude again. Then he turned and left. This time, Teddy Dog made no attempt to stop him. He's leaving already? It was just a couplet. Could he really be this happy? Maybe martial cultivators just believe strongly in these kinds of things. Lin Tian shook his head. He hadn't even explained what was inside the scroll clearly, and the other party had already left. Looking at his attire, he's probably a turtle seller. He must have dressed like this to attract customers. What a tough life. Lin Tian sighed. Suddenly, he felt he could no longer continue being a useless nobody. He must rise up. He must let his name echo throughout the entire martial cultivation world. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate, feeling his cultivation soul burn. Less than a minute passed. He stood up and lay back down onto his reclining chair. His cultivation soul had given up. The recliner was just more comfortable. Ding. Check-in time has arrived. Please choose whether to check in, mastered. The system's emotionless voice rang out suddenly. Lin Tian opened his eyes and suddenly sat up. He had completely forgotten about the system check-in. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, master, for obtaining a school of golden dragon crucian carps. Crucian carp? Lin Tian opened his mouth wide, his slightly hopeful expression quickly dimming. He sighed, then returned to sit back on the recliner. Crucian carps weren't anything special. Besides, he didn't even like eating fish. Oh well. Might as well store them in the storage space for now. Chapter 24 Visiting in Person. In the courtyard, after squatting for a while, the teddy dog ran back to the backyard. You reckless mutt, what are you planning now? Seeing the dog enter, the hens immediately became alert. The leading old hen spread her wings wide and entered a combat stance. I'm here to sleep. The teddy dog cast a casual glance at them before lying down on a stone in the backyard. The front yard was too exposed to the sun. He found the backyard much more comfortable, cool in summer, cold in winter. It was truly a great place for a nap. Seeing that the teddy dog really only wanted to sleep, the hens all relaxed. Chief, do you think our master is doing now? One of the hens asked. Master possesses unparalleled cultivation power, yet he's content to stay here surrounded by numerous extraordinary things. Suddenly, an old hen spoke up, casting a fleeting glance at the teddy dog in the corner as she spoke. Master must be plotting a grand strategy. All of us here are merely pieces on his chessboard. The leading hen said solemnly. Buzz. At that moment, a dark cloud suddenly loomed overhead, releasing terrifying pressure from the sky, as if devils from hell were about to stretch forth their claws to massacre the world. But this terrifying presence was locked only upon the hens' heads. Upon seeing this, the leading hen's eyes darkened. Full of fear. Karma. The experienced old hen recognized the current situation instantly. Karmic retribution. Legend says the more terrifying a being's connections, the stronger the karmic consequences it draws. They had only spoken casually about Lin Tian, and already they had invoked karma. Master must carry tremendous karmic ties. It seems we can't recklessly speculate about Master's intentions anymore. The leading hen hurriedly silenced the other hen's discussions about Lin Tian. Immediately, the terrifying clouds began to dissipate. Seeing this, the leading hen finally sighed in relief. She was the chief of the mythical xuanhuan clan, a legendary supreme expert. Without mentioning anything else, she had the power to easily destroy this entire world if she wished. Yet even with such power, she had drawn karmic retaliation just for speculating about Lin Tian's intentions. It even terrified her. What kind of power does Master truly possess? Could she be a sovereign of the star region? Boom. At this moment, the retreating dark clouds grew thicker again. The leading hen's heart jolted, quickly suppressing all stray thoughts. Qinglong Imperial Court. The Qinglong Emperor and others were still waiting inside the Grand Hall for news from xuanhuan. Your Majesty, could xuanhuan have failed? Someone asked cautiously. Impossible. The Qinglong Emperor shook his head, Xuanwu Wangba's concealment techniques are extremely refined. Even the Zhuge Emperor would find it hard to spot him easily. And even if discovered, as a Wuzuan-level expert, he still has the strength to fight back. Suddenly, the Qinglong Emperor looked toward the outside of the Grand Hall. A big portion of the day had passed, yet there was still no word from Xuanwu Wangba. This caused a strange sense of irritation within him, as if something ominous was about to happen. Report to His Majesty. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Just then, a shrill cry rang from outside. A eunuch dressed in purple robes hurriedly ran in, prostrating himself on the floor within the hall. What happened to make you run in here, causing such panic and losing decorum? The Qinglong Emperor frowned and scolded angrily. The eunuch, gasping for breath, spoke in a grave tone. Your Majesty, it's truly dire news. The Xuanwu Imperial Court. What happened to the Xuanwu Imperial Court? Upon hearing this, the Qinglong Emperor immediately rose from his dragon throne, rushing forward in inquiry. His eyelids started twitching rapidly. The feeling of unease was intensifying. A short while ago, the Xuanwu Imperial Court sent word that not only has it dissolved the alliance treaty with our Qinglong Empire, it has directly declared war against us. As the eunuch finished in a high-pitched voice, his entire body collapsed weakly onto the ground. War? The Xuanwu Empire declared war on them? Outrageous. Those of the Xuanwu Imperial Court actually dared declare war against our Qinglong Imperial Court? Don't they care any more about Xuanwu Lakun's fate? The Qinglong Emperor exploded in rage, smashing the stone table before him with a single slap. Your Majesty, could it be that Xuanwu Wangba discovered that the poison affecting Xuanwu Lakun was our doing? A Qinglong court expert asked, slightly anxious. Even if he knew, he must still come to us for the Qinglei 3-star herb to save his son's life. At this moment, the Qinglong Emperor was perplexed, unclear why the other party dared act so recklessly. To declare open war. Didn't he understand what that meant? This not only meant that Xuanwu Wangba could no longer take a single Qinglei 3-star herb from him, but more importantly, it signaled unending enmity between the two empires forever. Damn it. What the hell is going on in the Zhuge Imperial Court that they all returned defeated? Qinglong Emperor cursed under his breath. First Baihu Ba arrived from the Zhuge Imperial Court and immediately cancelled their agreement. Then Xuanwu Wangba returned from the Zhuge Imperial Court and declared war directly against them. What secret was hidden inside the Zhuge Imperial Court? Your Majesty, both the Baihu and Xuanwu Imperial Courts now stand with the Zhuge Imperial Court. If we now go to war with the Xuanwu Imperial Court, the other two major courts certainly won't remain idle. Do you think I don't know that? Qinglong Emperor snorted coldly, causing the speaker to immediately kowtow in fear. It seems I must personally visit the Xuanwu Imperial Court. Qinglong Emperor's eyes burned like torches as he coldly declared. Xuanwu Imperial Court. As soon as Xuanwu Wangba returned to the Imperial Court, he issued a direct decree to declare war against the Qinglong Imperial Court. This shocked countless ministers, who thought for sure their emperor must have been possessed. Otherwise, how could he leave for a trip and return seeming like an entirely different person? Your Majesty, what exactly is going on? Why are we suddenly going to war with the Qinglong Imperial Court? The Crown Prince's poison still requires the Qinglong 3-star herb for treatment. If we go to war now, we might never obtain it again. Within the Grand Xuanwu Throne Hall, at its center stood a magnificent statue of a divine tortoise, the legendary mythical beast Xuanwu. Even as a statue, it exuded an aura of supreme dominance. It was said that all members of the Xuanwu Imperial Court carried the blood of Xuanwu within them, though over generations, the bloodline had gradually thinned. Inside the throne hall, numerous powerful experts from the Xuanwu court had gathered. They all voiced their concerns. Among the many imperial princes, Xuanwu Lakun was unquestionably among the very best in both talent and intellect. If a successor must be chosen, he was the obvious choice. One could say that Xuanwu Lakun represented the future of the Xuanwu Imperial Court. Precisely for this reason, the Xuanwu Imperial Court had willingly submitted themselves to the Qinglong Emperor's rule. Even if they felt resentful, they had no choice but to accept it. Yet now, Xuanwu Wangba's actions had stunned them all. Lakun's poison no longer requires the Qinglong 7-star herb. At this moment, however, Xuanwu Lakun, seated on the imperial throne, smiled faintly and said, then took out the tattered scroll gifted to him by Lin Tian. Chapter 25, The Truth Revealed. Seeing this, everyone shifted their gaze toward it. When they laid eyes on the yellowed scroll, all were left speechless. What was the origin of this scroll, and why did their emperor regard it as such a treasure? Your Majesty, what is this? Could this very item completely eliminate the poison within the crown prince's body? Someone from the crowd voiced the question. Truth be told, even Xuanwu Bagua wasn't entirely certain, as he hadn't tried it yet. However, since it was a gift from that senior, he naturally had no doubts. After all, someone of such a mighty and exalted existence wouldn't possibly deceive him. Of course. With that, he stroked his beard proudly and spoke with evident pride. This scroll shall cleanse the deadly poison from Xuanwu Lakun's body. The Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty shall no longer live under the threat of the Azure Dragon Imperial Dynasty. Follow me. With confidence, Xuanwu Bagua raised the scroll high and vanished from the spot. A moment later, Xuanwu Bagua and numerous powerhouses from the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty appeared within a grand hall. This was the place where Xuanwu Lakun recuperated. Apart from Xuanwu Bagua and the handful of individuals privy to the secret, no one could set foot here easily. At this moment, a pale and gaunt young man slowly emerged from within the hall. It was none other than Xuanwu Lakun. Your Highness, I greet you. he said, bowing respectfully. Leaning on the support of a maid, Xuanwu Lakun staggered toward Xuanwu Bagua, barely managing to perform a proper bow. Tormented by the venom day after day, he had long since withered away. Though the Azure Dragon Triple Star Grass helped suppress the poison during its outbreaks, the agony made him wish for death. Li Kun, your father has come to visit you. Xuanwu Bagua stepped forward and supported his son. Looking at his once vigorous and vibrant son now so frail and thin, his heart ached beyond words. It was often said that royal families are the most xiuxian, yet Xuanwu Lakun was his own son, the one he treasured the most. To witness his condition, how could a father's heart not be pained? Father, why have you come? Xuanwu Lakun asked, glancing at the imperial elites behind him in confusion. Xuanwu Bagua hastily raised the scroll in his hand, smiling as he replied. Your father came to completely cleanse the poison from your body. Remove the poison? Xuanwu Lakun's eyes lit up for a moment, only to dim quickly afterward. During the time he had been poisoned, Xuanwu Bagua hadn't solely relied on the Azure Dragon Triple Star Grass. He often brought in self-proclaimed celestial physicians and mystical pills, telling him with firm certainty that they could eradicate the poison inside him. Each time, he had embraced hope, only to be left heartbroken time and again. From the initial optimism to now, completely numb, he had long grown indifferent to his own life or death. In fact, he even thought that if he were to perish now, he might finally be free from all this suffering. Li Kun, have no worries. This scroll was gifted by a senior. It surely can drive away the poison within you. As Xuanwu Bagua spoke, he eagerly unfurled the scroll. Wong. Instantly, from the tattered scroll burst dazzling divine light, causing it to hover effortlessly in the sky. As if drawn by invisible hands, the scroll slowly began to open itself. Golden words began to appear across it. Guaranteed cure to all ailments. What extraordinary craftsmanship is this? What overwhelming pressure? The imperial elites present changed expressions drastically. Those with weaker cultivation immediately collapsed to their knees, unable to raise their heads as they were crushed under the immense pressure. Panic surged in the hearts of everyone present. Only Xuanwu Bagua was ecstatic. Wong. In the next instant, the scroll began to burn. Xuanwu Bagua was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Not good. Without thinking further, he leapt forward, attempting to stop the scroll from burning. But the moment he approached, an invisible force repelled him backward. With a loud thud, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Your Majesty, the Xuanwu elites cried out in alarm. They rushed forward to help. I am fine. Xuanwu Bagua rose to his feet, disregarding his current state, as he tried to move forward again. This scroll was the hope of saving Xuanwu Lakun. It could not just burn away like this without explanation. But just then, an unexpected transformation occurred. From within the scroll erupted a brilliant golden light. Terrifying ancient runes flickered into existence, forming an intricate, profound pattern. At this very moment, everyone distinctly heard a saint chanting prayers. The celestial river in the heavens began to surge violently, and the natural laws of this world started to distort, forming innumerable strands of arcane patterns. Eventually, all those runes coalesced into rays of light that flowed into Xuanwu Lakun's body. Li Kun, how do you feel now? Xuanwu Bagua rushed forward, visibly agitated. Father, I feel like my body has improved greatly. Xuanwu Lakun stood in a daze. Just a moment ago, he was suffering excruciating pain from the poison. But now, the tormenting sensation had vanished entirely. Could it be that the deadly poison within your body has already been expelled? Still overwhelmed with excitement, Xuanwu Bagua quickly waved his hand and shouted, Imperial Physician. Very soon, an old man with a goatee hurriedly approached from afar and began examining Xuanwu Lakun. Your Majesty, the deadly poison inside the Crown Prince's body has been completely removed. The Crown Prince, he has recovered. The old man with the goatee trembled with excitement. Ha! The poison in my son's body has finally been expelled. Heaven protects the Xuanwu imperial dynasty. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu Bagua joyfully let out a triumphant roar toward the heavens, a clear tear sliding down from the corner of his eye. No one knew how much pain had been in his heart all this time. When Xuanwu Lakun had first gone out for cultivation training, it was himself who had specifically ordered him to go, all for the sake of making Xuanwu Lakun stronger. No matter how dazzling the flowers in a greenhouse might be, they would eventually amount to nothing. They couldn't withstand the storm. But who would have thought that training expedition would become a lifelong wound for him? He had always been haunted by guilt, now finally freed. Father, exactly who created this scroll? After recovering, Xuanwu Lakun hurriedly asked. It's... The words on Xuanwu Bagua's lips suddenly stopped. This must not be revealed. He bitterly shook his head. He truly didn't dare to utter Lin Tian's name. As Xuanwu Lakun was the son Xuanwu Bagua had raised, he naturally noticed his father's reluctance. He immediately nodded. I understand. Li Kun, exactly what happened regarding the poison inside your body? Suddenly, Xuanwu Bagua's gaze turned scorching. After Xuanwu Lakun was poisoned, his body had remained very weak, even making speaking a difficult task. For a long time, he had remained unconscious, so he had never had the opportunity to inquire. He only knew that during his cultivation training, Xuanwu Lakun had suddenly been attacked by a beast, resulting in his poisoning. Yet, instinctively, he sensed there was something strange behind this incident. Your Majesty, the deadly poison inside my body was inflicted by a beast. Was it truly caused by a beast? Xuanwu Bagua murmured to himself. but I suspect these beasts were sent by people from the Azure Dragon Imperial Dynasty. The next sentence from Xuanhu Lakun left Xuanhu Bagua frozen in place. The Azure Dragon Imperial Dynasty. Chapter 26. The Tide is Turning. You mean, the Azure Dragon Empire? Xuanhu Bawu, Jidongda gripped Xuanhu Lakun's shoulders. Precisely. I was suddenly ambushed by a wave of monstrous beasts, and during that beast surge, I saw a person dressed in the attire of the Azure Dragon Empire. Xuanhu Lakun recounted everything in detail. In truth, he had wanted to speak of this long ago. However, his poisoning still required the Azure Dragon Empire's 3-star Azure Grass to alleviate. Revealing it would have been pointless. But now, the situation was different. So it was those damn bastards from the Azure Dragon Empire. I knew it all along. It couldn't have been a random accident. No wonder you were afflicted with such a unique poison, and coincidentally, the Azure Dragon Empire happened to have the 3-star grass to mitigate it. It was all orchestrated by the Azure Dragon Empire. Putting everything together, Xuanhu Bawa's expression turned sharply cold. The Azure Dragon Empire truly dares to defy heaven and earth, committing such unspeakable atrocities. We will never reconcile with them. Your Majesty, please issue an imperial decree immediately. I will gladly lead the charge and march into the Azure Dragon Empire. Upon hearing the truth, the many powerful figures of the Xuanhu Empire were instantly filled with rage. Xuanhu Lakun was a once-in-a-century genius of the Xuanhu Empire, nearly ruined by the Azure Dragon Empire. All for the sake of the Azure Dragon 3-star grass, they had only been able to bow their heads and submit to the Azure Dragon Empire's dominion. Now that the truth had surfaced, their hatred for the Azure Dragon Empire towered higher than the heavens and deeper than the seas. Humph, I don't need you to tell me that. The Azure Dragon Empire will not escape my wrath. The killing intent surrounding Xuanhu Bawu couldn't be concealed, sending a chill down the spines of all the experts present. His own son had been harmed by them, yet he had to play the part of the obedient fool. He was furious beyond words. Had he not gone to the Vermilion Bird Empire and encountered that senior expert, he might still be used as a pawn by the Azure Dragon Empire. Report. Just then, a eunuch with a shrill voice came running in from outside, prostrating himself on the floor with a thud. Reporting to your Majesty, the Azure Dragon Emperor has arrived outside and requests an audience. The Azure Dragon Emperor? Everyone's faces instantly changed. Your Majesty, shall we receive him or not? Sensing the tense atmosphere, the eunuch paled in fear. Before the Xuanhu Emperor could speak, a domineering voice rang out from beyond the hall. Xuanhu Bawu, you've got quite the guts declaring war on my Azure Dragon Empire. Have you no regard for your son's life? The Azure Dragon Emperor strode into the main hall, his 3 royal guards trailing behind him. Though these guards weren't particularly powerful, they symbolized his status. After all, he was the sovereign of an empire. If he traveled alone, it would be undignified. Azure Dragon Emperor. Xuanhu Bawu's eyes burned with bloodshot fury, like seeing his father's murderer. What? Startled, the Azure Dragon Emperor hadn't yet realized the severity of the situation. The atmosphere seemed oddly off. He had come to accuse them, so why did he feel like the one being accused? It was your Azure Dragon Empire that framed my son. Today, you must answer for it with your life. With a furious roar, Xuanhu Bawu lunged straight forward. You dare die. The Azure Dragon Emperor's expression changed abruptly. Could the truth have been exposed? Without a moment's thought, he threw a punch forward. Bang! The collision of their fists sent both of them flying backward. Brother Bawu, there must be some misunderstanding. Let's talk this over. The Azure Dragon Emperor staggered back several steps, hurriedly raising his hand. His demeanor had changed. At this point, what is there left to talk about? My son Lakun was poisoned, and your Azure Dragon Empire is directly responsible. Now that you've come today, don't expect to leave alive. Form the formation. Xuanhu Bawu roared. Swish, swish, swish. Other experts in the hall immediately stepped forward. Oppressive auras surged around them as they formed hand seals. Before each of them appeared a massive tortoiseshell. Glowing with ancient runes, terrifying pressure rippled outward, shaking the entire space itself. It was the Xuanhu Annihilation Formation, an ancient battle array of the Xuanhu Empire, said to have been created by its very first ancestor, an extremely formidable formation, capable of both attack and defense. Even a royal ascendant who entered would struggle to escape. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon Emperor's face paled. He immediately rose to flee. He had finally realized, their actions of the Azure Dragon Empire must have been exposed. Cursed. How could this have come to light so quickly? Though he knew truth couldn't be hidden forever, he hadn't expected it to surface this fast. The main reason the overall strength of the Xuanhu Empire was only second to the Vermilion Bird Empire was precisely because of this Xuanhu Annihilation Formation. It was precisely because of this that he had used despicable means to coerce the Xuanhu Empire into an alliance with his Azure Dragon Empire. You want to run? Not a chance. With a furious roar, Xuanhu Bawu shouted. The giant tortoiseshell behind him shot forward like a meteor, shattering the sky as it hurtled toward the Azure Dragon Emperor. Damn it! Seeing the determined look on Xuanhu Bawu's face, the Azure Dragon Emperor naturally had no intention of staying longer. Down below, the Xuanhu Annihilation Formation was instantly completed. Behind him, the terrifying tortoiseshell struck toward him with explosive force. The Azure Dragon Emperor had no choice. Either he withstood that blow, or he countered it directly. But doing so would cost him his best chance to escape. He would be trapped within the Xuanhu Annihilation Formation. And if he were truly trapped, even he would find it extremely difficult to break free. Without a second thought, He chose to ignore the attack from the tortoise shell entirely, pouring all his strength into fleeing, allowing the shell to slam directly into his back. Bang! He spat out a mouthful of blood, but still managed to escape just as the formation fully activated. Daring scoundrel, don't let him escape. Seeing this, many experts rushed forward to give chase. Forget it. Xuanhuan waved his hand. The Azure Dragon Emperor is, after all, a royal ascendant expert. Even wounded, none of you can match him. Although filled with rage, Xuanhuan still retained a bit of rationality. Damn, to let him escape like this, it's unbearable. The experts clenched their teeth in fury. He won't get far. Xuanhuan, however, sneered coldly. He immediately issued orders. Carry my decree. Immediately assemble all the powerful experts of the Xuanhu Empire. Prepare for battle. Understood. All the Empire's experts, hearts burning with excitement, saluted with clenched fists and departed swiftly. Your Majesty, are we really declaring war on the Azure Dragon Empire? Xuanhu Likun, somewhat worried, said gravely. The Azure Dragon Empire is also a colossal force. Even if we achieve victory, we may suffer great losses. This would be a classic lose 1,000 to kill 100 scenario. Yet, Xuanhuan suddenly laughed. Who said the Xuanhu Empire is the only one declaring war on the Azure Dragon Empire? After saying this, his figure vanished without a trace. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Province was about to experience a storm unlike any before. Chapter 27, A Toast with a Little Tip. At the same moment, White Tiger Emperor's court. Inside the majestic palace hall, a powerful figure from the White Tiger Emperor's court hurried forward and knelt on the ground. Report to the Emperor. The Black Tortoise Emperor's court has officially declared war on the Azure Dragon Emperor's court. Upon hearing this, Baihu White Tiger Badeo, immediately stood up from his seat, but soon staggered and plopped back down onto his throne. Ever since his kidney deficiency had been cured, he had been discussing the philosophy of life with his concubines day and night, going through dozens of beds in the process. His body felt somewhat drained, but it was a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. Is this true? Are there any other reports? The White Tiger Emperor's court warrior pondered for a moment before answering. According to intelligence from our spies, the Azure Dragon Emperor appears to have visited the Black Tortoise Emperor's court, and was apparently wounded and fled. Upon hearing this, Baihu eyes narrowed slightly. Then he revealed a faint smile. The Azure Dragon Emperor's court won't remain triumphant for long. Leaning on his throne, he rose slowly, a confident look appearing on his face. Daring to oppose the Vermilion Bird Emperor's court means opposing that elder. Not even one Azure Dragon Emperor, not even 10 of them, are qualified to do so. It's clear that Xuanhuan must have realized the existence of that elder. If so, then our White Tiger Emperor's court must also make a statement. Issue orders immediately. Summon the entire army of our White Tiger Emperor's court and prepare to coordinate with the Black Tortoise Emperor's court to launch a full-scale assault on the Azure Dragon Emperor's court. Upon hearing this, the powerful figure of the White Tiger Emperor's court had his eyes widen, then turned and left. Wars between imperial courts were no ordinary affairs. He knew the skies over Qingzhou were about to change. Brother Wangba, since you've come, why not step out? At this moment, Baihu Wangba suddenly grinned. As his words fell, the empty palace hall twisted, and Xuanhu Wangba's figure emerged. He smiled wryly. Brother Wangba's cultivation has improved significantly again. That must be thanks to that elder. Baihu Badao didn't bother to hide it at all, and simply nodded. Indeed, thanks to that elder. Xuanhu Wangba's face immediately turned solemn. That elder is unfathomable, but for the Azure Dragon Emperor's court to rise so quickly in such a short time, they are not without skill. Baihu Wangba slightly nodded and asked, so then, what is your view, Brother Wangba? The Azure Dragon Emperor's court is no simple opponent. Even if our two imperial courts join forces, we might struggle to have much effect on them. You're suggesting that someone is supporting the Azure Dragon Emperor's court behind the scenes? Baihu Badao's expression immediately changed, seemingly realizing something. His eyes became exceptionally grave. Precisely, Xuanhu Wangba nodded firmly. That's why I came to find you, to discuss this very matter. Silence filled the palace hall. After a moment, Baihu Wangba took a deep breath and looked straight ahead. This matter is extremely significant. It seems we must go and ask that elder's opinion. Upon hearing this, Xuanhu Wangba nodded slightly, and with a bitter smile, he said, we can do no better than that. Vermilion Bird Emperor's court. The Vermilion Bird Emperor sat on the throne, listening to the spy's report. The smile on his face could not be suppressed. Ha ha ha. The White Tiger Emperor's court and the Black Tortoise Emperor's court actually joined forces to declare war on the Azure Dragon Emperor's court. How could my Vermilion Bird Emperor's court remain idle? Send the order immediately. Gather the entire army of the Vermilion Bird Emperor's court and prepare for war. Understood. Quickly, an elder of the Vermilion Bird Emperor's court nodded and left the hall. Your Majesty, now that two imperial courts are declaring war on the Azure Dragon Emperor's court, there may be some mystery involved. However, at this moment, one of the powerful figures raised a doubt. Because before this, both imperial courts had closely followed the steps of the Azure Dragon Emperor's court. Now, suddenly declaring war, it was truly abnormal. You all needn't worry about this matter. I already have it figured out. The Vermilion Bird Emperor, one of the few who knew the truth, simply waved his hand. He understood better than anyone why the two imperial courts suddenly turned their weapons against the Azure Dragon Emperor's court. It was all thanks to that elder. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Black Tortoise and the Emperor of the White Tiger seek an audience. Suddenly, Master Lin entered from outside, slightly bowing as he spoke. What timing? The Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes gleamed, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Inside the Vermilion Bird Emperor's court backyard garden. You too. I already know what has transpired. Don't worry. My Vermilion Bird Emperor's court will certainly assist you in resisting the Azure Dragon Emperor's court. A cheerful voice from the Vermilion Bird Emperor echoed in the air. The Azure Dragon Emperor's court has hidden ambitions. If this opportunity could eliminate them, it would be a tremendous blessing for the Vermilion Bird Emperor's court. My brother Vermilion Bird, perhaps you don't know, the Azure Dragon Emperor's court may have the backing of the Xiuxian Alliance. Xuanhuan Wangba suddenly sighed deeply, his expression somewhat heavy. The Xiuxian Alliance? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Huangzhu also frowned tightly. Of course he knew about the Xiuxian Alliance. It was a powerful alliance in Zhongzhou, and nearly all the great empires of Zhongzhou had joined it. One could say the Xiuxian Alliance was the strongest force. But wasn't that an alliance from Zhongzhou? How had it come to have ties with the Azure Dragon Emperor's court? This story is long and complicated. The two men helplessly replied, then briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Huangzhu's expression immediately changed drastically. To be honest, the reason we came here today is to consult with that elder, since he's highly likely to be someone from Zhongzhou. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Huangzhu nodded slightly. Master Lin, you take the two emperors to meet the elder. He summoned Lin Lao and gave instructions. Zhuge brother, you won't be coming? The two were slightly taken aback. No need, I still have matters to handle. Zhuge Huangzhu scratched his nose awkwardly as he spoke. Go see which elder? He really didn't have the face to do that. Under his rule, the Vermilion Bird Emperor's court had been getting worse year by year. Although it wasn't entirely his fault, as the emperor, he bore undeniable responsibility. Seeing this, the two didn't say much else. Please, follow me. Master Lin slightly bowed to the two before vanishing on the spot. Imperial Kitchen. Lin Tian was lying on a reclining chair soaking up the sun, completely unaware of the events happening outside. At this moment, the tightly shut door was suddenly pushed open. The last time the kitchen door had been damaged by Master Lin, Lin Tian himself had gone to great effort to fix it using wood. As the door opened, the shameless little eunuch walked in. Hee, Chef Lin, long time no see, have you missed me? Xiao Li's irritating voice sounded. Lin Tian didn't even need to open his eyes to know who had arrived. He lazily stretched, then spoke grumpily. Now that you have time, are you here to mooch off another meal again? Xiao Li, without any sense of shame, sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, smiling. Hee, look at what you're saying. I actually came here to learn painting from you. Believe me. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately rolled his eyes. Oh wow, Chef Lin, since when did you raise such a little dog? Suddenly, Xiao Li noticed the teddy dog sleeping beneath the stone table. Instantly revealing a delighted expression, he squatted down and reached out to rub the teddy dog's head. Immediately, the teddy dog opened its eyes, a surge of murderous intent flashing past. Dog. This one was originally the noble god dog, Ritian. Damn it, if you touch me again, I'll slice your little cock off and have it with wine. Suddenly, the teddy dog let out a furious roar. Xiao Li's smile instantly froze on his face. Chapter 28, The Divine Sword Bamboo. Xiao Li's expression stiffened, and he seemed dazed. Did the dog just speak? Brother Lin, what kind of dog is this you're raising? He suddenly asked Lin Tian. A teddy dog, Lin Tian replied casually. A teddy dog? I wonder where Brother Lin got this teddy dog. I'd like to get one too. Teddy dog? What kind of rare breed was this that it could actually speak? Needless to say, this thick-skinned fellow hadn't realized the horror of the teddy dog at all. Why do you suddenly want to raise a dog? Lin Tian stood up, brushing dust from his body, and shook his head. Though, this might be the only one of its kind in this world. Are you kidding? It was a teddy dog given by the system. So where would there be teddy dogs in the martial cultivation world? Hearing this, Xiao Li looked somewhat disappointed. After all, who wouldn't want to raise a talking teddy dog? You wait here first. I'll go get something to go with our drinks, and we'll have a proper drink together. Saying this, Lin Tian turned and entered the imperial kitchen. Xiao Li continued to pat the teddy dog on the head. Wow, this teddy dog is really high-end. Its fur is even permed. If you keep petting me, I'll really cut you. The teddy dog jumped around angrily. You dog can talk, but why are you so impolite? I am someone without roots. My little chicken has already been cut off. Xiao Li looked harmless, showing a purely innocent smile. Wow, this Tian dog descendant from the Ritian clan was immediately enraged. What the hell? Is this guy an idiot or something? Don't touch me. He stood up and quickly scampered toward the backyard on all fours. He didn't want to talk to this idiot anymore. It'd be more comfortable to go play with his mother. Unexpectedly, Xiao Li tightly embraced the teddy dog. Don't go, let me pet you some more. Your fur feels so soft. You must take good care of it normally, right? Wow, how come you're so small? Xiao Li couldn't get enough of the teddy dog and started rubbing his head against it hard. The teddy dog could only be speechless. All his life he'd eaten coarse meals. Even during holidays, it was just a casual affair. How did he end up meeting such an idiot? He really wanted to slap this guy, but the fool seemed familiar with his master. He didn't dare move. What should he do? Seeking help online. Just as the teddy dog was doubting his doghood, Lin Tian finally came out. Woof woof woof. He barked loudly, trying to draw Lin Tian's attention. But Lin Tian simply bypassed him and continued walking, holding in his hand a cleaver used for chopping firewood. Brother Lin, are you going out to pick a fight? Xiao Li suddenly asked. There's no wood at home. I'm going to chop some. You wait here first. After saying this, Lin Tian walked away with the cleaver, leaving only the teddy dog, looking utterly desperate. Doggy doggy, your fur really is so smooth. Xiaoli rubbed his head back and forth over the teddy dog's body. A clear tear slid from the teddy dog's eye. He felt defiled. Around the imperial kitchen was a wasteland. At the edge of the wasteland lay a forest. This area was located at the border of the empire, adjacent to the mountains, so strange and rare beasts could occasionally be seen. If lucky, Lin Tian could catch some game to improve their meals. Not far from Lin Tian, there stood a bamboo grove. The grove was lush and green, with each bamboo stalk rising toward the sky like a sharp sword, creating a strong visual impact. Even more importantly, within these bamboos was a terrifying sword intent shooting straight into the heavens. Lin Tian often came here to play music, and over time these bamboos naturally developed sentience, becoming extraordinary. At this very moment, above the sky, two figures were flying through the air. However, soon their attention focused on the bamboo grove below. Elderly, look quickly. Below, at the bamboo grove, there's a terrifying sword intent radiating out. Could it be a powerful sword cultivator is cultivating here? A young man dressed in brocade clothes suddenly pointed downward, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Elderly, whose hair was already streaked with white, also looked downward. Instantly, excitement flooded his aged face. This sword intent is coming from within these bamboos. Let's go. We must go down and have a look. Soon, the two landed inside the bamboo grove, where the terrifying sword intent grew even stronger. Elderly, what exactly is happening? Why is there sword intent radiating from these bamboos? The young man in the embroidered robe carefully examined the bamboo grove, then curiously reached out to touch one of the bamboos. Stop! Seeing this, Elderly cried out in alarm, but it was already too late. The young man's finger touched one bamboo stalk. At once, buzz! A cold light radiated from within the bamboo. The young man's expression also changed greatly as he quickly pulled his finger back. But still, a horrifying wound appeared at his fingertip. His breathing became ragged, his face turned pale. If his reaction had been even a moment slower, his entire arm would probably have been severed. Elderly, what exactly are these things? The young man pulled back his hand and asked in terror. He had already sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary divine sword bamboo grove. Divine sword bamboo grove? The divine sword bamboo is said to be a divine treasure born from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. It contains an inherent sword cultivation intent that can help sword cultivators break through faster and discover the true path of sword cultivation. I originally thought it was only a myth, but never did I expect to witness it in person, in this small place called Qingzhou. Elderly was so excited that his aged face turned flushed red. The way he looked at the grove of bamboo was as if he were staring at supreme treasures. No, we must return to the Alliance immediately and inform the experts there. After speaking, Elderly turned around, ready to leave with the young man. A single divine sword bamboo could help dozens of sword cultivators comprehend the profound Tao. And here, there was an entire grove of them. This was a fortune beyond imagination. If the Hujia Alliance could obtain it, they could definitely cultivate a huge number of powerful sword cultivators. But just at that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from afar. The two men were puzzled and instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. That one glance almost made their hearts stop. They stood there frozen in place, staring as if witnessing a ghost. Right before their eyes, not far ahead of them, a handsome young man was holding a kitchen cleaver, vigorously chopping at a divine sword bamboo. With every swing, deep wounds were carved into the bamboo. After a few strikes, a divine sword bamboo actually fell to the ground, whereupon the young man sliced it into strips and tossed them into the bamboo basket on his back. What the hell? This legendary divine sword bamboo was actually being chopped down with a regular cleaver? They were both stunned beyond words. But it didn't end there. After felling one divine sword bamboo, the young man showed no hesitation. He went to another one and swung the cleaver downward again with all his might. Crash. Chapter 29. Divine sword bamboo? Just firewood. As the young man swung his cleaver, each strike left a crack on the divine sword bamboo. After several strikes, another divine sword bamboo fell with a crash. The boy calmly cut the bamboo into smaller pieces, neither hurried nor slow, until his bamboo basket was completely filled. Then he finally sheathed his cleaver with satisfaction. Seniorly, who exactly is this young man? How can he ignore the sword aura of the divine sword bamboo? The boy pointed at the young man in the distance and asked. Seniorly stared at the youth for a moment, then shook his head. Even he didn't know. This young man has only reached the third stage of channel opening cultivation, yet he completely ignores the divine power of the divine sword bamboo. This is not normal. Seniorly murmured thoughtfully, suddenly having a revelation. I understand now. This must be a senior expert hiding here in seclusion. A senior expert? The boy was stunned, then immediately understood as well. Cultivation had no limits, and once reaching a certain level, one could change their appearance, even conceal their true cultivation. This person in front of them might appear frail and weak, but being able to ignore the might of the divine sword bamboo meant he was definitely no ordinary person. Even Seniorly himself, as a martial saint expert, couldn't accomplish that. Seniorly, if this really is a hidden expert, why would he be staying in a small place like Qingzhou? The boy was puzzled. Throughout history, all experts with great power could part mountains and split rivers with a single wave of their hands. Wherever they went, they received reverence from kings and lords. No one ever came to such a remote, impoverished place, much less gather firewood personally. Perhaps this senior wishes to cultivate his understanding here, away from the noise of the city. True Tao is indeed in simplicity, Senior Li softly replied. The boy immediately nodded, feeling it made perfect sense. In reality, this so-called senior expert they were talking about was none other than Lin Tian. Ahead, Lin Tian had already packed up and was ready to leave. But as he turned around, his eyes unexpectedly fell on the two of them. He froze instantly. This place was usually completely deserted, quite remote. Why were there two people here? Who are you two? Lin Tian was cautious. His grip tightened around the cleaver, palms sweating. It wasn't because he was afraid, but this mountain range connected directly to the Beast Mountain. And the Beast Mountain, as the name implied, was where countless beast warriors made their home. At any moment, a beast warrior might burst out. It wasn't something Lin Tian had seen before, but it was certainly possible. Though these two appeared human, Lin Tian couldn't completely rule out that possibility. The two were not beasts, but that didn't mean they couldn't be beast warriors in disguise. Senior expert, we are from the Great Brahma Heaven sect, in Central Zhou. Senior Li and the young man hurried forward and bowed deeply to Lin Tian. Meanwhile, they secretly felt shocked. No wonder he's a senior expert. He spotted our presence immediately. Great Brahma Heaven sect. Central Zhou. Lin Tian slightly furrowed his brows. Back in the imperial kitchen, he lay flatter than he had in his past life. Despite awakening his unique constitution, he hadn't even begun cultivation. So naturally, he had never heard of Central Zhou. In his worldview, the only place he knew was the Vermilion Bird Empire. Great Brahma Heaven sect? From the name, sounds like a temple. Could these two actually be monks? But then why aren't they shaving their heads? Lin Tian was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly understood. Not all monks needed to be fully shaved. There were also lay disciples. What are you two doing here? Lin Tian relaxed his caution and placed his cleaver into the basket on his back. This place is dangerous. You could easily lose your life here. That was no exaggeration. This place connected directly to the Beast Mountain, and in front of him stood an old man and a boy. If a beast warrior suddenly charged out, they'd be doomed. But when the two heard those words, they interpreted them differently. It seems Senior already knows the terror of the divine sword bamboo grove and is kindly reminding us. Senior Li's heart pounded with excitement. In response to Senior's question, we observed that these bamboos are special, so we originally intended to take some back. A bitter smile surfaced on his face. Although cutting the bamboo looked easy on Lin Tian, these divine sword bamboos were actually terrifying. At the very least, far beyond what they could dare covet. You want these bamboos? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized. Right. If they were lay disciples of a temple, they'd want these bamboo for the same reason as him, to use as firewood at home. These bamboos may not be suitable for you two. Suddenly, Lin Tian pointed toward a certain direction. There's a forest over there. That might be more appropriate for you. Upon hearing that, both exchanged glances, then followed Lin Tian's finger in that direction. Thank you, Senior, for your kind advice. The two immediately bowed deeply to Lin Tian again. Such a powerful expert would never do anything simple-minded. Could this senior actually be hinting at something? My firewood is enough already. I'll be on my way first. Lin Tian turned and began walking away. But after taking one step, he suddenly stopped again. Oh, by the way, my home is not far from here. If you run into any difficulties, feel free to come find me. With that, Lin Tian finally left. Firewood. Could it be that the divine sword bamboo, which countless people fight and die for, is actually just being used as firewood by this senior? Both men inhaled sharply, their minds nearly frozen with shock. This was too unbelievable. If that were truly the case, how terrifying must this senior be? Senior Li, what exactly did the senior mean when he said the divine sword bamboo isn't suitable for us? The boy recovered himself, scratching his head in confusion. How could we possibly guess the meaning behind such a senior's words? With a helpless smile, Senior Li said, let's follow the senior's advice and check out the area ahead first. They quickly made their decision. In an instant, both figures vanished from the spot. If anyone had been present here, they would have been absolutely shocked, because both individuals possessed overwhelming power. Senior Li was none other than a peak martial king expert, definitely no ordinary martial king. And as for the boy himself, he had actually reached the initial stage of martial king as well. Guided by Lin Tian's suggestion, the two traveled forward less than several miles. They finally came across a forest. These were no ordinary trees. The entire grove was a deep crimson red, and the leaves above blazed like flames. Even at a distance, they could already feel a terrifying wave of heat. Hiss! This is actually the Inferno Maple Forest. Senior Li stopped, staring at the fiery blaze ahead, and inhaling sharply in awe. Meanwhile, Lin Tian returned to the imperial kitchen and saw little Li still playing with the poodle dog. He smiled slightly, then carried his bundle of firewood into the kitchen. Woof, woof, woof. The poodle barked frantically at Lin Tian, but was completely ignored. Little doggy, even though your fur is curly and long, it really feels soft and comfortable to touch. A slimy chuckle came from little Li. Then he started rubbing his head all over the poodle dog's body. The poodle gave up struggling. Its face turned pale. Fuck, now I'm tainted. At this moment, a group of hens walked out from the backyard, beginning to peck around. Upon witnessing the poodle's predicament, the hens immediately erupted into delighted squawks. Never thought he'd have his day too. Chapter 30, The Supreme Demon-Slaying Blade. Not far away, the peach tree trembled slightly. He has at least entered my body before, so in a way, he is my man. Should I help him? The peach tree's voice, filled with shyness, carried a sense of urgency. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, on the empty ground not far from the imperial kitchen, Master Lin arrived on the ground with 2 emperors behind him. Just ahead is the imperial kitchen. Let's walk over, Master Lin said, pointing forward. The 2 emperors hurriedly nodded respectfully. If they flew through the air, it would be disrespectful toward the senior before them. Walking would be the best approach. Before long, the 3 of them stepped forward and reached the entrance of the imperial kitchen. Master Lin extended his hand and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? The door isn't locked. Just come in. Xiaoli turned his head and shouted loudly toward the entrance. As his words fell, the gate creaked open. Push from the outside. Oh, it's you. Seeing Master Lin in the lead, Xiaoli immediately forced a bright smile. Junior pays respects to senior. Master Lin promptly bowed deeply before Xiaoli. He had witnessed this person's terrifying power before. With just a painting, he had demonstrated such unimaginable might. Even though this senior wasn't the master of this place, he must be an extremely formidable figure. Say, senior. Master Lin's actions stunned the 2 emperors. They stared wide-eyed at Xiaoli. Baihu Bada even reached out and rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had seen things right. But he hadn't made a mistake at all. The young man before them was truly a eunuch. How come Master Lin called this eunuch senior? Your honors, you 2 should know about the incident when the Azure Dragon Empire challenged our Vermilion Bird Empire, right? We do. This is the senior who intervened that day, Master Lin said lightly with a smile. Exactly. The 2 emperors exchanged glances, both filled with shock. Although they had never seen Xiaoli in person, they were well aware of what had happened back then. It was said that the Azure Dragon Empire had provoked the Vermilion Bird Empire, but finally a mysterious powerhouse stepped in and reversed the situation with just a single painting. So this was that legendary senior. Junior Baihu Badao. Junior Xuanhuan. We salute you, senior. Both of them bowed deeply toward Xiaoli. Xiaoli quickly stood up and helped them back to their feet. There's no need to be so formal. He waved his hand. I suppose you 2 are friends of this senior? Friends? They exchanged glances, then quickly nodded. Haha, then you've come at just the right time. Xiaoli pointed toward the interior of the kitchen and smiled. You couldn't have come at a better moment. You can join us for a meal later. Join us for a meal? The 2 were momentarily confused, but still nodded. Hey, Lin brother, we have more guests again. Prepare more food, please. Xiaoli raised his hand to his mouth and shouted loudly, but he received no reply. He must be too focused on cooking to hear me. Xiaoli shook his head and started walking toward the kitchen. I'll go urge him along. Master Lin, what should we do now? At this moment, the 2 emperors felt somewhat at a loss. Having a senior go into the kitchen to check on the meal, didn't that seem a little too casual? We should go inside as well. Otherwise, we would be terribly disrespectful, Master Lin said solemnly. Then the 3 quickly followed Xiaoli into the kitchen. Damn it. Finally, I'm free. In the courtyard, the teddy dog shook its fur, exhaled deeply with relief. Then, in a flash of smoke, he disappeared. He definitely didn't want to end up in Xiaoli's arms again, being hugged and scratched. Of the 36 strategies, escape is the best. If I can't fight him, I can at least run. The imperial kitchen wasn't large. Though simply arranged, it was extremely clean. All around the kitchen stood various pots, pans, bowls, and utensils. On the countertop nearby, a pile of fresh vegetables was stacked, and on top of those vegetables were 3 eggs. These were freshly laid by the hens recently, and Lin Tian had kept them here, never quite having the heart to eat them yet. Behold, Lin Tian first tossed his divine sword bamboo into the stove, letting it burn. Then he picked up the cleaver from the cutting board and started chopping cabbage. Clang, clang, clang. Each stroke of the cleaver produced a crisp sound. Lin Tian, while cooking, was completely different from his usual lazy self. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Lin brother. At this moment, Xiaoli suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Behind him followed Master Lin and the 2 emperors closely. When they reached the kitchen, they finally dared to glance around. Instantly, they opened their mouths in astonishment, for they had noticed that although this kitchen was simple, it emitted an unmistakable aura of profound Tao. More importantly, many of the items inside seemed to possess something extraordinary. Why does this spoon here exude a divine might? I can actually feel a sense of oppression. Baihu Bada suddenly turned his gaze toward a wooden ladle ahead. His face revealed a look of shock. Could it be that this wooden ladle is actually a supreme treasure? This fire-stirring rod isn't ordinary either. Xuanhuan, on the other hand, was staring at the pair of fire tongs beside the stove. From within the tongs, terrifying flames surged outward, as if ready to burn away the void itself. This was definitely an unparalleled supreme treasure. Hiss! This cleaver seems even more extraordinary. Suddenly, both of them fixed their gazes, instinctively, upon Lin Tian. More precisely, upon the cleaver in Lin Tian's hand. The cleaver in Lin Tian's grip had a golden handle, upon which was carved an incredibly lifelike, true dragon. The dragon roared, dominating all the heavens. They could even hear a dragon's roar emanating from the depths of their souls. Roar! Heavens! Could this be the legendary supreme demon-slaying blade? Baihu Badao inhaled sharply through his teeth. Supreme demon-slaying blade? Xuanhuan was also greatly shocked. He quickly sent his voice through telepathy. Are you talking about the supreme demon-slaying blade that has been lost for thousands of years? Baihu Bada nodded heavily, his voice filled with complexity as he replied. In ancient times, when the demonic races rose powerfully and overwhelmed all human cultivators, it was thanks to the intervention of the Sanqing Taoist that humanity survived the catastrophe. And the reason he was able to suppress all the demonic cultivators was precisely because of this supreme demon-slaying blade. Xuanhuan immediately felt his body stagger, nearly dropping to his knees. Bai Hu Badao wasn't faring much better. The look in his eyes toward Lin Tian had reached the peak of reverence. This supreme demon-slaying blade was the personal blade of the Sanqing Taoist. Since the end of that great war, after the mysterious disappearance of the Sanqing Taoist, the blade's whereabouts became unknown. Some people even claimed the blade was destroyed during the war. Who would have thought it would appear here? Who exactly is this senior? Could he possibly be the legendary Sanqing Taoist himself? At this moment, the two realized they had gravely underestimated Lin Tian. They had originally thought Lin Tian was merely a powerful cultivator from the central continent. But now, perhaps things weren't as simple as they had imagined. Chapter 31, focused on eating. The two emperors exchanged glances, their shock clearly visible on their faces. Yet old Lin was quite puzzled. He simply had no idea what the supreme demon-slaying blade was. Brother Lin's sword skills have improved significantly again, said little Li, walking up to Lin Tian with his usual shameless grin. Don't flatter me just to get a free meal. Lin Tian shot him a sidelong glance, speaking somewhat helplessly. Hee, Brother Lin, what are you talking about? Little Li chuckled. Oh right, Brother Lin, we have guests today, so we need to add more dishes. He pointed at the three behind him, old Lin and the two emperors. Lin Tian turned and glanced at them, then nodded slightly. They're all acquaintances. He had already met both old Lin and the two emperors before. Just as well. Since you're all here, I'll cook a bit more today, Lin Tian said calmly. With that, little Li immediately led the three out. Though they were all high-ranking and powerful individuals, they appeared unusually awkward at the moment. Before long, Lin Tian walked out holding several dishes. Brother Lin's culinary skills continued to improve. Little Li inhaled deeply, almost drooling. Since entering the palace and meeting Lin Tian, this was the thing he liked the most. Stir-fried tomato and egg, stewed chicken with mushrooms, cabbage and red date soup. A full table of delicious food. Unable to resist, little Li instantly picked up a bite of the scrambled eggs and put it into his mouth. The fresh aroma of eggs mingled with the sweet and sour flavor of tomato exploded in his mouth. His eyes immediately lit up. So delicious. Don't hold back, everyone. Lin Tian gestured generously. As the saying goes, every guest is welcome. I may not offer much else, but there's always enough food. Old Lin nodded gratefully, immediately picking up a mouthful with his chopsticks without hesitation. He had tasted Lin Tian's cooking before and knew just how extraordinary these meals were. Buzz. Suddenly, old Lin's eyes widened as he felt the food he had swallowed transform into tremendous energy. It was actually enhancing his physical constitution. His cultivation realm had been stuck at the peak of the inhibition stage. Because of his mediocre talent, his spiritual energy had already started to dry up. It was nearly impossible for him to advance for the rest of his life. But now, his spiritual energy was improving dramatically. It was like a desert encountering an oasis. His energy was instantly replenished. Boom. The aura surrounding old Lin suddenly changed. His cultivation had abruptly broken through to the martial sovereign stage. I actually broke through just like that. Old Lin was so excited, he almost jumped up. He couldn't believe eating scrambled eggs could lead to such a breakthrough. Thank you, senior. He quickly stood and bowed deeply toward Lin Tian. Such kindness was like granting him a new life. You're too polite. Lin Tian shook his head indifferently. Just a simple meal. Still, he was proud to have his cooking appreciated. Bai Hu Badao, Bai Hu Badao, and xuanhuan Ba exchanged glances, their shock evident in each other's eyes. He broke through. They could clearly feel that old Lin's cultivation had ascended. What kind of food is this, where just one bite can break through cultivation barriers? This isn't food. This is practically a divine treasure of the heavens. Their eyes turned red with hunger and eagerness as they stared at the dishes in front of them, though neither touched the food immediately. They turned their eyes toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled, saying, "There's no need to be so formal." Hearing that, they no longer hesitated and began feasting voraciously. Buzz. Suddenly, terrifying spiritual energy began surging from within both of them. Their cultivation realms simultaneously advanced to the 6th order of martial sovereign. Although only a one-stage increase, it greatly enhanced their combat power and extended their lifespans. Thank you for such great kindness, senior. The two quickly stood and deeply bowed. If not for their efforts to restrain themselves, they would have fallen to their knees. This single meal had benefited them beyond measure. Lin Tian waved a hand with a smile. There's no need for such formalities. Let's talk. What's going on lately? He wanted to chat casually with them and ask about the current state of the martial cultivation world. He had been staying inside the imperial city for a long time and was extremely curious about what was happening outside, but had no way of finding out. This was a great opportunity. However, to the two emperors, Lin Tian's words meant something completely different. Truly a cultivation senior of the highest rank. It seems like nothing happening in the outside world escapes his perception. He must have already known our purpose from the start. Their hearts brimmed with awe, their admiration for Lin Tian growing endlessly like an unceasing river. Senior. Suddenly, Bai Hu Badao stood up solemnly. We came here today because of matters concerning the Azure Dragon Imperial Court. It is highly likely to be connected to the Guardian Boundary Alliance. I fear even with the joint strength of our 3 imperial courts, we still won't be able to match them. Therefore, we would like to hear your opinion, senior. He knew Lin Tian must already be aware of everything, but still, he gave a general explanation. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian looked somewhat confused. What's going on? Azure Dragon Imperial Court? Wasn't there already an Azure Dragon Imperial Court in Qingzhou? Is this Azure Dragon Imperial Court really that powerful? What exactly do they do? Lin Tian asked curiously. Baihu Badeo was momentarily stunned. The senior doesn't even know about the Azure Dragon Imperial Court? Then he quickly understood. Such a high-level expert like the senior, with terrifying status and unfathomable cultivation, naturally wouldn't bother with minor matters in Qingzhou. In his eyes, the Azure Dragon Imperial Court was probably nothing more than a fart in the wind. To answer your question, senior, the Azure Dragon Imperial Court has committed countless atrocities and deserves to be eliminated by all. According to intelligence we've received, there might be a powerful divine talisman master guarding them. And that divine talisman master is very likely a powerful figure from the Guardian Boundary Alliance. Baihu Badeo quickly replied. Divine talisman masters were already 1 in 10,000, let alone a mighty one. Such a figure could rival an entire army. I see. Lin Tian nodded slightly, already getting the general idea. This so-called Azure Dragon Imperial Court might not be a true imperial dynasty like the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court. It was probably an organization similar to the Painters Association, and their divine talisman master was most likely what the martial cultivation world called a painter. From Baihu Badeo's complaining tone, it seemed that the Azure Dragon Imperial Court had definitely done something despicable. Please, senior, show us the way forward. Baihu Badeo immediately bowed deeply. As long as Lin Tian gave a single word of encouragement, they would have complete peace of mind. Show you the way? Lin Tian thought for a moment. He himself couldn't possibly leave this place. Although he was an extremely powerful painter, he didn't want to attract too much attention. After all, this was a world dominated by martial cultivators. Why don't you ask Brother Li to help you out? Lin Tian turned to little Li, who was busy eating nearby. This guy always followed him around to learn painting every time he came here for a free meal. If he were to show off his skills at the Azure Dragon Imperial Court, he would definitely cause quite a stir. Sure, little Li replied without even lifting his head. His full attention was still on devouring his meal. Chapter 32. Troops at the city gates. Upon hearing the words, Baihu Badeo and xuanhuan immediately became excited. Although they were not entirely sure about little Li's exact combat strength, since this senior had spoken in such a way, it meant that little Li must also be a powerful individual. Otherwise, why would this senior send him to assist them? Thank you, senior. The two quickly stood up and clasped their fists in salute. They felt certain that this senior named Little Li must possess overwhelming power against the Azure Dragon Empire. If he were to stay and guard the city, this battle was surely secure. Soon, the group resumed their meal. More accurately, it was Little Li and others who devoured the food, while Lin Tian could only watch helplessly from the side. For the others ate like starving ghosts reborn, and the large table full of dishes was quickly cleaned out. Thank you, senior. So then, we will take our leave. The two emperors, their bellies bulging, left the hall accompanied by Little Li. Lin Tian began to clean up the leftover food and dishes. Woof woof woof. Just then, the poodle popped out from who knows where. He raised his head looking left and right, finally relaxing only after confirming that Little Li had left. He approached Lin Tian, nuzzling his leg affectionately. Lin Tian reached out and rubbed the dog's head, then started cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks before taking out his 7-string zither and plucking the strings. After all, he occasionally needed to cultivate his temperament. The melodious zither sound began, and instantly the poodle lay down quietly, listening attentively to the tune. Nearby, all the hens also came running over, carefully listening to Lin Tian's music. And not far away, the peach tree slightly swayed, as if undergoing some kind of transformation. Under the influence of the zither's sound, everything was subtly changing in an invisible way. On the other side, Baihu Badeo and xuanhuan returned first, because Little Li had said he needed to report in beforehand. They couldn't just leave the palace at will since they were eunuchs, but he knew the chief eunuch quite well and could ask for a leave of absence. Little Li told the two emperors that after getting the leave, he would immediately head over. Once the two emperors returned to their empire, without further hesitation, they launched a war against the Azure Dragon Empire immediately. And the Vermilion Bird Empire, at this very moment, also sent reinforcements to these two empires. In an instant, the entire Qingzhou became turbulent. The great war among the empires had finally begun in full. Countless people were terrified and fled frantically to safer locations. Qingzhou originally had only 4 imperial dynasties. There had rarely been major conflicts among the 4 dynasties before, but this time conflict erupted suddenly. And it was 3 imperial dynasties uniting to attack the Azure Dragon Empire. Countless people were deeply curious. Could the Azure Dragon Empire withstand the onslaught? On the day war was formally declared, the armies of Baihu, Xuanwu, and Vermilion Bird Empires soared through the air, sweeping forward in a massive and overwhelming force toward the Azure Dragon Empire. The space trembled where they passed, and thunderous echoes rippled across the earth. Many had already hidden themselves, while the bolder ones followed behind the tripartite forces, eager to witness the terrifying nature of this war. Meanwhile, inside the Azure Dragon Empire, what despicable scum! The Baihu Empire has utterly no regard for decorum. The Azure Dragon Emperor's face twisted in rage, having long since lost his lofty and regal composure. After returning to the Azure Dragon Empire, he had begun recuperating from injuries. Just when he emerged from his retreat, he heard news of the advancing tripartite forces. His entire being became restless at once. Although their Azure Dragon Empire had prodigies among the younger generation, they were still a rising force and lacked the deep roots and foundations of the 3 major empires. Their strength was also roughly on par, and now the 3 imperial dynasties had united to attack. How were they supposed to resist? Your Majesty, those 3 empires are treating us far too harshly. Perhaps we should seek peace? Suddenly, One minister stepped forward and suggested. His words echoed the thoughts of many. Faced with the tripartite allied army, their hope was truly bleak. Peace. The Azure Dragon Emperor exploded with rage. With a single slap of his hand, he reduced the minister to a bloody mist. Hisses of breath escaped the gathered officials at this sight. Who else still dares suggest peace? The Azure Dragon Emperor swept his sharp gaze around the hall, calmly asking. Every court official present fell silent, as if frozen in fear, not even daring to lift their heads to meet his gaze. They weren't fools. They could clearly see that the emperor had no intention of peace. Anyone stepping forward at this moment was essentially signing their own death warrant. The precedent was still fresh in their minds. You useless bunch. The Azure Dragon Empire has nourished you all for so long. Yet when crisis struck, you only know how to talk of peace. The emperor sneered coldly. Seems like your majesty isn't in a particularly good mood today. At that moment, an abrupt voice suddenly rang from outside the hall, followed by a figure slowly entering. The person was an old man with white hair. Draped in a pristine long robe and leaning on a cane, he walked with slow, labored steps, clearly showing the frailty of old age. But upon seeing this elder, the Azure Dragon Emperor immediately stood up, his face filled with respect. Senior Elder Zhuge? The Azure Dragon Emperor hurried forward eagerly, his face filled with excitement. The previous gloom instantly vanished, because he knew, once this person took action, the crisis of the Azure Dragon Empire could be resolved. For this man was a mighty divine talisman master. Senior Elder Zhuge, you've returned from your retreat so soon? Does this mean that now you? The Azure Dragon Emperor's expression became Jidong. Indeed. Senior Elder Zhuge stroked his beard confidently and said, the old man has successfully broken through. I am now a dragon pattern divine talisman master. Within the realm of martial sovereigns, I can stand at the peak. I dare say, in this place, I am invincible. Divine talisman masters also had different ranks, and Senior Elder Zhuge belonged to the sovereign tier divine talisman masters. That meant he possessed power equivalent to a martial sovereign. Within this tier, there were further classifications: worm pattern, serpent pattern, and dragon pattern. A sovereign tier dragon pattern talisman master was equivalent to a martial sovereign at the 9th heavenly stage of cultivation. Excellent. With this, our Azure Dragon Empire will be saved. The Azure Dragon Emperor, face flushed with excitement, hurriedly said, please, Senior Elder Zhuge, help our Azure Dragon Empire pass through this calamity. That, of course, is no problem. After all, the reason I was able to break through was largely due to the divine treasures of heaven and earth provided by the Azure Dragon Emperor. More importantly, Azure Dragon Emperor, you still maintain a cooperative relationship with our Guardian Boundary Alliance. The old man naturally cannot sit idle and watch. These 3 petty imperial dynasties, a mere wave of my hand, and they shall be wiped out. Senior Elder Zhuge said arrogantly, exuding an aura of invincibility at this moment. He did not even regard the allied forces of the 3 empires as a threat, and anyone else making such a claim would surely provoke disdain from the Azure Dragon Emperor. But Senior Elder Zhuge was an exception, because he truly possessed such power. Thank you, Senior Elder Zhuge. Please rest assured, once this crisis is resolved, our Azure Dragon Empire will follow the Guardian Boundary Alliance completely. Just as the Azure Dragon Emperor finished speaking, a powerful expert from the Azure Dragon Empire suddenly rushed in with a terrified expression, reporting to the Emperor. The armies of the 3 imperial dynasties are already near the imperial capital. At the moment of speaking these words, the voice of this Azure Dragon expert trembled. Finally arrived, huh? Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon Emperor showed no trace of fear. Instead, he appeared extremely excited. Chapter 33, The 3 Fierce Lions. Just a bunch of clowns, Elder Zhuge said coldly. Master Qinglong, should we prepare anything in advance? The Azure Dragon Emperor asked nervously. No need at all. Elder Zhuge waved his hand dismissively, saying confidently, I don't need to make any special preparations to deal with these trash. Let's go. I shall personally go and test them. After Elder Zhuge finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. The Azure Dragon Emperor looked on with envy. This Elder Zhuge was not only a Saint-grade dragon pattern divine talisman master, but also a late-stage cultivation emperor cultivator. You could say that among the cultivation emperors, almost no one could rival him. Everyone, follow this emperor to go out and confront them. With a wave of his hand, the Azure Dragon Emperor led a group of powerful figures from the dynasty and flew swiftly outside the empire. Meanwhile, in the skies not far from the Azure Dragon Empire, tens of thousands of soldiers flew through the air, their mighty momentum suppressing all directions. Above the sky floated more than 10 huge flying vessels breaking through space, like terrifying ferocious beasts rumbling toward them. The flags of the 3 empires waved violently in the sky. The Azure Dragon Empire is right ahead. Atop the leading vessel, 3 emperors stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing at the huge city before them. With our 3 empires united, the Azure Dragon Empire is no longer a threat. Baihu Badao said extremely confidently. Even if that talisman master intervenes, Senior Li will handle him. Right, where's Senior Li? He hasn't arrived yet. Suddenly, Baihu Badao looked around but couldn't spot the figure of Xiao Li anywhere. He hasn't arrived indeed. Xuanhuan nodded, looking slightly anxious. After all, the confidence they dared to wage war came from Xiao Li. Now the battle was about to begin, yet this person hadn't shown up. They couldn't help but feel worried. Haha, Langwei Bi Sha Bu Bi Ban Xian, Na Wei Chen Bui Jian Dang Nai Guan Jian Shi Ho Chu Shou. 这一定会到场的。朱雀王主忽然笑了起来，闻言，白虎霸道有声王八，这是点头。确实啊，这样的前辈，往往都是来无影去无踪的。如果没有需要他出手的时候，他多半是不会现身。所以现在那位李前辈，极有可能已经到场了，只是隐藏了起来。想到这里，几人都释放了威压超苏州笼罩，而且无尊境界的威压西征八方，令强者都匍匐颤抖，但他们却什么都没有感受到。不愧是李前辈，定然是一直速极其高超，所以我等才无法感受到他的存在。三人抗喜，却不知道不是小李子的一直速进战，而是他确实还没到现场呢。从太监主管那里请假后，小李子就雇了一辆马车，晃悠悠的朝着这边赶来。现在还没到地点呢，那现在咱们就放手一搏吧。若是那位神父师出手，李前辈定然也会出手牵制的。几人商议间，大军已经兵临城下，来到了青龙皇朝之前。青龙皇主，你青龙皇朝周而多端，今日便是你们的覆灭之日。白虎霸道从青龙皇朝那里高声吼道，他话音刚刚落下，两道身影便出现在了城墙之上，正是青龙皇主与那位诸葛长老。是那位神父师。见到诸葛长老，白虎霸道等人皆是心头一震。当初青龙皇主逼迫他们结盟的时候，就曾经让他们见过这位诸葛长老，他们也深知这位的厉害，以前无知之徒。本来你们好好跟着我青龙皇朝，日后少不了你们的好处，可你们却做出了错误的选择。青龙皇朝为了挥手炮，极其嘲讽的说道：“是骆驼是马，拉出来溜溜就行了。咱们废话也少说，直接出手吧。”白虎霸道有为直接，自从知道青龙皇朝的阴谋后，他就对青龙皇朝没有任何反感了。此刻的他恨不得将青龙皇主大卸八块，所以根本不愿意过多废话，当即大手一挥，怒吼道：“杀！杀！杀！”顿时白虎皇朝所有强者都在他一声令下之际，纷纷爆发气势，朝着青龙皇朝冲了过去。杀！神武王八与朱雀皇主也是纷纷出声，顿时间，三大皇朝的land军便如同过境蝗虫一般，不停地地般朝着青龙皇朝的方向杀来，所过之处空间居然都被撕裂了。这一幕让不少青龙皇朝强者都感到了惊恐。杀！青龙皇主也是大手一挥， tens of thousands of soldiers from the Azure Dragon Empire also flew out, charging into battle against the three allied empires. Bang! Soon, the two sides clashed violently. Although the foundations of the four empires were not significantly different, the Azure Dragon Empire was facing a combined force of three empires. Therefore, not long after the battle began, the Azure Dragon Empire's army started to collapse. Seeing this, the allied forces of the three empires became extremely excited, their fighting spirit surging. On the contrary, the Azure Dragon Empire's side lost morale, and some even gave up fighting, dropped their weapons, and fled on the spot. Azure Dragon Emperor, it seems your empire is finished. You'd better surrender quietly. Baihuba Dao pointed toward the Azure Dragon Emperor in front and said calmly, "Hehe, it's still too early to say such things. The outcome has yet to be decided." After saying this, the Azure Dragon Emperor bowed respectfully to Elder Zhuge and said with reverence, "Elder Zhuge, our Azure Dragon Empire truly cannot withstand their combined armies. We can only rely on you to take action now." Elder Zhuge stroked his beard, standing calmly. Suddenly, a divine talisman appeared in his hand. A group of ignorant younglings, today I shall let you understand what it means to meet someone stronger than yourselves, a higher sky beyond the heavens. With a furious roar, the talisman in his hand shot out and shattered in the air, transforming into a massive palm that ruthlessly smashed toward the armies of the three allied empires. Boom. Countless experts didn't even have time to react before being crushed into pulp. This single strike immediately threw the confident allied forces into panic. Is this the terror of a talisman master? The three emperors' expressions turned unprecedentedly grave. Just one strike had killed hundreds of their strongest warriors. This was simply terrifying. Everyone retreat immediately. The three emperors instantly ordered a retreat. If they sent their armies recklessly forward, they would likely be completely annihilated. Talisman masters were difficult to deal with by themselves. To counter one, they likely needed the strength of another talisman master. Hehe, now that you know fear, it's too late. Today, none of you will leave this place alive. Elder Zhuge rotated his wrist again and actually pulled out 6 divine talismans. Then he threw them. Boom. The 6 talismans merged in midair, forming a terrifyingly huge beast. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly identify it as a monstrous, 3-headed lion. The lion roared toward the sky, surrounded by radiant divine light, lifelike and terrifying. In an instant, its eyes, as large as copper bells, locked onto the direction of the three empires' allied armies. Chapter 34. Li Zi makes his move. What kind of talisman is this? The methods of the talisman master are indeed terrifying. Zhuge Huangzhu frowned deeply, utterly horrified. He could feel the terrifying aura of the three-headed xiuxian, and if he were to confront it directly, even he might not be able to handle it. This lion is no ordinary beast. Looks like we're in for a tough battle today. Baihu Badeo and xuanhuan also spoke up. It was unimaginable that a talisman master could summon forth such terrifying beings with just a wave of his hand. Legends spoke of talisman masters possessing unfathomable power. Powerful ones could even summon armies of millions to aid in battle. They had now personally experienced it themselves. What do we do? Baihu Badeo asked. Why hasn't that elder appeared yet? Xuanhuan slightly furrowed his brows and looked around. But there was still no sign of Xiao Lizi. Today's game shall end here. At this moment, Zhuge Elder from the front suddenly formed a hand seal with both hands, and the terrifying three-headed xiuxian immediately charged toward the direction of the three allied forces. Boom, boom, boom. Although the three-headed xiuxian was formed from talismanic energy, it was lifelike and massive as a mountain. Wherever it passed, the ground collapsed instantly, like an earthquake. Many xianxia in the allied army who couldn't dodge in time were crushed into pulp without even having the chance to scream. This scene was extremely visually stunning. In an instant, the three allied forces were thrown into panic, morale shattered, and everyone turned to flee wildly. Yet this three-headed xiuxian was not only powerful, but also astonishingly fast. If it charged into the army freely, the three allied forces would surely suffer heavily. Zhuge Huangzhu immediately rose from the ground and rushed toward the three-headed lion. Baihu Badeo and xuanhuan followed suit when they saw this. The three of them must try their best to buy time, or the three allied forces would suffer heavy losses. Immediately, the three Wangshus displayed their respective techniques. Terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations permeated the heaven and earth, as if it were the end of the world. Terrifying waves of spiritual energy struck toward the three-headed xiuxian. Yet facing this, the three-headed xiuxian merely lifted its front paws and swiped forward. Boom. The joint attack of the three Wangshus was instantly neutralized. It didn't even damage a single hair. What exactly is this thing? Are talisman masters really this powerful? The three Wangshus were shocked, and their expressions became unusually grave. Their joint attack as three martial cultivator experts could not even delay it for a moment, leaving them with no choice but to feel despair. Why hasn't Master Li acted yet? The three of them became anxious. Right now, Xiao Lizi was their last hope. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, Xiao Lizi was sprinting toward the area. He was running with sweat all over his head, panting heavily. Damn it. He originally rented a horse-drawn carriage, but halfway through, the driver disliked the small payment and simply abandoned him before leaving. He could only run over himself. I should be almost there. We were supposed to gather at Qinglong Imperial Dynasty. Xiao Lizi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, suddenly looking up. There, not far ahead, the mountain-sized three-headed lion was furiously roaring. That terrifying momentum was enough to shatter mountains and rivers, making countless people tremble. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Xiao Lizi immediately turned to run away. But at that moment, three figures suddenly appeared in front of him. None other than Zhuge, Huangzhu and others. Master Li. The three of them wore excited expressions and looked joyfully. Master Li, please act quickly to help us. The enemy's talisman master is too terrifying. Even the three of us together are helpless. Their voices were extremely heavy, but upon seeing Xiao Lizi appear, they felt relieved. Because the fact that Xiao Lizi appeared meant that there was still hope. Xiao Lizi was stunned, glancing toward the terrifying three-headed lion behind. Don't tell me these three want me to fight that lion? Damn it. He could only draw talismans. He wasn't some martial cultivator. If he knew it was this dangerous here, he wouldn't have come here even if threatened with death. I suddenly remember I have something to do at home. Xiao Lizi really wanted to escape. He was just a small eunuch. When had he ever seen such a grand scene? If it wasn't because he had a brave heart, he probably would have been scared to death already. Master Li, time is short. Please act quickly. Zhuge Huangzhu and others urged hurriedly. They didn't have much time left. The three-headed xiuxian was about to rush into the army. Xiao Lizi was almost in tears. How was he supposed to act? All he could do was draw talismans. But seeing the three's eager gazes, Xiao Lizi finally hardened his heart. Fine, I'll act then. He immediately pulled out xian paper, took up the brush, and began drawing. But what should he draw? Lizi stared at the approaching three-headed giant, his heart filled with utmost terror. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Draw an even more powerful lion. In ancient times, people drew cakes to satisfy hunger. Today, he would draw a lion to dispel fear. If he drew a more terrifying lion, he wouldn't be afraid of this one anymore. Without hesitation, he began drawing furiously. His brush moved so fast that it left afterimages in the air. Buzz. With every stroke he painted, terrifying energy surged into the heavens, as if even the river of time itself had been disturbed. What terrifying aura! No wonder he's masterly. Xuanhuan Dao exclaimed with fear and awe. This was the first time he had seen Xiao Lizi in action, and he couldn't help but regard him as a celestial being. Now we have a chance to survive. Zhuge Huangzhu was also extremely excited, watching Xiao Lizi's painting intently. Finally, buzz. With the last stroke of his brush, a terrifying golden lion immediately emerged from the painting. The lion was incredibly dominant, standing tall between heaven and earth. On its back, it even had a pair of massive wings. Suddenly, the lion in the painting seemed to come to life, immediately bursting into the sky. Boom. Far away, the ground trembled violently. Then, an even more terrifying golden lion appeared. Its giant wings blocked the sun and sky, casting the entire world into darkness. If the three-headed xiuxian emitted terrifying malevolence, then this golden lion radiated holy, majestic authority. One was righteous, one was evil. The moment the golden lion appeared, the three-headed xiuxian let out a furious roar. The two lions immediately clashed into battle. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot hold two tigers. A winner must be decided. In an instant, mountains collapsed, and terrifying shockwaves sent countless xianxia flying, spitting out blood. What is that thing? Could it be the enemy side also has a talisman master? On the city wall, Zhuge Elder frowned deeply. Master Zhuge, what's going on? Qinglong Huangzhu stared at the golden lion with a worried expression. Because in both pressure and size, the golden lion was clearly more powerful. We underestimated these trash. Mei Shangda, they actually have a grade-level talisman master in their ranks. What? Upon hearing this, Qinglong Huangzhu's brows immediately furrowed. The enemy side also had a talisman master, and not just an ordinary one, but a grade-level talisman master. This immediately made him even more anxious. Chapter 35, Surrender. There's no need to worry. I'm not someone who can be easily intimidated. Chief Elder Zhuge sneered with extreme confidence in himself. Bang! Suddenly, the two monstrous lions from both sides clashed fiercely. The battle wasn't over yet. The two xiuxian fought furiously, their terrifying power capable of destroying the heavens and earth. A battle between divine tag masters. This is a divine tag master? It's absolutely terrifying. Judging by appearances, it seems Li Senior's xiuxian is holding its own against the opponents. The Vermilion Bird Emperor and the other two stared intently at the vast scene before them, shocked into silence. They suddenly snapped back to reality and realized that Xiaoli was still painting. At this moment, Xiaoli was fully immersed in his continued painting. Because he noticed his lion still lacked something. What he was drawing now was a special divine halo, encircling around the golden eye, further emphasizing the extraordinary nature of the lion. Yeah, this looks decent now. Xiaoli smiled satisfactorily as he finished his last stroke with a nod. His artwork had to be unique. A lion with a divine halo, wasn't that impressive enough? Just at this moment, buzz, the space around the golden xiuxian suddenly distorted. Then, around its massive body, golden divine halos began to appear. As the halos manifested, terrifying divine might rippled through heaven and earth, as if a war god had descended. Even emperors like the Vermilion Bird Emperor felt an overwhelming pressure. Others were even more shaken, experiencing an urge to kneel and worship. What is this? The divine tag has already been completed, yet it can still be improved. Who exactly is he? Zhuge, who had previously been brimming with confidence, was also stunned into silence upon witnessing the transformation of the golden air. The reason divine tag masters were so powerful was because of their mastery in creating divine tags. Actually, drawing a divine tag wasn't too difficult. But to create a powerful divine tag required an extremely long time. His own world-annihilating xiuxian tag had taken nearly 30 years to complete. As everyone knows, once a divine tag is completed, its power becomes linked to the heavenly Tao and can no longer be altered. Yet now, the opponent's golden xiuxian actually changed, obviously enhanced further. But this defied common sense. Could it be that the opponent was a divine tag master beyond the rank of emperor? Only such a godlike ability could possibly surpass even an emperor-ranked divine tag master. But how could such a terrifying divine tag master exist in a small place like Qingzhou? Chief Elder Zhuge, what should we do now? Elder Azure Dragon asked solemnly, clearly frightened. Because as soon as the golden xiuxian's halo appeared, the three xiuxian, which were previously evenly matched, were immediately crushed. It seems we've met our match this time. The opponent must have hired a powerful divine tag master from Zhongzhou. Qingzhou had almost no divine tag masters. Even if it did, they were probably just novices. But Zhuge was certain that whoever was fighting them definitely wasn't from Qingzhou. Wait, did those guys bring a divine tag master all the way from Zhongzhou? How could they afford the cost? Hearing this, the Azure Dragon Emperor was also too shocked to respond immediately. But I'm not someone you can mess with either. Elder Zhuge clenched his teeth, pulling out 2 more divine tags from his sleeve. These were his final trump cards. He might as well unleash them all at once today. Let me see just who or what you really are. Zhuge's lips curled into a sneer, and the 2 divine tags soared into the sky at once. Buzz. In an instant, 2 enormous creatures appeared beside the 3 xiuxian. Actually 2 more triple-headed xiuxian. Roar. The 2 triple-headed xiuxian roared furiously before joining the fight. The golden xiuxian was now overwhelmed. But just then, the divine halo behind the golden xiuxian suddenly emitted a brilliant beam of light. Power of laws. The river of time boiled, and gods and demons across the heavens trembled. Terrifying energy surged within the halo and erupted. Bang! The 3 xiuxian instantly exploded into nothingness. How is this possible? Elder Zhuge's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. His triple-headed xiuxian were actually defeated so easily. Chief Elder Zhuge, this? The Azure Dragon Emperor started to speak, but stopped, shock flooding his eyes. A terrible premonition struck him suddenly. The divine tag master on the opposing side must be far superior to me, Zhuge stated gravely. So what do we do now? The Vermilion Bird Emperor asked in a low voice. You hold your ground here for now. I'll return to Zhongzhou for help immediately, Zhuge said and turned to leave. The Azure Dragon Emperor's face darkened instantly. Returning to Zhongzhou for assistance? Zhongzhou lay at the heart of the continent, impossibly far from Qingzhou. Even at maximum speed, the journey there and back would take months. Chief Elder Zhuge was clearly trying to run away. The Azure Dragon Emperor's heart collapsed completely. If even his greatest pillar of support, Elder Zhuge, was fleeing, what else could he possibly do? Continue resisting? He glanced at the golden conch, and his heart quivered. Roar! The golden conch in front let out a victorious roar. Then it too vanished. Yet despite that, their Azure Dragon Imperial dynasty had already lost its greatest ace. Resisting the three allied forces now seemed nearly impossible. Ha ha ha, Senior Li is truly amazing. He actually cracked it like this. I actually felt worried when I saw those triple-headed Dugsur appear, but now thinking back, I really was too naive. Senior Li must have known in advance that Morkashir would descend and was deliberately waiting for them all along. The Vermilion Bird Emperor and others burst into laughter. Baihu Bada pointed his long sword straight at the Azure Dragon Imperial dynasty and roared. Everyone, listen up, charge and destroy them. The three allied forces regained their senses and let out furious roars in response. Their morale had been greatly boosted by the Golden Conch's strength. But at this moment, the Azure Dragon Emperor suddenly appeared before them, his face extremely grim. Everyone, I believe there's no need to continue. My Azure Dragon Imperial dynasty surrenders. Surrender. As the Azure Dragon Emperor spoke these words, his teeth trembled. He truly felt Buganshin. Yet he was helpless and powerless. They had plotted for so long, even cooperating with the Guardian Realm Alliance. Just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, such an event had unexpectedly occurred. He was desperate. Ha ha, looks like you're not entirely stupid after all. Baihu Bardov sneered coldly, then waved his large hand. A golden chain shot forth, binding the Azure Dragon Emperor tightly. This was a priceless treasure from the Baihu Imperial dynasty, capable of subduing even a martial sovereign expert. The Azure Dragon Emperor offered no resistance. He knew resistance was meaningless. He would at least have a chance to survive by surrendering now. F***CK? That poison on Li Kun's body was all from your Azure Dragon Imperial dynasty. If it weren't for that, Senior, I'd already behead you right now. Baihu Badao spat on the ground, grinding his teeth furiously. Just take him away for now. Xuanhuan said. Baihu Imperial dynasty, we'll hand this one over to you. We'll take care of the aftermath. The Vermilion Bird Emperor added. Fine. Baihu Badog scanned the surroundings, nodded slightly, then took the Azure Dragon Emperor and left. Chapter 36, Developing the Fish Pond. As for Zhuge Royal Ruler and Xuanwu Wangba, they began wrapping up operations. In fact, with Qinglong Royal Ruler's voluntary surrender, the defeat of the Qinglong Empire had long been decided. At this moment, all the Qinglong Empire's troops revealed despair on their faces and offered no further resistance. They too chose to surrender and actively open the city gates. With their own royal ruler already surrendered and taken away, what was there left to resist for? Heaven wills the downfall of our Qinglong Empire. But not everyone chose surrender. Some arrogant and proud individuals directly drew their swords and committed suicide. They couldn't bear the pain of national destruction, but it didn't change anything. Next, Xuanwu Daoba personally led people into the Qinglong Empire, or more accurately, to take over the Qinglong Empire. Because the Qinglong Empire at this moment was in turmoil, with everyone losing all fighting spirit. Those in high positions had already fled. As for Zhuge Royal Ruler, he deeply bowed to Shaoli. Thank you, Senior Li, for stepping in. He felt extremely grateful, even reverent. Because all of this was thanks to Shaoli. What about that lion? Shaoli was still admiring his painting when he suddenly remembered the lion in front and immediately snapped to attention. He looked up suddenly, only to find that the lion had already disappeared. Had it left? Never thought there would be such a big lion in Qingzhou. Going back would at least provide him some bragging rights. Thank you again for your help, Senior. Zhuge Royal Ruler hesitated slightly, then said. Shaoli glanced at his painting and instantly understood the other's meaning. Just a small matter. My painting can only be considered passable. It's Lin Xiong who's truly remarkable. I learned everything from him. My abilities amount to less than 10,000th of his. Shaoli sighed. Although his painting skills had improved greatly, he still felt there was something missing compared to Lin Tian's. Such a senior? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Royal Ruler also showed immense reverence. The senior's abilities are less than 10,000th of that existence. How terrifying must that being be? Alright, you can keep this painting. Shaoli handed the painting over to Qinglong Royal Ruler. With this painting, your problem should be solvable. Though not the best painter, his work contained considerable power. To put it simply, in Qingzhou, there would be hardly any opponent. Thank you, Senior Li. Qinglong Royal Ruler rejoiced greatly. This painting was a divine talisman. That Senior Li would so generously give it to him immediately brought tears of gratitude to his eyes. Ordinary divine talismans were usually one-time use, disappearing after being activated. However, this talisman from Senior Li still contained terrifying power. That meant this talisman could still be used. It could become a secret trump card for his Zhuge Empire in critical moments. Just a painting. Shaoli waved his hand. Since there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. It would be enough for Qinglong Royal Ruler to hand this painting to the Painting Artists Association. He himself wasn't accustomed to crowded places. With that, he turned and left. Qinglong Royal Ruler carefully stored away the scroll. Baihu Daobao stepped forward. That talisman master must have escaped. Zhuge Royal Ruler nodded. If an existence like that wishes to leave, we wouldn't be able to stop them. Baihu Daobao nodded. Then let's go find Baihu royal ruler now. The two nodded and disappeared from the spot. Far away, the onlookers witnessing this scene remained speechless with shock for a long time. Initially, when the three mad lions appeared, they thought the allied forces were doomed. Who would have thought the outcome would turn out this way? After this battle, the Qinglong Empire might no longer exist. With the battle concluded, a storm immediately erupted across Qingzhou. Everyone was shocked. No one had anticipated this ending, yet somehow it wasn't particularly surprising. In a secret room, Qinglong royal ruler was bound tightly, with Zhuge royal ruler and others standing before him. Qinglong royal ruler, just tell us the truth now. Zhuge royal ruler stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in a calm tone. Zhuge royal ruler, you're despicable. Your Zhuge empire also has such powerful experts. Qinglong royal ruler gritted his teeth bitterly. If I tell you everything, will you spare my life? Suddenly Qinglong royal ruler asked. If you tell the truth, maybe I'll let you go. Zhuge royal ruler replied. You have no other choice. Qinglong royal ruler fell silent. Indeed, he currently had no other choice. Fine, I'll tell you everything I know. Immediately, he began revealing all the details. It turned out that years ago, Hu Jiming had already sent people to contact the Qinglong Empire. Hu Jiming needed the Qinglong Empire to eliminate the 3 imperial courts and promised the Qinglong Empire countless benefits. Moreover, the reason why the Qinglong Empire had been able to cultivate so many young geniuses in recent years was actually due to Hu Jiming. They had used special pills to alter the innate talents of the younger generation of the Qinglong Empire. Although he didn't know what exactly Hu Jiming wanted in return, the Qinglong royal ruler, seeing such great benefits, immediately agreed. After all, this arrangement not only brought tremendous advantages, but also established a connection with Hu Jiming. However, Hu Jiming couldn't act too openly. The Qinglong Empire itself had to be the one taking action, so Hu Jiming secretly nurtured their influence. Originally, the Qinglong Empire's plan had been to first ally with the 2 other empires to strike against the most powerful Zhuge Empire, and then use the same method against the Baihu and xuanhuan empires. Damn, you sure had a brilliant plan. Upon hearing this, several people couldn't help but whistle in amazement. If the Qinglong Empire had truly succeeded, their own empires would have been finished. Thanks to that senior, otherwise we would have surely fallen into the trap. They felt a chill run down their spines. The senior you keep referring to, is it that divine talisman master who acted earlier? The Qinglong royal ruler had heard them mention this senior multiple times and couldn't help but ask. You're not qualified to know. The Zhuge royal ruler replied coolly. The Qinglong royal ruler fell silent again. How should we deal with him? Baihu Daobao asked bluntly. Why not just execute him? He turned his gaze toward the Qinglong royal ruler, already holding deep resentment, and had long been eager to kill him. Upon hearing this, the Qinglong royal ruler's expression changed dramatically. You can't kill me. I have ties with Hu Jiming. If you kill me, they will definitely not let you off. In the face of death, he screamed frantically, all his former composure gone. Yeah, as if not killing you means Hu Jiming will just let us go. Xuanhu Wangba sneered coldly. After today's battle, their relationship with Hu Jiming was already completely broken. Even without this connection to the Qinglong royal ruler, Hu Jiming wouldn't let things rest easily either. Let's go. First return and consult with the senior. After a moment of contemplation, the Zhuge royal ruler finally said. What about this guy then? Baihu Daobao asked again. Take him along. The Zhuge Empire. In the courtyard outside the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian basked in the sunlight, holding a hoe in his hand, digging up something. Building a fish pond. After Xiao Li's actions earlier, he had realized that his current food supply wasn't enough. He suddenly recalled that in his system space, there were many small fish he had saved. He might as well take them out and try raising them. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't tasted fish meat at all. Finally, after working hard the entire day, a simple fish pond was completed. Lin Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then focused his mind. Virum. Chapter 37. Don't I at least get a bone to chew on for this? The space ahead rippled slightly, and a group of lively goldfish suddenly appeared in the fish pond that Lin Tian had just dug. The goldfish were about the size of a palm, their bodies entirely bright red. As they had just arrived in this place, they appeared a bit frightened, darting about the pond in panic. These were exactly the fish gifted to Lin Tian by the system. Previously, without a fish pond, Lin Tian had kept them inside his space. Lin Tian shook his head and sighed. I wonder if goldfish are even edible. Goldfish were ornamental fish. He wasn't sure how their meat would taste. Even if they are edible, we should at least raise them to get some weight on them first. These fish were still too small. Even if he ate them, they wouldn't fill more than a tooth gap. Better to fatten them up first. Thinking this, Lin Tian turned and went back into the house, soon returning with a plate of chopped cabbage. I wonder if you guys even eat cabbage. Lin Tian sprinkled the chopped cabbage into the fish pond. Immediately, the fish rushed forward greedily, gobbling it up and splashing water everywhere. Lin Tian's eyes immediately lit up. No wonder they're system-gifted fish. They eat cabbage too, and are pretty easy to raise. Eat up, put on some weight, and then I can finally have a meaty feast. Lin Tian scattered all the chopped cabbage into the pond before finally clapping his hands and returning to the house. But as soon as Lin Tian left, the atmosphere of the entire fish pond changed drastically. Buzz. Suddenly, the goldfish in the pond stopped moving, as if frozen in place. Then, above the heavens over the fish pond, shadows of terrifying azure dragons began to appear. These azure dragons seemed ready to break through the sky, roaring and shattering everything in all directions. The moment these shadows emerged, the space itself started to tear apart, unable to withstand their pressure. If anyone were here, they would be so shocked they'd probably hit themselves with a block of tofu and die. Azure Dragons. A group of Azure Dragons. The legendary divine beasts. Master truly has unfathomable depths. We are finally free. At this moment, the leading goldfish with a beard spoke up. He was the leader of the goldfish, and also held another identity. The chief of the Azure Dragon clan. Chief, said another goldfish. Originally during the Xuanhuan cataclysm, our Azure Dragon clan faced complete annihilation, but it was Master who came to our aid and brought us into this special space. That's right, Chief, another added. Without Master's help, we might have faced total extinction. One by one, the goldfish voiced their words, not hiding their admiration for Lin Tian in the slightest. The Azure Dragon clan leader gave a cold snort, proudly stating, "Who is Master, exactly? Since Master has bestowed us with grace, we must repay him in return." That's right, we must repay Master. The chorus of goldfish voices resounded loudly. At that moment, one of the goldfish suddenly bubbled out. Master just said he wants to raise us to get some meat, so I've decided, from today onward, I'll just eat and sleep, and get as fat as I can, to repay Master. As he said this, countless other goldfish immediately echoed him. That's right, we must repay Master. I'll eat until I get fat enough to be steamed into a whole fish dish for Master. I'll become a braised dish. I'll be deep fried. I'll be seasoned with ting pepper. One after another, each goldfish decided the way they wished to be cooked. Just then, a group of old hens suddenly approached from afar. The Azure Dragon clan chief's brows furrowed. The Phoenix clan? The leading hen stepped forward, standing tall and proud. The Azure Dragon clan? The hens looked toward the fish pond, while the goldfish within the pond looked back at the old hens. The scene suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. For the Azure Dragons and the Phoenix were sworn eternal enemies. These two races, long thought extinct, had now crossed paths again because of Lin Tian. Your Azure Dragon clan has also pledged to follow Master. The leading hen asked suddenly, in a low voice. The leading goldfish immediately appeared displeased. What? You can follow Master, but we Azure Dragons cannot. The hen laughed. You dare laugh? Your Azure Dragon clan is so weak. How can you even dare follow Master? What did you say? I said you're weak. You're asking for death. Then why don't we settle this right here? Who's scared? The two clan leaders were now at each other's throats, and a battle between the hens and the goldfish seemed imminent. You bunch of fools, enough. At that moment, a poodle dog yawned, lazily stretching its front legs, and trotted over from afar with a sulky expression on its face. An expression of clear irritation was written all over its face. Huh. Upon seeing the poodle, the leading goldfish immediately felt a jolt of shock. The Retian Divine Dog Clan. I didn't expect Master to have such a terrifying existence by his side. The leading goldfish's fishy eyes flickered with intense caution. The Retian Divine Dog Clan were terrifying beings in their own era, inspiring fear wherever they went, because they dared to defy the heavens themselves. He had thought the Retian Divine Dog Clan had long been extinct since those ancient calamities, but never imagined he'd actually see one here. Honored ancestor of the Retian Divine Dog Clan, we pay our respects. The leading goldfish released a bubble respectfully. The poodle nodded slightly and replied indifferently. Well, at least you know how to talk properly. Then he glanced at the leading hen with a sarcastic tone. Unlike some old hens over there. The leading hen immediately became furious, but ultimately held her tongue. Because with her Phoenix clan, they simply couldn't afford to mess with this guy. As long as this guy didn't plan any harm toward her Phoenix people, she'd be thanking the heavens. The poodle cast a glance at both sides and said casually, since we're all serving the same master, we should set aside our grudges. If any fighting starts here, Master won't be angry, but I will. The leading goldfish quickly released another bubble. Rest assured, honorable ancestor of the Retian Divine Dog Clan. As long as these Phoenix don't cause trouble, I won't provoke them first. The leading hen also said, if these Azure Dragons behave themselves, we can tolerate them as well. After all, the poodle was senior to them, and they were all serving under Lin Tian. If conflict truly erupted here, it would be nothing but a disaster. The poodle nodded. In that case, the matter is settled. But let me make one thing clear. If one day you start fighting here, I'll definitely have some fish and chicken for dinner. Although both sides had made promises, the poodle still felt it necessary to voice that warning. At these words, the Azure Dragon clan leader changed expression and fell silent. The Phoenix clan leader felt a chill run through her and quickly led the other hens away. Not far away, the peach tree of immortality silently observed the scene, its gaze fixed on the poodle the entire time, showing a dreamy expression like a blushing peach blossom. How domineering he is. I really like it. The poodle gave a slight nod of his dog head, thinking he'd probably help the master resolve a difficult situation. Didn't he at least deserve a bone to chew on? Suddenly, his dog head turned toward the direction of the gate. Several figures leaped down from the sky and arrived at the scene. It was exactly Baihu Dog and the others. Chapter 38. Even the primordial heavenly sovereign dares not oppose the master. Someone else has come looking for the master? The poodle saw the newcomer and, unfazed, walked unhurriedly to a corner, crouched down, and began dozing off. He wasn't slacking off. It was cultivation. Wherever Lin Tian was, the space around was filled with an extremely dense aura of the primordial chaos chi. Those of lower cultivation couldn't even sense it, but beings at his level could detect it with clarity. Moreover, this primordial chaos chi was extremely beneficial to him. It wasn't just him. These chi were also beneficial to everything in this courtyard, including the Azure Dragon and the Phoenix clans. Just as the poodle had crouched down, the white tiger Badao and the xuanhuan walked in with the Azure Dragon Emperor. The Azure Dragon Emperor now appeared extremely disheveled. His hair was a mess, his dragon robe was stained with blood, and he no longer carried the dominating presence he once had. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he immediately glanced around. What place is this? Why do I feel such a strange aura? He slightly furrowed his brows and carefully examined the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a poodle crouched in the nearby corner. The dog was sleeping, but as if sensing his gaze, it raised its head and locked eyes with him. Boom. In an instant, the Azure Dragon Emperor felt the world spin and his head throb as if it were about to explode. His very soul instantly cracked. Hiss. This dog is terrifying. He quickly averted his gaze, afraid to maintain eye contact any longer. But in doing so, his eyes landed on a fish pond, where a group of goldfish were lazily swimming around. At that moment, the goldfish suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. Boom. The Azure Dragon Emperor's expression changed drastically. He felt his blood begin to boil, followed by an endless surge of fear, as if under a bloodline suppression so overwhelming that his body was no longer under his control. Thud. His knees buckled and he dropped to his knees, kneeling straight toward the fish pond. The white tiger Badao and the xuanhuan were stunned. What the hell was this guy doing, kneeling before a group of goldfish? What's wrong with me? Why am I kneeling to these goldfish? But why does it feel like I'm standing before my ancestors when I look at them? The Azure Dragon Emperor was deeply shaken, filled with confusion and unease. Suddenly, one of the goldfish leaped out of the pond and stared directly at the Azure Dragon Emperor. Why does your body contain a faint trace of the bloodline of a mixed-breed dragon? The goldfish had spoken. This astonished not only the Azure Dragon Emperor, but also the white tiger Badok and the xuanhuan. The Azure Dragon Emperor snapped out of his shock and blinked in confusion. Mixed-breed dragon bloodline? He had never heard of such a bloodline before. In the Azure Dragon Imperial clan, the royal family did indeed possess a unique bloodline, the Azure Dragon bloodline. They had always prided themselves on being descendants of the Azure Dragon, which made them feel mighty. Mixed-breed dragon bloodline. What kind of dragon was that? Never heard of it. The goldfish looked somewhat displeased. Exactly, a crossbred dragon. A crossbred dragon bloodline. The Azure Dragon Emperor's heart trembled. Elder, senior, what do you mean by that? The goldfish spat out a bit of phlegm, then said, I sense a faint trace of my dragon clan's bloodline within you. Though you are of the human race, you carry a bloodline of the dragon race. But unfortunately, your bloodline is extremely weak. Not only is it a mixed bloodline, but even this mixed one is so weak that it is on the verge of complete dissipation. Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon Emperor became even more agitated. He quickly asked, May I ask who the senior is? The goldfish raised its head proudly. This old one is the chief of the Azure Dragon clan. To ensure they believed him, he projected a spectral image as he spoke. Roar. The phantom of the Azure Dragon shook the heavens, causing the cosmic Tao of this realm to exclaim in awe. The Azure Dragon's phantom. So the senior is truly a member of the Azure Dragon clan. The Azure Dragon Emperor trembled with excitement, his heart pounding wildly. The white tiger Badao and the xuanhuan also had their pupils shrink into needlepoints. The Azure Dragon clan. The goldfish spitting phlegm before them was actually a true member of the dragon race. And not just any member, the chief of the dragon clan. Never in their lives had they imagined they would actually lay eyes on an Azure Dragon. And they would never, ever have imagined that the mighty and fearsome Azure Dragon of legends would appear before them as a goldfish. But then they suddenly understood, it must be a technique for concealment. Junior greets the ancestor respectfully. The Azure Dragon Emperor suddenly bowed deeply. The elder before him was the chief of the Azure Dragon clan. Since his body contained even a trace of dragon bloodline, however faint, he was still partially of the dragon race. The goldfish nodded and asked, Since you have dragon blood in you, it proves you are fated to be connected to the dragon race. The Azure Dragon Emperor was overjoyed, but soon his expression dimmed again. He couldn't forget why he had come here in the first place. At this moment, the white tiger Badok stepped forward respectfully and said, Senior, although this person carries dragon blood, he is an extremely wicked criminal. The goldfish was momentarily stunned and asked, Explain clearly. Immediately, the white tiger Badao recounted the entire incident in detail. Upon hearing the story, the goldfish nearly lost its temper in rage. You actually dared to disrespect the master? Lin Tian was in the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court, and this guy had started a war. This was equivalent to showing extreme disrespect to Lin Tian. Just moments ago, he had a smile on his face, feeling as though he had met a long-lost relative. But now, killing intent surged from him instantly. The Azure Dragon Emperor's face turned pale, and he bitterly smiled. Such a terrifying true dragon actually called the being here his master. Azure Dragon. This was indeed the Azure Dragon, the legendary supreme divine beast. At this moment, his heart sank, and he even felt that his past self had been naively foolish. The Guardian Alliance? Impressive? Indeed impressive. But he believed that no matter how powerful the Guardian Alliance was, it could never rival the legendary Azure Dragon. But now, this Azure Dragon called the existence here his senior, and this senior was most likely connected to the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court. He was completely overwhelmed. Ruined. He had already thought about where he would be buried. At this moment, a group of old hens heard the commotion and suddenly rushed out from the backyard in a flock. When the Azure Dragon Emperor and the others saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Their shock was no less than when they witnessed the true form of the Azure Dragon clan chief. Boom. Right above the flock of old hens, a group of phoenixes soared, dancing gracefully in the sky, their pressure suffocating the heavens. Phoenix. The legendary Phoenix clan. It was known that the phoenix was not one of the supreme divine beasts, but an existence far beyond the supreme divine beasts. Yet now, not just one was present, but a whole flock. Heaven. Exactly where was this place? The Azure Dragon Emperor was so shocked he couldn't speak, while the White Tiger Bada and the xuanhuan Ba were relatively calmer. Although they had already seen the Phoenix clan once before, upon seeing them again, they still couldn't help but inhale sharply in awe. It was just too terrifying. At this moment, the lead hen suddenly looked at the Azure Dragon Emperor. You oppose the master? The Azure Dragon Emperor bitterly smiled. It was all due to my greed and desire for power. Now he deeply regretted his decision. He didn't even dare to think about revenge anymore. He just wished to follow Lin Tian instead. But now he was already a sinner. Fool. Daring to oppose the master. Even the primordial heavenly sovereign wouldn't dare to do so. After finishing his words, the old hen led the flock away. Azure Dragon Emperor. Chapter 39. All things considered, harmony is the most valuable. The Azure Dragon Emperor finally regained his senses, letting out a bitter laugh filled with regret. If he had known there was such a terrifying presence within the Vermilion Bird dynasty, he wouldn't have dared oppose it for anything. The Guardian Alliance? Guard what exactly? In the face of this place's master, it was practically nothing. He shook his head, his expression bitterly wretched. Where should I bury myself? In my Azure Dragon Empire, or somewhere else? At this moment, Lin Tian stepped out from within the room. Seeing the group gathered in the courtyard, he frowned slightly. Didn't they go to the art exhibition? Why are they back so soon? The White Tiger Tyrant and the Black Tortoise King Tyrant saw Lin Tian and immediately stepped forward to bow deeply. Greetings, senior. They had come to witness Lin Tian's strength and now revered him like a deity. Initially, they thought Lin Tian was at most a powerful figure in the central continent, but now it was clear they had underestimated him greatly. Even the Azure Dragon and the Phoenix called him master. How terrifying must his identity be? A powerful figure of the central continent? In the Qing province, was there any master capable of making the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird bow and submit? Lin Tian nodded and smiled. So it's you two. Is it over already? The White Tiger Tyrant replied hurriedly. Thanks to Senior's blessing and the assistance of Elderly, we got through it unscathed. His admiration for Lin Tian grew stronger. Had Lin Tian not arranged for Elderly to accompany them, they would have surely been wiped out. Lin Tian shook his head slightly, feeling inwardly that these people were being too polite. After all, they had just attended an art exhibition. He approached the stone table, sat down, and poured a cup of tea for each person. Have some tea first. The White Tiger Tyrant and the Black Tortoise King Tyrant exchanged glances, then quickly nodded. Thank you, senior. They knew just how extraordinary this tea was, nothing short of a treasure, and immediately tasted it with great care. As the tea flowed into their stomachs, although not as potent as their first experience, it was still wonderful. Looking at the two, Lin Tian suddenly smiled and asked, So how did it go in the end? The result? The two understood immediately and put their teacups down at once, replying, It went smoothly. The Azure Dragon Empire's forces were utterly defeated. We emerged victorious. Victorious indeed. Lin Tian nodded and gently sipped his fragrant tea. Looks like Elderly did have some skill. After all, he had been learning painting from Lin Tian for quite some time. Suddenly frowning slightly, Lin Tian said, By the way, has that guy come back yet? These two had already returned, so why hadn't Elderly come back? The White Tiger Tyrant and the other shared a puzzled look before replying. Elderly actually returned quite early. Perhaps he just had something to attend to. Lin Tian nodded absent-mindedly, unaware that Elderly had, in fact, not returned yet. On a remote village path, thousands of miles from the Vermilion Bird dynasty, a carriage suddenly came to a stop. Elderly was momentarily stunned. He poked his head out from inside the carriage and asked, What happened? The coachman turned, looking at Elderly with a smile. Sir, do you know how high immortals can jump? How high can immortals jump? How would he know? Besides, what business was it of his how high they could jump? He asked cautiously. Are you saying you not only drive, but you also have knowledge of divinity? The coachman smiled faintly, then whistled. Instantly, a group of bearded, burly men brandishing swords and blades emerged from the surroundings and encircled the carriage tightly. Clearly, they were in cahoots with the driver. Elderly was stunned, sensing an ominous premonition. What are you planning to do? The driver grinned. From your clothes, it seems you're from the palace, right? Elderly replied weakly. Is there any problem with that? Shaking his head, the coachman said, No problem at all. I just want to show you how high immortals can jump. With that, he wasted no words and directly extended his hand. Pay up. Elderly gasped. Pay? Didn't I already pay for the ride? But the driver shook his head solemnly. This is no ordinary carriage. This is the Immortal's Leap. The Immortal's Leap. Elderly twitched his lips involuntarily. What the hell? Back at the Vermilion Bird dynasty. Inside the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian returned to his senses and finally noticed the Azure Dragon Emperor standing silently behind him. Noticing Lin Tian's gaze, the Azure Dragon Emperor hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Juniors pay respect to the senior. Junior indeed. Although he looked like a youth, his actual age must be unfathomably old. He hadn't expected the master of this place to be such a handsome young man. At this moment, the Black Tortoise Tyrant suddenly spoke up. Senior, this person is the ruler of the Azure Dragon Empire. His empire has connections with the Guardian Alliance, and since we couldn't decide what to do, we brought him here to see you. The ruler of the Azure Dragon Empire? Could he be the director of the Painting Association? Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully. That must be who it was. But what in the world was this Guardian Alliance? He turned to the Black Tortoise King Tyrant and asked, what exactly is this Guardian Alliance? The Black Tortoise King Tyrant looked momentarily stunned. What in the world was this Guardian Alliance? But upon second thought, what exactly was Lin Tian's status? It was perfectly normal for a senior expert like him not to know about the Guardian Alliance. This only strengthened their belief that Lin Tian probably wasn't from this world at all. He must have come from beyond the heavens. After all, he was accompanied by the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird, and his aura was unfathomably profound. And he didn't even know about the Guardian Alliance. No matter how they thought about it, he just didn't seem like someone belonging to this world. He hurriedly bowed and began explaining. Actually, the Guardian Alliance is an allied force in the Central Continent, consisting of many powerful factions. Allied factions? Lin Tian suddenly understood. It was just a coalition. Could it be something like the Painters Association? Lin Tian nodded with realization. Initially, he had assumed that in this cultivation world, everyone would focus solely on fighting and killing. There wouldn't be many people idly indulging in pursuits like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But now, it seemed he had been mistaken. It appeared cultivators in this world were quite fond of cultivating refined tastes as well. He really wanted to show them his own skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Still, upon further thought, he decided against it. He was too lazy to run around. Moreover, there would always be people better than you under the heavens. Although his music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were taught by the system, perhaps they really were unparalleled. But what if he encountered someone even more accomplished than himself? That would be truly embarrassing. The White Tiger Tyrant looked at Lin Tian and carefully said, Senior. Lin Tian snapped back to attention and nodded. You want to ask me what I think? The two nodded solemnly. This matter is of great importance. We truly can't make a decision ourselves. Lin Tian looked at the Azure Dragon Emperor, who hurriedly lowered his head, too afraid to meet Lin Tian's gaze. Suddenly, Lin Tian spoke. Since you asked me to decide, if I tell you to let him go, will you let him go? Let him go? They had truly not expected Lin Tian to say something like that. The White Tiger Tyrant immediately asked, Senior, why on earth should we let him go? Why let him go? Lin Tian felt somewhat speechless. He roughly understood what had happened. The Azure Dragon Empire was probably the Painters Association of Qing Province, and the Azure Dragon Emperor himself was likely its director. However, this director had allied with an external painting association to suppress the local one. That was why the two of them were so furious. But in his opinion, since they were all painters, there was no need for such hostility. Lin Tian took a light sip of tea and smiled. After all things considered, harmony is the most valuable. Chapter 40, A Drop of Azure Dragon's Vital Blood. These painter associations in the martial cultivation world are a bit too violent. Isn't it just about painting? Although it's indeed underhanded for the foreign painter associations to collude with outside forces to suppress the local ones, it shouldn't lead to death. And the Baihu King Ba and xuanhuan Ba actually brought the person here. What tempers they have. The scene fell silent. After a long pause, Baihu Wang Ba finally gritted his teeth and said, Since Senior has spoken, I shall let him go. Saying that, he swung his sleeve, space instantly shimmering, and the black chains imprisoning the Azure Dragon Emperor began to slowly dissipate. And the Azure Dragon Emperor also gradually regained his freedom. However, upon being freed, he looked extremely incredulous. Senior, you're truly letting me go? He couldn't believe it. Lin Tian had actually spared him. He originally thought that once arriving here, he was certainly doomed to die. He had even planned where he would be buried after death. Yet now he was actually released. Lin Tian nodded. Of course I let you go. The Azure Dragon Emperor asked, but why? He truly wanted to know the answer. Lin Tian twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. Can't you people just paint without causing death? After pondering for a moment, he replied, Who in this world doesn't make mistakes? It's great to correct them when you realize your faults. A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. As long as one reforms and starts anew, nothing is too late. Baihu Dao and xuanhuan Ba exchanged a glance, shock clearly visible in their eyes. From Senior's tone, did it mean that Senior himself had committed some mistakes before? Could it be the reason why this Senior came here was connected to that? They dared not think more about it. This was something beyond their right to ponder. Putong. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Emperor suddenly knelt before Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. What are you doing? However, the Azure Dragon Emperor solemnly kowtowed heavily. Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. I used to be too foolish, letting profit cloud my judgment, which led me to collude with the Hujiao Alliance. Tears glistened at the corner of his eyes as he continued. From now on, I swear to heaven that I will never associate with the members of the Hujiao Alliance again. He was so moved. This was pure joy after escaping a death sentence. Lin Tian nodded and hurriedly helped him up, smiling. It's good that you realize your mistake. However, there was one thing you said wrong. You shouldn't cut ties with the Hujiao Alliance. You must keep interacting with them. Keep interacting with them? The Azure Dragon Emperor looked puzzled, while Baihu Dao and xuanhuan Ba also looked confused. What was going on? What did the Senior actually mean? Lin Tian simply said calmly. Peace should be the priority. Peace should be the priority? Though puzzled, the others did not object. The Azure Dragon Emperor nodded heavily. I understand. Lin Tian smiled. Anything else now? Immediately, they all understood. They then bowed deeply toward Lin Tian. Senior, We are fine now. In that case, we'll take our leave. Once saying that, they turned and left. Their main reason for coming here today was to seek Lin Tian's opinion. They wanted to see how Lin Tian would react to the Hujia alliance. But to their surprise, Lin Tian's response was surprisingly calm. It was as if he had never even considered the Hujia alliance worth any attention. Indeed, to a senior like this, what was the Hujia alliance? Just as they were walking towards the fish pond, the leading goldfish suddenly spat out a bubble and called out to the Azure Dragon Emperor, "Kid, stop." Instantly, the Azure Dragon Emperor and others halted and turned to look at the goldfish. Staring straight at the Azure Dragon Emperor, the goldfish said indifferently, "Do you realize your mistake now?" The Azure Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly. "Senior, I do realize my mistake now. I was in the wrong." Wrong? His mistake wasn't just that. He must have been missing some brain wiring to dare to oppose the Vermilion Bird Empire. The goldfish nodded in satisfaction. "Good that you realized it. Since the master has let you go, it indicates you haven't gone too far yet. There's still room for maneuver. Do well serving under the master, and you'll understand in the future." The Azure Dragon Emperor immediately nodded. "Thank you, senior, for your guidance." Nodding, the goldfish spat out a mouthful of phlegm and continued. "Since you called me grandfather, it wouldn't seem appropriate for me not to give you a little welcome gift." Then suddenly, he ordered, "Open your mouth." "Open my mouth." The Azure Dragon Emperor was taken aback, but then opened his mouth wide. Right at this moment, the bearded leading goldfish suddenly spat out a wad of thick phlegm. Pew! The wad of phlegm flew through the air, tracing a graceful parabolic arc, and accurately landed directly into the Azure Dragon Emperor's mouth. Instantly, Bai Hu Dao and xuanhuan Ba were left stunned. The looks they gave the goldfish were full of fear and wariness. What the hell? Does this senior have such an unusual hobby? The Azure Dragon Emperor himself was also shocked, and instantly a strong sense of discomfort surged through his body. He felt like vomiting. But at this moment, the goldfish suddenly spoke. "Right now, I cannot take human form, so I can only give you my vital blood in this way." The Azure Dragon Emperor looked at him, and he proudly declared, "Don't underestimate this mouthful of phlegm. Within this thick glob lies a true drop of Azure Dragon's vital blood, a rare treasure many ancient races would beg for." Dragon blood? Azure Dragon blood? Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon Emperor's body began to tremble. The lead goldfish continued, "Swallow this phlegm into your belly, but remember not to refine it immediately. It's best to find a secure secret room to do so, as the refining process will be extremely painful and may even bring life-threatening danger. All of this is a risk you must bear. If you can successfully refine it, your bloodline power will greatly increase, like a carp leaping into the dragon gate. However, if you fail to refine it, you will be devoured by the dragon blood itself and be erased from reincarnation entirely." Erased from reincarnation? Wasn't that tantamount to complete annihilation of the soul? The goldfish said, "I've said all I needed to say. Whether to refine it or abandon it is now your choice." Bai Hu Dao Ba and xuanhuan Ba looked at the Azure Dragon Emperor with a strange expression. The Azure Dragon Emperor remained silent for a long time. Then, closing his eyes tightly, he clenched his teeth and swallowed the thick phlegm in his mouth. Ulu. It tasted like leek. Bai Hu Dao Ba, xuanhuan Ba. Unconsciously, they both took several steps back, distancing themselves slightly from the Azure Dragon Emperor. The Azure Dragon Emperor didn't notice this and instead clasped his hands toward the goldfish. "Thank you, senior sage." The goldfish waved his fins, eyes filled with newfound appreciation, knowing it's almost certain death, yet still daring to swallow it. He truly has guts. Not completely despicable after all. "You may leave now." The Azure Dragon Emperor bowed deeply once more. "Thank you, senior sage." Then, together with the two other emperors, he stepped out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, the Azure Dragon Emperor remained silent the entire time. Although he couldn't refine the dragon blood yet, he still wanted to observe its effects first. After all, this was a genuine drop of Azure Dragon's vital blood. But suddenly, a leek-like scent surged from his throat into his mouth. He immediately felt his stomach churning violently. He was going to vomit. Covering his mouth tightly with both hands, he desperately held it in. Inside was dragon blood, absolutely could not spit it out. Within this wad of phlegm lay the hopes and future of the Azure Dragon Imperial clan. Chapter 41, A King-Level xianxia. After steadying the turmoil in his stomach, the group finally departed. As for the Azure Dragon Emperor, he was the most eager to leave, for he was rushing back to refine this drop of true dragon essence. He had a premonition that if he could successfully absorb this essence, his future prospects would greatly improve. This was an opportunity to defy fate, a great chance destined for him alone. Elsewhere, the White Tiger Despot and the Black Tortoise King Ba stood silently, both gazing at the direction the Azure Dragon Emperor had departed. After a long silence, the White Tiger Despot suddenly spoke. "Do you think the Azure Dragon Emperor can be trusted?" The Black Tortoise King shook his head and chuckled. "Who knows? But if the senior is willing to let him go like this, there shouldn't be any problems." Then he added, "Besides, he's not a fool. After witnessing the senior's power, he naturally knows better than to betray him." The White Tiger Despot nodded, somewhat envious. The Azure Dragon Emperor really struck gold. "I wonder when we'll ever get such a chance." The Black Tortoise King laughed. "It's all in one's fate. Can't be rushed." The White Tiger pondered and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he asked, "What do you think of the senior's strength?" "Lin Tian." The Black Tortoise King answered solemnly, "Extremely strong, immensely powerful. With my cultivation, I couldn't even begin to fathom how deep his strength runs." He paused, then added, and the senior possesses many extraordinary treasures. He likely isn't from this world. He may have come from beyond the heavens. Beyond the heavens. The white tiger contemplated for a moment, his eyes brimming with envy. Beyond the heavens. Is there really another world outside ours? How terrifying would the xianxia in that world be? The black tortoise king shook his head and smiled. Whether there is or isn't, it's not something for us to worry about. The white tiger nodded. That's true. But why would someone like the senior willingly appear in such a small place? The black tortoise king answered gravely. I suspect someone of his caliber must have his reasons for appearing here. The white tiger nodded. He knew Lin Tian wouldn't appear here without purpose. But then again, why had he come? At first, they had thought Lin Tian was a servant of the ancestors of the Vermilion Bird dynasty. His presence made sense if he was there for the dynasty's sake. But now, Lin Tian's cultivation surpassed all expectations, far beyond even the Vermilion Bird dynasty's ancestor. That theory no longer held up. Boom. Suddenly, the sky shifted. A terrifying aura began to brew, like the wrath of a divine king, capable of killing millions. The two emperors looked up, and in an instant, their scalps prickled with fear. Unknowingly, a dark cloud had appeared in the azure sky. Lightning streaked through it. Not ordinary lightning, carrying a destructive force. A heavenly tribulation. The white tiger shouted in shock. Is this actually a heavenly tribulation? The black tortoise king wore a grave expression. Could it be that we brought this disaster by talking about the senior? Both sucked in a cold breath. To test their suspicion, they quickly dispelled any lingering thoughts about Lin Tian. Sure enough, the terrifying pressure in the sky slowly began to dissipate. They exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with terror and apprehension. So it really was caused by the senior. Who exactly was the senior? Just by speculating his intentions, they had triggered a heavenly tribulation. Damn it. Their hair stood on end, and they hastily fled from the spot. Whoever Lin Tian was, he wasn't someone they could afford to guess about. The imperial kitchen. In the courtyard, Lin Tian was reclining on a chair, while the Pomeranian beside him affectionately rubbed its head against him. Fighting for fame and fortune for decades, watching the new come and the old go. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he basked in the warm sunlight, muttering spontaneously. The heavens and earth are vast, but after all, living freely is the most important. Though his cultivation wasn't the strongest, at least he lived comfortably. Elsewhere, in Qingzhou, a major commotion occurred. The Azure Dragon Emperor had suddenly returned to the Azure Dragon dynasty, and the allied armies of the three great dynasties had withdrawn from its territory. This left countless people utterly baffled. The four great dynasties had just fought a brutal battle. Why hadn't they moved to eradicate the Azure Dragon dynasty completely? Didn't they fear its resurgence? Didn't they fear releasing a tiger back to the mountains? In the Azure Dragon dynasty, with the Emperor's return, those powerful cultivators who had fled previously also returned. But the Azure Dragon Emperor did not meet them. As soon as he returned, he went straight to the secret chamber. He needed to enter seclusion, to refine the Azure Dragon blood within his body. Yet just at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him, without him noticing at all, as silent as a ghost. The Azure Dragon Emperor was first startled and instinctively prepared to strike, but upon recognizing the figure, he immediately froze. Senior Elder Zhuge. You haven't left yet? Senior Elder Zhuge. Of course, it was none other than Senior Elder Zhuge. Zhuge Zhanlok stared at the Azure Dragon Emperor. You actually returned alive? In reality, he hadn't left Qingzhou, but had been hiding in the shadows, observing everything. Even if he rushed non-stop back to Zhongzhou, the round trip would take months, by which time everything would have gone cold. He wanted to see how things would unfold first. But he hadn't expected that the three great dynasties hadn't wiped out the Azure Dragon dynasty completely, and even the Azure Dragon Emperor had returned without a scratch. The Azure Dragon Emperor smiled. They didn't kill me. Zhuge Zhanlok's eyes narrowed slightly. Why not? The Azure Dragon Emperor replied. They want the Azure Dragon dynasty to become their vassal state, to exploit all the mine resources within our territory. Releasing me makes it easier for me to maintain control. This was a fabricated excuse. He couldn't possibly tell the truth. At this moment, he suddenly recalled Lin Tian's words. Rather than severing ties with the Guardian Alliance, he should not only maintain the relationship, but continue it. He definitely didn't think that Lin Tian meant for the Azure Dragon dynasty to keep cooperating with the Guardian Alliance. Even if that was truly Lin Tian's intention, after witnessing Lin Tian's terrifying might, he wouldn't dare. There was only one explanation. That senior was probably telling him to temporarily maintain relations with the Guardian Alliance, and use it to draw out the big fish hiding in the shadows. Right. Exactly. That must be it. The Azure Dragon Emperor was extremely confident in this conclusion. Zhuge Zhanlok slightly nodded and didn't seem overly suspicious. He could understand the intention behind the three great dynasties' actions. Killing the Azure Dragon Emperor would trigger chaos within the dynasty, plunging it into complete disarray with no leadership. And within the Azure Dragon dynasty, there were still countless civilians. The three dynasties couldn't possibly exterminate them all. Releasing the Azure Dragon Emperor back indeed ensured stability. As if suddenly thinking of something, Zhuge Zhanlok asked, have you seen the person behind the Vermilion Bird dynasty? The mysterious figure? The Azure Dragon Emperor nodded. I did. Zhuge Zhanlok quickly pressed. Who is he really, and what's his cultivation level? The Azure Dragon Emperor hesitated briefly before replying. He's not only a powerful divine Fu master, but also a king-level martial cultivator. He didn't know Lin Tian's exact cultivation level, so he simply picked a title, a king-level expert. That was someone far above the rank of a royal cultivator. At least, it had been ages since someone of that level had appeared in Qingzhou. A king-level cultivator, huh? Zhuge Donglotz pondered thoughtfully, his eyes suddenly flaring with killing intent. Didn't expect a king-level expert to appear in a place like this. Must be someone from Zhongzhou. But just a king-level expert? The Guardian Alliance certainly isn't short on king-level experts. If he dares oppose our Guardian Alliance, he's only looking for death. Chapter 42. The Power of Origin. The Azure Dragon Emperor said with some concern, Elder Zhuge, that person is a king-stage expert. What should we do now? He added, I don't want the Azure Dragon Empire to remain a vassal of others forever. Needless to say, the Azure Dragon Emperor was putting on quite the acting performance at this moment. Elder Zhuge snapped back from his thoughts and sneered. Just a king-stage expert? That's nothing to our Boundary Protection Alliance. After saying this, he took out a token and crushed it in his palm. Buzz. Instantly, a ripple of delight transformed into a cascade of light rain and quietly vanished into the distance. A communication talisman. The Azure Dragon Emperor's eyes flickered slightly. Such a supreme treasure was extremely difficult to manufacture and required a powerful divine inscription master to produce. Moreover, it could transmit messages across thousands of miles. Such a treasure was undoubtedly absent from the Azure Dragon Empire, because there was no inscription master this powerful in Qingzhou. Elder Zhuge said proudly, within a month, the Boundary Protection Alliance will dispatch experts here. By then, the Vermilion Bird Empire will pay a heavy price. He continued, looking at the Azure Dragon Emperor. For now, you must lie low and avoid provoking the other three empires. The Azure Dragon Emperor slightly bowed and respectfully replied, I shall follow Elder Zhuge's arrangements completely. Then, hesitating slightly, he asked, Elder Zhuge, I have a question that puzzles me. Elder Zhuge nodded. Go ahead. The Azure Dragon Emperor asked, I'd like to know why the Boundary Protection Alliance wants to help my Azure Dragon Empire eliminate the other three empires. In truth, he had always found this quite confusing. Elder Zhuge shook his head, his voice turning icy. There are some things that you're not meant to know. The more you know, the worse it will be for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? The Azure Dragon Emperor trembled slightly and quickly replied, I understand. Elder Zhuge nodded. Just do what is required of you. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. However, the Azure Dragon Emperor's expression suddenly turned cold, revealing a contemptuous smile. Boundary Protection Alliance? Worthless trash. You almost got my Azure Dragon Empire destroyed. Daring to offend my senior, just wait to be dealt with by him. After saying this, he too disappeared to refine the Azure Dragon's blood essence. Elsewhere, Central Plains. The Central Plains were the heart of this world, where the spiritual energy was exceptionally dense. The martial cultivators here enjoyed naturally superior conditions. Born as they were into such a place, they could become more powerful than cultivators from remote areas like Qingzhou. Even if someone had only mediocre talent, they could easily reach the saint level easily. In Qingzhou, saint level experts were the peak experts, but here, they were everywhere. In the heart of the Central Plains stood a massive cluster of buildings, stretching as far as the eye could see. Extremely rich heavenly and earthly spiritual energy filled the area. Countless martial cultivators soared through the air, flying through the skies. Even the weakest among them were at the saint stage. This place was the heart of the Central Plains. The Boundary Protection Alliance. In truth, the Boundary Protection Alliance was a coalition formed by countless powerful empires and sections. There were countless saint stage experts inside, as well as hundreds of king stage experts. Even cultivators beyond the king stage could be found in significant numbers here. However, the Boundary Protection Alliance did not monopolize the entire Central Plains. Besides it, there was another alliance, also very powerful. The Heaven and Earth Alliance. Also a coalition composed of numerous large and small sects, though its overall strength was slightly inferior to that of the Boundary Protection Alliance. In fact, the Boundary Protection Alliance had been established for a long time. It was originally created during the invasion of the demon race. After repelling the demon race's invasion, the main duty of the Boundary Protection Alliance shifted from defending the homeland to maintaining the order of the martial cultivation world. Because of this, it was widely respected. Many experts were proud to be part of the Boundary Protection Alliance. However, this glory didn't last long. Before long, the Tuoba family gradually took control of the Boundary Protection Alliance. With the participation of various interest groups, the nature of the alliance gradually changed. No longer were they protectors of order. Instead, they became troublemakers everywhere. Because many sects and empires were disgusted by the Boundary Protection Alliance's conduct, a faction decided to break away. Led by the Heaven and Earth sect, 33 powers jointly established the current Heaven and Earth Alliance. At this moment, inside the main hall of the Boundary Protection Alliance, a figure shrouded in black shadows sat cross-legged. Suddenly, the space in front of him distorted, and a white light spot appeared. The light point entered his forehead. The shadowy figure remained silent for a long time before murmuring softly, Interesting. I didn't expect a king stage expert to also exist in a remote place like Qingzhou. He continued, waving his hand majestically. Buzz. Instantly, 3 mighty figures appeared on the spot. They stepped forward and bowed deeply to the dark figure. Mengdu. The shadow nodded slightly, speaking in a hoarse voice. You 3 shall immediately depart for Qingzhou and destroy those 3 empires. The 3 figures quickly nodded. Understood. After speaking, they rose and left, vanishing from the great hall. Inside the grand hall, the dark figure remained silent for a long time before suddenly speaking in a soft voice. The power of this world is too weak. If I want to take the next step, I must plunder the world essence of other worlds. World essence. If someone were present here, they would surely be shocked beyond measure. Because the world essence is the primal power of a world itself, nurturing all living beings, it is equivalent to the core force of existence. If a world's world essence were to be completely drained, it would be catastrophic for that world, leading to its total destruction and the deaths of countless sentient lives. The Imperial Kitchen. Inside the courtyard, Lin Tian was meditating with his eyes closed. Nearby, a group of hens were scratching the ground for food, while the goldfish in the pond blew bubbles continuously. At this moment, Lin Tian's nose slightly twitched as he caught the fragrance of some fruit. Opening his eyes, he looked toward the peach tree and saw that it had actually borne fruit. Looking closely, there were 3 peaches. Although there weren't many, each one was plump and tempting. Lin Tian immediately got up and walked over to the peach tree, somewhat surprised. Already bearing fruit this quickly? It shouldn't have been time for fruiting yet. But thinking again, this peach tree had been given to him by the system. Could anything given by the system be ordinary? Lin Tian picked one peach and took a bite. Juice burst into his mouth, filling his senses with the aroma of the peach. Lin Tian's eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Vermilion Bird Empire's sky, several figures were locked in a fast-paced chase. A young girl dressed in a blue dress was fleeing at high speed. Her beauty was beyond compare, her long legs evoking fantasy, and more intriguingly, cat ears were actually growing on her head. Behind her were 3 men dressed in white robes, their auras imposing and their expressions cold. Similarly, they each bore cat ears atop their heads. Suddenly, one of the pursuers behind called coldly, "Bai Xiaoqing, stop right there." Bai Xiaoqing didn't even turn her head, replying icily, "I already told you, the family's true blood wasn't stolen by me. Then if you didn't steal it, why are you running instead of returning to the clan and explaining clearly in front of the clan head? Humph, the family already sent you people to kill me. Do you really think going back and explaining myself would still matter?" As Bai Xiaoqing spoke, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Then, she looked down at the direction of the Imperial Kitchen. There's a trace of Dao's aura coming from here. Her expression fluctuated before she suddenly clenched her teeth and dove downward. Chapter 43. Are the white tigers really powerful? Bai Xiaoqing's expression froze momentarily before she quickly dove downward. Seeing this, the others were instantly alarmed. "Hurry, chase after her. Under no circumstances must you let her escape." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, everyone surged downward. The Imperial Kitchen. In the courtyard, Lin Tian was still savoring the taste of the immortal peach when suddenly the teddy dog nearby ran over and affectionately rubbed against Lin Tian's leg. Lin Tian looked down at the teddy dog. "Do you want some too?" The teddy dog let out a soft bark. Woof, woof, woof. It clearly wanted some as well. Lin Tian was somewhat speechless. Who knew this dog would also want to eat a peach? He quickly grabbed a knife, sliced half a peach for the teddy dog, who didn't hesitate at all, and gulped it down in one bite. Even Zhu Beiji eating a ginseng fruit wouldn't look more pleased. Once done, the teddy dog looked up at Lin Tian again with eager eyes. Lin Tian quickly devoured the rest of the peach. Too much peach is bad for a dog. Teddy dog, ahead. Above the peach tree, a faint face appeared. "She ate my immortal peach. Does that mean he likes me?" The peach tree fell into deep contemplation, filled with internal conflict. However, there was no future between a peach tree and a dog. Yet she had already fallen for this dog. Swoosh. Within the heavens above the Imperial Kitchen, Bai Xiaoqing's figure was about to land, but suddenly a powerful, mysterious force surrounded her. Bai Xiaoqing's face changed drastically. What's happening here? Under the influence of this profound aura, her body started to change, transforming instantaneously into a small kitten. This kitten was pure white and extremely beautiful. However, on the forehead of the kitten was a small mark that clearly resembled the character King. Clearly, this was not an ordinary kitten. This was a white tiger. Meow. Bai Xiaoqing landed on the ground, startled, and let out a series of meows. Lin Tian focused his gaze and instantly froze. A kitten? Where had this kitten come from? He walked over, squatted down, and gently rubbed the kitten's head. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten didn't resist, seemingly unafraid of people. Instead, it even extended its fuzzy head and snuggled affectionately against Lin Tian's wrist. This cat seems quite intelligent. Lin Tian nodded, somewhat surprised. Could this kitten be a lost palace pet? After all, the palace was so vast, let alone a cat. Even a human could get lost. Did you get lost? Lin Tian gently petted the kitten's head. Meow, meow, meow. As if to reply, the kitten let out a series of meows. Pity, I don't understand cat language. However, judging from your reaction, it seems you really are lost. Lin Tian sighed. The system had taught him many things, but never cat language. Since you're lost, you can stay with me for now. Smiling, Lin Tian turned back toward the kitchen and returned with a bowl of leftover rice. He placed it on the ground and called out to the kitten. You must be hungry. I only have this leftover rice. Would you like to eat it? Leftover rice? Bai Xiaoqing looked at the rice and immediately showed disdain. Meow, meow, meow. I, the princess, refuse to eat leftovers. Even if I jumped from here to my death, Bai Xiaoqing would never take a bite. But at this moment, she suddenly sensed a terrifying Dao energy radiating from within the rice. Bai Xiaoqing frowned slightly. There's something strange about this bowl of rice. Then she walked closer, took a sniff, and nibbled a small bite. Boom. Instantly, terrifying power surrounded her, and her bloodline power within her body violently surged. Meow, meow, meow. What's going on? My bloodline energy is surging. What exactly is happening here? Bai Xiaoqing was stunned. Was this still just leftover rice? No, this was clearly a divine treasure. Quickly, her bloodline power fully evolved. If someone could see through her skin, they would see that her blood inside had turned golden yellow. How incredibly comfortable. Bai Xiaoqing stretched lazily, feeling an amazing sensation throughout her entire body. Rubbing Bai Xiaoqing's head, Lin Tian was a bit surprised. This kitten isn't picky at all. He originally thought cats wouldn't eat leftover rice. I am not just a cat. I am a white tiger. A genuine white tiger. Bai Xiaoqing protested loudly. But her protests to Lin Tian's ears were just a series of meows. At this moment, the teddy dog suddenly turned its gaze toward Bai Xiaoqing. Bai Xiaoqing looked toward the teddy dog, and her body immediately stiffened, as though locked onto by a terrifying ancient beast. Oh my goodness, meow. What kind of monster is this? How can it be so terrifying? Bai Xiaoqing, scared, hid behind Lin Tian. So you're afraid of dogs? Lin Tian sighed helplessly before waving the teddy dog away with his hand. You go play somewhere else for now. The teddy dog withdrew its gaze and left. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoqing finally let out a sigh of relief. That was truly terrifying for a cat. What kind of dog was that anyway? She suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with shock. Could this young man be the master of this place? Why is he able to make that terrifying dog fear him, even though he seems to have no cultivation at all? He must be the master here. It's said that some ancient experts can reverse aging and return to childhood after reaching a certain cultivation stage. Bai Xiaoqing firmly concluded Lin Tian's identity. He must be a powerful expert. The aura of the Tao she had sensed in the sky earlier must have been related to him too. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, just at this moment, 3 figures suddenly plummeted heavily from the sky. They were 3 white cats. But these 3 cats weren't as pure as Bai Xiaoqing. There were many black patterns on their bodies. After landing, the 3 cats wore somewhat frightened expressions. They had no idea why their true forms had suddenly appeared. But that wasn't the most important part. Soon after, they turned their eyes toward Bai Xiaoqing ahead. That brat. They had to take Bai Xiaoqing back to the clan. Bai Xiaoqing, today you must come with us. Wherever you flee to the ends of the earth, you must return with us. After speaking, the 3 cats immediately bared their claws and charged straight at Lin Tian. What the hell? Lin Tian was immediately startled. Where did these wild cats come from? Were they this fierce? They attacked a person upon seeing him? Lin Tian suddenly tightened his grip on the kitchen knife in his hand, ready to fight back. At this moment, suddenly a dog bark rang out. Woof, woof, woof. In an instant, the teddy dog charged forward in front of Lin Tian, staring coldly at the 3 cats. When the 3 cats saw the teddy dog, they immediately stopped, their bodies trembling slightly, as if cats encountering a lion. Who are you, dog? Why are you here? The leading cat asked in a deep voice. The teddy dog glanced at him and arrogantly replied. What are you even worth? Do you deserve to know this honorable one's name? Upon hearing this, the 3 cats immediately became furious. You are indeed too reckless. Don't you know the consequences of offending the white tigers? They directly revealed their backing, because they had sensed that they couldn't see through this dog's aura at all. This dog wasn't simple. White tigers. Upon hearing these words, the teddy dog snorted contemptuously. Are the white tigers really powerful? Chapter 44. A senior of the mixed blood dog clan? The Baihu clan? Teddy dog raised his head. Is it really that impressive? Seeing this, the 3 cats immediately flew into a rage. The leader among them wore a dark expression. Do you even understand what you're saying? Teddy dog said calmly. Is the Baihu clan really that impressive? The leader of the cats said. We Baihu clan possess the supreme bloodline race. The supreme bloodline? Teddy dog couldn't help but laugh. Supreme bloodline. Do you even understand what the supreme bloodline means? Only the bloodline of a divine beast can be called the supreme bloodline. The white cat leader sneered coldly. Humph, a mutt like you actually knows about the supreme bloodline? A mutt? Teddy dog was instantly furious. F*******. Back in the day, his divine dog clan had been so powerful, even divine beasts were like ants to them during their prime. Now he was being insulted as a mixed blood dog by a cat? Can this be tolerated? If he could tolerate this, he wouldn't be a dog. Suddenly, Teddy dog let out a furious roar and lunged toward the white cat leader. The white cat leader's face changed instantly, because at this moment, an overwhelming pressure suddenly sealed him, rendering him unable to move at all. Not good. He was greatly alarmed, realizing he had underestimated this mixed blood dog before him. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, cat and dog clashed violently. Cat fur flew everywhere. The white cat, bound by Teddy dog's aura, couldn't resist at all. He could only allow Teddy dog to bite and tear him apart, and in no time became completely bald. F*******. The other 2 white cats watched in horror. Their hearts were wildly trembling. What big shot is this? Even they couldn't move. Witnessing this, Lin Tian was also greatly shocked. So ferocious was this teddy dog. No wonder the system had given him this teddy dog. Lin Tian couldn't help but raise a thumb, wanting to praise how impressive this was. At this moment, Teddy dog suddenly released the pressure. Instantly, the 3 white cats fled toward the distant door like they had encountered a plague god. This was exactly what Teddy dog wanted, and he immediately chased after them. Outside the imperial kitchen, there was a wasteland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The 3 white cats sprinted forward, but suddenly Teddy dog appeared right before them. You? Upon seeing this, the 3 white cats were greatly alarmed. Who exactly are you? Teddy dog suddenly stood up straight, revealing the mighty part between his legs, and said calmly. You lot aren't worthy of asking my name. Then, he continued. Earlier you called this lord a mixed breed dog. As soon as he spoke, an overwhelming killing intent sealed the 3 white cats. Instantly, their fur bristled in terror. F*******. This is one ruthless opponent. They truly had bitten off more than they could chew. At this moment, the white cat leader suddenly shouted, Senior, I was rude before. Please forgive me. Rude? Teddy Dog snorted coldly, suddenly swinging a paw. A terrifying power of time-space crushed forward. The leader white cat's body exploded instantly into a mist of blood. Dead. He had actually been killed just like that. You? Who exactly are you? The other 2 white cats watched in terror, sweat already streaming down. Teddy Dog smiled mysteriously. So you really want to know who I am? At this moment, one white cat screamed in terror. Esteemed senior of the mongrel dog clan, we were blind and failed to recognize a great deity. Please spare our lives. Upon hearing this, Teddy Dog's aura darkened sharply. A senior of the mixed blood dog clan? Did he really look like one of them? He was none other than the revered divine dog clan's true representative. He turned to the 2 white cats. You've truly angered this lord. Then, he swung his dog paw forward, and terrifying time-space power surged downward like a river flowing in reverse. Boom. The 2 white cats' bodies instantly aged, and before the eyes turned into piles of skeletons. Dead. They were actually instantly killed. After finishing all this, Teddy Dog casually patted his paws and said indifferently, Such trash, daring to offend this lord. This is your fate. Even the Azure Dragon clan treats this lord with utmost respect. In all my countless years of existence, this is the first time someone called me a mongrel. Though he had already taken revenge, Teddy Dog was still quite angry. In a word, he was upset. Didn't he look handsome? His fur was naturally curly, extremely stylish alright. Yet he was called a mixed blood dog. This was a complete trampling of his dignity. Only after this did he return as if nothing had happened, arriving back at the courtyard. By then, Lin Tian had already gone to the room to get something else for Bai Xiaoqing. Because he noticed that Bai Xiaoqing seemed extremely hungry, the bowl of leftover rice had been devoured in just a few bites. When Bai Xiaoqing saw Teddy Dog enter, her expression immediately changed. She had witnessed the entire scene earlier. Those 3 were powerful experts sent by the family to kill her, all of them true cultivators at the Peak Lord realm. Yet before this dog senior, they couldn't even lift a finger in resistance. Above the Peak Lord realm? Could it be the senior had reached a realm higher than the Peak Lord? Only someone at a higher realm could possess such overwhelming strength. Senior. Bai Xiaoqing slightly bowed toward Teddy Dog. Teddy Dog looked at Bai Xiaoqing and suddenly asked, Are you from the Baihu clan? Bai Xiaoqing didn't dare to hide the truth and nodded at once. This junior is indeed from the Baihu clan. Teddy Dog gave a slight nod and asked, Those 3 before were your clansmen? Clansmen? Bai Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment before nodding. They were indeed my clansmen. Teddy Dog asked again, Then why are they chasing you to kill you? Bai Xiaoqing gave a bitter smile. Actually, Teddy Dog suddenly interrupted. Never mind. Even if you explain, this lord has no interest in listening. Saying that, Teddy Dog turned around and walked to a peach tree nearby, then began dozing off. Time to sleep. Bai Xiaoqing stood there, stunned. At that moment, suddenly a woman's face appeared on the trunk of the peach tree. She looked down at Teddy Dog, who was tightly snuggled beside her, her face instantly blazing red with heat. He must like me. That's why he's sleeping so close to me. Is this his way of confessing? What should I do? How should I respond? The peach tree became extremely nervous, her entire body trembling violently. Then, suddenly, near her roots, a warm surge of water gushed out. Teddy Dog was instantly startled and jumped up. He looked up at the peach tree. The F*******? A flood. No, you tree dared to mess with this lord too. Teddy Dog narrowed his eyes slightly, becoming extremely dangerous, but soon shook his head. If it weren't for the master's sake, today this lord would have pulled you out of the ground. After saying that, he turned and left. To go sleep at the backyard. At the original spot, the peach tree looked painfully distressed, her heart aching immensely. I just couldn't control myself. I'm heartbroken. Bai Xiaoqing de dai da zuo zai yan di, dong dai zhe lin tan de chu shan, ta fa shan zhi li de dong shi, do bu shi jan dan zhi. Suddenly, she noticed there was actually a fish pond not far ahead. A fish pond? She hesitated for a moment, then cautiously approached, looking toward the pond. She immediately froze. Under the pond, a group of goldfish were blowing bubbles, but as soon as Bai Xiaoqing appeared, all the goldfish stopped blowing bubbles and stared coldly at her. In an instant, Bai Xiaoqing's expression changed dramatically. She suddenly saw countless azure dragons soaring into the sky, galloping through the air. Azure dragons. These goldfish were actually azure dragons. Her expression changed drastically. Suddenly, she let out a painful scream as if her very soul was about to be torn apart. She hurriedly turned her gaze away, no longer daring to look at the pond, rushing back to the center of the courtyard. And at this moment, goo-goo-goo, a rooster crow rang out, followed by a flock of old hens charging out from the backyard. The lead hen wore a sorrowful expression on her face. That damn stupid dog again. Coming to the backyard again. There was no choice. They had been cultivating in the backyard when suddenly Teddy Dog rushed in. To avoid being ambushed, they had all rushed out. No choice at all. That dog wasn't behaving properly. They had to be extra careful. At that moment, the lead hen suddenly looked toward Bai Xiaoqing. Buzz. Bai Xiaoqing suddenly felt her soul spinning, the entire cat spinning dizzily. What was going on? Suddenly, she noticed above the hens were soaring phoenixes, radiating divine light. The phoenixes overwhelmed the heavenly Tao with their pressure. Phoenixes. Actual phoenixes. Heavens above. Chapter 45. Stealing the power of bloodline? Oh my god, this is too scary for a cat. No. I mean too terrifying for a tiger? A group of azure dragons was bad enough. Now a flock of phoenixes appeared too. What kind of place is this exactly? Could it possibly be a sacred land where immortals cultivate? At this moment, Lin Tian walked out holding a basin of thin porridge, with a few leafy greens floating on top. Lin Tian was afraid that the little white cat would get diarrhea from eating cold leftovers, so he specially warmed it up. This was all the leftover food left. He came to the ground and squatted down, placing the food basin in front of Bai Xiaoqing and gently petting her head. Eat up. Bai Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled instantly, and she started eating without the slightest hesitation. This rice porridge was truly a treasure. Just after consuming a little of it, her bloodline had already begun to change. She had a premonition that if she finished this bowl, her bloodline power would definitely undergo a transformation, progressing even further. Bloodline transformation. Something like this had almost never occurred within her Baihu clan. Lin Tian stroked Bai Xiaoqing's cat head, having grown quite fond of her. He had always loved cats. Since you're following me, you should have a name. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said, I'll call you Xiaobai. After all, you're a little white cat. This name suits you perfectly. Little white cat? Who is a little white cat? She was a white tiger. Meow meow meow. Bai Xiaoqing raised her head and mewed loudly, then continued gobbling up her meal. Since the food and accommodation were provided, fine, she could tolerate being called a little white cat. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Looks like you agree. What a clever little white cat you are. Having said that, he turned around and sat down on his reclining chair, closing his eyes to rest. Actually, a leisurely life wasn't so bad. As for any fighting and killing, forget it. Isn't it better just to eat, sleep, and sunbathe every day? Elsewhere, within the Baihu clan, a stern middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. On his head, unlike the human race, grew a pair of ears distinctly different. This man was none other than the leader of the Baihu clan. In front of him stood numerous Baihu clan experts, all of them looking extremely grave at this moment. The Baihu clan chief suddenly said, Still no trace of the traitor? The expressions of the gathered Baihu warriors grew somber, and no one dared to speak. His Baihu clan had endured for generations relying solely on the immense power of their bloodline. Though this bloodline power could be passed down through generations, it could not avoid gradual dilution over time. Their ancestors had foreseen this long ago. Therefore, before his demise, the ancient progenitor of the Baihu clan left behind a single drop of true blood within the clan. This single drop of blood contained the immense power of that ancestor's bloodline. If successfully refined and absorbed, it could vastly enhance one's bloodline power, even leading to evolution. It was the only hope of the Baihu clan's resurgence. Over the years, the Baihu clan had regarded this drop of blood as their ultimate treasure, guarding it with utmost care. They had been waiting for the right timing, waiting for a bloodline carrier with powerful bloodline force to arise within the Baihu clan. The stronger one's bloodline was, the higher the chances of successfully absorbing that divine drop of blood. But not long ago, the inherited bloodline essence had suddenly vanished, taken away by Bai Xiaoqing. Since the bloodline had been stored within the Baihu clan's ancestral grounds, and Bai Xiaoqing happened to be there at the time of its disappearance. The Baihu clan leader's voice grew cold. So no one wishes to speak? At this moment, one of the Baihu warriors stepped forward. Chief, the people we sent out have completely lost contact. I'm afraid they may have encountered misfortune. Misfortune? Expressions of everyone darkened further. The Baihu clan leader's face turned horrifyingly grim. 2 cultivators at the supreme warrior level can't even handle that single traitor. Bai Xiaoqing's cultivation realm was only at the initial stage of supreme warrior, while the ones he had dispatched were all experts of the 3rd stage of supreme warrior. Suddenly, another person stepped forward hesitantly before saying, Chief, I fear the one responsible may not be Bai Xiaoqing herself. Not Bai Xiaoqing herself? The Baihu clan chief turned to the speaker. You mean, someone else is behind this? The warrior from the Baihu clan nodded gravely. The theft of our Baihu clan's bloodline power is unlikely to be Bai Xiaoqing's doing alone. There must be others orchestrating it behind the scenes. Hearing this, the Baihu clan chief slowly closed his eyes. No one in the hall dared speak, for they all knew Bai Xiaoqing was the only daughter of the Baihu clan leader himself. After a long silence, the Baihu clan chief finally opened his eyes. Baizhua, a tall, formidable middle-aged man, stepped from the crowd. Around him surged terrifying, blood-soaked martial aura. He came forward, slightly bowing. Chief, the Baihu clan leader looked at him and spoke calmly. Go find Bai Xiaoqing. Bring her back alive if possible. If not, he paused slightly before continuing. Then kill her immediately. Baizhua furrowed his brows slightly. Chief, after all, she is your daughter, the princess of our Baihu clan. The Baihu clan leader interrupted him. No matter who she is, stealing the bloodline power of our Baihu clan is a capital offense. Baizhua nodded and replied solemnly. I understand, but I will try my best to bring back Princess Xiaoqing alive. After saying that, he turned to leave. Wait. The Baihu clan leader suddenly called out. Baizhua turned around and looked at the Baihu clan leader. The Baihu clan chief said sternly, Since that traitorous girl managed to escape the pursuit, there must be someone helping her from behind. This time, you cannot be careless. Take more people with you. Baizhua raised his fists. Understood. After saying that, he finally turned and left. The Baihu clan leader waved his hand. You all may leave as well. Upon hearing that, the others immediately withdrew. Inside the grand hall, only the Baihu clan leader remained. He slightly nodded his head, his expression extremely complicated. Bai Xiaoqing was his daughter. How could he bear to send people to hunt her down? Yet, she had stolen the bloodline power of the Baihu clan. As the leader of the Baihu clan, he naturally had to consider the clan's interests. Thinking about this, his expression gradually became cold and indifferent. Qingzhou, the Azure Dragon Empire. With the return of the Azure Dragon Emperor, the empire had once again stabilized. Furthermore, the three great empires had not stationed troops inside the Azure Dragon Empire, nor had they interfered in its internal affairs. Strictly speaking, the Azure Dragon Empire still possessed considerable power. Inside a secret chamber, the Azure Dragon Emperor walked out, his aura of battle power unprecedentedly strong, his cultivation realm having reached the 6th stage of Supreme Warrior. The 6th stage of Supreme Warrior. If placed in the central continent, it might not be anything significant. However, within Qingzhou, it was absolutely terrifying. Because even the Vermilion Bird Emperor and others only possessed cultivation strength around the 1st stage of Supreme Warrior. To put it simply, he was now the absolute top expert in Qingzhou. Yet he wasn't arrogant at all because he knew that in front of that senior expert, his current realm was still insignificant. Incredible. Truly worthy of being the Azure Dragon True Blood. It's simply terrifying. Suddenly, he sighed in admiration. The Azure Dragon True Blood given by the leader of the Azure Dragon clan. He had only refined a tiny bit of it. The reason was that his current cultivation was still too weak. If he fully refined it, his body wouldn't be able to withstand the power. Even so, the benefits from refining just a tiny amount were beyond his imagination. He had a premonition that if he fully refined the True Blood, breaking through to the Supreme Warrior stage wouldn't be difficult at all. Beyond Supreme Warrior lay the realm of the Supreme King. He had never imagined that he would one day reach the realm of a Supreme King. He became even more respectful toward Lin Tian. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Zhuge Elder. Chapter 46. Do you have any questions? Elder Zhuge looked toward Qinglong Huangzhu, his deep-set eyes narrowing slightly. Qinglong Huangzhu, did you break through your cultivation realm? Qinglong Huangzhu had just recently broken through, and not just once, but multiple realms in succession, so his energy was still slightly leaking, unable to be completely reined in. Elder Zhuge was somewhat surprised because just yesterday, Qinglong Huangzhu had still been at the 2nd level of Martial King. Only a few days had passed, yet he had already broken through several realms and entered the 6th level of Martial King. Such speed of advancement, unheard of even in Qingzhou, was no ordinary feat, even by Central Plain standards. There must be some trickery involved. Qinglong Huangzhu quickly bowed slightly and smiled. Just lucky, that's all. Lucky. Elder Zhuge shook his head and chuckled. This doesn't seem like luck at all. Qinglong Huangzhu gave an awkward laugh and didn't wish to dwell on the topic any further. He changed the subject. I wonder, Elder Zhuge, did you come here for some operation? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhuge nodded. Indeed, there is an operation. As he spoke, he waved his hand. In an instant, 2 figures appeared beside him. They were both dressed in uniforms of the Boundary Protection Alliance and exuded a mighty aura of powerful martial cultivators. Qinglong Huangzhu examined the two. Even his pupils slightly constricted. The power of martial kings. Flowing from the two of them was the energy of martial kings. Martial kings. Qinglong Huangzhu's voice trembled slightly. Could these two be martial kings? Martial kings. In Qingzhou, apart from the old ancestor of the Vermilion Bird dynasty back then, there hadn't been another figure like that. Elder Zhuge nodded, stroking his beard. They are indeed 2 martial kings. Qinglong Huangzhu sighed in admiration. No wonder the Boundary Protection Alliance is so impressive. Pulling out 2 martial kings like this, not a single empire in Qingzhou could manage such a feat. Truly the power of the mighty alliance from the Central Plains. Absolutely formidable. Elder Zhuge nodded, then turned to the two and smiled. I'm afraid I'll need the 2 of you for this mission. The 2 martial kings nodded. Elder Zhuge, don't be so formal. The alliance leader sent us here to assist you. This is naturally our duty. Though their words were courteous, one could clearly sense their arrogance. Indeed, these kinds of experts naturally carried great pride. Elder Zhuge nodded again, and one of the martial kings asked, then where exactly is the Vermilion Bird dynasty? Elder Zhuge extended a finger pointing in a direction. It's in that direction. After speaking, he suddenly added, how about I accompany you too this time? There's a divine talisman master of king level in the Vermilion Bird dynasty. It might not be easy to deal with. King level. A talisman master? The two shook their heads slightly, somewhat dismissively. Elder Zhuge, you just wait here for our news. As for that king level talisman master, it won't be an issue. A king level talisman master could, at full strength, match a martial king expert. But who were they? Martial kings. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhuge slightly furrowed his brows but nodded. Since that's the case, then be careful. The two didn't say more, turned around, and vanished at the edge of the horizon. Once they were gone, Elder Zhuge muttered under his breath, martial kings? What a joke. Qinglong Huangzhu withdrew his thoughts and looked at the horizon. Suddenly, he felt pity for those 2 martial kings. He didn't know exactly what Lin Tian's cultivation level was, but Lin Tian's aura was terrifyingly stronger than that of the 2 martial kings. Martial kings? What even were they before Lin Tian? If his guesses were correct, these 2 martial kings were probably going to perish without returning. Beside him, Elder Zhuge snapped back to attention and smiled. Just wait. After today, Qingzhou will belong to your Qinglong Empire. After saying this, he turned and left. Belong to the Qinglong Empire? Qinglong Huangzhu gave a bitter smile. Truthfully, he'd once thought of that too, But ever since witnessing Lin Tian's power, he abandoned such thoughts completely. Vermilion Bird Dynasty. In front of the dynasty's main gate appeared a naked young boy. The boy was completely bare from head to toe, wearing only a grass skirt woven from leaves to cover his sensitive areas. He hid in a bush nearby, watching the people coming and going in front of the gates with utter despair in his heart. What the hell? How could I be so unlucky? I went out to do a little sketching, and when I came back I got robbed. Those bandits who robbed him were absolutely despicable. They had taken everything from him, even his underwear. Mother better not let me meet you again, or I'll show you no mercy. Xiaoli helplessly raged. He glanced again at the gate and shook his head. Forget entering now, it's impossible. I'll have to wait until nightfall and look for a chance to sneak in. The guards at the city gate were people he knew, and they were also aware of his identity, but in his current state, he couldn't show himself in public at all. Whoosh. Just at this moment, two figures appeared in the vast sky. They were the two Martial King experts from the Boundary Protection Alliance. As soon as they arrived, their terrifying Martial King auras instantly covered the entire Vermilion Bird Dynasty. In an instant, countless experts from the Vermilion Bird Dynasty shot into the air, appearing on the scene. The Vermilion Bird Emperor, Lin Lao, and others quickly revealed themselves. The Vermilion Bird Emperor stared directly at the two, his expression growing extremely grave. The power of Martial Kings? Martial King experts? He shot the two a deep glance and quickly offered a slight bow. May I ask what brings the two of you to my Vermilion Bird Dynasty? At this moment, the leading Martial King expert spoke indifferently. You are the Vermilion Bird Emperor? The Vermilion Bird Emperor's expression immediately changed drastically. Was this tone meant for him? He nodded. Indeed I am. Upon hearing this, the two of them suddenly laughed. If that's the case, then kill yourself. Kill yourself. As soon as the words were spoken, the faces of countless experts from the Vermilion Bird Dynasty darkened instantly. The Vermilion Bird Emperor himself also showed anger on his face. Lang Wei, the two shook their heads. No. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's voice sank. Then why are you here? The two looked at him with disdain. Do you think an elephant needs to explain anything to an ant? Does an elephant even intentionally crush an ant? Upon hearing this, the Vermilion Bird Emperor's expression became even darker. Clearly, these two had come with ill intentions. Is there no room for discussion? The Vermilion Bird Emperor asked gravely. He truly didn't wish to fight these two. They were both Martial King experts. Martial Kings. His heart pounded violently. If battle broke out between the two sides, it would undoubtedly mean the end of his Vermilion Bird Dynasty. Annoying. At this moment, one of the Martial Kings suddenly became impatient. He suddenly stretched out his hand and struck forward with a palm attack. Boom. The terrifying force of a Martial King shattered space, instantly forming a colossal palm, descending powerfully upon the Vermilion Bird Emperor's location. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's face changed drastically as he hurriedly raised his hands to defend. Boom. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's body flew like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ground. Emperor. All the experts of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty's expressions turned grim instantly. They couldn't even fight back. The terrifying pressure swept through the air, the surrounding buildings instantly shattering. The bushes where Xiaoli was hiding were also blown apart instantly. His entire body was suddenly exposed to the open. Xiaoli's face turned blank. Mother ****. He immediately turned to flee. But just then, one of the Martial Kings suddenly turned his gaze toward him. Who is that? In an instant, everyone's eyes fell upon Xiaoli, who immediately flushed bright red. Then, he forced himself to suppress his emotions and proudly declared, I am rootless. Do you have a problem with that? Chapter 47. A Naked Talisman Master? A Eunuch? The expressions of the two monarch-level martial cultivators involuntarily darkened. This is ridiculous. Turning the word eunuch into something so refined and extraordinary. This kid must be quite a talent. But why would this so-called eunuch be running around stark naked here? It's absolutely incomprehensible how the Vermilion Bird Empire could allow this. The two of them couldn't hide their strong disdain. At this moment, however, the Vermilion Bird Emperor and Elder Lin's faces changed. They felt somewhat embarrassed. Didn't the senior have already returned? Why did he suddenly choose this place to run around completely naked? And, of all people, he was seen by these two monarch-level experts from the Central Plains. It would certainly make the Vermilion Bird Empire a laughingstock. However, upon further reflection, the two became respectful once more. Great experts often had eccentricities that ordinary people couldn't possibly understand. Take Senior Lin Tian, for example. He was immensely powerful beyond comparison. Yet he preferred to live in the small imperial kitchen, casually growing vegetables, chopping firewood, cooking, and the like. But none of that changed the fact that he was a true cultivator powerhouse. So of course, Senior Li Zi's preference for being completely honest and open must also be beyond reproach. Realizing this, the two immediately felt relieved. Only then did they come back to their senses, respectfully cupping their fists towards Senior Li Zi. Senior, why are you here? Could it be that? A tremor passed through their hearts as they recalled the dominance Senior Li Zi had displayed against the two monarchs earlier, and they immediately realized what must have happened. Clearly, the senior had used Taoist laws and principles to foresee the arrival of the two monarch-level martial experts, and had thus waited here in advance. As for why he wasn't wearing any clothes, well, it was just the senior's preference. Right. How could commoners ever understand the tastes of an overlord-level expert? When one preference sufficed, that was more than enough. The two monarch-level experts involuntarily constricted their pupils and shifted their gaze onto Senior Li Zi. Their eyes brimmed with deep suspicion. Someone whom the Vermilion Bird Emperor called Senior. How could such a person merely be a petty eunuch? They carefully sensed the martial aura of this eunuch and instantly experienced a huge internal shock. This person's aura was completely empty, showing no sign of cultivation at all, which could only mean one thing. He must be that mysterious talisman master who had manipulated the outcome of the imperial battlefield. Moreover, they had long heard from Elder Zhuge that this talisman master was still young. The temperament of the person before them fit this description perfectly. Immediately, their faces filled with intense disdain. Even if he was a talisman master, so what? They were both monarch-level experts. Across the entire Qing province, they were the strongest. What could a talisman master possibly do? If you two have come here as guests, naturally we welcome you. But we advise you to leave immediately after you've eaten and drunk your fill. Otherwise, we will not be held responsible for the consequences. The Vermilion Bird Emperor decided to give the other side a chance. After all, they were from the Interdomain Alliance in the Central Plains. Though the Vermilion Bird Empire was now in its prime, thanks to Senior Lin Tian's influence, with the other three empires kneeling in submission. At the moment, the Vermilion Bird Empire had no intention of provoking the Interdomain Alliance. Whether war or peace lies entirely in your hands. Elder Lin smiled faintly, unusually composed in this moment. With Senior Li Zi having appeared, what did they have to be afraid of? Since Senior Li Zi showed up here in advance after learning that these two were coming to cause trouble, and even showed up naked as an expression of contempt, that alone showed that these two monarchs weren't even worth Senior Li Zi's attention. Thinking this through, Elder Lin relaxed completely. Do you two consider this as threatening us? Do you even know that what you've said just now could cause the entire Vermilion Bird Empire to be burned to ashes by the fire of the Interdomain Alliance, and even spread to the entire Qing province? One of the two martial monarchs immediately grew dark in expression. Used to wielding power throughout the Central Plains with the backing of their position within the Interdomain Alliance, no one had dared speak to them this way before. Instantly enraged, they unleashed countless strands of martial aura from their bodies, ripping through the sky and shocking the heavens and earth, shaking the very void. Humph! The Vermilion Bird Emperor and Elder Lin's expressions changed, and their hearts involuntarily tightened. Was this the power of a monarch-level cultivator? Given their own current strength, naturally they would be incapable of resisting. But now, everything was different. Senior Li Zi was here. What was there to fear? This is the Vermilion Bird Empire. I have shown you courtesy because I respect you, but if you don't know how to behave appropriately, don't blame me for being impolite. The Vermilion Bird Emperor stepped forward instead, his face brimming with dignity and authority. The other monarch-level expert slightly raised his eyebrows and immediately displayed deep mockery on his face. By yourself? Or perhaps, that talisman master? What top-grade stellar talisman master could possibly come out of Qing province? That's nothing but alarmist nonsense. I myself am also a talisman master. I'd like to challenge your so-called talisman master to a match. The other martial monarch sent a glance of contempt towards Senior Li Zi, a little eunuch running around completely naked. What a joke, calling himself a talisman master. Besides, the guy was clearly trying to play clever. Talisman masters required divine talismans created through divine power when they attacked. Now, this guy had absolutely nothing on him. What was he going to draw? A ball of yarn? Instantly, the martial talisman master grew even more composed. Want to challenge me? Senior Li Zi blinked, the heavy look of confusion on his face quickly fading. He understood. The situation this time was the same as the previous battlefield. He couldn't understand why these martial experts had this weird obsession. Why fight hand-to-hand, unleashing their full powers to decide victory? But instead, every time, they had to let an artist go at it, deciding the outcome with paintings. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. So yet again, I'm dragged into this mess. If I had known this, I shouldn't have learned that ridiculous drawing stuff. Senior Li Zi sighed, looking quite helpless. He had only learned painting from Lin Tian to kill time when he was bored out of his mind. But now, it seemed like everything recently dragged him into one problem after another. I'm so freaking stressed out. Brother Chun, it's all on you today. However, this opponent is just an immature talisman master who hasn't even grown his full hair yet. This should be effortless for Brother Chun, right? Another martial monarch smirked slightly at the martial talisman master, as if watching an amusing game. Hehe, Fengxian, has a master from our Interdomain Alliance ever disgraced himself before? Today, I'll make this self-proclaimed talisman master realize there is always someone stronger out there. The martial talisman master laughed out loud, already conjuring 3 divine talismans with his palm. Bang! Golden light swirling around. The 3 talismans, as if possessing heaven-defying powers, directly caused ripples through the river of time. And then, surging waves arose. The boundless void trembled violently, even cracking in places. This is the power of a martial monarch-level talisman master? Indeed. Impressive, the Vermilion Bird Emperor murmured with a pale face, offering a helpless, bitter smile. It's true, the Central Plains are truly full of powerful experts. The Vermilion Bird Empire simply can't compete with them. Elder Lin wore a slightly gloomy expression too. Instinctively, both took a step back. This battle was already far beyond their cultivation level. There was no way they could involve themselves. At best, they could only barely watch from the sidelines. And even that couldn't last too long. Otherwise, the shockwave from the powerful Taoist laws contained in the talismans would shatter their very souls, forever severed from reincarnation. However, They were only politely surprised for a moment, then pinned all their hopes on his Senior Li Z. With Senior Li Z present, what was there to fear? Just crush him. Uffed. Abstract painting style again. I really look down on you so-called painters. At this moment, Senior Li Z rolled his eyes, wearing a look of complete disdain. He had heard from Lin Tian about various types of paintings existing in certain worlds, one of them called abstract art. In short, abstract was as abstract could be. It was practically unwatchable. Yet he never expected that nearly every painting master he had met lately turned out to be an abstract artist. He really wanted to punch the guy. Hehe. If I were to directly kill you like this, it would look like I was bullying the weak. I'll give you a chance. Take out your talismans. Would you like the first move? The martial talisman master radiated golden light, holding 3 continuously rotating divine talismans in his hand. He looked as if he stood above the world. Talismans? Really, I give up. Call rotten paper drawings what you want. But why such a lofty-sounding name? Senior Li Z sneered with contempt, smirking as he turned his lips up slightly. Chapter 48. You believe we came here just to drink tea? Do you think your painting can even compare with mine? It's uglier than ghost scrawls. Even if I were dancing and peeing while squatting, the traces left by my pee would look better than what you painted. That's it. And you still dare to say it's your ultimate move? Just a simple comparison of paintings, but this kid spoke of it as if it were a battle between top experts. Look how boastful he's become. Upon hearing those words, Zhuke Huangzhu and Lin Lao trembled involuntarily, completely shocked. Within those 3 divine talismans lay an aura of terrifying power capable of tearing through the Tao of heaven itself. But in the eyes of this elder, they were nothing more than pieces of scrap paper. In other words, even such divine talismans failed to impress him? What kind of terrifying strength does this elder truly possess? They both felt momentarily disoriented, unable to even guess at the limits of such power. At this moment, they even felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and bow before him. The eyes of the divine talisman king flickered with icy coldness, filled with killing intent. All right. Don't you just want to see my work? Look how worked up you're getting. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I had cuckolded you. Xiao Li waved his hand dismissively, chuckling slightly at the absurdity. Then, he reached behind his back and started rummaging around, quickly pulling out xian paper and a brush with ink. 2 divine kings, Zhuke Huangzhu and Lin Lao, were instantly stunned. This kid was completely naked, like a muddy old loach freshly pulled from the river. So many items. He just pulled them all from where? Yet as the thought entered their minds, both couldn't help but feel their minds tighten up, unable to even imagine how that would have looked. After all, the image was just too disturbing. Fine. You may begin. The divine king stabilized his spirit, once again projecting a commanding aura. Begin then. Like I'd be afraid of your ghostly scribbles. Today, I'll show you what a real painting looks like. Xiao Li picked up the brush and ink, instantly looking full of spirit and vigor. What a paint. Right. This kid liked drawing ghost talismans. Then I'll paint him a demon to suppress his ghostly talisman. A demon king to seal demons. Perfect. In an instant, he twisted his wrist. Thick black ink flowed freely, dancing across the paper. Boom. Innumerable Tao laws and principles suddenly poured forth from the brush tip, manifesting as streaks of dark energy that filled the heavens and earth. The sky was abruptly torn open. Countless stars, immeasurable in distance, suddenly dimmed, as if cloaked in thick black mist. Demons and monsters in the lower worlds looked up to the heavens, shrieking in terror as they sensed the arrival of a ghost king across all realms. Each of them trembled. Bloodthirsty beasts scurried into caves and forests. Those that usually swaggered about were now curled up, shivering uncontrollably. Although they couldn't tell exactly what had occurred, they could clearly sense an overwhelming terror filling the universe. Then, this energy suddenly receded, gathering at Xiao Li's brush tip, eventually released through ink and brush onto the paper. What kind of divine talisman is this? Without using any divine power, or even revealing any aura, he actually created something so terrifying. With a bang, just feeling that intense aura of fear, the divine talisman king couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! The 3 divine talismans in his hands disintegrated into ash. These talismans contained infinite divine power, yet compared to the infinite dread in Xiao Li's drawing, they amounted to no more than a fart. Moreover, that pu sound seemed even less impressive. Yet at that moment, a hideous, fanged, green-faced demon had already taken form on the painting. Should the eyes look fierce or gentle? I'm actually debating this. Since it's a demon, the more horrifying, the better. Wait, 2 eyes seem insufficient. Let me draw 6 eyes. That'll make it look much scarier. Inspiration struck Xiao Li, and he began creating vigorously once again. 6 eyes clearly appeared on the demon's face. Suddenly, a phantom of the demon emerged from the painting. A figure with 6 eyes radiating 6 different glows, glaring maliciously at the talismanist. The 6-eyed demon king? No way, it's an ancient demon. He actually summoned an ancient demon. Is this really just a divine king-level talisman artist? No, he's stronger. Absolutely insurmountable. At that moment, the talismanist was shaken beyond composure. He slammed his legs forcefully onto the ground, creating a deep crater on its surface. His hands supporting him on the earth, he shivered all over, giant drops of sweat pouring from his forehead. He had lost. And he had lost, badly. He couldn't even dream of matching his divine talisman skills against the opponent. The 6-eyed ghost king summoned casually by that kid, if he wished, could reduce him to nothing more than dust with just a single glance. In this moment, he finally understood a truth. There's always someone stronger out there. And not just that. He was facing a being with absolutely no earthly roots. If we said that all we wanted was to come here, drink a cup of tea, and leave immediately, would you believe us? Another martial king cultivator, pale and trembling, gave a bitter smile. Since that's the case, you're more than welcome. Xuanhuan snapped out of his daze and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Even he had been utterly shaken to his core. Senior Xiaolizi was actually capable of summoning the six-eyed ghost king? The six-eyed ghost king existed only in ancient legends. It was said that he once ran rampant across Qingzhou, and Qingzhou's greatest experts had to unite, suffering heavy losses, just to finally defeat him. Precisely because of that battle, Qingzhou's masters gradually declined, and the dark aura the ghost king had left behind shrouded Qingzhou for 1,000 years, severely hindering the cultivation progress of its masters. And now, this legendary ghost king could be casually summoned by Xiaolizi. How terrifyingly powerful had the senior become? The emperor of the imperial kitchen was clearly even stronger than Xiaolizi. What kind of horror would that be? The moment this thought surfaced, Zhuge Huangzhu and Lin Lao both shuddered involuntarily. They couldn't afford to indulge in such speculations. Otherwise, it could invite heavenly calamity. Prepare tea for the two guests, the best tea available. Zhuge Huangzhu waved his hand. Then, two stunned cultivators quickly led the two martial kings, who were still forced into the role of tea drinkers, into Zhuge imperial dynasty. How did it turn into just drinking tea? Aren't we fighting anymore? Did we just surrender? Where the hell did this ridiculous painter come from? He completely wasted my dramatic expressions. Xiaoli sighed helplessly. Then, no longer concerned with the matter, he flushed slightly in the face, used the painting of the six-eyed ghost king to cover his private parts, and hurriedly darted into the Zhuge imperial dynasty to report to the supervisor. Though, in truth, there wasn't really much on his body worth covering. As the six-eyed ghost king vanished along with Xiaoli, the heavens and earth quickly returned to normal. Yet in the hearts of all the experts present, emotions still surged like crashing waves. Shocked and stunned, just one lowly eunuch in our Zhuge imperial dynasty was actually a divine-level talisman master? How utterly surreal was that? Your Majesty, you should understand who these two seniors are. Lin Lao, after recovering from his shock, stepped forward cautiously, his voice low. I understand. All experts present here today, no word of this incident must ever leave. Should even a single syllable leak, you all shall die. The assembled experts froze instantly, their legs weak beneath them, finally bowing their heads with thunderous agreement. In that single instant, they all understood. With such a talisman master in Zhuge imperial dynasty, excessive attention would surely be drawn, possibly provoking the envy of powerhouses from Zhongzhou. Thus, discretion was still the better part of valor. Humph. Only then did Lin Lao relax slightly. Turning his head, he gazed toward the direction Xiaoli had left, watching until the bald backside vanished from sight. A bitter smile surfaced on his face. This senior might be incredibly powerful, but his peculiarities seemed a little questionable. Fighting stark naked? In the entire martial cultivation world, that's something truly seen for the first time. Chapter 49. Intense aroma. Surely a demon lurks. Meanwhile, Xiaolizi had already returned to the chief eunuch to report in. The chief eunuch had always been on good terms with him and didn't take his tardiness seriously. He simply laughed it off and let the matter slide. Xiaolizi thanked him profusely, first cleaned the book pavilion, then eagerly made his way to the imperial kitchen. I must say, Lin Tian, you really screwed me over. Who could have known that an immortal could jump that high? He even took my clothes away. As soon as he entered the imperial kitchen, Xiaolizi started complaining. Bringing up the incident, he felt nothing but bitter resentment inside. Who would have guessed that an old coachman would perform a trick like an immortal's leap? When he realized there were indeed no spirit stones on him, he didn't retaliate but instead stripped him of his clothes. Those clothes had cost him 3 months' worth of saved spirit stones. It was his casual outfit. But in the end, they fell into someone else's hands like that. Xiaolizi's heart ached. Jumped again by an immortal? It seems you and immortals have a special connection. When your destined opportunity arrives, perhaps one day an immortal will personally bestow blessings, grant you the Tao, and offer you eternal life. Lin Tian, who was crouched on the ground gently petting the small white cat, smiled slightly and reached out to pat Xiaobai's head. What nonsense about immortal connections. I'm just a person with no roots, unloved by my parents, destined to spend the rest of my days in this royal court. Xiaolizi rolled his eyes. Oh, why did you bring another little cat again? This one even has a king mark on its head. Unusual, very unusual. Suddenly intrigued, Xiaolizi grinned broadly and reached out to stroke Xiaobai's head. She's called Xiaobai. She was chased here by some mean cats. Teddy scared them away. Xiaobai's been through a shock, so be gentle with her. Lin Tian kindly reminded him. Don't worry, I am naturally the gentlest person in the world. Come here, let me hold you. I promise infinite tenderness. Eagerly, Xiaolizi spread his arms wide, attempting to pull Xiaobai into a warm embrace. Meow. Xiaobai let out an unfriendly meow, clearly showing a trace of disdain. Then, she shook her body and vanished from the imperial kitchen in an instant. What the hell? I got rejected. Are all the cute little creatures here this full of personality? I like it. Xiaolizi scratched his head, increasingly sensing the vitality in this place. He looked around, noticing the peach tree had already borne peaches, and Teddy was eyeing a group of hens, circling them with ill intentions. The hens, wings spread protectively around their bodies, glared at Teddy in caution. Splash! Golden koi leaped from the water surface one after another, appearing cheerful and lively. You really have transformed this place into a land full of life. Compared to my book pavilion, which is so desolate. What a difference. It's infuriating. Xiao Lizi sighed bitterly, muttering under his breath. Then he sat swaying in the bamboo chair with his eyes closed, waiting for the fragrant aroma from the kitchen. Sure enough, at this moment, Lin Tian picked up his cleaver and focused on chopping the Chinese cabbage. Tonight's dish, vinegar stir-fried cabbage. Before long, a sour, fragrant scent began wafting from the kitchen. Then, it spread throughout the entire Vermilion Bird Empire. In the Vermilion Bird Empire's guest hall, under the gaze of mighty experts, two king-ranked warriors suddenly shivered. The tea in their cups rippled. They exchanged glances. This scent, so incredibly strong. Even more frightening was that this aroma carried the essence of Taoist principles. Though intangible and invisible, the overbearing royal aura was clearly permeating the air. It was even more intense than the spiritual qi of Qingzhou. The talisman master inhaled deeply, his face serious. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Empire cannot be underestimated. There must be a monstrous cultivator hidden here. Could it possibly be a powerful figure from Zhongzhou? The other king-ranked warrior frowned as well. Looking across the entire Qingzhou region, it was absolutely impossible for such a monstrous expert to appear. Unless that person was from Zhongzhou, hiding here in seclusion. Interestingly, this powerful cultivator chose to remain hidden in such a place. If this was truly their hiding spot, how could they allow the Vermilion Bird Empire to fall into decline? Undoubtedly, it was their actions that caused the other empires to bow before the Vermilion Bird, not even daring to breathe loudly. The two exchanged a glance, nodded slightly in silent agreement. They decided to investigate this hidden expert and uncover exactly what kind of being he was. Otherwise, how could they report back after returning? Surely not say they were defeated by a bare-bottomed talisman master without acquiring any useful intelligence? If it were really like that, how could they ever hold their heads up high in the Hujia Alliance again? There's no need for you all to be so tense. We truly only came here to drink tea. Now that we've finished our tea, we will leave immediately. After witnessing the Vermilion Bird Empire's talisman master, the two men had become significantly more polite. Yet, the experts from the Vermilion Bird Empire remained highly tense, as if facing a great enemy. After all, their opponents were indeed king-ranked warriors. Moreover, the emperor had already stated that all their actions must be placed under surveillance. Would they truly leave quietly? The two king-ranked warriors smiled slightly, and in this moment, both felt a deep sense of embarrassment. Nima, damn it, actually smiling at a bunch of ants like that? Previously, faced with such people, they only needed a single finger snap to reduce them to flames, completely erasing them from existence. When one lives under someone else's eaves, one must learn to bow their head. Right now, under the gaze of countless experts, the two slowly walked out of the Vermilion Bird Empire. Only after confirming their departure did the Vermilion Bird cultivators finally let out a sigh of relief. At last, they had sent away these two bringers of calamity. But what they didn't know was, at the very moment they turned their backs, the two king-ranked warriors' expressions suddenly changed, and without a sound, they activated their movement techniques, riding the wind as if soaring birds, swiftly diving back into the heart of the Vermilion Bird Empire once more. Yet nobody noticed this at all. In the imperial kitchen, the stone table was fully set with freshly cooked dishes, tomato scrambled eggs, vinegar stir-fried cabbage, and braised pig's trotters. Instantly, Xiao Lizi's appetite was greatly stimulated. Throughout the journey, he hadn't had a single proper full meal. Add in the fact that he had been running around bare-bottomed, truly making him a target for all to chase. It was almost too pitiful to describe. Now, seeing so many delicious dishes suddenly laid before him, he nearly burst into tears of gratitude. You're truly the one who cares for me. Then I won't be polite. He gulped, swallowing hard, then devoured the food like a whirlwind. Meanwhile, Teddy, who had been lazily sunbathing beneath the peach tree, stretched with a yawn and slowly stood up. He strolled over to Lin Tian's side. Almost forgot about you, Lin Tian said, patting Teddy's head. Then he picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it into Teddy's designated food bowl. Teddy didn't hold back either and began eating slowly. Just at this moment, two shadowy figures hovered high above 10,000 feet in the sky, gazing down in astonishment at what lay below. Chapter 50. Eat and then depart? There are actually so many Tao laws and principles surrounding us. This place must indeed be where that powerful expert resides. A top-tier expert would never willingly stay somewhere like this. Maybe we've made a mistake, the talisman master said with contempt. Whoever could influence the rise and fall of the Vermilion Bird Empire would definitely be revered by all, living inside the most luxurious palace. But this place is run down and dilapidated, clearly a simple peasant courtyard. Look, there are groups of hens walking around after their meal. Wait a second. Suddenly, both king-level martial cultivators felt a tremor in their bodies. Faintly, they saw illusory phoenixes appearing above the seemingly ordinary hens' heads. Those illusions looked like they had just risen from the flames, stretching their wings majestically. In that instant, as if tearing through endless voids, countless Tao laws were summoned, even causing ripples in the river of time. Hiss! Both men gasped in shock, their eyes widening like copper bells. The legendary Phoenix clan? Actually being raised here like common hens? Who in the world would believe such a thing? What exactly is that? They look like goldfish, yet not quite. Are you kidding me? Those are the Azure Dragon clan. Another emperor-level martial cultivator shuddered violently. Wasn't it already absurd enough that the Phoenix clan was being kept as hens? And now, inside this small pond actually lived the Azure Dragon clan. Each illusory azure dragon seemed to roam through space-time, breaking the chains of reality, soaring freely through the void. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, Teddy raised his head, cast a glance at the two figures above, and gave them a clear side-eye. Boom. The two king-level martial cultivators instantly felt their minds go blank. What had just happened? Were they looked down upon by a dog? Both of them were king-level experts. Wherever they appeared, others could only look up to them in awe. Today, they had actually been scorned by a dog. How could anyone believe such a thing? The two were about to erupt in anger. However, right at that moment, Teddy lazily yawned. Instantly, an overbearing divine aura erupted from his body, spiraling straight into the heavens. Even the clouds in the sky churned violently, as if a major calamity had arrived. The two king-level experts shivered from head to toe, their internal energies in chaos. The techniques that kept them hovering in midair completely failed. Plop, plop, damn it, F***CK. Following two furious cries, two figures plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the hard ground of the imperial kitchen, leaving behind two deep craters. This sudden commotion caused Lin Tian and Little Li to look over in stunned disbelief. What the heck? Their courtyard gets rain, but yours gets falling people, Little Li muttered sarcastically. Lin Tian simply smiled gently, appearing completely unfazed, as if he had already grown accustomed to such things. As long as it wasn't a meteor or an alien spaceship, anything was acceptable. He himself found it rather strange. Why did his imperial kitchen keep attracting falling visitors? And all of them were strange individuals. Actually being brought down by a dog's pressure? The talisman master lay lifelessly in the crater, questioning his entire worldview. Wasn't he the well-known king-level expert? Actually brought down by a mere dog? And landing in such a disgraceful manner? Was there even any face left to save? You two must also be just passing through here, right? Lin Tian's calm face suddenly appeared above the crater. Right. We just happened to be passing by and accidentally fell down. Seeing that eerily serene face, the two king-level experts hurriedly broke into forced smiles. This person actually raised phoenixes like common hens and kept azure dragons like goldfish? Faced with such a profound and unfathomable expert, their only current wish was a simple one. Survive. I often have people dropping by here. I've long become used to it. If you two don't mind, why not come down and have a seat? Lin Tian courteously said as a gracious host. But to the ears of the two king-level experts, these words sent chills racing through their hearts. People often dropped by here. Though the elder's words were calm, they carried an unmistakable underlying threat, clearly implying, don't think you two king-level experts are special. Anyone who dares to peek into the secrets of this place will meet the same fate, falling. What kind of overwhelming dominance was this? Thank you, senior. Sweat poured from both men like a waterfall. At this moment, all they wanted to do was turn around and flee. But could they really leave? A single dog had already brought them crashing down from the vast sky, not to mention their master. With just a glance, he might reduce them to utter annihilation. Trembling with fear, the two quickly sat beside the stone table. Oh, it's you two. Have you now realized the might of the Vermilion Bird Empire? If you plan to challenge again, you'd better polish your skills first. Little Li finally noticed that these two were the painters who had come to issue a challenge. Following this came words of gentle indal. Yet to the ears of the two king-level martial cultivators, it sounded like the greatest mockery in the world. Yet they dared not utter a single complaint, hastily nodding furiously. After all, he was a supreme talisman master, fully justified in lecturing them. I suppose the two of you haven't eaten yet? Then finish your meal and be on your way. Lin Tian said politely, adding two more sets of chopsticks and bowls to the table. The two martial kings, however, suddenly widened their eyes. Their entire bodies trembled violently. Eat, then be on our way. Clearly, their intrusion had enraged the two elders beyond control. Yet these elders were so cultivated, they would let the two eat well first before personally crushing them into oblivion. Thud, thud. Instantly, both men dropped to their knees, prostrating themselves on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Senior, we mistakenly entered this place. We truly mean no harm. Please, don't misunderstand. Yes, we definitely didn't intentionally snoop around your dwelling. We'll leave right away. We'll do our best to convince the Boundary Protectors Alliance not to covet the Vermilion Bird Empire. Their heads pounded the ground like pestles. King-level experts. Now, they were as humble as two little ants. What the heck are you talking about? Two lunatics. Little Li muttered disdainfully, deciding to ignore them and continue eating. Lin Tian, however, paused in mild surprise. The Boundary Protectors Alliance? So these two were from the Boundary Protectors Alliance. It was just a mistaken intrusion. Why all this formality? Apparently, people from the Boundary Protectors Alliance truly valued etiquette. Just accidentally entering someone's home. To gain forgiveness, they were even willing to kowtow. Stand up. There's no need for such formalities here. It seems the Boundary Protectors Alliance really is a place of etiquette. If I have time, I'd actually like to visit in person. Lin Tian said indifferently. The Boundary Protectors Alliance must definitely be a land of propriety. If he didn't get to witness it himself, it would be truly regrettable. Hiss. The two king-level experts' eyes nearly popped out. A personal visit? Clearly, that meant a direct assault. What level of monstrous hidden power does the Vermilion Bird Empire truly possess to dare ignore the Boundary Protectors Alliance like this? Is there any need to be this arrogant? Chapter 51. Returning? Not a chance. Returning, senior. The Guardian Alliance has profound foundations and countless powerful experts. The King Realm Talisman Master summoned his courage and hesitantly suggested. This definitely wasn't a threat. It was just sincere advice. The Guardian Alliance ran deep, even harboring numerous Emperor Realm experts. As for this senior, although his strength was unfathomable, he should be somewhere around the Emperor Realm. Facing them alone wouldn't be sufficient. Powerful experts Yunji. It seems like a perfect place for cultivation. Lin Tian smiled slightly, appearing unfathomably profound. Inside, however, his heart churned wildly. Damn it. Although the Guardian Alliance was a land of propriety, there were many formidable experts there. Otherwise the other party wouldn't have used such a phrase. With his current cultivation, he dared not recklessly take risks. He would have to delay his journey to the Guardian Alliance for now. He had always wanted to leave the Imperial kitchen, explore the outside world, and then return. After all, crossing over wasn't an easy thing. If he stayed in the Imperial kitchen forever, wouldn't that disgrace fellow crossers? Regardless, he was a blessed genius. Spending his entire life here would ruin his persona, wouldn't it? Hiss. It was just a quiet musing from Lin Tian. Yet the two King Realm experts trembled all over and nearly wet themselves in fear. To him, the Guardian Alliance was merely a training ground? How disrespectful toward the Guardian Alliance. From this alone, one could tell how powerful this senior was. In fact, he was ridiculously powerful. In his eyes, even the Guardian Alliance was no more than a training stage, not even a difficult one. Otherwise, why would his expression be so calm, even showing a hint of longing? Could it be this trip to Qingzhou not only spared the Vermilion Bird Empire punishment, but brought great calamity to the Guardian Alliance? They both tensed up, drenched in cold sweat. They had an uneasy feeling that the Guardian Alliance was about to face disaster. Senior, we won't bother you any further. May we take our leave? Another King Realm expert gritted his teeth, forcing himself to ask bravely. Their departure entirely depended on Lin Tian's words. They believed they had already shown enough sincerity by kneeling and apologizing. Perhaps this senior would show mercy and let them go. You want to leave already? As honored guests passing through, I was planning to treat you properly, but it seems you're in a hurry. Well then, I won't keep you. Lin Tian smiled. Thank you, senior, for sparing our lives. We will surely remember this kindness forever. Surprised and delighted, they clasped their fists shakily. With the master's permission to leave, the Taoist principles and laws surrounding them gradually lifted their pressure. Huff. Both exhaled deeply, finally able to breathe freely again. Without delay, their figures shot into the sky like startled birds, soon shrinking to two black dots. As they disappeared, the myriad Taoist laws guarding the area slowly converged once more, sharpening their vigilance over the surroundings. Sparing our lives? Lin Tian frowned involuntarily, then chuckled bitterly. Damn, all the experts in this world were freaking lunatics. Even if the Guardian Alliance prided itself on etiquette, this was excessive, borderline hypocritical. You guys just happened to land in my courtyard while passing by. Why would I kill you? Plus, I've just started cultivating martial arts, unable even to fly. How would I kill you? Grumbling inwardly, Lin Tian returned to his seat and resumed his meal. Just then, Teddy suddenly lifted his head, gazing at the fading figures in the sky, considering whether to chase after them and wipe them out. Eventually, a disdainful expression flashed across his dog face as he slowly shook his head. Uffed, just two little ants. Why bother? Crushing an ant wasn't worth the effort compared to a nap under the sun. Wagging his tail, Teddy strolled back to the peach tree and lay down again. The peach tree quivered slightly, and an exquisite face resembling blooming peach blossoms subtly emerged on its trunk. He's incredibly imposing. Truly a dog I've chosen with pride. Not even fearing King Realm experts. Definitely a real man with extraordinary masculinity. I've decided, starting today, he's my man. If anyone dares to touch him, I'll fight them. The little peach tree's heart surged with emotion, its cheeks blushing slightly, and its body trembled slightly in excitement. Having him nearby was enough. As for whether she could win his heart, was it worth worrying about? To love him meant accepting everything about him, even accepting his recklessness. At this moment, two Wu Tian cultivators floated in the boundless sky, and only after flying far away from the Imperial kitchen did they finally exhale in relief. They exchanged a glance, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat. Should we report this to the Mengju? Report to the Mengju? Don't forget, that person has the power to utterly destroy the Guardian Alliance. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Avoid unnecessary trouble? If we report this to the Mengju, he can at least prepare in advance. Prepare for what? Didn't you see? That senior's strength is unfathomable. He definitely isn't from the Central Continent. After all, there's not a single terrifying existence like him anywhere on the Central Continent. Your meaning is, I think that dog was no ordinary creature, and someone who keeps the Phoenix clan like common hens and raises the Azure Dragon like a goldfish. If I'm not mistaken, he probably comes from the upper realm. As he spoke, both of their expressions became extremely solemn. Report this to the Guardian Alliance? What's the point of spreading it around? With Mengdu's fiery temper, who knows, he might immediately lead experts from all factions here to confront that senior. If that senior truly comes from the upper realm, no one knows how formidable his backing is. When that time comes, the Guardian Alliance might end up burning itself. They decided it was better not to report this incident at all. As for the Azure Dragon Empire, it made no difference to them whether it could control Qingzhou. For now, they wouldn't go to the Azure Dragon Empire either. Riding the wind, they headed straight for the Central Continent. Azure Dragon Empire. In a secret chamber, Elder Zhuge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth with his brows tightly furrowed. Those two bastards should have already thrown the Vermilion Bird Empire into chaos by now. Why is there still no news? With their Wu Wang strength, They could easily destroy an entire empire. Why haven't they returned yet? What exactly is going on? An ominous feeling surged within him. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Looks like the Vermilion Bird Empire runs deeper than expected. Elder Zhuge, please remain calm. Perhaps they will return soon. The Azure Dragon Emperor smiled faintly, appearing extremely composed. Return? Return for what? Chapter 52. In big trouble. So what if they were two martial kings? Before a senior expert, they weren't even worth a single hair. Perhaps with just a snap of his fingers, that senior could send them running in fear, shitting, and pissing in their pants. If I'm not mistaken, those two have probably already disappeared, or fled back to the Boundary Protection Alliance. As for whether the Boundary Protection Alliance will send more people to cause trouble for the Vermilion Bird Dynasty in the future, that's their own problem. What the hell does that have to do with me? Perhaps they'll return soon enough. Why am I even thinking this? They are martial king experts after all. How could they possibly fail? Old Master Zhuge smiled faintly, stroking his beard. I'm definitely overthinking. Those two martial kings might be having their fun within the Vermilion Bird Dynasty right now. They might return any moment. Master, something terrible has happened. Just then, a figure shot forward and immediately dropped to his knees on the ground. What's the matter? Why the panic? Has something unexpected happened? Upon seeing the arrival, Old Master Zhuge's eyebrows knitted tightly together. A layer of gloom gathered in his eyes. The person who had arrived was precisely the one he had sent to keep an eye on the two martial kings. From the man's flustered expression, it was obvious something had gone wrong. Sure enough, at that moment, the man swallowed hard and reported everything that had happened in front of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty headquarters, from beginning to end. Hiss. After hearing the report, Old Master Zhuge couldn't help but inhale sharply through his teeth, holding onto that breath for a long time. A naked soul mark master had actually defeated two martial kings and forced them to kneel down on the spot. He blinked his eyes, unable to recover for a long while, even suspecting that he must be hallucinating. After all, in Qingzhou, the strongest cultivator was only at the martial emperor level. Having two martial kings appear here was like wolves among sheep. Absolutely unstoppable. Yet, they had fallen so quickly? Defeated by a man who wasn't even wearing pants? What the hell is going on here? A naked soul mark master? The Azure Dragon Emperor's face also changed. Since when had a naked soul mark master appeared in the Vermilion Bird Dynasty? Could it be that another disciple had been trained by that senior? Does he actually have two soul mark masters under his command, who are capable of defeating martial kings? That senior is truly unfathomable. The Azure Dragon Emperor's heart was instantly filled with waves of admiration flowing endlessly. However, on the surface, he pretended to be furious, even letting a touch of anger appear on his face. The Vermilion Bird Dynasty is being outrageously disrespectful. Old Master Zhuge, what do you think we should do? He said this while locking his gaze on Old Master Zhuge's face. Inside, however, he was quietly laughing. If I'm not mistaken, that senior has already been greatly annoyed with the Boundary Protection Alliance. From the last conversation, one could clearly see that the senior was actively looking for a chance to strike at the Boundary Protection Alliance. Only, because he is an elder of great virtue and prestige. Naturally, he cannot casually bully a place like the Boundary Protection Alliance, a gathering of juniors. Therefore, the cause must be justified. What the Azure Dragon Dynasty needed to do now was to keep fanning the flames, to keep using this pawn called Zhuge to provoke the Boundary Protection Alliance, raising its arrogance higher and higher. At that time, the Boundary Protection Alliance would surely strike first. Once they do strike, the senior will definitely appear in person. The Vermilion Bird Dynasty dares greatly. They've slapped the face of the Boundary Protection Alliance. Don't worry. As soon as those two martial kings return, they will report the matter to the Alliance leader without any omissions. It won't take long before the Alliance's army descends upon them. Coming back to his senses, Old Master Zhuge's lips slightly lifted, revealing a faint sneer. Previously, the Vermilion Bird Dynasty had only inadvertently offended the Boundary Protection Alliance, still leaving room for compromise. But now, even two martial kings had been publicly humiliated. This had already become an irreversible and deadly hatred. Once the Boundary Protection Alliance moves, it will be a fight to the bitter end. The Vermilion Bird Dynasty will not have the power to resist. Then I wish the Boundary Protection Alliance success, said the Azure Dragon Emperor with a faint smile, hinting heavily with his words. As soon as the Boundary Protection Alliance moves its army, our Azure Dragon Dynasty will immediately follow behind. Don't worry. After the great battle, you, the Azure Dragon Dynasty, will have complete control of Qingzhou. Old Master Zhuge drew tempting visions in the air. Thank you. The Azure Dragon Emperor bowed with both hands, politely saying. Yet inwardly, he sighed. Fight the Vermilion Bird Dynasty? Fight what exactly? The Vermilion Bird Dynasty casually sends out a Soul Mark Master and completely cripples our Azure Dragon Dynasty, leaving us in complete collapse. Now even the Martial Kings have fallen. The senior clearly doesn't give a damn about the Boundary Protection Alliance. If the Boundary Protection Alliance attacks now, it'll exactly fall into the senior's trap. Boom. A loud, thunderous noise erupted. Just as he had that thought, the sky above suddenly gathered clouds, rolling with black smoke like countless dark clouds gathering over his head. Crack, crack. Bolts of lightning wildly lashed downward as if probing the ground. Xianxia, heavenly tribulation. How could a heavenly tribulation appear so suddenly? Master Zhuge trembled all over and was instantly shocked. But the Azure Dragon Emperor quickly suppressed his thoughts. Oh no, clearly, it was because just now he had used the wrong word, trap, which had inadvertently uncovered the senior's plan. Was that what brought forth this heavenly tribulation? Even trying to glimpse into it wasn't allowed. The Azure Dragon Emperor shuddered all over and hurriedly calmed his mind. Indeed, right at that moment, those thunderous lightning pillars that had been wildly lashing downward, as if ready to unleash at any moment, finally slowly withdrew into the dark clouds. And that patch of clouds dispersed in an instant. Bright sky and clear heavens once again returned before the eyes of everyone in the Jiuzhou world. This bizarre scene made everyone in the Jiuzhou world tremble with fear. Even the birds and beasts wildly hid away. One after another, wandering cultivators looked up, their faces filled with shock. Heavenly tribulation signs had suddenly appeared in the sky, but in a blink, they vanished without a trace. It must be some monstrous martial cultivator stirring up heaven and earth. At once, they all held their breath and used their own cultivation techniques to try and divine the truth. The next second, uffed, one after another, they spat out mouthfuls of blood, terror showing on their faces. Their entire bodies seemed crushed under a mighty terror, so much that they could hardly breathe. This terrifying aura has actually linked with the cosmic laws themselves, as if forming an impenetrable barrier that even the slightest probing cannot break through. If we continue to divine further, we will surely be utterly destroyed. We know our mistake now. We dare not divine ever again. Those cultivators who had thought themselves as supreme experts all knelt on the ground, frantically kowtowing. Finally, that terrifying aura gradually faded away into the air. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, a thought unconsciously arose in their hearts. Could it be a Central Plains expert has descended here? But that didn't make sense either. Even the strongest experts from the Central Plains wouldn't have the fortune of having the law of destiny protecting them, right? What kind of monstrous expert could suddenly appear in this world, powerful enough to summon protection from the 10,000 cosmic laws? Chapter 53, Bullying the Weak and Fearful of the Strong. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, there was one thing they were absolutely certain of. That was, whoever that person was, he was absolutely not someone they could provoke lightly, or even investigate easily. Perhaps, with merely a single thought, that person could erase them from the river of time and space forever, to the point that no one would even remember their existence. Just thinking about it made their whole bodies tremble, and they didn't dare even to stir a single thought. Central Land, Protectorate Alliance. As two figures landed, the entire Protectorate Alliance was thrown into an uproar. Within the main dare of the Protectorate Alliance, the tall figure seated upon a darksman chair had eyes that were already dark with fury, like gathering storm clouds. You're telling me that this divine Fu master is merely hiding within the Vermilion Bird Empire? You haven't even determined the person's true identity. Palace Master. This matter indeed has nothing to do with the Vermilion Bird Empire. According to our investigation, that divine Fu master is extremely powerful, likely already surpassing the saint level, perhaps even transcending the king level. Transcending the king level. Even the palace master couldn't help but change expression. Divine Fu masters who surpassed the king level did exist in the Central Land, but they were like rare phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, extremely few in number. Who would have thought that the Vermilion Bird Empire actually possessed a divine Fu master beyond the king level? This was a little hard to understand. So you're saying you were blocked by that divine Fu master? The palace master regained his composure, his face revealing a trace of anger. The two king-level martial cultivators' faces reddened slightly, their heads bowed in shame. The outcome was already self-evident. Worthless trash. What use are you to me? Suddenly, the palace master swung his hand forcefully. A giant hand formed entirely of golden light abruptly appeared in midair, surrounded by crackling arcs of lightning. Then, like a fly swatter, it fiercely slammed down toward the two king-level experts. Palace Master. The two martial experts were startled, unwilling to simply accept their fate. Among them, the divine Fu master spun a series of Fujuro in his hands, over 50 in total, which instantly formed a protective barrier around his vital areas. The other king-level expert rapidly formed hand seals, instantly causing a golden, translucent bell to appear faintly around him. Both of them knew just how terrifying the palace master's power was. Now, they could only resist using their strongest defensive techniques. However, with a loud gong sound, two short, abrupt cries of pain erupted, and the two king-level experts were like extinguished flames, instantly vaporized. Not even a single hair remained. Facing this scene, those experts within the Dan didn't even flinch. The Central Land was a place where only the strong prevailed, completely different from Qingzhou. There was no room for Minjik here. Such weaklings did not deserve to remain in the Protectorate Alliance. This tiny Vermilion Bird Empire truly believes that with just one king-level divine Fu master, they can stop us. They underestimate the Protectorate Alliance far too much. The tall, imposing figure of the palace master slowly straightened. With his hands clasped behind his back, he wore a cold sneer. Even now, he still looked down upon the Vermilion Bird Empire. Palace Master, I have a thought. Perhaps things are not as simple as they described. Behind that king-level divine Fu master, there must be someone even more powerful. At this moment, an elder dressed in white robes stepped forward, stroking his white beard calmly as he spoke. He was the current Grand Elder of the Protectorate Alliance. Long Qingtai. Continue. The Palace Master said indifferently. Yes. Even if their strength is minimal, they are still king-level experts. Yet upon returning, they mentioned the incident with great fear, behaving as though they were terrified. Think, Palace Master. Even if they lack experience, how could they be frightened by a mere king-level divine Fu master? Therefore, behind that divine Fu master, there must be a presence strong enough to scare them. Long Qingtai analyzed carefully. The master's expression changed slightly, and immediately, his heart stirred. That was true. A king-level martial cultivator not only could walk freely in Qingzhou, even in the Central Land, they could command great respect. How could they possibly be intimidated by a king-level divine fu master? Besides, even if they hadn't eaten pork, they'd certainly seen pigs walk. Although they themselves weren't divine fu masters of king level, every year during the Protectorate Alliance's grand banquet, numerous king-level divine fu masters would attend. At those times, they merely showed them polite respect. How could they act so fearful as they were now? The Grand Elder truly was brilliant. Indeed, he was the Alliance's strategist. Based on your speculation, what level of cultivation has this so-called master achieved? A question immediately arose. Even the master of the Alliance needed to consider whether this so-called powerful figure was worth them mobilizing great forces. The Emperor Cultivation Realm. Long Chengtai blurted it out immediately, clearly having thought it through thoroughly. Emperor Cultivation Realm? Nothing much to it. The Protectorate Alliance master slightly narrowed his eyes, and instead showed a trace of contempt on his face. Although Emperor-level experts were not too many in the Central Land, they weren't completely absent either. If such experts existed, then there was an opportunity to pin them to the ground and crush them mercilessly. In that case, there's nothing more to be said. It seems that the time has come to take action against the Vermilion Bird Empire, the Protectorate Alliance master said indifferently. Wait. At this moment, Long Chengtai frowned slightly and spoke up to stop him. Does the Grand Elder have something else to say? The Protectorate Alliance master furrowed his brows, instantly feeling rather puzzled. When had this old fellow become so cautious? Wasn't he just talking about an Emperor-level expert? Send more Emperor-level experts to beat him senseless on the ground, and that would be the end of it. The Mengju should understand that Emperor-level experts themselves are extremely rare. There's absolutely no way an Emperor-level expert could appear within the Vermilion Bird Empire. And if this Emperor-level expert comes from our Central Land, he should definitely be in our database. But he isn't. In other words, he's very likely not from the 9 provinces world. As soon as these words were spoken, the Protectorate Alliance master couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his mind. Not from the 9 provinces world? Then where was he from? Suddenly, he lifted his head and gazed toward the boundless sky. Could it be from a higher realm? Even if he was from a higher realm, the problem was that his strength was merely at the Emperor level, which the Protectorate Alliance didn't even need to fear. But the biggest problem was, though the 9 provinces were full of tricky characters, the waters in the higher realms ran deeper. Who knew whether behind this Emperor-level expert, there lay a powerful sect or a vast empire? If by accident they provoked an existence stronger than the Protectorate Alliance, the Alliance itself would fall into danger. One must respond cautiously. Right now, the only thing we can do is to quickly find out his background. Only then can we consider whether to take action. Long Chengtai smiled faintly and spoke confidently. The Protectorate Alliance master's face changed slightly, and a feeling of emotion arose in his heart. This old bastard. He had actually described the phrase, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, in such a refined and unassailable manner. But indeed, they should respond with caution. How do you plan to handle this matter? The Protectorate Alliance master sneered coldly, finally fixing his gaze upon Long Chengtai's face. Chapter 54, The Janitor Boy. Don't worry, Supreme Leader. I can handle the task of testing them. Very soon, you'll know whether or not we can move against this so-called martial emperor. Long Chengtai smiled slightly, remaining remarkably calm. Wasn't it just a martial emperor expert? Let the old man go personally for a test. Very soon, I'll discover his true strength. When that time comes, whether the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court can exist or not will all depend on one word from me. Imperial Kitchen. On this day, the Imperial Kitchen was no different from usual. Lin Tian's days were still spent feeding the hens and goldfish, and then sitting by the wooden table, drawing attentively. Recently, he found his painting skills had improved significantly. His drawings of the world appeared lifelike, almost seeming as if they might leap out of the paper. Perhaps this was what they called talent. At this moment, Lin Tian sat on that chair, carefully painting a landscape. With thick ink strokes, green mountains swirled with mist and clouds. Towering peaks pierced into the clouds. A magnificent and awe-inspiring view emerged. Just then, he was completely unaware. His painting had just formed. 10,000 miles above the void, in the Hongming Star region, a celestial mountain suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Its boundless and majestic aura immediately suppressed the entire star domain, causing infinite stars to pale in comparison. One expert after another stared in astonishment. Suddenly, they all shivered. Only then did they notice an even stranger sight appear before their eyes. The words, Wuxian Hall, radiating ancient Taoist laws and repelling all from coming close, slowly appeared above the celestial mountain. The 3 characters floated gently, as if searching for something. Eventually, they landed on a pavilion atop the celestial mountain and transformed into an ornate plaque. Why did such an illusion appear? Illusion? Don't joke around. This is clearly real, built from myriad Tao laws. It's not something we can approach. That's right. I can sense dense spiritual energy here. If we could enter this celestial mountain to cultivate, our powers would skyrocket. Such pure spiritual energy and intense immortal chi. I can't hold back anymore. Wait. The laws swirling above are far too oppressive. Rushing in would mean instant death. This is clearly a rare opportunity. If we miss it, it'd be more painful than death. One after another, experts in the Hongming Star region showed greed in their eyes. Then, one by one, they unleashed their techniques, turning into streaks of starlight, rushing toward the celestial mountain. Ping ping ping. Screams rang out one after another. The thousands of experts who had rushed forward just now fell like moths into flame. Upon touching the immortal laws and chi of the celestial mountain, they plummeted into the endless void. Even so, the following experts gritted their teeth and continued rushing toward the mountain without hesitation. Stop all of you. An angry voice echoed, immediately shaking the void and even causing cracks to appear. Infinite stars dimmed. The Hall Master is here? All the experts changed expressions, instantly shrinking their heads, halting their movements, and hurriedly raising their heads to look into the sky. A tall figure was slowly descending. Nanming Hall Master's face bore fury, with killing intent radiating from his entire body. As this aura accompanied his descent, it felt as if a massive pressure was pressing down hard on everyone's hearts. All their legs trembled, and their foreheads dripped with sweat. I've already said it clearly. This place is forbidden. Without my permission, none of you are allowed to come near. Did you all take my words as mere farts? That overwhelmingly domineering voice sounded again. Suddenly, Nanming Hall Master flicked his sleeve. In the void, countless swords appeared out of nowhere, shining with golden light. Suddenly, they rained down like a storm, slicing toward the gathered experts. Before the experts could even cry out, they were all reduced to dust by the golden lights. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. Another celestial mountain has appeared again. This is obviously some great expert who can manipulate the Tao laws, forcibly altering the laws and creating a sect out of thin air. And this sect is called Xiuxian. In an instant, realization struck. He suddenly felt his legs weakening, as if he wanted to kneel on the ground, kowtowing in reverence toward the celestial mountain. Funny enough, I, the ruler of this star domain, only stood before the celestial mountain created by this senior, and even without personally meeting him, already feel my own insignificance. Compared to that senior, how am I different from an ant? What qualifications do I still have to be a Hall Master? At most, I'm only fit to be a janitor sweeping the floors inside this immortal mountain. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a sudden buzz. The immortal mountain suddenly let out a sound like a giant bell tolling, reverberating through every corner of the void. The golden light covering it slowly opened, forming a small gate. In an instant, Hall Master Nanming felt as if the mountain had awakened its own consciousness, beckoning him to enter. Hiss! I'm actually allowed to enter? Being able to witness this newly established sect with my own eyes is the greatest honor of 1,000 years. Thank you, Master of the Xiuxian. He bowed respectfully, suppressing the anxiety and doubt in his heart. Step by step, he walked through the gate. The moment he entered, he was completely stunned. Before him, immortal chi flowed all around, and spiritual energy filled the air. After just a few simple breaths, I've actually broken through my bottleneck. The Xiuxian, even though it currently only has one mountain gate and the 3 characters that contain profound Tao laws, is already this powerful? Overwhelmed by shock, he could no longer control his emotions. He knelt hard before the 3 words above, Xiuxian. At this moment, he felt his own existence was infinitely small. How laughable that title of Supreme Hall Master he once carried. There's always a sky beyond the sky, and always someone greater than oneself. It was as if he had seen a brand new world. Swoosh! A broom leaning against the door suddenly flew upward, then landed precisely in the hands of Nanming Hall Master. I understand now. Before the senior arrives, I will definitely clean this place spotless. I will make sure it's in the best condition to welcome the senior. Hall Master Nanming smiled gratefully, and without hesitation, picked up the broom and began sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground. He looked incredibly happy. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained completely unaware of what had just happened far away in the void. He only knew that his painting skills had improved greatly. Moreover, this painting of an immortal mountain outside the mortal world gave him an urge to continue creating, to keep improving it. Why did the words Xiuxian appear on the pavilions and pavilions? Did I write those words? But looking at the technique and style, it definitely looks like my handwriting. How did I forget? Lin Tian gave a bitter smile, set down his brush, and rubbed his temples. Right. He must have been too tired, and after writing those 3 characters, he simply forgot. Chapter 55, not even allowed to guess. Then he yawned, put down the writing brush, and stretched lazily. The overseas immortal mountain still had many details to be perfected. For example, the places for martial cultivation, alchemy furnaces, and so on. In the Jiuzhou realm, there were only powerful empires, and practically no cultivation sects. Even if there were a few sects, they all relied on the imperial courts for survival. Of course, Lin Tian didn't know this. He only knew that before he came here, in many novels he had read, there had been countless powerful sects. Shouldn't such a vast world have many top-tier sects? Pity the system gave me nothing but useless items. Compared to other so-called chosen ones blessed with fortune, I'm clearly the least impressive. All because of this damn cheating system. Lin Tian was extremely speechless. Right now, drawing the overseas immortal mountain and a grand sect was merely a fantasy and hope in his heart. If he had his own sect and were its supreme leader, how wonderful would that be? Unfortunately, the system was just too unreliable. Who knew if he would spend his entire life raising fish and feeding chickens here? Just thinking about it made him grumble inwardly. Of course, the only excitement in this otherwise mundane life was the Painting Alliance and Guardian Realm Alliance. As his painting skills continuously improved, he was confident that such a Guardian Realm Alliance was nothing but trash, not worth even a glance. Finally, after a hard-earned chance to reincarnate, was he really only destined to gain fame in the painting world? This was not only disappointing, It was beyond disappointing. It must have offended even his ancestors from 18 generations back. Lin Tian yawned again and decided to go back to his room for a good rest. Once again, the kitchen that seemed like a farmer's cottage returned to its quietness. The goldfish in the small pond swam joyfully. In the gentle breeze, the peach trees swayed their branches and leaves. The old hens once again marched in unison to go out foraging. As always, they remained constantly alert against the unpredictable Teddy. Meanwhile, Teddy was lazily lying under the peach tree, occasionally stretching and yawning. Yet, each time he let out a yawn, the sky would tremble and change. The entire Jiuzhou realm seemed to undergo tremendous transformations with each of his breaths. Under the sky of the 9 heavens, every sentient being with intelligence was shocked beyond measure by this dramatic change in the heavens. This celestial anomaly could only mean one thing. An exceptional martial cultivator, possibly a monstrous genius, had appeared. And this genius was likely hiding somewhere in the Jiuzhou realm. Otherwise, how could this heavenly phenomenon keep occurring repeatedly? At this moment, the door of the imperial kitchen creaked open gently. A small cat, snow white and plump, stepped gracefully out of the kitchen, one paw after another. This place is indeed very strange. Even the master here is unfathomable, not to mention the pets he keeps, all of extraordinary origins. Just what kind of person is he exactly? Bai Xiaoqing muttered, surprised as usual. And even such powerful existences are willing to become this master's pets so willingly. What exactly is the identity of this master? No matter how many times she tried to think about it, she could never imagine that the seemingly profound Lin Tian was actually nothing more than a cook in the imperial kitchen. It was just that his luck was beyond the heavens. Throughout the entire Jiuzhou, none could rival him. Nonsense. Stop speculating about the master's background recklessly. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't say I didn't warn you. Suddenly, Teddy, from not far away, rolled his eyes and said coldly, I am a noble Baihu * descendant. What's wrong with discussing your master? Bai Xiaoqing pouted angrily. * white tiger. White tiger. Looks more like a mixed breed white tiger to me. Just a little white cat. Teddy rolled his eyes again, his face filled with disdain. I am the celestial dog of the sun. Have I ever boasted about it? Wait, I did tell you about my identity, but only in a very casual and low-key manner. Have I ever been arrogant? Little white tiger, look at how smug you've become. I'm a white cat, while you are nothing but a puppy. Bai Xiaoqing shot back, just as sharp. Didn't listen to the elder's advice? Then you'll reap the consequences. If you won't listen to my warning, go ahead and keep guessing. Teddy stood up straight, and in an instant, a flash of anger swept across his dog eyes. But soon after, he lay back down again. He was the famous celestial dog of the sun. How could he stoop so low as to quarrel with a little white cat? That would only lower his status. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, leaves rained down from the sky like a sudden downpour. Damn it, I don't know what mood this little peach tree is in again. Teddy shook off the leaves on his body and muttered in annoyance. Him? He's my domineering dog big brother. How come he suddenly became so gentle? Although he's always been so domineering toward me, I still want to experience his gentle affection. By his personality, if someone talked back to him, he should have already wiped them out. Why is he so gentle toward this little white cat? Could it be? Oh my god, a third party is involved. On the trunk of the peach tree, a remarkably beautiful face gradually appeared. This face was filled with dark clouds, and the eyes were overflowing with complex emotions. There was jealousy. There was sadness. There was anger. The trunk of the small peach tree trembled violently in this intense emotional surge. Absolutely furious. I was just guessing about your master? Your master is so mysterious, can't I even guess about him? I will guess on purpose. Bai Xiaoqing stubbornly pouted her lips. Wasn't she also a little princess? In such a situation, if she didn't show a little of her princess attitude, who would know she was a princess no one dared provoke easily? Then, she stubbornly continued guessing about Lin Tian's identity, completely unaware that, at the moment her thought arose. Her thought was like a thread reaching into the vast emptiness beyond. A dark cloud had silently formed above her head. Black mist churned as streaks of lightning wildly condensed. The next second, boom. Bai Xiaoqing let out a startled scream, finally realizing that a thunderbolt had just struck right next to her. A powerful, irresistible shockwave flung her body over 30 meters away. Upon landing, her feet slid backward another 10 meters before she finally stopped. Bai Xiaoqing was instantly stunned. What just happened? Why had thunder suddenly struck in broad daylight? And how coincidental that it had nearly hit her. Could it be their master? Crack. Just as she was about to guess again, another thunderbolt came crashing down. This time, Bai Xiaoqing was ready and quickly leapt into the air to dodge. That small, cute cat face had turned from white to pure white with terror. Chapter 56. Looking and searching, looking for a friend. This, just speculating about the other person's identity, had actually attracted a heavenly tribulation? The other's identity. Wait, don't speculate. Crack, crack. Unfortunately, everything was already too late. One bolt after another, swarming down like golden swords of light, ruthlessly chasing after Bai Xiaoqing's body. Meow, meow, meow. Bai Xiaoqing trembled in terror, continuously dodging and twisting her body to evade the lightning strikes, looking absolutely pitiful. Hee, I warned you in advance, but you just wouldn't listen. A master's identity is something that you, a lowly descendant of a divine beast, dare to recklessly speculate about. Not even me dares to casually speculate on such matters. Teddy, with a face full of schadenfreude, looked up at the sky. Then he froze for a moment. Why won't this heavenly lightning stop? As soon as he thought about it, he understood everything. It seems to be due to the gossipy nature inherent in your femininity. Now do you understand the consequences of ignoring the advice of your elders? Teddy couldn't help but gloat. But just a second later, he started to feel slightly concerned toward the tribulation above. After all, this little cat was the master's pet. Although compared to other pets, her cultivation level was rather poor, he still couldn't bear to see the master become sad. At this moment, an even thicker heavenly bolt suddenly descended from the sky, and the scope was huge, directly covering all the escape routes available to Bai Xiuxian. Meow. Bai Xiuxian could not help but let out a sharp scream. Teddy's eyes turned icy cold. With a freezing gaze, he immediately looked up at the heavens. The entire sky seemed to tremble slightly beneath that gaze. Ri Tian Shin Go, as the name suggests, even the heaven itself cannot withstand his mighty power. Seeing that look, even the countless lightning strikes nearly lost their nerve. Enough already. Are you going to keep this up forever? This is the master's peaceful residence. How dare you, the endless sky, wreak havoc here? Disappear. Just as the words fell, a beam of light shot straight up into the heavens. Teddy's body shot up from the ground, directly rushing toward the countless lightning bolts. With an unyielding determination, he fiercely targeted that pillar of lightning and unhesitatingly collided with it head-on. Bang! The entire sky trembled. Then a column-like shockwave pierced directly through the mass of dark clouds. Innumerable clouds fled in panic to the periphery, and in an instant, the sky cleared. And clearly visible in the vast sky above was a massive hole punched through it. Just this much power? Seems like my body really gets worse each day. Sighing, Teddy casually returned to where he had been and comfortably lay down again, like a dog without a care in the world. The scene before her left Bai Xiuxian completely stunned. The sky had actually been easily pierced with such ease, and with her cheeks flushed red, feeling shy beyond words. Then she sneaked a glance at this Ri Tian Shin Go. This dog looked quite fierce, but deep down, he wasn't bad. Otherwise, how could he help her and block the lightning tribulation kindly? Even beside the master there are beings like this. So then, the master. Bai Xiuxian shivered all over, quickly reining in her thoughts. It was because she recklessly speculated on the master's identity earlier that brought about the heavenly disaster. So it was better to suppress such thoughts. Anyway, now she knew that the master was extremely powerful. With the master present, there would be no need to fear pursuers from the Baihu clan. This place indeed seemed like a suitable temporary refuge. Thank you. Bai Xiuxian muttered bashfully to Teddy. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not doing this to save you. It's just that if I watch the master's pet be destroyed by countless thunder strikes without doing anything, the master might get angry and destroy an entire realm. And then, when the heavens no longer exist, how can I still be called Ri Tian Shin Go? Teddy said coldly, then turned around and continued sleeping. There was nothing more comfortable than taking a nap. As for this white little cat, she could do whatever she pleased. Seeing that frail frame, I'm just not interested, kid. Are all the pets here this arrogant? Continuing like this, I'm definitely going to be isolated. To survive here, I must make friends. After all, at home you rely on parents. Outside, you rely on friends. Bai Xiuxian pondered carefully. Although she lacked much experience. After all, being a descendant of the Baihu bloodline meant that caution had become instinctual. How about those hens? Right, they seem quite friendly. Bai Xiuxian's gaze immediately landed on the group of hens that were foraging nearby. However, just at this moment, the group of hens suddenly cast a wary glance at Bai Xiuxian. At the same time, they rolled their eyes. The illusory image of a xuanhuan on their bodies suddenly spread its wings, instantly piercing through the 9 provinces and tearing through the void. Want to befriend us? Cats that hang around Teddy are no good. You'd better give up this idea early. The old hens thought proudly, then directly returned to the chicken coop, leaving Bai Xiuxian standing there alone. So proud, huh? But that's understandable too. After all, they're from the true xuanhuan bloodline. How could they possibly look at me, just a little Baihu, seriously? Bai Xiuxian felt somewhat downcast, then her heart stirred. Step by step, she began walking toward those goldfish. Just as she was approaching the edge of the pond. Alert! Alert! A natural predator has appeared. A predator? Nonsense. How could our Qinglong clan have any natural enemies? Oh right, I almost forgot. The appearance of these goldfish almost made me think we truly are ordinary goldfish. That little white cat, I'm warning you, we are definitely not real goldfish. If you dare take another step closer, you will bear the consequences. With a splash, one after another, illusory Qinglong figures instantly pierced the heavens. Fanged and clawed. Their pressure was overwhelming. Hiss! Bai Xiuxian hurriedly stopped in her tracks. I just wanted to make friends with you. Make friends with us? Don't think we can't see through you. You're only staying here to escape calamity, aren't you? You're just using the master. We allow you to live, so consider yourself lucky. While speaking disdainfully, the Qinglong clan continued swimming in the water. Bai Xiuxian's face immediately showed disappointment. She was underestimated? But what those little goldfish said was not entirely wrong. The reason she remained here was precisely because she was using the master's status to escape pursuit from the Baihu clan. Why is thunder suddenly rumbling? This kind of clear sky thunder is indeed strange. Unknowingly, Lin Tian had walked out of the kitchen, looking up at the sky, which had long since cleared of dark clouds. Then, a faint bitter smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Chapter 57 A column of qi? So unseemly. What's so strange about it? This place wasn't the world he had come from originally, but a martial cultivation world. In a world where anything could happen, what was wrong with a few peals of thunder on a clear day? Nothing at all. When did you change your hairstyle? Lin Tian had just noticed that the little white cat's fur was standing on end, making it look even fluffier and cuter than before. Meow meow meow. The white cat wore a look of grievance. She was the proud princess of the Baihu clan. Earlier, she had humbled herself and tried to befriend those other pets of the master, yet they had chosen, without exception, to ignore her. She felt so wronged. Seeing Lin Tian, she felt a warmth welling up inside. Did you get hit by lightning? Come on, Xiaobai, let me help you tidy up your fur. Seeing the pitiable white cat, Lin Tian felt a pang of sympathy and gently hugged it close to his chest. Bai Xiaoqing. What? What is this feeling? Why do I feel like my body temperature is exploding? My face is red and my heart is racing wildly. Could it be this? As expected, only he truly cares for me. Curling in Lin Tian's arms, Bai Xiaoqing felt at peace in this moment. Unable to help herself, she nudged her fluffy head gently against Lin Tian's chin. Don't worry, after I fix your fur, you'll become even more beautiful than before. Lin Tian smiled slightly, and, holding the white cat in his arms, headed toward the imperial kitchen. That little seductress. Seeing this scene, the hens couldn't help rolling their eyes, feeling a mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment. When would Master ever hold them like that in his arms? Even for just a single second, they would be willing to die happily. Why do all of you look so resentful? She merely received Master's embrace, while we work hard laying eggs to nourish Master's body. What more can she say compared to us? The leader of the Xuanhuan clan calmly remarked. The hens immediately grew excited. That's right. Their very flesh and blood was connected to Lin Tian's bloodline. How could that little seductress compare? In the pond, the little goldfish also gnashed their teeth in frustration. Hee, that little seductress only got Master's embrace. The Xuanhuan clan merely nourish Master's body. As for us, once we grow big and fat, we'll enter Master's body. Who else could be closer to Master than us? At that moment, the proud voice of the Azure Dragon clan leader suddenly echoed out. The little goldfish were instantly filled with new energy. Right? Who else could be closer to Master than us? We've had that opportunity. Have we ever been proud about it? No. Just look at how excited that little seductress has gotten. Compared to her, we're clearly more important. Exactly. That must be true. A bunch of stupid fools. Teddy slightly opened his eyes, casting a look of disdain. He wiggled his body slightly to adjust his sleeping posture, and then fell back asleep. 10,000 feet up in the clear blue sky, all was serene. Of course, except for that column-like phantom, connecting earth and heaven, still lingering in the sky without dispersing. Clearly, the base of this phantom connected to somewhere within the Zhuge Empire. Just at this moment, one figure after another suddenly broke through the stillness of the sky. Suddenly, a cluster of figures came to a simultaneous stop, staring in shock at the column-like illusion. The fluffy cat ears trembled all at once. This chi penetrates heaven and earth. Moreover, it actually carries a decadent aura. What's going on here? One of the strong experts from the Baihu clan couldn't help asking. They could clearly sense that this column of energy was indecent, shaming the males and blushing the females. Never mind that. It is said that an expert of the highest level has appeared in the Qingzhou region. But this has nothing to do with us. What we must do is find Xiaoqing. Baizhua frowned slightly and spoke coldly. Yet his gaze was still irresistibly drawn toward the column of qi. With such a tremendous presence, how could he not pay attention? Her scent has already become weaker and weaker. If we delay any further, when the scent disappears, it will be extremely difficult to find her. Focus yourselves and collect the scent. Baizhua refocused, commanding coldly. Yes. The experts of the Baihu clan quickly inhaled deeply. In an instant, the scents from all directions surged like rivers colliding, rushing up into the sky, eventually concentrating at the tip of their noses. It's coming from that direction. Wait, it seems to be exactly where that column of qi is coming from. One of the Baihu clan's experts pointed a finger toward the direction of the imperial kitchen. Could it be? There really is a powerful expert secretly supporting her. And that expert is an absolute top-tier cultivator, even capable of using such indecent techniques. Baizua's eyes widened as he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, his heart was bleeding uncontrollably. He had secretly loved Bai Xiaoqing for many years, and was even called the natural couple by outsiders. If there had been no disruptions or accidents in their cat lives, eventually they would have become a pair, united in marriage and given birth to a litter of adorable kittens. Then together, they would smoothly take control of the Baihu clan, making the Baihu clan flourish and prosper. But now, not only did Xiaoqing steal the supreme treasure of the Baihu clan, but what pained Baizhua most was that she was now with a disgraceful expert cultivator. He inhaled sharply through his nose. In a daze, it seemed as if he could smell the fragrance of the lush grasslands above. Follow me. Today, no matter what, we must bring her back. Baizua's eyes gleamed with ferocity. His usually gentle and amiable face now appeared somewhat thin. Two cat fangs gleamed with cold light. What if she resists? Then according to the clan leader's order, we will kill her. Without mercy. What I cannot possess, I shall destroy. Rather let me betray the world, than let the world betray me. This was the principle by which Baizhua, normally appearing gentle and refined, lived his cat life. Yes, the strong experts of the Baihu clan all shuddered with fear. This Baizhua truly was ruthless. He seemed so gentle and mild on the surface, and he frequently lavished Xiaoqing with flattery and attention. Yet who would have thought he was actually the least chivalrous in the end? To be ready to kill someone at the first sign of disagreement? They all grumbled silently in their hearts. Still, they didn't think too much of it. Bai Xiaoqing was the clan leader's daughter. Even the clan leader himself had developed killing intent. So how much more so for Bai Zhuo? Follow me. Bai Zhuo's face overflowed with fury. His figure immediately transformed into a blurred shadow, rushing straight toward the imperial kitchen. The other Baihu clan experts quickly followed behind. Each of them exuded tremendous pressure. Their bodies tore through the air, charging toward the column of qi at maximum speed. Chapter 58. Look clearly, I am your ancestor. Something else is approaching again? Can a guy even get a good night's sleep? At this moment, Teddy slowly lifted his dog head, wearing an expression of displeasure. Just as he was about to rise and instantly eliminate the approaching presence upon crossing the boundary of the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian had already walked out with Bai Xiaoqing in his arms. See? I told you I wasn't wrong at all. After I groomed your fur, you've become even more beautiful. From now on, don't recklessly mess with lightning again. That's not something to play with. If you want to play, just play around in the imperial kitchen. Oh, and don't provoke that bad dog. His temper is really strange. Smiling slightly, Lin Tian carried Bai Xiaoqing toward the pond. Inside the pond, the neatly groomed fur of Bai Xiaoqing was reflected clearly. Meow meow. The little white cat looked completely satisfied, rubbing her fluffy little head against Lin Tian's arm. It was like a gesture of gratitude. It seems all the cats in this world know how to express gratitude. I guess there's something to like about them after all. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, fierce winds began to howl. Bai Zhuo and others had arrived. So he's the immoral mastermind we're after? He actually dares to hold my Xiaoqing in his arms. He has stolen my wife. I shall never forgive him. Looking down from the sky, Bai Zhuo instantly became furious. After all, during all the time he had spent with Bai Xiaoqing, he hadn't even held her hand yet. And now, his beloved was in another man's arms, looking so content and happy. As a male cat, who could possibly endure this kind of scene? Stop right there. Let go of that little cat. Let me handle this. With a loud roar, Bai Zhuo finally lost his cool. His figure shot downward like a lightning bolt from the boundless sky, fiercely heading toward the imperial kitchen. Roar, roar. Other experts from the Baihu clan all let out roars, their bodies rapidly descending as well. Pung pung pung. It was as if countless meteors had slammed into the ground. The earth trembled violently. Instantly, a large cloud of dust surged up, concealing their bodies completely. What the heck? Again, I told you my imperial kitchen keeps attracting visitors. Are there more appearing so frequently lately? Lin Tian immediately frowned deeply. Every so often, one or a few people would appear in this courtyard. Every time that happened, he had to politely greet them. And what really pissed him off was, each time they arrived, these people turned out to be weirdos for real. Now he was wondering who this new group of weirdos might be. Well then, since you're here, why not step forward? Whether you're just passing by or accidentally entered here, you must allow me to see what you all look like. Lin Tian had already noticed just now that there were dozens of descending figures. He quickly deduced that at least a dozen people had dropped into his courtyard this time. That was something new, like a veritable rainstorm. At this moment, figures slowly emerged from the dust. They stood tall, their eyes brimming with immense pressure, as if they believed themselves to be the supreme rulers of the heavens and the earth. Even their gazes carried a trace of killing intent. So, you're the one who stole away my beloved Xiaoqing? I will never coexist with you. Damn it, come out and fight me. Feeling the invisible green grass on his head, Bai Zhuo was already in a complete panic, cursing immediately upon appearance. However, meow meow meow. He suddenly paused, looking at his own furry body in confusion, stunned. What? When did he reveal his true form? How come he hadn't noticed? Meow. Meow. The experts from the Baihu clan also sensed something was wrong at this moment. One after another, they looked shocked. Suddenly, they seemed to simultaneously realize something, directing their gazes toward that layer of golden light covering the sky above. This tiny courtyard, has such powerful Taoist principles fluctuating above it. Because of these Taoist principles, have we actually revealed our true forms? In other words, the master here is very strong, even capable of manipulating Taoist principles? These thoughts flashed through their minds in an instant. All the little cats shuddered, no longer able to remain calm. So the ones who fell this time are cats. Don't tell me they are related to the previous group of cats? Lin Tian was taken aback, before a wry smile appeared on his face. The tradition of guests dropping into his courtyard had finally been broken. But this time, a dozen little cats had landed here. This unexpected sight left him in mixed feelings of amusement and bewilderment. Meow meow. At this moment, Lin Tian sensed that upon seeing the arrival of these little cats, Xiao Bai seemed somewhat uneasy. Instantly, everything became clear. So these little cats had indeed come for Xiao Bai. However, with him here, how could he possibly allow his Xiao Bai to be bullied? Without hesitation, he frowned, his expression darkening. I'll warn you all, this is not a place you can just casually enter. If something dangerous happens, don't expect me to take responsibility. Could these little cats even understand him? Lin Tian didn't have time to think further, as anger began to rise in his heart. At the very moment that anger flared, behind him appeared the illusory shadows of thousands of mountains and endless peaks. Suddenly, those illusions were engulfed by flames rising from his body, burning furiously. Faintly, one could even hear the screams of countless creatures from within the illusions. Especially terrifying and horrifying. Hiss! Bai Zhuo and the other cats instinctively stepped backward, their fur standing on end. With a single burst of anger, he burned mountains and realms in Shikong. What kind of monstrous martial cultivator was this? They could even guess that the opponent probably didn't need to lift a finger. With just a single thought, they would be reduced to ashes. We came here to search for a traitor of our clan. This has nothing to do with this senior here. Baizuo's body was shaking violently as he desperately tried to explain his intentions. However, meow meow meow. His words turned into a series of cat cries again. Still, the meows were clearly filled with deep fear. Scaredy cats. Seeing all these trembling little cats, Teddy instantly shot them a contemptuous glance. Baizuo's expression changed. Then, turning toward the source of the voice, his eyebrows shot up. Actually looked down on them. A dog? How could this be tolerated? However, just as he was about to fly into a rage, he suddenly widened his eyes. Boom. It felt as if his heart had been violently struck by something. Cold sweat poured from his body as he took 3 steps backward. There's a terrifying aura from that dog. And behind him. Is that the Baihu's illusion? Could he be from the Baihu clan? And of pure bloodline? Baizuo was immediately scared out of his wits. He himself was also a descendant of the Baihu clan, but over generations, the Baihu bloodline had thinned to only a faint trace. Among his peers, he was already considered to have a very pure bloodline. Yet compared to a pure blood Baihu, he felt as though he belonged to an entirely different species. Baihu clan, I am your ancestor. Look clearly. I am the divine dog of the sky, xiuxian. Teddy growled furiously. Chapter 59. Male cats are all big piggish paws. The xiuxian divine dog clan. Isn't that a race from the upper realm? They are a true divine beast clan, carrying the purest bloodline of divine beasts. Far beyond what our white tiger clan can ever compare to. In our lifetime, we can actually witness the xiuxian divine dog clan. Even scarier is, he's just this person's pet. A group of little cats were instantly shocked. The seemingly emotionless cat faces now displayed unprecedented surprise. Some of the cute little faces even changed colors in an instant. Huh, these little tabbies sure have expressive faces. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He had almost forgotten. This was the 9 provinces realm. Unlike the world he came from, anything could happen in this world. So what if cats showed rich expressions? That's perfectly normal. Humph, now do you finally understand my power? Daring to come here and harass my master. You guys really have guts. Prepare to face the wrath beneath my crotch. Teddy lifted his front legs off the ground, directly exposing the magnificent might beneath his crotch. Immediately, an unmatched masculine aura suddenly surged into the sky, filling the area with an overbearing masculine dominance. The kittens felt their buttholes tighten, instinctively taking several steps back. Their forepaws trembled. Then came the urge to kneel. He belonged to the xiuxian divine dog clan, and was especially famous for being proud and domineering. When conflicts arise, they go straight for the kill, and that is meant literally. If they were tainted by the xiuxian divine dog, how could they continue living among the white tiger clan? Merely facing others' discriminatory looks would probably be enough to drown them all. What are you thinking? You really think I don't have standards? I have no interest in you mutts with diluted bloodlines. Tell me yourselves, what punishment do you deserve? Teddy yawned, clearly not taking the opponent seriously. A few little cats dared to come here and disturb his master? They should know better. The master's peace was more important than anything. He had initially wanted to kill those little cats on the spot, but then he reconsidered. The master's strength was overwhelming. Facing strong opponents, he remained humble, even polite. As a pet, naturally, he should follow the master's lead. Stay low-key. Must stay low-key. Meow meow meow. Seeing the trembling White Left and other cats, White Xiuxian couldn't help feeling delighted. She had noticed, when White Left appeared, there was a killing aura exuding from him. That was clearly going to kill her. Never had she expected that at the most critical moment, this dog saved her. Her gaze fell on Teddy unintentionally. Gratitude and warmth emerged in her eyes. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The peach tree could no longer remain calm, shaking violently again. The little face that appeared on its trunk had already entered a darkened state. You dare look at my teddy brother with that look. Don't look anymore. Only I have the right to look at my teddy brother like this. You're such a bad kitty, little white cat. One day, I'll make you understand exactly what price one must pay for coveting my man. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The leaves kept falling under another tremble. The White Tiger clan's attention was immediately drawn to the commotion. Upon noticing, they simultaneously inhaled sharply. They were stunned for a long time before regaining their composure. Seemingly an ordinary peach tree, yet surrounded by immortal energy. At first glance, it wasn't obvious. However, when the peach tree was emotionally agitated, it accidentally released the hidden aura within. Though gentle, this aura was vast and immense, like a calm river. It appeared tranquil on the surface, yet contained boundless power. Once unleashed, it could potentially destroy the 8 directions. A single dog being this impressive was barely acceptable. But damn, a tree could be this arrogant too? What kind of royal kitchen is this? It's even more impressive than the legendary 9-realm palace. White Left finally lost his composure, falling on his knees, shivering on the ground. Right now, he finally realized a serious issue. Every living being here was beyond his capability to provoke. Even a tree was untouchable. Just thinking about it, he felt an urge. He wanted to buy a piece of tofu from the market and just smash his head into it. As White Left knelt down, one of the kittens behind also lay on the ground trembling, not even daring to lift their head. We sincerely apologize. May we be allowed to leave? White Left kept his head bowed low, his heart pounding violently. It felt as though countless bombs were continuously exploding inside his chest. On his forehead, large drops of sweat fell continuously onto the ground. Because he knew, even though the other party was just a dog, That dog could decide his life or death with a single thought. No. If he wished, a single thought could even destroy the entire 9 provinces. You're already kneeling? So completely spineless. You even claim to be from the White Tiger clan. Teddy rolled his eyes, instantly losing all interest in them. To the outside world, the White Tiger clan was mighty enough to shake the entire empire. Even the emperor himself would kneel in reverence. But to Teddy, they were just kittens. At most, kittens with spiritual awareness. He could not possibly think any less of them. That's all there was to it. He had even lost interest in exterminating them. Then he yawned lazily, shaking his tired body, and walked toward the peach tree. Brother Teddy is by my side again. Could this be the happiness of reunion after loss? The peach tree blushed with excitement again, trembling slightly. At the base of its trunk, a stream of clear, spring-like sap slowly flowed out. Oh geez, it's getting wet again. You better watch it next time. If you wet my sleeping area again, I'll definitely uproot you. Teddy frowned and said unhappily, yes, Brother Teddy. Next time I'll definitely control myself. I'll definitely keep your sleeping area dry. I'll ensure the surroundings stay completely dry. The peach tree trembled all over, cheeks slightly reddening under the scolding. A warm and ecstatic feeling hit her heart fiercely. So domineering a dog. I love it so much. Who? Witnessing the scene before them, White Left and others couldn't help but relax, immediately frowning deeply at Xiao Bai and Lin Tian's arms. Bang! Instinctively, the White Tiger clan warriors emitted their auras. Then in the next second, they withdrew them just as quickly. Almost forgot. This isn't a place we can afford to act recklessly. White Xiaoqing, you stole the ancient divine blood of our White Tiger clan. Hand it over quickly. If you do, I might beg the clan leader for mercy and spare your life. White Left's face darkened, his entire heart quaking violently at this moment. This white little kitten in front of him was the one he longed for day and night. Yet she had chosen to be with a Retian divine dog. And the relationship between that dog and the cat was probably far more intimate than he could bear to imagine. Otherwise, why would that dog defend her? Just thinking about it brought a sense of heartbreak. I already told you, the ancient divine blood was not stolen by me. Besides, what use do I have for that thing? White Xiaoqing huffed with anger, her expression somewhat dimmed at that moment. She had once trusted White Left completely, been so close to him. She had even regarded him as family, as her own elder brother. But she never expected even he would doubt her. Humph. Male cats are all indeed big pig paws. Chapter 60. Have you made up your mind? You really want to leave? If you didn't steal it, why are you running away? Why don't you explain it clearly to me? Eyes were pressed aggressively. Humph. Have you given me a chance to explain? Even if I did, would you believe me? I will return only after you have thoroughly investigated who actually stole the ancient essence of the White Tiger. Bai Xiaoqing said angrily. Go back now. If I really believe their words, how foolish would that make me? The ancient essence of the White Tiger is the ultimate treasure of the Baihu clan, directly tied to the clan's future prosperity or decline. Moreover, her father had once said that even if every member of the Baihu clan must sacrifice their lives, the ancient essence must be protected at all costs. Just how important it was became clear. Returning to the Baihu clan while her father was still furious would be no different than seeking death. Since you insist on your own path, then there is nothing more to be done. I can tell you this, the clan leader has already issued orders. If you refuse to hand over the ancient essence, he will personally eliminate you. Think carefully now. Is the ancient essence more important, or is your relationship with your father more important? Bai Zui smirked slightly, directly appealing to her emotions. My father wants to kill me? Bai Xiaoqing's face changed. Her beautiful cat-like eyes, as brilliant as jewels, were instantly filled with tears. All along, she had believed that once her father calmed down, he would forgive her. But now, he had actually issued a decree of death? If you're innocent, why are you afraid to come back with us? That's right. If you return now and clarify things, you still have a chance to regain the clan leader's trust. Otherwise, as long as you're willing to come back, we promise you won't suffer any harm. The final decision rests entirely with the clan leader. The other cats began rallying in support. Bai Xiaoqing wavered. Her father was the person she had always revered most. But now, even he no longer trusted her. It felt as though something were missing from her very soul. At that moment, she suddenly took a deep breath and made a decision. She would return and prove her innocence. Do these cats seem to be communicating with each other? It seems they truly have consciousness. I wonder if they can even understand me. Lin Tian was greatly excited by this discovery. He had been staying alone in the imperial kitchen, with very few visitors except for Xiaoli. Rarely did anyone come to accompany him. Of course, the past few days were an exception. For some reason, some complete strangers he had never seen before kept coming to ask him questions. Lin Tian often felt lonely. But now, everything was different. It turned out that everything in this world possessed a soul. Other than that talking dog, perhaps even those old hens might also possess consciousness. A guest, however distant, is always welcome. I have nothing fine to offer. How about this? I prepare a meal for all of you. Lin Tian smiled gently, striving to show kindness. The cats, led by Bai Zui, were momentarily stunned. A chill ran through their hearts. They noticed that when Lin Tian spoke, his voice seemed to cut through the air like a divine decree, piercing directly into their innermost beings. It felt as though a supreme cultivator was standing directly in front of them, making them feel short of breath. Slowly raising their heads, they seemed to be gazing at an insurmountable mountain. And yet, such a mighty mountain spoke with such kindness. It was unfathomable. Though they could not form human words, they still gently nodded. They had no choice but to obey this ancient cultivator. Just thinking of the consequences of resistance made their bodies tremble, and they immediately dismissed any thought of defiance. That's right. Why should one little cat make things hard for another? You all just wait a moment. I'll go and prepare a meal for you. Lin Tian smiled kindly and turned toward the kitchen of the imperial kitchen. He had long realized that these few little cats harbored ill intentions toward Xiaobai. But after all, they were just cats, and they even looked somewhat adorable. Honestly, he couldn't bear to harm them. Instead, he decided to give them a hearty meal. Perhaps after eating, they would feel gratitude and not harm Xiaobai anymore. Xiaobai, come along. Lin Tian gestured with his hand, then slightly frowned. He noticed that Xiaobai remained rooted in place, dazed, seemingly lost in thought. Oh right, he realized. She must have sensed the cat's malice gone, so she no longer feared them. Thinking this, Lin Tian stopped pondering further and walked into the kitchen alone. Is this really the right choice? Should I really return? No matter what, my father would never truly want to see me dead, right? Right? He's just angry. If I return and explain everything will be fine. Bai Xiaoqing inhaled deeply, the dimness in her gaze giving way to a glimmer of hope. Then, she gently lifted her delicate front paw, preparing to take a step forward. Seeing this scene, Bai's cat face was filled with cold laughter. She finally fell for it. She was just too young after all. Did she really think everything would be fine if she returned to the Baihu clan? Don't forget, the ancient essence of the white tiger, the ultimate treasure of the Baihu clan, was now missing, and Bai Xiaoqing was the main suspect. Once she returned, she would surely suffer all kinds of torture, until the whereabouts of the ancient essence were uncovered. Even the clan leader of the Baihu clan would not dare to show mercy toward his own daughter, because he understood deeply. In the Baihu clan, nothing was more important than the ancient essence. Even his own daughter was nothing compared to the ancient essence. Do you really want to go with them? I've never seen a cat as foolish as you before. At this moment, Teddy said lazily. Bai Xiaoqing was slightly stunned, then quickly retorted, pouting, Dog, it's none of your business. I come and go as I please. Of course, it's nothing to do with me. If you really want to die, then go ahead. I don't care. Teddy sneered coldly and said indifferently, just a little white cat. In his eyes, she was no different from an ant. Earlier, he was only worried that his master would be upset if Xiaobai disappeared. If not for that reason, he wouldn't have bothered to speak. Yeah, that must be it. Teddy thought quietly to himself. Don't worry, we will definitely plead for mercy on your behalf in front of the clan leader. Bai's smiled slightly. Although it was just the image of a little white cat, the smile still carried a gentle meaning. In an instant, Bai Xiaoqing trusted them even more. I will go with you. Bai Xiaoqing gritted her teeth. At that moment, her heart was in turmoil. In the end, she exhaled lightly, making up her mind. She also felt that running away was too unfair to her old man. It was better to return and explain everything clearly. But think carefully. Once you leave, you might never leave the Baihu clan again. Do you really think they are helping you out of kindness? Just at this moment, sarcastic voices came from the pond. Those little goldfish clearly couldn't bear to watch anymore. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want me to pull you out right now and make fish soup? One of the little black cats suddenly changed expression, rushing toward the pond. A group of little goldfish dared to mock this honorable cat. Obviously, they didn't want to live anymore. Out of your league. Just an ignorant cat. Teddy shook his head, eyes filled with contempt. Just at this moment. The small black cat that was charging forward suddenly looked as if it had been startled by something and abruptly stopped. Then it frantically retreated backward. The terror on its face reached an extreme level. Just as it was about to charge toward the goldfish, it clearly saw a mighty azure dragon appear in the void above the goldfish's head, soaring through the cosmic void. An incarnation of the Azure Dragon? The Azure Dragon Clan. Chapter 61. Things even dogs won't kill. The imposing illusion of the Azure Dragon Clan suddenly surged into the sky, as if tearing through the heavens. An endless wave of awe-inspiring pressure poured down in an instant. What had originally seemed to be just a small goldfish now revealed a domineering aura capable of piercing through the heavens. The little calico cat was so frightened it nearly soiled itself, frantically retreating backward with cold sweat instantly drenching its body. Holy crap, is this really just an ordinary farmhouse courtyard? Why are the creatures here so terrifying? The Azure Dragon Clan. Although equal in status to the White Tiger Clan, the White Tiger's lineage had long become diluted through crossbreeding, retaining only a faint trace of their ancestral blood. Compared to true, pure-blooded Azure Dragons, they were like mud compared to clouds, utterly incomparable. Just seeing the other side's overwhelming might, the so-called White Tiger Clan was instantly petrified on the spot. At this moment, it felt as if they had stepped into the most terrifying place imaginable, daring not even to move a muscle. Are these goldfish actually from the Azure Dragon Clan? Mommy, I'm so scared, I want to go home. Stay calm. Don't be afraid. As long as we act kind enough, I'm sure they won't hurt us. Right? Although we don't know why they're here, clearly they regard that person as their master. Unless their master gives the order, they won't dare to harm us. We must keep smiling. Only smiling can dissolve all hatred in the world. Bai Zhuo and the other little cats whispered anxiously among themselves. Then an odd scene unfolded. The cats tried hard to force smiles onto their faces, but the expressions looked unbearably grotesque. They dare to call themselves part of the White Tiger Clan. They're truly disgracing the divine beast race. If we wipe them out, the other divine beast races would surely look down on us. Maybe even the Dian Heaven Dog Clan would look down on us. If even dogs won't kill them, we won't either. Row after row of small goldfish rolled their eyes wildly, completely ignoring the cats. Seeing this, Bai Zhua and the other cats finally exhaled in relief. Yet, their hearts felt deeply humiliated, especially at those words, things even dogs won't kill, which pierced their hearts like daggers. Even more frightening was the realization that even the Dian Heaven Dog clan and the Azure Dragon clan were merely pets of this master. They couldn't help but consider, if they truly took Xiaobai away, would this so-called master come chasing all the way to their White Tiger clan? If he really did appear before the White Tiger clan, who could possibly stop him? Earlier, they had been so eager to take Xiaobai. Now, he felt like a scalding chestnut, best left untouched. Otherwise, it might bring catastrophe upon the White Tiger clan. I've made my decision. I'll go back with you. Just then, Bai Xiaoqing took a deep breath and finally made her decision. Heh, this is your own death wish, so don't blame us. Teddy rolled its eyes with an expression of contempt. This little white cat seemed quite intelligent. How could she be so foolish? Anyone could see she would never return. Never expected she couldn't resist their emotional blackmail. If she wants to die, fine, let her go. She's really leaving? That's good. Now no one will compete with me for Dogsy Go. My Dogsy Go belongs to me alone. How blissful. Xiaohao Tree trembled again, her face beaming with happiness. Being close at hand, she got first access. Now another threat was gone. Just thinking about it left her deeply satisfied. Hee. Indeed, she's a little foolish cat. If she wants to die, there's nothing we can do. The Azure Dragon clan members discussed casually. Even the Fenghuang clan joined in with heavy sarcasm. What a pity this time. The master really liked this little white cat. I wonder if the master will be sad knowing she won't return. Why should the master be sad? Maybe after she leaves, the master will shift all attention to us. After all, we're adorable birds. Snap out of it. Though you are of the Fenghuang clan, don't forget, you're currently just a chicken. How could the master ever fall for a chicken? Fenghuang clan. Boom. Bai Zhua and the other cats couldn't help but turn their gaze toward that flock of old hens. Earlier, they'd noticed that these old hens possessed unusual auras, but since their attention had been fully on Xiaobai, they hadn't taken a closer look. But now, hearing those old hens speak, they couldn't help but turn their gaze toward them. Each of them displayed a phoenix phantom soaring high into the sky, its wings surrounded by flames, emitting a grand shishru that seemed ready to burn through the Nine Heavens River. These little calico cats immediately lost their composure. One by one, they frantically retreated several steps backward. The fear on their faces grew deeper and deeper. Holy crap! Azure Dragon, Fenghuang, plus the White Tiger clan. Was the master here trying to gather all 4 divine beasts? So scary. Suddenly I think, how could such a pure young girl like you ever commit theft? We believe you. Right. You definitely wouldn't steal treasures from our White Tiger clan. We were just testing you earlier. Congratulations, you have now passed the trial. You may rest assured and stay here. We'll inform the clan leader about your success in the trial. The leader will surely be very pleased. Bai Zhua and others instantly displayed gentle, kind smiles on their faces, looking extremely profound and mysterious. This was just a test? A mere provocation? Bai Xiaoqing was instantly filled with immense joy. Exactly. Now that you have passed the test, it proves you are innocent. There's absolutely no need to return to prove your innocence, Bai Zhua said solemnly. Make her go back? Earlier, those from the Fenghuang clan had already said their master deeply cherished her. If she was really taken away by them, their master would certainly fly into a rage. Once that happened, the divine power would unleash, and heavenly wrath would descend upon the White Tiger clan. At that time, the White Tiger clan would be utterly destroyed. That would be true annihilation. But, I also acted quite selfishly just now, running away like that directly. I might be misunderstood by father. I think I should go back and explain everything clearly. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiaoqing still felt returning to clarify things would be the only way to resolve her inner doubts. No need, really no need. I can guarantee that I'll explain everything thoroughly to the clan leader. You should stay here and cultivate peacefully instead. The spiritual energy here is abundant. If you cultivate well, it's the greatest contribution to our White Tiger clan. Why worry about such trivial matters? We'll take our leave first. We'll definitely come visit you often if we get the chance. Chapter 62. Lies come at a price. Moments ago, these kittens, who had been filled with murderous intent, now wisely displayed kind and friendly smiles on their faces. Then, they turned around, leaped into the air, and quickly soared into the sky. As they crossed the barrier, each of them instantly transformed back into human form. They dared not linger here for even a moment longer. They flew nonstop for over 100 miles before finally stopping. Even so, each of their faces had turned deathly pale, and they exchanged uneasy glances. Brother Bai Zhua, how should we report back? Yeah, we can't possibly say we couldn't find Bai Xiaoqing at all. The clan leader will surely be angry. The powerful experts from the White Tiger clan all wore bitter smiles, their hearts still pounding. Who could have imagined that somewhere hidden in the Qingzhou region existed such an extraordinary expert? It was even impossible to guess his true strength. After all, currently, the strongest in Qingzhou was only at the martial king stage. But, that seemingly ordinary human who claimed to be their master could have so many divine beasts willingly becoming his pets. That was certainly not the level of a martial king. He was likely stronger than anyone could imagine. There was no other way to describe him except as unfathomable. If they reported this truthfully to the clan leader, he definitely wouldn't believe it. Instead, he would surely come in person to confirm. With the clan leader's temper, this might easily spark a large-scale conflict. Just a single sky-defying divine dog might wipe out the entire White Tiger clan. Just the thought of that made them shiver from head to toe, sweating profusely. Of course, we cannot report truthfully. If we do, it will only put the clan leader in a difficult position. Baizuo's face was dark, and his usual domineering aura was somewhat diminished, though his head had been turned into a lush green field. That lush green field might have been planted by none other than the strongest being in this world. This, in turn, diminished his jealousy slightly. Big brother, are you saying? The ancient beast essence is the most important treasure of the White Tiger clan. As the clan leader, he would even risk his life to recover it. If he knows there's an extremely powerful being backing by xiuxian, and yet he still must take back the ancient beast essence, it would only put him in danger. Therefore, we must do everything possible to conceal this matter. Baizuo inhaled deeply and voiced his concerns. Upon hearing his words, everyone present nodded with sudden understanding. That was right. No matter how powerful the enemy might be, the White Tiger clan's leader had to reclaim the ancient beast essence. But the enemy's power was clearly far beyond the clan leader's strength. Letting him fight such a foe would be like a moth flying into a flame. Only death awaited. For his well-being, it would be better not to report the truth. Moreover, they were also concerned about their own safety. Because once war broke out, they too would have to face off against the sky-defying divine dog and the other divine beasts. Merely imagining the terrifying size of the divine dog's member could potentially make them die of shame. Just thinking about it caused a cold shiver down their spines. And so, they began discussing as they returned to report. Back at the White Tiger clan, you really saw her fall into the bottomless abyss, leaving not even a trace of bones. The clan leader raised his head, his face pale, his eyes brimming with pain and sorrow. That's right, we saw it with our own eyes. The ancient beast essence fell into the abyss along with, by xiuxian. There are all kinds of vicious beasts down there, and eventually her presence faded away. As for the ancient beast essence, it seems she has hidden it somewhere, making it impossible for us to find it immediately. We will have to wait and try again later. Baizuo and the others lowered their heads, feeling their scalps tingling. They didn't want to deceive the clan leader, but failing to do so might bring about total annihilation. Besides, all this was for the clan leader's own good. Exactly. It was all for the clan leader. Definitely not, because they were all cowards fearing death. Never thought this would be the final outcome. Xiuxian, you really were too foolish. Why would you do something like that and end up like this? The clan leader sighed deeply, closed his eyes slightly, and slowly a bright tear trickled from the corner of his eye. The female members of the White Tiger clan burst into sorrowful wails. The cries shook heaven and earth. Though they also carried the bloodline of divine beasts, they couldn't be as cold-blooded as Baizuo and the others. Just imagining Xiuxian's fate brought them unbearable sorrow. If I'm not mistaken, judging from the direction you pursued her and the time you were gone, you chased her to Qingzhou, didn't you? At this moment, the clan leader slowly opened his eyes, but the sorrow in his gaze did not fade. That's right. It was indeed within Qingzhou territory. Baizuo hurriedly nodded in agreement. Inside, he felt a strange sensation. Why was the clan leader asking about this? Although she once made a mistake, she is still my daughter, and part of our White Tiger clan. Our White Tiger clan's bloodline is nothing less than the divine beast bloodline of the upper world. Yet our noble lineage was devoured by mere Yao beasts. This is the greatest humiliation the White Tiger clan has ever suffered. Those Yao beasts must die. The clan leader clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, his domineering aura surged. A powerful killing intent spread from his body in an instant. A faint white tiger phantom instantly appeared, hovering above his head. A tiger's roar rang out, as if it could swallow the heavens and earth in an instant. Baizuo and others trembled all over, instantly feeling uneasy. Damn it. As the old saying goes, every lie comes with a price. After all, the majority of Yao beasts in Qingzhou are gathered within the Yao Beast mountain range. And that mountain range lies near the Vermilion Bird Empire, even closer to the Imperial Kitchen, that seemingly modest farmhouse. If he wanted to reach the Yao Beast mountain range, he would inevitably have to pass through the Imperial Kitchen. Killing all those Yao beasts itself wouldn't be a problem, but such action would cause a huge commotion, likely drawing the attention of that high-level expert. Since that expert enjoyed keeping divine beasts as pets, those beasts in the mountains might all belong to him, wild pets he had deliberately released. If they really went there and attacked those Yao beasts, they might truly provoke his wrath. Clan leader, I think we should plan this carefully. Just thinking about it made Baizuo shiver all over. Carefully, he hurried to Qingzhou, advise against the plan. Our White Tiger clan has always remained hidden and never interfered with any empire. However, if we move against the Yao beasts in the Yao Beast mountain range, we must pass through the Vermilion Bird Empire. There's no way the Vermilion Bird Empire will allow us passage easily, right? That's right. Those empires are extremely concerned about face. Even if allowing us through would cost them nothing, they'd still oppose us. The experts of the White Tiger clan began to xianxia, advise, in succession. Chapter 63, they're all just pets. Dare to block us? Those powerful experts from the Vermilion Bird dynasty have long lost any true bloodline inheritance. To put it bluntly, they're nothing but frauds parading under the name of Vermilion Bird's legacy. I've disliked them for a long time already. If they dare block us, we might as well exterminate them too. The clan leader waved his hand with an extremely domineering manner as he spoke. He could issue orders to kill his own daughter. But aside from him, anyone who dares harm her will only face one fate: death with no place to be buried. If his daughter perished near the Vermilion Bird dynasty, it would be entirely justified to drag the entire Vermilion Bird dynasty down with her. Bai Zhuo and others couldn't help exchanging glances, feeling deeply distressed at this moment. They had painstakingly fabricated a justification, originally believing that after revealing it, there would be no further trouble. But they never expected this would invite an even greater crisis. Clearly, the clan leader wanted the White Tiger clan and the Vermilion Bird dynasty to fight to the death. Of course, they looked down upon the Vermilion Bird dynasty. But the problem was, the Vermilion Bird dynasty had a hidden supreme expert. Once that expert flew into a rage, he might wipe out the entire White Tiger clan in an instant. What the hell should they do now? Bai Zhuo, why is there panic on your face? Could it be that you're afraid of the Vermilion Bird dynasty? At this moment, the clan leader asked sternly. Clan leader, how could I possibly fear a mere Vermilion Bird dynasty? I'm just thinking that our White Tiger clan has always maintained a low profile. If we were to directly attack the Vermilion Bird dynasty, it might provoke unnecessary criticism. So I was thinking, treat them with courtesy first, and use force only if necessary. Bai Zhuo trembled all over, his face quickly twisting into a forced smile. What exactly do you mean by courtesy first, force later? We should communicate with the Vermilion Bird dynasty first. If they willingly give us a path through to eliminate those monstrous beasts, then there's no need to provoke conflict with them. But if they insist on refusing, then we have no choice but to act immediately, wipe them out completely, and then head into the Beast Mountain to exterminate every single beast. Bai Zhuo replied hurriedly. Fine, then proceed as you suggested. I'll write a letter right now. You'll deliver it to the Vermilion Bird dynasty. I believe they won't dare refuse to let us pass. The clan leader snorted coldly, suddenly reaching upward toward the sky. A golden light instantly appeared midair and gathered together, shaping into a writing brush. It gently fell into his palm. Holding the radiant brush between his fingers, he lightly mimicked a dipping motion into the heavenly river above. The heavenly river surged violently, as if infinite darkness had concentrated at the tip of the brush. Then, he casually wrote a message midair. Private letter to the Vermilion Bird Emperor. My beloved daughter perished in the Beast Mountain. The Beast Mountain has always been under the jurisdiction of your Vermilion Bird dynasty. Due to your negligence, the monstrous beasts have grown rampant. For now, regarding my daughter's tragic death, I shall refrain from holding the Vermilion Bird dynasty accountable. However, I demand that the Vermilion Bird dynasty grant passage to allow our White Tiger clan to enter the mountain and exterminate all the beasts. Otherwise, consequences shall be borne entirely by the Vermilion Bird dynasty. Signed by the White Tiger clan leader. Go. Finally, with a loud shout from the White Tiger clan leader, the letter suddenly gathered into itself, condensing into a small, radiant golden pellet. It gently floated over to Bai Zhuo. Bai Zhuo, stunned, slowly extended his hand and respectfully accepted the letter. Yet deep within his heart, he was already collapsing. What the hell? What kind of crap is this letter? It's essentially no different from a declaration of war. Moreover, the clan leader had already subtly blamed the Vermilion Bird dynasty within the letter, then demanded passage. The Vermilion Bird dynasty couldn't help but suspect that this request for passage is merely an excuse. If the White Tiger clan were allowed entry into their domain, they might suddenly launch an attack. In that case, the Vermilion Bird dynasty would absolutely refuse passage. When that time comes, only mutual destruction awaits. There would be no other alternative. What are you waiting for? Set off immediately and deliver this letter to the Vermilion Bird dynasty. It's better for the Vermilion Bird dynasty to comply willingly, otherwise. The clan leader of the White Tiger clan slowly turned his back, hands clasped behind him, gazing upward at the sky. The sorrow on his face could no longer be hidden. Yes. Bai Zhuo shivered slightly, but had no choice but to nod reluctantly. Then, he led those few powerful experts from the White Tiger clan and slowly walked out. Only when they reached outside the door did they finally step out. Brother Bai, why do you have such an expression? Could it be that you're constipated? I have here a miraculous pill that, once taken, will guarantee you diarrhea for miles. Constipated my ass. Don't you all see that our White Tiger clan is heading toward a war with the Vermilion Bird dynasty? Bai Zhuo shot back, glaring fiercely, his scalp prickling with dread at that moment. What? We're politely requesting passage. How could they dare refuse us? That's right. Given the Vermilion Bird dynasty's impure bloodline, they should be shitting themselves in fear at the sight of our White Tiger clan. Could it be they would rather fight us than grant passage? They wouldn't be that stupid, right? Everyone was instantly stunned, their faces blank with confusion. According to legend, the 4 great dynasties of Qingzhou were descendants of the 4 divine beast bloodlines. However, the Baihu Badao, Baihu domination, clan of the White Tiger dynasty had nearly lost their White Tiger bloodline entirely. Though their own White Tiger clan's bloodline had also weakened, compared to the Baihu Badao clan, their lineage was much purer. Their ears were evidence of this. Besides the Baihu Badao, the other 4 divine beast descendant dynasties faced a similar situation. They had almost completely lost their divine beast bloodlines. In terms of natural talent alone, the moment the White Tiger clan appeared, the 4 divine beast descendant dynasties should be shitting themselves in terror. The Vermilion Bird dynasty would never dare resist. So why was Elder Bai Zhuo looking so worried? The Vermilion Bird dynasty itself isn't worth worrying about. But don't forget, there's still a supreme expert hidden within the Vermilion Bird dynasty. If that expert becomes enraged, not only will he destroy our White Tiger clan, but even if we possessed the purest bloodline, he would still not give us the slightest respect. To be precise, in his eyes, we are nothing more than pets. Pets. At that moment, every expert present was stunned. A feeling of bitterness and humiliation surged in their hearts. They had always taken pride in their bloodline. Yet, Who would have imagined that there exists someone in this world capable of treating a pure-blooded divine beast as a pet? And they themselves would be no better than a common household dog, a mere Chinese village dog. Chapter 64. This is clearly a declaration of war. This is outrageous. That bloodline which once filled them with pride now brought a deep sense of humiliation. Sending this letter won't be a big deal even if it angers the Vermilion Bird dynasty. The real problem is, if we provoke that supreme being, our Baihu clan will certainly face annihilation. Baizhua sighed heavily, his expression twisting with inner turmoil. Damn it, if only he had known this would happen, he would never have told that lie in the first place. But now it was too late to turn back. If they were to go and apologize now, the furious clan leader would surely kill them on the spot. Therefore, they had no choice but to carry on with the lie. At this moment, all the powerful experts of the Baihu clan fell into deep silence. A boundless fear swept through their hearts. Yet deep down, they knew that this matter could no longer be avoided. They could only take things step by step. Not long after, the imperial court of the Vermilion Bird dynasty was suddenly shaken. Within that misty, spiritual hall, a voice filled with shock rang out. Even in that voice, one could detect subtle trembling. A Baihu clan? Could it be that there is another Baihu bloodline in our Qingzhou? Moreover, this new bloodline seems far purer than that of the Baihu Bideos. The daughter of their clan leader was actually murdered here in the Vermilion Bird dynasty. If they are merely asking for passage, could it be that they plan to wipe out our entire dynasty? That was the voice of the Vermilion Emperor. At this moment, looking at the lines of black text floating before him, the Vermilion Emperor wore a stunned expression. The Vermilion Bird dynasty itself was also descended from a divine beast bloodline. Precisely because of that, the Vermilion Emperor knew all too well that the purer the bloodline, the stronger the inherited talents would be. The Baihu clan's power could very likely far surpass that of the Vermilion Bird dynasty. Perhaps the entire Vermilion dynasty would be no match for them. However, the next moment, the shock on his face disappeared, and he calmly exhaled, suddenly feeling reassured. He had almost forgotten. As long as the elder was around, what threat could this minor Baihu clan possibly pose? In the elder's home, even divine beasts were kept as pets, and all of them were of the purest bloodlines. What significance could this small Baihu clan have? Master Lin, the Vermilion Emperor called out softly. At that moment, Master Lin, who was instructing Xuanhuan at the training ground, felt the runes on his body begin to glow. It's the Emperor summoning me? You kid better keep training diligently. Don't be lazy. I'll be back soon. Master Lin frowned and said to Xuanhuan, Old man, don't worry. I'll definitely train hard. After all, I will soon be participating in the trial. I'm looking forward to making a name for myself. Xuanhuan grinned and replied. But before he could finish speaking, Master Lin's figure had already vanished into the wind, disappearing into the depths of the Vermilion Bird dynasty. Why does that old man look so uneasy? Looks like another big incident is about to unfold. With so many major events recently, I haven't even had a chance to show off my skills. That must be because my cultivation is still too weak. If only I could have joined that great battle among the 4 imperial dynasties. How amazing that would have been. But now is not the time to think too much. I must enhance my power as soon as possible. Xuanhuan's expression gradually became serious. He was no longer that pampered prince. At this moment, he was determined to share the burden of his father. All right, it's been a while since I visited the elder. I wonder what he's been up to lately. After practicing for a while longer, Xuanhuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and sheathed his sword, walking toward the imperial kitchen with a reverent expression. At this time, the imperial kitchen still appeared peaceful and mundane as always. Teddy lay there sleeping. A group of hens quietly searched for food in a flock, constantly glancing nervously at Teddy, clearly still wary of the dog. The goldfish in the pond swam joyfully. Somewhen, a little white kitten had appeared in the kitchen. This kitten had a pure white, shiny coat, appearing extraordinarily beautiful, and exuded an aura of utmost nobility from head to toe. Especially when walking, that graceful feline gait made the little peach tree look on with envy. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, having finished his daily chores, finally had a bit of free time. He was now sitting cross-legged in his room, eyes closed, deeply immersed in intense cultivation. With every breath he took, faint streams of spiritual energy slowly flowed into his dantian. However, the energy was like mere scattered sparks, so negligible that it could hardly be detected. Who knew cultivation could be this difficult? I've been training non-stop for days now, and yet the energy I absorb seems to be decreasing. At this rate, when will it ever end? To reach the martial sovereign realm, without 100 years or so, it seems nearly impossible. Just thinking about it made Lin Tian reveal a bitter smile on his face. Damn it, he ended up embarrassing the name of a transmigrator. Before his transmigration, in all the online novels he had read, weren't all transmigrators instantly growing strong the moment they arrived in a new world? Why did he have to play it safe, check in quietly for nearly 100 years, and in the end merely activate a constitution that could cultivate? Now that he could finally cultivate, wouldn't he rise rapidly and become the strongest at a prodigy's pace? But the result was that the speed of his cultivation was incredibly slow. It was even slower than a turtle. Tomorrow he might even begin to doubt his identity as the chosen one of fate. Added to that was the dam system which provided things so misleading and disappointing. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh, slowly shaking his head. At this moment, he felt a sense of frustration rising inside. What he didn't know was this. As he was cultivating, the spiritual energy from all the 9 realms of the multiverse was being drawn by him straight into the skies above Qingzhou. However, this process was fleeting. Then suddenly, all that spiritual energy seemed to be attracted by something. and it tore through space, crazily rushing away at an incredible speed toward a certain location. And that location was none other than the immortal mountains overseas, the Divine Martial Hall. Inside the Divine Martial Hall, the former sovereign of the Star Regions was now kneeling on the ground, trembling with his entire body, wearing a look of absolute reverence. Master, with just a single thought from you, you can gather boundless spiritual energy here. It seems like with merely a thought, you can summon all the spiritual energy of this entire world to gather in one place. I originally thought you were already extremely powerful. Never did I imagine that you had reached such an unfathomable level. I will serve you faithfully for the rest of my life, without the slightest complaint, without even a hint of wavering. His hands pressed violently against the ground as large beads of sweat poured down from his forehead. He could clearly feel how that spiritual energy was crazily reshaping his body, making his cultivation power surge uncontrollably, soaring beyond limits. With just a single thought from the master, he was being completely transformed. Could it mean that all things in the world are at the master's command? The moment this thought appeared, his whole body shivered, and the reverence in his eyes deepened even further. At this moment, he felt his own existence and life were as insignificant as an ant. No, perhaps even smaller than a speck of dust clinging to the foot of an ant. Chapter 65. Senior, please guide me. He could clearly feel it. Within one of the worlds in the Hongming Star region, boundless spiritual energy was surging forth. What was strange was, that world originally didn't have that much spiritual energy. It felt as if the spiritual energy across the 9 realms and myriad stars had been drawn away by something, then channeled to the martial god Dan. Suddenly, his body trembled. A look of surprise flashed across his face. Then, his expression turned reverently sincere. And within that sincerity, lay endless joy. The master can actually draw spiritual energy from all across the 10,000 realms, eventually channeling it here to the martial god Dan. I understand now. This is all preparation for his arrival. With his identity, naturally he cannot descend into a sect starved of spiritual energy. Only when the spiritual energy here reaches a certain level will the master decide to descend here. With this opportunity at hand, I must cultivate diligently and absolutely not betray the master's expectations. The Hall Master Nanming was ecstatic. Just from the sight of the master being able to summon such an immense amount of spiritual energy in the blink of an eye, one could tell that the master's identity was no ordinary one. Possibly even a being that exceeded his wildest dreams. One day, if only he could meet the master in person. But for now, the only thing he could do was make full use of this abundant spiritual energy accumulated in the martial god Dan, and continuously elevate his strength. Only then would he deserve the honor of becoming the master's servant. In the next instant, he immediately dropped the broom in his hand, sat cross-legged on the ground with a solemn expression. Eyes half closed, palms turned upward. Instantly, he entered a meditation that would last 10,000 years. The passage of time was actually fleeting. Yet, guided by this overflowing spiritual energy, this meditation felt as if every second lasted 10,000 years. In a short period of time, he gained the cultivation of 10,000 years. At this moment, in the Jiuzhou world, inside the small imperial kitchen, Lin Tian slowly exhaled, wearing an expression of mild frustration. Damn it, after cultivating for so long, in the end, only a tiny bit of spiritual energy had been gathered. He originally thought that, as cultivation time increased, things would get better. But better nothing. He'd been sitting here for an hour already, and still, nothing happened. Forget about breaking through a cultivation level. The energy he painstakingly gathered wasn't even as much as a fart's worth. Well, cultivation is supposed to be gradual. You can't rush it. And besides, the system itself is a complete scam anyway. What was I even expecting? Shaking his head, Lin Tian wasn't disheartened. Ever since obtaining the first item granted by the system, he had realized that the system itself was a massive ripoff. Having mentally prepared himself long ago, this time's failed attempt at cultivation didn't even stay on his mind for long. Oh right, it's about time to cook. Lin Tian rubbed his belly, immediately abandoning thoughts of cultivation. As he stepped out the door, he noticed a figure standing under the peach tree, studying it carefully. Now and then, sighs of amazement came from the person. What the heck? How come this peach tree looks graceful and alluring? Just looking at it, I'm getting a bit excited. Never would have imagined that I, the emperor's royal son, would fall for a tree. Xuanhuan felt speechless. He hadn't meant to, but attraction was something unseen and intangible. Once it manifested, however, it was irresistible and inescapable. Just as he pondered whether he should reach out and touch the trunk, the peach tree suddenly trembled. My teddy brother. Where are you, teddy brother? Hurry back, or else I'll be sullied. I already vowed that in this life, I would never do anything to betray you. But now, I am losing control. The little peach tree trembled all over, its leaves rustling furiously, filled with grief and rage. Petals falling like rain, delicately pitiful. Xuanhuan blurted out instinctively, then couldn't help but freeze in shock. Never had he imagined that the few poetic words he had painstakingly thought of would end up being used to describe a tree. After all, it was just a peach tree. How had he suddenly developed feelings for it? What he didn't know was that this peach tree was no ordinary one. Being naturally enchanting and alluring, it carried a fatal attraction to males, especially men like him, mundane mortals who were utterly incapable of resisting. It's him again? Another one coming to mooch a meal. Seeing this scene unfold, Lin Tian instantly felt a headache coming on. These uninvited guests seemed to have made appointments. Every time they appeared, It was right around mealtime. Also, judging by the timing now, Little Lee was probably on his way here to mooch a bite too. Sure enough, just at that moment, a voice rang out. Big Chef Lin, is dinner already ready? My stomach's practically flat from starvation. You wouldn't believe it, but today I cleaned the entire library by myself and nearly died from exhaustion. I seriously need food to survive. The laid-back voice had barely finished speaking when Xiao Li swaggered in, without the slightest sense of propriety, stepping straight into the imperial kitchen. Then, his gaze landed on Zhu Wuhan, and he couldn't help but pause in surprise. You have a guest? Senior? Zhu Wuhan immediately flushed with embarrassment, just now realizing that Lin Tian had been standing behind him for quite some time. Which meant, all the ridiculous expressions he'd made while facing the peach tree had already been fully seen by the senior. He felt extremely awkward. In a flash, he hurriedly bowed deeply, showing utmost respect. I'm not really your senior. From now on, please stop calling me that. Lin Tian waved his hand casually, seemingly calm on the outside. But deep down, he was feeling a bit uneasy. The last time this kid came here, he insisted on calling him senior and begged for some guidance. In response, Lin Tian had impatiently drawn a single horizontal line on the ground. That idiot stared at the line for a while, then burst into joy, as if he'd just discovered a priceless treasure. Damn it, everyone in this world is freaking insane. If someone could really comprehend some profound cultivation technique or sword art from a single line, wouldn't that be incredible? That kind of enlightenment ability might only belong to a so-called favored destiny prodigy spoken of in legends. But this kid just looked plain stupid. There's no way he seemed like that kind of prodigy. Lin Tian truly feared that the kid would cling on to him again, asking for more guidance. At that moment, Zhu Wuhan lifted his head, already wearing an expression full of anticipation. All right, senior. If that's what you want, I won't call you senior anymore. Don't worry, senior. I'll definitely find a more appropriate title for you. How about grandpa? Zhu Wuhan said enthusiastically. Even though the senior appeared to be a handsome young man, following the rule that stronger power equates to greater age, surely an ancient old freak was hiding within this youthful body. In other words, this current body was likely obtained by the senior through soul transference. Thus, the senior's true age was simply immeasurable. Calling him grandpa was entirely appropriate. Chapter 66. Here's a circle. Woo it yourself. Xiao Li was just about to take a sip of Lin Tian's fragrant tea when he suddenly sprayed it all over the place like blooming flowers. He burst into immediate laughter. Ha ha, Master Lin, you're not even 100 years old. You should still be quite young. Never thought you'd become a grandfather so soon. And you, kid, you're really something else. I've never seen someone actually volunteer to call another person grandpa. Come to think of it, would your father even agree with you randomly calling someone else father? Xiao Li laughed so hard his entire body shook. The joy in the air immediately swept away his fatigue from the entire day. If senior truly is my grandfather, then it would be the greatest blessing for me. I mean myself. It's just that I'm afraid grandpa might not agree. Zhu Wuhan's face suddenly turned serious, speaking with utmost sincerity and clear intent to please. The senior's strength could truly be described as terrifying. In a world where power defines everything, possessing such terrifying strength naturally made him qualified to be his grandfather. He himself didn't mind. As for his real father, if the senior was willing to guide him more and boost his cultivation, his father would be delighted. He probably wouldn't care too much about matters like seniority. What a flexible guy. This kid can bend and stretch, sure to become great. Xiao Li teased from the side. Lin Tian, however, felt both amused and helpless. This idiot kid actually went around calling people grandfather. Grandpa was just feeling hungry when this idiot suddenly showed up. Better to send him on his way as soon as possible. Very well. From now on, we shall address each other as grandfather and grandson. As an elder, I naturally must give you a gift upon meeting. Watch carefully. Woo it yourself. Lin Tian sighed bitterly, helplessly pulling out another branch. This time, he gently drew a perfect circle on the ground. It appeared as nothing more than a simple, ordinary circle. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon clan, transformed into golden koi fish, all trembled involuntarily, causing the pond to ripple violently. They had clearly sensed an immensely powerful Tao law hidden within that circle. Each of those golden fish instantly began speaking human words. The Tao's laws cycle endlessly. A beginning is also an end is also a beginning. How could a mere circle contain the supreme law of the Tao? This kind of law contains immeasurable power. Even we, a divine beast race, cannot see through even a fraction of it. He drew it so effortlessly, yet it aligns perfectly with the natural order of the Tao. Just who is our master? Do not speculate recklessly. In our current forms, how can we endure the 9 heavens thunder tribulation? The clan leader of the Azure Dragon race immediately scolded them. Caught in the Tao hidden within the circle, the Azure Dragon clan had fallen into a trance. They instantly felt as if struck by a thunderclap to the head. A wave of fear surged through their hearts. When they looked up, they suddenly noticed an ominous dark cloud had silently gathered overhead. Within that dark cloud, lightning danced, holding endless destructive power. Finally, as they regained their senses, the cloud slowly dissipated. Oh, the Azure Dragon clan finally exhaled in relief. Then, all their gazes turned toward Zhu Wuhan. That idiot kid. He was actually the one to receive guidance on the ultimate Tao law from their master. However, how much he could woo would ultimately depend on his own fortune. It wasn't only the Azure Dragon clan. The Phoenix clan also fell into complete silence in an instant. What had been a noisy group of squawking hens suddenly fell quiet. All of them stared at the circle drawn on the ground with terrified eyes. The master drew it with such ease. He cracked the heavens' mysteries. The Tao of the cosmos is cyclical and everlasting. Don't be fooled by how casually he did it. Within that one stroke lies supreme wisdom. This, giving such profound wisdom to guide a simpleton like him, isn't that wasting it? Could it be that this kid is no ordinary fool but the one the master has chosen? Could he be the master's first true disciple? The Phoenix clan was left speechless. No matter how they looked at it, Xuanhuan appeared nothing more than an average cultivator, both ordinary in potential and talent. But, for a supreme being like their master, training a young prodigy of astonishing talent into a peak expert would hold no real enjoyment. True satisfaction comes from doing the impossible. It was clear the master wanted to train someone with mediocre talent into a warrior that even the greatest experts would admire. That was surely the master's true intention. Indeed, their master's mind was unfathomable. At that moment, the Phoenix clan were again overwhelmed with admiration. Rest assured, Grandpa, I definitely won't let you down. I will surely woo the profound meaning hidden in it. Xuanhuan nodded, his face brimming with fanaticism. Then, without hesitation, he crossed his legs and sat on the ground, supporting his chin with his hands, immediately entering deep contemplation. Seeing this scene, Xiaoli burst out laughing again, barely holding back his urge to make a sarcastic remark. However, one glance from Lin Tian stopped him in his tracks. You must be hungry after a whole day of work. I'll go cook you something delicious. He was long accustomed to Xiaoli coming over just to mooch off his meals. With a calm voice, he muttered this and immediately disappeared into the kitchen. As for Xuanhuan, this kid was simply a madman. The last time he had seen a single horizontal stroke drawn casually by him, Zhu had become ecstatic. This time, surely that circle would make him excited beyond control. Even Lin Tian himself didn't realize at that moment. Just as Xuanhuan was staring intently at the circle, a faint glow began slowly flowing from the circle. In a state imperceptible to the human eye, it quietly connected itself to Xuanhuan's spiritual consciousness. Infinite Tao laws surged endlessly, like roaring rivers within the circle, constantly rolling and churning. However, for someone like Xuanhuan, an ordinary mortal, the overwhelming Tao laws were completely beyond his capacity to bear. Only a tiny trace of it was bearable for him. All of this change happened silently and unnoticed. That trace of Tao was like a small trickle, slowly flowing into Xuanhuan's mind. Because the process was too slow, Xuanhuan himself failed to notice the tremendous changes occurring within his spiritual consciousness. Zhuge Imperial Dynasty. Imperial Palace Hall. Inside the solemn and magnificent hall, two figures stood facing each other. Master Lin, what are your thoughts on this matter? The Zhuge Emperor crossed his hands behind his back, slowly turned his head around, his expression heavy with concern. Never thought that in our Qingzhou, there still existed another individual of completely pure Baihu clan bloodline. Have they truly surpassed the dominant Baihu bloodline? Old Lin cautiously asked. Correct. The one who delivered the letter was a powerful figure from the Baihu clan, named Baizhua. Curiously, I couldn't even determine his true strength. He is merely strong. The Zhuge Emperor took a deep breath. When this matter was mentioned, he instinctively furrowed his brows. Chapter 67. Thank you, Grandpa. I've got it. The aura of a martial artist was difficult to conceal. When experts faced off, they only needed to sense the domineering aura exuding from the other party to generally determine their cultivation realm. Usually, it was pretty accurate. But the aura Baizhua emitted at that time was so restrained. Even if some of it accidentally leaked out, he would immediately conceal it again. Even the Vermilion Bird Sovereign couldn't determine his true strength. But someone who could suppress their own aura wouldn't possibly be a weakling. You've seen it with your own eyes. It seems the other party truly belongs to a purer Baihu clan. Old Lin nodded, a chill running through his scalp. Generally speaking, the purer the bloodline, the stronger the power they displayed. In other words, the experts of this Baihu clan were likely even stronger than Baihu Badok. Baihu Badal was currently a martial sage-level expert. Therefore, the strength of the Baihu clan's experts could be imagined. Moreover, judging from the floating letters hovering midair, the opponent was extremely arrogant, clearly not placing the Vermilion Bird Empire in his eyes. This so-called request to borrow a path was likely targeting the entire Vermilion Bird Empire. If handled carelessly, the Vermilion Bird Empire would fall into irreversible disaster. Old Lin, what do you think our Vermilion Bird Empire should do? The Vermilion Bird Sovereign finally got to the point. I won't hide my thoughts. If we were to confront them relying solely on the experts from our Vermilion Bird Empire, we might be utterly crushed by the enemy. We should reveal our trump card from the very beginning. The predecessor from the Imperial Kitchen. Old Lin didn't even think twice before directly mentioning Lin Tian. That's exactly what I was thinking. If you agree, we'll handle this without informing the others in the Vermilion Bird Empire. You go invite the predecessor out of seclusion. Make sure he suppresses the Baihu clan. If they still refuse to submit, then let this Baihu clan, hidden from the world until now, vanish for real. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign waved his sleeve slightly, speaking calmly. Of course, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. But the problem was, as the sovereign of the Vermilion Bird Empire, every action he took had to be for the benefit of the dynasty. Suddenly appearing was a more powerful Baihu clan that had already clashed with the Vermilion Bird Empire upon their debut. Even more frustrating was that the Vermilion Bird Empire didn't even know how or why they had incurred the Baihu clan's anger. If the Baihu clan used this request to borrow a path as an excuse to declare war, the Vermilion Bird Empire would already be in extreme danger. The best way to avoid danger was to eliminate it. And throughout the entire Vermilion Bird Empire, there was probably only one person capable of eliminating such danger. The Imperial Kitchen predecessor. I guess we have no choice. Sighing, old Lin revealed a bitter smile on his face. He was willing to believe that the newly surfaced Baihu clan did not intend to destroy the Vermilion Bird Empire. But the problem was, risking the entire Vermilion Bird Empire's fate on this assumption was something he could not afford. Not even the Vermilion Bird Sovereign could afford that gamble. At this moment, the best solution was to have the predecessor appear in person and use his formidable strength to scare the enemy witless. That way, it would demonstrate the true might of the Vermilion Bird Empire while also averting conflict. If the Baihu clan insisted on their request to borrow a path, then they would have to ask the predecessor to eliminate them completely. Without further ado, old Lin shot into the sky, flying straight toward the Imperial Kitchen. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Kitchen, a peculiar scene had already appeared in this humble farmhouse. This is absolutely delicious. Master Lin, I must say, your cooking skills have improved even further. I almost swallowed my own tongue. Little Li kept nodding in amazement while shoveling fried rice with egg into his mouth. The grains of rice were bursting with fragrance, each mouthful layered with complex flavors. The rice and egg were stir-fried together skillfully, then combined with various finely chopped vegetables. Such a combination had created a taste beyond imagination. Little Li felt an unprecedented sense of happiness spread from his tongue throughout his entire mouth. Wave after wave kept surging through his brain. This fried rice was absolutely mind-blowing. You kid, stop flattery. Even with so much delicious food, you still can't shut your mouth. Lin Tian tapped the other's head with his chopsticks, then poured some of the fried rice onto the ground where Teddy, who was lying at his feet, eagerly devoured it. Then, he finally raised his head, looking at xuanhuan, who was still in deep thought. This foolish kid. He had been sitting here without eating or drinking for half an hour, constantly deep in xianxia. A circle is simply a circle. It could represent 0. It could also be the letter O. It could be a cartwheel. It could symbolize all kinds of strange things. But aside from these meanings, if the kid truly managed to withdraw something profound from it, that would be downright supernatural. I mean, you are already someone's grandfather. Doesn't feel a bit wrong to trick your own grandson like this? Why don't you tell me what exactly you meant by drawing that circle for him? While Lin Tian was cooking, Xiao Li, feeling bored, kept speculating about Lin Tian's intentions. Based on his understanding of Lin Tian, that kid would never draw a circle without reason. There had to be some hidden meaning. The meaning of this circle is actually quite simple. It means get lost. Too bad the kid Xuxing is just a bit too poor. Lin Tian said with a completely serious face. Huh, that's what it meant. I thought it was a recipe, like maybe you were going to make tea eggs today. But apparently, this egg isn't that egg. Xiao Li nearly spat out his food in laughter. He looked at xuanhuan with a touch of sympathy. Yet at that very moment, I've understood it. Thank you, senior. No, thank you, grandpa. Suddenly, xuanhuan jumped up, his entire body trembling with excitement. He respectfully bowed deeply toward Lin Tian, almost falling flat on the ground. Ha ha ha, my grandpa truly cares so much about me. He actually passed down such an advanced sword technique to me. I will definitely practice diligently and never guffaw his expectations of me. xuanhuan burst into Angshak, then eagerly rushed toward the martial arts training ground. He had already decided. He must immediately put into practice the true essence he had Wuchu. Otherwise, wouldn't that betray his grandpa's kindness? It seems he finally understood the circle meant get lost. Now he's gone. Lin Tian exhaled in relief. Finally, this crazy guy was sent away. Now he could finally eat in peace. Just as he picked up his chopsticks and was about to take a bite. Senior. Suddenly, a figure shot through the air like a descending immortal, lightly and gracefully landing right before Lin Tian's eyes. Chapter 68. The difficulty was too low to even mention. It was none other than old Lin who arrived. You're having a meal? It seems I came at a very inconvenient time. Please, senior, finish your meal first. I shall return later. Old Lin was momentarily stunned, and a look of embarrassment quickly appeared on his face. Appearing at such a time would inevitably make the senior think that he had come on purpose during mealtime. Wouldn't that cause the senior to look down on him a little? Right now, he deeply cared about his image in Lin Tian's eyes. Since you're already here, just say whatever you need to say. I suppose it's not a big issue anyway. Lin Tian smiled generously. The other person was obviously much older than him, appearing as an elderly man. Even after being reincarnated into another world, Lin Tian had never abandoned traditional virtues like respecting elders and caring for the young. Not a big issue. Could it be that the senior already knows? Old Lin's expression changed, and a feeling of admiration surged in his heart. Indeed, no secret could escape the senior's eyes. To the entire Vermilion Bird Empire, the threat coming from the White Tiger clan was nothing short of a massive crisis. But for the senior, of course, it was not considered a significant issue. The senior already knows that in our Qing province, there exists a White Tiger clan, in modern times known as the Baihu Empire, led by the tyrant Baihu. However, after tens of thousands of years of bloodline evolution, their bloodline is no longer pure, and they can no longer be truly considered the genuine White Tiger clan. But now, suddenly, a new White Tiger clan with a much purer bloodline has appeared. Old Lin carefully explained all that he knew. He had originally thought that Lin Tian would immediately fly into a rage. Yet, surprisingly, Lin Tian only slightly furrowed his brows, seeming deep in thought. Senior, The emergence of the White Tiger clan already threatens our Vermilion Bird Empire. If we lose to them, the entire Vermilion Bird Empire might be completely wiped out. Old Lin hurriedly and respectfully reminded him. At once, an expression of sudden realization appeared on Lin Tian's face. Earlier, although Old Lin had babbled on for quite a while, Lin Tian had only heard the general idea. According to his analysis, a more powerful force had appeared in Qing province, and this force utterly disregarded the Vermilion Bird Empire. But what use was there in coming to him? He had just entered the martial cultivation realm and couldn't even gather spiritual energy properly. He really had no idea why they came to him in the first place. But then he thought again. Suddenly, he understood. Of course, if they were looking for his help, they must want to use his drawing skills. Was it possibly for cooking or feeding chickens and fish? As for matters of fighting and killing, as long as they had a shred of common sense, they wouldn't expect him to do something like that. After all, anyone could see that he had just started cultivating martial arts, and his power was even weaker than that of a common soldier. So, it wasn't hard to guess that this so-called White Tiger clan was also a family renowned for painting and calligraphy. A scholarly family. This time, naturally, they were challenging the Vermilion Bird Empire through ink and brush. It was just unexpected that both sides were placing such high stakes on the match. If the Vermilion Bird Empire lost the contest, they would have to hand over the entire empire. Damn it, half of the people in this world must be madmen. The other half are gamblers. Senior, seeing Lin Tian's face twist slightly in disdain, Old Lin couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. Could it be that the senior thought this trivial matter wasn't even worth troubling him, hence the displeased expression? I just said it's just a small matter. Why would I even need to get personally involved in such a trivial issue? Little Li, why don't you take care of it this time? Lin Tian smiled slightly toward Little Li beside him. Little Li, who was gobbling his food with enthusiasm, immediately shook his head like a drumstick. Another calligraphy and painting competition? Don't tell me it's going to be another boring written test like last time. If that's the case, I'm not interested at all. Little Li also showed an expression of disdain. Last time, facing a master from the calligraphy and painting alliance, Guardian Realm, he simply casually painted a picture, and the opponent was so frightened that he fell face down on the ground. It was utterly devoid of any challenge. Hiss. Old Lin was instantly shocked. Last time's challenge was too easy. Back then, the opponent facing Little Li was a monarch-level warrior, one random appearance of whom could crush any expert within the Vermilion Bird Empire. Hadn't it been for Little Li's foresight and timely arrival at the designated location, even he and the Vermilion Bird Emperor might not have escaped that disaster. And yet, this event had been dismissed by both Senior Lin Tian and Little Li as too easy. How terrifying must their true strength be? The moment this thought appeared in his mind, he instantly felt an endless pressure surging from both the earth and the heavens. It felt as if the heavenly Tao was scolding him, attempting to uncover the secrets of the heavens. His body trembled, and he hurriedly dispelled this dangerous thought. He must not speculate about the true strength of the two seniors. Otherwise, Elder Lin didn't know what severe consequences might arise. But those consequences would certainly be dire. Senior experts, this time, the opponent is truly powerful. They definitely won't disappoint you. Elder Lin smiled respectfully, carefully guiding the conversation. Fine then, I suppose I'll reluctantly agree for now. But you have to promise me one thing. Little Li sighed inwardly, silently grumbling. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. Who asked his paintings to be so flawless? Otherwise, they wouldn't insist on having him personally face off against the painter from the so-called Baihu clan. But if he didn't gain some benefits, wouldn't that be a waste of the opportunity? Just say whatever conditions you have, Lin Tian asked indifferently. Braised pork. Fine. Sweet and sour spare ribs. That's a bit difficult. But for you, I'm willing to try. Ants climbing a tree, stir-fried noodles with minced pork. Hey, you're being too unreasonable now. These are all high-difficulty dishes. What's the rush? I haven't finished yet. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried shredded pork. Just Ziban, randomly, throw in a couple of dishes. Little Li laughed shamelessly. You really know how to ask big, huh? Well then, I'll satisfy you this once. Lin Tian bitterly smiled, completely helpless toward this old friend. By the way, when will those painters arrive? Just then, Little Li asked casually. They're here. At that exact moment, Elder Lin's expression changed. He looked down at the badge hanging on his waist. The badge was emitting colorful lights, and the frequency was getting faster and faster. This was a signal of an approaching powerful enemy. Please, Senior, I'll go ahead to hold the line. Please follow shortly. Elder Lin's scalp tingled, and immediately his figure shot into the air, dashing straight toward the gate of the Vermilion Bird Empire. His expression was now extremely serious. The Baihu clan with pure bloodline wasn't easy to deal with. He could only hope Senior Little Li could truly resolve this crisis. At this moment, no one noticed. A little white cat slowly walked out of the kitchen. A suddenly worried expression appeared on her delicate face. This is the aura of the Baihu clan? Could it be that they came for me? Bai Xiaoqing was in turmoil, feeling that this matter must be greatly related to herself. Chapter 69. It must be a test from the senior generation. At the martial arts training ground, Xuanhuan stood holding his sword. On his face was an expression of immense reverence and gratitude. The sky was clear without a cloud. However, just as he slowly raised his long sword, the clouds in the vast sky suddenly seemed to respond to some kind of call. They rushed madly and gathered above his head. One dance of the sword, and the world trembled. As his sword continuously thrust forward in rapid succession, the wind and clouds above shifted dramatically, as if surging rivers were converging at the horizon. It was also like thousands of troops and horses galloping ceaselessly across the heavens. That astonishing momentum was entirely summoned by the single long sword. Have I broken through again? Grandfather is truly a supreme expert. He casually drew a circle on the ground, yet within it lay such profound sword intent. And I clearly grasped only a tiny fragment of it. If I could fully comprehend it, how formidable would my sword techniques become? After finishing a set of sword techniques with exhilaration, xuanhuan wore an expression of wild joy. Only now did he realize his grandfather's power surpassed even what he had imagined. He didn't even personally guide me. Just by offering a little sword intent, I managed such a breakthrough? If he had directly revealed divine insight and taught me directly, what then? Perhaps with a single hand, he could elevate my sword techniques to the level of the heavenly Tao. Throughout the entire realm, none would be able to rival me. However, the next moment, xuanhuan lightly shook his head. Legendary supreme experts often enjoy speaking in riddles. They never teach top martial arts techniques directly. Besides that, although grandfather's martial techniques are powerful, teaching them directly might potentially conflict with the techniques I'm currently practicing. But now, simply guiding me with a small circle, he helped me break through while keeping my sword techniques within their original framework. Grandfather is truly wise and adorable. Rest assured, grandfather, I certainly won't disappoint your careful guidance. I'll definitely practice diligently, so you'll know that your guidance was not a waste of time. xuanhuan silently made up his mind. He decided to perform another set of sword techniques. Just then, suddenly a sharp whistling sound tore through the air, spreading across the sky like roaring river currents. xuanhuan frowned, only now realizing that cultivators from the Vermilion Bird Empire high above were rushing in a certain direction with anxious expressions. A powerful enemy approaches? Who could it be? Could it be one of the three great empires unwilling to submit and now revolting? It doesn't seem that simple. It may be cultivators from the Central Plains. How could cultivators from the Central Plains come here? We don't seem to have offended them. You're all wrong. It's not cultivators from the Central Plains. I heard it's the Baihu clan. That doesn't make sense. The Baihu Empire is now completely obedient to us. How could they be the ones behind this? As figures after figures soared across the sky, their astonished voices fell like raindrops one after another. Baihu clan? Baihu Empire? What exactly was happening? xuanhuan couldn't help but feel confused. The next moment, his gaze fell upon his own sword, and a trace of fanaticism appeared on his face. I understand now. No wonder I could keep breaking through in such a short time. Grandfather must have foreseen an approaching powerful enemy, and wants me to properly showcase the strength of this sword in my hands. Rest assured, grandfather, I definitely won't disappoint you. xuanhuan's eyes were filled with determination. Suddenly, he mounted his sword and flew into the air, merging into the group of experts soaring through the skies. Each of the experts shuddered in their hearts, completely unaware that an uninvited guest had joined their ranks. Even less did they notice the golden glowing sword, from which emanated a realm they could never hope to reach. Sword Sovereign. Meanwhile, at the Baihu Empire, within the Imperial Palace, an envoy from the Vermilion Bird Empire, clad in red robes, landed gracefully. White Tiger Emperor. The Vermilion Bird Emperor commands. A mighty enemy approaches. The Baihu Empire is ordered to send reinforcements. The envoy respectfully clasped his fists and spoke with deep respect. A mighty enemy? Could it possibly be from the Central Plains? Baihu Badao's expression changed, a flicker of deliberation crossing his face. If indeed they were from the Central Plains, he must consider what price the Baihu Empire would pay for offending them. However, if he didn't send reinforcements, he would inevitably provoke the Vermilion Bird Empire senior expert. If that senior expert flew into a rage, the price the Baihu Empire would pay would certainly be far harsher than provoking cultivators from the Central Plains. You proceed first. I shall immediately summon experts to offer aid. This thought barely flickered through Baihu Badao's mind before he made his decision. Where are the experts of my Baihu Empire? As he floated midair, after a mighty shout, expert after expert instantly soared upwards from below, gathering around him. There were more than 300 experts in total. These were all the top-tier experts within the empire. As for the ordinary cultivators, they naturally had no place in this confrontation. Follow me. With a wave of his hand, Baihu Badao led the way, flying through the skies toward the direction of the Vermilion Bird Empire. Without hesitation, the 300 experts followed closely behind. In an instant, streaks of empty void were left across the sky. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Empire and the xuanhuan Empire had also received envoys from the Vermilion Bird Empire. The envoys did not reveal who the formidable enemy truly was. But for the Vermilion Bird Emperor to personally request aid, the enemy must be extremely powerful. Realization immediately dawned upon the two empire rulers. Under such circumstances, if they delayed support, the senior expert from the Vermilion Bird Empire might become enraged. They dared not show any negligence. Immediately, they selected the finest experts within their empires at the fastest speed and, in a grand procession, rushed toward the direction of the Vermilion Bird Empire. Midway through the sky, this situation feels a bit strange. The Vermilion Bird Empire has such powerful experts guarding it. Why would they ask for our assistance? As he flew, Qinglong Emperor pondered in confusion. Just then, figures upon figures appeared in the distant sky ahead. It was none other than Xuanwu Wang Ba and his group. Looks like you've received the news as well. Seeing Qinglong Emperor arrive, Xuanwu Wang Ba slightly furrowed his brow, his expression growing even more puzzled. Xuanwu brother, looks like you've also been summoned to the Vermilion Bird Empire. But there's one thing that puzzles me. When that senior old master is present, what is there to fear in the Vermilion Bird Empire? Could the enemy be even stronger than him? Qinglong Emperor softly exhaled, finally voicing the thoughts in his heart. Qinglong brother, you're mistaken. Of course the senior master could easily resolve this conflict, but don't forget, someone as wise as him must have a deeper reason for doing this. Xuanhuan Ba smiled slightly, as if he had already guessed Lin Tian's intentions. Chapter 70. Such incredible people, and there are 20 more. I'd like to hear more. Qinglong Huangzhu was taken aback, and a feeling of displeasure instantly arose in his heart. Among the 4 emperors of Qingzhou, he himself was clearly the smartest. How come the other party figured out the senior's intention before he did? He was determined to hear what Xuanhuan Ba would say. The senior's intention is quite simple. It is merely a test of our loyalty toward the Zhuge imperial court. Perhaps there's not even a powerful enemy approaching. The senior's actions are nothing more than a way to see whether we would actually come to Zhuchu's aid when it's in danger. Xuanhuan Ba smiled faintly. Qinglong Huangzhu's eyes couldn't help but brighten, and he gently nodded. Indeed, there was such a possibility. That senior from the Zhuge imperial court had hidden in a small imperial kitchen, but from the looks of it, he was clearly a person of great wisdom. Perhaps this so-called imminent army was truly just a minor test. At the gates of the Zhuge imperial court, at this moment, one expert after another floated in midair, gazing into the distant horizon. The experts from the Baihu clan had not yet appeared, yet a great commotion could clearly be sensed from that direction. An indescribable pressure was overwhelming everything, spreading across the heavens and earth. Upon sensing this pressure, every expert from the Zhuge imperial court felt their hearts tremble with shock. They couldn't help exchanging startled glances. This kind of aura? They haven't even arrived yet this tiger-like, overbearing might is already rushing toward us. Among them, there must be experts at the Emperor Master level, or even stronger. It must be the people from Zhongzhou. People from Zhongzhou have always ignored Qingzhou. Why would they suddenly come invading now? Those top experts could only feel a dryness in their throats. A powerful pressure was weighing heavily upon their hearts. Zhongzhou was filled with experts, and due to its central location, it absorbed all the spiritual energy under heaven. In contrast, Qingzhou was but a land of sparse spiritual energy, long considered uninteresting by Zhongzhou experts. But this time, from the change in the atmosphere alone, it was evident that this force meant serious trouble. Here they come. Zhuge Huangzhu suddenly lifted his head toward the sky. His heart involuntarily tightened. The Baihu clan was finally making their move. At that moment, the skyline became visibly dotted with figures. The dark clouds were suddenly scattered by a group of white-robed figures rushing through. Experts from the Baihu clan, dressed in white robes, charged forward with an extremely domineering momentum. Boom, boom, boom. Their bodies tore through the air with sonic booms, raising whirlwinds of dust from the ground below. Rivers and seas surged with towering waves. Even mountains trembled, sending massive boulders rolling down into valleys, producing terrifying and hollow sounds. The surrounding beasts of the wild instantly drew back their heads, hiding deep within their dens. They clearly felt a holy aura emanating from these experts, though not particularly terrifying. To them, these beasts, it carried an innate, deadly blood suppression. The Bardao of the Baihu divine beast. Are they descendants of the Baihu clan? Not from the Baihu imperial court. They are a different group altogether. They're far stronger than those from the Baihu imperial court. Feeling the overwhelmingly domineering aura radiating from them, the experts of the Zhuge imperial court were all somewhat stunned. Could these people be from the Baihu clan? Looking at those cat ears of theirs, the identification became certain. At that moment, the Baihu experts charging ahead suddenly came to a stop in midair. At their head stood a refined young man-like figure. Catching sight of the formation of the Zhuge imperial court, a disdainful smile curled on his face. Might I ask the young master's noble name and surname? Zhuge Huangzhu bowed respectfully with both hands, neither humble nor arrogant, as he asked. Just from their aura alone, he could tell that the young man who had arrived with 300 Baihu experts clearly held full authority. I am from the Baihu clan, Bai Xiaofei. You must have already received my clan leader's letter? Bai Xiaofei sneered, lifting his nose up disdainfully, as if Zhuge Huangzhu, the revered ruler of the Zhuge imperial court, was not even worth his notice. More so because his own divine beast bloodline was purer. Facing a Zhuge Huangzhu with an impure bloodline, he felt naturally superior. In fact, as descendants of divine beasts, the 4 great imperial experts of Qingzhou all held an innate reverence for those whose bloodlines were purer than their own. I did indeed receive the letter. Zhuge Huangzhu nodded. In that case, why haven't you stepped aside yet? Let this young master enter the Yaoshog Sanmoth immediately and exterminate all the Yaosug. Otherwise, I will definitely fall behind the other 20 teams. If you delay my achievements, you won't be able to compensate for it. Bai Xiaofei rolled his eyes arrogantly as he spoke. 20 teams. Could it be? Zhuge Huangzhu was slightly taken aback. Lao Lin and the other experts also inhaled deeply, slightly furrowing their brows. That meant there were 20 other teams as powerful as Bai Xiaofei's? A total of 21 teams were directly heading toward the Zhuge imperial court, but why hadn't they seen the other 20 teams yet? Could it be? Lao Lin's expression suddenly changed as he rose swiftly into the air to a higher altitude. His eyes emitted a faint golden light as he activated the insightful eye, gazing toward the Yaosu Sanmite. Wave after wave of figures could be seen rushing extremely quickly toward the Yaosu Sanmite. You Baihu clan, what exactly do you think of our Zhuge imperial court? How dare you cross into Zhuge territory without permission? Lao Lin shouted loudly. unleashing an unparalleled aura. That voice reverberated across heaven and earth, causing mountains and rivers to tremble. However, Bai Xiaofei merely rolled his eyes, his face filled with mocking scorn. What does the Zhuge imperial court amount to? Do you actually think so highly of yourselves? We come and go as we please. If you have the ability, try stopping us. With a bang. As he spoke, Bai Xiaofei also released a fierce aura. Roar. A white tiger phantom suddenly appeared above his head. The tiger looked furious, opening its huge bloody mouth, as if wanting to devour someone. Whoa. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, the Yaoshuo let out wails of despair, kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. Could the bloodline of the Baihu clan be this pure? Lao Lin, already furious, froze abruptly at that moment. The purity of the divine beast bloodline almost represented the true strength of all the divine beast lineage clans. The talents and inheritances contained within the bloodline were nearly immutable laws. Bai Xiaofei, with an even purer bloodline, clearly surpassed ordinary experts from the Baihu imperial court in strength. Possibly, his power had already reached the Wuzun realm. Chapter 71, a 1-month agreement. A teenager-like figure whose strength actually reached the level of martial sovereign? This was unimaginable in Qingzhou. Yet now, such an expert had truly arrived at the Vermilion Bird Empire. Moreover, there were at least 20 others just as powerful as him. Old Lin couldn't help but take a deep breath as he speculated that each of the 21 squads was led by a martial sovereign. In other words, a total of 21 martial sovereigns had arrived at the Vermilion Bird Empire. This was truly an astonishing number. Even with reinforcements from the 3 great empires, there would be no way to resist them. The only hope now lay in the divine inscription master who transcended the king class. Senior Li Zi. Who dares to stop me? No one dares to. Hehe. Then why don't you quickly let me pass? Bai Xiaofei lightly pressed the hilt of his long sword, his contempt clearly visible. A bunch of people with impure bloodline dared to block his path? Not to mention there were 20 more like him today. Even if he came alone, he could make them all kneel to the ground. Hehe. Just hurry up and step aside. The weak get beaten. You should have understood this truth long ago. Let me advise you not to provoke the Baihu clan unnecessarily. When the Baihu clan gets angry, even we scare ourselves. If you really anger the Baihu clan, once we finish off those beasts, we might end up destroying your entire Vermilion Bird Empire in a fit of rage. Now move aside. The cultivators from the Baihu clan sneered arrogantly. The Vermilion Bird Emperor frowned tightly, shaking his head slightly. These people clearly held no regard for the entire Vermilion Bird Empire. If so, that Senior Li Zi of whom everyone is in awe, who is known for his quick temper and intolerance of evil, should be stepping in soon. Remaining calm, he turned his gaze toward the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Empire. From the previous incident, he had already discovered that Senior Li Zi was very low-key. Although he could fly through the air, he preferred to ride in a carriage. Without guessing wrongly, he should have arrived at the city gate by now, right? However, when he looked, the Vermilion Bird Emperor was instantly stunned. The gate was completely empty. There was no sign of anyone appearing. His scalp began to tingle. Since Senior Li Zi had not arrived yet, he could only continue buying time. Unfortunately, the Baihu clan was clearly already furious. How much longer could he stall? He silently sighed in his heart. At this point, he could only take things step by step. No answer? Then I'll consider your silence as agreement. I, a Baihu expert, shall enter the Vermilion Bird Empire. Bai Xiaofei sneered coldly and started walking into the Vermilion Bird Empire. Do you really think my Vermilion Bird Empire is a public restroom you can come and go as you please? I, xuanhuan, will oppose this first. At this moment, a slightly immature voice suddenly rang out. As a flash of sword light swept across, xuanhuan boldly stepped forward from among the Vermilion Bird Empire's cultivators. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's face instantly changed. That fool. After learning sword techniques for only a few days, he dared to challenge a top-level martial sovereign? Was he trying to die? Get down immediately. Embarrassed beyond measure, the Vermilion Bird Emperor hurriedly barked out. What are you doing here? Why aren't you back at the martial arts ground training? Don't cause any trouble here. Old Lin's face also darkened, a sense of worry arising in his heart. His favorite apprentice was always fearless, but this time, he had provoked a martial sovereign. Even he himself would have to weigh whether he could defeat Bai Xiaofei. This kid actually dared to provoke Bai Xiaofei. Had he thought about the serious consequences? Bai Xiaofei didn't become angry, instead smiling mockingly. Has the Vermilion Bird Empire really run out of people? Sending a reckless boy to face disaster. You're nothing but an ant. Get lost. Ant. You also use a sword, and I happen to cultivate both martial and sword arts. Since that's the case, let's have a sword duel, shall we? Xuanhuan raised his eyebrows and spoke fearlessly. He himself had received guidance from a senior, and his sword techniques were extremely formidable. Why should he be afraid? Since you're seeking death, I shall grant your wish. Bai Xiaofei's face darkened instantly, suddenly drawing his sword. Before even launching an attack, a surging sword chi burst from the action, violently rushing straight toward Xuanhuan. At this moment, Xuanhuan hadn't even reacted in time and remained completely unaware of the deadly sword chi that was about to take his life. Despicable and vile. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was greatly shocked, immediately moving forward and using both palms to block the sword intent. Old Lin also took a deep breath and quickly stepped forward to block the sword intent. A thunderous boom erupted. As the two of them blocked the surging sword chi with both palms, the unleashed energy immediately exploded. The experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire hurriedly used their defensive techniques to protect their vital areas. Even so, their bodies still trembled from the shockwave. As for xuanhuan, his long sword shattered into fragments under the intense impact of the sword chi. He instantly froze in disbelief. His face paled. Only now did he realize that although he had grasped top-tier sword intent, he was still far behind the opponent. Was he really trying to show off just now, only to be utterly humiliated? That last move was merely a warning. And now you finally understand the gap between us, right? If you still insist on challenging me, I'll make sure you die without even a grave to be buried in. At this moment, Bai Xiaofei had already sheathed his sword and spoke proudly. This insignificant ant wasn't even worth a serious fight. Besides, if not for those two experts blocking his sword chi just now, that brat would definitely have died without a grave. If he wasn't mistaken, that kid must have already wet himself out of fear. I have to admit that you're indeed very strong. But give me 1 month. After 1 month, let's have a fair duel, without any outsiders interfering. At that time, whoever dies shall bear the consequences. What do you say? Xuanhuan clenched his teeth tightly. He was the prince of the Vermilion Bird Empire, yet this person had the audacity to call him an ant. It was an outright humiliation to the entire Vermilion Bird Empire. The dignity he had lost, he must personally reclaim. Do you even know what you're saying? Do you really want to shorten your life to just 1 month? Bai Xiaofei laughed heartily, completely disregarding the opponent. This guy couldn't even withstand the sword chi of someone simply unsheathing their blade. How weak could one be? Improving beyond him in just 1 month? This kid must be dreaming. I'm asking you, will you dare accept? Xuanhuan persisted. Chapter 72, the long-awaited arrival of Unknowingly. Fine. Since you're determined to die, let's have our duel in 1 month. By then, I won't hold back at all, and you'll learn what a real expert is like. Bai Xiaofei declared arrogantly. Deal. Xuanhuan nodded, then soared through the air straight toward the martial arts arena. Though he knew that with his current abilities, there was no way he could be a match for Bai Xiaofei. But the sword intent contained within the circle drawn by the elder was something he could spend his entire life comprehending. He was confident that, within a month, he would grasp even more sword intent. Then, pressing the opponent to the ground and humiliatingly overpowering them wouldn't be just wishful thinking. This, Zhuge Emperor and Lin Lao exchanged glances, their expressions turning extremely grim. That young Xuanhuan actually made a 1-month agreement with his opponent? Within 1 month, someone who had only recently begun cultivating martial arts dares to challenge an expert at the Wuzuan level? This kid was indeed the most reckless young man in the Zhuge Empire. Please, retract the agreement just now. As a reward, I'll allow you to pass through the Zhuge Empire. Zhuge Emperor bit his teeth hard. He truly did not want to see his descendant dying pointlessly in front of the other party. The kid challenged me himself. Why should I take back my agreement? Moreover, even if I didn't take it back today, we are definitely going through the Zhuge Empire anyway. Who could possibly stop us? Bai Xiaofei laughed arrogantly. Well, just try it then. At this moment, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. 3 figures descended from the sky, hovering beside the Zhuge Emperor. All 4 emperors had now gathered. However, the next moment, Qinglong Emperor and the others suddenly changed expression, shock never seen before showing on their faces. The Baihu clan? A pure-blooded Baihu clan. They are not people from the Central Plains? Where exactly did this Baihu clan come from? Finally realizing exactly who was before them, the 3 emperors who had just arrived were all shocked. Especially Baihu Badal couldn't help but take in a sharp breath. A Baihu clan with even purer bloodline than his own? What then was his own lineage worth? Now that the 4 great emperors are all gathered, it's perfect. But even if you're all here, what can you do? We will definitely pass through the Zhuge Empire. I'd advise you 3 emperors not to interfere carelessly. Otherwise, once our clan chief is angry, the fury you'll face won't be bearable. Facing the 4 great emperors, Bai Xiaofei still wore a face of contempt. What were the 4 emperors? All of lower bloodlines. Compared to the Baihu clan, it was like comparing sky and earth. I'd like to see how exactly you intend to pass through my Zhuge Empire. Zhuge Emperor, after enduring restraint for so long, finally erupted with fury. A faint golden glow flickered constantly within his eyes. His aura transformed into a powerful oppressive force, stirring the rivers and lakes below into a frenzy. Brother Zhuge, Baihu Badao smiled bitterly, then suddenly clasped his fists, looking embarrassed. They belong to our Baihu clan, with even higher bloodline purity. Our Baihu clan absolutely must not turn upon itself. I understand your difficulties. You may step back now. Zhuge Emperor slightly furrowed his brows and coldly replied. Baihu Badao smiled bitterly again, but could only reluctantly step back. Of course he knew this action would surely cause disdain from everyone. But they were of the same Baihu clan. If he were to aid outsiders in fighting his own kin, it would surely incur heaven's wrath, potentially bringing infinite calamity. He was definitely unable to bear such consequences. Brother Xuanwu, Brother Qinglong, will you also step down? Zhuge Emperor's gaze then fell upon Xuanwu Badao and Qinglong Emperor. Not stepping down. We will live and die with Brother Zhuge. Xuanhuan Bar coldly smiled, instead feeling his inner warrior spirit stirred. Of course I will remain too. Qinglong Emperor smiled slightly, without hesitation. Though they appeared extremely righteous on the surface, their minds were secretly scheming. After all, there was a monstrous senior expert in the Zhuge Empire. The profound strength of that senior expert was unfathomable. How could a mere Baihu clan possibly pose a threat? He would definitely not allow the Zhuge Empire to fall into danger. At the most crucial moment, that senior would definitely intervene. So what exactly was there to fear? Well then, if that's the case, we of the Baihu clan won't hide our power anymore either. Today, we won't only seize the Beast Mountain, but also conquer your Xiuxian Empire. Today, the Xiuxian Empire will surely be reduced to ashes in raging flames. Bai Xiaofei's expression darkened as he slowly drew his sword. The elders of the Baihu clan wore mocking smirks on their faces. Their gazes were like those of gods looking down upon a group of ants. Well then, let me see how you plan to seize my Xiuxian Empire. Xiuxian Emperor radiated boundless aura as he floated forward gradually. As the imperial ruler of the empire, during such a critical moment for the dynasty, he had to lead the charge. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosive auras instantly covered the entire sky. The experts from the three great empires released their powers without restraint. At this moment, they elevated their fighting strength to its absolute peak. Faced with the mighty members of the Baihu clan, they had no choice but to go all out. Even so, they still felt a sense of helplessness. After all, even Wuzuan-level experts were beneath the Baihu clan's notice. What more could be said about experts like them? A fierce battle seemed about to erupt at any second. Meanwhile, down below, a single figure, holding ink and brush, slowly walked out of the city gates. Wasn't it agreed that the match would be held right here? Where is their artist? Where is our artist? Damn it, we weren't tricked by that old eunuch, were we? Xiao Li looked around in confusion, his expression one of helpless frustration. He had run all the way here panting, just to avoid missing this decisive showdown. Yet in the end, he saw no one, not even a single soul around. What a waste of my effort. If I had known earlier, I could have just taken a nap in Master Lin's rocking chair. I'm going back right now to settle the score with that old eunuch. Grumbling in annoyance, Xiao Li turned to leave. At that moment, he accidentally cast a glance toward the sky. Whoa, what a sight. That was when he noticed the rolling dark clouds in the sky, layered with distinct depth. It looked as though a magical force had drawn the clouds into swirling vortexes, one after another. Occasionally, lightning flickered within the storm. Even more oddly, in the moment the lightning flashed, vague human figures could be seen emerging in the sky. This scene, it's just too magnificent. I should paint it down for Master Lin to appreciate. And this can also help sharpen my painting skills. Without hesitation, Xiao Li squatted down on the ground and got straight to work. He spread out the rice paper and prepared his brush. With a single, heavy stroke, ink hit the paper instantly. As that brushstroke landed, the vast sky above seemed to be pierced by a streak of black light, tearing open the emptiness of space itself. A powerful, profound law surged forth, carrying the essence of countless eons. Through that beam of light, it eventually converged onto the very tip of the brush. Chapter 73. The Truth, the White Tiger King's Legacy. With a single stroke of the brush, endless Taoist principles across the sky were stirred, and an indescribable great terror suddenly descended from the ninth heaven. It was as if an invisible, giant hand was desperately tearing through the void barrier, and the owner of that hand seemed to be stepping on the stars. No one could guess his true origin. At this moment, high above the sky, the confrontation between the three great empires and the White Tiger clan was about to begin. Though no moves had been made yet, the boundless aura from all sides had already begun to pour forth. The wind and clouds rolled violently. Above the Qingzhou land, the swirling clouds were clearly visible, like a surging river, flowing ceaselessly. It seems you've set your hearts on becoming enemies of our White Tiger clan. But you didn't even check whether you possess the strength to do so. Foolishly trying to stop a chariot with your bare arms. Only death awaits. Bai Xiaofei arrogantly declared, pointing his long sword toward the vast army before him. Having already reached the cultivation stage of Wu Zun, martial sovereign, he held no fear for anyone present. Moreover, with both sword and martial cultivation, his sword skills had already been refined to nearly the level of a Wu Zun. White Tiger exterminate the heaven's claw, activate. He murmured softly. In an instant, limitless spiritual energy wildly converged toward his sword. The seemingly ordinary sword suddenly emitted a dazzling pale light, like a shooting star flashing across the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Above the sword, a gleaming claw of the White Tiger King appeared, shimmering with brilliant frosty gaomong, as if a single claw strike could tear through the void, finally condensing into the sword itself. With a hiss, Baihu Badao, White Tiger Badao, took a deep breath, his expression subtly changing. Unconsciously, he blurted out, the legacy of the White Tiger King? So that explains. Legend told that the White Tiger clan from the higher realms had no branches. However, every 30,000 years, an extraordinary White Tiger King would appear. The White Tiger King was the pinnacle of that lineage, the cream of the crop. Although his bloodline would eventually blend with that of the ordinary white tigers, and, over thousands of years, show no difference. But, among the elder White Tiger warriors of previous generations, there had been a firm speculation. That was, the White Tiger King likely had his own unique bloodline. After all, when any divine beast suddenly exhibited an elite bloodline, how could it allow that superior bloodline to eventually fade into mediocrity? So, even if they didn't openly promote the continuation of that bloodline, there must be someone secretly carrying it forward. Undoubtedly, continuing such a superior bloodline was more beneficial for strengthening the divine beast clan. They speculated that the reason for keeping the continuation of that bloodline secret was to avoid offending the common White Tiger bloodlines. Baihu Badao had once only laughed off the legend, never taking it seriously. If the White Tiger King's bloodline could truly be so easily artificially continued, then there would have been many White Tiger Kings. How could the White Tiger clan's bloodline have declined over time? But now, he finally understood. Countless years ago, the White Tiger clan eventually split into two branches. One branch was the common White Tiger bloodline, which was the lineage carried on by their Baihu imperial clan. As for the other branch, represented by Xiaofei and those who claimed themselves as White Tigers before him, they clearly carried the legacy of the White Tiger King. Though their bloodline had also suffered decline, it was clearly stronger than that of the regular divine beasts. I see. So the truth reveals itself in such a way. What a great irony. Baihu Dao gave a bitter smile, his heart sinking further into despair. Other than their Baihu imperial clan, the other great clans, such as the Vermilion Bird Empire and the Azure Dragon Empire, did not possess elite bloodlines. Now facing the elite bloodline of the White Tiger King, they clearly stood no chance at victory. At this moment, the emperors of the three great empires also began to frown. White Tiger King. I always thought it was merely a myth, but I never expected to witness their bloodline heir. It seems this battle won't be as simple as we imagined. Who would have thought there would come a day when the three emperors would stand side by side? Pity that this time, we'll be standing side by side to be defeated. The three emperors all revealed bitter smiles on their faces, seemingly foreseeing the outcome of this battle. But with imperial honor at stake, they had no choice but to fight with all their might. However, just at that moment, the White Tiger King's cultivation techniques were just beginning to activate. White Tiger King's Fawn. White Tiger King's Divine Iron Armor. White Tiger King's Heaven-Reaching Tail. With each name of a cultivation technique spoken from by Xiaofei's mouth, the illusory projections of each White Tiger King technique continuously appeared before the crowd. Finally, all of them converged into the long sword. By Xiaofei's own cultivation level had not even broken through to the sword's sovereign stage. Yet now, with the xiuxian enhancements of these techniques, that sword began to hum, faintly echoing with the roar of a tiger. Its sound spreading thousands of miles away, causing countless spirit beasts to kneel on the ground in worship, trembling with fear. Through the xiuxian enhancements of these techniques, his sword skills had been elevated to the level of sword sovereign. The experts from the three great empires inhaled sharply, feeling an icy chill run down their spines. What the hell? The strength of this White Tiger clan expert was already formidable enough. Never did they expect he still had so many enhancing techniques. And moreover, they were techniques originating from the divine beast, the White Tiger King. The opponent's threat had multiplied with these xiuxian enhancements. Finally, he exuded the aura of a divine beast standing tall in the heavens, overlooking all beings. The consciousness of every entity within the three great empires violently trembled at this moment. The three imperial rulers' faces turned pale, and cold sweat unconsciously dripped from their foreheads. They did not wish to show weakness in such a situation. But in the face of such overwhelming power, they were nearly powerless to resist. Now you still have time to regret. Just kneel on the ground and pledge allegiance to the White Tiger clan from this day forth, and I might allow you to survive. Otherwise, I shall exterminate all of you with one sword strike. Bai Xiaofei laughed arrogantly, loudly issuing his threat. You may strike whenever you wish. Even if the Vermilion Bird Empire were to be destroyed by your sword, we shall never kneel to become your slaves. The Vermilion Bird Emperor firmly declared. If that is the case, then I shall send you all to the afterlife. Bai Xiaofei's face darkened, and in an instant, he swung his long sword. Even before the motion was fully completed, infinite pressure had already rushed toward them like a tidal wave. Countless experts trembled violently. A wave of despair surged in everyone's heart in an instant. At this moment, they finally understood what it meant to have a disparity in power. Even if the three imperial rulers could block 10, 100, or even 1,000 strikes, what difference would it make? Under the attack of such overwhelming superiority, no one could escape this calamity. Chapter 74. The Wrath of the Strong. Get down now. Yet just at this moment, underneath the boundless sky, Xiaolizi had no idea of what was happening high above him. He was fully focused, trying to capture the entire scene of this dramatic moment with wind and clouds onto his paper. His brush flew across the page in swift strokes, then landed heavily at last. This seemingly simple action, however, caused something unfathomable above the sky to suddenly split open the heavens as if torn apart. A surge of overwhelming pressure seemed to pierce through the ancient sky and fell heavily upon everyone. What the hell is this? How could such a terrifying aura exist? A Wong-level cultivator? Or even stronger? The two groups of experts, who were about to start the fight, suddenly stopped their movements and looked upward with astonished expressions. Above them, the sky was completely empty. However, that intense aura of intimidation continued to pour down ceaselessly. Has a Guang expert appeared? How is this possible? How could such a powerful expert exist in this tiny Zhuge empire? Bai Xiaofei's heart trembled. His previous arrogant expression vanished in an instant, replaced by anxiety and tension. He had been so arrogant because he was only facing cultivators weaker than himself. But now, everything had changed. A Wong expert's aura had erupted. Yet he couldn't sense where exactly this Wong expert was. His eyes shot like lightning, scanning the skies desperately. Only then did he realize that the terrifying and immense pressure covered the entire sky. Yet the Wong cultivator remained nowhere to be seen. Has a senior arrived? It's Senior Xiaolizi. Strong experts always show up at the most critical moments. Indeed, this seems to be a mysterious and unfathomable rule. The three emperors simultaneously relaxed, their faces showing a slight smile. Senior Xiaolizi has arrived. What was there to be afraid of now? Just go all out and finish them off. Brother Zhuge, no wonder you've remained so calm all along. You weren't planning to fight at all, were you? Qinglong Empire said with emotion. This guy was indeed cunning beyond measure. He had appeared so passionately excited. But in the end, he obviously knew from the beginning that they wouldn't even get a chance to join the battle. Zhuge Emperor only smiled silently without answering. It seems indeed so. You called us here for backup not to help fight together, but to use us as a distraction. Truly a cunning old fox. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes, clearly displeased. However, we are truly grateful to you all. Without your presence strengthening our morale, the dignity of our Zhuge imperial clan might have long been trampled on the ground. Zhuge Emperor clasped his fists with a humble smile. The White Tiger clan experts were stunned. Hey, this was a life and death battle that involved the fate of the three great empires. How could the atmosphere suddenly become so relaxed as if they were having small talk? Especially the way those people looked at them. The former reverence had completely vanished. It was now more like looking at a group of defeated opponents. Seeing this scene before them, the White Tiger clan experts were immediately furious. They were eager to leap into battle. Brother Bai, I beg for a chance to fight. They dare to despise the White Tiger clan. I must personally cut off their heads. I also beg for a chance to fight. Experts from the White Tiger clan roared with battle will, unable to contain themselves any longer. Fight nothing. A bunch of fools. Don't you feel that a Buang expert has descended? Hurry up and find his figure. Otherwise, if he launches a sudden attack, we'll be instantly killed. Bai Xiaofei couldn't help but roar in frustration. His youthful face had already turned pale with tension. This qi, could it be that it's not just a simple change in Tindao Heavenly Dao? This is truly the aura of a Wuang cultivator. How can there be a Wuang cultivator here? He is not hidden among us. Could he be concealed in the Tindao Heavenly Dao transformations of the sky itself? Experts from the White Tiger clan all raised their heads, scanning the skies with sharp, lightning-like gazes, but found absolutely nothing. The scenery here is quite wonderful. Yet those figures I saw earlier. How could anyone stand in the sky atop clouds? It must have been an illusion. Still, that scene was rather magnificent, adding majesty and vigor. Maybe I should add that in. Meanwhile, Xiao Lizi below, contrary to the tension above, was now caught in a dilemma, gently biting the end of his brush, lost in deep thought. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Inspiration struck. Then, he waved his brush swiftly across the paper, but did not sketch out any people. Instead, it was a towering figure, touching the heavens above and treading the earth below, embracing the winds and clouds of this turbulent world. I advise you to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Zhuge Emperor regained his previous dignity, his tone extremely domineering. Now that we've come today, how could we leave so easily? Even if that Wuang cultivator truly exists, what of it? Don't forget, there are 21 of us as powerful as me. 21 experts. What do we have to fear from just one Wuang cultivator? Bai Xiaofei coldly sneered with gritted teeth. If that's the case, then there's nothing more I can say. Zhuge Emperor slightly frowned and sighed. The opponent was still too young, knowing nothing about just how terrifying Xiao Lizi, the divine talisman master, truly was. Since he wanted to give it a try, let him have his way. Just at this moment, Xiao Lizi's brush came down heavily onto the rice paper again. Suddenly, the oppressive pressure from above the sky poured down fiercely. It was as if 10 massive mountains had suddenly pressed down heavily upon everyone's shoulders. Weaker cultivators, suddenly facing such immense pressure, could naturally not withstand it, and their bodies abruptly plummeted from the sky. Over a dozen experts from the White Tiger clan also let out continuous cries of agony, their bodies crashing violently to the ground. With hunglong sounds, like falling meteors, they smashed deep craters one after another into the ground, even causing the earth to tremble slightly. Those experts who remained in the sky eventually resisted the pressure with their own strength. Feeling the sudden pressure somewhat dissipate, Zhuge Emperor couldn't help but look behind him. Then his face turned pale. Right before him, many Zhuge experts had also been forced down below. An indiscriminate attack? What exactly was Senior Xiao Lizi doing? Why were our people also attacked? Qinglong Emperor's expression changed, his face filled with caution. Instinctively, his muscles tensed, protective techniques silently circulating within his dantian. He was ready to unleash them at any moment, to defend against any sudden attack from Zhuge Emperor's side. Chapter 75, The Invisible Hunt, the most terrifying. Brother Azure Dragon, don't be too tense. This definitely wasn't my intention. You should be able to see for yourself. Many of my people have also fallen. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign quickly explained. That is indeed true. Coming back to his senses, the Azure Dragon Sovereign wore an expression of complete confusion. He simply couldn't understand Master Xiao Li's actions at all. Perhaps Senior Xiao Li meant that we're not worthy enough to hover above him. I think we should go and apologize. Xuanhuan, who had just taken a sip of water, became extremely nervous at this moment. Everyone was currently floating in midair, right above the senior's head. To the senior, this might well be considered a sign of disrespect. That was probably why he unleashed heavenly pressure to warn everyone. If they were to stubbornly stay here without understanding the situation, the consequences would be unimaginable. The next wave of pressure would definitely become even stronger. It certainly seems that way. But about apologizing, the Vermilion Bird Sovereign gave a bitter smile and slowly shook his head. Senior Xiao Li was likely furious. Going to apologize now would be no different than throwing oneself at the enemy's gunpoint. Better to wait until he calms down before apologizing. It'd be much safer. You're right. This is indeed not the best time to apologize. We can talk about the apology later. Clearly, there was another meaning behind Senior Xiao Li's pressure just now. It's also a message telling us not to interfere. How about we move to the city wall and watch from afar? Xuanhu Wangba suddenly had an inspired guess. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding his words highly reasonable. Immediately afterward, figures dashed into the Vermilion Bird Dynasty and finally stopped atop its city wall. Seeing this scene unfold, Bai Xiaofei and the other experts from the White Tiger clan couldn't help but be shocked, their eyes wide open. Question marks instantly appeared on their foreheads one after another. What the hell? What's going on here? With powerful enemies nearby, the three great dynasty rulers should have been extremely tense. But how come they suddenly started chatting idly? Even that wouldn't be so surprising. But then they suddenly flew nonchalantly into the Vermilion Bird Dynasty. And now they were standing atop its city wall, watching this way with complete indifference. As though they were all here preparing to watch an entertaining performance. Even more humiliating was that the experts from the three dynasties had now all retracted the overwhelming aura from their bodies. They appeared leisurely, as if simply out for a peaceful walk. What? Are they looking down on us? Retreating Wu Wang experts, and now putting on ghostly displays. Even if it ends in mutual destruction today, I will tear all of you to pieces. Bai Xiaofei completely lost his composure in an instant, letting out a furious roar. His terrifying presence pierced the sky, scattering the clouds. The next second, with a slight flick of his sword, countless sword beams instantly formed, shooting straight toward the Vermilion Bird Dynasty. What incredible sword chi! For someone so young to reach sword sovereign. Truly rare. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign calmly evaluated, hands behind his back. Indeed, it seems these are truly members of the White Tiger clan with more refined bloodline. White Tiger brother, compared to yours, your clan's bloodline pales completely. The Azure Dragon Sovereign praised, not forgetting to mock Bai Hubadao slightly. Bai Hubadao let out a cold snort, clearly in a bad mood. If this sword chi lands, the city wall probably won't be able to withstand it. At the very least, 100 miles of Vermilion Bird territory will be destroyed. Xuanhu Badao also spoke with admiration. They were all sovereign rulers, each possessing the hearts of kings. Even though their current opponents were powerful enemies, they showed no signs of disdain. Rather, they greatly appreciated their opponent's strength. Why were they so calm? It was precisely because they had already made up their minds and their hearts. No matter what, this sword chi would never actually land. With Senior Xiao Li here, what were they even thinking? Sure enough, at this very moment, Xiao Li, fully immersed in his painting, didn't even notice the abnormality around him. He softly exhaled, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. That's much better. What were those tiny shadows hidden within the clouds anyway? If you're going to appear, make it grander, more imposing. This figure, now this is Ba Dak. Then he picked up the painting he had finished, admiring it more and more. The winds and clouds leaped vividly onto the paper, so lifelike that at first glance, it looked like rushing river currents. And behind the swirling heavens and stormy earth, a tall figure, like a mountain, vaguely emerged. It was human-shaped. To create a sense of mystery, Xiao Li didn't draw the actual face. But one could clearly sense the overwhelming Ba Dao Qi that could swallow the heavens and annihilate the world. Behind the stormy skies, two shining blue eyes shone with brilliant light, truly the highlight of the piece. This indescribable existence had merely revealed the tip of the iceberg. Yet, from this glimpse, one could already sense its terrifying momentum. At this moment, sword chi slashed across hundreds of miles, about to strike the city wall in the blink of an eye. A faint sneer appeared on Bai Xiaofei's face. Dare you look down upon our White Tiger clan? This is the price you'll pay. With a bang. Just then, the sword chi seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand. Bai Huang's cultivation technique, combined with infinite spiritual energy, was suddenly and violently compressed, eventually shrinking into a small ball before everyone's very eyes. What? My sword chi? Bai Xiaofei was greatly shocked, his hands involuntarily trembling. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined this sight. The experts of the White Tiger clan inhaled sharply in unison, completely stunned. There was clearly no obstruction in front of the sword chi. And yet, it was blocked as if by some powerful existence. Moreover, even a Wu Wang expert absolutely couldn't have caught the sword chi. But this sword chi had obviously been stopped by something unseen. Or more accurately, captured. What exactly is happening? It definitely doesn't resemble any defensive technique I've ever seen. Even if a stronger expert appeared, at most they could only block this sword chi. Who could actually capture it like this? What the hell is going on here? The experts of the White Tiger clan were completely confused, racking their brains, but still unable to figure out what had just happened. Is it that Wu Wang expert? Where exactly is he? Bai Xiaofei instinctively floated backward a few steps, his heart pounding nervously. The reason for releasing this sword chi wasn't entirely due to being provoked by Sovereign Zhu Ke and others. Actually, it was more of a test. A Wu Wang expert was lurking nearby, yet they couldn't detect his figure. This kind of unknown fear could very well gradually erode their fighting spirit. Perhaps that Wu Wang expert intended exactly that effect. Therefore, this sword chi stretching for hundreds of miles was released precisely to provoke the Wu Wang expert into revealing himself. Immediately after unleashing that sword chi, at least 3 more moves had already been readied inside by Xiaofei's sword. Chapter 76, The Arrival of a Powerful Being, The Retreat of the Villains. Even if these 3 moves were incredibly exquisite, Bai Xiaofei wasn't foolish enough to believe they could defeat a martial king expert. They were merely meant to buy time. Then, He would crush his identification token, sending a signal which would immediately alert the 20 martial saint experts from the White Tiger clan, who would rush here in an instant. As the White Tiger clan, they all possessed special abilities of the divine beast, namely, the instinct of the predator. The 20 martial saint experts wouldn't appear directly before the martial king opponent. Instead, they would hide their figures, silently waiting like the divine White Tiger for the right moment to strike. In this way, their roles would switch. The hunters would ultimately become the hunted. However, Bai Xiaofei had never expected that the martial king expert hadn't even shown himself yet, and had already blocked his sword energy using some mysterious technique. Ordinary martial cultivators naturally couldn't accomplish such a feat, unless it was a divine talisman master. Instantly, a chill crept up Bai Xiaofei's scalp. His soul felt like it had left his body in terror. Damn it, a regular martial king opponent would have been relatively easy to deal with. But judging from the fact that the enemy hadn't even appeared, yet could still unleash a supreme defensive skill, he was likely a king-tier divine talisman master. These divine talisman masters could attack from any hidden corner. Sometimes, even till the very end of a battle, nobody could even detect their presence. They were utterly despicable to the extreme. What the hell was the point of fighting anymore? Bai Xiaofei was utterly shocked. How could such a rare divine talisman master suddenly appear in the small vermilion bird empire? Even more terrifyingly, this divine talisman master was a martial king expert. The roles immediately switched again. A divine talisman master who could control the battlefield without showing himself, capable of launching both attacks and defenses, would never even step onto the battlefield. In such a situation, how could he become the prey? Thus, even if those 20 martial saint experts arrived, they wouldn't be the hunters anymore, but rather prey helplessly manipulated in the hands of the divine talisman master. Vermilion Bird Emperor, that was just a joke a moment ago. This sparring match has benefited us greatly. We'll visit again another day. Bai Xiaofei immediately changed his expression. He retracted all his killing intent, turned the sword handle toward himself as a sign of peace, clasped his fists respectfully, and smiled politely. Yet at that moment, both his scalp and back were covered in cold sweat. He knew that, in this situation, turning the sword on himself was practically no different from committing suicide. If that divine talisman master chose to strike at this very moment, he wouldn't have the slightest chance to resist. He would perish instantly. He was gambling. Gambling that this divine talisman master was too proud to kill someone who had already begged for mercy with clasped fists. After all, he was a martial king expert, perhaps wouldn't even consider him worthy of attention. If this was just a friendly match, then what about those more than 20 squads just now? The Vermilion Bird Emperor's voice rang out sternly. They simply wanted to find someone strong to spar with. Today, we've seen that your Vermilion Bird Empire truly has powerful experts, beyond our capability. They can now return. Bai Xiaofei forced a smile, looking nowhere near as arrogant as he was moments ago. He lightly pulled out his identification token and crushed it without hesitation. At this very moment, the experts of the White Tiger clan, who were approaching the Monster Beast mountain range, suddenly furrowed their brows, simultaneously halting their steps. They turned their gaze toward the direction Bai Xiaofei stood. They clearly sensed that Bai Xiaofei's aura, as well as theirs, had completely vanished. Had they surrendered? How could they surrender? What's going on here? Bai Xiaofei's power is already the strongest among us, which is why we sent him to the main gate. But it seems he's failed. Could it be that the Vermilion Bird Empire has an even stronger expert? Absolutely impossible. All experts across the entire Qing province are like ants before us. How could their Vermilion Bird Empire possess such power? But things do seem strange. Bai Xiaofei has already sent the signal, and along with the dissipation of his aura, it's clearly a sign telling us to retreat. What should we do? Definitely not retreat. A few of the martial saint experts smiled coldly, clearly still unconvinced that there could be someone here stronger than themselves. However, at that exact moment, suddenly, across the vast sky, a towering figure, as enormous as a mountain, flashed past. It was clearly visible that his eyes were like the sun, moon, and stars, looking down coldly upon them. Although they couldn't see the true appearance of this figure, it was definitely an existence of immense terror. The strongest experts of the White Tiger clan felt their legs weaken and almost collapsed from the air. Was there truly a more powerful expert here? Otherwise, how could someone summon such a horrifying being? Retreat. The powerful expert from the White Tiger clan, who had been arrogant and insistent on continuing the attack just moments ago, couldn't help but twitch his cheek, speaking with a flushed face. Then, their figures quickly flew away, soon vanishing into the horizon. As for Bai Xiaofei at this moment, sensing his companions retreating, finally exhaled in relief. He then led the members of the White Tiger clan back as well. Meanwhile, the nearly invisible illusions in the sky finally began to gradually dissipate, transforming into countless rays of light that gathered into the painting. This entire scene, of course, was completely unnoticed by Xiao Li, given his current cultivation level. On the city wall, the four emperors simultaneously exhaled in relief, looking at each other in confusion. Finally, they couldn't help but reveal bitter smiles. Although the disaster had passed, clearly, they had enraged Senior Xiao Li. What should they do now? There's no choice, we must go apologize to Senior Lin, sighed the Vermilion Bird Emperor helplessly. Why go there? The Azure Dragon Dynasty asked in surprise. Senior Lin has a relatively gentle temperament. With him present, if we show enough respect to Senior Xiao Li, perhaps he won't lash out on the spot. The Vermilion Bird Emperor said thoughtfully. I see. The various emperors slowly nodded, suddenly understanding. The temperaments of the two seniors were vastly different. Senior Lin had a somewhat narrow heart. While Senior Xiao Li's personality was strange and unpredictable, of course, it was better to apologize to Senior Xiao Li under the presence of Senior Lin. That way, maybe Senior Xiao Li wouldn't get angry. At this moment, down below, Xiao Li had waited left and right, but still hadn't seen the promised painter arrive. Finally, he rolled his eyes and spat angrily on the ground. Got stood up again. I was even planning to blind that rival painter with my masterpiece. Looks like I'll just have to look for another chance in the future. Xiao Li muttered in frustration, then flew towards the library pavilion. For this competition, he had even missed his regular time to clean the library pavilion. If the head eunuch found out, he'd surely receive another scolding. Thinking about it made his scalp tingle. He hurried as fast as he could and finally made it back to the library pavilion just in time. Wasn't today the agreed day to organize the library pavilion? Where the heck did everyone go? Seeing the completely empty library pavilion, Xiao Li scratched his head in confusion. Of course, he had no idea that all the eunuchs had gathered at higher ground at this moment, watching the shifting scenes in the sky. There, a mirage-like illusion was slowly floating by. A realm of immortal mountains, remarkably clear. Especially the three words Martial God Hall, atop those immortal peaks, especially vivid and imposing. Chapter 77. I want to be arrogant, but the system won't allow it. Within the ethereal fairyland of the Martial God Temple, one could clearly see a tall and upright figure, radiating boundless Taoist brilliance from head to toe. Even a single glance at this person would send chills down one's spine, evoking an overwhelming urge to kneel and prostrate oneself in reverence. Of course, they had no way of knowing that this very individual before them was none other than the sovereign of the primordial star region. And what left them even more baffled was, this seemingly powerful figure was actually holding a broom in his hand and diligently sweeping fallen leaves off the ground. This scene flashed briefly across the sky and vanished in an instant. Yet it was as if a colossal stone had been cast into the Vermilion Bird Empire. A single stone stirring 10,000 waves. My God, what exactly was that scene just now? The Martial God Temple? I've never heard of such a sect before. Speaking of our Qingzhou, Qing province, there has never been a powerful sect rivaling the imperial court, right? Yeah, it's truly unprecedented, never seen or heard before. This Martial God Temple must be a sect surpassing the upper realm. Absolutely. There weren't many who saw this scene with their own eyes. However, in their hearts, it inevitably carved three unforgettable characters. Martial God Temple. From this moment on, they would devote their entire lives trying to unravel this mystery. Yet, those three characters were like a thick veil of fog, shrouding their hearts. With their current cultivation and fortune, they would never discover what those three characters, Martial God Temple, truly represented. They would never know even more. That it was merely the result of a little eunuch in the scripture pavilion picking his nose and idly wondering where all his colleagues had gone. By accident, he had used the same heavenly Tao method as Lin Tian, inadvertently opening up a spatial temporal passage, thus allowing them that fleeting glimpse of the Martial God Temple. Inside the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian was lying on a reclining chair, bored out of his mind. Just then, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his ear. Time to check in, master. Do you wish to check in? Check in. Lin Tian responded indifferently, his expression remaining unchanged. Mainly because the rewards given by the system for checking in had always been terribly useless. Take those calligraphy and paintings, for instance, glorified by the system as if they were priceless treasures, yet in reality, they were completely useless. Now, a huge pile of them was gathering dust in the warehouse, stacked together with old cabbages, nearly rotting and infested with insects. Lin Tian had long given up expecting anything useful from the system's rewards. At that moment, the system's voice lazily echoed again. Check-in successful, master. Congratulations, master. Received 500 golden-armored divine soldiers. Golden-armored divine soldiers, possessing supreme Tao laws, they are fiercely loyal to the master, and their strength continues to grow with the sect's cultivation level. Theoretically, there is no limit. The master may summon or dismiss them at will. Even if you command them to reduce themselves to dust, they shall not express the slightest complaint. Please collect your reward as soon as possible. As the system's voice rang out, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, his mind blank with confusion. What? Golden-armored divine soldiers? It sounded incredibly powerful. And there were no fewer than 500 of them. Although the system hadn't clearly described the actual strength of these golden-armored divine soldiers, based on Lin Tian's understanding of the cultivation system in this world, they must be extremely powerful. Though, truth be told, he wasn't too sure about the specifics of this world's cultivation system either. But even the mere name, golden-armored divine soldiers, carried an air of grandeur. Could it be? The system had finally changed its ways and actually granted something useful? And in a batch of 500. This, Lin Tian still couldn't quite believe it. Nonetheless, he opened the system's storage space and peered inside. The moment he looked, his eyes widened as if he had seen something horrifying. His heart raced with shock. The next second, he abruptly leaped up, completely losing his cool. What the hell? Are you trying to screw me? Where are the golden-armored divine soldiers you promised? There isn't even a damn thread of them. He had originally assumed that, judging from the system's usual behavior, although the golden-armored divine soldiers probably wouldn't be as powerful as described, they at least might be some sort of model or decorative prop. But what a joke. Inside the system's space, it was completely empty, not even a single thread to be seen, let alone any golden-armored divine soldiers. I thought you had finally turned over a new leaf, but looks like you've just become even more of a scam. This is clearly trying to provoke me into going berserk. Lin Tian stood there, utterly bewildered for a while before finally, sighing and shaking his head slowly, calming himself down. What he didn't realize was, at the very moment he lost his temper, the hens, the goldfish in the pond, and even the heaven-defying divine dog were all trembling on the ground. They had clearly seen. As Lin Tian grew furious, a phantom of the land appeared above his head. With his rising wrath, the earth trembled violently, crack after crack forming across its surface. Countless xiaosuo fled in panic, only to be swallowed one by the Lifeng. Eventually the glaciers melted, forming a vast ocean, followed by monstrous waves rising up and engulfing the land. The entire world collapsed in just a few brief breaths of time. Even more terrifying, as divine beasts, they had once visited this world. This world was overrun by Yaosuo. Among them were Yaosuo whose strength could rival that of divine beasts. Yet even these Yaosuo were pressed into the void of the earth by the pressure of spiritual energy as the world crumbled. Finally, their souls scattered and vanished. It wasn't until Lin Tian regained his calm that everything finally stopped. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. I've long become used to it. Guess I'll just return and live quietly as always. Lin Tian sighed deeply, a faint wry smile appearing on his face. Who wouldn't want the system's help after a reincarnation, instantly becoming the overlord of a sect powerful enough to crush this world, eventually ruling over the entire void, making all so-called experts kneel before him, looking up with the most reverent gaze? But the system just wouldn't allow it. It seems my title as the worst reincarnator is now confirmed. Might as well survive the way I am. Being a little chef isn't bad at all. Lin Tian accepted it rather easily. If the system insisted on being unreliable, just ignore it then. Cooking meals here, raising fish, feeding the chickens, wasn't that peaceful enough? Besides, although he only had Xiao Lizzie as a friend, from time to time, many seemingly powerful experts would come here to ask him to paint something to defeat those renowned painters. Moreover, this world clearly held painters in such in high esteem. Even if his own power wasn't particularly strong, there would be no danger to his life. Just survive. There was no choice but to survive. Lin Tian finally accepted this bitter reality, then entered the kitchen to get to work. His dreams had shattered. He could now only accept his role as a humble chef. What he didn't know was, at that moment, in the Hongming Star region, suddenly, the sky exploded with thunderous roar, and golden rays made of countless golden specks suddenly appeared within the celestial palace, connecting stars and creating a grand, dazzling spectacle. Chapter 78. What does this mean? The figure that had been sweeping the floor suddenly raised its head, its posture shifting, face changing expression instantly. At that very moment, golden rays of light Feng Ly connected with the stars in the sky, eventually forming figures clad in golden armor, their faces hidden behind masks. Each of them wielded a golden longsword, appearing majestic and powerful. Suddenly, beams of starlight projected down, violently piercing into the martial god hall. Then, 500 golden-armored heavenly soldiers suddenly appeared atop a cliff. Could it be an enemy invasion? The master has not arrived yet enemies dare to provoke the martial god hall. They truly don't know the meaning of death. Lord Nanmang snorted coldly, his aged face immediately turning dark with anger. He had been diligently cleaning the martial god hall, hoping to welcome the master in the best possible condition. But just at this time, someone dares to cause trouble here. No matter who they are, anyone who dares to stir trouble here shall surely perish without a burial place. Humph! Lord Nanmang snorted again, and in a flash, his figure transformed into a streak of golden light, rushing fiercely toward those 500 golden-armored soldiers. Who are you people? Why have you trespassed into my martial god hall? Do you even know whose place this is? Trespassing here is a crime punishable by death. In an instant, a voice like rolling thunder roared across the sky, shaking the heavens. Even the misty starlight seemed to dim for a moment. But those 500 golden-armored soldiers remained unmoved. They stood as still as stones, without even a hint of breath. Lord Nanmang hesitated for a moment before roaring in rage. Do you even know who the master? The word master once again left his lips. Immediately, those 500 golden-armored soldiers turned their backs to Lord Nanmang and knelt on one knee, heads bowed, facing a certain direction. Although their faces could not be seen, yet from them radiated an aura of devout reverence that pierced the sky. Lord Nanmang was momentarily stunned and instinctively followed their kneeling gaze. There, starlight blazed brightly. Vaguely, he could sense a furious aura surging from that direction. The masters. Could I have made a mistake? Are these people not enemies, but sent here by the master? I understand now. They must be on our side. Relief washed over Lord Nanmang, the fury on his face quickly dissipating. Replacing it was a slight smile. From the golden armor they wore, it was clear these people had come to guard the martial god hall. Their status might even be higher than his. After all, he was just a cleaner. My apologies earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Lord Nanmang quickly raised his fists respectfully, a trace of apology in his tone. The 500 golden-armored soldiers remained completely still. After kneeling, they slowly stood back up, slightly lifting their heads to gaze in all directions. Instantly, fierce light flared from their eyes, clearly having entered a defensive state. With them guarding, no one would be able to intrude into the martial god hall. What a bunch of strange people. But now our martial god hall is becoming more and more lively. Perhaps soon disciples will be brought here. At that time, the master will definitely appear personally. Lord Nanmang smiled slightly, eyes brimming with anticipation. Just how powerful is the master's strength? Even these seemingly unfathomable golden-armored warriors are nothing but the master's servants. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the master's identity must be absolutely terrifying, beyond anyone's imagination. Meanwhile, above the originally peaceful imperial kitchen, several figures suddenly flashed into view. The four emperors of the great dynasties, along with Elder Lin, descended slowly. Their originally proud expressions turned cautious the moment they saw everything inside the imperial kitchen. Perhaps I should not go inside. If the senior is enraged, he might. Baihu Badao chuckled bitterly, his face pale. This time, Bai Xiaofei of the White Tiger clan had brought so many experts to cause trouble for the Vermilion Bird dynasty. Although the Baihu clan has nothing to do with the Baihu kingdom, they are still of the same lineage. Once the senior is enraged, he might take it out on me. If the senior were to be furious, a single thought might turn me into dust. Don't worry, Baihu brother. The senior is definitely not one to kill recklessly. I can guarantee it with my life. The Vermilion Bird Emperor smiled faintly, firmly saying, Then very well. I will go with you all to apologize. Baihu Bada casually wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had once met this so-called senior before. This senior might appear polite and kind on the surface, but who doesn't know his power is astonishing, so unfathomable it could be described as beyond comprehension. Every time he saw the senior, a sense of fear welled up inside him. Senior, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you. We specially came to pay our respects. The next second, Elder Lin respectfully patted his own chest, his tone brimming with reverence. Inside the room, however, everything remained silent. Senior, Elder Lin cautiously called again, his heart pounding wildly. The senior's behavior was always extremely mysterious. People like this old senior often disliked being straightforward, preferring subtle implications instead. If one could understand those implications, everything would be as clear as a cloudless sky. But if one misunderstood the intent behind them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Speaking of which, what did this silence mean? As Elder Lin raised his voice continuously, the interior remained completely silent. Senior, Elder Lin couldn't help but call out once more, testing the waters. What the hell are you shouting for? Can't a dog take a nap around here? Right then, an impatient voice rose from beneath the peach tree. Everyone's hearts trembled. They quickly turned their heads toward the source of the voice and only then noticed the divine dog glaring at them with annoyed eyes. Senior, we unintentionally disturbed you. Please accept our sincerest apologies. Baihu Badao's entire body shivered. He hurriedly smiled broadly, offering a most respectful apology. If the experts of the Baihu clan saw this scene, they would surely be so furious they spit blood. The mighty emperor of an empire actually apologizing to a dog? If this story got out, would the Baihu empire even have a face left? Yet Baihu Badao dared not refuse to apologize, because he had already realized that this was truly a member of the Divine Beast clan, a being whose status was even higher than the four divine beasts. Moreover, he was only a distant inheritor of the Baihu clan, with a very diluted bloodline. His connection to the Baihu clan was barely legitimate at best. Don't disturb my nap. Teddy yawned lazily, then sluggishly shifted his body to escape the burning sunlight. Though he had followed his master for only a short time, he clearly felt himself influenced by Lin Tian's keep a low-profile philosophy. In recent days, he had become increasingly slothful. It's perfectly fine for a dog to lay low, no problem at all. Chapter 79, the former imperial ruler. Who, seeing the puppy close its eyes, everyone present finally let out a sigh of relief. Coco. Just then, a group of old hens chased after a bug and crazily rushed out of the chicken coop. The five powerful figures were immediately frightened again. Senior Fenghuang. They clasped their fists respectfully, trembling with fear. The divine beast Fenghuang was certainly not someone they could offend. Yet the phoenixes all rolled their eyes disdainfully, clearly not regarding the people in front of them with any respect, continuing to chase after the little bug. Swish. At this moment, the five powerful beings shuddered once again. Only now did they realize that the disturbance had come from the Azure Dragon clan within the pond. Senior. They hurriedly turned around and respectfully bowed toward the Azure Dragon clan. Especially the Azure Dragon Emperor, he bent completely at the waist, showing the utmost sincerity in this moment. Recalling how these Azure Dragon seniors had given him their essence energy before, enabling him to break through instantly. His heart overflowed with gratitude. He couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be if these Azure Dragon seniors would give him even more essence energy. So this is what's called an emperor ruler? How embarrassing. He's become this paranoid from just a small sound. After all, he's an imperial ruler, yet even this tiny commotion almost scared the piss out of them. Just a bunch of little brats. The Azure Dragons all curled their lips in disdain. These emperors who were revered as gods by their people within their own empires meant nothing more than brats to them. Divine beasts descended from higher realms. Senior's scolding is deserved. The four emperors couldn't help but blush with embarrassment, yet they dared not offer any argument. The problem was, they truly were walking on eggshells. And they didn't want to behave like this either. But here, every plant and tree possibly possessed seniority beyond their own. Not to mention the senior within the chamber, just now. That senior could keep divine beasts as pets, possibly erasing an entire world with a single thought. How could they not feel their hearts trembling with fear? Soon, everything returned to calm. Time passed quickly. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Why hasn't Senior responded yet? Could it be that he's angry? It's probably because we unintentionally offended oldly Senior. Senior possesses vast divine powers. He must already know about our disrespect. Exactly. He's intentionally ignoring us to make us reflect upon our errors. We must all conduct deep self-criticisms. As long as our sincerity runs deep enough, Senior will surely perceive our true intentions. They whispered softly among themselves. Then their eyes suddenly lit up. Right. Senior's abilities are unparalleled. He must be able to read minds. He should already know that we came here not only to apologize again, but also to seek forgiveness for our punishment. Shameful. Perhaps only profound sincerity could move Senior. Only then would Senior acknowledge them. Immediately, they all held their breath and focused inward, engaging in deep introspection. Meanwhile, inside the kitchen chamber, Ling Tian stretched lazily in bed. He had originally intended to sit cross-legged and cultivate a little, but halfway through his practice, drowsiness crept upon him. So he laid down and fell into a dream. He ended up sleeping until now. As for cultivation, thinking about this, Ling Tian's face turned even darker. It was forgivable enough that the system awarded him useless junk. But this time, it even gave him a worthless promise. Damn it. Return my 500 golden armor heavenly soldiers. Well, that could be overlooked. After all, everyone knew that this system was born to cheat. But what made it worse was that, after all these years of checking in, the cultivation body constitution he finally obtained also turned out to be this disappointing. It had even drained away his enthusiasm for cultivation. It seems I'm destined to be a good-for-nothing lazy fish. A lazy fish that can never flip its fortune. Whatever, a lazy fish is a lazy fish. At least here in the kitchen, food and clothing aren't issues. Ling Tian sighed, yawning as he walked out of the imperial kitchen. He was about to feed the chickens, the fish, and others, when he suddenly noticed 5 figures respectfully standing in front of his doorway. Arrived already? Ling Tian casually remarked, then pointed a finger toward the table and stools outside. Senior. Upon seeing Ling Tian appear, they joyfully exclaimed, yet not daring to disobey. They quickly sat down on the small stools. Legs tightly together, spine straight, hands respectfully placed on their knees. Their posture looked exactly like well-behaved elementary students, as obedient as could be. If the experts from the 4 great empires witnessed this scene, they would definitely spit blood, stunned beyond comprehension. When had they ever seen their own imperial rulers behave so nervously? Everyone, sorry, but we've already passed mealtime. So, Ling Tian spread his hands helplessly, speaking Hao Bu Kerchigdut. These bastards were clearly here to mooch off a meal again. If they left behind a few spirit stones after eating, that would have been acceptable. But instead, they always enjoyed their free meals without so much as a thank you, then soared into the sky and vanished without a trace. Ling Tian had long been annoyed by them, so this time, he decided to be direct and straightforward. He wanted to put an end to their idea of coming here to get a free meal. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, the 5 couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. Who didn't know that the meals personally prepared by this senior contained boundless spiritual energy? In fact, consuming them could even accelerate one's cultivation progress. Clearly, he had planned to cook a special feast after everyone repelled the Baihu clan's attack as a reward for everyone's efforts. Now, however, everything had changed. They had unintentionally offended Old Li Senior, leaving the senior still in a bad mood, so the original reward was now cancelled. Luckily, there were no additional punishments. That was already excellent news for them. Besides, what virtue or merit did they possess to deserve tasting a meal personally cooked by a senior? Such a rare opportunity required enormous fate and fortune, and how often could such a fortunate chance come knocking like big treasure? Thank you, Senior, for not issuing any punishment. We'll definitely be more careful in the future. We dare not offend Old Li Senior ever again. Thank you, Senior, for stepping in and sending Senior Old Li to deal with those Baihu clan members. They've already left. The 4 imperial rulers hurriedly reported the outcome of this battle, still visibly anxious. The Baihu clan? Ling Tian immediately understood. Those painters clearly specialized in painting white tigers. However, Old Li, who had personally learned painting techniques from him, painted white tigers just as well as them. Based on the current situation, Old Li had successfully defeated their opponent's painter. This should have been good news. So why were these people in front of him all looking so miserable? Your martial cultivators capable of soaring on the wind. How pathetic can you be? Chapter 80. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing such a favor. Inside, Lin Tian couldn't help but mentally complain, but on the outside, he remained calm and composed, giving a gentle nod. He's not that petty. Even if you accidentally offended him, he definitely won't hold it against you. Lin Tian had only said it offhandedly. However, everyone present instinctively exhaled in relief. The senior's words clearly implied that he had already forgiven everyone on behalf of Senior Li Zi. In other words, all previous punishments instantly vanished into thin air. Everyone could now feel at ease. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. We won't bother you here any longer. Senior, please rest well. The 4 emperors and Elder Lin hurriedly bowed respectfully and prepared to fly away into the sky. Wait, I have a few paintings here. Each of you take one. At this moment, Lin Tian said calmly. Then he turned and entered the room, rummaging through the broken cabinet before finally pulling out several scrolls of ink paintings. He had noticed that lately, these people coming to mooch off him always seemed to end up offending some calligrapher or painter. If he or Senior Li Zi constantly had to intervene, it would be annoying beyond belief. Instead, he decided to give them some of his finest paintings. That way, even if top calligraphers or painters appeared, just by revealing these ink scrolls, the opponents would immediately back down. Wouldn't that be a permanent solution? Here, one for each of you. In the future, when facing powerful enemies, just unfurl these paintings. I believe they will retreat immediately. Lin Tian smiled slightly and generously handed them out. Looking at the painting scrolls in their hands, the 5 individuals suddenly felt their hearts tremble. Though they hadn't yet unrolled their respective scrolls, they could clearly sense a Tao law radiating from within, slowly flowing. Moreover, they felt extremely heavy. It was as if a kind of incomprehensible weight, unlike anything they had ever felt before, was flowing directly into their hearts from the palms of their hands. This painting is a masterpiece. Instantly, this thought appeared simultaneously in the minds of all present. Thud, thud. Overwhelmed by this unprecedented favor, Zhu Ke Emperor and the others immediately knelt to the ground, trembling with emotion, their faces filled with an inexpressible reverence. Thank you, Senior. With this painting left behind by the Senior, our empire shall surely flourish for generations. Senior, we will enshrine these paintings with utmost reverence. We shall now take our leave. With the most reverent hearts, the 4 emperors kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Then, swirling up a light breeze, their figures vanished into the sky. This? Surely a bunch of lunatics. It's just a few paintings, right? I have tons more back in my storage. Is there really a need to be this excited? Lin Tian curled his lips with a disdainful expression. If you truly feel grateful toward me, leave behind a few cultivation techniques. At the very least, teach me the simple technique of riding the wind. That would show true sincerity. Instead, empty flattery and sycophancy. These martial cultivators in this world are just too exaggerated. Shaking his head, Lin Tian mentally complained again, then lay back down on the rocking chair, preparing to continue resting. At this moment, high above the heavens, the 4 emperors all wore solemn expressions, each reverently cradling their scrolls with both hands, their bodies trembling slightly. Brother Zhu Ke, don't you want to open yours and take a peek? Qinglong Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly, asking curiously. Zhu Ke Emperor smiled faintly and slowly shook his head. The Senior has already said that these paintings can only be unrolled when the empire is in peril. If we were to open it now, leaking the heavenly mystery, calamity may descend instead. Surely Brother Qinglong understands this principle. Cough. I was indeed shallow-minded. Qinglong Emperor's face flushed slightly, suddenly awakening from a dream. Earlier, he had only wanted to see what was in Zhu Ke Emperor's painting. He also wished to see what the paintings held by the other 2 emperors contained. But now, it appeared that the truth hidden within these scrolls might remain forever concealed. After all, with such a formidable senior in existence, who in Qingzhou would dare covet their empire? As for Elder Zhuge, he probably already sensed the terrifying might of the senior. If he had the slightest wit, he wouldn't allow the Hujiao alliance to easily provoke the senior. Therefore, the secret within these paintings would very likely remain an eternal mystery. The senior has truly bestowed a great fortune upon us. With this painting, our empire will surely continue to thrive. Xianwu Wang Ba's eyes shone with radiant light, shaking with excitement. Coming here earlier was merely to apologize and dispel the senior's anger, but who could have expected such an unexpected reward? Just thinking about it made him unbearably ecstatic. We absolutely must not guffaw the senior's goodwill. Return to your respective places and enshrine the paintings immediately, and under no circumstances should you open them recklessly. Zhu Ke Emperor reminded again. Agreed. Let us part ways here. The 4 emperors exchanged glances, smiled at each other, and soon flew off in 4 different directions. After returning to Zhu Ke Hall, Zhu Ke Emperor naturally enshrined the painting at once. The other 3 emperors, upon returning to their respective imperial courts, bathed and purified their bodies, then held sky-worshipping ceremonies. Amidst curling incense smoke, the paintings they had enshrined suddenly emitted 10,000 golden rays, then immediately retracted back into the scrolls. Instantly, the cultivators present who witnessed this scene couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. This painting actually contains such an overbearing aura. This is no mere painting. It must be some sort of hidden opportunity left by a supreme being. Who would have thought our emperor would actually obtain such a fortune? Have you not bowed yet? If it can emit 10,000 rays of light in an instant, how could it possibly be an object of the mundane world? The powerful cultivators who had originally been puzzled about why their emperor would kneel before a painting now finally understood and hurriedly knelt down. Then, they felt a faint stream of spiritual energy flowing from the painting. That energy was so warm, so peaceful. Within a 10-mile radius, all cultivators trembled in unison, their expressions suddenly changing dramatically within just a few seconds. My bottleneck, which has remained stagnant for years, has actually been broken through. A great opportunity. Truly a tremendous item of fortune. The Tao laws contained within are astonishingly powerful, as if a mighty river surging endlessly across the heavens. This must be the blessing of our empire. Perhaps before long, our empire will become the supreme empire in Qingzhou. Surpassing Zhu Ke imperial court will no doubt be within reach. This, such a precious treasure. Exactly where did the emperor obtain it from? Could it be? The time of our empire's rise has finally arrived. After the brief shock, the powerful cultivators became ecstatic with joy, as if a brand new realm were about to unfold before their empire. Even in their dazed state, they seemed to see within the painting the most brilliant future their empire could ever have. At this moment, no one noticed. At the sacred halls of the 4 great imperial dynasties of Qingzhou, for beams of light pierced the sky, then scattered like fireworks into waves of auspicious radiance, eventually settling as a thin veil over the 4 great empires. From this day forth, the fate and fortune of the 4 great imperial dynasties were about to undergo a monumental transformation. Chapter 81. Destined to live in obscurity. At this moment, within the White Tiger clan. Inside the White Tiger Divine Hall, a furious roar suddenly erupted. It shook the heavens and earth. The river roared wildly, and the clouds and mist above the sky were instantly torn apart by that single, thunderous shout. Such was the terrifying wrath. Within the temple hall, the experts of the White Tiger clan all fell to the ground, trembling violently. Sweat the size of soybeans poured down from their brows, especially by Xiaofei, whose body was shaking like a sieve at this moment. Even though he was a cultivation sovereign, in this moment, he appeared as helpless as an ant. Clan leader. The Vermilion Bird Imperial Court possesses a supreme expert whose power is unfathomable. He fruitlessly repeated the words he had just spoken. It was precisely those words that had enraged the clan leader to the extreme. An expert beyond the cultivation sovereign? Are you trying to joke with me? How many years have we been hiding in the Qing province? Have any of you ever seen an expert beyond the cultivation sovereign? The clan leader roared in fury. Upon hearing this, all the experts present were momentarily stunned, their expressions instantly becoming unnatural. Indeed, their clan had been lying low here for many years. All the foundations of the 4 imperial courts in Qing province had been clearly observed by them. The reason they hadn't revealed themselves before the 4 imperial courts was merely because they looked down upon them and did not wish to associate with them, especially the clan's own White Tiger Imperial Court. In their eyes, the White Tiger Imperial Court was descended from impure bloodline, not even worth their notice. They had full confidence that, with their pure divine beast bloodline, once they revealed themselves before the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court, they would shock the 4 imperial courts, even causing them to kneel and submit in reverence. Yet now, they only sought passage through the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court on their way to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, but were stopped in such a way. Furthermore, they were scared into total panic by an unseen supreme expert. Just thinking about it filled their hearts with humiliation. Clan leader. Even though we didn't see that supreme expert appear, the celestial omen he triggered was like a warning. Yes, clan leader, we absolutely dare not hide anything. We're certain that the expert is truly powerful, far beyond our capability to confront. He may have already surpassed the monarch's sovereign realm, someone we are absolutely no match for. Besides by Xiaofei, the other 20 cultivation sovereigns were also prostrate on the ground, shivering in fear. Their minds were also thrown into chaos. Logically speaking, experts of their level appearing among the 4 imperial courts should have caused them to tremble with fear. But instead, the 4 imperial courts paid them no heed at all. Instead, they themselves were terrified by a hidden expert to this extent. In addition to the humiliation, they felt extreme bitterness in their hearts. Surpassed the monarch sovereign? Do you think this is the Zhong region? How could there possibly be someone beyond the monarch sovereign level here? The clan leader snorted coldly, shaking his head in refusal. The spiritual energy of Qing province was barren, the essence of the land inherently weak. With the resources here, there absolutely could not be any monarch sovereign level cultivators. Even now, within the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court, the cultivation sovereign level experts were already few and far between. Otherwise, Qing province would not have been looked down upon by Zhong region. Yet now someone was claiming that a monarch sovereign expert had appeared? Are you kidding? However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly turned serious. A flicker of realization stirred in his mind. Could it be that the ancient pure bloodline that Bai Shaoqing stole was strongly related to this monarch sovereign level expert? Both of these events were equally bizarre. It was impossible not to suspect some intricate connection between them. Fine then. Since that is the case, I shall personally go investigate. I want to see just how powerful this so-called monarch sovereign expert is. A trace of disdain rose on the clan leader's face as he flicked his sleeve. Instantly, he released all the anger accumulated within him. The entire divine hall shook violently. Everyone remained kneeling on the ground, trembling with terror, their tension reaching an extreme. The clan leader was truly furious. With his strength, he might completely obliterate the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court. But, would that hidden expert within the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court really allow him to go there seeking trouble? A bloody battle between 2 supreme experts seemed unavoidable. Clan leader. Baizu's expression changed, and he hesitated to speak. What else do you have to say? Nothing. Baizu shook his head. At this moment, a chill ran down his scalp. He originally wanted to mention Lin Tian's existence, but he immediately realized that if he brought it up now, it would prove he had concealed this information before. Under the clan leader's current rage, he might very well be wiped out entirely. He could not bear such a consequence. Humph. The clan leader let out a cold snort, his brows slightly knitting together. He had a nagging feeling that Baizu was hiding something. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Why bother investigating the truth? This time, the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court had truly provoked him. If he didn't personally destroy it, wouldn't his clansmen look down on him? In the next moment, his figure moved, transforming directly into a golden beam piercing through the clouds and mist. Clearly, one could see a cloud in the sky being directly shattered by his passing. As the clan leader vanished, everyone immediately felt relieved, exchanging glances with pale faces. No one spoke for a long time. Do you think the clan leader is capable of facing that monarch sovereign expert? At this moment, one of the cultivation sovereigns finally voiced the question in his heart. Instantly, everyone slightly furrowed their brows, remaining silent towards one another. Yet, their reactions themselves seemed to already reveal the answer. In the blink of an eye, dawn arrived. The morning in the imperial kitchen once again displayed a lively rural scene. At this time, a long sigh was again heard from inside the room. The spiritual energy that Lin Tian had painstakingly gathered around the room suddenly dispersed. Clearly, Lin Tian's cultivation still bore no results. Nima, at this rate, when will I ever become strong? Not to mention becoming strong, I can't even fly through the sky. Am I destined to live my entire life hiding here? Damn it. Soon after, frustrated noises echoed from within the room. At this moment, Lin Tian was extremely annoyed. For the past 2 days, he had continuously attempted to break through his cultivation limits, yet each attempt met with a bottleneck. Other cultivators would take a long time just to reach a bottleneck, and once they broke through, they would soar like a carp turning into a dragon, advancing rapidly. But as for himself, he seemed to hit a bottleneck nearly every other day, and after breaking through each one, he experienced no visible improvement. He even suspected that he would be forever stuck at this level. What he didn't know was that each time he broke through a bottleneck, the divine marshaled in deep within the void trembled violently, with uncontrollable excitement. Chapter 82. Have I been weakened? Both the Dan Master Nanming and the 500 golden-armored heavenly soldiers instinctively knelt on the ground, bowing frantically toward the place brimming with thick spiritual energy. It was simply because they clearly felt their master had achieved yet another breakthrough. But what's different from ordinary martial cultivators is, each breakthrough of an ordinary martial cultivator, though considered great progress, is still a gradual step-by-step process, and the speed of breakthroughs slows down over time. Yet their master experiences a new breakthrough nearly every other day, and each time, his power clearly advances a step further into an unknown realm. It seems as though he's already surpassed the domain of ordinary martial cultivation. The master's power had already reached an immeasurable level, yet he keeps achieving new breakthroughs. It seems just like the rumors said, that the path of martial cultivation is endless. Only the strong can keep advancing endlessly. Even the entire star region's existing power system probably cannot explain the master's actual strength. Nanmeng sighed. His face, he felt the days were becoming increasingly promising. Even his act of sweeping the floor became livelier. At that moment, however, inside the royal kitchen, hearing Lin Tian's words, the divine dog Ritian and the other divine beasts couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. At this moment, they all felt an immense oppressive force pressing down on them. Even more so, a deep psychological shock. Even though our master is already incredibly strong, we didn't expect him to continuously seek progress every single day. It turns out, the path of strength truly is endless. Our master's innate talent was already much stronger than ordinary experts, yet he continues to train non-stop. If I didn't misunderstand, his strength has already left common experts far behind. Perhaps the strong in this world are no longer capable of understanding our master's true strength. Unrivaled. Exactly. Only these 2 words can describe him. The Phoenix clan was now excited beyond measure. How fortunate they were to be able to accompany the master. As a result, laying eggs became more energetic. The Azure Dragon clan was also shocked. One by one small golden fish kept joyfully swimming around the pond, even though their expressions showed no sign of shock. Yet their little hearts were beating wildly. They couldn't help exchanging glances with each other. Then, they inhaled deeply, chilled to the bone. The master has broken through again. His constant breakthroughs have now transcended the scope of common martial cultivators. In the end, what kind of realm will he reach? What's there to speculate? The master is unrivaled, you know. Exactly, because for other cultivators, there is a ceiling to cultivation. Once that ceiling is broken through, although many unknown territories lie ahead, for those beneath that ceiling, only 2 words can describe it. The martial cultivators in this world are truly pitiful. Their lives have become more and more hopeless, all because their master's strength is too overwhelming. Even if they all combined their power, they still wouldn't stand a chance against the master. The master truly is an unbeatable powerhouse. At this moment, those little goldfish all simultaneously had the same thought. That was to kneel and worship on the ground. Unfortunately, they lacked knees. Otherwise, they would have willingly offered their knees already. Look at all of you, acting like you've never seen anything. The master has long been invincible already. Otherwise, would I have chosen to stay beside him willingly? Teddy rolled his eyes, filled with disdain. Then he lifted his leg, letting loose a stream of hot urine. Beside him, the little peach tree involuntarily shuddered. A delicate face reappeared on the trunk, filled with shock. Brother Dog truly has insight. Absolutely unmatched by other divine beasts. The other's vision is simply too low. They're acting like they've never seen anything. Only my bro dog has already seen through everything. Truly worthy of being the man I've chosen. The fragrant, alluring body involuntarily trembled, and the already blooming peach blossoms appeared even more enchanting. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already wiped away his gloomy expression and, as usual, stepped out of the royal kitchen. Then he headed straight for the chicken coop. Huh, there are actually so many eggs. You all have been working hard lately. Lin Tian was slightly startled, only now noticing that many fresh eggs had appeared inside the chicken coop. This too, perhaps, was a gift from his otherwise dull life. Then, he carefully collected all the eggs and took them to the kitchen. Seeing this, the Phoenix clan once again became ecstatic. Being able to do something within their ability for the master gave them immense satisfaction. As Lin Tian was collecting the eggs, he involuntarily fell into deep thought. Although he had long since given up all hope in his disappointing system, and had long since abandoned any expectations regarding his own cultivation, he still found it truly unacceptable to live like a commoner within the royal kitchen. After all, he was undeniably the chosen one blessed with fortune. Though admittedly, he might have somewhat shamed other so-called favored sons. Yet if there was even the slightest opportunity to change his destiny, of course he would strive to grasp it without hesitation. Otherwise, what would be the point of being reborn here, if he couldn't create even a ripple of change? Right, those so-called mighty experts occasionally come here just to enjoy a free meal. Though they seem idle and unlearned, despite being powerful cultivators, they don't pursue their martial cultivation breakthroughs, but instead indulge in painting and calligraphy. Their current strength, however, is undeniably real. If I can receive some guidance from them, perhaps I could also achieve a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Lin Tian nodded to himself, instantly discovering a potential breakthrough. He had already decided, once those experts appeared here again, he would immediately ask them to pass on the secrets of his cultivation breakthrough. Wait a second. These bastards appear refined and polite on the surface, seeming like righteous men, but each of them harbors hidden agendas. Every time they come here, they have their own personal matters to settle. That means, I'll need to offer them some benefits before they're willing to help me break through. What rare things do I have to offer them? Suddenly, the gleam in Lin Tian's eyes dimmed, and he sighed deeply. Once again, bitterness surfaced across his face. Damn it. Those experts were all dressed in luxurious robes, clearly noble and wealthy people. Besides some domestic animals and pets, his royal kitchen only had some vegetables and grain. How could such ordinary things impress them? Of course, Lin Tian quickly thought of the items the system had given him, which were now stored in the warehouse. But immediately afterward, he lightly shook his head again. Though those items were spoken of by the system as extraordinary and magnificent, in the end, they were ultimately completely useless. Offering those would only invite ridicule from those experts. Chapter 83. Could it all originate from that divine talisman sage? This. Am I, Lin Tian, destined to be a mediocre person all my life? That's damn. Lin Tian clenched his fists, wanting nothing more than to raise his head and roar furiously toward the sky. Eventually, he calmed himself down and once again stepped into the courtyard. All his previous thoughts had already been discarded. If he couldn't break through, then he just couldn't. Living a humble life as an ordinary person, thinking about it sometimes still seemed quite pleasant. Of course, Lin Tian didn't really wish to remain a commoner in this world he had barely managed to transmigrate into. But the problem was, he had no choice. At this very moment, high above the boundless sky, a figure dressed in a white Taoist robe slowly emerged between the winds and clouds. Light radiated from his body. These golden lights were like electrical currents, continuously flowing across his body before eventually settling into tranquility. Longqingy. He slowly lowered his head and gazed downward at the Vermilion Bird Empire. From above, the Vermilion Bird Empire appeared quite prosperous. However, to the eyes of a cultivator, this prosperity appeared utterly false. The Vermilion Bird Empire suffers from scarce spiritual energy. Its fortune is mediocre at best. For a place like this to produce a martial saint expert is already a miraculous blessing from heaven. How could there possibly arise a royal-grade divine talisman sage here? A look of surprise involuntarily surfaced on his face, his brows lightly knitting together. At this moment, confusion gripped him entirely. The disparity between regions determined the boundaries of cultivation for cultivators in different locations. Take Zhongzhou, for example. It was located at the center of this world, where spiritual energies from all directions eventually converged. It was like rivers flowing into the sea, truly a land of heavenly treasures. Cultivators born in such a place enjoyed unique advantages, their cultivation far easier compared to cultivators from other regions. Moreover, for them, the upper limits of cultivation weren't as restricted. Those with extraordinary talent could even transcend the martial emperor stage and command the reverence of every martial cultivator in Qingzhou. As for Qingzhou, it was a region whose heavenly fortune had been ruined. Though seemingly flourishing under the management of its four great empires, its inside was corrupt. Cultivators residing here found cultivation significantly more difficult compared to those in Zhongzhou due to the scarce spiritual energy and the scarcity of resources. For it to produce even a few martial saints was already a miracle beyond miracles. How could such a place give birth to a royal-grade divine talisman sage? How could such a place, where even dogs would refuse to dwell, possibly nurture a supreme divine talisman master? The more Longqingy looked, the more inexplicable he found this entire matter. His gaze gradually roamed across the sky above. Suddenly, he twitched slightly, his body shuddering involuntarily. Senior. His personal guard behind him couldn't help but show surprise on his face. Earlier, the senior had obviously held the Vermilion Bird Empire in great contempt, so why suddenly reacted this way and trembled violently, as if seeing something terrifying? What did this mean? The guard couldn't help but feel dazed. Why is there an aura of heavenly fortune shining over the Vermilion Bird Empire? Wait, not only over the Vermilion Bird Empire. This radiance of fortune hovers over all four great empires. Qingzhou has always been a ruined land, utterly incapable of possessing any heavenly fortune. Although the four great empires seem prosperous on the surface, they are actually just barely holding on. Even if the heavenly Tao's fortune were to pass through here, it should immediately flow directly into our Zhongzhou. Yet the radiance of fortune here is so dazzling. Longqingy blinked rapidly, the contempt on his face completely vanished. In its place appeared unprecedented shock. This fortune-laden aura represented the heavenly fortune of a certain land. Take Zhongzhou, the convergence point of fortune. It was natural that its fortune aura should be extremely brilliant and unmistakable. But Qingzhou, it was a ruined land to begin with. Here, fortune aura had never even appeared before. Once a land did show such a fortune glow, it meant that land would eventually become the focus of all attention. Yet now, The fortune radiance lingering above the four great empires had even surpassed the fortune aura above the Zhongzhou Protection Alliance. In other words, the four great empires were about to rise. At this moment, the personal guard also noticed the strange scene and suddenly changed expression. Senior, I remember the leader once said that Qingzhou was a land abandoned by the Heaven Tao and would ultimately vanish into darkness. This is also the greatest fear of the rulers of the four great empires. But now it seems, things aren't exactly as our leader described. The guard was utterly shaken, almost unable to believe what his own eyes saw. This can only mean that Qingzhou's heavenly fortune has undergone tremendous change. Perhaps not long from now, there will be an opportunity that will cause the Vermilion Bird Empire and the other empires of Qingzhou to rise with unprecedented intensity. Could this very opportunity be that royal-grade divine talisman sage? With a sharp hiss, when he murmured this much, Long Qingyi couldn't help but inhale deeply, his entire body suddenly feeling uneasy. Suddenly, a royal-grade divine talisman sage appears within the Vermilion Bird Empire, and then, above the Vermilion Bird Empire and the other three empires, the radiance of fortune manifests. This is absolutely no coincidence. There must be a cause and effect relationship between the two. Elder, what should we do now? Heavenly fortune manifests similarly to the resources and spiritual energy of this world. When the radiance of fortune in one region suddenly flourishes, the radiance in another region will inevitably weaken significantly. As one rises and the other declines, our Zhongzhou might eventually decline one day. Long Qingyi said gravely, with a sharp intake of breath. The personal guard couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, holding it for a long time without exhaling, his entire body frozen in shock. Fortune renewal. This was not unheard of in past eras. However, each such renewal had always taken at least 100,000 years. Sudden shifts like the one happening now had practically never occurred before. Even less conceivable was for fortune to shift suddenly because of a certain powerful individual. Yet, what the elder just said, that cause and effect link, implied that the emergence of the royal-grade divine talisman sage was the very cause of Qingzhou's fortune transformation. If Qingzhou truly rises, Zhongzhou will surely fall. If Zhongzhou wishes to continue prospering, there remains only one path forward. Thinking thus, he couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. A divine talisman sage who can bring fortune? How powerful could such a being be? Can Zhongzhou truly stand against this? Return. At this moment, Long Qingyi waved his hand and turned his body around. Elder, we haven't finished our investigation. Are we really going back already? The personal guard couldn't help but blink in confusion and couldn't resist asking. Chapter 84. Killing one makes the journey worthwhile. What are we doing here? With the fortune of the world undergoing a shift, Zhongzhou and Qingzhou must engage in battle, a battle we must ensure victory in. Under these circumstances, what's the point of continuing the investigation? Long Chengtai cast a glance at the speaker, eyes sharp as if staring at an idiot. The personal guard immediately broke into a cold sweat, lowering his head slightly. Yes, what's the point of continuing the investigation now? Even if they discover that the so-called king-grade talisman artist's true strength has surpassed the king level, could that prevent the war between Zhongzhou and Qingzhou? Obviously not. This war has been destined by the changing tides of fortune, and it will happen soon. The so-called experts from the four imperial courts aren't too concerning. After all, their strongest are merely at the level of martial sovereign. Zhongzhou needs only to send a few king-level experts to pin these martial sovereign experts to the ground and grind them without any suspense. The only one they truly fear is still that one person, the Wangji divine talismanist. Or perhaps the king-level talisman artist is merely the rank they suspect at present. Maybe that opponent is even stronger. Return. The matter was too serious for Long Qingtai to take lightly. With a wave of his hand, his figure immediately transformed into a golden streak, shooting straight toward Zhongzhou. Soon, the sky returned to calm. Yet at this moment, a short, sharp cry suddenly echoed from behind nearby clouds. A shift in fortune? What's going on? Could it be? As the smoke and clouds dissipated, a figure soon appeared in midair. Lin Lao. Just moments ago, he was watching Zhu Wuhan train at the martial arts yard, marveling at how much sword intent had been embedded in Zhu Wuhan's blade, and subtly, the aura of a martial sovereign. While he was shocked, suddenly, he sensed a fleeting presence in the sky. Although this presence was slight, with the turbulence in the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court lately, and experts lurking everywhere, Lin Lao didn't dare to be careless. He immediately concealed his figure, cautiously advancing, finally hiding behind a patch of clouds. Soon, he realized the other party was indeed an expert from Zhongzhou. Long Qingtai. Just as he was stunned, he suddenly heard a shocking message, shocking beyond belief. That on the land of Qingzhou, a layer of auspicious glow had actually spread, and above every imperial court, such an auspicious glow had appeared. With Lin Lao's current cultivation level, naturally, he couldn't see this glow, yet the shock inside his heart reached an indescribable degree. Immediately, he thought of those paintings bestowed by Senior Lin Tian to the rulers of the four imperial courts. Suddenly, his body trembled. He understood. The great Tao and techniques hidden within those paintings had already surpassed ordinary comprehension. Even martial sovereign experts couldn't fathom their secrets, viewing them merely as unfathomably profound artwork. Yet, they contained this auspicious glow. Once this glow manifested, it would surely make Qingzhou vastly different from before, possibly even changing its entire fate. Auspicious glow. This was something any imperial court could only dream of attaining. And now, it actually came from the hand of that senior? Who could have imagined that so much fortune glow could lie hidden within the paintings personally created by him? How powerful was this senior truly? Just as he was deeply immersed in this indescribable shock, another piece of information hit him like a bucket of icy water. Along with Qingzhou's rise in fortune, Zhongzhou's fortune was clearly beginning to wane. To prevent decline, Zhongzhou now had only one option left: to wage war against Qingzhou. Lin Lao felt a wave of dizziness. Just hearing this information almost made him collapse. What the hell? If Zhongzhou's experts truly arrived here, it would surely result in bloody conflict. Zhongzhou teams with experts, where martial sovereigns walk the streets like commoners. The number of king-level experts even reaches into the thousands. Even martial emperor experts are not rare exceptions. If Zhongzhou and Qingzhou truly went to war, how much chance did Qingzhou stand? We must let the emperor know about this as soon as possible and prepare accordingly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. He clenched his teeth hard, unable to stop himself from wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. As his body shifted slightly, he prepared to fly back toward the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court. You've been watching from afar for quite some time. Are you finally ready to reveal yourself? At this moment, a haughty, mocking voice suddenly echoed from all around. Like an army of thousands and 10,000s, instantly surrounding Lin Lao. Lin Lao's entire body shuddered, frowning deeply. King level Adru. King level Adru translates to King level Adru aura here. Merely from this Ba-Dao, dominating aura, one could tell the opponent was a martial king expert. With a gonglong sheng, roaring sound, the sky before his eyes seemed to be forcibly torn open as a tall, white-robed figure floated forth slowly with hands behind his back. At the very moment of his appearance, 3 divine rings circling his arm flickered and vanished. Long Qingtai. Behind him, his personal guard wore a cruel, twisted grin on his face. The two of them were clearly surrounded by an aura of slaughter. It seemed to freeze the air around them in an instant. This is the land of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court. I advise you not to act recklessly. Lin Lao's face darkened. Did you really think I didn't know you were hiding behind the clouds? I left on purpose just to lure you out. I never expected that an expert of Qingzhou's Vermilion Bird Imperial Court would be this foolish. Long Qingtai rolled his eyes, mockery evident on his face. Though he had just witnessed Qingzhou's shifting fortune with his own eyes and could do nothing to change it, he wouldn't mind killing one expert of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court. That alone would make the trip worthwhile. Do you think our Vermilion Bird Imperial Court is your playground to run wild in? Lin Lao's expression changed as his aura wildly gathered into his palm. A faint divine ring slowly rotated around his wrist. A martial sovereign expert. Elder, why should you personally deal with such a small fry? My martial sovereign 9th rank strength alone will be sufficient. The personal guard sneered coldly, lifting his brows slightly, his face brimming with mockery. Earlier, seeing the opponent's arrogance, he had assumed he was a top-tier expert of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court, at least at the peak of martial sovereign cultivation, never expecting him to just be an ordinary martial sovereign. Moreover, he seemed to have just stepped into this realm, certainly not a top-tier expert. One person's strength alone was enough to deal with him. Martial sovereign 9th rank. Upon hearing the other party's words, Lin Lao's face immediately turned pale. This opponent appeared to be merely a servant, yet possessed a cultivation level as high as martial sovereign 9th rank. That was the full peak of martial sovereign strength, far beyond what he could handle. Yet, how could the dignity of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court be measured by one's life? Even if Lin Lao had to give his life, he must transmit the news of Zhongzhou's imminent attack. Come. The next second, Lin Lao roared and suddenly pushed both palms outward. A mighty aura condensed in midair in an instant. Then it formed into the shape of a giant hand, crashing violently down onto the personal guard. Chapter 85. Better to die than be insulted. You overestimate yourself. The personal guard snorted coldly, his lips slightly twitching, revealing a mocking smile. Suddenly, he thrust both palms forward. In an instant, his palms seemed to carry the surging power of an endless river. Even the air condensed, violently surging upward toward the illusory hand pressing down from the sky. With a hung-run sound, the collision of the two forces shook the heavens and earth, sending shockwaves rippling outward, creating violent gusts of wind and raising clouds of dust below. So he's truly a martial saint expert? How terrifying must the elders of the Guardian Alliance be? Old Lin's heart sank, his expression turning extremely grave at once. The reason he attacked was only to test the other side's strength, to see just how powerful they were. But the moment he struck, he discovered that even the personal guard was a martial saint expert, and clearly stronger than himself. Then, how terrifying must Long Qingtai himself be? Even in the midst of battle, Old Lin couldn't help glancing toward Long Qingtai. He saw Long Qingtai standing with his hands behind his back, lips slightly lifted, chin raised, with a look of utter contempt. Clearly, he had the qualifications to do so. I suggest you stop struggling. You're no match for me. Just surrender obediently. The personal guard laughed out loud, rushing toward Old Lin crazily. On the land of the Vermilion Bird Empire, we may die in battle, but we will never suffer your humiliation. Old Lin gritted his teeth hard, a determined glint flickering in his eyes. This was the Vermilion Bird Empire's territory. As an important martial expert in the Empire, if he now knelt in submission and was humiliated by the enemy, it would be a disgrace to the entire Vermilion Bird Empire. Even if he died, he would never allow himself to be insulted. Fine then. If that's the case, I'll ensure you die with no place to be buried. The personal guard's eyes flashed with icy coldness, and as he spoke, his body blurred into infinite shadows, violently rushing forward. Though he was alone, he bore the momentum of a river descending from the sky, unstoppable. Hiss! Old Lin couldn't help but inhale sharply, his aura wildly swirling and expanding. Though the aura was invisible to the naked eye, the air around him clearly twisted violently. In an instant, centered on him, it exploded into a spherical aura over 50 meters wide. Within it, lightning crackled and surged continuously. Clearly, at this moment, Old Lin had pushed his full strength to the peak. His opponent was a peak martial saint, and he absolutely couldn't afford to underestimate him. Another loud bang rang out. At the moment their auras collided, a fierce gust of wind burst forth. Phew! Old Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling an immense pressure ruthlessly crashing upon every limb and bone. In an instant, he was severely injured. His body fell rapidly downward like a meteor streaking through the sky. At the same time, his heart sank into a bottomless abyss. Even the smallest of the Guardian Alliance's personal guards was this powerful. It wasn't hard to imagine that their elder's strength likely had long surpassed the Martial King stage. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The worst part was that the Vermilion Bird Empire had clearly been targeted by the Guardian Alliance. These two were merely the vanguard, perhaps just here to test their strength. Their true forces might arrive any moment. In that case, how would the four great empires respond? No, I can't fall yet. I must deliver this message to the Emperor. Let the Emperor and the senior experts prepare ahead of time. Although the senior's strength is formidable, in the end they're only one person. Falling through the sky, Old Lin clenched his teeth hard, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. A cruel gleam appeared on his face. In his younger days, among the four great empires, he had been someone who constantly stirred up waves and chaos. However, as he grew older, he eventually withdrew into the background, helping cultivate talent for the Vermilion Bird Empire. Today's battle instantly reignited the fighting spirit within him. Suddenly, he pushed both hands downward hard, and a surge of aura instantly erupted from his palms. Relying on this counterforce, his body finally regained balance in the air. You're so old. Why be so stubborn? Do you really not want me to leave you with an intact corpse? At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly echoed from directly above him. That fast. Old Lin's heart trembled, his pupils constricting violently. He suddenly realized that above the sky, a figure had already appeared beside him. It seemed as if the opponent was a towering giant, while he himself was no more than a tiny ant, destined to live forever under the other's shadow. Huh! Suddenly, Old Lin roared with all his might. The aura surging from his body exploded violently, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a beam of light, rushing fiercely toward his enemy. Body transformed into sword chi, dual cultivation of sword and martial arts. The personal guard couldn't help but show a trace of astonishment on his face. And the moment those words escaped his lips, the beam of light had already surged dangerously close to him. But in the next second, a contemptuous, sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face. Dual cultivation of sword and martial arts? What of it? The gap in our strength has already determined that you are no match for me. In an instant, he thrust out a single palm. His palm wind sliced through the air like a blade, directly splitting apart the fierce aura surrounding Old Lin, as effortlessly as a sharp knife slicing through a watermelon. Sword and martial arts dual cultivation? And even reaching the state of sword mastery without holding a blade. Old Lin's heart suddenly sank. In that split second, all the aura radiating from his body seemed to be brutally torn apart by the opponent's palm, his entire momentum and aura vanishing into thin air. I already told you. Before me, you're nothing but an ant. Why bother struggling? Why not preserve your body while you still can? But now it seems there's no chance of that. You must be filled with regret, right? The personal guard sneered coldly, lips curling slightly upward as he gazed condescendingly at Old Lin before him. Right at that moment, Old Lin's throat had already been firmly gripped by the enemy's hand, as effortlessly as grabbing a little chick. I simply lack your skill. Even if I die by your hand, what of it? But do you truly believe the Vermilion Bird Empire has no one left? You may crush me as easily as an ant, but there will come a day when someone crushes you just as effortlessly, and you will finally understand the true meaning of despair. Old Lin let out a bitter laugh, fear completely absent in this moment. Yet deep within, he felt a pang of guilt. Chapter 86. The Gap Between Two Powers. He had spent his entire life working diligently, never daring to slack off for even a moment, all for the sake of the Vermilion Bird dynasty. But today, faced with a true top expert, he couldn't even manage to send out an important message. He felt nothing but endless shame in his heart. Who is this king-level talisman master you're talking about? He's ultimately nothing more than a legend. You hold a high status within the Vermilion Bird dynasty, which proves that you're among its strongest. Yet, you're still in my grasp today, which proves that your Vermilion Bird dynasty truly has no real talent. The personal guardian sneered slightly, a look of disdain on his face. Is that so? Then dare you face off against that king-level talisman master? Old Lin raised his eyebrows, his face filled with sarcasm. Yet inside, he was already burning with anger. He could allow himself to be humiliated by the enemy, but absolutely would not allow them to insult his seniors. Whether it was Senior Xiao Li or Lin Tian, none of them were people the enemy had any right to insult. After killing you, we will go after this so-called king-level talisman master. At that time, the elder will personally send him down to accompany you. The personal guardian let out a cruel laugh, clearly showing no respect towards Old Lin at all, and suddenly tightened his grip. A suffocating sensation instantly caused Old Lin's vision to blur with sparks. But still, he tried his hardest not to make a single sound. He could allow himself to die, but he would never allow himself to bring shame to the Vermilion Bird Dynasty. Do you really think you can remain completely silent? Are you afraid others from the Vermilion Bird Dynasty will see your pathetic state? Elder, shall we make his death even more despairing? The personal guardian smiled slightly, addressing Longqing Tai with a seemingly friendly tone. Good, then let him die in despair. No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of me before. Of course he must pay the price. Go ahead. Longqing Tai stood with his hands behind his back, smiling lightly. As if Old Lin, the top expert of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, was not even an ant before him. If he wanted him dead, he could simply lift one finger to scatter his very soul. Great, as the elder commands. Today, let the Vermilion Bird Dynasty see just how fragile their so-called experts really are. The personal guardian laughed loudly, holding tightly onto Old Lin's neck while slowly descending alongside Longqing Tai. Seeing this scene before him, Old Lin's expression changed, his eyes filled with rage and sorrow. He could die, but he absolutely could not allow himself to shame the Vermilion Bird Dynasty. But in this moment, the enemy was not only gripping his throat, but had also sealed his entire body's energy with their aura, even preventing him from breaking his own heart meridian. Unending despair and shame flooded his heart. Vermilion Bird Dynasty, hear me now? Come out of hiding. Descending from the sky to midair, the personal guardian curled his lips slightly, loudly declaring. His tone was full of deep contempt. And the reason? Whether it was the Vermilion Bird Dynasty or any of the 4 great dynasties, none of them possessed a martial sovereign capable of challenging him. This was the might of the Central Continent experts. A mere guard from the Central Continent had come here and could already wreak havoc across Qingzhou. Who dares to be so bold? Daring to provoke us in the Vermilion Bird Dynasty? Are you seeking death? Suddenly, the usually silent compound of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty exploded with voices like thunder. The ground trembled. Roof tiles atop tall buildings fell one after another with the vibrations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With piercing sounds of rushing air, figure after figure shot into the sky, instantly covering half the heavens. Wave after wave of formidable auras radiated out. Seeing this, Old Lin's lips curled into a slight smile, and immediately, a sense of comfort appeared on his face. These were the experts of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, mighty in their aura. They had finally lived up to the Vermilion Bird Dynasty's reputation. Old Lin, daring to treat Old Lin like this? Put him down now. Who exactly are you people? Just then, the countless experts of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty suddenly changed expressions, filled with rage. And within their hearts, a tremor passed through. They could never have imagined that Old Lin, whom they had always held in high regard, was now being tightly gripped like this. Protector Boundary Alliance of the Central Continent. The person behind me is none other than the Alliance Elder, Longqing Tai. Now, why don't you all kneel and prostrate yourselves? The personal guardian rolled his eyes, displaying the peak of arrogance. Just when these people had appeared, with a simple sensing technique, he had immediately realized the strongest among them was merely a martial sovereign cultivator. Not even a match for his own strength. What's the use of having so many people? If the elder were to take action, in the blink of an eye he could reduce all these people to a state where they would not even deserve a burial. The personal guardian didn't really want to be too arrogant either. But unfortunately, the opponent just wasn't capable. Protector Boundary Alliance? Central Continent. How come experts from the Central Continent have come here? This could be a bit of trouble. Just moments ago, the Vermilion Bird experts had been charging forward fiercely, but now their momentum instantly dropped noticeably. Like a raging fire that had suddenly been partially extinguished. Seeing the scene before him, Old Lin's face subtly changed expression, soon followed by a flush of color appearing on his face. Seeing the experts of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty showing signs of caution made his first reaction naturally one of extreme anger. But then, he suddenly regained clarity. He understood perfectly well that their reaction was quite reasonable. After all, neither the Vermilion Bird Dynasty's experts, nor the experts from the other 3 great dynasties had ever stepped beyond Qingzhou, let alone ever witnessed the power of an expert from the Central Continent firsthand. The reason? To experts from the Central Continent, the so-called top experts of Qingzhou simply weren't worth the effort to look down upon. A martial sovereign expert was considered the peak in Qingzhou, yet in the Central Continent, they could be found practically everywhere. From a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg, it became clear enough. The status of experts from Qingzhou compared to those from the Central Continent could hardly be compared at all. One was on the ground, the other in the heavens. And thus, once experts from these 2 worlds met, the Qingzhou experts would subconsciously feel that their opponent was superior. This natural imbalance of status caused by environmental differences indeed felt helpless and pitiable. In an instant, the experts of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, who just moments ago had feared nothing, all showed expressions of shock. An elder of the Protector Boundary Alliance, accompanied by a personal guardian, pays a visit to our Vermilion Bird Dynasty. This is truly a great honor. Vermilion Bird Sovereign, please come forward and welcome our guests. Suddenly, a voice exploded across the skies, rolling through the heavens like thunder above the Vermilion Bird Dynasty. With the voice came movement. A figure, like a streak of white light, soared through the air, flying toward the scene. In no time, the figure gently hovered in the air, directly in front of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty's experts. Chapter 87 Consecutive Breakthroughs. Imperial Sovereign. All the Vermilion Bird experts present lowered their heads respectfully and greeted him with great reverence. No need for formalities. The vermilion bird imperial sovereign gave a slight nod, his gaze slowly shifting toward Tai, and then he clasped his fists together. You're welcome as guests from afar. I suppose my people must have offended you. Still, I hope you'll be gracious and spare my people. His tone was neither arrogant nor submissive. Yet, deep in his eyes, a hint of tension had already flickered past. Damn it, it was actually an expert from the Central Zhou, and among them, one was even an elder of the Boundary Guardian Alliance. The moment they acted, they took control of Elder Lin, obviously not coming with good intentions. But the only thing he could do now was try his hardest to keep them calm. Otherwise, if a fight were to break out, Elder Lin would surely be the first to die. And Elder Lin was a top-tier expert among the Vermilion Bird Empire's experts. If he really died in front of everyone, it would certainly shatter the morale of many. Right now, what mattered most was to keep the opposing side as stable as possible. Buying time. Perhaps, the senior must have already sensed that something was wrong. Once the senior intervened, what could the elder of the Boundary Guardian Alliance do, let alone even if the leader of the alliance himself came here? Humph. At this moment, Tai rolled his eyes and didn't even bother to respond. The Vermilion Bird Empire's sovereign? In the land of Qingzhou, no one would dare to disrespect him. Besides, the other three imperial dynasties had already submitted to the Vermilion Bird Empire's rule recently. One could say that the Vermilion Bird Empire had now become the leader among the four empires. Thus, the Vermilion Bird Sovereign was naturally the overlord of this region. But in Tai's eyes, the Vermilion Bird Sovereign was no different than an ant, not even worth acknowledging. A guest deserves hospitality? Imperial Sovereign, you're too polite. We were just passing by, but this old man suddenly jumped out and wanted to test his strength against us. It was his own arrogance that brought this upon him. The personal guard's lips curled upward slightly as he continued to slander Elder Lin. Elder Lin's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to refute the accusations. Unfortunately, under the pressure of the opponent's aura, he already felt as though he were suffocating. How easily could he speak? This. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign slightly furrowed his brow, naturally not believing the words of the other side. Elder Lin, throughout his life, had always been extremely cautious. How could he possibly provoke experts from the Central Zhou on purpose? He had already said that even if the experts from the four empires passed through here and slightly violated the Vermilion Bird Empire's rules, the leaders would still turn a blind eye. Now, I'll forgive him, and I'll apologize on his behalf. Vermilion Bird Sovereign's face darkened slightly, yet he still spoke respectfully. If you want us to forgive, it's actually simple. All experts of the Vermilion Bird dynasty, why don't you kneel down already? The personal guard sneered coldly as he loudly barked out his command. Under normal circumstances, if a personal guard dared to shout orders at so many experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire, some of the experts might have instantly gone berserk. However, at this moment, everyone merely furrowed their brows slightly, letting their inner fury surge. Yet they dared not show their anger too obviously, simply because the others were experts from the Central Zhou. They had absolutely no chance of victory. In this situation, aside from swallowing their pride and enduring, there was truly no other way. Why be so pushy? This is still my territory of Qingzhou. Senior, please grant me this courtesy. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign took a deep breath, and in his mind, a loud explosion of anger erupted. At this moment, he still tried to persuade them with kind words. With a senior watching over him, he naturally feared no experts from the Central Zhou. But the problem was, if the conflict escalated between them, war between the Central Zhou and Qingzhou was inevitable. At that time, countless lives would suffer. This was not a consequence he wished to see. Then in that case, I have no choice but to let him die. Eyes turning icy cold, a hint of sinister pleasure involuntarily surfaced on the face of the personal guard. The reason he brought Elder Lin here rather than killing him in the skies above was solely to humiliate the entire Vermilion Bird dynasty. Now, almost all the Vermilion Bird Empire's top experts were present here. Killing Elder Lin in front of them would severely humiliate and intimidate them. This would be a double victory. Stop. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign's expression changed abruptly. In an instant, his figure transformed into a streak of lightning, charging straight toward the opponent. So fast, the personal guard was actually taken aback, never expecting the opponent's speed to reach such a level. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared right in front of him. He had originally thought that with his strength, no one across the entire Vermilion Bird Empire could rival him. Even if the opponent were fast, surely not faster than himself. After all, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Sage Realm. He could claim without a doubt that there was absolutely no one equal to him in the entire realm. But he could never have imagined, in the past few hours, to express his respect for Lin Tian, the Vermilion Bird Sovereign had bathed, changed attire, and sat beside the painting, constantly pondering the mysterious world flowing from within the scroll. Though he could not sense the fortune radiance of the painting with his cultivation alone, as a ruler, he had already sensed the presence of this mysterious aura. He naturally didn't know that this was the so-called fortune radiance. He merely found it extremely mysterious and wished to uncover its true meaning. Unknowingly, he had already been forcibly propelled forward by the overbearing aura within the painting. Finally, he had ascended to the peak of the Sage Realm. Hiss! The Vermilion Bird Sovereign had never expected his strength to be enhanced. As his body moved, he couldn't help but inhale a deep breath, instantly familiar with this new surge of power. A trace of astonishment unknowingly appeared on his face. The painting bestowed by the senior must possess the power to transform one's body and soul. What exactly is going on here? A wave of amazement surged in his heart, while his nerves at the same time relaxed. Although all of this had transpired in the span of a fleeting moment, his sharpened reflexes, boosted by his newfound speed, had become astonishingly fast. At the instant of launching his attack, he was almost certain he could subdue his enemy with overwhelming superiority. Rescuing Elder Lin was naturally no problem at all. In that brief moment of tension, his aura erupted fiercely, spreading outward and wrapping around his body, forming a sharp, blade-like shape. With a sharp sound, his body sliced through the air like a blade. Chapter 88. If the master dislikes it, then let it disappear. Peak of the Wuzhen realm? Sure enough, the Vermilion Bird Emperor is a name well earned. The personal guardian's expression slightly changed, and suddenly he released Elder Lin. All of this had happened in an incredibly brief moment. In the blink of an eye, he had already swiftly analyzed the situation. If he continued to control, or even kill Elder Lin at this point, he would immediately find himself in a passive position. He wanted to deal with someone at the peak of the Wuzhen realm. Every second counted. Otherwise, he could quickly find himself in a disadvantageous position. And once in a disadvantageous position, the two combatants, nearly even in cultivation, would quickly determine the outcome. In less than a breath of time, boom, as if an explosion, a brilliant aura suddenly erupted from the personal guardian's dantian, flashing faintly with golden light. In an instant, it formed the shape of a large bell, covering his body in its dome. Boom. The two auras clashed. The personal guardian's face suddenly changed dramatically. His heart gave a fierce jolt. He clearly sensed the sharpness of the opponent's aura, like a divine weapon slicing straight through the defense formed by his great technique. Yet, in that split second, the Vermilion Bird Emperor, wrapped in the aura of blade intent, suddenly flickered and immediately exited the range of the bell, instead rushing toward Elder Lin below. A flash of light, and Elder Lin had already been rescued. Then, the Vermilion Bird Emperor returned to his original standing position. There he stood, hands behind his back, his robe still fluttering violently from the previous movement, before finally calming down. Yet, his expression looked as though what had just occurred had never even happened. The only difference was the presence of Elder Lin by his side. Thank you, Emperor. Congratulations, Emperor. You've broken through not once, but continuously. Elder Lin's face showed first shame, then astonishment. How long had it been since the Emperor last broken through a cultivation barrier? Every martial cultivator knew a basic truth. As strength increased, one would eventually hit bottlenecks. The higher the realm, the more formidable the obstacles. The bottleneck at the Wuzhen realm was especially difficult to break through. Yet the Vermilion Bird Emperor had clearly enhanced dramatically. Such an increase could not have been achieved by just breaking one bottleneck. He had actually overcome several consecutive ones. This must have something to do with the painting bestowed by that senior. A single painting had actually pushed a Wuzhen level expert straight to the peak. What, then, was the true power of that senior? The experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire all wore excited expressions. Just moments ago, when they had looked disheveled and dejected, they now finally regained their former glory. Their eyes shimmered with eager expectation. A peak Wuzhen realm? How many years has it been since the Vermilion Bird Empire had someone this strong? So, our emperor has actually become this mighty. I've always said our royal family's potential is astonishing. One day he will surpass all past generations. Peak Wuzhen realm? But I clearly remember. Instantly, all the experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire were ecstatic. It had indeed been many years since a Wuzhen at the peak of his cultivation had appeared in the Vermilion Bird Empire. With such strength, the Vermilion Bird Emperor could easily claim the title of the strongest in Qingzhou. Clearly, this was extraordinary good news. A peak Wuzhen. The personal guardian showed a trace of surprise. Then, mockery appeared on his face. Frogs at the bottom of a well. Upon seeing their emperor break through, they were overjoyed and lost their heads. Didn't they know how powerful the person standing before them actually was? Senior Elder. The personal guardian slightly lifted the corner of his mouth and turned his head to look at Longsheng Tai beside him. Longsheng Tai nodded slightly, then slowly raised his eyes. A powerful aura gently began to radiate from him. Although this was only a simple display of Wuya, yet the aura of intimidation filled the entire sky and earth in an instant. Rumbling, as the faint golden light around him flickered continuously, vast clouds began to gather around his figure. One man's Wuya was enough to summon heavenly phenomena? The Vermilion Bird Emperor and Elder Lin frowned deeply. Even as strong as them, their hearts pounded violently at this moment. A Wuang cultivator, and one who was far ahead in the Wuang realm. The two, having never even reached the Wuang stage, couldn't even begin to guess just how terrifying his power truly was. The experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire, who had just been so excited a moment ago, suddenly felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over them, instantly snapping them out of their euphoria into a state of fear. A Wuang expert. Actually, he's really a Wuang expert. Why do I feel like my legs are trembling? I actually have the illusion of wanting to kneel down involuntarily. I almost forgot. The other side also has a genuine Wuang expert. If he hadn't been present, the status of this person within the Guardian Boundary Alliance would definitely not be low. He must be someone at the elder level. The Guardian Boundary Alliance actually sent such an important figure here? Could it be they truly intend to crush us Vermilion Bird Empire? Beneath the gloomy clouds, the vast group of Vermilion Bird Empire experts covering the sky all trembled together in fear. Fear was written clearly in their eyes. Haha, I haven't even moved yet, and you're already like this. Hurry up and kneel before me. Longsheng Tai laughed loudly, his robes and long beard and hair wildly fluttering in the stormy wind brought by the dark clouds. He looked exactly like a god of madness descending into the world. Invincible. Even more dark clouds crazily gathered around him, with flashes of lightning dancing like golden snakes inside. And in the very center of this divine fury, he appeared even more like a celestial deity. The Vermilion Bird Emperor and Elder Lin, along with others, immediately broke into a cold sweat on their foreheads. Their hearts started beating even faster. They had even begun to feel completely powerless. At this moment, no one noticed. Inside the small imperial kitchen far below, Lin Tian, who had been sun-drying radish slices, unintentionally looked up at the sky. Then, he slightly furrowed his brows and softly sighed. Just a moment ago, the sky was perfectly fine. Why has it suddenly started to rain? What unpredictable weather. Without sunlight and constantly gloomy, it really drags down people's moods. Lin Tian muttered absent-mindedly and reluctantly gathered up the radish slices. When one's luck runs out, even drinking cold water could choke you. He was already greatly frustrated that cultivation couldn't proceed. He had wanted to dry some radish slices to store in the warehouse. But now, even the sky seemed to be against him. Heard that, Master dislikes dark clouds. At this moment, an unremarkable old hen suddenly spoke in a human voice. Since Master dislikes it, then let these dark clouds disappear. Another old hen said casually, but as soon as the words fell, the phoenix illusion above its head suddenly spread its wings. That gigantic wingspan instantly connected heaven and earth. Then it fiercely flapped once. Chapter 89, The Divine Beast's Wrath, Crisis for the Middle Continent's Strongest. Boom. Those wings, as vast as if covering the sky and earth, instantly scattered the dark clouds that Long Qingyi had gathered above Longqing. All of this happened in an instant. The wings flickered and vanished just as quickly as they appeared. Yet, they had not escaped Long Qingyi's sharp eyes. Hiss. He couldn't help but inhale sharply, his pupils constricting repeatedly, his heart pounding wildly. The Phoenix Clan? A divine beast from the upper realm? It actually appeared here. Where in the Xiuxian Empire was that? His eyes gleamed with intense focus before sending out a wave of spiritual energy, directly rushing toward the direction of the imperial kitchen. A small Xiuxian Empire actually harboring a divine beast from the upper realm? You gotta be kidding me. Long Qingyi still struggled to believe his own eyes. He wanted to investigate personally, but instead, hiss, an endless barrier formation? Not even I, a martial king, can penetrate this barrier? Could it be that the so-called king-tier talisman master is hiding here? Long Qingyi was truly shocked. Ever since he had arrived in Qingzhou, he had looked down upon everyone. His arrogance and superiority had caused him to completely disregard the existence of this so-called king-tier talisman master. In fact, what kind of crap king-tier talisman master could there possibly be? Maybe it was simply wrong intelligence. How could a king-tier talisman master possibly appear here? Moreover, whether in Qingzhou, the Middle Continent, or even across the entire 9 provinces, one universal rule always applied. Might makes right. For instance, the leader of the Guardian Alliance is always the most powerful individual in that alliance. Otherwise, others wouldn't accept his authority without question. In other words, if a weaker individual were to become the leader of the Guardian Alliance, those stronger than him would certainly refuse to obey. Therefore, logic dictated that the true strongest cultivator in the Xiuxian Empire should be the current Xiuxian Emperor himself. If there were indeed a king-tier talisman master here, unless there were special circumstances, it was highly likely that he would have already taken over. Also, during the Xiuxian Empire's previous military actions, no talisman masters had ever participated. If even a regular talisman master was absent, how could a top-tier king-tier talisman master possibly exist here? Thus, Long Qingyi boldly concluded that there was absolutely no such thing as a king-tier talisman master here. But what he had not expected was this. Though there was no sign of a king-tier talisman master, a divine beast phoenix from the upper realm had appeared. Although it had merely flapped its wings once, it had already shocked everyone. This, Elder, his personal guard's face slightly changed, just regaining his senses from the previous days. Just now, he had also clearly seen a pair of phoenix wings appear below, radiating an ancient, unquenchable flame. With just one flap, it had completely dispersed the Elder's protective aura. Could the Xiuxian Empire actually possess such a terrifying ancient divine beast? That's impossible. Just moments ago, full of arrogance and domineering attitude, the personal guard now found himself drenched in cold sweat, visibly shaken. Calm down. What are you afraid of? It was just a phoenix divine beast. Perhaps it wasn't even a real divine beast, but rather some similar cultivation technique. Someone is likely trying to play tricks below. At this moment, Long Qingyi's lips curled slightly, quickly drawing a seemingly flawless conclusion. Although the Xiuxian Empire claimed descent from divine beasts, their bloodline had long since declined. Forget about the pure lineage of the Xiuxian clan. Nowadays, even saying that these so-called elites of the Xiuxian Empire were merely descendants of sparrows would not be an exaggeration, because their bloodline had truly fallen to that level. How could a true phoenix divine beast possibly follow them? Thus, it could almost be confirmed that the phoenix image that had appeared just now was absolutely not a true phoenix, but more likely a mere illusion created by the power of a top-tier talisman master. Ha ha ha. Just now I was thinking that you, from the Xiuxian Empire, might actually be upright and noble, but apparently you're all just cowards hiding in the shadows. Daring to use illusions to scare us? Do you think we are here to play games? We're not afraid at all. If you have the guts, then reveal your true form. Long Qingyi laughed heartily, appearing utterly composed at this moment. He not only showed no sign of fear or respect, but instead loudly taunted toward the direction of the imperial kitchen. Inside the imperial kitchen. Hearing the voice from the sky, Lin Tian slowly lifted his head, a trace of confusion flickering across his face. Why is there suddenly noise coming from above? It sounds like the voice of an old man. Seems quite arrogant. But I wonder what he is even talking about. Immediately, he shook his head. He didn't think much of it. After all, from who knows when onward. There had been strange occurrences over the imperial kitchen from time to time. Sometimes someone fell from above. Sometimes someone continuously passed overhead. So, hearing the voice of an old man now wasn't all that strange to Lin Tian. Better hurry up and clean all this up. It might rain again soon. Sighing, Lin Tian felt the frustration of being a powerless ordinary man. He couldn't help but imagine how great it would be if he possessed miraculous strength. With a wave of his hand, he could send all these radishes straight into the imperial kitchen, without having to carry them one by one. However, he couldn't even fly through the air yet, so he could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Using his hands one by one, he slowly transported the radishes into the imperial kitchen. Inside the imperial kitchen, everything seemed normal. It appeared unaffected by Longqingyi at all. Yet, the moment Lin Tian's figure vanished inside the imperial kitchen, the previously motionless Phoenix clan suddenly began to stir. Pair after pair of eyes lit up instantly with boundless fury. Did you hear that? That old man seems to be provoking us. That's right. As if he doesn't even consider the Phoenix clan worthy. Isn't he just a martial king expert? Since when did a martial king expert become this arrogant? I really want to go over there right now and slam him to the ground. I feel exactly the same. Don't try to stop me. This so-called expert is mine to deal with. The Phoenix clan was furious. At this moment, they only wanted to do one thing. Slam him into the ground and grind him into dust. It was nothing much if they were looked down upon. But that old bastard actually dared to roar above the imperial kitchen, clearly showing contempt toward their master. Disrespecting the master was a capital offense, and an unforgivable crime at that. Chapter 90. The dog gets angry. Hee. I've never seen such a foolish person before. The strength of our master is unfathomable, far beyond the level of these ordinary powerful figures. How dare they shout here? Not even respecting the Phoenix clan. Although the Phoenix clan isn't considered much in the eyes of our Azure Dragon clan, to disregard the Phoenix clan is the same as disregarding our Azure Dragon clan. We are both divine beasts after all. Should we take action? Within the pond, the Azure Dragons continued rolling their eyes. Looking at the surface of the pond, there was seemingly nothing different from a normal pond. Yet within the reflection on the water, one could clearly see countless Azure Dragons soaring through the void. From time to time, they glared furiously toward the sky, already impatiently waiting to strike against Longqingyi. It's rare that our Azure Dragon brothers are in harmony with us Phoenix today. Thank you, little goldfish. Don't be so polite, little cock. We're doing this for our master, not for you. The Azure Dragon clan sneered coldly. Little goldfish? You dare call us little goldfish? We, the Azure Dragon clan, are mighty and renowned among divine beasts. Only our master has the right to call us little goldfish. Who do these Phoenix people think they are? Little cock. The entire Phoenix clan was stunned, then their faces burned with fury. The raging phantom above their bodies suddenly stretched its wings as if ready to soar high. It seemed as though the 10,000 miles of clouds were ignited and burned away in an instant by the flapping of its wings. Hee, you're actually angry? Our Azure Dragon clan fears nothing from your Phoenix clan. What's there to be arrogant about? Isn't it just because you arrived a bit earlier than us? The little goldfish rolled their eyes furiously. Suddenly, countless dragon-shaped phantoms burst forth from the pond, shooting straight into the sky's highest reaches. The thunderous roars of dragons rumbled through the heavens like rolling thunder, shaking the entire Jiuzhou realm. Our Phoenix clan will absolutely never. At this moment, the Phoenix clan completely lost control. Their Phoenix phantoms surged upwards once more. Yet just then, a lazy voice suddenly drifted over from beneath the peach tree. I advise you all to show some sense. Don't disturb my nap. If you provoke me, it's nothing, but if you provoke our master, you'll find yourselves on the dinner table today. Teddy rolled its eyes and said threateningly. Puff. The Azure Dragon and Phoenix phantoms suddenly dissipated into nothingness. The Phoenix and Azure Dragon clans exchanged helpless glances, but dared not speak further. The Retian Divine Dog clan, who defies the heavens, the earth, and everything in between. Indeed, they weren't a clan ordinary divine beasts could provoke. That's better. Don't disturb my rest. Whoever dares disturb my rest, or disturbs our master, I'll make sure they. Teddy sneered coldly, just as it was about to close its eyes for a nap again. Suddenly, from the highest heavens above, that deep and powerful voice sounded once more. Pretending to be mysterious, what is that supposed to prove? I'd like to see how strong this so-called king-ranked spirit talisman master really is. Why not come out and fight me, Longqingyi, head-to-head? The voice rumbled like thunder across the sky, filled with an unprecedented sense of arrogance. Even worse, the voice was like a relentless speaker, aimed directly toward the direction of the imperial kitchen. All the divine beasts stood frozen. Even the little peach tree was trembling slightly. A trace of fear appeared on their faces. Their gazes finally settled on the door of the imperial kitchen. As time passed, second by second, after what seemed like an eternity, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, that thing called Longqingyi truly doesn't know the meaning of death. After all, their master's power isn't only unfathomable, it shakes the heavens and earth. Never had anyone dared to challenge their master so brazenly. Just now, they truly feared that their master might suddenly lose control with anger, and in an uncontrollable rage, even they might be caught in the crossfire. Perhaps even perish utterly with no trace left. However, it seemed that, in their master's eyes, the opponent was nothing but an ant. Would an ant's cries of defiance truly ignite their master's wrath? A being that doesn't know life or death. Never have I seen such an unintelligent creature, daring to even reveal his own name. Luckily, he didn't expose which dynasty or power he belongs to. Otherwise, not only would he himself suffer, but even his backers would face great disaster. I've never seen such a foolish person before either. Let's just obliterate him. The Azure Dragon clan and Phoenix clan continued their endless discussions. They had already started considering what method to use to ensure the other party perished without a place to be buried. All of you shut up and stop right now. Just now I already said, whoever dares disturb my nap, I'll make sure he dies without a place to be buried. Do you think I'm just bluffing? Boom. A gigantic dog-shaped phantom suddenly erupted from Guzi's body, towering into the heavens. Its terrifying face seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth in an instant. Unstoppable by anyone. Big Brother Guzi is angry. Xiao Taoshu trembled violently. A beautiful face emerged on the tree trunk. Deep admiration and affection were clearly visible on that face. She couldn't wait to witness Big Brother Guzi's mighty form. Guzi is angry. Since Guzi arrived here, this is the first time anyone dared to provoke him to this extent. That Longqing Tai is doomed. I can already foresee he'll die a most miserable death. Not even a single bone will remain. The Azure Dragon clan and Phoenix clan couldn't help but instinctively shrink their necks. Although their words expressed Bu Fu cheat, their bodies told the truth. Whoosh! Guzi shot into the sky, his eyes burning with furious flames. He wanted to see exactly who was so bold as to provoke his master and himself. Above the heavens, the Vermilion Bird Emperor and Elder Lin wore extremely grave expressions. They both looked at Longqing Tai as though he were the stupidest person in the world. Their expressions seemed to say, this old fool is beyond saving. Daring to insult his seniors? Ever since his senior emerged from seclusion, no one had ever dared to do such a thing. After all, no one had been so stupid before. But could Longqing Tai really be this foolish? He deserved to die. The powerful experts from the Vermilion Bird Empire were somewhat stunned, their gazes unconsciously turning downward. Although the Vermilion Bird Empire had long spread stories about hidden sages, very few had actually witnessed Xiao Lizi's fighting in person. Chapter 91. The strongest cultivation technique has been scattered? Furthermore, the Vermilion Bird Emperor had personally warned that under no circumstances should the identities of these two senior experts be revealed. Therefore, very few people knew that hidden right around the Imperial kitchen were two terrifying seniors. At this moment, seeing Longqing Tai provoking in that direction, everyone was greatly perplexed. What's going on? Why does he look so tense, as if facing a powerful enemy? That's right. Although he appears calm, the way he stands with his hands clasped behind his back, constantly tightening his fists, shows he is ready to respond and initiate his technique at any moment. He looks calm on the surface, but inside he's incredibly nervous. Could the rumors actually be true? Those who had originally felt hopeless suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of hope surging within them. Before this, against Longqing Tai, they truly had no chance of victory. But now, seeing how tense Longqing Tai was toward a certain direction, it at least suggested there was still a possibility that a powerful expert would suddenly appear and help them resist this catastrophe. In an instant, numerous hopeful gazes were immediately fixed on the misty area. Hee, Vermilion Bird Emperor. It seems the senior you were hoping for won't be appearing. In that case, why not quickly kneel down and surrender? Hand over the Vermilion Bird Empire and convince the other three great empires to do the same. Otherwise, I will personally burn your Vermilion Bird Empire to the ground with the Vermilion Bird Flame. Longqing Tai turned his head slightly, curling the corners of his mouth upward into an arrogant smile. Earlier, he had indeed been somewhat worried, afraid that the mysterious senior expert hiding within the Vermilion Bird Empire might suddenly emerge. With his current strength, he honestly wasn't confident in being able to resist such a person. However now, after such relentless provocations, his opponent had shown no intention of acting or even appearing, which clearly meant they were afraid of the Guardian Boundary Alliance. So what was there to worry about? Vermilion Bird Emperor, don't say I didn't warn you. This is your last chance. If you don't seize this opportunity, the Vermilion Bird Empire will be completely wiped out, and your Vermilion Bird bloodline will perish as well. His personal guard rolled his eyes, speaking with an air of borrowed arrogance. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's heart quivered, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. Without hesitation, he shook his head hard. Our Vermilion Bird Empire has lasted for 10,000 years. Throughout that time, countless powerful figures have tried to destroy it. But our Vermilion Bird Empire has always survived. Do you really think two of you can threaten us? His expression had already darkened as he spoke. The only reason he had treated the other side with such respect was simply out of respect for seniors. Better to avoid conflict than to invite it, and ultimately, to leave room for retreat. But the other side kept pressing forward, not only demanding everyone kneel, but even trying to take control of the entire Vermilion Bird Empire and the other three great empires? Who could run that? Since the relationship had already been shattered, why pretend to still respect them? In that case, as you wish. The Vermilion Bird Empire will burn to ashes today. Longqing Tai's face darkened, and suddenly he flicked his sleeve. Boom, boom, boom. The dark clouds that had previously been dispersed now rolled in once again, covering the sky like surging river tides. In a flash, they gathered together, enveloping the entire Vermilion Bird Empire. Crack, crack. Bolts of lightning continuously tore violently from the dark clouds. It was as if thousands of troops and horses were galloping wildly within the pitch-black clouds. At any moment, the storm could surge down like a torrent, crushing the entire vermilion bird empire. The aura filling the heavens and earth was immense. The commoners and martial cultivators of the vermilion bird empire all raised their heads, staring at the sudden, ominous clouds overhead, their hearts wildly pounding. They had already faintly sensed the stench of doomsday from these clouds. Especially the martial cultivators. They inhaled sharply in horror and remained frozen in fear. Clearly, they could sense a powerful king-level martial aura radiating from those clouds. That pressure filled their hearts with even deeper despair. The vermilion bird emperor's expression changed abruptly. His fury erupted instantly, the veins on his forehead bulging. If the senior truly wishes for a decisive battle today, every martial cultivator in our vermilion bird empire would rather die fighting than take even a single step back. Boom. His aura suddenly exploded outward, warping the surrounding space. Not a single step back. Not a single step back. Thousands of vermilion bird empire experts unleashed their auras all at once. In this moment, there was no fear, only surging battle will. Witnessing this scene before him, the personal guard's expression changed. Unconsciously, he took a step back. Facing the vermilion bird empire's experts, who seemed as fierce as dragons and tigers, even he, a saint-level expert, couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. Jiran Niman Jiaosu, Na Jintian, Jiu Rong Niman. Roar. Longqing Tai's words had not yet finished. Suddenly, a mighty roar surged from below. That voice originally had no form or substance, but as the sound rang out, a burst of colorful radiance shot forth, directly covering the dark clouds that had just gathered over the vermilion bird empire. The dark clouds rippled violently. Though originally devoid of any spiritual consciousness, they now seemed to tremble in fear, desperately trying to flee. Unfortunately, it was already too late. As the colorful light penetrated them, golden beams suddenly erupted from within the clouds. In an instant, the dark clouds were completely devoured by countless golden rays. Elder? Your technique, Veil of Dark Clouds, it's actually been broken. The personal guard was stunned. His face turned deathly pale. After all, that was a cultivation technique only a king-level expert could use. The Veil of Dark Clouds was Longqing Tai's most famous technique. Once unleashed, it could cover the entire vermilion bird empire, serving as a threat to the vermilion bird emperor. Yet who could possibly imagine? Without even seeing who had intervened, this king-level technique had already been shattered directly. What was there left to fight for now? Exactly which expert is this? Reveal yourself immediately. Longqing Tai's expression shifted instantly, and without hesitation, his gaze locked directly toward the direction of the imperial kitchen. He could clearly sense a powerful aura surging from that direction, an aura filled with unimaginable dread. The figure about to appear seemed to carry with it an endless torrent of energy, like a boundless sea. It was as though one were submerged in a vast ocean with no horizon, and from all directions, waves of immense terror flooded one's entire being. Even just feeling this immense aura, the personal guard's heart quivered, nearly soiling himself in fear. Longqing Tai, after all, was still a king-level expert. At this moment, he managed to maintain his composure. Yet in secret, his entire heart had already sunk into a 10,000-meter abyss. Chapter 92 Elders, flee quickly. Faced with such an overwhelming aura, even as a martial king expert, he felt not the slightest hope. All experts from the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, retreat immediately. Do not mention this to anyone. A flicker of surprise and joy flashed across the Vermilion Bird ruler's face. Then, his face turned solemn as he issued the order. At this moment, all the experts from the Vermilion Bird Dynasty were staring at the place where the aura was surging, their shock having long since reached an unimaginable degree. Exactly which expert is this? Our Vermilion Bird Dynasty actually has such an expert, and I didn't even know about it. Could it be an ancestor-level figure? But they've all ascended long ago. How could they possibly appear here? An expert from our Vermilion Bird Dynasty with such an aura must be from at least 10,000 years ago. How could it possibly be them? Although they had many questions, they weren't panicking, because they knew the owner of that aura would soon appear. At that time, whether the owner of the aura was man or ghost, cat or dog, could be instantly identified. But unexpectedly, the Vermilion Bird ruler now ordered them to retreat. Everyone's faces immediately showed a series of question marks. That hope was instantly completely shattered. Nima, just when they were finally about to see who this so-called senior was, and finally resolve the biggest mystery in their hearts, they were told to avoid. Could it be that the identity of this senior is too secret to be disclosed? If that's the case, then those two experts from the Guardian Alliance. Everyone suddenly looked simultaneously at the two experts from the Guardian Alliance. The gaze was even filled with pity. Daring to look at us like that. Are you looking for death? Longqing Tai felt deeply humiliated, because the other side's gaze simply looked like they were staring at two soon-to-be dead men. Everyone retreat. There's no need to take offense at them. After all, they won't live much longer, so why bother? It is said that a dying man's words are kind, so why would he speak harshly instead? Looking at them about to die soon, let's forgive them. Alright, let's forgive them. The experts from the Vermilion Bird Dynasty spoke generously, not only refraining from retorting, but actually replying with smiles, as if responding with virtue. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Originally tense, the experts from the Vermilion Bird Dynasty suddenly shifted their figures and immediately retreated the way they came. Like fireworks dispersing into the sky, they scattered back into the Vermilion Bird Dynasty. In an instant, Longqing Tai and his personal guard were stunned. They couldn't help but exchange glances. Nima, what the hell is going on? How could they just leave suddenly? And what exactly was that mysterious smile at the last moment? Could it be that the owner of that approaching aura is extremely terrifying? An ominous feeling unknowingly arose in their hearts. At that moment, boom, the owner of that aura seemed to be actively waiting for the experts of the Vermilion Bird Imperial City to disperse. As the figures of the experts from the Vermilion Bird dynasty vanished into the palace, the figures suddenly accelerated, causing at least 3 sonic booms. When the last sonic boom occurred, the surrounding air was fiercely crushed by the aura. The clouds around were agitated and swirled wildly around the body. The figure directly disappeared into the swirling clouds and wind. Hiss, feeling that unprecedented overbearing batsheet, vaguely seeing the shadow within the clouds. The 2 arrogant Central Continent experts suddenly felt their legs weaken. They had an urge to kneel and worship desperately. Senior, we were just passing by. It's just that the experts of the Vermilion Bird dynasty were a bit impolite, which caused a misunderstanding. The misunderstanding has already been cleared. We will leave now. Long Qingtai, who had previously looked down on everything, Manchang managed a forced smile, raising his fists. Even a drop of sweat rolled down from his forehead. Faced with such an overwhelming aura, he didn't even have the courage to try. Inside, there was only profound fear and nothing else. A misunderstanding? A misunderstanding, my ass. Where did that arrogance from just now go? Today this dogmaster will let you know what it means to not know life and death. From the violently swirling clouds, a domineering voice sounded, filling the heavens and earth, even reverberating through the void, dimming the light of the stars. This dogmaster? What does that mean? Long Qingtai couldn't help but be stunned. Still, I am willing to give you one last chance. My master dislikes killing, and I don't want him to witness such a bloody scene. Therefore, you must now go to my master, kneel and apologize to him, and submit to his judgment. Otherwise, I will make sure you die without a place to be buried. Tidy, hiding within the clouds, spoke with domineering arrogance while yawning lazily. According to his old temper, he would have already thrown a single palm strike to destroy the opponent's soul completely. However, even though he was famously known as the sky-fucking divine dog, before his master, he was merely a small pet. Everything naturally had to follow Lin Tian's decision. Elder, flee quickly. At this moment, the personal guard suddenly shouted in a trembling voice. Whoosh. His figure immediately transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight into the sky. Facing the overwhelming pressure from the dog, the personal guard felt hopeless in his heart, as if death itself had already wrapped around his body. Driven by deep fear, he committed a foolish act. Wait. Long Qingtai's heart quivered, instantly sinking into an abyss of despair. Nima, is this kid an idiot? Trying to escape in front of such a powerful expert? How could that possibly work? Utter foolishness. Die for me. Watching from the clouds, Tidy frowned slightly. He had clearly already given the other side a chance, letting them submit to his master's judgment. Yet the opponent refused to show him respect? Then let him die. In an instant, Tidy became fierce and released a colorful beam of light that directly tore through the air. It even twisted the space before him. This brilliant light swiftly chased after the light formed from the escaping figure. The 2 energies violently collided. After a piercing scream, the personal guard perished. Hiss. Long Qingtai's face turned pale, and his legs trembled again. This ruthless strike should have surpassed the martial king realm, right? What exactly was this opponent? He couldn't help but pour all his strength and courage into his body, fearfully staring toward the direction where the clouds had been dispersed. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. A dog. No, this is definitely no ordinary dog. The sky-fucking divine dog. Chapter 93. This senior can be utilized. Boom. The explosion left Long Qingyi's mind momentarily blank. He stood there, wide-eyed and stunned. Ritian Shingo. This was a divine beast of the upper realm that had long since disappeared. Its reputation had spread far and wide. Every corner of the Zhuzhou had been filled with tales about them. But over time, these divine beasts from the upper realm had gradually distanced themselves, no longer deeming the beings of the lower realm worth associating with. As a result, they had become mere legends. No one had seen them for a long time. Some even claimed that these divine beasts had long perished, killed in a massive and terrifying heavenly calamity. Nowadays, very few even spoke of their existence. Who could have imagined that a divine beast from the upper realm would actually appear here? And among all of them, this one was the most terrifying. Ritian Shingo. Senior. Long Qingyi involuntarily swallowed hard. His whole body trembled, and cold sweat poured from his forehead. The qishuru he had painstakingly gathered earlier burst like a balloon, vanishing completely in an instant. What remained was only deep fear. Merely sensing the terrifying aura from Ritian Shingo made Long Qingyi feel utterly powerless. He didn't even feel the slightest desire to resist. Under such an overwhelming pressure, another question unconsciously surfaced in his mind. If such a terrifying being as Ritian Shingo still addressed someone else as senior, how frightening must that senior truly be? It seems you are quite smart, unlike that idiot just now. Hurry up and go down there. Get on your knees before my master and beg for mercy. Right now, your life is entirely in my master's hands. If my master chooses to spare you, then you are indeed lucky. But if my master wants you dead, then I'm afraid not even all the experts in the Central Plains can save you. The dog curled its lips, wearing an expression of disdain. So what if you're strong in the Central Plains? Just look how frightened you are now. You even dared to provoke my master before. Of course. Senior, I shouldn't have disturbed your master, senior. I will definitely prostrate myself on the ground from 1,000 cities away, and I will properly apologize. Long Qingyi forced a smile, his posture even more submissive now. Facing just a dog, he had already no chance of victory. As for the upcoming meeting with Lin Tian, he felt an unprecedented level of fear building within. Good, I'll go back to sleep first. Remember, if you dare to escape, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll make sure your soul and spirit are completely obliterated. The dog yawned, clearly no longer interested in the opponent. Then, with a single flick of its body, a fierce gust of wind roared past. Its figure had already vanished into the unfathomable barrier below. Hiss! Looking down at the barrier glowing with golden light, Long Qingyi's pupils shrank slightly. That timid aura from before had already disappeared. In its place was an expression full of intrigue. Who would have thought that in this world someone could actually keep Ritian Shingo as a pet? Ritian Shingo is proud and untamable, ferociously strong. Its favor or wrath might raise a world, or destroy it in an instant. And yet it respects that senior so deeply. If that senior were to grace the Guardian Alliance with his presence. Suddenly, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't difficult to guess that whoever could make this divine beast kneel down willingly and call him master must be an existence of unimaginable horror and talent. Across the entire Juzhou realm, apart from the mysterious eastern and western regions, there simply shouldn't be a powerful being of such caliber anywhere else. Therefore, it was likely this individual was from the upper realm. And the reason for choosing to retreat into obscurity in the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court was probably because he had no interest at all in worldly fame and power struggles. But the Guardian Alliance had abundant resources, and although it didn't control the entire Central Plains, it was still a massive organization. He was confident that with his silver tongue, he could convince the master of Ritian Shungo to take interest in the Guardian Alliance. If that person were to become the de facto ruler of the Guardian Alliance, then he himself, the one who elevated that person to the throne, would naturally rise and rank accordingly. A cold smirk surfaced on his face. Alliance leader, it's not that I intentionally want to oppose you. It's just that I've grown a little bored of being a mere elder. To become an elder, I'd rather become the chief elder of the Guardian Alliance. No, becoming the chief elder of the entire Juzhou realm would be no problem at all. He couldn't help but laugh loudly into the sky, his heart resolute and confident. In this world, no matter how powerful a cultivator might be, they would surely be interested in the Guardian Alliance's resources. He was confident that with one tempting offer after another, the so-called master of that dog would definitely take the bait. Chief Elder, here I come. Long Qingyi let out a hearty laugh, his figure dashing forward straight toward the barrier. However, in the next second, invisible forces abruptly surged all around him. It felt as if thousands of armies had blocked his path. The very air, which once posed no obstacle to him, suddenly became incredibly thick and sticky. Threads of power wrapped around him like spider silk, clamping down fiercely on his body, peeling away his aura bit by bit. This formation is actually this wild and domineering. A hint of surprise flickered across Long Qingyi's face, though he wasn't overly shocked. A senior expert from the upper realm who lacked such defensive techniques would truly lack prestige. Boom, boom, boom. The aura surrounding his body began crackling like popping beans. That powerful presence was gradually torn apart, eventually fading into nothingness. All of his domineering aura completely vanished, and now, his entire being was stripped of its former might. After landing firmly on the ground, even the last traces of his sharpness had already disappeared. Hiss! This place actually possesses such powerful spiritual energy, and it's so dense, far surpassing any place in the entire Juzhou realm. Long Qingyi's eyes widened in astonishment, immediately encountering his first surprise the moment his feet touched the ground. Heh! Such a clear sign of someone who's never seen the big world. Moron! At this moment, the teddy under the peach tree rolled his eyes hard. Senior! A shiver ran through Long Qingyi's body. He quickly raised both hands and bowed respectfully. Huh? He actually regards him as a senior. This is that arrogant bastard from above just now. So he's actually just a coward at heart. Thankfully we didn't make a move against him. Otherwise, wouldn't we have dirted our own wings? A group of old hens standing nearby suddenly spoke in human tongues, throwing endless mockery. Dark clouds gathered on Long Qingyi's face immediately. Chapter 94, Immeasurable. He was a renowned elder of the Guardian Alliance, yet he was actually being mocked by a bunch of old hens? If this got out, where would his dignity go? Immediately, he became furious and was about to explode. Yet the next second, with a sound, that hard-earned aura, which had barely risen, suddenly dissipated into nothingness like a fart. Phoenix, the Phoenix clan? These old hens are actually from the Phoenix clan? Long Qingtai's eyes widened in shock, every muscle in his body tightening as if struck by lightning. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Before his eyes, the old hens continuously exuded phantom images of phoenixes, burning heavens and annihilating earth. Within the process of rebirth, ethereal shadows frequently soared through the air. Merely the domineering aura they emitted caused his blood to surge wildly in his chest. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood and perished on the spot. Senior Chenboyas, I wonder what offense I, Long Qingtai, have committed against you. There's no need for explanations. I apologize sincerely here. I hope this can dispel the anger in your hearts, dear seniors. Long Qingtai managed a forced smile, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Then, he respectfully bowed. Having attained the honored position of an elder in the Guardian Alliance, he naturally was a smart man, knowing precisely what attitude to assume in what situation. Faced with the Phoenix clan, he had no choice but to bow low, to worship with utmost respect. Only this could prevent their anger from erupting and destroying him. Moreover, they also belonged to a divine beast clan, all coming from the upper realm. Even if he paid them the highest reverence, it would be perfectly natural, without inviting any ridicule whatsoever. Indeed, following his bow, those of the Phoenix clan immediately lost interest in him. Their rage instantly dissipated. The fury in their eyes was now replaced with a deep contempt. So this is the mighty cultivator who boasted dominance over the entire Vermilion Bird Empire. And yet he still has to show us respect. If that's the case, why the delay? If he dares to be arrogant like this again, we'll surely make him regret until his intestines turn green. Whatever, let's spare him. Look, the kid's about to pee his pants from fear. The Phoenix clan members scornfully discussed among themselves. Finally, they raised their proud heads, striding away with dignity and sparing Long Qingtai's life. Phew. Only then did Long Qingtai heave a sigh of relief, instinctively wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. His pupils constricted once again. Damn it. The one that the sun-devouring divine dog addressed as master was already incredibly formidable. Yet, the Phoenix clan were regarded by the sword's master here as mere old hens? How mighty must this place's true master be? He became even more convinced that the host here, Lin Tian, definitely came from the upper realm. Exactly as expected, another coward who picks on the weak and fears the strong. I thought so all along. People in this world are all nothing but bullies. Just now, they were shouting so arrogantly in the sky. Now, arriving here, they're already pissing themselves in fear. But you can't blame them entirely. Until now, there hasn't been anyone who could arrive here without pissing themselves in fear. Right? To sum up, it's not that they're too cowardly, but rather that our master is too powerful, so mighty that they simply can't bear to look him straight in the eye. Just then, several other voices rang out. Long Qingtai felt momentarily dazed. That surprised gaze instantly fell upon the fish pond. Instantly, a row of question marks appeared on his forehead. He distinctly heard the voices coming from within the pond. Yet this small shrine appeared to contain nothing but schools of little golden fish joyfully swimming around, and nothing else. Bang! Long Qingtai's eyes suddenly bulged wide open, as an immense terrifying aura surged toward him, as if 1,000 mountains and myriad cliffs were violently crushing down on his body. Instantly, he felt as if he couldn't even catch his breath. Qinglong, the Azure Dragon clan. Before his eyes, clearly visible above the small pond, was the phantom illusion of a vast ocean. Spiritual energy enveloped it, colorful mists continually drifting across. The reflective water, shimmering with 7-colored light, rippled, and within it drifted one after another ethereal images of azure dragons. With a splash, as the azure dragon swished its tail, the calm surface of the ocean shattered. Clearly visible now, covering the ocean's surface like scattered stars, were countless stellar constellations. As the azure dragon swam about, these stars shone even more brilliantly. Esteemed seniors of the Azure Dragon clan, this humble junior, Long Qingtai, comes forth to pay respects. Trembling all over, Long Qingtai's face muscles convulsed violently at this moment. He could no longer maintain his calm composure. This place seemed only to be a modest imperial kitchen in the Vermilion Bird Empire. Yet within this modest imperial kitchen, 3 mighty divine beasts were stationed. Apart from that, the spiritual energy here was so dense, it even surpassed the entire Jiuzhou realm. As if all the spiritual energy of the Jiuzhou realm had gathered right here. This place seemed more like an independent space existing outside the Jiuzhou realm. Even more so, it could rival the upper realm itself. From this single fact alone, one could already tell that the master's power could not simply be described as immeasurable. It was enormous beyond comprehension. Perhaps, he had already surpassed the system of martial cultivators entirely, forging a realm beyond imagination. Long Qingtai trembled violently in his body. In this moment, he had completely lost the arrogance of being an elder of the Guardian Alliance. The only thing remaining was an overwhelming sense of awe and submission. Facing his respectful greeting, all the Azure Dragon clan members merely rolled their eyes, not even bothering to acknowledge him. After all, they were genuine divine beasts, possessing supremely noble bloodlines. Since the other party was this respectful, they saw no need to continue provoking further. The Azure Dragon clan members instantly withdrew their domineering auras and resumed joyfully swimming about in the pond. In this moment, they looked exactly like ordinary golden fish. Phew! Witnessing this scene, Long Qingtai heaved a deep sigh of relief, yet his heart still pounded violently within his chest. What kind of existence is this place exactly? If I'm not mistaken, the master of this place must be an old white-haired elder, ageless and immeasurable in power. Perhaps, a true expert from the upper realm. Then, how could I possibly persuade him? Suddenly, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He originally had prepared to use this so-called senior expert to seize control of the Guardian Alliance and rise in power along with him. But, a cultivator capable of keeping 3 divine beast clans as mere pets, how could he possibly care about a small organization like the Guardian Alliance? Another guest has arrived? I knew it all along. Someone was bound to come following the scent. Just at this moment, a cheerful voice suddenly came from within the chamber. Senior expert? Long Qingtai shivered involuntarily. Upon merely hearing this voice, he immediately crouched low. Yet suddenly, astonishment flooded his expression. How come this voice sounded like that of a young man? And a very young one at that. Chapter 95. There are no sects in Jiuzhou, therefore it's the calligraphy and painting alliance. You came? Well then, why be so courteous? Just then, that voice sounded again. Following this, Lin Tian helplessly opened the door and had no choice but to come out to greet. He found it strange. This place of his was merely a small imperial kitchen. It wasn't even comparable to any single location within the Zhuge imperial dynasty. It was no different at all from a common farmer's courtyard. How could such a tiny, dilapidated place continuously attract visitors? It was confirmed now. It definitely had to be due to his cooking. Lin Tian, who should have felt proud about his culinary skills, merely sighed silently, feeling slightly annoyed. This was a world devoted to martial cultivation. What good was exceptional cooking skill? After so many years of cultivation, he still couldn't even achieve the simplest feat of flying through the sky. As he spoke, Lin Tian carefully examined the uninvited guest before him. Exuding a transcendent aura, clearly a powerful cultivator. To get to taste his food, he had even addressed Lin Tian, a young man, as senior. Absolutely a diehard foodie. Moreover, the type who abandoned his pride for the sake of food. You are the senior? At this moment, Longqing Tai slowly raised his head, surprise briefly flashing across his face. Who could envelop this place in heavenly energy and bring about auspicious radiance to the Zhuge imperial dynasty? This so-called senior must be extremely powerful, at the very least thousands of years old. Yet the one in front of him looked nothing more than a young man. Could it be, he wasn't the senior of the Zhuge imperial dynasty at all, but merely a servant boy accompanying the senior? Longqing Tai looked left and right, but saw no one else present. Immediately, his eyes filled with disdain. However, in the moment of his thought, crack, as if the sky had split apart. The void slowly parted, and a massive immortal mountain instantly floated behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face wore a faint smile, unfathomable and profound. Behind him, the immortal mountain expanded wildly, pavilions and terraces gradually materializing. Even more terrifyingly, an immense and ancient aura blanketed the mountain, as though spanning across countless eons, containing supreme Taoist principles and rules, something that made one afraid to even look at directly. Then, 3 characters appeared atop the immortal mountain: Wuxian Hall, Martial God Hall. Within those 3 characters lay endless sword techniques, martial arts, and cultivation methods. Just those 3 characters alone revealed the depth of an existence that had crossed countless ages. Is the senior from the Wuxian Hall? What place is that? Longqing Tai's expression changed violently. He nearly soiled himself in fright. His legs trembled, immediately collapsing flat on the ground, shivering uncontrollably. At this moment, he was completely convinced. In his heart, he kept trying to recall where Wuxian Hall could be from, but came up with no trace at all. Indeed, whether the Wuxian Hall or the senior himself, none of them belonged to this world. They were likely from the upper realm. Judging just from the vast principles contained within the 3 characters, Wuxian Hall, it was highly probable that Wuxian Hall was the most powerful sect in the upper realm. Wuxian Hall. It does sound mighty impressive, but in this world, there are no powerful sections. Could it be like Hujiao Alliance, sounding grand and noble outwardly, but actually composed merely of a group of third-rate painters? Lin Tian suddenly understood, nodding slightly. So that's why the other had mistaken him as a painter from the Wuxian Hall. It seemed that Wuxian Hall was indeed a very prestigious painting alliance. If he admitted to being a member, perhaps many people would be terrified just at the mention of it, and this could avoid many troubles. That's right, I am indeed from the Wuxian Hall. Then, Lin Tian smiled slightly and openly admitted it. So it is true. Longqing Tai's entire body trembled once again, lowering his posture even more, his nose almost touching the ground. At this moment, he felt as though a colossal mountain pressed down heavily upon him, and without Lin Tian's permission, he didn't dare move even the slightest. Now he understood. The other was definitely not just a servant of the senior, but the senior's true body. Clearly, the senior had taken over this young man's body. To be able to possess another's body at will. Just how unfathomable was the senior's cultivation level? What he didn't realize at this moment was that he wasn't the only one overwhelmed with shock. In this seemingly modest imperial kitchen, resembling a farmer's cottage, all the spirit beasts trembled. In that instant, they, too, fell into extreme shock. The seemingly ordinary phoenix race hidden among the hens had already crouched into the nest, staring wide-eyed at the long-vanished Wuxian Hall behind Lin Tian. However, the 3 characters, Wuxian Hall, had already left an indelible mark upon their hearts. The Azure Dragon clan, at this moment, had already tucked their tails and dove to the bottom of the pond. At this instant, they dared not even show themselves. The little white cat by Xiuxian had transformed into was also wide-eyed with shock, trembling all over. An immense, terrifying aura had already rendered her unable to move even slightly. Wuxian Hall. Although they didn't know where this so-called Wuxian Hall originated from or where exactly in this world it existed. Even so, just from the faint projection that had appeared moments ago, an endless, imposing presence surged forth. It must be an incredibly powerful sect, and the master of this place, in a single thought, could summon the Wuxian Hall from the void. Just how terrifying was his strength? The evidence was already before them. Originally, he's even more frightening than I imagined. He must be a supreme master-level expert. Perhaps he's long surpassed the rank of martial emperor. In by Xiaoqing's eyes, admiration gleamed as her gaze upon Lin Tian transformed entirely into deep reverence. Even the Dian divine dog couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Though not as frightened as the other divine beasts, a faint trace of amusement flickered across his face. So the master comes from the Wuxian Hall. That explains it. It said the Wuxian Hall exists within the void, towering over the stars, unbound by any laws of cultivation, unchallenged by any heavenly principles. It's the most fearsome sect. It had vanished for tens of thousands of years, right? That the master can summon the Wuxian Hall with but a single thought reveals everything. The master himself must be the Wuxian Hall's lord. Teddy appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was already in complete chaos. The lord of the Wuxian Hall. Wasn't he a cultivator surpassing even the stars? No one knew his true power. No one knew his methods. But one thing was certain. His strength was unfathomable. With a mere shift of emotion, he could alter the fate of an entire world. He could only be described as a god. In the next second, Teddy couldn't help but lower his head, though the movement was subtle. But on his face was clearly written deep reverence. Chapter 96. Isn't it just painting and calligraphy? Senior, I was rather rude just now. I accidentally passed by here and had a bit of a misunderstanding with everyone from the Vermilion Bird Empire. But now the misunderstanding has been resolved. I hope the senior won't hold it against us. Long Chengtai was lying on the ground, trembling all over. As an elder of the Guardian Alliance, he had always been arrogant and looked down on everyone. But right now, he was as humble as an ant. It was all because he knew this senior, possibly from the upper realm, could wipe him out of existence with a single breath. And when that time comes, no matter how ambitious he may be, what can he do? All would eventually turn into illusion and vanish. Misunderstanding. Lin Tian was slightly taken aback, and then understood what had happened. Obviously, these people from the Painting Alliance had come looking for trouble and were defeated by the painters from the Vermilion Bird Empire. Even Xiao Li hadn't needed to intervene. Upon accidentally learning this, the old man discovered that the only one in the Vermilion Bird Empire who was truly outstanding in painting skills was himself, Lin Tian, and had come here to learn from him. So he hadn't come for the food? Lin Tian immediately felt relieved. The food he had prepared wasn't much, only enough for himself and the dog. If this old guy started eating without any restraint, there might not be enough food. I see. Since it was just a misunderstanding, it's good that it has been resolved. Why be so polite? Lin Tian smiled slightly and said generously. Yet, deep in his heart, he couldn't help but internally grumble. People in this world are always so polite, to the point of being excessive. It's not like losing an art competition is the end of the world. Once you lose, you lose. Yet, they still insist on seeking out the masters of brushwork to learn, even prostrating themselves in respect. Why bother? Senior, what you're saying means, you've forgiven me. Long Qingtai raised his head, astonished and delighted. After all, before someone as strong as Lin Tian, even he, a king-ranked martial cultivator, was merely like an ant. If the senior felt even the slightest dissatisfaction, he might kill him without hesitation. Normally, someone wouldn't be easily forgiven. Yet he hadn't expected the senior to be so kind-hearted as to forgive him directly. He immediately felt at ease. Well then, consider yourself forgiven. Lin Tian smiled bitterly and slowly shook his head. He still couldn't get used to these overly complicated and somewhat twisted formalities. Senior, if I may be so bold, may I ask which realm you hail from? Gathering his courage, Long Qingtai asked, a trace of shrewdness flickering in his eyes. This senior appeared too kind-hearted, not at all like a real powerful figure. It even made him question whether the other truly came from the upper realm. After all, those experts in the upper realm were all extremely arrogant. When one of them occasionally descended into this world, even before the martial experts of the entire Guardian Alliance, they still acted with haughty indifference, clearly holding no one in regard. Yet this young body-hopping elder standing before him was not only soft-spoken and refined, but even showed signs of politeness in his speech. This was quite different from those experts of the upper realm. Thus, a trace of suspicion rose in Long Qingtai's mind. Was the senior really from the upper realm? I come from another world. Lin Tian raised his head unconsciously, his hands behind his back as he looked toward the carefree clouds in the sky. Damn it. Thinking about it once again ignited a surge of anger inside him. He, too, had read web novels before. The main characters in those novels, once they crossed over, would obtain a powerful system. Even if they stayed low-key at first, they'd eventually become supreme beings in an entire realm. Some even managed to traverse multiple universes, punching stars into dust. But himself, only after signing in for 100 years did he obtain anything, and even then, he still couldn't fly through the air. The moment he thought about this, a hint of sorrow flickered across Lin Tian's eyes. Not from this world, so it truly is from the upper realm. The sorrow on Lin Tian's face was observed by Long Qingtai, who shuddered involuntarily and broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. Looking up towards the direction of the upper realm, his face also displayed a sorrowful expression, clearly indicating a complex backstory. And now being forced to stay within the Vermilion Bird Empire must have been against his will. To put it simply, this senior must long to return home, but for some reason, is unable to do so. Plus, there wasn't even a trace of arrogance on his face. All of these pointed to a conclusion. This senior must have lived for countless years, his heart having long become tranquil as water. To him, all things in the world, even beings from the upper realm, were essentially equal. And only someone who had cultivated his strength to an invincible level could possibly attain such a mindset. Could he be in Wu Di Changjia, an invincible expert? Long Qingtai inhaled deeply, his face full of fear, yet revealing a hint of probing curiosity. This senior was incredibly powerful, and clearly very lonely. At a moment like this, he clearly needed some excitement. Perhaps he might be interested in conquering the Guardian Alliance. Senior, you have treated me so honestly and revealed such a tremendous secret to me. I, Long Qingtai, am deeply moved beyond words. Now, I won't hide anything from the senior either. I come from the Guardian Alliance. Long Qingtai gritted his teeth, deciding to take a gamble. The Guardian Alliance? Oh, I see. Lin Tian nodded slightly, his face showing no reaction whatsoever. The Vermilion Bird Emperor and the Azure Dragon Emperor had mentioned the Guardian Alliance more than once already. Wasn't it just another high-profile painting alliance? What was there to be afraid of? So the senior already knows everything. Long Chengtai shuddered, once again wearing a look of fear. Anyone who had reached the realm of supreme experts would naturally possess all-knowing wisdom. That the other party could immediately tell he was from the Guardian Alliance. Then, had he already seen through his tiny schemes? If he found out that his respectful attitude toward the senior was for ulterior motives, would he fly into a rage and reduce him to dust with a mere glance? Senior, the reason I came this time was truly out of necessity, entirely following the orders of the Guardian Alliance leader. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to continue surviving within the Guardian Alliance. Even though I have returned defeated today, the Guardian Alliance definitely won't let this go. They will surely find ways to keep targeting the Vermilion Bird Empire. Senior, what are your thoughts on this matter? Long Qingtai hinted strongly. Not let it go? And what could they possibly do? Lin Tian laughed immediately. Wasn't it just a duel between two painting alliances? They made it sound as grand as a clan battle from a wuxia novel. Everyone was excited and worked up, but in reality, it was just an artistic competition involving brushes and ink. Besides, he had heard from Xiao Li that during the last encounter with those so-called painting masters, their paintings looked more like ghosts scrawling nonsense symbols. Nothing worth showing off at all. How superior could the Guardian Alliance's techniques possibly be? Naturally, Lin Tian dismissed them with disdain. But senior, overt attacks are easy to dodge, while hidden daggers are hard to prevent. The Guardian Alliance is filled with experts. You must not underestimate them. Long Qingtai hurriedly continued reminding him. Oh, what do you suggest? Lin Tian furrowed his eyebrows, instantly understanding the other person had something to say. Chapter 97 once again bestowing a painting? Senior, the Hujia Alliance holds a high status in the central continent and secretly colludes with the Tiandaran Alliance. When these two factors combine, they've tightly grasped control of the entire central continent. Even if Senior can suppress the entire Hujia Alliance, the Tiandaran Alliance certainly won't let things go easily. The only way to finish this once and for all is to defeat the Hujia Alliance and force them to kneel at Senior's feet. Only then can the Zhuge imperial dynasty avoid falling into disaster. Long Qingtai gritted his teeth, and at this moment, he no longer cared what serious consequences this statement might bring. He had finally begun implementing his plan. Take a gamble. It might turn a motorcycle into a bicycle. And if he did nothing at all, he would always remain just a minor elder of the Hujia Alliance. Even if second only to the supreme leader and above thousands, what could he really accomplish? In the end, he would remain merely one among countless elders. Long Qingtai refused to accept that. I understand. Your meaning is, if I don't show some strength, the Hujia Alliance will keep coming to bother me. Ling Tian suddenly caught on. He frowned again, deeply. Damn it, would it never end? Wasn't this just a duel between calligraphers and painters? Why did it feel like it had turned into a life-or-death struggle? If he didn't subdue the Hujia Alliance, those so-called painting and calligraphy masters would continue coming here one by one to challenge him. Wouldn't that be a pain in the ass? Better to just crush their hopes completely. Senior, you could say it that way. Long Qingtai's eyes lit up, instantly brimming with expectation. His senior had indeed already become invincible, but his mind seemed as simple as any youth's. Had he fallen for it already? Just thinking about having such a powerful senior as his backing, Long Qingtai imagined how soon he himself might dominate and bully others across the central continent. Any cultivation expert he disliked could be crushed ruthlessly beneath his feet. Just imagining it caused an intense eagerness to surface in Long Qingtai's eyes. Stay here. Don't leave. I'll go get something for you. With this item, the Hujia Alliance will immediately be convinced and never dare to provoke the Zhuge imperial dynasty again. Just then, as if having pondered something deeply, Ling Tian suddenly smiled slightly. Then he turned and strode toward the imperial kitchen storeroom. One object? Will that really convince the Hujia Alliance? This? Long Qingtai was momentarily stunned, instinctively taking a deep breath. Deep respect surged within him. Senior didn't even need to lift a finger. Merely presenting a single item could subdue all the Hujia Alliance's experts? This? What exactly was this magical treasure? Instantly, inner excitement flared like fire, and a greedy gleam flickered in his eyes. At this moment, Ling Tian had already slowly entered the storeroom. He began rummaging through the piles of paintings and calligraphy. I found it. A moment later, he stopped searching, reaching into a pile of papers and pulling out a scroll. This painting was created by me many years ago. Although it isn't my absolute best, once revealed, it will definitely astound the Hujia Alliance's so-called painting experts who draw like ghosts. With this painting, I believe they'll quickly realize the gap between themselves and me. They won't bother me again. Ling Tian smiled faintly, then stepped out of the storeroom, carrying the painting with both hands before placing it heavily into Long Qingtai's grasp. Senior? This is... Long Qingtai was stunned, his face revealing a hint of confusion. He had originally assumed Ling Tian would give him some kind of treasure, but he hadn't expected it to merely be a painting. This seemed not to follow the script. Senior, what exactly does this mean? Forcing a smile, Long Qingtai asked with genuine confusion. This is a masterpiece I poured my heart and soul into. Put simply, within the Hujia Alliance, it could crush everything. All you need to do is unfurl the scroll. No matter which master of the Hujia Alliance sees it, they will immediately be convinced and bow to you wholeheartedly. Ling Tian said calmly. That Shaoli kid once said that all the so-called painters drew stuff that looked like Fu, like ghost drawings. If Shaoli's painting skill alone could astound them so greatly, wouldn't this painting personally done by himself bring them to total prostration? Merely displaying this painting would allow the Hujia Alliance's bastards to clearly see the gap between themselves and him. That would be more than sufficient. I understand. So this treasure contains the essence of Senior's efforts. It must be an incredibly powerful artifact. Senior, I understand now. I shall immediately return with this painting and let them know the power of Senior. Longxing Tai became wildly excited. Even his white beard trembled wildly. He understood now. Senior hadn't even intended to fight, because before such an invincible expert like himself, the Hujia Alliance wasn't even worth a fart. Even if he wanted to crush the Hujia Alliance, he wouldn't need to do it personally. Just a single artifact created by his own hands would be enough to suppress the entire Hujia Alliance. Indeed, he was a cultivator from the upper realm. His power was unfathomable. What exactly existed within this painting? Could it be divine talismans crafted by a divine talisman master? Once unrolled, would armies of thousands and 10,000s burst forth? Or perhaps it was a treasure from the upper realm, radiating countless beams of auspicious light upon opening, subduing all living beings, forcing every expert in the central continent to kneel in submission with no thought of resistance? Or perhaps, before it was unfurled, the painting contained infinite possibilities, impossible to predict accurately. But one thing was certain. Once the painting was revealed, even the leader of the Hujia Alliance would kneel before him and worship him devoutly. Because Longxing Tai could clearly sense a thick aura of spiritual energy emanating from within the painting. An aura even stronger than any treasure he had ever seen. Thank you, Senior. I will head to the Hujia Alliance immediately and show them just how mighty your power truly is. Let them never again dare to harbor any sinister intentions toward the Xiuxian imperial dynasty. With a loud thud, Longxing Tai fell to his knees, pounding his head on the ground several times in fervent gratitude. Then, with a swirl of wind, his figure shot into the sky, vanishing into the horizon within moments. Another one flying away. When will I ever be able to fly too? Ling Tian looked up at the fading figure in the sky, a mix of envy and frustration on his face, and unconsciously let out a bitter smile. Shaking his head, he walked back to the dining table and began to dig into his meal. At this moment, he failed to notice a figure flashing through a nearby cloud near the imperial kitchen. The figure streaked across the sky at incredible speed, quickly landing inside the Xiuxian divine palace. Lin Lao, what happened? The Xiuxian emperor rushed forward anxiously. The senior didn't strike them down. Instead, he bestowed a painting upon them. Lin Lao sighed, a faint bitter smile appearing on his face. What does it mean? The emperor's heart trembled, his face paling instantly. He had originally believed that with Ling Tian's intervention, Longxing Tai would surely be utterly destroyed. But the result he received was completely unexpected. Your Majesty, I don't fully understand his meaning either. But don't forget, what secrets did the paintings bestowed by the senior to the 4 great empires contain? Lin Lao frowned deeply, reminding cautiously. You mean, this painting given by the senior is not an ill omen for the Hujia Alliance? The Xiuxian emperor folded his hands behind his back, clenching his fists tightly. His heart pounded violently. The senior had not punished Longxing Tai, but instead had gifted him a painting. This, by no means, was a good sign. Chapter 98, Eccentricities of the Elders, a Dislike for Peace? What concerns the emperor is... Old man Lin furrowed his brows, a sense of worry rising in his heart. Exactly, the Vermilion Bird Emperor sighed, nodding slightly. However, regardless of anything else, he comes from our Vermilion Bird Empire. The fact that he has helped resolve the emperor's concerns is enough proof that, as the emperor suspects, he might be an ancient ancestor of our Vermilion Bird Empire. Old Lin's heart pounded violently. While trying to reassure himself, a sense of dread was already surging inside him. It is indeed very likely that he is one of our ancient ancestors. However, don't forget, supreme beings usually have their own eccentricities. For example, there was an ancestor in our Vermilion Bird Empire who loved to strip completely naked every midnight and seek breakthroughs in the martial cultivation arena. Or take another ancestor, who always enjoyed watching his disciples fight and kill each other. While he wouldn't go as far as watching them die before his eyes, that kind of quirk. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's brows were knitted tightly together, the worry inside his heart blazing like wildfire. You fear that the elder from the imperial kitchen dislikes peace and enjoys seeing conflict between two sides. Old Lin said involuntarily with concern. If the other party were just an ordinary elder, it wouldn't be so bad. But the issue was, the other's power had reached a level so overwhelming that it defied comprehension. Once any cultivator reaches such a level, they regard all others, even powerful experts, as mere ants, not even caring about their lives. Under such circumstances, such supreme beings can do anything. Even if those actions seem incomprehensible to ordinary people, for these supreme beings, they're merely indulging in some entertainment. That elder probably isn't that kind of person. Old Lin suddenly smiled slightly, gently shaking his head. Yet both his expression and movements appeared somewhat unnatural. One who is not a fish cannot understand the happiness of a fish. Likewise, until the true nature of that elder was uncovered, no one could guess what kind of decisions he might ultimately make. And then that painting. Could it perhaps be the spark that ignites the great war between the Central region and the Azure region? I hope so. But we must make absolutely thorough preparations. If the Central region catches us off guard, then... The Vermilion Bird Emperor let out a bitter smile, slowly shaking his head. At this moment, his heart pounded violently. A great war between the Central Region and the Azure Region? Something he had never even imagined. After all, from the Central Region's perspective, whether in terms of resources or experts, the Azure Region simply cannot compare. Under such circumstances, they couldn't even find a single reason to launch an attack on the Azure Region. Yet now, danger had already arrived. Then, should we notify the other 3 emperors? Old Lin furrowed his brows again. Of course, let them prepare in advance. If the Central Region really intends to move, they will strike our Vermilion Bird Empire first. Using our empire as the front line, they should gather their forces here immediately. A cold light flashed in the Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes as he finally made his decision. Yes, I will inform them immediately. Old Lin inhaled deeply. At this moment, his expression grew extremely serious. Then, his figure blurred into a shadow, tearing through the sky, disappearing into the vast clouds. Elder, I hope I'm wrong. I'm not just making assumptions about your intentions. The Vermilion Bird Empire has been operating for 1,000 years, and reaching today's vast territory has not been easy. The Vermilion Bird Emperor sighed, whispering to himself. One day later, among the 4 great empires in the Azure Region, an extremely tense atmosphere suddenly fell. Across the skies of the Azure Region, the winds and clouds surged, vast mists forming and dissipating in endless waves. In the Beast Mountain Range, all kinds of xiaoxian, mystical beasts, raised their voices in unison. Even 5-colored radiant light pierced through the setting sun, eventually turning into a crimson expanse spreading across the heavens. Cultivators throughout the Azure Region were shocked. The celestial omens have changed drastically. Something disastrous must be coming. 5-colored radiant light passing over the sun is a terrible omen. Tension continues to rise among the various empires in the Azure Region. Could it be a massive disaster is about to befall our entire Azure Region? Could it be the other 3 empires' plan to resist the Vermilion Bird Empire? This war is sure to bring death and carnage. The common people naturally didn't know what exactly had happened. However, wandering cultivators had already clearly sensed that a major event was unfolding across the entire Azure Region. Recalling the wars between the 4 empires in the past, they immediately deduced that the other 3 empires could not swallow the humiliation of their previous defeat and had united to oppose the Vermilion Bird Empire. Sure enough, 2 days later, apart from the Vermilion Bird Empire, the skies above the other 3 great empires saw figures of powerful cultivators streaking across the heavens. Like flocks of birds flying across the sky, leaving behind trails of afterimages, they shot straight toward the Vermilion Bird Empire. Across the heavens, from time to time, emperors of martial cultivation dashed past, sending howling gales swirling in their wake. Meanwhile, the armies of experts from the 3 great empires began to gather around the borders of the Vermilion Bird Empire. In an instant, the entire Azure Region became filled with the stench of war. The martial cultivators finally saw through the situation. They had guessed correctly. War among the 4 great empires was about to erupt at any moment. Yet no one knew that, at this very moment, the royal families of the 4 empires had already gathered inside the Vermilion Bird Temple. Each of their faces bore a grave expression. Is it really so? How could the elder possibly do something like this? But he clearly is an ancestor of the Vermilion Bird Empire. How could he just sit idle and do nothing? Xuanhuan wore an expression of pure shock. Though that may be, do not forget, the elder has never openly acknowledged to us that he is truly one of our Vermilion Bird Empire's ancestors. Although his strength is now widely known, he has never once displayed that power before us. Baihu Bandao let out a cold chuckle, whispering a reminder. Precisely, his attitude toward both the Vermilion Bird Empire and us, the 3 other empires, has always been unfathomable. No matter what action the elder might take, I wouldn't find it strange at all. Qinglong Huangzu let out a sigh, convinced deep in his heart. The 4 emperors slowly turned their heads, gazing toward the direction of the Central Region. Their hearts pounded violently. Unconsciously, they were all thinking the same question. If the Central Region decides to strike, when exactly would their armies arrive at our doorstep? At this moment, on the lands of the Central Region, within the city of the Guardian Alliance, beneath swirling mists, towering architectural structures rose high into the heavens, exuding a breathtaking air of majesty. Inside the temple of the Guardian Alliance, 5-colored divine lights gently pulsed. 32 elders and countless powerful cultivators floated within this sacred glow. At this moment, they looked just like heavenly deities from the upper realm, overlooking all living beings. The Guardian Alliance of the Central Region, compared to the Azure Region, was like an entirely separate heavenly domain. Any expert from the Guardian Alliance who merely revealed their identity within the Azure Region would cause immediate ecstatic prostration among the Azure Region's people, as though personally standing before gods themselves. Chapter 99, Myriad Sword Technique, Dissipate. At this moment, the experts from the Central Plains within the Guardian Alliance also had slight changes in their expressions, showing a variety of emotions on their faces. Shock, humiliation, anger, incredulity. In an instant, beam after beam of their gazes shot forth like lightning, sharp and piercing. Finally, they all fell upon Longqing Tai. Longqing Tai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, bitterness clearly visible on his face. Fellow experts, I know it's hard for you to believe that there could be such a powerful cultivator within the Vermilion Bird Empire. He's not from the Vermilion Bird Empire, nor from the Central Plains. He might be from the Upper Realm. I've even confirmed that he comes from a sect called the Martial God Hall. The Martial God sect is an extremely powerful faction in the Upper Realm. As his words fell, The experts from the Central Plains all changed expressions. Martial God Hall. Never heard of it. But even a mere pet of his could reduce Longqing Tai's guardian enforcer to ashes. And with just a thought, he could summon forth his entire sect. This so-called senior cultivator must obviously be immensely powerful. Even their Miju, who had surpassed the Martial King realm and was nearing the Martial Emperor stage, would likely be unable to achieve such a feat. Instantly, everyone's gazes shifted to the Mengdu's face. Longqing Tai, how dare you spread such heretical words? The upper realm sects are just legends, and no one has ever seen divine beasts from the upper realm or its saint-level experts. Quickly explain what exactly has happened here. The Mengdu's expression darkened. With a Gonglong Sung, under his raging fury, a massive aura tore through the Shikong behind him. Innumerable stars bloomed behind him. In this moment, he looked like a heavenly god of the upper realm, controlling countless stars. Rumbling. Under such overwhelming pressure, the Guardian Alliance's temple trembled violently. Infinite pressure surged from the sky, crushing down on all experts present. The Central Plains experts of the Guardian Alliance all subtly changed their facial expressions. Secretly activating protective techniques, they barely managed to resist this oppressive force. As for Longqing Tai, he trembled violently and suddenly widened his eyes. The Mengdu actually didn't believe what he had just said. Clearly, he had already sunk into extreme anger. If he resisted even slightly at this moment, it would likely provoke even greater fury. Yet if he didn't resist, his body would be severely injured by the Ajur. But being severely injured was certainly better than being outright killed. Ugh! Gritting his teeth hard, Longqing Tai attempted to endure this pressure with his body alone, with a loud crashing sound. Yet just then, something strange happened. Suddenly, 10,000 golden rays erupted from within his bosom. The golden light seemed alive, shooting straight upward, finally converging in an instant into the shape of an enormous golden hand. That giant hand merely clenched tightly. With a tremendous explosion, the Mengdu's Martial Emperor aura was crushed directly at this moment. With a loud paw, it sounded exactly like a fart. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked at each other in shock, almost unable to believe their eyes. The Mengdu's Martial Emperor aura was actually crushed? What in the world is going on? Longqing Tai, what tremendous audacity to dare resist. Are you trying to die? With your abilities, you still dare resist the Mengdu. The first thought of everyone was that Longqing Tai had dared to rebel. But the next moment, they all froze. That didn't make sense. Although Longqing Tai himself was also an elite expert, compared to the Mengdu, he was as insignificant as an ant, let alone daring to resist. Even if he did dare, with his strength, there was absolutely no possibility of resisting such pressure, much less crushing the Mengdu's Martial Emperor aura with a mere hand illusion. Do you have a magical artifact on you? Longqing Tai, have you made up your mind to oppose this Mengdu? The Guardian Alliance Mengdu also froze for a moment, then grew furious beyond measure. The veins on his forehead were throbbing violently. His people failed to destroy the Vermilion Bird Empire or conquer the entirety of Qingzhou, already causing him a massive loss of face. Never had he imagined that even his underling would dare defy him now, in front of everyone, humiliating him so publicly. How could this possibly be tolerated? The next moment, he suddenly soared into the air, his entire body instantly covered in golden radiance. Whoosh! Infinite whirlwinds surged from his body, and the golden light, fueled by this wind, transformed into a rain of swords directly piercing toward Longqing Tai. Mengjuk. Longqing Tai was utterly shocked, his heart sinking in an instant. Myriad sword technique. What the Mengjuk had used was the myriad sword technique, an extremely profound sword art. Moreover, it was the Mengju's most famous ultimate skill. Once unleashed, it had never failed. Hiss! The experts of the Guardian Alliance all gasped in alarm, instinctively retreating backward while simultaneously waving their sleeves to activate protective techniques. Although they knew the myriad sword technique was not aimed at them, the problem was, the myriad sword technique was simply too badak. Even if accidentally struck, one would instantly disintegrate into nothingness. Under such circumstances, none dared to gamble with their lives on luck. In the blink of an eye, boom, boom, boom. As the myriad sword technique poured down, thunderous rumbles erupted around Longqing Tai. Endless streaks of lightning surrounded the sword chi, rising straight into the heavens, shooting directly into the clouds above. The Central Plains experts all raised their heads to gaze at the sky, their expressions subtly changing. Though none knew exactly what had just occurred, anyone who was a Guardian expert knew clearly. This was the manifestation of the myriad sword technique. Once the myriad sword technique appeared, it was certain that a powerful expert would perish. No one knew who that unfortunate expert would be. As countless sword beams swept across, everything finally returned to silence. Thick clouds of dust had already risen inside the Guardian Alliance's temple. Huff! The Guardian Alliance Mengdu slowly retracted his Martial Emperor aura, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. A faint sneer involuntarily surfaced on his face. This is the consequence for deceiving this Mengdu. Long live the Mengdu. All the Guardian Alliance experts suddenly shuddered, instantly kneeling to the ground. At this moment, their hearts were pounding violently. The Mengdu was truly furious. If they hadn't guessed wrong, the Vermilion Bird Empire, and perhaps even the entirety of Qingzhou, were about to, indeed. Where are the Guardian Alliance experts? A furious roar erupted from the Mengdu's mouth, like crackling thunder, instantly covering the entire Guardian Alliance. Boom, boom, boom. As the sound faded, its lingering aftershocks remained. It seemed as if 10,000 bolts of lightning still echoed continuously across the horizon. Chapter 100. A painting that forces everyone to kneel? Present. The bodies of powerful cultivators shot up from every corner of the xiuxian alliance, each leaving behind a streak of light in the sky. In an instant, the entire sky above the xiuxian alliance was filled with dense trails of flying figures, like a giant spiderweb. The scene was extremely spectacular. Qingzhou's experts dare to disregard this supreme being? Today, Zhongzhou will eliminate Qingzhou. I call upon all of you to march forth together. Yes. Innumerable experts loudly responded, their eyes flashing with cold light. Each one of them was practically bursting with excitement. As experts from Zhongzhou, they had always enjoyed a high status. Other than Zhongzhou, not a single power among the other 9 provinces, including Qingzhou, could rival their xiuxian alliance. Powerful experts were always bored. Now, Qingzhou dared to provoke the alliance leader? That was simply asking for death. Moreover, once the experts of Zhongzhou made their move, victory was guaranteed. There was absolutely no suspense in this battle. The Qingzhou experts would definitely be slammed to the ground and mercilessly crushed. Just thinking about it made all the Zhongzhou experts ecstatic. The 4 great dynasties of Qingzhou actually dare not respect us? It's obvious they wish to die. Although we despise the idea of exterminating such insignificant ants, we must remind the other dynasties throughout the Jiuzhou realm not to make the same mistake of underestimating us Zhongzhou. Right? These insignificant insects have made such a foolish mistake, and sadly, they will never have the chance to correct it, for after this battle, the entire Qingzhou will be completely wiped from existence. Full of confidence, the Zhongzhou experts wore expressions filled with contempt. After all, wasn't Qingzhou just a small province? Take them down, and take them down hard. My fellow experts from Zhongzhou, truly mighty and valiant. Today, Qingzhou will inevitably fall into our hands. Suspended in midair, the leader of the xiuxian alliance stretched out his arms and let out a loud laugh. At this moment, a glint of craftiness flickered through his eyes. Whether or not Qingzhou's experts would be wiped out without a grave meant nothing to him. What mattered was obtaining the world's primal essence of Qingzhou. Once he obtained Qingzhou's primal power, Zhongzhou's dominance could be maintained. As for the 4 dynasties, or even Longsheng Tai, all were expendable. Alliance leader, think carefully. Just at this moment, suddenly a voice rose from within the smoke-filled main hall of the xiuxian alliance. The voice carried a mixture of surprise and disbelief. At the sound of this voice, all the experts immediately fell into complete silence. The leader of the alliance was so shocked he was left speechless. Ray after ray of gaze shot down from the sky, all concentrating directly into the smoke-filled region. They clearly heard the voice of Longsheng Tai, whom they had believed completely destroyed. With Longsheng Tai's strength, how was he possibly able to withstand their 10,000 sword art? How could this be possible? Yet at this moment, as the smoke dispersed, a figure slowly emerged. It was indeed Longsheng Tai, still standing firmly on the ground. One could see that his body was covered in a golden glow. As the smoke dissipated, the golden light around him also gradually faded. It was obviously this golden light that had saved his life. How could this happen? Longsheng Tai, quickly explain, what exactly is going on? The leader of the xiuxian alliance couldn't help changing expression. Damn it, this old scoundrel made a fool out of him in front of everyone. And he even managed to block his 10,000 sword art, using some protective technique? Within the xiuxian alliance, strength is supreme. Since he had failed to kill the other using the 10,000 sword art, wouldn't he now be mocked by all the experts? In an instant, the leader of the xiuxian alliance was blushing furiously with embarrassment. Alliance leader, I don't know what's going on either. Oh right, it was that painting. Longsheng Tai also wore a look of complete confusion. Earlier, when he saw the attack of the 10,000 sword art, he believed he was as good as dead, even mentally prepared for destruction of both soul and body. But then, when the 10,000 sword art came raining down, he distinctly felt a light shine from his chest and wrap around his body, protecting him. The immense pressure from the sword attack was completely blocked by that light. The thin golden glow seemed so fragile, as if it could be pierced by a mere breath. Yet ultimately, it firmly stopped the powerful and torrential 10,000 sword art, as overwhelming as a raging tidal wave. Not even his clothes had been touched by the swords. That light, was it from the painting left by his senior? Longsheng Tai instantly realized everything. The expert from the Vermilion Bird dynasty once said that as long as we reveal this painting given by him, our entire xiuxian alliance will be convinced beyond a doubt. This is the painting. Longsheng Tai didn't dare to hide anything. He immediately took the object out and displayed it. As the painting appeared, a sudden golden beam shot straight into the heavens, piercing through the clouds. The entire 10D trembled. Then, everything fell silent. The boundless oppressive aura was finally absorbed completely into the painting. Seeing this scene unfold before them, every expert from Zhongzhou changed expression slightly. The xiuxian alliance leader's eyes abruptly shone with golden light. At this moment, he was furious beyond belief. What did he just say? That expert from the Vermilion Bird dynasty actually dared to claim that a mere painting could make the entire xiuxian alliance submit wholeheartedly? Are you kidding me? Is that even human language? The xiuxian alliance leader laughed in bitter fury, tilting his head back as his voice rumbled like thunder. Never would I have thought that an expert from the insignificant Vermilion Bird dynasty would dare to disrespect Qingzhou's experts so much. He actually dares to say that with a mere painting he can intimidate the entire xiuxian alliance. With the sound of his laughter, 10,000 zhang above the sky, thunderous laughter shook the heavens. rumbling through all of Zhongzhou. Innumerable clouds churned and scattered like rolling tides. The surging emotions of all the experts had changed the very weather itself. Such was the terrifying might of these experts. I haven't heard such a ridiculous joke in a long time. I've seen arrogance before, but never such outrageous arrogance. Does he really think he is a divine talisman master? Even a king-level divine talisman master would never dare to claim that a mere worthless painting could frighten our Xiuxian alliance. Do you really think our Xiuxian alliance was built by cowards? You think a mere painting can scare all of us Xiuxian alliance members? Do you really think our experts are made of clay? Nonsense. You actually dare to speak such absurdities. If you've got the guts, then unfurl that painting. Let me see. Experts from the Xiuxian alliance laughed arrogantly one after another, as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Originally, the Xiuxian alliance held Qingzhou's experts in contempt. Now the Vermilion Bird dynasty from Qingzhou had suddenly produced a supreme expert, an unexpected twist. But they absolutely refused to believe that this expert could intimidate them all with just a painting. Long Qingtai, open that painting right now. I want to see exactly how this painting makes us all soil ourselves in fear. The Xiuxian alliance leader snorted coldly, his hands behind his back, head held high. Mockery plainly written on his face. Chapter 101. Do you know you've made a mistake? Although he had already somewhat sensed it, he realized that the cultivator who created this painting must also be an extremely powerful expert. Otherwise, there was no way it could withstand his 10,000 sword technique. However, he still thought that perhaps the powerful expert merely left a fragment of divine consciousness within the painting. The painting withstood his 10,000 sword technique once, but that didn't mean it could endure a second attack. To put it simply, the strength of divine consciousness could eventually be exhausted. Even if the consciousness of a bog expert was left within this painting, it shouldn't be so powerful that as soon as the painting was unfurled, all the experts in Central Zhou would collapse to their knees. Yes, go ahead and speak your mind. I've never seen such a strong painting before. This must be something you've exaggerated. Long Qingtai, even though you're an elder, how can you say such nonsense? I want to see how you'll face the consequences today. The elders of the Xiuxian alliance began ridiculing him. At this moment, their hearts were filled with joy uncontrollably. Long Qingtai had always enjoyed the favor of the alliance leader, which had long made them feel annoyed. They had long been waiting for the day when Long Qingtai would fall into disgrace. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to humiliate Long Qingtai before them all. If so, then I will unfurl this painting. I hope the leader won't regret it. Long Qingtai gritted his teeth slightly, and then his lips curled upward in a faint smile. The painting given by the elder had already saved his life. Just from the miraculous power within the painting, he could see that the elder had not lied. He was confident that once the painting was unfurled, it would make everyone in the Xiuxian alliance kneel in submission. At that moment, he could take full control of the entire Xiuxian alliance. Success or failure would be decided at this critical moment. Though filled with hope, his heart could not help but feel some nervousness. The next second, suddenly, he slowly stood up and flicked his sleeve. With a swish, the painting floating in front of him unfurled rapidly. In an instant, golden light filled the sky above the entire Xiuxian alliance. Then, a strong gust of wind rose, stirring the surrounding air into violent turbulence. The Yao of Central Zhou knelt to the ground one after another, letting out howls of terror, as if sensing an impending apocalypse. Although the martial cultivators didn't know what exactly was happening, an inexplicable pressure had already wildly surged within their hearts. In just a few seconds, the overwhelming pressure became so immense that it made them feel unable to catch their breath. Within the sacred hall of the Xiuxian alliance, thin golden rays, like silken threads, wove together into a strange scene. It appeared as if within a sky filled with countless stars, an entire world floated gently, only seeing countless immortal mountains flashing within swirling clouds and mist. Numerous stars hovered above the immortal mountains, continuously radiating brilliant light, nourishing the land. Within the misty clouds, faintly visible were the words, Wuxian Dan. Contained within those three characters was an infinite, terrifying force, where sword intent and sword Tao continuously flowed. Golden rays slowly drifted across the three characters, Wuxian Dan, ancient and mysterious. This illusory vision came from Lin Tian's dream. Recently, he had no idea why, but he kept dreaming about a place called Wuxian Dan. So he painted it out. Because the details he dreamed of were extremely clear and precise, when he painted, he always felt that this painting was his finest work. He gave this painting to Long Qingtai in hopes of warning off this so-called painting alliance, known as Xiuxian. He naturally didn't know that in the very moment this painting was unfurled, the true form of Wuxian Dan had been revealed to everyone through the divine consciousness. Plop, plop. The experts of Central Zhou suddenly dropped down before this strange scene. The sounds were like dumplings dropping into boiling water. It wasn't their feet that touched the ground, but their knees. Wuxian Dan. What kind of existence is this? It is said, the highest level of martial cultivation is the Yusun, but that was only a legend. Even in the upper realms, there were no Wuxian. Wuxian Dan. What a domineering name. To dare to use the title Wusun, at the very least, the leader of Wuxian Dan should be a Wusun level cultivator. No, it's not that simple. Perhaps every expert within Wuxian Dan is a Wusun. Is that senior truly this powerful? He used this painting to warn us. Is he trying to tell us that provoking the Vermilion Bird Empire means provoking Wuxian Dan? Could it possibly mean a calamity beyond imagination will descend upon us? The experts who had already collapsed to their knees trembled like water weeds in the waves, their bodies swaying uncontrollably. They could clearly sense an ancient and mysterious aura of immense terror continuously brewing within that painting. It made them incapable of even the slightest desire to resist. They could only kneel on the ground, shivering violently. Seeing this scene before him, the Xiuxian alliance leader's face turned pale, clenching his fists tightly. He stared at the spectacle with wide, disbelieving eyes, forcing his body to resist the divine power pouring down from the Wushandan. Absolutely must not kneel. He was, after all, the renowned leader of the Xiuxian alliance. If he were to kneel before everyone's eyes, how could he maintain his dignity? From now on, his status wouldn't even compare to Long Qingtai's. After all, that painting was brought by Long Qingtai. The fact that he was able to obtain such a senior's painting indicated he was someone recognized by that senior. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly continue to hold power? Roar! He roared loudly, violently releasing his own aura approaching the level of a Wog expert, resisting the overwhelming pressure continuously descending from the Wushandan above. Boom, 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 boom. As if sensing someone daring to forcefully resist its immense pressure, the mysterious aura of the Wushandan suddenly became even more oppressive. In an instant, it intensified its crushing weight. A scream rang out from the high heavens above. The defiant Xiuxian alliance leader, like a fly swatted by an invisible hand, crashed heavily to the ground. I was wrong. The moment his entire aura vanished, the Xiuxian alliance leader shouted loudly, his knees immediately slamming onto the ground, supporting himself with trembling hands on the floor. His face was already filled with unprecedented fear. Witnessing the scene before them, the experts of the Xiuxian alliance stood in shock. Was this truly the same mighty alliance leader they had known? Actually, this cowardly? It's better to listen, and you should know what to do. Otherwise, my senior won't let you off easily. At that moment, a sinister voice rang out. As the dust settled, Long Qingtai slowly stepped forward with his hands behind his back, walking toward the fallen Xiuxian alliance leader. Then he looked down at him. Suddenly reaching out, he gently patted the top of the defeated man's head. Hiss! Everyone inhaled sharply with horror, their scalps tingling uncontrollably. The Xiuxian alliance leader had actually been treated this way? Long Qingtai really had a minced and shrieked. Chapter 102. I know what to do. Witnessing the scene before them, the cultivators from the Guardian Alliance were all stunned, momentarily unable to recover their senses. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. Long Qingyi, who had always been obedient and respectful to the alliance leader, actually dared to treat him this way. He truly wanted to die. In an instant, instinctively, they unleashed the killing auras from their entire beings. Golden lights bloomed one after another. Across the central continent, an overwhelming killing intent rose, impossible to suppress. Boom, boom. Heavenly thunder from the ninth heaven, triggered by the auras of these powerful cultivators, rumbled ceaselessly in the skies, as if a cataclysm was about to descend. All living beings across the central continent fell prostrate to the ground, feeling as though the end of the world had arrived at this moment. Even the Celestial Alliance was suddenly shaken. Within the palace, as the ground trembled, cultivators looked up in unison, gazing at the scene unfolding before them with expressions of disbelief. The next moment, they all frowned simultaneously. Why have all the Xianxia from the Guardian Alliance erupted with such fury? Who could possibly provoke them to such a degree? Only Xianxia from our Celestial Alliance could cause this, right? Could there be a more powerful expert here? Someone from the upper realm. Are you kidding? No one from the upper realm has appeared in ages. Should we go check it out? No need to investigate. Just as everyone was puzzled, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. A streak of golden light tore through the air violently. The alliance leader, dressed in a white robe, appeared in an instant before everyone's eyes. At the moment of his arrival, a flash of surprise flickered across his face. Apparently, he couldn't believe that within the Guardian Alliance, such a terrifying aura had erupted. Alliance leader. Seeing their leader's arrival, all the Xianxia immediately knelt to the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Let them keep creating chaos. It would be best if their aura affects our Celestial Alliance too. The Alliance leader smiled faintly, his face unconsciously revealing a hint of cunning. Alliance leader? Hearing his words, all the Xianxia stared wide-eyed, temporarily unable to process. But the next second, knowing expressions surfaced on their faces. They understood. The Celestial Alliance had long been seeking every opportunity to absorb the Guardian Alliance, but with both sides being fairly evenly matched, the two factions had merely been locked in a continuous struggle of rivalry and intrigue. Yet none doubted. If one party was pushed to the brink of life and death, the other would certainly stick out a foot and stomp mercilessly, leaving no place to even bury the fallen. And now, an enemy far beyond expectations had descended upon the Guardian Alliance. For the Celestial Alliance, this was undoubtedly good news. Yes. One after another, the Xianxia voiced thunderous agreement. At the same time, strong auras burst from their bodies, their eyes brimming with anticipation, all waiting eagerly for some great change to occur in the Guardian Alliance. However, at this very moment, the auras radiated by the numerous Xianxia abruptly dissipated, eventually returning to stillness. What is going on? The leader of the Celestial Alliance crossed his hands behind his back, slowly turning his head toward the direction of the Guardian Alliance, watching with an astonished gaze. For a moment, he was unable to comprehend. Just now, all these Xianxia suddenly unleashed their auras at full strength, clearly indicating that an expert capable of causing the entire Guardian Alliance to tremble must have appeared. Under such circumstances, their killing intent should have grown stronger and stronger, eventually leading to a decisive battle against the enemy. At that point, the Celestial Alliance, playing the waiting predator, could seize everything for themselves. So easy. But their pleasant fantasies hadn't even fully formed before the Zhengzhu of the Guardian Alliance had already withdrawn their auras, an obvious sign of backing down. What exactly happened? Why did this situation arise? Could it be that some expert scared them so badly they shit themselves? That's impossible. Across the entire Jiuzhou realm, only the upper realm is capable of making both the Celestial and Guardian Alliances kneel before it. Yet the upper realm hasn't made contact with us in thousands of years. Who exactly is this expert who appeared? For a moment, unease filled everyone's hearts as they wildly speculated who this so-called expert might be. Of course, they couldn't possibly know. At this very moment, within the Guardian Sacred Hall, one by one, xianxia knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Earlier, seeing their leader forced to his knees, boundless fury had immediately surged in their hearts, as they all swore to confront Long Qingyi and settle things once and for all. But just then, a phantom image of the martial god temple suddenly erupted with countless rays of brilliant light, directly covering the entire Guardian Alliance. In an instant, space cracked apart, and infinite lives trembled in fear, as though, at this moment, the world had finally reached the edge of annihilation. In this moment, the Xianxia who had allied together finally realized the truth. Long Qingyi had clearly become the representative of that so-called mysterious senior. If they offended Long Qingyi under these circumstances, it meant offending that senior directly, and the martial god temple would certainly impose overwhelming pressure. Countless divine punishments might descend from the heavens, and one could imagine being smashed ruthlessly into the ground. With just a single thought, the martial god might erase everyone from existence. The mere thought of this caused waves of terror in every heart. At this moment, they all fell to the ground in fear, their foreheads continuously dripping with cold sweat. Their inner terror could no longer be concealed. Ha ha ha, I don't need to pretend anymore. That so-called senior is currently my master. Within this painting lies the divine consciousness of the martial god temple. Daring to harm me means provoking the martial god temple itself. Now that the martial god temple has made its move, who dares to defy me? Long Qingyi laughed loudly, full of confidence and pride. His beard and clothing continuously fluttered wildly in a sudden gust of wind. At this moment, he looked exactly like the martial god's descent. Of course, the true might didn't come from him, but from Lin Tian standing behind him. Right now, he clearly appeared as a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Yet for the Zhengzhu of the Guardian Alliance, this effect was incredibly effective. Even the Guardian Alliance leader himself was already bowing on the ground, his whole body trembling violently, large drops of sweat continuously rolling down his forehead. At this moment, as a martial emperor Zhengzhu, his dignity had already completely vanished. Under the faintest pressure from the martial god temple, he now had only one thought in his mind: to survive. He felt like a mere ant. And for an ant, the most extravagant desire was simply to stay alive. This was exactly what he was experiencing now. Alliance leader, what needs to be done should already be clear to you. You don't need me to teach you further, do you? Long Qingyi sneered slightly, looking down at the Guardian Alliance leader with a complex expression full of mockery. Yes, I know exactly what I should do. The Guardian Alliance leader shuddered all over, suddenly forcing a faint smile onto his face. Chapter 103, The Heaven and Earth Alliance. The Oriole lies in wait. At this moment, all the powerful experts of the Hujiao Alliance were stunned speechless. They looked at each other, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if doubting whether what they had just witnessed was merely an illusion. Did our alliance leader just smile flatteringly at the Longqing elder? What on earth is going on? It feels like everything has been turned completely upside down. Is it all because of the Divine Warrior Hall? The Divine Warrior Hall is practically a dimensional strike against us. We simply don't have the strength to resist the ancient God Hall. If we want to avoid annihilation, there's now only one way left. That's right. We can only survive shamefully. Survive shamefully. How ironic and how painful those 4 words were. If they had heard those words under normal circumstances, they would surely have scoffed at them in disdain. Even if they were trapped in the depths of despair, they would rather die proudly than live in disgrace. Yet at this moment, those words carried an endless temptation. Above in the sky, the illusory image of the Divine Warrior Hall rolled like thunder, eventually vanishing into a brilliant golden light. And the lingering aftermath deeply shook all the experts of the Hujiao Alliance. At this moment, in the Heaven and Earth Alliance, within the temple hall, from the alliance leader down to the lowliest cultivator, all held their breath and focused intently, as if awaiting something. The sudden abnormality within the Hujiao Alliance, could it be an opportunity? This was extremely important for their Heaven and Earth Alliance. Alliance leader. Just then, a figure tore through the sky and landed on the hall, immediately dropping to one knee before the alliance leader. He knelt with both knees to the ground. Did you see what happened? The alliance leader took a deep breath, his expression becoming increasingly solemn at this moment. I saw clearly. All the experts from the Hujiao Alliance have mobilized completely and are heading straight toward Qingzhou. The scout hurriedly explained, his face somewhat pale. Wanting to discover where these people were headed, he had approached rather closely during his investigation, and nearly got discovered. Later, only upon becoming aware did he suddenly realize a problem, that all the experts from the Hujiao Alliance seemed rather restless. Under normal circumstances, if he had gotten this close, they surely would have detected his presence. Perhaps with a single move, they could have erased him from existence. But in reality, Even the Xiuxian alliance leader appeared dazed and distracted, completely failing to sense his existence. Despite this, he still looked deathly pale and was filled with lingering fear. Qingzhou? What could they possibly want in Qingzhou? The alliance leader's face changed, appearing somewhat skeptical. All the experts also changed expressions, their faces shadowed with doubt. Qingzhou? Originally, they had thought those Xiuxian alliance experts were about to face some powerful enemy. Yet their target was Qingzhou, which no one had anticipated. As far as I know, currently only 4 great imperial dynasties remain in Qingzhou. Indeed, these 4 dynasties all claim to possess divine beast bloodlines, though in reality their bloodlines have become highly diluted and are no longer worthy of such a title. Could the Xiuxian alliance be targeting them this time? I understand now. The Xiuxian alliance has always believed in the concept of world essence. They firmly believe that Zhongzhou's fortune will soon fade away. To keep Zhongzhou prosperous, they must seize the essence power from other worlds. Are they using that as an excuse to attack Qingzhou? Instantly, everyone wore expressions of sudden realization, yet also mingled with contempt. Qingzhou. Qingzhou was simply a desolate place. Precious resources such as immortal herbs, medicinal plants, or spirit stones were extremely scarce. Moreover, under such circumstances, most resources were already monopolized by the 4 great dynasties. From this, one could imagine how poor Qingzhou truly was. Most wandering cultivators, upon hearing of Qingzhou, would merely sneer in disdain. Since the majority of cultivation resources were controlled by the 4 dynasties, little remained outside their grasp. For wandering cultivators, Qingzhou was practically a barren wasteland. Therefore, the number of free cultivators in Qingzhou was extremely low. Powerful sects and experts from Zhongzhou also looked down upon Qingzhou. They could easily destroy the 4 dynasties with just a few minor sects. Yet, from their perspective, doing so would bring no benefits. In such a situation, naturally, they had no reason to act. But now, the famous Zhongzhou Xiuxian alliance was deploying their entire city's strength to deal with such a tiny place as Qingzhou. The very thought almost made everyone burst into laughter. Ha! I thought the existence that made the Xiuxian alliance so furious must be something extraordinary. But who would have thought it was just the tiny Qingzhou? They actually gathered all their experts to deal with Qingzhou? How utterly undignified the Xiuxian alliance is. That's right. We've seen undignified moves before, but never such an utterly disgraceful one. This time, I'm afraid we'll end up laughing our heads off. The Xianxia of the Heaven and Earth Alliance laughed with great delight. The Heaven and Earth Alliance and the Xiuxian Alliance were, on the surface, in a state of alliance. But in reality, they had always been engaged in power struggles, competing fiercely for control over Zhongzhou. At any chance to destroy the other side, they would absolutely not show mercy. At this moment, they certainly wouldn't miss an opportunity to mock and taunt their rivals. Ha! So that's it. They're actually going after Qingzhou. I'd like to see how this plays out. The Heaven and Earth Alliance leader stroked his beard, smiling broadly. His face was filled with profound disdain. At this moment, high above Zhongzhou, numerous figures streaked across the sky, leaving behind faint afterimages, as if drifting clouds. The passage of emperors soaring through the heavens created violent gusts of wind. Dust rose from the ground, swirling wildly. Below, the ordinary people of Zhongzhou looked up with wide, incredulous eyes. They gazed in awe at this spectacular scene, filled with endless speculation. It has been a long time since we last saw such a large-scale movement from them. Who could they possibly be targeting? From this momentum, it seems the Xiuxian Alliance has truly mobilized all its experts. If I had to guess, they must be going after the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Aren't they in an alliance state with each other? How can there be any permanent alliance? They have been secretly fighting each other all along, each secretly wishing for the other's complete annihilation. If they truly begin to fight this time, it will be we common people who suffer. So many powerful beings going all out would certainly trigger cosmic upheaval. And when that happens, countless innocents will perish tragically. The people of Zhongzhou shook their heads in sighs, their faces filled with sorrow. The strong fight while the weak suffer. This has always been an eternal and unchanging truth. Right now, the only wish in their hearts was, when destruction came, may it not be too ruthless. Chapter 104, Passionate? What good is that? Yet, just then, the cultivators from Zhongzhou who had been flying joyfully suddenly shifted direction in unison, rushing towards the same direction. Witnessing this scene, everyone instantly froze in bewilderment. What's going on here? Only the Heavens and Earth Alliance could have provoked the Protective Boundary Alliance into action, yet they were definitely not heading towards the direction of the Heavens and Earth Alliance. It seemed like they were heading somewhere else. Could that direction actually be Qingzhou? So many people rushing directly towards Qingzhou? What's happening here? Come on, joking, right? Could it be some monstrous expert appeared in Qingzhou, forcing the Protective Boundary Alliance to mobilize completely? How could that be? The resources in Little Qingzhou are scarce. It's absolutely impossible for a powerful expert to arise. Even the most outstanding genius could never reach a monstrous cultivation level. I get it now. Recently, the 4 imperial dynasties' war apparently provoked the Protective Boundary Alliance involvement. This time, the Protective Boundary Alliance is probably heading there to destroy all of Qingzhou. What? Does that mean Qingzhou is doomed to fall in an instant? The 4 imperial dynasties will definitely be unable to resist. Ultimately, the ordinary citizens exhaled with relief, placing their hearts back into their chests. Yet their brows furrowed slightly, involuntarily letting out a sigh. Once Zhongzhou has set its sights on Qingzhou, there's absolutely no doubt about its inevitable destruction. At this moment, Cultivators from the 4 imperial dynasties gathered in the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty. Dark clouds loomed overhead, filled with killing intent. Occasionally, lightning flashed across the sky. The Saint Kings had already unleashed their auras, waiting for the powerful enemies to arrive. Yet their eyes already held sorrowful expressions. Because they knew, once they opposed the Zhongzhou experts, they would be the first to bear the brunt. And the enemy would certainly send out monarch experts. Against the monarchs, these Saint Kings wouldn't have the slightest chance of victory. In an instant, they'd be reduced to mere cannon fodder. As for cultivators below the Saint King level, they wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. They'd only face one-sided slaughter. Once the battle began, the result would be beyond doubt. Qingzhou was doomed to lose. Yet everyone's blood still boiled. At this moment, not a single soul had any intention of retreating. It was simply because Qingzhou was their home. Under such circumstances, they were willing to do anything to protect their homeland. Right now, the 4 emperors stood side by side in battle, having long abandoned their former conflicts and hatred. At this moment, they seemed more like brothers. Didn't expect the day would come when we'd fight side by side like this. Azure Dragon Emperor let out a bitter smile. Nor did I ever imagine that one day we'd die together. Baihu Tyrant Emperor laughed heartily, exuding boundless vigor. The 4 simultaneously burst into hearty laughter, their spirits soaring. At that moment, they inspired countless cultivators. At this time, within the martial training ground, Xuanhuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at those juniors from the Zhu family. The slightly immature face already radiated killing intent. You've all seen it, right? Experts from the 4 imperial dynasties have already gathered here. This indicates powerful enemies are approaching. And the ones they face are precisely from Zhongzhou. If I'm not mistaken, the experts from Zhongzhou will soon arrive through space. When that time comes, we must confront them in a decisive battle. Although we're not considered genuine experts in the truest sense, this battle is a life or death struggle for us. If we run away, we'll only find death. Who will stand beside me in battle? Zhu Wuhan suddenly unsheathed his sword, pointing straight at the sky. Crack! Lightning flashed behind him. Originally holding no authority among his peers, he now seemed like an overbearing celestial deity descending. This. All the juniors simultaneously shrank their heads, feeling their hearts tremble at that moment. Are you freaking kidding us? You're fired up about what exactly, man? Don't you realize we're facing powerful experts from Zhongzhou? Each expert from Zhongzhou is extremely powerful, not something ordinary experts could confront. Even Saint Kings would hold no chance against them. Moreover, Zhongzhou experts already have a thorough understanding of Qingzhou expert strength. They definitely wouldn't send those weaker than them to engage in combat. To put it simply, they're not stupid enough to offer their heads freely. They would definitely start with monarchs. Once the battle begins, the enemy will come crushing down with overwhelming force, and this war will hold no uncertainty. With our strength, if we become involved in this war, we'll simply be mercilessly crushed into the ground. What the hell are you getting so fired up about? Instantly, everyone present mentally began criticizing. Some even rolled their eyes without hesitation. At a moment when our Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty faces life or death, you actually dare show such expressions? Do you really wish to be reduced to ashes? I never imagined you'd be this kind of person, and still my peer. I truly look down upon you. If you won't go, then I'll go by myself. Zhu Wuhing couldn't help but freeze, instantly feeling very embarrassed. His passionate rallying hadn't achieved even the slightest effect, something he absolutely hadn't anticipated. Hey bro, you're just wasting your effort for nothing. We're ultimately just junior cultivators, not even qualified to be cannon fodder. If we approach those Saint King experts, we wouldn't even have time to release a single technique before being blown to ashes. If our experts witnessed the scene, they'd definitely be terrified, which would only damage the morale instead. You really believe that passion alone is enough to make things right? I think you should just go home and lie down. Everyone began scoffing and grumbling at once. Zhu Wuheng was stunned again, his face turning red in an instant. Damn it. Undeniably, what they said carried some truth. If he insisted on resisting, even if he was simply crushed underfoot by the enemy, that wouldn't be so bad. But if he appeared and before even getting a chance to shout a single insult, he was directly blown apart, not only would that fail to raise morale, it would become a joke instead. You guys can just stay here hiding like turtles. I'm going alone. Zhu Wuheng's face was flushed, but he still refused to concede. He moved his body and flew straight up into midair. The next moment, he suddenly paused mid-flight, falling into contemplation. Rushing in with just blind passion wouldn't change the battle at all. Instead of acting recklessly like this, he should do something actually useful. Senior? Nowadays, the only one capable of blocking the Zhongzhou experts is probably that senior, right? A faint upward curve appeared on his lips, and a final glimmer of hope arose within his heart. Suddenly, he moved again, his figure flashing swiftly like a blade of swordlight, rushing straight towards the Imperial Kitchen direction. Chapter 105, I'm actually just a bystander. Inside the Imperial Kitchen at this moment, everything seemed peaceful as before. The Fenghuang clan were walking around on their little claws, constantly searching for bugs to eat. The little golden fish were swimming joyfully. Occasionally, they opened their mouths and exhaled smoke. When the smoke rose, one could vaguely see a swirling mass of star-like clouds. As if within the azure dragon's mouth, there were countless stars. Bai Xiaoqing was hesitantly approaching the small peach tree, her face filled with astonishment. Recently, she suddenly realized that the small peach tree actually possessed consciousness. However, every time she got close, she would always catch a faint scent of vinegar. And that particular scent seemed to be one that only women could perceive. Was the peach tree feeling jealous? Thus, she had spent half the day constantly pondering one question. Why on earth would a small peach tree feel jealous? Meanwhile, Teddy had shaken off his usual laziness and was now walking unsteadily around the courtyard. From time to time, he cast thoughtful glances toward the endless sky above. Although there seemed to be nothing beneath that boundless heavens at the moment, numerous oppressive presences were clearly and rapidly closing in, and there was no way Teddy could miss them. It seems the Xiuxian imperial court is not as peaceful as it appears. Just from the pressure of these approaching figures, I can tell at least over 100 monarch realm experts are on their way here. Not to mention quite a few king realm experts as well, and even an emperor realm expert. A faint mocking smile involuntarily surfaced on Teddy's face. Such a lineup, if hanging over the Xiuxian imperial court in normal times, would certainly cause it to collapse without a chance of survival. But Teddy didn't seem to care in the least. The only thing he truly cared about was how his master would handle this situation. Master is inside the Xiuxian imperial court, so he must be planning to help defend it, right? But someone like Master, who's such a powerful cultivator, often has some eccentric habits. If he actually wanted to watch experts from Zhongzhou utterly crush the Xiuxian imperial court, then it would be a disaster for them. But what does any of this have to do with me? I'm just a bystander after all. Doggo grinned mischievously, pretending to take only a polite interest in the matter. Soon enough, he casually dismissed the entire thing from his mind. Once again, enticing aromas began to rise from the imperial kitchen. It feels a bit off. At this moment, Lin Tian looked at the plate of fried peanuts before him, a wry smile appearing on his face. Crap. Lately I've had this weird feeling that something is off. Now that I think about it, this is supposed to be the imperial kitchen. As a chef here, I'm supposed to prepare meals for those noble families of the imperial court. But somehow, for some time now, the noble families have kept their distance. Other than a few specific individuals occasionally coming here to pick up meals, no one has asked me to cook this or that anymore. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that my cooking doesn't match the taste of people from this era? But that can't be right. If that were the case, the people who come here to grab a bite wouldn't be eating until they nearly swallow their tongues. What the hell is going on here? Lin Tian scratched his head in confusion. There was definitely something strange going on. If his cooking really wasn't good enough, this imperial kitchen should have been abolished by now, and maybe even he himself would have been chased out and reassigned to some menial task. Yet, no one had kicked him out. Everyone still treated him with the utmost respect. So, what exactly had happened? Whatever. I won't think about it anymore. It's better this way. It's actually pretty peaceful. Lin Tian sighed once more. The reason for this thought was that he suddenly realized perhaps his destined opportunity hadn't arrived yet, which was why he hadn't displayed the aura of a blessed prodigy. Perhaps that damn daily sign-in system wasn't his true big chance. His real great opportunity might lie in his cooking. Possibly, through his dishes, he might soon move the imperial emperor, who would then recognize his talent and send him off to cultivate. Then his power would grow rapidly, and he would eventually become a dominating force and achieve the pinnacle of life. But in reality, much to his dismay, Lin Tian discovered that none of his skills or strengths had the slightest opportunity to shine. Head Chef Lin, I'm back again. Just at that moment, the imperial kitchen's most frequent visitor, Xiao Li, trotted over excitedly. His eyes lit up immediately. Fried peanuts smell amazing. If I had 2 cups of yellow rice wine, it'd be even better, he said joyfully, rubbing his hands together in excitement as drool nearly dripped from his mouth. I knew you'd enjoy it with rice wine. I already prepared some homemade yellow rice wine ahead of time. Lin Tian rolled his eyes at him, spoke in an annoyed tone, and then took out a jar of yellow rice wine from the cupboard. I knew Head Chef Lin treats me the best. Come on, let's eat quickly, then I'll take you to watch a spectacular show. Xiao Li wore a mysterious expression as he spoke, then grabbed the plate of peanuts and walked outside by himself, placing it on the table. After eating one peanut, he immediately took a small sip of the yellow rice wine. He then exhaled a long breath with great satisfaction. The look on his face was pure bliss. What do you mean? Lin Tian couldn't help but ask curiously. Haven't you heard? The 4 great imperial dynasties have suddenly gathered together, facing the Zhongzhou direction. It seems powerful enemies from Zhongzhou are heading here. There might be an intense battle breaking out any moment. It's been a long time since I've seen such a grand scene. Today I definitely want to witness it with my own eyes. Speaking of this, Xiao Li's face was brimming with excitement. Since becoming a so-called rootless person, he had stayed in the scriptorium, rarely seeing such large-scale battles. Although he had once witnessed a fight with his own eyes, back then his cultivation had been too weak, so he hadn't dared approach too closely, only able to watch from afar. That experience had been quite unsatisfying. But now, the situation was a bit different. The powerful experts from Zhongzhou would soon arrive in Qingzhou, and when that happened, there would definitely be an earth-shattering war. Everyone would be involved, experiencing a 360-degree immersive sensation. Just thinking about it made him incredibly excited. A major battle? Lin Tian couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then let out a light sigh. A faint expression of helplessness appeared on his face. According to the blessed prodigy rules, whenever a major event occurred, he would definitely get involved and cause waves that would shake the world. Yet in this case, he had unexpectedly become a bystander. The battle between Zhongzhou and Qingzhou was practically the greatest event in the entire world. In such a situation, he could only be a bystander? Could it be that he wasn't truly the blessed prodigy after all? Got it. Perhaps he was simply destined to live as a humble chef. A humble chef that only Xiao Li appreciated. Lin Tian couldn't help but release a long sigh, hands clasped behind his back, as he gazed at the vast sky. Even if a grand battle is about to happen, It has nothing to do with me. I'm ultimately just a bystander. I wonder who else will stir the winds and clouds within this great war. What he didn't know was, this so-called great battle had actually been triggered by him. And this was truly unprecedented, massive and spectacular beyond imagination. Chapter 106 Crisis? Not even close. Senior. You're both here, seniors? Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. A figure dashed forward, slicing through clouds. Xuanhuan, dressed in white martial arts attire, landed gracefully. Seeing this scene unfold, Lin Tian and xiaoxian involuntarily paused their movements. A wave of envy and jealousy surged in their hearts. F***K. This brat who hasn't even grown his hair out can already walk on air as a title-ranked expert. Now look at the two of them. One stinks from kitchen oil, and the other is not even a complete man. Sighing helplessly at each other, even the peanuts in their mouths had become tasteless. Since you're here, sit down and eat. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Though inwardly annoyed, he politely said, people who can fly around recklessly like that, better not provoke. After all, he couldn't even leave the ground himself. Stay low, survive quietly. This was Lin Tian's current survival rule. Of course, he also wished to be as arrogant and domineering as other blessed young geniuses. But alas, it's beyond my power, my lord. Eat. Xuanhuan was stunned. Then his face burst into wild joy. I understand. I'll follow senior's advice. His heart pounded violently. His previous worries had completely vanished. From the Zhongzhou direction, oppressive pressure continued arriving. Even small characters like himself could sense this pressure in the wind, let alone the two seniors here. Moreover, the seniors were unfathomable. Seeing his flustered appearance, they must have already known why he was anxious. Yet the senior didn't directly point it out, calmly asking him to eat instead. Which means, he had already found a solution. In other words, this crisis brought by those experts from Zhongzhou was nothing to the senior. As expected, the senior is in Wu Di de Tsinzite. What was there to worry about? Moreover, the senior letting him eat must be testing his composure, seeing if he could still remain calm when disaster approaches. Of course he needed to perform well. Thank you, senior, for offering me food. Xuanhuan respectfully approached, then used both hands to lift the plate of peanuts, his expression devout. The next moment, under the astonished gaze of the two, he suddenly lifted his neck, pouring the peanuts into his mouth non-stop. Crunch, crunch. Then his eyes lit up. The food made by senior himself truly smells unparalleled in the world, and even contains a massive amount of spiritual energy. This is the feeling of breakthrough. As the peanuts, grain by grain, dropped into his mouth, Xuanhuan's eyes widened again. He clearly felt these peanuts were like legendary pills when they reached his throat, emitting a rich fragrance as regular food. But the intense spiritual energy within surged wildly through his meridians, finally merging like rivers into the sea, flowing into his dantian. His dantian immediately felt thick and heavy. Warmth surged from the dantian, spreading into every limb and organ. Indescribably comfortable. He even felt light and floaty. Thank you, senior. I now understand your meaning. I absolutely will remain calm in face of danger. Reverently placing the plate down, Xuanhuan wiped his mouth, then respectfully bowed. Without daring to further disturb the seniors, he turned and flew into the sky. This kid came fast and left just as quickly. Lin Tian and xiaoxian remained completely confused, still keeping their chopsticks in the air mid-reach. Eventually, they both focused their gazes on the plate. Simultaneously, their mouths twitched uncontrollably. F***K. That plate was cleaner than if it had been licked. And what the hell was he babbling about? How exactly did he understand? Actually, he didn't come just for the meal? Say, Chef Lin, what's going on here? Why do you keep attracting these weirdos? Xiaoxian couldn't help but complain. Whatever. Let's cook again. With a bitter smile, Lin Tian helplessly shook his head. This question was simply unanswerable, because he himself was equally confused. Soon, Lin Tian's figure disappeared into the kitchen again, making preparations for another meal. At that moment, Xuanhuan had already returned to the training ground. Those younger generation experts were sensing the powerful pressure in the wind, their fear growing deeper in their hearts. And questions surfaced in their minds. With all the experts from the Vermilion Bird Empire, could they really stop the powerful enemies coming from Zhongzhou? I've never sensed such an overwhelming aura before. Could it be a saint-level expert? A title-ranked expert? Haven't you heard? In Zhongzhou, title-ranked experts are everywhere. Any random one of them would be an elite, even in our Qingzhou. I believe at least a king-ranked expert has descended. I feel it too. Definitely not just one king-ranked expert. We can't even sense the presence of other experts. Is it because our power is too weak to detect anything beyond the title-ranked? This is just too terrifying. Those younger generation experts trembled one by one. Their faces had long turned deathly pale. On their faces, even a hint of despair surfaced. At this moment, they finally understood why Xuanhuan insisted they join this war. Simply because whether they fought or not, it was death either way. They might as well die gloriously. I finally understand that kid's intentions. Perhaps after today, our Vermilion Bird Empire will cease to exist. What's at stake isn't just our Vermilion Bird Empire. The four great Wangzhou might become history after this battle. If we'll soon disappear anyway, we might as well go out gloriously, brilliantly. Let's go. Find Xuanhuan and fight alongside him. In an instant, everyone changed their minds. After all, death awaited them either way, so they might as well die more meaningfully. They had always been bound to the Vermilion Bird Empire with life and death. Once it perished, they would certainly vanish into oblivion. Since that's the case, what was there to fear? It's nothing more than a battle to the death. No need. Just then, A leisurely voice suddenly echoed from the sky. As soon as the sound fell, a figure had already drifted gracefully to the ground. It was xuanhuan. Cough cough. We're willing to fight by your side. You were right. We should join this battle. If we're going to die, we must die gracefully. Everyone took a step forward, their expressions serious. All of them were filled with fighting spirit. In an instant, an endless battle aura rose from their bodies, appearing as if invisible flames were burning wildly. Though no one could see it with their eyes, it was obvious the air around them was violently distorting. No need. You just wait and watch for victory. Xuanhuan, however, scoffed lightly. Join the war? With your strength, you couldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. The senior's reaction had already shown that the Vermilion Bird Empire was definitely going to win. Why should we get involved in the chaos unnecessarily? Chapter 107. The overwhelming aura of a supreme expert. Saying that, xuanhuan directly went to the martial arts training ground and fetched his personal reclining chair, lying down comfortably. This scene before them instantly stunned all the martial experts present. One by one question marks emerged on their foreheads. Wait a second, didn't this kid just give an impassioned speech, urging everyone to jump straight into the war? How come suddenly he's already lying back like a lazy fish? This shift in atmosphere feels too abrupt. Xuanhuan, what exactly do you mean by this? Are you saying you no longer wish to stand and fall with the xiuxian imperial dynasty? Keep in mind, the experts launching the attack this time are from the central continent. They might spell doom for our xiuxian imperial dynasty. As a martial expert of the xiuxian imperial dynasty, shouldn't you share in the fate of the empire? That's right. In such a situation, defending the xiuxian imperial dynasty is undeniably our responsibility, a duty no one can avoid. The Hobei experts stepped forward, their voices filled with slight astonishment. At the same time, there was clear outrage. You brat delivered a passionate call to action earlier, getting all of our battle spirits fired up. Yet now you're already lying down? How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Stand and fall with the xiuxian imperial dynasty? What are you thinking? This time, the xiuxian imperial dynasty will certainly win. Xuanhuan hadn't even opened his eyes as he answered lazily. What? This kid dares to say the xiuxian imperial dynasty will win? But the enemy consists of experts from the central continent, each one mighty beyond compare, far too strong for any ordinary expert to match. Even combining all the experts from the 4 imperial cities, they definitely couldn't rival the experts of the central continent. Looking across the 9 provinces realm, those capable of challenging experts from the central continent could be counted on one's fingers. And yet this kid dares to claim victory for the xiuxian imperial dynasty? Could he possibly be so scared he's gone mad? Of course, in their hearts, no one believed it for a second. However, suddenly, they all froze, a mixture of emotions surging within them once again. Because they realized, xuanhuan was just too calm. As if the xiuxian imperial dynasty had already won with certainty. Could it be that the xiuxian imperial dynasty truly has victory guaranteed? For a moment, the exact same glimmering thought appeared in everyone's minds. On the other side, at the north gate of the xiuxian imperial dynasty, experts from the 4 imperial cities stood, their expressions tense. They fixed their eyes firmly on the boundless sky ahead. Suddenly dark clouds rolled in, accompanied by thunder, lightning, and fierce winds, sweeping violently over everyone. These people, sworn to protect the xiuxian imperial dynasty with their lives, had already gritted their teeth tightly, their foreheads bulging with veins. They clenched their fists hard, their eyes bloodshot. Under normal circumstances, even when facing a powerful enemy, they certainly wouldn't have felt this level of nervousness. But this time, they clearly understood. They were facing experts from the central continent. Perhaps there would be numerous king experts. Even more terrifying, there might be emperor experts. Across the entire Azure province, for thousands upon hundreds of years, not even a single emperor-level expert had emerged. But in the central continent, an emperor-level expert wasn't particularly rare. Everyone already knew the likely outcome of this battle. Once war breaks out, Azure province is sure to face unprecedented catastrophe. Wait, that aura just now. It's not just one king-level expert. Estimated at least 20. And that even stronger aura. Something I've never sensed before, something far beyond my comprehension. That must be an emperor expert. An emperor expert personally arrived? Everyone's complexion changed drastically. The 4 imperial lords, in particular, narrowed their pupils. Damn it. Originally, they thought the opponent didn't even consider Azure province worthy of their attention. So bringing in so many king-level experts was already a great gesture of respect. Never had they expected that there would be an emperor expert hiding among them. Just how powerful was an emperor expert? His might completely transcended the comprehension of ordinary experts. They couldn't even imagine how terrifying it would be when such a person unleashed his power. There was, however, one thing certain. A single emperor expert could completely annihilate the entire xiuxian imperial dynasty in a very short period of time. Not to mention the accompanying force of at least 20 king experts this time. Beyond them, there were even more saint experts. Just these saint experts alone might be enough to overpower the 4 imperial lords with ruthless ease. Let alone the king and emperor experts. This seems far beyond our ability to resist. Old Lin stroked his beard, his face unconsciously paling. The 4 imperial lords remained silent. Their normally unshakable faces briefly revealed a flicker of panic they could hardly hide. Though their expressions remained calm on the surface, deep inside, they were practically panicking like hell. The enemy was an emperor expert. If they weren't terrified, something would be wrong. A violent gust of wind swept through. The oppressive force carried within the wind increased abruptly and violently. Several experts whose hearts were filled with despair were already swaying midair, their figures unstable. The pressure alone was now enough to defeat many powerful cultivators. Are you all thinking the same thing as me? Qinglong Huangzhu let out a bitter laugh. No more pretense. Faced with such a powerful enemy, he truly could no longer keep up appearances. The other three emperors exchanged brief glances and nodded with bitter smiles as well. If that's the case, I will handle this matter. I only hope the senior elder. Lin Lao wore another bitter expression, unable to suppress a quiet sigh. The senior elder's attitude toward this matter was still unclear. The four imperial dynasties had originally believed that with their strength, they might be able to hold their ground against the experts from the central continent. But, as the approaching auras grew ever stronger, they finally understood, if they truly engaged in battle, there would be only one outcome. The complete and utter annihilation of the four imperial dynasties. Under such circumstances, the same idea naturally arose in each of their minds. Seek help from the senior elder. Although the result was unknown, this had already become their final option. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Lin Lao shot into the sky, breaking through the air as he flew directly over the armies of the four imperial dynasties. Experts from the four imperial dynasties frowned, faces filled with confusion. What's going on? It seems like he's going to request reinforcements. Requesting aid from whom? Could there actually be a martial emperor-level expert in the Zhuge imperial dynasty? That's impossible. If the Zhuge imperial dynasty truly had a martial emperor expert, it would long ago have become the supreme dynasty. How could it remain so low-key until now? Precisely. Maybe he's preparing for our final defeat. What kind of preparation could there be? Once we are defeated, the entire Qing province will certainly be reduced to nothingness. The experts of the four imperial dynasties murmured, making guesses. Their sense of despair was growing deeper and deeper. Yet, for some unknown reason, as Lin Lao disappeared from view, they felt as if they had caught a final sliver of hope through him. The four imperial lords exchanged glances, each letting out a slight breath. Their hearts pounded violently in that moment. Whether or not the Qing province could survive would now depend entirely on the senior elder's decision. Chapter 108. Senior, I've also achieved enlightenment. At this moment, in the imperial kitchen, as a scent of cooked food wafted through the air. It's ready. Tomato scrambled eggs. Hope you can manage with this. With a resigned tone, Lin Tian lifted the curtain and entered. Carrying a plate of tomato scrambled eggs, Lin Tian placed the delicious dish directly in front of Little Li. Chef Lin, truly, you've gone to great trouble. This is my favorite dish. Little Li grinned happily, impatiently picking up his chopsticks. Yet, just at this moment, Senior, from the sky above, suddenly came a respectful voice. The voice carried a tinge of hesitation, but mostly sincerity. Greetings to both seniors. The moment the words landed, a figure flashed like lightning. By the time the two came to their senses, they saw that it was indeed Old Lin. The instant he appeared, he had already respectfully knelt down on one knee. Old Lin's heart was filled with anxiety. Meeting just one senior already caused him immense pressure. Who could have imagined two seniors would appear at the same time? The pressure in his heart instantly multiplied. Here already? Again, right at mealtime? Little Li's cheek twitched slightly, suspicion clearly showing on his face. Could this old eunuch also be here to mooch a meal? Senior, surely you have sensed it too. The aura in the air has become increasingly noticeable. They will arrive soon. Senior, I'm afraid Qingzhou might not withstand it. Old Lin, despite his tingling scalp, gritted his teeth and summoned his courage to speak. His voice trembled slightly. Cold sweat poured from his forehead. How unfathomable these seniors were. How could they not sense the atmosphere in the air? If they truly wanted to intervene, they probably would have already acted, or appeared directly in front of the armies of the four imperial dynasties. But now, the senior was still leisurely having a meal here. This was clearly a bad omen. Just considering these details alone was enough to send Old Lin's heart plummeting. Aura in the wind. Yes, the aura has indeed grown heavier. Lin Tian nodded slightly, instinctively glancing up at the sky. So this old eunuch came here to give a weather report? I've already noticed the rain-laden air. After all, my pickled radish hasn't finished drying yet. Senior, may I daringly ask for your opinion on this matter? Old Lin swallowed hard, his entire body trembling. At this moment, he nearly stopped breathing altogether. The senior's thoughts were unfathomable. Who dared ask? He clearly felt that at the very moment he asked, the dog raised its head in alertness and glared fiercely at him. The Fenghuang clan immediately ceased their feeding movements. Killing intent flickered momentarily in their eyes. Even the Azure Dragon clan swimming in the small pond released multiple Azure Dragon illusions, splitting the heavens. It seemed that this act of disrespect had thrown them all into a near-raging state. How can you casually ask about your master's thoughts? The heavenly will must not be revealed. The master's intentions are the same as heavenly secrets. How do I view it? Lin Tian frowned slightly, gently pondering for a moment. Though darkness gathers and thunderclouds loom across the sky, in the end, after rain comes clearing skies. Clear skies after rain. Old Lin suddenly widened his eyes, instinctively beaming with ecstatic joy. Clear skies after rain meant this coming battle would be frightening, but harmless? In other words, the senior had already prepared contingency measures in advance. Once the experts from Zhongzhou took action, the senior would certainly intervene. Or perhaps, he had a better solution? Senior, I understand now. Thank you so much for your teachings. Overcome with excitement, Old Lin trembled all over, his tone brimming with gratitude. Lin Tian was instantly baffled. What did I just say? And you understand? Do you understand even a bit? I don't even understand myself. All of you are freaking lunatics. Lin Tian inwardly grumbled. On the surface, however, he simply smiled slightly. He had already seen that the old man's power wasn't just restricted to wind gliding. It could truly be described as unfathomable, an absolute must not to offend. Of course, he didn't know that old Lin shared the same thought in his heart, never to offend this so-called senior, who was even more unfathomable. Senior, now I understand. I'll take my leave now. Satisfied with the answer he received, old Lin exhaled in relief, eagerly wanting to inform the 4 imperial sovereigns of this conclusion. You probably haven't eaten yet. Why not have a meal before you go? Lin Tian smiled faintly and politely invited. It was merely a casual courtesy on his part. Old Lin couldn't help but tremble all over, his face filled with deep respect. To him, every word spoken by Lin Tian was no less sacred than an imperial decree. Understood. Suddenly, he clasped his fists together and step by step approached the dining table. Then without another word, he respectfully began eating the tomato scrambled eggs one bite at a time. The senior had suddenly told him to eat. There must be profound meaning behind it, so he absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. As he ate, old Lin tried to understand the senior's thoughts. This tomato scrambled eggs is fragrant and sweet, yet spiced with chilly heat. Could it be? I understand now. The senior wants to tell me that within the upcoming great battle between Qingzhou and Zhongzhou lies the essence of life's many flavors. I've achieved enlightenment. With the senior's power, all crises could be resolved in an instant. He didn't do so simply to warn the Vermilion Bird dynasty and the other 3 great dynasties. No matter the circumstances, they must never cease their efforts. Because an even greater force exists, one must never let their guard down in any situation. Especially the Vermilion Bird dynasty. Though it has already become the supreme dynasty of Qingzhou, beyond Qingzhou lies a vast world. Boom. It was like a sudden revelation, and old Lin's mind snapped into clarity. At the very moment he finished the last bite of tomato scrambled eggs, he finally understood Lin Tian's intentions. Senior, I understand now. I believe any expert in Qingzhou will surely not betray the senior's deep concern. His body trembled with emotion, nearly moved to tears. The senior must indeed be one of the ancestors of the Vermilion Bird dynasty. Otherwise, why would he care so deeply about the dynasty's future? The message hidden within this meal brought a heartwarming feeling. After speaking, he respectfully bowed, then without hesitation or delay, vanished into the wind. Who? A breeze passed through. The 2 holding chopsticks stood completely stunned. What the hell? What was that? I was just being polite, offering him to eat before leaving. In my world, such words were the most common of pleasantries. Never had I imagined that people here would be this straightforward. He really ate it, and he even finished every last drop of sauce. Ahem, should I cook some more? Lin Tian blinked his eyes and looked at Little Li beside him. Forget it. Master Lin's cooking skills are just too good, always attracting freeloaders. I'll endure it for now. Otherwise, he might miss that grand battle. Little Li sighed helplessly, feeling particularly annoyed. Chapter 109. Don't misunderstand. We are here to apologize. Oh, right. You should also watch the battle between the experts. Lin Tian nodded slightly, thinking about whether he should go and take a look. Eventually, he sighed, deciding it would be better to remain low-key. After all, given his current strength, if he truly appeared at the battlefield, even watching from afar, he might be accidentally injured. If that happened, instead of becoming the fated genius everyone dreams of, he'd be hurt by some minor character. Where would his dignity go then? Are you really not going? This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Xiaoli was taken aback, not expecting Lin Tian to be so cautious. Just watch from afar, don't get close at all. Lin Tian thought for a moment, then quietly reminded. Don't worry, you know me. I'm the most timid person. Why would I ever approach such a battlefield? Me and the other rootless ones will hide on the rooftop, watching from afar. We'd never dare to get close. Not to mention, do you think I have the guts to get close anyway? Waving his hand, Xiaoli hurriedly rushed toward the predetermined meeting spot with the other rootless cultivators. Not sure what's so exciting to look at. Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. Of course he also wanted to follow and see what it looked like when true experts fought. Would it be heaven shaking with storms and thunder? Or as soon as they move, the sky itself would change dramatically? But given my current cultivation level, I absolutely cannot be impatient. Just seeing the battle between true experts, I might not be able to remain calm as I am now. My heart would definitely become restless. It's better not to go and watch after all. Shaking his head, he headed straight into the kitchen to prepare a meal for himself. At the same time, in front of the Vermilion Bird Empire's main gates, for imperial lords. At that moment, a figure pierced through the sky and finally hovered before the 4 imperial lords. What's the result? What did the senior say? Is there still hope for our 4 empires? At this moment, the 4 imperial lords could no longer maintain their composure. Each of them stretched their necks, hearts pounding. They all understood that the words from Elder Lin could likely decide the fate of the 4 great empires. If the senior intended to intervene personally, even if the experts from Zhongzhou came, the Vermilion Bird Empire wouldn't be doomed to destruction. But if, to the senior, the Vermilion Bird Empire and the other 3 empires meant nothing at all, then, even if experts from Zhongzhou arrived, the senior might simply remain passive. If that happened, the entire Vermilion Bird Empire would fall in an instant. For a moment, everyone's heart nearly jumped out of their chests. Elder Lin gently smiled, lightly nodding. Though he said nothing at this moment, it was as if he had already said 1,000 words. The truth of heaven must not be exposed, but he could definitely give heavy implications. Seeing this, the 4 imperial lords' eyes brightened. Instantly, Their hearts dropped back into place. Elder Lin's meaning was clear. The senior will definitely get involved. With the senior intervening, who would fear the experts from Zhongzhou? All experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire, brace yourselves. Powerful enemies are approaching. Experts of the Azure Dragon Empire, let them see that our Azure Dragon experts are not weaklings. Experts of the White Tiger Empire, when have we ever feared anyone? Experts of the Black Tortoise Empire, let them know who is the true powerhouse among the four great empires. Boom, boom, boom. The voices roared like thunder, instantly covering the entire sky. It sounded thrilling. Though they didn't know exactly what happened, the experts of the four great empires clearly sensed the surging fighting will of the four imperial lords. And for some unknown reason, they themselves also felt their fighting spirit rising uncontrollably. They are here. In an instant, a sea of eyes shot skyward. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures darted through the air like lightning, rushing to the scene at top speed. There were so many of them, easily hundreds, and all wearing black robes, gathered together like a wave of darkness, overwhelming and surging forward, together with the rolling dark clouds that swirled around them. It looked as if malevolent gods were descending. Wave after wave of oppressive energy erupted from them. As they approached, the formation of experts from the four great empires involuntarily trembled slightly. Is this the might of experts from Zhongzhou? They show no signs of stopping at all. Are they planning to attack directly? If they truly act on this, we will be instantly annihilated. What should we do now? The experts of the four empires, who were filled with fighting spirit moments ago, suddenly found themselves with tingling scalps. At this moment, the unyielding will deep within their hearts began to waver in an instant. Facing true xianxia, they couldn't help but feel fear. Guardians Alliance experts, our four imperial lords have been waiting for you long. With hands behind his back, the Vermilion Bird Emperor slightly frowned. Swallowing his inner fear, he took a step forward directly. Since senior experts are present, what was there to fear? Even in the face of countless enemies, there was no need for any fear. Stop. Just at this moment, a deep and gloomy voice echoed across the sky. The Guardians Alliance experts who were charging forward suddenly froze midair. One by one, they suspended in midair. Vermilion Bird Emperor, you're really too polite. Why go to such lengths? That gloomy voice suddenly became much softer. Then, a figure slowly descended from the dark clouds. It was indeed the Guardians Alliance leader. He stood with his hands behind his back, and surprisingly, a faint smile appeared on his solemn face. Moreover, that smile clearly carried a trace of flattery. The four imperial lords were instantly stunned, unable to believe their own eyes. The enemy was actually this courteous? This posture didn't look like they were coming for battle at all. Vermilion Bird Emperor, and you three other emperors. Our Zhongzhou Guardians Alliance has had some misunderstandings with you in the past. We came here today with only one purpose, which is to sincerely apologize to you all. The Guardians Alliance leader smiled slightly, then bent his waist and said respectfully. All the Guardians Alliance experts lowered their heads respectfully. Their hearts pounded violently. They had arrived here, yet not felt even the slightest trace of that woody elder's aura. This was the most terrifying part. In other words, that person had previously been capable of hiding his aura at will. In martial cultivation, his cultivation had indeed reached an unfathomable level. Apologize. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's body trembled, suddenly widening his eyes. Hard to believe his ears. The other three imperial lords stood dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. The experts from the four great empires, who had already prepared for battle, were stunned at this moment. They were directly broken in defense. Guardians Alliance leader, why be so courteous? We would like to know if you've already met the senior expert. Lin Elder, the first to recover, asked cautiously. Chapter 110. What kind of terrifying exist is that? Who else in the entire Qingzhou could make the Guardian Alliance leader act so politely other than the senior? If I'm not mistaken, the senior must have used some method to make the Guardian Alliance leader suffer greatly. It must have made him finally understand that if he dared to covet Qingzhou again, the consequences wouldn't be good at all. Guardian Alliance leader, I won't submit so easily. Thinking along these lines, the senior must have used some method to make the other party believe completely. And the best way was to display his strength to the opponent, letting him know that even an emperor of martial arts was nothing but a fart before the senior. Therefore, Old Lin boldly speculated that the Guardian Alliance leader must have met the senior before. However, just at this moment, the Guardian Alliance leader awkwardly smiled. His face couldn't help but turn red. Frankly speaking, I haven't actually met the senior yet, but I've long heard of the senior's formidable reputation. We will pay our respects soon. I wonder, would that be convenient? The Guardian Alliance leader Min Chang smiled, maintaining a gentle expression on his face all the while. Yet deep down, he was already feeling like his heart was being cut with a knife. Damn it, what kind of existence was he? He was the unrivaled figure in the entire Jiuzhou realm. Even among the elites of the Central Plains, those so-called experts would kneel in fear upon meeting him, terrified of provoking his wrath. As for Qingzhou, Qingzhou was merely a desolate place. Within Qingzhou, not a single dynasty or expert could make him act this courteous. Yet today, to avoid offending that senior, he had to act obedient and respectful. And that damn smile on his face was simply too humiliating. At this moment, the Guardian Alliance leader just wanted to find a block of tofu and slam his head into it until he died. Upon hearing the Guardian Alliance leader's words, the four emperors were all shocked beyond words. If the Guardian Alliance leader hadn't even seen the senior face to face, yet had been scared into this state, hurrying all the way here to apologize. bringing all the top experts of the Guardian Alliance here solely for the purpose of making amends. Just how powerful was this senior? Could it be that painting? The Vermilion Bird Emperor suddenly realized the truth. His heart swelled with excitement in that instant. For the senior to make the Guardian Alliance's top experts kneel in respect with only a painting. What kind of overwhelming might did such bacchid imply? He simply couldn't imagine it. In that moment, the four emperors finally breathed a collective sigh of relief and felt assured. So the alliance was indeed here to apologize. If that's the case, then war wouldn't break out. The Central Plains and Xinzhou wouldn't end up in mutual destruction. The four great dynasties wouldn't suffer any calamities. Vermilion Bird Emperor, is there something you're reluctant to say? I personally met the senior before, and I believe the senior surely wouldn't refuse. Just then, Longqing Tai's aged voice rang out. Moments later, he smiled gently as he strode forward with both hands behind his back, gliding toward them gracefully. It was as if a true immortal had descended, looking extremely elegant. Ah, it's Elder Longqing. It seems you truly have met the senior before. Old Lin coldly chuckled, yet he still couldn't shake off the lingering fear in his heart at this moment. He had already personally experienced the badao of a martial king in Longqing Tai's hands. If not for fleeing to the senior's side at the crucial moment, by now he might already be a pile of dry bones buried underground. Previously, it was simply a misunderstanding and not something worth holding against. To express my sincerity, I'd like to apologize to you in person. Longqing Tai smiled slightly, and, this time, his former arrogance was completely gone. Instead, he clasped his hands and respectfully bowed. There's no need to be so formal. If it's only a misunderstanding, why take it so seriously? Old Lin chuckled, waved his hand generously, and casually dismissed the past matter. After all, the other party was a true martial king expert. Refusing to grant him even a little face would make him into a dangerous enemy. Old Lin wasn't foolish enough to do something like that. May we have the honor of meeting the senior? The Guardian Alliance leader inhaled deeply. His expression at this moment tense to the extreme. His very life was now in Lin Tian's hands. Until he personally heard the senior's forgiveness, he truly dared not leave this place. Well, that must be decided by the senior himself. The Vermilion Bird Emperor frowned slightly and replied indifferently. Then we'd appreciate it if you could inform the senior on our behalf. Longqing Tai smiled lightly and paid no mind to the Vermilion Bird Emperor's attitude. The senior was unfathomable, mysterious like a divine dragon, seen only by its head, not its tail. An expert like that often had an eccentric temperament. Last time he had met with him so easily, yet this time might be different. It would be better to let them announce their arrival first. Otherwise, if they provoke the senior's anger, no one could even imagine the consequences. Don't think that just because all the powerful experts of the Guardian Alliance have gathered here, and all the elders have arrived, the senior might instantly reduce all these experts to ashes with a single move. Just imagining this sent a shiver through Longqing Tai's heart. Old Lin, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you to go there then. The Vermilion Bird Emperor paused momentarily, then softly exhaled. A faint trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Although these people came to apologize and seemed to be in a lower position, who didn't know that the experts from Jiuzhou could never be offended? The Vermilion Bird Emperor wasn't foolish enough to believe they were truly inferior. Better to avoid trouble than to create it. Moreover, these people revered the senior like a god, so there should be no reason for them to offend the senior. Yes. Old Lin nodded, showing no hesitation this time. His figure flickered with afterimages as he sped straight toward the direction of the imperial kitchen. At this moment, the experts from the four great dynasties were all stunned beyond words. Each one murmured in disbelief. No matter how they thought about it, they never expected the outcome before their eyes. They had already mentally prepared for a life or death battle with the Jiuzhou experts. In fact, some had already begun secretly gathering their energy, ready to fight fiercely against the enemy. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that the enemy had genuinely come to apologize. Even more unexpectedly, the Guardian Alliance leader himself had come personally to offer his apology. What was going on? What exactly is happening here? Frankly speaking, in the eyes of these Jiuzhou experts, we're no different from ants. But not only did they refrain from attacking us, they dared not even look down on us, treating us instead with utmost respect. This is a world where power determines one's status. Honestly, I don't see anything in us that's worth their respect. Could it all be because of that so-called senior? Just who exactly is this senior? In that instant, everyone slightly furrowed their brows. The term senior seemed like an indelible shadow, quickly filling everyone's mind. A similar thought arose simultaneously in each of their hearts. Could it be that in Xinzhou, there exists a senior whose power even surpasses those from Jiuzhou? And this senior is actually within our Vermilion Bird Empire. Chapter 111. They're all just ants. The experts from the four imperial dynasties became immediately thrilled, especially the experts from the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty. Although, the idea that someone stronger than the experts of the central continent might exist within the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty was originally only their guess. However, various clues indicated that this so-called expert might indeed exist. Just thinking about having such an expert guarding the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty filled their hearts with boundless hope and pride. So there really is such a powerful expert in our Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty. Could it be the ancient ancestor of our Vermilion Bird Emperor? It must be. I've always heard rumors that somewhere in our Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty exists a mysterious strong expert. Now it seems these rumors are definitely more than just talk. No wonder these central continent experts treated us so respectfully. They weren't afraid of us. They were afraid of the senior figure behind us. In an instant, everyone suddenly understood. Their hearts swelled with extreme pride. They even began imagining what this so-called hidden expert must be like. In practically everyone's mind, this hidden expert was imagined as a man of ethereal grace. White-haired, drifting gently, his eyes shining like stars. Every move he made could cause heaven and earth to change dramatically. Of course, no one could possibly know that this so-called invincible senior expert was actually nothing more than a mere cook in a small kitchen. And in fact, many of them had personally tasted the mung bean soup he brewed. At this moment, the murderous aura hovering over the central continent and Qingzhou suddenly vanished, as though nothing had ever existed. The people of the central continent and Qingzhou were already kneeling on the ground, trembling in the terrifying end-of-days scene that resembled the wrath of heaven. Yet at this very moment, as a few rays of golden sunlight poured down, the clouds that had gathered for a long time slowly began to disperse. That bone-piercing, chilling aura of murder vanished in an instant. Everything returned to peace in a flash. What's going on? How could the killing aura that gathered for so long suddenly disappear? Could the battle already be over? There's no fluctuation in the sky, meaning the battle didn't even begin. It ended immediately. Did both sides reach a truce? What exactly is happening here? Everyone was confused and couldn't believe the sudden arrival of this apparent good fortune. At the same time, all of them quietly exhaled, though they didn't know precisely what had occurred. Not having war was ultimately a good thing. At last, they could place their hearts at ease. Right now, inside the training ground, looking up at the sky as the clouds dispersed, the 10,000 zhang lightning and the rainbow-like radiance hidden within the clouds also vanished. Peace returned to the heavens in this moment. Those younger experts, one by one with wide eyes, couldn't help exchanging glances. Although they were not among the most powerful cultivators, they could still feel the infinite murderous aura hidden within those clouds before they vanished, along with the heavy pressure that had pressed heavily upon their hearts. But now, all those things had disappeared, as if they'd never existed at all. What on earth had happened? Completely bewildered, they gradually regained their senses. Then, wave after wave of shocked gazes turned to xuanhuan, who still lay comfortably on his reclining chair, rocking his body leisurely. Could this kid actually have been right? Qingzhou had not come under attack from the central continent. Simply from the energumon in the air, they could sense that the danger had completely passed. How exactly had this brat predicted this result in advance? Do you mind telling us how you knew this would happen? You must know the specific details, right? Why did the experts from the central continent suddenly decide to stop everything? They were clearly coming directly for us, the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty. I originally thought our dynasty wouldn't withstand even a few waves of their attacks, but in the end, they didn't even lift a finger. We were all ready for battle, yet this is the outcome. One by one, these younger experts looked tense. They were increasingly convinced that the xuanhuan before them was unfathomably profound. Do you guys really want to know? Xuanhuan gently opened his eyes, smiling mysteriously. Of course we want to know. The younger martial artists nodded fervently, their hearts thumping wildly. They had a feeling. What xuanhuan was about to say was likely a secret like heavenly fate. Not something just anyone could be fortunate enough to hear. A secret capable of shaking the entire world. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Right at that moment, xuanhuan rolled his eyes dramatically and loudly declared. A loud spitting sound followed. Everyone present had already held their breath and focused their attention, ready to hear a monumental secret. Never had they expected such an outcome. They almost spat blood from shock. This kid is just too arrogant. He only knows a secret we don't. Does he really have to act this way? I knew it all along. This kid would never reveal the truth easily. He's someone who never keeps secrets, yet he still managed to keep this one under wraps. That proves it really is a colossal secret. Exactly who is the one who scared the central continent experts away from daring to attack Qingzhou? In the midst of confusion, these younger martial artists lifted their heads in thought, glancing toward the direction of the sky. They somehow felt a tall figure was looming above the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty. Under this presence, everything else felt like illusions, and all living beings appeared incredibly tiny. No different from mere ants. It was only a strong feeling. Yet strangely, this feeling was so real that, in an instant, it simultaneously surfaced in everyone's hearts. Just thinking about it made them involuntarily shudder coldly. Their legs went weak. They could only wish to kneel down in sincere worship to that phantom-like figure. At that moment, unnoticed by all, the faint silhouette of a towering immortal mountain floated by like a massive ship sailing across the sky. The words, Martial God Hall, radiated an ancient and mysterious glow, as if it were searching for its true master amid countless reincarnations of 10,000 worlds. Inside the imperial kitchen, everything appeared extremely peaceful. Normally, it was, after all, just a small rural courtyard. A group of hens ran about happily. A little teddy dog lay lazily under a peach tree, basking in the sun. The peach tree beside it occasionally shook its leaves gently, thoughtfully using its branches to follow the sunlight. The tree continuously shaded the little teddy with its leaves. On the roof, a small white cat continuously stretched its body. Its movements were so graceful and beautiful. In the pond below, an energetic little goldfish constantly created rippling waves. And the master of this place, Lin Tian, was napping lazily on a reclining chair. Just then, a voice startled him awake. Master Lin the chef, something happened. Something big has happened. Chapter 112. What can a painter do when he is angry? Lin Tian slightly opened his eyes and turned his head toward the source of the sound. Then a faint wry smile appeared on his face. It was that kid, Xiaoli again. As far as this kid was concerned, even the smallest matter could be treated like the end of the world. Who knew what so-called big thing had happened this time? Rubbing his eyes and stretching lazily, Lin Tian slowly sat upright. I'm telling you, kid, must you look so flustered? Spit it out. What exactly happened that's so important? Lin Tian asked impatiently. Me and some rootless guys took the risk of being scolded by the supervisor and climbed onto the rooftop of the Yin-Yang building. But you won't believe what happened in the end. Xiaoli let out a sigh. The look on his face clearly showed dissatisfaction. What happened in the end? Lin Tian asked casually. Just by looking at the kid's expression, he could tell there had been no real fight between the two sides. Besides, the disappointment on his face was obvious, not panic, and there were no visible injuries on his body. That meant there hadn't even been a fight. However, Lin Tian didn't say his thoughts out loud. After all, doing so would ruin the other's enjoyment. We waited so long, thinking we would soon see an exciting show. From where we were, on top of that building, we had a perfect view toward the battlefield. Maybe we would even see all sorts of powerful techniques bursting in the sky. They must be even more magnificent than fireworks. But in the end, we kept staring for a long time and found out they didn't even fight. Even the murderous aura that had gathered in the sky completely vanished. Xiaoli sat down furiously, poured himself a cup of tea, and shook his head rapidly. His disappointment was evident. Fortunately, they didn't fight, otherwise you all would have been caught in the middle of it. So in the end, not fighting was actually a good thing for you. Lin Tian smiled slightly and spoke truthfully. This. Xiaoli hesitated for a moment before realizing that when experts like them clashed, the heavens and earth would certainly tremble. He and those rootless people had been so close to the battlefield, they might really have been affected. Just thinking about it made him stick out his tongue involuntarily. Not fighting turned out to be a good thing after all. Lin Tian folded his hands behind his back, looked up at the now calm sky, and wore an amused expression. Fight? Fight what exactly? As the world's blessed prodigy, he could only watch from the sidelines and had no right to join the battle and command the situation. Just thinking about it made one's testicles ache. He was supposed to be the protagonist, but had suddenly become an extra. Where could he vent such frustration? It turned out better that they hadn't fought. Otherwise, once they started, Xuanhuan could have been in danger, let alone whether his strength could withstand the aftershocks of their fight. If the Xuanhuan accidentally got damaged, that would be a major hassle. Luckily, the sky had slowly returned to normal. The murderous aura had long since vanished. There was no need to fear a calamity from the heavens anymore. Senior. Right at this moment, a respectfully loud voice rang out from the sky. Again, Lin Tian couldn't help but frown. He had already recognized the voice. It was Elder Lin. It's not even mealtime yet. How come someone is already here to mooch off a meal? Xiaoli couldn't help but mutter bitterly. Bang! A figure landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The landing posture and aura were incredibly cool. Once again, envy and a touch of jealousy rose in Lin Tian's heart. However, as soon as he landed, Elder Lin naturally reigned in his aura. Step by step, he came respectfully toward Lin Tian. Senior. Humph. Lin Tian nodded slightly. If you say I'm a senior, then I am one. I'm just too lazy to explain anymore. Damn it. Everyone in this world are damn lunatics, calling anyone they meet senior. Senior, the Guardian Alliance leader wishes to see you. Would Senior be willing to meet him? Please give instructions. Elder Lin asked carefully. Under the peach tree, Teddy, who had been basking in the sun, opened his eyes slowly at Elder Lin's words. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. It seemed that the elder from the Guardian Alliance, that launching Tai, was actually quite clever. He had even brought the Guardian Alliance leader to apologize. A moocher who brings a companion with him? Now that really broadens my mind. Xiaoli was taken aback and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Whatever the Guardian Alliance leader was, he must be an important figure from some kind of painter's alliance. Fine enough that someone from the Vermilion Bird Empire came to mooch off a meal. But this so-called Guardian Alliance obviously didn't originate from Qingzhou. People from the Guardian Alliance? It seems they've already seen my painting. Lin Tian revealed a slight expression of realization. When he had handed over his imaginative depiction of the Wushan Hall to Longqing Tai, he had done so intentionally, hoping the latter would bring it back and show it to those self-proclaimed masters from the Guardian Alliance who were only capable of drawing incomprehensible strokes. That would allow them to see exactly how inferior their skills were. In that case, would those so-called elite painters from the Guardian Alliance still have the audacity to challenge him? Clearly, they had seen his superb artistic talent and been stunned, considering it heavenly. This time, they had come here simply to express their deep admiration. Well then, if they sincerely wish to meet me, let them come. Lin Tian said indifferently. This. Elder Lin's expression changed slightly. He hesitated momentarily. The Guardian Alliance leader was a man of great pride. Whether he truly intended to pay a respectful visit to a senior was still uncertain. Perhaps they had ulterior motives or other hidden intentions. Under such circumstances, could it really be wise for his senior to allow them to come here without hesitation? Senior, these people are not the kind to be taken lightly, so? Elder Lin quickly whispered a warning. Oh, Lin Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled. What difference would it make even if they weren't kind? They weren't martial cultivators, they were painters. At worst, an angry painter could only take out a few incomprehensible drawings. What else could they possibly do? Don't worry, let them come. Lin Tian smiled faintly, lips curling slightly upward, as anticipation stirred deep within him. As a martial cultivator, he could be considered the weakest among cultivators, unable even to fly through the sky. But now, his sole talent he could proudly present was his exquisite painting skill. Finally, an opportunity had come for him to show off, and how could he possibly let it go to waste? Of course, he intended to perform impressively, as arrogantly as possible. Understood. Elder Lin's eyes brightened, instantly grasping Lin Tian's meaning. This act by his senior clearly demonstrated that he didn't even consider them worth mentioning. Even if they had other intentions, his senior feared nothing. Such was the absolute confidence born from absolute power. Other than his senior, who else could achieve such a state? Senior, I'll be right back. Elder Lin nodded, then instantly moved, launching his body into the sky. His figure pierced through a patch of clouds, swiftly vanishing into the distance. Chapter 113. How embarrassing. Not long after, the northern gate of the xiuxian imperial dynasty. Guardian Alliance experts remain on standby at the perimeter. Only I and Elder Longchen will go and come back shortly, the Guardian Alliance leader announced loudly. Yes. All the experts of the Guardian Alliance instantly replied in unison. Their voices rolled like thunder across the sky. The four emperors finally believed that the other party truly didn't intend to attack the xiuxian imperial dynasty, and all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Except for the xiuxian emperor, the experts from the other three imperial dynasties withdrew one after another. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky became peaceful. Even the last trace of killing intent finally vanished. At this moment, the experts of the Guardian Alliance had already landed, but they didn't dare enter the xiuxian imperial dynasty, only daring to wait at its perimeter. It was simply because they were all well aware in their hearts that inside the xiuxian imperial dynasty, there was a powerful expert of unknown identity. That expert's power was enough to shake the entire Guardian Alliance. Without that expert's permission, if they entered the xiuxian imperial dynasty recklessly, they could instantly turn to ashes. Such a consequence was unbearable for them. Immediately afterward, the Guardian Alliance leader and Longqing Tai flew toward the direction of the imperial kitchen. As their figures disappeared, the Guardian Alliance experts shook their heads and sighed. It's truly too shameful. Never would we have imagined that we'd end up presenting ourselves like this before the experts from Qingzhou. Clearly in our eyes, these Qingzhou experts are mere ants. We could end their lives with a single move. A small xiuxian imperial dynasty, combined with the three other imperial dynasties, wouldn't even be enough to floss our teeth. And yet, we have to pretend and put on airs in front of them. We've never felt such shame before. At this moment, those Guardian Alliance experts felt deeply humiliated. Back in the day, as experts from Zhongzhou, they didn't even need to look at Qingzhou experts. In their eyes, Qingzhou experts were practically no different from ants. They could even decide whether to crush the other party depending on their moods. But now, they had to smile politely at these so-called Qingzhou experts. This feeling left them quite displeased. However, in the next second, their faces suddenly became extremely grave. All gazes were fixed in a certain direction. That was the direction where Longqing Tai and the Guardian Alliance leader had vanished. Merely thinking of the hidden supreme expert in that direction sent involuntary tremors through their hearts. The experts from Qingzhou wouldn't provoke any fear within them. Yet that one genuine, unfathomably powerful expert was the one that troubled them the most. What exactly did that person look like? Instantly, all sorts of questions arose in their minds. It made them even more curious about Lin Tian. At this moment, above the imperial kitchen, boom, boom, two figures descended, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Then, as light as feathers, they landed softly. This is the residence of that senior? Seeing the condition inside the imperial kitchen, the Guardian Alliance leader was momentarily stunned. In this world where power reigns supreme, powerful experts deserve more resources. That senior of the xiuxian imperial dynasty, with such formidable strength, should naturally reside in a palace. But this place actually looked so simple, and from all appearances, it resembled an ordinary farmhouse. Look, there were even old hens pecking around unsteadily in search of food. Wait, boom. Just glancing randomly at those hens caused the Guardian Alliance leader's head to feel as though struck by lightning. The entire world seemed to shockingly collapse in that instant. What the heck? These weren't even hens. Above each hen's head continuously appeared phantom images of phoenixes. Those phoenixes spread their wings and soared high, surrounded entirely by ethereal flames. As though with a mere blink, they could burn down the 9 realms. The overwhelming bacchit contained within those flames caused the Guardian Alliance leader's legs to tremble instantly. Right on the spot, he had an urge to kneel down. These seniors enjoy divine beasts as pets, and these members of the phoenix race don't even count as pets. They're merely poultry. Longqing Tai lifted his head, a proud expression covering his face. Wasn't it a great honor for such an immeasurably powerful senior to personally present him with the martial god Hall scroll? Divine beasts as pets? Could someone possibly be that arrogant? The Guardian Alliance leader couldn't help but widen his eyes, finally directing his gaze toward the dog. This dog seemed pretty calm and gentle. But wait. Suddenly, his eyes widened again, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. His entire muscular body suddenly tensed up, as if he had just seen the most terrifying existence. Ritian divine dog. A divine beast so arrogant it dares to suppress the heavens between its legs? This is actually the pet of this senior here? What the hell? The Guardian Alliance leader was on the verge of wetting himself in fright. As the Guardian Alliance leader, being dominant in Zhongzhou had already made him seem incredibly powerful. Privately, he even kept a few ferocious beast warriors. But compared to this senior, he was simply amateur. What were those beasts even worth? This senior could keep divine beasts as pets. That was true, unfathomable strength. What are you staring at? Be careful, I'll rip your eyeballs out. At this moment, Tidy, who had been stared at for a while, couldn't help flipping its eyes. The other party's appearance of ignorance truly annoyed it. Why yes. The Guardian Alliance leader shuddered, quickly lowering his head. The former top expert in the martial cultivation world had become, in this moment, as humble as a tiny insect, not daring to even glance at Tidy again. Seeing this scene unfold before him, Tai let out a cold chuckle, filled with disdain. In the blink of an eye, he had already forgotten how he himself had reacted the first time seeing these divine beasts. His reaction had even been worse than the Guardian Alliance leaders. Splash! Just then, a small golden fish leaped out of the water. Qinglong, a Qinglong clan member, looking at the phantom image above the little goldfish's head thrashing about wildly. Sure enough, it was a roaring Qinglong. Finally, the Guardian Alliance leader could bear it no longer. His face turned deathly pale. Sweat had already soaked his forehead. This senior was practically on the verge of gathering all 4 divine beasts, and those weren't just symbolic divine beasts either, but the genuine bloodline ones. Just how unfathomable was this person's strength? Even the noble divine beasts from the upper realms were nothing more than simple pets before him. Therefore, this senior must be someone from the upper realms. Perhaps, even truly from the martial god hall. Thinking of this alone caused his heart to violently tremble. Senior, the Guardian Alliance leader has specially come to pay respects. The two arrived at the door. Tai respectfully bowed toward the entrance of the imperial kitchen. He's here. At this moment, a bold voice came from within the room. That voice carried a hint of laziness, yet couldn't hide its youthful vigor. Zzz. The Guardian Alliance leader couldn't help but widen his eyes again. This immeasurably profound senior was actually very young. Chapter 114. Astonishing Spiritual Energy. Immediately after, the room door opened, and a handsome, bright young man with a warm smile appeared before everyone. He looked no different from an ordinary person. In fact, he didn't even seem like a martial cultivator. And he was holding a cooking spatula in his hand. What exactly did that mean? The Guardian League leader was momentarily stunned, unable to help doubting whether this man was truly that so-called senior they had been talking about. Or perhaps he had mistaken the identity? Senior. Just at this moment, with a loud thud, a sound of knees hitting the ground rang out, even stirring up a wave of dust. The Guardian League leader clearly felt the terrifying aura radiating from Tai instantly recede at this very moment. As if a mouse had seen a cat. No matter how arrogant one was before, when faced with someone stronger, the first instinct was to suppress one's own presence. Could it be that this man was truly a senior? Senior. The Guardian League leader slightly furrowed his brows, feeling it was all too incredible, but still hesitantly knelt down. He couldn't afford to gamble. If this person had indeed surpassed the martial emperor stage and possessed strength far beyond his own, offending him even slightly could very well result in instant death. Moreover, the reason this man appeared so young must be because he was an ancient, monstrous senior who had taken over this body through soul transference. Why go through such formalities? Just a few minor techniques, not worth mentioning. Lin Tian smiled gently, waving his hand generously and without concern. After all, wasn't it just a painting? Though it was far better than those messy scrawls from the Guardian League, there was no need for the other party to show such reverence. It seemed that the painting skills in this world were indeed lacking. A simple picture drawn by him casually made them admire him beyond measure. In that instant, infinite hope surged within Lin Tian's heart. Although he couldn't become a true blessed genius favored by destiny, nor excel incomparably along the path of martial cultivation, he had finally found his own way forward. He silently resolved to find a unique path of his own through painting. Although it might not be as glamorous or dazzling as martial cultivation, it still meant he wouldn't end up being an ordinary person. Minor techniques? The Guardian League leader's face changed, his entire body trembling slightly. At this moment, he was completely stunned. Clearly embedded within that painting by the senior was boundless Taoist power, something they could only admire from afar. Across the entire central continent, not even a single martial emperor could resist such Taoist strength. Yet in the senior's eyes, this was merely a trivial technique? How terrifying was the senior's actual power? Had he surpassed the martial emperor realm? Or perhaps, had he already reached a level beyond what the entire Jojo world could even comprehend? Or maybe, he had long surpassed the strength system of Jojo itself, advancing to a realm where ordinary experts couldn't even begin to understand? This was only a speculation by the Guardian League leader, yet it still made him tremble involuntarily. This senior was unfathomably powerful. In addition, all the domestic animals and pets here carried the bloodline of divine beasts. Such inexplicable anomalies all pointed toward a single, unbelievable truth. This senior was extremely strong, unbelievably strong. Just thinking about it made his legs tremble again. Sweat drops continuously dripped from his forehead onto the scorching ground, immediately evaporating into wisps of mist. Get up. It's uncomfortable seeing you kneeling like this. Lin Tian frowned slightly, still somewhat unaccustomed to the habit in this world where people knelt so readily. Yes. Both of them hurriedly replied in trembling voices, slowly rising to their feet. With lowered heads, hunched shoulders, and hands clasped beneath their lower abdomen. The usual domineering aura was long gone. What replaced it was extreme caution, fearing that any misstep might provoke the senior's anger. Sit down. I heard you were coming, so I specially prepared a few dishes. I hope you won't find them distasteful. Lin Tian smiled lightly, then turned his head toward the imperial kitchen. Coming. At this moment, Xiaoli transformed into a temporary waiter, carrying plate after plate of delicacies to the table. Thank you, senior, for the meal. Tai clasped both hands together, trembling with excitement at this moment. He could clearly sense that within these seemingly ordinary dishes, powerful Taoist energy was surging. Even more amazing, ordinary experts couldn't see radiant multicolored lights, and even purer seven-colored spiritual energy continuously swirled within the seemingly muddy broth. Though they looked plain, these dishes contained incomprehensibly powerful forces. In that instant, both the Guardian League leader and Long Qingtai were deeply shaken. They couldn't believe their own eyes. They could even more keenly sense that merely being near the dishes allowed them to feel an unprecedentedly pure spiritual energy, wildly stimulating their taste buds. It was not difficult to imagine what kind of power enhancement they would gain if they actually ate these dishes. Perhaps, just one bite could elevate their cultivation to an entirely new level. Stunned and excited, the two men's faces turned pale, their eyes wide with shock. It was as if a new world had suddenly opened before them, and the world on the other side of that door was one they had never seen or even heard of before. Why aren't you eating? Brother Lin specially prepared this meal after spending a long time cooking, just to welcome you too. Don't say I didn't warn you. This is no ordinary meal that every guest gets to taste. It'll be so delicious you'll end up swallowing your own tongue. Xiaoli smiled broadly and eagerly urged. Right. The two guests nodded frantically. They couldn't help but take note of Xiaoli's presence. On the surface, this man seemed carefree and didn't look like a senior expert at all. Yet he was so relaxed and fearless in the presence of elders. Clearly, he must also be a cultivator of the senior level. Certainly not someone they could possibly offend. The next second, both men took a deep breath and carefully picked up their chopsticks, selected the dishes they wanted, and gently placed them into their mouths. Boom. Infinite spiritual energy poured forth from those tiny morsels, like 1,000 roaring tides, eventually surging down into their throats. Within their throats, it transformed into countless streams, flowing along the meridians throughout their bodies, rushing wildly toward their dantian. Boom. Inside their dantian, an earth-shaking commotion erupted. My accumulated spiritual energy, it actually increased? Again, the Guardian League leader blinked his eyes fiercely, almost believing he was dreaming. At the Martial Emperor stage, enhancing one's own strength had already become extremely difficult. The countless resources across the central continent were largely under his control, including spiritual pills, naturally formed immortal herbs. Yet even with all of that, successfully breaking through remained as difficult as climbing to the heavens. And the very first step of such a breakthrough was accumulating spiritual energy. Chapter 115, Trespassers into the Vermilion Imperial Dynasty. Accumulating spiritual energy was absolutely not as simple as one might imagine. The Guardian League leader had practically traversed every inch of Zhongzhou, searching desperately for anything that could spark a surge in his spiritual power. He knew deep down that if he wished to break through beyond the Martial Emperor realm, the first step was to gather more spiritual energy. Yet after many years passed, his spiritual energy remained stagnant. There had been absolutely no progress whatsoever. He had originally believed that his spiritual energy had reached its limit. Never could he have imagined. The senior had merely presented some food, and the moment he tasted it, his spiritual energy began to surge wildly. This food was truly extraordinary. Hiss! The Guardian League leader came to his senses, sharply drawing in a breath of cold air. His eyes immediately sparkled with intense light. He understood. This was exactly the method. First a slap, then a sweet. Since this sweet was so sweet, it was naturally meant to be fully accepted. Thank you, senior. The Guardian League leader trembled all over. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoveled food into his mouth like a madman. The substances contained here, they are actually this abundant? I can feel a miraculous sensation within my dantian. Long Qingtai was also bursting with joy, nearly overcome with excitement. Who could have imagined that within seemingly simple dishes, there existed spiritual energy of such purity? The purity of this energy was such that it could be directly absorbed by the 8 extraordinary meridians, and without any notable loss. If they didn't eat it quickly, it would surely be wasted. Long Qingtai's eyes also lit up, his chopsticks moving so fast they nearly left afterimages, just like the Guardian League leader. It was truly a whirlwind feast, and in no time at all the dishes on the table had been effortlessly devoured. Thank you, senior. It's such a generous gift, senior, right from our first meeting. We have nothing to offer in return. From now on, the Guardian League will faithfully follow in your footsteps. We will never harbor a second thought. Please, senior, rest assured. The two mighty experts, who could easily stand as peerless figures across all Zhongzhou, knelt once again, prostrating themselves with utmost sincerity. Both were wildly elated. Though they didn't know precisely how much their strength had improved after eating the meal, they clearly felt their dantian now brimming with a far greater abundance of spiritual energy than before. Previously, their stored spiritual energy had been like a small pond. But now, the energy within their dantian surged like a vast river, flowing endlessly, seemingly inexhaustible. Who would have imagined that a simple meal personally prepared by the senior could rival the effects of saint-grade immortal herbs? And these herbs had long since vanished from the annals of time, existing now only in legends. The food prepared casually by the senior was as if imbued with the way itself, capable of summoning spiritual energy at will. His strength absolutely could not be limited to the Martial Emperor stage. It was highly probable that he had already surpassed the ultimate limit of this world. They were this hungry. It seems like they hadn't eaten at all along the way. Do they really have to be so emotional over a meal? Xiaoli scratched his head slightly and pursed his lips with a hint of disdain. Since they were supposed to be leaders, he hadn't expected them to be reduced to gratitude over a few dishes. Where was the air of dignity of a league leader? Clearly exaggerated. In an instant, Xiaoli's opinion of the two plummeted drastically. Did you finish eating? If not, I can personally prepare some more for you. Lin Tian smiled gently, visibly delighted at that moment. He had already resolved to demonstrate his reputation through his culinary skills. Seeing the two devouring the food so voraciously, he felt as if he had discovered a bright and clear path laid out before him. Before long, he might even become famous for his cooking skills. Although it wouldn't rival the prestige of martial cultivators, at the very least, he would have a genuine skill, ensuring he would not be an obscure nobody. No, thank you. Thank you again, senior. We will always remember the senior's benevolence, and dare not ask for more than is appropriate. It was a painstaking effort from the senior. Upon hearing those words, the two mighty warriors from Zhongzhou shuddered all over, their hearts pounding wildly. The senior before them was a figure of unparalleled might, his strength unfathomable, yet he remained so polite to them. That, in itself, was not a promising sign. Perhaps this was a test, to observe whether they were driven purely by greed for the spiritual energy. Should they fail this test, the consequences would be dire. With merely a finger, the senior might reduce them to dust. And they absolutely did not want to gamble their lives away over a little spiritual energy. It seems you've had enough to eat then. Now that you've had your fill, how about we have a little sparring match? Lin Tian smiled contentedly, quickly steering the conversation toward the main matter. Sparring. Boom. It was as though a bolt of divine lightning had exploded within the Guardian League leader's mind. He couldn't help but lift his head, staring at Lin Tian. In that moment of daze, towering pavilions and terraces flickered into existence behind Lin Tian. A fairyland mountain appeared as well, dotted with strange rocks and lush green trees. Amidst the verdant scenery, the three characters, Wu Shundian, Martial God Hall, exuded an overwhelming domineering aura. I dare not. Senior, I admit my mistake. From this day forth, I shall never again covet the Vermilion Imperial Dynasty or Qingzhou. I beg of you, senior, please give me a chance to atone. The Guardian League leader's legs trembled violently, nearly losing control of his bladder. This senior seemed kind and gentle on the surface, yet he kept hinting at something, clearly trying to tell him that he had long seen through his intention to seize Qingzhou. Indeed, nothing had escaped the senior's discerning eyes. The senior must have already known that his schemes against Qingzhou were all about its primordial power. And this so-called sparring was obviously a warning. If he continued down this reckless path, the senior would personally take action against him. Without even moving, the senior exuded a terrifying aura that made others unwilling to look directly at him. If the senior decided to strike, would he even leave him with a chance to live? No interest in sparring? Then forget it, why the fuss? Lin Tian was slightly taken aback, his face filled with confusion. Hadn't the other party come here precisely to spar with him in painting techniques? Besides, this wasn't a duel between martial cultivators where losing meant certain death. It was just a simple competition of artistic skills. Even if he lost, it wouldn't matter much. Why was the other party so alarmed? Lin Tian felt something was off, but for the moment, he couldn't quite place it. Just as he was pondering what the other party was really up to, suddenly, a series of shocked cries erupted across the sky like rolling thunder, surging through the heavens. The clouds roared with turbulent winds, and a fierce gale swept across the horizon. Who dares trespass into the Vermilion Imperial Dynasty? Do they wish to die? Wait, how dare you attack? Chapter 116, Ningyan die then submit. Next second, boom, a powerful explosion suddenly covered the entire sky. Even the clouds in the heavens were instantly dispelled. Faintly, one could see figures being ruthlessly thrown outward by the shockwave, tearing through the sky like ants. An enemy invasion? Who dares to be so bold? Who would dare to invade our Vermilion Bird Empire? Daring to attack without provocation. Is this how you treat the experts of our Vermilion Bird Empire? As mere decoration? Cease immediately. Loud shouts echoed from above the Vermilion Bird Empire. With these shouts, countless figures shot up from every corner of the Vermilion Bird Empire, all rushing in one direction. At the same time, within the temple, two figures moved with lightning speed, catching up to the rest of the crowd with just a flash across the sky. It was indeed the Vermilion Bird Emperor and Elder Lin. Their faces were serious, their eyes betraying a trace of astonishment. Who could possibly be so daring as to directly harm others? Could it be experts from the Central Continent? Yet those experts from the Central Continent were clearly still in awe of the previous generation's might, all lingering outside the Vermilion Bird Empire, afraid to even step inside. And the Guardian Alliance leader and Dragon City Tai should currently be worshipping the Jianbei in the Imperial kitchen. Who exactly had suddenly broken into the Vermilion Bird Empire? Just as they were filled with suspicion, figures quickly surrounded the intruder. However, they dared not advance further. They clearly sensed that a powerful aura of intimidation continuously surged from that person's body, as if forming an impenetrable vortex in midair. And within that vortex, standing tall with hands behind his back and eyes slightly narrowed, gazing down upon the world below. In his eyes, the numerous experts approaching like mist seemed no more significant than ants, easily dismissed from his mind. And surrounding his body, numerous towering experts stood in cautious defense. Strangely, they all had pointed cat-like ears, though slightly amusing in appearance. At this moment, none of the Vermilion Bird Empire's experts could even manage a smile, because only moments ago, it was these cat-eared experts who, in the blink of an eye, defeated dozens of the Vermilion Bird Empire's guards. And that central powerful figure hadn't even lifted a finger. Just who are all of you? How exactly have we offended the Vermilion Bird Empire to warrant such sudden attacks? The Vermilion Bird Emperor frowned, his tone instantly turning harsh. The killing aura around him raged wildly. The surrounding air instantly rose and vaporized under the surging heat. Vermilion Bird Emperor, don't you remember us? We once came here seeking passage, only to be blocked by you. At this moment, Baizhua coldly sneered, eyes filled with disdain. Before the previous generation of the Heavenly Sun Divine Dog, he might have been submissive, but in front of the Vermilion Bird Emperor, he had no reason to be. Baihu clan. Realization dawned in the Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes. His qi suddenly intensified, his scalp tingling. The unwelcome guests from the central continent hadn't even been sent away, and now the Baihu clan had arrived. And this time, the situation was clearly even more complicated. After all, the Baihu clan's face had been greatly lost last time. Would they possibly let it go so easily? Correct. This time, our clan leader has personally arrived. Vermilion Bird Emperor, why don't you hurry and kneel down to apologize? Also, step aside and clear a path for us. Only after we've destroyed the Beast Mountains will we consider how to deal with your Vermilion Bird Empire. Baizhua looked down arrogantly, pressing aggressively. At the same time, however, his heart was pounding, a cold sweat even dripping from his forehead. The reason he had just spoken this way was entirely in accordance with the clan leader's orders. As for himself, naturally he wouldn't dare to utter such words. Because in his heart, he clearly knew in the direction of the Imperial Kitchen, there was a monster like Jinbei. Besides that, there were also the true Divine Beast clans. Those were the clans truly possessing Divine Beast bloodlines. Especially that Heavenly Sun Divine Dog, an overbearing clan, the very name showing just how domineering this race of divine beasts could be. Yet, Baizhua dared not reveal even a hint to the clan leader. Otherwise, the clan leader might suspect him of lying. Therefore, he could only force himself to act arrogant and shout loudly. But secretly, he was still worrying about the direction of the Imperial Kitchen. Clear a path. Absolutely impossible. The Vermilion Bird Empire will never easily bow to anyone. The Vermilion Bird Emperor firmly shook his head. The Baihu clan leader suddenly opened his eyes. Centered on him, the intense aura around suddenly surged, doubling in strength. Like surging river tides, it struck forward with overwhelming force. Between wind and clouds swirling violently, 10,000 Zhanghai whirlwinds even rose from the ground. In an instant, dust filled the air. Clouds covering the mountains were directly blown away by this aura. This was the wrath of heaven and earth. This was a late Sage King stage expert, strength rivaling Sage Emperor level. Who said Qingzhou only has Sage Monarch level experts? How could he break through to Sage King stage? Could it be because of extraordinary talent? Because their bloodline is purer than ours? Or perhaps, did he encounter great fortune in the past? No matter what exactly happened, someone who could reach this level in Qingzhou is already considered a genius. The experts from Vermilion Bird Empire were all shocked. At this moment, it felt as if they were staring at a monster. Qingzhou had long suffered resource scarcity, most notably lacking Ling Qi. Ling Qi was the foundation for cultivation. Without sufficient Ling Qi, even cultivators with high talent could do nothing, like clever housewives unable to cook without rice. Even powerful figures like Vermilion Bird Emperor and Elder Lin were not stuck at Sage Monarch stage due to low talent. Rather, it was due to environmental restrictions that they could never break through beyond Sage Monarch level. Actually, reaching the Sage Monarch stage was already a miracle for them, especially Elder Lin. If not for the great opportunity unintentionally bestowed by Lin Tian, he definitely wouldn't have advanced to his current state. Therefore, one could imagine how difficult it truly was to produce a Sage King level expert in Qingzhou. Yet, among Baihu clan's experts, many were close to Sage King stage. That could still be accepted. But their clan leader was even about to break through Sage King and reach the verge of Sage Emperor? How could this not shock people? I'll give you one last chance. Do you still refuse to kneel? If you still refuse to be reasonable, I won't mind first destroying the Vermilion Bird Empire, then exterminating the Beast Mountains. A cold gleam flashed across the Baihu clan leader's eyes as he arrogantly declared. Sorry, our Vermilion Bird Empire would rather die than surrender. The Vermilion Bird Emperor decisively replied. Chapter 117. The opponent is truly arrogant. Better to die than yield. The Qilin experts filled the sky, shouting loudly. Their voices roared like thunder across the heavens, shaking the entire Qingzhou Badik. As the ground trembled, the civilians of Qingzhou opened their eyes wide, their gazes filled with disbelief. What the hell? The oppressive killing orange line through the sky had just vanished. How long had passed before it returned once again? And this time, it was clearly no bluff. The sudden gathering of murderous intent was so powerful that even ordinary civilians could distinctly sense it. One could only imagine how intense this killing intent truly was. Again, could it be the Zhangjia have returned? Experts from Zhongzhou. If it's indeed the Zhangjia from Zhongzhou, then it's a massive disaster. Our entire Qingzhou might be completely wiped out in an instant. What exactly is going on with Vermilion Bird Dynasty? How did it manage to provoke such a powerful existence again? At this moment, the people of Vermilion Bird Dynasty had already resolved themselves to stand or fall with the dynasty. As for the civilians from other dynasties, their hearts were filled with silent curses, clearly blaming the Vermilion Bird Dynasty for attracting this catastrophe. The three emperors and their experts, who had just departed but had not completely left Vermilion Bird Dynasty, suddenly shuddered and rose into the air. Shock and confusion appeared on their faces. They exchanged uncertain glances. What was going on? The experts from Zhongzhou should have already given up their pursuit against Vermilion Bird Dynasty. Why had this powerful killing intent burst forth so suddenly? Moreover, this murderous aura seemed to bring instant slaughter. Urgent and wild. Return. 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 Almost simultaneously, the three imperial rulers issued commands. Figures dashed like raging winds, speeding back toward Vermilion Bird Dynasty. At the same moment, above the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, flames devour the heavens. A thunderous shout rang out. The head of the White Tiger clan slightly flicked his sleeve, and a powerful energy surged from his palm into the sky. Crash! Lightning poured down from the heavens. Huge thunderous pillars cloaked in sky-consuming flames. They plummeted directly toward the Vermilion Bird Emperor. Strike the leader first. The White Tiger clan leader did not possess much patience. Therefore, his first move was a fatal strike. Hiss! The Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't help but frown. Guard! Without hesitation, he raised both hands high. Layer upon layer of golden light erupted, furiously gathering above his head, eventually forming a shield. Bang! Just as the shield completed forming, the blazing thunder pillar crashed into it. Crack! The moment they collided, the shield shattered instantly. The remaining thunder energy continued downward, probably striking the Vermilion Bird Emperor directly. The Emperor grunted in pain, but finally shielded himself with his aura at the last moment. He barely blocked the residual shockwave. However, his internal organs were violently shaken by the blast's tremor. Spit! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Yet in his eyes remained boundless determination. Your Majesty, the experts of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty all changed expressions drastically. With just one strike, the Emperor was already gravely wounded. This opponent was indeed beyond ordinary saint experts to resist. I already held back earlier. If I had used full strength, you would have already turned to ashes. I'll ask you one last time. Will you kneel or not? The White Tiger clan leader said coldly. At this moment, he was confident that upon revealing his true power, the opponent would surely submit. After all, for a saint expert to yield before a saint king expert like him was not shameful. Who could have guessed that at this moment? Sorry, in Vermilion Bird Dynasty, our experts have never even known how to write the word kneel. I suggest you consider kneeling down while you still have the chance. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. The Vermilion Bird Emperor clenched his teeth tightly, slowly raising his head. Despite his pale face, a calm and reassuring smile appeared. Indeed, he absolutely could not defeat his opponent. However, the Vermilion Bird Dynasty had seniors. This commotion earlier might already have drawn their attention. Would those seniors really remain indifferent? You still refuse to surrender? The White Tiger clan leader's face flickered with a trace of shock. Apparently, he found it hard to believe that the enemy still wouldn't surrender even under such circumstances. However, in the next second, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. Mere insects, still stubbornly refusing to give up? You don't call this fearlessness, you're just plain foolish. Because of your resistance, Vermilion Bird Dynasty is about to vanish in flames. Heavenly fire engulfs all. Crack, crack. Bolts of lightning shot down from the sky, and on those lightning strikes, the flames still writhed with enough intensity to burn even divine souls. This commotion instantly alerted all living beings within the imperial kitchen. Heh, no end to this nonsense. Judging by this disturbance, it must be the experts from the White Tiger clan. Utterly shameless creatures. Guzzi lifted his head to glance at the sky, wearing an expression of disdain. Heaven-consuming flame? Can it even compare to the flames of our Phoenix clan? This disturbance has even alerted Master himself. Truly, they don't know their own limits. A mere bog expert dares to cause chaos in Vermilion Bird Dynasty? He hasn't even truly entered the Gong realm yet, and dares disturb Master's peace. Shall we intervene? The Phoenix clan members all turned their heads toward the Phoenix clan leader. The leader's face darkened as he slowly shook his head. Have you forgotten your identities? We are merely the Master's domestic animals now. When has the Master ever needed us to fight on his behalf? Do you want to die? His cold, sharp words caused the Phoenix clan members to tremble. Each of them felt deep regret. Indeed, with how powerful the Master was, if word ever spread that his domesticated beasts had stepped in to help, where would the Master's dignity stand? Thankfully, none of them had committed such a foolish act. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Besides the Phoenix clan, the Azure Dragon clan also looked up toward the sky. Each one wore expressions of disdain. Daring to act arrogantly before the Master? The opponent was clearly stupid beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had also been disturbed by the chaos in the heavens. He raised his head to gaze at the sky, deep in thought. The one arriving is quite arrogant. His tone remained calm. But inside, jealousy, envy, and resentment already surged wildly. When would he ever get to be that arrogant himself? Senior, I understand. I'll go face him right away. At that moment, Guardian Alliance leader's eyes lit up, feeling a surge of Roshia. The senior's meaning was clearly implied. He should be the one to intervene. The honor of assisting the senior filled him with excitement. The very next second, his figure darted upward, shooting straight into the sky, quickly vanishing into the myriad lightning strikes. He got there first. That kid. How did he learn to kiss up so quickly? Long Qingyi's face darkened. At this moment, he deeply regretted his hesitation. This opportunity to flatter was supposed to be his. It was all his fault. His momentary carelessness allowed Guardian Alliance leader to snatch the chance. Chapter 118, Becoming a Tool Man. Matchup. Lin Tian couldn't help but be taken aback. He then quickly understood. Although the opponent was a master painter, he was clearly also cultivating martial arts, and his strength was exceptionally high. Amazed by his own painting skills, he was deeply impressed by himself. As for the martial cultivation path, it seemed painting was more important to the other party. It seems the artistic atmosphere is very strong in this world. I originally thought this was a world focused on martial cultivation. With both hands behind his back, Lin Tian let out a sigh. At the same time, a spark of hope ignited in his heart. Perhaps achieving the top position in painting would be a great breakthrough point. And maybe in the future, he would gain many powerful disciples. That wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Just as he was thinking about how to use painting to break through, a powerful oppressive force filled the sky above. It was as if a sudden storm had instantly blanketed the entire heavens and earth. The entire world became filled with an unavoidable sharpness, laced with killing intent. Combined, these energies shimmered beneath flashes of lightning, creating a rainbow of 7 colors that spanned across the sky, as if instantly transporting the world into another realm. An unimaginable world of slaughter. Even the divine beast life forms within the imperial kitchen lifted their heads, frowning. An approaching Emperor stage aura? So the Guardian Alliance leader still had some skill after all. However, that was all. For these divine beasts from the higher realms, the Emperor stage was practically insignificant. Yet this aura violently shook the entire Qingzhou continent. The Yaoshou trembled and cried out. Ordinary citizens felt the Emperor stage aura descending from the heavens and instinctively dropped to their knees, as if facing a celestial deity. Before such a heavenly presence, they felt insignificant. Only kneeling could express their sincere reverence. In an instant, the people of Qingzhou dropped to their knees en masse, praying loudly to the sky. Their voices were filled with deep fear. Scattered cultivators across the continent's surface grew pale. At the same time, they were utterly shocked. Emperor stage cultivation? How can such a strong expert appear on Qingzhou? It must be an expert from Zhongzhou. So the rumors are indeed true. Zhongzhou experts plan to conquer Qingzhou. We Qingzhou people have never been of interest to them. Why would they target us? Why? Does a powerful cultivator need a reason to crush an ant? A deep sense of despair silently spread in their hearts. Facing the emperor-level aura that blanketed the land, they felt as if they were in the midst of violent waves. Though they might have great ambitions, they were powerless to resist. They were like a single leaf drifting in the ocean, tossed about with no control. Whether they survived or not depended entirely on the other party's whim. Yet the most shocked of all were the Baihu clan. The Baihu experts had been smug and arrogant just a moment ago. The next second, their smiles froze on their faces. Feeling the ever-thickening emperor aura pressing around them, their expressions became increasingly astonished. Emperor-level aura? Although not completely pure, still, its domineering and overwhelming nature was enough to send shivers down their spines. Certainly no match for them, whose strength was barely nearing king stage. An emperor-level expert? How can there possibly be one here? No wonder the Vermilion Bird dynasty dared to be so bold, showing no fear even toward our clan leader. So they had an emperor expert backing them. This could be quite problematic. The previously arrogant Baihu clan members were stunned speechless. Cold sweat streamed down their foreheads. Their boldness came only from bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They dared only because Qingzhou had no experts above saint level. With their saint level experts, or higher, weren't they free to act as they pleased here? It was like having a high-level character entering a new player village. You could be as arrogant as you pleased. But who could have guessed? In this seemingly insignificant village lived a near max-level character? And not only that, someone who was protecting those other small characters. That changed everything, and now things were bound to get complicated. An emperor-level expert? What? The Baihu clan leader's expression subtly changed. After all, he was the patriarch of a clan, maintaining his composure in the face of danger, but his inner thoughts were in chaos. Those simple level-based confrontations wouldn't immediately result in defeat. He himself was still a step away from the Emperor realm. While the other side had not yet truly stepped into Emperor realm either, he could clearly feel how much closer the opponent was. Indeed, a formidable enemy. Yet most shocking of all was the Vermilion Bird dynasty's experts. A martial emperor expert? No way. I'm definitely not that so-called senior. He wants to help our Vermilion Bird dynasty? Didn't he come looking for trouble? Why is he suddenly on our side? Experts of the Vermilion Bird dynasty were astonished one after another. Although they were weak in cultivation, their minds were sharp and clear. Given the Guardian Alliance leader's power, he still feared the hidden senior from the Vermilion Bird dynasty so much. This showed that the senior's strength far exceeded the Emperor realm. So whoever appeared here definitely wasn't that senior. Moreover, for dealing with a mere Baihu clan leader, why would the senior personally intervene? A series of gazes all concentrated upon the sky above. Just at this moment, bang, the sky directly split open with a huge tear, and an extremely tall figure, hands behind his back, descended like a god king, looking down upon the crowd with a hua. All the experts from the Baihu clan sucked in a cold breath simultaneously, faced with an emperor-level expert. Even though they were arrogant and overbearing, at this moment they felt utterly suppressed. Baihu, you've been hiding in Qingzhou for thousands of years, continuously stealing spiritual energy through secret techniques. Zhongzhou has always chosen to turn a blind eye. But this time, you've gone too far. Stealing others' resources isn't enough. You even dare to target them directly. The Guardian Alliance leader slightly narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, revealing deep contempt. Others might not know, but the Baihu clan had long been lurking on Qingzhou's territory. However, the Zhongzhou Guardian Alliance had known all along. The reason they chose to look the other way was because the Baihu clan posed no threat whatsoever to Zhongzhou. Rather, they secretly weakened the entire Qingzhou region. And this time, they had suddenly become tools for the Guardian Alliance leader to please the senior expert. The Guardian Alliance leader secretly felt relieved, fortunate that he had chosen not to act back then. Otherwise, How could he have the opportunity to gain favor today? Hiss. The Baihu clan leader's face changed, his heart violently shaken. Despite the Baihu clan's careful concealment, had the other side already discovered them long ago? And even knowing this, they still chose to ignore it. That alone proved the Baihu clan was utterly insignificant in their eyes, not even considered a threat. Chapter 119. Treasure level techniques? I have them too. On the surface, it appeared that the Guardian Alliance was showing respect to the Baihu clan. But in reality, anyone could see through this. The Guardian Alliance hadn't intervened earlier simply because they believed the Baihu clan wasn't even worth their effort. In other words, in their eyes, the Baihu clan was absolutely nothing. This was an enormous humiliation. Wong. Suddenly, sharp beams of light spiraled from the Baihu Emperor's body, then wildly solidified over his body. The blinding white light actually condensed into scale-like plates. It looked like an impenetrable armor. Above his head, a helmet shaped like a roaring white tiger emerged. White tiger armor, a secret technique of the Baihu clan. In an instant, the clan leader's aura surged violently. Like endless waves of a great river, it surged ceaselessly, shaking the very atmosphere of heaven and earth. White tiger armor. The clan leader is angry. More accurately, he dares not underestimate the Guardian Alliance leader. The man controls the entire central continent, making countless experts kneel before him. How could he be ordinary? He immediately used a treasure-level cultivation technique. The clan leader is clearly nervous. The experts of the Baihu clan were greatly shaken. They could clearly sense that the white tiger armor was crazily absorbing spiritual energy, maximizing the enhancement of the clan leader's power. This was one of the 10 greatest treasures of the Baihu clan, the white tiger armor. It could temporarily absorb spiritual energy in an instant, briefly boosting the user's cultivation, though the effect only lasted for 3 incense sticks time. However, for someone like the Baihu clan leader, who was already on the verge of reaching the emperor cultivation level, it was truly empowering, like giving wings to a tiger. Yet, the experts of the Baihu clan couldn't feel any joy, because they had already noticed. The moment the white tiger armor appeared, the Guardian Alliance leader merely showed a superficial hint of surprise. Then, that slight surprise transformed into a mocking curve on his lips, as if the white tiger armor was nothing more than a joke to him. Boom. The minds of the Baihu experts all went blank, their hearts plummeting rapidly. What the hell? Using the white tiger armor, the clan leader instantly increased several cultivation levels. Although he still hadn't broken through to the emperor stage, he was now infinitely close. Under these circumstances, shouldn't the opponent show shock? Instead, he mocked him. Does he have to be so arrogant? Complaining aside, a sense of foreboding had already risen in their hearts. The Guardian Alliance leader was likely not just as powerful as he seemed. He was probably much stronger, much more unfathomable. So, you're using treasure-level techniques to steal spiritual energy. Indeed, there's something to it. The Guardian Alliance leader nodded, seemingly performing a mere formality, first offering a sign of approval. Then his expression slightly changed, revealing a heavy disdain on his face. Pity that the Baihu clan is too conceited. Do you truly believe only you possess treasure-level techniques? The vermilion bird emperor slightly raised his eyebrows and slowly extended his palm. Suddenly, a dazzling radiance erupted from his palm, expanding wildly, eventually forming into the shape of a dragon. Roar! The radiant dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens, finally condensing into a brilliant long spear within his palm. Breaking formation spear? This is a technique of the emperor class. Indeed, it's a treasure-level technique. It is said that this technique can instantly pierce through space and time, taking lives from thousands of miles away within a single breath. White tiger armor, breaking formation spear, 2 treasure-level techniques are about to clash. The white tiger armor, incredibly durable, covers the entire body with spiritual energy, solidifying the purest defensive power. No technique can easily break through it. But the breaking formation spear, also formed from spiritual energy, is extremely sharp and composed purely of devastating force. Between such contradiction, which one is stronger? The onlookers, almighty experts, couldn't help but suck in cold breaths, like using a small scalpel to open someone's ass. Now they had truly seen something. Indeed, a clash between emperor-level experts. Right from the start, treasure-level techniques were unleashed. Treasure-level techniques were extremely rare in the world. Their shocking nature lay not only in their powerful offensive and defensive capabilities, but also in their ability to boost the user's attributes and cultivation levels. These were truly the techniques everyone dreamed of possessing. However, throughout the entire JoJo world, such techniques were rare to the point of near extinction. Some clans, through immense luck over the vast flow of time or receiving inheritance from their ancestors, obtained treasure-level techniques, yet kept them deeply hidden, even afraid to reveal them in public. It was simply because the value of such a cultivation technique was more important than their own lives, and they were deeply afraid of others seizing it. From this, one could see just how valuable treasure-level techniques truly were. And now, 2 experts on the verge of the emperor cultivation level had revealed their treasure-level techniques even before engaging in battle. It was enough to blind every spectator's eyes. Moreover, many had a deep premonition. Such treasure-level techniques weren't just limited to one per person. They each had hidden trump cards. And those hidden techniques were likely the most terrifying treasure-level techniques of all. Enough nonsense. I'd like to see. The Baihu clan leader let out a cold snort. With the white tiger armor on his body, he now spoke with confidence. However, before his words even finished echoing, "Die!" The Guardian Alliance leader suddenly shouted. With a wave of his breaking formation spear, brilliant rays of light burst forth like 10,000 suns, making everyone involuntarily narrow their eyes in pain. Instantly, the breaking formation spear, along with the Guardian Alliance leader's figure, transformed into a massive beam of light spanning 10,000 zhang, resembling a sword, a knife, or even an endless expanse of sword chi spreading across 1,000 miles. Carrying boundless killing intent and an overbearing aura, it slashed straight toward the Baihu clan leader. Yet the vast range of this attack was clearly not only targeting the white tiger armor of the Baihu Emperor. The powerful experts behind him were evidently included as targets too. See, the experts of the Baihu clan were all greatly shocked. Before the spear even arrived, they could already feel their protective techniques peeling away violently. That cold, sharp edge was gradually eroding their very skin. Scatter. However, they were still experts approaching the king cultivation level, and in the blink of an eye, they finally reacted. Figure after figure scattered like fireworks, fleeing wildly to more than 10 miles away. And at that very moment, the sharp edge of the breaking formation spear had already ruthlessly slashed down onto the white tiger armor. Roar! At the exact moment the two treasure-level techniques collided, a white tiger's phantom covered the sky, releasing a deafening roar. This was the wild overflow of spiritual energy being used purely to resist the piercing sharpness of the breaking formation spear. Crack! Crack! Rays of light, centered on the collision point, violently spread in all directions. Even the air was being torn apart violently. The earth trembled. A small stone mountain in the distance collapsed in an instant, shattered by the collision of these treasure-level techniques. Chapter 120, Unfathomable Depth, Deadly Aftermaths. In that instant, everyone's eyes flew wide open. They could barely believe their own eyes. Especially the powerful figures from the Xiuxian imperial court, including the Xiuxian Emperor King and Elder Lin, whose faces turned slightly pale. Qingzhou was ultimately a desolate and Guanglang land. By comparison, it was not even worthy of being placed side by side with Zhongzhou. Therefore, even the Zhuan-level martial cultivators here, despite their broad experiences, had rarely witnessed a battle between level experts. The two battling experts weren't even level cultivators themselves. However, empowered by artifacts and powerful techniques, they had temporarily transcended their limits, stepping, even if only briefly, into the domain of level strength. And such a level of confrontation was something none of them had ever seen. Just watching this scene unfold, everyone stood dumbstruck, trembling all over. It was as though two colossal mountains had collided, releasing an unstoppable and furious force. And they could only stand aside, helplessly staring. Is this really what a level expert's battle looks like? This power is far too overwhelming. How could they be strong? It goes beyond anything we can even imagine. Never did I expect to see such an earth-shaking spectacle. It has been centuries since we last heard of level experts battling. It's said the last time such a conflict happened, it nearly caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. Without intervention from the upper world, it might have brought catastrophe to all of Jiuzhou. And this time, suddenly, everyone's faces turned pale, and anxiety gripped their hearts. A terrifying realization struck them. A battle between level experts could easily bring destruction upon the innocent. And the Xiuxian imperial court was directly beneath the battlefield. If the two continued escalating their clash, holding nothing back, the shockwaves from their collision might sweep down upon the Xiuxian imperial court itself. For the martial experts of Xiuxian, surviving such devastation might be possible. But the common civilians and countless other innocent lives would face certain death. Xiuxian imperial court experts, protect the territory from below. Not one ripple of energy must reach the Xiuxian imperial court. The expression of the Xiuxian imperial leader changed instantly. Decisive action was required. A mighty shout rang out like rolling thunder, echoing endlessly between the mountains and rivers. Yes, the martial experts of the Xiuxian court answered in unison and immediately dispersed into the sky above the entire Xiuxian imperial court. At the same time, they held their breath, focused completely, tense and ready, as they unleashed their protective auras. Swish, swish. The auras tore through the air, interweaving in an instant and forming a wide defensive barrier above the Xiuxian imperial court, with clearly visible streams of spiritual energy forming a formation above them. It was as if a giant shield hovered over the court, aimed directly at the two level experts, ready at any moment to withstand the impact of their devastating shockwaves. But this was far from an ideal solution. On the contrary, it was the only method available to the Xiuxian court's strongest experts. Whether it would truly be able to block the aftershocks of level experts' clash remained uncertain. Boom. At that very moment, the two level figures who had just broken apart collided once again, techniques slamming into each other. The two artifact-level martial arts, upon contact, released yet another powerful surge. The impact of this surge was as though the entire sky had been torn apart. Even space itself twisted violently. The white tiger armor's defense is this strong. Feeling the aura of the piercing formation spear being completely blocked, Guardian Leader was slightly astonished. Your spear technique is not bad either. But in the end, your spear's skill lacks precision. The chief of the Baihu clan replied coldly with a smirk. That was only the beginning. Unrestricted spear art. The Guardian Leader's expression darkened as he pointed the piercing formation spear directly forward. White light blossomed from the spear, radiant and dazzling, almost blinding. In a flash, the light gathered like a waterfall pouring violently down. Insignificant tricks. Nothing at all. The Baihu clan chief snorted, and the Baihu armor on his body emitted a brilliant white light. The armor that had originally covered his body expanded suddenly within the span of a single breath, growing over 100 meters in size. Once already exuding an overwhelming tiger-like might, the armor now looked even more majestic and formidable. Roar! The armor let out a mighty roar, capable of shaking the mountains and rivers. The two tiger-like claws slammed straight into the unrestricted spear art. Boom! From the center of the collision, space twisted violently and ruptured. Eventually, time and space surged like a great river, quickly patching the momentary void. At that moment, endless shockwaves exploded outward violently. The sky flickered between light and dark. The clash between two artifact-grade martial arts directly affected the very heavens themselves. The thick clouds in the sky were instantly swept away, as easily dispersed as dust blown away by the wind. And just at that moment, the unstoppable aftershock, like the Milky Way pouring in reverse, smashed straight toward the protective barrier covering the xiuxian imperial court. Oh no! What the hell? Could it be this exaggerated? The martial experts of the xiuxian imperial court, witnessing this scene, nearly soiled themselves in terror. Exactly how powerful a royal king expert was, they had no precise concept in mind, but they still had some imagination. However, they had absolutely not anticipated that the opponent's might had already gone completely beyond their wildest expectations. Especially when royal king experts combined with artifact-grade techniques, it was like pouring oil onto fire, an unstoppable momentum. Invincible in might and majesty. Next second, the infinite shockwave brutally crushed down upon the shield. Holy, damn it, what the hell? The moment the impact struck, all the experts of the xiuxian imperial court felt their bodies plummeting uncontrollably. In an instant of contact, the shield they had formed was blasted downward 100 meters, and it was still plummeting furiously. It wasn't until after falling around 300 meters that they finally managed to withstand the aftershock with sheer force. Pooh. A martial expert from the xiuxian court spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone here was an elite of the xiuxian imperial court, including several venerable elders at the emperor king level. Yet, just resisting the residual waves from royal king level experts had already left them severely wounded. And all of this was only the beginning. After all, the battle between the two royal king level experts had just truly begun. Chief of the Baihu clan, you have truly enraged me. From now on, I shall hold absolutely nothing back. Protector Alliance leader, I will ensure your soul and body are utterly destroyed. Boom. The two experts' martial arts techniques continuously smashed into each other. Infinite shockwaves rained violently downward. The shield formed by countless xiuxian experts immediately seemed unable to hold up any longer. We won't make it. If this continues, we will all die. Hold on firmly. If we fall, the xiuxian imperial court will suffer devastation. The people of the xiuxian imperial court are innocent by nature. They must not suffer any harm. Fight with our last breath to block this. The martial experts of the xiuxian imperial court shouted encouragement to each other, clenching their teeth and silently enduring. Yet, at the same time, a deep despair enveloped their entire beings. Chapter 121. You've lost. Kneel down. If they were to forcefully resist this shockwave, they could indeed do so. But there was one unavoidable issue. That was, how long could they resist for? A buwag expert could unleash dozens of attacks in the blink of an eye. Although the two experts couldn't determine the outcome within a short time, the shockwaves from their techniques were far beyond what the xiuxian experts could endure. Boom. The two Wang experts attacked again. This time, the shockwaves spread even further, like a roaring river rushing forward, or like surging ocean tides, completely unstoppable. The entire sky seemed to tear apart. Wherever the shockwaves passed, clouds were directly scattered. Even visible light twisted violently. And this time, the shockwave was clearly even stronger than before. Hiss! The experts of the xuanhuan sucked in cold breaths of air. In this moment, despair filled their hearts. Just seeing the terrifying power of the shockwave alone was enough to convince them they had no chance of resisting. If they resisted forcefully, there would only be one outcome: being crushed by these shockwaves and eventually disintegrating into nothingness. Some experts had even instinctively begun preparing to flee. But the next second, they finally gritted their teeth, determination once again flickering in their eyes. Absolutely could not retreat. If they fled, these shockwaves would immediately pour straight into the xiuxian. Both the civilians and wandering martial cultivators would be unable to withstand it, instantly turning to dust. Compared to that, although the chances of these experts holding the line were small, at least there was some possibility. Hold it. The xiuxian himself sweated profusely, harshly releasing his aura and firmly stepping forward to resist. At this moment, the powerful shockwave was about to crash into the shield formed by the group of experts. White Tiger Wangchao experts have arrived. And our Xinglong Wangchao as well. And our Dual Wangchao. Suddenly, streaks of figures appeared beneath the shield, shooting straight toward it like refracted beams of light. Promptly arriving, the experts of the three great Wangchao raised their hands without hesitation, gathering their auras into their palms. Without hesitation, they injected their strength into the so-called shield. VRRR. The previously very thin shield instantly became much brighter. Just then, the terrifying, domineering shockwave struck Hong Kong on the shield. 7-colored radiant light burst forth, as if directly reflected, instantly scattering into the heavens. Combining the strength of the four Wangchao experts finally saved the xiuxian from crisis. Thank you, San Wei Huangjuk. The Zhuchangnu's face was filled with gratitude, his heart involuntarily sighing. Not long ago, they were still enemies, fighting for survival, nearly triggering a Guangchao war. Now, they were fighting side by side for the survival of Qingzhou. No need to be so polite. We should naturally support each other. How could we easily forget the promise we made before our Sinbei? Don't worry. Today, our three Wangchao will share life and death with the Du Wangchao and never retreat. The three Wagju might have had their own thoughts before. At this moment, though, they spoke in unison, without the slightest intent of retreating. Good. Life and death together. The Zhuchangju was slightly taken aback, his eyes brimming with gratitude deeper than before. The next second, everyone's gaze, through the transparent shield, looked up at the two white glowing figures flickering in the sky. The previous fiery passion and emotions vanished in an instant, replaced with deep fear. Wuwag experts. Such a battle was absolutely beyond their capability to participate in. Even merely watching from the sidelines, an unprecedented oppressive pressure weighed heavily on their hearts, inducing unimaginable fear. This was the suppression of a Guowang-level expert. In the sky, those two figures continued to exchange strikes using their respective techniques. Crack, crack. The entire sky above Qingzhou kept producing shocking sounds, just like continuous thunder rolling endlessly. Both techniques, at the level of divine artifacts, still hadn't decided a victor. Yet it was clearly visible. The white tiger armor, though still sharp, had dimmed significantly. Break. Suddenly, Guardian Alliance leader's break array spear pierced through space. Countless beams of light brimming with killing intent separated from the spear's white glow, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as the crowd wondered where those white lights had disappeared to. The next second, those white beams suddenly emerged from behind the White Tiger Clan leader's figure. Hiss. The White Tiger Clan leader was greatly shocked, hastily maneuvering the White Tiger armor and doing his best to block the attack. Another deafening explosion rang out as the break array spear's white light burst across the entire sky, like fireworks. Crack. A clear sound of armor breaking echoed soon after. One of the claws of the White Tiger armor flickered with light, then went out completely. The White Tiger Clan leader's face turned deathly pale. His entire body trembled. Although only one claw of the White Tiger armor had been destroyed, it was enough to prove the opponent's break array spear was far superior to his own armor. This clash between offense and defense had finally determined a winner. There's no need to keep fighting. Just now, during the battle, my strength kept rising. Yours, on the other hand, was only artificially sustained by the White Tiger armor, and it kept weakening as the fight went on. Guardian Alliance leader sneered coldly, eyes filled with mockery. He slightly lifted his chin. Although not much shorter than his opponent, the faint narrowing of his eyes conveyed a condescending air. I lost. The White Tiger Clan leader was drenched in cold sweat, finally letting out a long sigh. The White Tiger armor on his body slowly dissipated. There was truly no need to continue the fight. Deep in his heart, he understood. He had only been using the buffs granted by the White Tiger armor to artificially raise his power to a level barely capable of resistance. But here was the problem. His opponent was genuinely on the verge of reaching the Wang realm. During the fight, he had already noticed that the enemy's aura was inexhaustible. In contrast to his own, power forcibly enhanced always had its limits. His opponent had long surpassed that threshold. Now that you know you've lost, why not kneel down? Guardian Alliance leader sneered, the break array spear slowly vanishing. The White Tiger Clan leader's face burned with rage. The White Tiger Clan's experts were already wide-eyed in shock. The clan leader had actually lost. Throughout all of Qingzhou, there had never been a cultivator powerful enough to utterly crush him like this. But this opponent didn't seem to be from Qingzhou. If you don't wish to kneel, then just take your own life. Save me the effort. Guardian Alliance leader continued mercilessly. Chapter 122, Better Death Than Humiliation. Commit suicide? The head of the White Tiger Clan's face instantly showed a trace of anger. He would never kneel. Therefore, this option was absolutely out of the question. But suicide, if he really did such a thing, it would be hard to tell whether it was death or disgrace. Perhaps even as a wandering soul, he would be looked down upon by his own clansmen. Yet losing is losing. Without paying a price, how could this so-called misunderstanding be resolved? For a moment, the head of the White Tiger Clan hesitated, clenching his fists tightly. Various expressions kept flashing across his face. There was also flickering killing intent. It was obvious that he was considering whether to fight back with all his strength. Meanwhile, the experts from the Vermilion Bird Empire simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, finally setting their hearts at ease. Regardless of the outcome, these so-called experts from the White Tiger Clan had clearly been utterly defeated. Under these circumstances, they would no longer pose any threat to the Vermilion Bird Empire. After all, this was a world ruled by power. Even a fool could deduce that the White Tiger Clan's head was obviously the strongest among them. If even he had been defeated by the Guardian Alliance leader, then the other experts from the White Tiger Clan clearly wouldn't cause any waves. The experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire were momentarily stunned. In their opinion, the most dangerous crisis had actually been completely resolved like this, and the Guardian Alliance leader who had come to cause trouble had directly confronted the head of the White Tiger Clan. Just thinking about it made them feel like they were dreaming, hardly able to believe their own eyes. In their hearts, another question arose again. How powerful was the mysterious senior expert hiding in the Vermilion Bird Empire? The Guardian Alliance leader had met him just once, and immediately became his subordinate? At this moment, Lin Tian's image in their minds became increasingly unfathomable. Of course, they didn't know that this so-called senior expert was merely a lowly cook in the imperial kitchen. Many of them had even eaten meals he had prepared. At this moment, all the powerful experts of the Guardian Alliance lifted their heads and looked at the head of the White Tiger clan hovering in midair, their eyes full of icy amusement. There was also deep mockery within them. Hee, so this is the bloodline of the Divine Beast clan? I thought they would be stronger since they had White Tiger ears. But now it seems they're only slightly stronger than those experts of the White Tiger Empire. In front of our Alliance leader, they have no resistance at all. Their clan leader was smashed into the ground by our Alliance leader. I think the other experts won't cause any trouble either. Hee, even refusing to kneel like this? Are they really thinking of desperate resistance? Desperate resistance can only result in the total extinction of the White Tiger clan. The experts of the Guardian Alliance mocked one after another. Undeniably, the power displayed by the head of the White Tiger clan had been extremely amazing, especially those artifact-level techniques he had used, which had truly impressed many people. Unfortunately, in front of the true expert, the Guardian Alliance leader, this strength ultimately proved insufficient. If you can't fight back, you have to take the beating. If you don't want to suffer, you must kneel. This has always been the iron rule of this power-dominated world. No one can escape it. The experts of the White Tiger clan sweated coldly, all their gazes fixed on the face of their leader. There was deep fear in their eyes. At this moment, their lives were entirely in the hands of their leader. Each decision the White Tiger clan's leader made next could decide their fate. Clan leader, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't fear a shortage of firewood. Perhaps. That's right. In this situation, if we stubbornly resist, we will only bring destruction upon our entire clan. We possess divine beast bloodlines, an extremely noble heritage. If it were to be destroyed, wouldn't that be such a waste? A great man knows when to bend and when to stretch. The experts of the White Tiger clan pleaded one after another. At the same time, their faces had already turned pale. The reason they had remained hidden for so long was to revitalize their divine beast clan's bloodline. They had never expected that, just emerging from hiding, they would encounter such a tough opponent, the Guardian Alliance leader. In a blink of an eye, they might face annihilation. Of course, they wanted to resist desperately. But who could accept that willingly? Hundreds of years of effort would be reduced to nothing. Not everyone could bear that. Silence. The head of the White Tiger clan's face darkened, and suddenly a powerful wave of killing intent erupted from him. This killing intent spread outward like a storm, radiating from him in all directions. In an instant, that icy aura covered half the sky. A sharp hissing sound rang out. The experts of the White Tiger clan involuntarily took a deep breath. At the same time, they shivered, not daring to speak another word. They had already sensed the thick killing intent from this aura. They absolutely didn't doubt that if they continued speaking, they might die directly at the hands of the White Tiger clan's leader. You also know that our White Tiger clan's bloodline is noble. Back in the days when the Divine Beast bloodline hadn't declined yet, how magnificent was our status? At that time, everyone in the entire lower world had to kneel before us. How can we kneel before others today? Experts of the White Tiger clan, listen to my command. Everyone, attack together. Even if we die, we absolutely cannot disgrace our bloodline. The White Tiger clan's leader clenched his teeth fiercely. The hesitation in his eyes had long since disappeared, replaced instead by a firm determination. Just as he was about to issue the order, the aura radiating from his body intensified abruptly. It felt as if suddenly, countless mountains had appeared in the air. Even the experts from the Guardian Alliance of Central Plains instantly felt a heavy pressure on their shoulders. It was as though infinite oppressive force had descended upon their bodies. All of their expressions changed. This old man had made up his mind to fight to the death with them. However, after a brief shock, a cold smile instantly surfaced on everyone's face, filled with heavy mockery. What a joke. Are they really that inflexible? Doesn't he know that if he kneels, he still has a chance to live? But if he chooses to resist desperately, there will be only one outcome, that every living being related to the Divine Beast clan will be annihilated? In other words, they won't just destroy the clan. They might eradicate every living being that could possibly revive the bloodline of the Divine Beasts. They won't just disappear from this world. Even traces of their past existence will be completely erased. The experts from Central Plains were filled with disdain, their faces full of mockery. Witnessing the scene before them, the White Tiger clan's experts suddenly froze. The next second, they were filled with deep shame. Weren't they the ones with the most sacred bloodline? When had they become so cowardly? Even if they died, so what? Just a battle. That's all. Chapter 123. You can't offend the Qianbai's pet. Clan leader. We know we were wrong. Even us must uphold the dignity of the Baihu clan. The dignity of the Baihu clan cannot be lost. We are the true Baihu bloodline. How could such noble divine beast blood allow itself to be insulted? Today, I will fight them until the death. After the Baihu clan's experts felt ashamed from the previous battle, suddenly their boundless fighting spirit ignited from deep within. In an instant, the aura around them began to burn wildly. When connected, these auras spread across the sky like a prairie fire. In the sky, layer upon layer of colorful auras appeared instantly. Rainbow-colored lights flowed like waterfalls across the sky. The killing intent, absent for so long, now returned like a raging river, filling the heavens and earth. A sense of doom swept across every corner of Qingzhou. Hiss! The living beings of Qingzhou recoiled instinctively. Their hearts filled instantly with anger and curses. Damn it! Didn't we agree the battle was over? The killing aura in the sky had already disappeared earlier. Why is this happening again? Yet, from the thick killing intent in the air, They clearly sensed something more besides battle readiness, a sense of tragedy. It seemed the person behind the killing intent was prepared to face death willingly. If you're looking for death, then we won't hold back. Don't say we bullied you. The Guardian League leader curled his lips slightly, revealing a cunning smile, as if he had expected this all along. If the goal were simply to resolve this conflict, he could subdue the Baihu clan leader with his strength alone. But forcing the opponent to kneel was meant to provoke resistance in their hearts. In plain words, the Guardian League leader wanted to kill them, but didn't want outsiders to accuse him of unnecessary slaughter. He wanted it both ways. More importantly, by eliminating the Baihu clan leader and experts who had come to cause trouble, maybe his senior would reward him with some fabath out of happiness. Just thinking about it brought him great joy. At that moment, as his words faded, boom, a wave of invisible aura burst wildly from him. This aura shattered through the air, leaving behind faint thunderclaps. Visible electric currents danced like spiritual snakes, swirling around him. At this moment, the Guardian League leader looked like a heavenly god descending. Unstoppable. Roar. The experts from Xianxia instantly shouted aloud. That voice rolled like thunder across the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, the eyes of thousands of experts shone with brilliant light. Today, being forced to come to the Zhuge imperial court and show submission greatly upset the proud experts of Xianxia, who had been looking for someone to vent their anger on. They never imagined their target would come knocking so soon. Right now, they couldn't wait to slam their opponents into the ground and grind them mercilessly to relieve their inner frustration. Fine. Today, even if our entire Baihu clan is destroyed, we won't let you off easily. Ha. Just one battle. Witnessing this scene, the Baihu clan leader shot 2 icy glances from his eyes, smiling instead of becoming angry. Then let's fight. The Guardian League leader curled his lips upward, not rushing to act immediately. He wasn't worried at all. After all, the power gap in this battle was clear. Not only were the experts of Xianxia confident, even the experts of the Zhuge imperial court could see that after this battle, all the Baihu clan's experts would perish. Not one would survive this place. Roar. Come. Who's afraid of who? Today, we'll destroy your entire clan. What if our clan is destroyed? Even in death, we will drag a few of your experts with us. One after another roar exploded in the sky. The prelude to the fight sent the entire atmosphere into a sharp, hair-trigger tension. The next second, experts from both sides could barely wait to strike. Dad, wait. Just then, a trembling voice rang out. As the voice echoed, a white figure pierced through the clouds, gently floating into view before everyone. A little white cat. As they noticed the figure's details, the Zhuge Emperor Lord and all the experts were slightly taken aback, momentarily stunned. Could it really be this little white cat who just spoke? This was a battlefield for experts above the war sage level. Once the battle began, it could easily cause heaven and earth to collapse. The 4 imperial sovereigns and the experts of the 4 imperial dynasties were all trembling in fear at this moment. They truly feared being drawn into this battle. Being dragged into it meant certain death with no place for burial. A little white cat actually came here to interfere? Instantly, it astonished everyone. Xiuxian, the Baihu clan leader, was stunned, his eyes widening in shock. Amidst his astonishment, a hidden joy surged inside. His daughter was still alive, meaning that youngster Baizhua had lied? His gaze turned sharp and fierce, landing directly on Baizhua's face. Baizhua's face turned pale as he couldn't help but shrink his neck. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm. Bai Xiaoqing had already become the pet of that so-called senior. That senior shouldn't have easily allowed her to come out. How could Bai Xiaoqing suddenly appear here? A little white cat. It's actually his daughter? So everything has stopped because of this? How can a little white cat possibly stop this war? Now it seems the entire Baihu clan is gathered here. Saves us the trouble of hunting them down later. We might as well annihilate them all together. The unallied experts sneered mockingly, their faces twisted with sinister smiles. They showed not a hint of mercy or sympathy. The next second, figures were about to launch forward. Stop at once. Suddenly, a terrifying voice fell from the sky. Simultaneously, a figure descended rapidly. It was none other than the Guardian League leader himself. The experts from the Guardian League were all taken aback, a chill running through their bodies. Only now did they notice a hint of nervousness on the Guardian League leader's face. Seeing the scene before him, the Baihu clan leader's face instantly showed a trace of surprise. What was going on? Just now, the Guardian League experts had declared their intent to exterminate the Baihu clan. That meant Bai Xiaoqing's sudden appearance should be beneficial to them. It shouldn't have stopped their killing intent. Instead, it should have made them even more bloodthirsty. Why would he suddenly stop his own men? And why did that nervous expression appear on his face? Besides the Baihu clan leader, everyone else watching the scene felt as if their minds had gone blank, completely unable to believe their eyes. An imminent war had actually been halted by a little white cat. How is this possible? Chapter 124, Abundant Spiritual Energy? Just how abundant? The killing intent that had filled the air vanished once again in an instant. The experts from the 4 great empires were also left gaping in astonishment. No matter how they tried to process it, they simply couldn't believe that a little white kitten had defused such a major battle. Dad, I beg you, please don't fight them. This whole thing started because of me. I should have returned earlier to explain myself, but I knew how important that item was to our Baihu clan, and I was afraid you wouldn't even listen to my explanation, so I... Dad, let me explain now. I really didn't take that item. Bai Xiaoqing took a deep breath and decided to face the matter head-on. All these unnecessary troubles were caused by herself. Moreover, even though she was currently in her white kitten form, she could clearly sense that her clansmen stood absolutely no chance against the experts of the Guardian Alliance. especially the leader of the Guardian Alliance. The aura around him was unfathomably profound. She didn't want to watch helplessly as her people perished before her eyes. That was why, at this critical moment, she chose to step forward and resolve everything. This. The Baihu clan leader hesitated for a moment before finally letting out a long sigh. He nodded slightly. I believe you. Your father made a mistake in this matter too. I should have given you a chance to explain yourself. Regret churned in the Baihu clan leader's heart. From the moment Bai Xiaoqing showed herself, he had assumed that she had actually committed that act. In his enraged fury, he had issued the order to chase and kill. Even just a moment before Bai Xiaoqing appeared, his heart was still filled with regret. Now, seeing her again before his eyes, this was a blessing from heaven itself. Of course, he wouldn't let his daughter risk herself again. Zhuge Emperor, it seems everything was a misunderstanding. I offer my apologies. Finally, the Baihu clan leader took a deep breath, mustering his courage to finally offer an apology. As a powerful expert stronger than the other party, an apology was an extremely difficult thing to do. But after all, he had treated the other party unfairly. What was the loss of face compared to that? If it was a misunderstanding, then it's resolved. There's no need for the senior to dwell on it. Zhuge Emperor was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter smile, speaking generously. The other's power was nearly at the divine emperor realm, certainly not someone he could afford to offend. Therefore, it was better to forgive and forget. Then shall we continue? The Baihu clan leader slowly turned his gaze, casting a dark glare at the Guardian Alliance leader. This. Now that it's just a misunderstanding, why must we continue fighting to the death? I believe the senior wouldn't let a simple misunderstanding escalate to the point of mutual annihilation. The Guardian Alliance leader smiled faintly, appearing very magnanimous. The killing intent in his eyes had already disappeared completely, even carrying a hint of caution. Fine. Since you've spoken, perhaps we can continue this another day? The Baihu clan leader sneered coldly, though his tone remained sharp and cutting. Fine, another day. The Guardian Alliance leader nodded, but the unease in his heart was obvious. Seeing this scene unfold before them, all the experts of the Guardian Alliance were momentarily stunned, exchanging confused glances. A series of question marks formed in their minds. What just happened? This great battle had already been on the verge of breaking out. All it would have taken was one move, and with the power of the Guardian Alliance experts, they could easily crush the enemy completely, not allowing them the slightest advantage. In fact, they had already prepared themselves, ready to unleash everything at once. Perhaps even finish the battle within half an incense stick's time. And at the same time, they could please that so-called senior from the Zhuge Empire. This was truly a win-win situation. So why did the leader suddenly halt everything? Of course, they would never know. At this moment, the Guardian Alliance leader's gaze had already fallen entirely on Bai Xiaoqing. His eyes brimmed with deep caution. He had once seen this little white cat in the imperial kitchen. And more importantly, he had personally witnessed how close and affectionate this kitten was with the senior. All the pets belonging to the senior came from the upper realm, possessing formidable power, certainly not something the Guardian Alliance could afford to provoke. This white kitten had such a close relationship with the senior. Offending this kitten meant offending the senior himself. The consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, he had stopped this war in time. Otherwise, if they had truly harmed this white kitten by accident, the senior, who had the power beyond estimation, might descend upon the Zhongzhou realm. With such immeasurable might, the entire Zhongzhou could be wiped out in an instant. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. The experts from the Zhuge Empire were also dazed and confused. They had already prepared themselves for a major battle. Moreover, it was clear that this battle would inevitably end in mutual destruction. The Baihu clan was very likely to perish in this catastrophe. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a little white kitten actually resolved the entire war. What exactly just happened? I'm really confused. It's not just you. Right now, I'm just as confused too. How come they suddenly stopped fighting? It's truly impossible to figure out what's going on. Experts from the four great empires began whispering among themselves, trying to make sense of the situation. At this moment, even if they strained their minds to the limit, they still couldn't comprehend what had just occurred. Daughter, come back with me. The one who stole our clan's treasure must not be forgiven. I will definitely get to the bottom of this. The Baihu clan leader smiled slightly, his eyes filled with gentle light. As long as his daughter was alive, everything else was fine. As for that so-called treasure, he could investigate it slowly. Dad, right now, I'm currently cultivating in a certain place. There's an incredibly abundant spiritual energy there. It allows me to significantly increase my spiritual energy reserves. I plan to return after some time. Bai Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. Are you saying it's better than the spiritual herbs I gave you? The Baihu clan leader slightly frowned, feeling perplexed. He had clearly given his daughter numerous spiritual herbs to continuously enhance her spiritual energy cultivation. Moreover, part of the spiritual energy absorbed by the Baihu armor would be refined into pills by him, some given to his daughter, and some to prodigies like Bai Zhua. One could say that throughout the entire Qingzhou, only by staying beside him could one's cultivation progress be the fastest. Other than staying with him, where else could one rapidly accumulate spiritual energy? Moreover, from Bai Xiaoqing's tone alone, it was evident that the place she was at had even stronger spiritual energy than what the Baihu armor could absorb. Dad, please don't ask anymore. When I improve my strength, I will definitely come visit you. Bai Xiaoqing didn't reveal the truth. Her senior's power was unfathomable, and there were many secrets around him. No one knew which secrets could be shared, and which absolutely could not. It was better to stay cautious. Therefore, Bai Xiaoqing revealed absolutely no information. Daughter, stop acting recklessly. The Baihu clan leader scoffed lightly, instinctively reaching out to sense by xiuxian's spiritual energy. A sharp intake of breath. He immediately widened his eyes, even struggling to believe his own perception. This spiritual energy was actually this dense and this pure? And more notably, by xiuxian's cultivation realm had clearly improved, and it had only been a few days? How could such a blessed land exist within Qingzhou? The Baihu clan leader instantly entered a state of stunned bewilderment, unable to recover his senses for a long time. Chapter 125, the strong bending their heads. In the end, he blankly raised his head. His gaze pierced through layers of clouds, landing on the skies above the four great empires of Qingzhou. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. His heart pounded violently. He saw, above the four great empires, a wave of auspicious fortune was gathering. Something like this was almost imperceptible to those of low cultivation. Even if someone vaguely sensed it, due to their limited comprehension, they would instinctively ignore it. But for cultivators above the rank of martial king, the existence of such fortune was incredibly obvious. As if the entire land of Qingzhou had already undergone a complete change in fortune. No longer that decaying and desolate place. Although none of the experts here had broken through to the rank of martial monarch, with the fortune of the entire Qingzhou land shifting, spiritual energy from heaven and earth would surge toward Qingzhou in an instant. Moreover, numerous unexpected opportunities would descend upon the land of Qingzhou. At that time, Qingzhou would quickly become a place surpassing Zhongzhou. And even the Guardian League leader could not sense this. Only a descendant of pure divine beast bloodline could detect such a subtle shift in fortune. This must be impossible. The head of the Baihu clan violently shook his head, his face full of shock. Qingzhou could not possibly change so easily. Perhaps someone had altered the entire fortune of Qingzhou through their own strength alone. Such a person was the legendary fortune prodigy. Where he went, fortune followed. In an instant, golden light burst from his eyes. He began analyzing the patterns of the fortune's flow, thus tracing back to its source. Eventually, his gaze slowly descended, finally locking on the direction of the imperial kitchen. A small farmer's courtyard? No, this should be one of the many imperial kitchens of the Vermilion Bird Empire, and indeed the most inconspicuous one. Could this really be the location of the legendary fortune prodigy? The leader of the Baihu clan deeply inhaled, his brows tightly furrowing, thinking deeply whether or not he should descend to visit. You must know, according to legend, the fortune prodigy was practically an invincible existence. Even if their power was slightly inferior, they would rapidly enhance their strength through various fortuitous encounters or extraordinary adventures. Even if their final power ultimately fell short, they would still crush their opponent through all sorts of fortuitous circumstances. Thus, the fortune prodigy wasn't just an ordinary powerful individual. Rather, they were the absolute center of countless worlds, virtually always standing unchallenged. And if one could gain the fortune prodigy as a patron, one's entire life would be blessed. Yet, how easy could it be to befriend such a fortune prodigy? The clan leader of the Baihu clan wore an expression in constant flux. For a moment, his heart wavered endlessly. Seeing this scene before them, the surrounding experts looked at each other in confusion. What had suddenly caused the old man to act like this? It appeared as if he was struggling intensely. Someone like him, a martial emperor expert, had always been decisive and ruthless. What could possibly be causing him so much hesitation? Seeing his expression, everyone speculated inwardly. Dad, since you've made your decision, I respect it. The next second, the conflicted expression on the Baihu clan leader's face disappeared. Replaced was a meaningful smile. Dad, you're not taking me back with you. Bai Xiaoqing's eyes lit up, blinking rapidly in disbelief. Her father had always been very strict with her. Just to express her refusal to return with him had taken enormous courage. She had even mentally prepared herself for his wrath. She hadn't expected this time her father would actually allow her to stay. She still couldn't believe it. Happiness had come so suddenly. You've already grown up. It's time you have your own world. The world is vast. You can go anywhere you want. The Baihu clan leader gently nodded, his eyes full of encouragement. Dad, I understand. When I return to the Baihu clan, I will definitely glorify our Baihu clan. I definitely won't disappoint you. 2 crystal tears fell from Bai Xiaoqing's beautiful feline eyes, and her heart burned warm. Then, without hesitation, she turned around and flew downward. The direction she headed was. So it's really the imperial kitchen. The leader of the Baihu clan imperceptibly trembled all over, perfectly concealing the movement. His heart pounded violently at that moment. Within his eyes, stars seemed to wildly flicker. No wonder in just a few days Xiaoqing's strength improved so dramatically. It turns out she had always been with the so-called fortune prodigy. Although the fortune prodigy won't become my patron, he has already become Xiaoqing's patron. That is more than enough. The Baihu clan leader's heart was practically beating wildly, as if it had been struck repeatedly. It was as if he had already seen a future where the Baihu clan rose dramatically. With the fortune prodigy as a patron, what could possibly go wrong? Besides, his daughter was a beauty beyond compare. Although slightly spoiled, she was still the #1 beauty in the Baihu clan. Who knows, perhaps she and the fortune prodigy might spark something. Wouldn't that be even better? As everyone knows, the fortune prodigy has always been young and handsome, with firm moral values. Definitely not some old man with white hair. Yes, it must be like that. Just thinking about it, the Baihu clan leader became extremely excited and even wanted to burst into laughter. Noticing the subtlest expression changes on his face, Zhuke Huangzhu and others wore puzzled expressions. Why was the old man so happy when his daughter refused to leave with him? Although he still appeared serious and solemn on the surface, the excitement in his eyes, however, could no longer be concealed. Clan leader Baihu. The Guardian League leader smiled gently, hurrying to mediate and end the confrontation as soon as possible. After all, he had personally seen Bai Xiuxian appear beside Lin Tian. Obviously, the elder had some connection with the Baihu clan. If he truly ordered the destruction of the Baihu clan's leader, he might end up offending that elder. Therefore, it was better to be cautious. Today's events were entirely because of my daughter. Since my daughter is unharmed, there's no longer a need for our Baihu clan to venture into the monster beast mountain range. This was merely a misunderstanding. I hereby apologize. The Baihu clan leader remained expressionless, clasped his hands, and bowed toward Zhuge Huangzhu. No need to be so courteous. No need to be so courteous. Zhuge Huangzhu hurriedly returned the gesture, momentarily feeling stunned. A martial emperor apologizing to a martial king? Such a thing had probably never happened in this world before. How could one not be excited? Hua! The experts from the Zhuge imperial court and the three great empires were all stunned. A martial emperor apologizing to a martial king? My God, what is happening? Are my eyes failing me? This world has no inherent reason. Only the words of the strong create the reason. The strong are never wrong. That has always been the rule among martial cultivators, yet today was a major exception. What exactly is going on here? Could it possibly be because of the Guardian League leader? Chapter 126, Arrival of a Treasure? Instinctively, everyone's gaze fell upon the Guardian League master. Suddenly, realization struck. That's right. For a Boang, ranked expert to apologize to a Wuzun, ranked expert. Such a scenario was already bizarre. Behind every seemingly bizarre event, there must be a reasonable explanation. And such a reasonable explanation could only point to one conclusion. That was, with the Guardian League master backing the Vermilion Bird Empire, the White Tiger clan's clan leader appeared to apologize to the Vermilion Bird Empire. But in reality, it was merely out of respect for the Guardian League master. Clan leader White Tiger, just now I might have gone a bit too far. Even so, you and I have merely reached a stalemate. I concede willingly and respectfully. At this moment, the Guardian League master spoke with courtesy. Hua! Just a moment ago, the experts who felt they had cracked the case were now completely stunned. A string of question marks appeared on their foreheads. What? Everyone had speculated that it was only due to the Guardian League master's presence that the White Tiger clan leader had willingly bowed his head. But now, the face was slapped in an instant. Never had they imagined that the Guardian League master himself would apologize to the White Tiger clan leader. Moreover, during the fight, the Guardian League master had clearly been dominating. If the battle had continued, the White Tiger clan leader could have been completely obliterated. Yet the Guardian League master claimed they had fought to a draw. This wasn't modesty. It seemed more like appeasement. It was already bizarre enough for a Boang, ranked expert to apologize to a Wuzun, ranked expert. But now the victor was apologizing to the defeated? This is madness. It completely defied common sense. Unheard of, never seen before. In an instant, numerous experts sighed in confusion. No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure out the logic behind it. Why be so courteous? The White Tiger clan leader was also utterly bewildered, glancing at the Guardian League master with a suspicious gaze. Finally, he waved his hand and returned with the White Tiger clan. As the sound of robes slicing through the sky filled the air, gust after gust of Ogfeng surged upward. As the Ogfeng gradually faded, the figures of the White Tiger clan experts finally disappeared into the distant horizon. Vermilion Bird Emperor, from now on, the Guardian League and your Vermilion Bird Empire shall be like brothers. If you ever need anything, feel free to notify the Guardian League through transmission techniques. Farewell. The Guardian League master smiled faintly, appearing courteous as ever. Well then, thank you. The Vermilion Bird Emperor, still dazed, instinctively responded with gratitude. The next moment, one after another, figures soared into the sky, leaving behind trails of blurred silhouettes. Eventually, the sky returned to complete stillness. Brother Zhu, what exactly just happened? They came so fast and left so quickly. It seems they weren't fools. They all knew that within your Vermilion Bird Empire, there was a certain. The three great imperial families exchanged glances, and as they spoke, their gazes shifted toward the direction of the Instant realization dawned. Everything was related to the senior. However, the senior had never made an appearance at all. Without even showing himself, he had resolved everything perfectly, as if everything was under his complete control. This was true depth beyond fathoming. Could it be that he had already grasped the heavenly Tao? Had he mastered the laws of the Dao? Otherwise, how could he have resolved everything successfully without even stepping forward? That senior. Indeed unfathomable. The Vermilion Bird Emperor, hands clasped behind his back, looked up at the clouds scattered by the experts in the sky, sighing deeply. Not long after, news of the return of the Central Plains experts spread throughout the entire Central Plains. When the Guardian League experts departed, they were cloaked in endless killing intent, sweeping across half the sky. This sight filled the scattered cultivators and common people of the Central Plains with immense excitement. But the outcome? No news of a devastating defeat from the Qingzhou side arrived. Could it be the Guardian League had been defeated? But that didn't seem right either. When returning, one could clearly see the Guardian League experts all had calm expressions, showing no signs of defeat whatsoever. Yet they also lacked the aura of victory. What exactly was going on? Cloud after cloud quickly covered the entire Central Plains, especially the Celestial Dominion. Inside the Celestial Dominion Temple, numerous elders furrowed their brows, racking their brains in confusion. The Celestial Dominion Lord, seated steadily on his golden throne, also wore an expression of complete bewilderment. What in the world was going on? Wasn't it agreed that the Guardian League would go to destroy Qingzhou? Although the experts of Qingzhou were incapable of resisting the Zhangjiro of the Central Plains, they should have at least caused the Guardian League some damage. At that point, the Celestial Dominion would consider whether to act as the hidden predator waiting to strike. If it had simply been thunder without rain, that would have been acceptable. But the thunderclap had already shaken the entire Qingzhou and Central Plains. And yet, not a single drop of rain fell. This truly disappointed everyone. Very strange. Can someone tell me exactly what is going on? The Guardian League's experts arrived with overwhelming force. This time, they even mobilized only top experts. If they didn't annihilate Qingzhou, they wouldn't have lived up to their xiuxian presence. But in the end, they really didn't destroy Qingzhou. Moreover, they appeared so calm, even somewhat content. That makes it even stranger. Could it be that the four great empires offered some rare treasures that made the Guardian League willingly retreat? Hehe, you guys haven't met the Guardian League master in person. Do you really think he's a man who follows rules? Exactly. If the other party really presented some heavenly treasures, it would have only aroused the Guardian League master's greed even more. That's absolutely impossible. Then what exactly is going on? The elders could no longer hold back their curiosity and began whispering discussions among themselves. In the end, no matter how hard they thought, they couldn't find a solution. Could it be that a treasure is about to descend upon Qingzhou? At this moment, one bald elder stroked his beard and cautiously spoke. The moment these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. Instantly, all discussion stopped. The Celestial Dominion Lord's furrowed brows loosened slightly, a faintling sneer appearing on his face. They cracked the case. Certainly, there must be a precious treasure about to descend onto that land. Within the yin-zhan mechanism of heaven and earth in this world, coincidences occasionally occur, sometimes suddenly causing treasures from higher realms to fall into the mortal world. Such occurrences are generally the result of various chance factors converging. It's impossible to grasp the Goyer pattern behind them. However, one thing is certain. Before a treasure's descent, there will always be certain omens. In fact, based on these omens, one can determine in advance the treasure's precise location of descent. Over the years, whenever a treasure descends, fierce competitions are inevitable. This has practically become an unspoken rule. Moreover, to obtain such a treasure, one must absolutely avoid destroying the fortune and luck of the destined location beforehand, or otherwise all efforts will be wasted. Only this single reason could possibly cause the Guardian League to temporarily spare Qingzhou. I see now. Old Ancestor already set the rule. Zhengduo, competing for the treasure is open to everyone. There's no need to worry about anything else. Now that we've received the news, of course, we cannot let it slip away. The Celestial Dominion Lord smiled slightly, slowly rising to his feet. His gaze finally fell toward the direction of the Vermilion Bird Empire. He really wanted to see what kind of treasure was about to appear on that desolate land. Chapter 127. Oh no, I've become a replacement. Meanwhile, all the powerful experts of the Guardian Alliance had already returned to their headquarters. This trip to Qingzhou, in a certain sense, had brought about earth-shattering changes to the Guardian Alliance. Before this, the experts of the Guardian Alliance had always considered those powerful figures in Qingzhou mere ants before them. Nothing to be worried about at all. Going to Qingzhou felt as easy as entering a public restroom. Come whenever you want, leave whenever you want. But now, Qingzhou had become a forbidden zone in their eyes. The only reason was that within Qingzhou, there existed an absolute top expert whose power was unfathomable. Just a painting had been enough to suppress the entire Guardian Alliance. In front of this ancient expert, the Guardian Alliance itself was the true ant. If they wanted to survive, they could only try their best to stay low. Another major change was, the one closest to the ancient expert in the Guardian Alliance wasn't even the World Alliance leader, but Longqingtai. Longqingtai had become the true power holder of the Guardian Alliance. And the Guardian Alliance leader now, by contrast, had become inferior. Senior Longqing, please take the seat of honor. If it weren't for Senior Longqing's warning, we would have offended a top expert from the upper world this time. It could have led to our total destruction. It was Senior Longqing's timely reminder that allowed the Guardian Alliance to barely survive. The Guardian Alliance leader slowly extended his hand, pointing toward the throne floating within a halo of golden light. His heart was bleeding. As the Guardian Alliance leader, he had commanded instant obedience and made countless experts kneel before him. Life and death, rewards and punishments, completely in his hands. No one dared resist. He was essentially the king of the Guardian Alliance. Yet now, he had to willingly relinquish the throne outwardly. Of course, it wasn't for flattery towards Longqingtai. It was for flattery towards that terrifying ancient expert. Alliance leader, why be so courteous? I am just a senior. I will always be just a senior. You are my leader, forever my leader. Longqingtai smiled slightly, stroking his beard. He was outwardly very polite, but already carried an air of superiority. Inwardly, he was grinning with satisfaction. He had bet correctly. Leaning on that ancient expert, the mountain, he had finally fulfilled his long-time dream. Whether or not he sat on the leader's throne no longer mattered. Because from this moment forward, every expert in the Guardian Alliance would look to him as their superior. As for the current Alliance leader, he would always remain a junior leader in Longqingtai's eyes. No, please take the honored seat, senior. The Alliance leader forced a laugh, still insisting. Please, senior, take the honored seat. You've always had the seniority, and furthermore, you have saved our Guardian Alliance. Indeed, you deserve the honored seat. Please take the honored seat. Why be so modest, Senior Longqing? We respect and believe in you completely. Besides you, no one else in our hearts could possibly sit on that throne. That's right. Besides, the alliance leader has decided to step down. How can we disappoint him? One by one, the elders and top experts, their faces full of smiles, urged him on. The Guardian Alliance had undergone a dramatic shift in power, and Longqing Tai had become their sky. Now they had no choice but to submit. Even the elders who had been on the same level as Longqing Tai smiled on the surface while cursing inside. But what could they do? He had a backer, a powerful, unfathomable one. Those of them without such backing had no choice but to yield. Refusing to bow would only make things difficult for them later. Huh. All at once, everyone knelt in perfect unison, raising their voices in urgent request. Enough said. Our Guardian Alliance has its own rules. I am only a senior. How could I possibly assume the position of leader? It's pure nonsense. Longqing Tai's face turned stern, resolutely rejecting. As everyone stared in confusion, he slowly stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back. His figure soared into the sky and soon vanished into the horizon. What's going on? The Guardian Alliance leader was stunned, never imagining that Longqing Tai would refuse to sit on the throne. After all, within the Guardian Alliance, no one wanted that seat more than Senior Longqing. Yet he had never expected that when the chance was right in front of him, he'd actually turn it down? What exactly was going on? The elders of the Guardian Alliance looked at each other in bewilderment, puzzled. In an instant, the temple was filled with a cloud of confusion. No one knew how long had passed before suddenly someone snickered coldly. Soon, more people began to chuckle darkly as realization dawned. Damn it, that old fox really knew how to play his cards right. Currently, the Guardian Alliance still appeared, on the surface, to be a power belonging to the Central Region. But following its recent suppression by that ancient master, in reality, the entire Guardian Alliance had already surrendered to that mysterious ancient expert. Meanwhile, any expert with formidable strength usually possessed an extremely peculiar personality. To put it simply, they were capricious, and the Guardian Alliance leader was, in truth, a literal scapegoat. The moment that senior expert unleashed his fury, the first to suffer injustice would certainly be the Guardian Alliance leader. Under such circumstances, only a fool would be willing to become the Guardian Alliance leader. Gung Kro Kwang, Longqing Ti Siran Wen Xiuxian, Dan Shi Si Do Dri Dao, Ta Shi Ming Fu Qi Shi De Tao Xiangang. Besides, Longqing Tai already held a second-tier position, yet everyone knew he had become the de facto supreme ruler, gaining all the benefits, yet bearing no responsibilities whatsoever. This was truly the old fox's actual intention. Ah, now I see. I must say, Elder Longqing is truly incredibly clever. Elder Longqing would never miss any opportunity for personal gain. Since he is unwilling to take the Guardian Alliance leader's seat, that itself proves this position has already become unnecessary. What's even more terrifying is that whoever ends up taking this seat may one day face disaster. Indeed, this seat is no longer what it once was. It could very likely bring catastrophe. Our alliance leader is probably in some danger. In an instant, every powerful expert's gaze turned sharply toward the Guardian Alliance leader. Gu Jian, the Guardian Alliance leader, froze, suddenly feeling a chill run through his entire body, his back prickling with unease. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Suddenly, he widened his eyes, his face turning somewhat pale. He immediately realized the truth. Not good. I've become the replacement. With a gongran sung, it felt as if a thunderclap had exploded within his mind. He froze completely, stunned for a long time. At this very moment, on the Qingzhou lands, a certain piece of news was already spreading rapidly. A treasure was about to appear in Qingzhou. Under normal circumstances, upon hearing such news, not only would the Guardian Alliance and the Tiandi Alliance immediately mobilize to seize the location where the treasure would descend, but countless wandering cultivators would also swarm in, joining the scramble for it. After all, in this world, unless one obtained a great opportunity or encountered a tremendous stroke of luck, significantly increasing one's power would be practically impossible. Trying to steadily climb step by step solely through personal effort to become a true expert was ultimately nothing more than a foolish dream. Chapter 128 Unfounded Confidence. Which powerful cultivator hadn't relied on fortuitous encounters to become truly strong? Therefore, true strength isn't just about innate talent and body constitution. Fortune and courage are equally vital components. Now, with the news spreading far and wide, the wandering cultivators and martial artists across Zhongzhou were all rubbing their hands in excitement, their hearts burning with fervor. They immediately began investigations, searching for information on when and where the magical artifact would appear. However, a strange situation occurred. In ordinary times, major sects like the Hujiao Alliance and the Tiandi Alliance would act immediately upon hearing such news, dispatching Wang-ranked martial artists to investigate, and quickly seize the location where the artifact was to descend. Yet now, surprisingly, both the Tiandi Alliance and the Hujiao Alliance showed absolutely no reaction, sitting calmly as if fishing in tranquil waters, as though the so-called descent of the magical artifact was of no interest to them whatsoever. The wandering cultivators who had been so excited just now were now filled with doubt and apprehension. What's going on? Both the Hujiao Alliance and the Tiandi Alliance have always been greedy. Why have they not made any moves after hearing this news? This is indeed strange. If they aren't acting, it could mean one of two things. The first possibility is that they already know everything about this so-called artifact and thus find it utterly uninteresting. But how could they possibly predict it before it has even descended? Therefore, it's most likely the second scenario. And what second scenario could that be? Qingzhou is dangerous. Hua. Immediately, it caused an uproar of laughter. Qingzhou is dangerous? They all knew that Qingzhou was merely a desolate land, with thin spiritual energy and no auspicious signs for cultivation. This descent of an artifact was the first ever recorded. How could it pose any danger to the powerful cultivators of Zhongzhou? But gradually, their laughter faded. If there were absolutely no danger, then why didn't the Tiandi Alliance and Hujia Alliance act first? This was extremely strange. Some cautious wandering cultivators chose to wait and see, afraid to act recklessly. Yet at this moment, those cultivators who couldn't resist their greed had already set off in full force toward the Zhuge Empire. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled. A mighty pressure covered the sky. Thousands of figures soared across the heavens, leaving behind trails of residual shadows as they rushed toward the territory of the Zhuge Empire from all directions. Esteemed cultivators, please stop. This is the territory of the Zhuge Empire. Without the permission of the Zhuge Emperor, no one may enter. At this moment, the sky rumbled like thunder, and a mighty voice echoed out. The voice spread throughout the entire sky. Then, a figure broke through the clouds, hands behind his back, directly blocking the path of the Zhongzhou cultivators. Wu Zun Realm Cultivator, a mere Wu Zun daring to stop us? Open your eyes and see how many Wu Zuns are here among us. There are even Wu Wang level experts here. If you don't want to die, move aside immediately. The cultivators from Zhongzhou all laughed heartily, their contempt evident. The cultivators of Qingzhou truly overestimated themselves, sending only a Wu Zun cultivator to block so many mighty experts. After all, there were countless cultivators from Zhongzhou, with Wu Zun experts everywhere, while most of the others were slightly weaker than the Wu Zun. Nevertheless, all of them were fully confident in their abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to come here competing for the artifact. As for the opponent, he was merely a pitiful Wu Zun cultivator. Some even believed that with a single technique, they could crush him into nothingness. In an instant, a myriad of powerful cultivators released murderous intent. It seemed as though the entire sky had been violently pressed down. Humph! Old Lin snorted coldly, slightly frowning. A hint of displeasure appeared on his face, unwillingly. He had good intentions in warning them, giving them a chance to retreat. Never had he imagined they would be so arrogant and delusional. Where are the mighty experts of our Zhuge Empire? He roared loudly, as his voice thundered downward like a lightning strike. Here, from all directions, mighty and heroic responses sounded. Some voices came from deep valleys, some from within forests, and some even from behind the clouds. Even within the surging rivers, responses could be heard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures burst forth like whirlwinds, instantly gathering behind Old Lin. A black mass, at least 1,000 experts strong. Clearly, these people had already been hiding here in ambush, preparing for the arrival of the Zhongzhou experts. Oh, it seems that you have made thorough preparations. At this moment, a refined and handsome youth dressed in white robes twirled the folding fan in his hand as he slowly floated forward from the ranks. His tone carried an unmistakable undertone of sarcasm. He was the young master of the Zhou family from Zhongzhou, Zhou Taizhan. His current cultivation realm had already reached the 5th level of Wu Zun. For someone so young to possess such strength, it was naturally due to the geographical advantages of Zhongzhou, rich in spiritual energy, which allowed talented individuals with good innate potential to flourish like fish in water or tigers with wings. Even more so because his family had poured tremendous resources into his cultivation. Fed with various spiritual herbs and magical treasures, a single prodigy had risen into the skies. And this was something the cultivators of Qingzhou could never even imagine. Even Zhu Wuhan, who had inherited all the resources of the Zhuge Empire under the guidance of his seniors, couldn't even nurture such a promising young genius. Hehe, not that I look down on your Zhuge Empire. Do you really think you can stop us? With just me alone, I can wipe them all out in an instant. Zhou Tieshan's lips curled slightly upward, his voice filled with arrogance. As if his opponents were already fish on a chopping block, powerless against him. Is that so? You should be a Wu Zun cultivator, and should therefore be able to keenly sense that we are no longer the same as before. Do you really think we're bluffing? Old Lin sneered, his gaze brimming with mockery. Zhou Tieshan's expression changed slightly. He suddenly noticed that though these so-called experts were weak in cultivation, their faces all radiated a quiet confidence, as if Wu Zun cultivators were nothing before them. Even if a Wu Wang expert appeared, they wouldn't stir even the slightest emotion. That kind of calm disregard was truly extraordinary. Hiss. The wandering experts from Zhongzhou furrowed their brows, finally sensing that the atmosphere was off. What was going on here? The strongest among the opposing side was merely a Wu Zun expert. Other than Old Lin, none of the others even approached the Wu Zun level. Some were not even worthy of the words, ants beneath one's feet. By their standards, they were practically insignificant as dust. Before true experts, a mere puff of breath from them would reduce these so-called experts to nothingness. Chapter 129, The System's Massive Trap. However, facing cultivators of such strength, how could the experts from the Zhuge imperial dynasty remain so calm? What exactly was going on here? Everyone's heart sank slightly. Could it be that they're merely bluffing? But their eyes show no trace of fear at all. If anything, they look more like they're looking down on us. Damn it, their gazes really piss me off, but something about all this feels really strange. Something's definitely off here. They look so confident, yet their actual strength is obviously quite weak. A strange and eerie atmosphere instantly covered the entire sky. The previously arrogant cultivators from Zhongzhou were now hesitating instead. Should they really attack? More specifically, would there truly be serious consequences if they did? Seeing this scene, Elder Lin sneered coldly, a mocking expression on his face. I've already given you the chance. If you still want to pass through, please go ahead. With a wide wave of his hand, the experts from the xiuxian imperial dynasty instantly parted, forming a wide path. Yet each of them wore scornful expressions, as if they had already determined the opponents wouldn't dare to go through. Zhou Tieshan's face changed, his heart filled with unease. If they hadn't cleared the path, he would certainly have forced his way through. But now, they had voluntarily stepped aside, which only proved they were confident and unafraid. What was going on here? Although their power was clearly weak, their aura was overwhelmingly strong. It seemed as if they had already determined themselves to be invincible, not daring to pass through. Well then, if you're not brave enough, why don't you just go back? Save yourself the trouble of lingering around here, wasting time. Elder Lin sneered coldly, speaking without any politeness. The reason he dared to act so aggressively was because he truly had the qualifications. Who in the entire Jiuzhou realm would dare underestimate the xiuxian imperial dynasty now? Even the most renowned experts from Zhongzhou, not to mention the independent cultivators. Even if the powerful experts from the Guardian Alliance arrived, they would still have to bow obediently. Otherwise, their alliance leader and Longqing Tai back then wouldn't have let them off the hook. These minor independent cultivators were just insignificant minnows. Not even worth Elder Lin's notice. I'm merely a young junior. It's not my place to take the lead here. At this moment, Zhou Taizhan smiled faintly, waving his folding fan as he slowly retreated back to his original position. At the same time, his face turned red. Trying to show off and failing miserably, he felt like 10,000 alpacas were rampaging through his heart. But at this moment, he dared not gamble his own life on it. He had a strong premonition. If he took that supposed path, he might very well lose his life. Uncle Chun, you're the most respected and senior expert among us. You're also the one closest to becoming a martial king. If you don't step forward, it may be difficult to wrap things up. Zhou Taizhan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking toward a muscular old man beside him. The old man was first taken aback, then his face filled with cold scorn. Humph. The kid had already made a big fool of himself and now was trying to drag me into this mess. Still, they were clearly bluffing. A mere Qingzhou. Even if there were cultivators who forcefully broke through heavenly fate and became true experts in that insignificant and decayed land, they certainly wouldn't have achieved major breakthroughs. What was there to fear? Haha, young Master Zhou. I originally thought you'd have an impressive showing and wanted to let you have your moment. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be much ado about nothing. Did a mere scene like this scare you away already? The old man sneered lightly, speaking casually. Zhou Tieshan's face darkened, and a surge of fury instantly exploded from his body. The aura of a martial sovereign, sharp and fierce, instantly poured down like roaring river water. Humph, even a mere martial sovereign dares to show off in front of me. But the old man's face was filled with ridicule as he slowly lifted his eyes. An overwhelming martial king pressure instantly descended from the heavens, wrapped in a flowing brilliance of five-colored lights. The laws of the Tao faintly emerged into visible forms. He has broken through? He's actually broken through already? Not long ago, his strength was merely approaching that of a martial king, and I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he had already broken through into the martial king realm. The Chen family is truly powerful and influential. To break through so smoothly, they must have consumed a great deal of precious treasures and medicinal pills. Really makes one envious, jealous, and resentful. One after another, the martial sovereigns filled their eyes with envy, helpless to do anything about it. The land of Zhongzhou is different from Qingzhou. In Qingzhou, there are no mighty sects, only the four great imperial dynasties standing guard. Though on the surface, the four great imperial dynasties appear extremely prosperous. In reality, that is a sign of decline. Without even establishing sects here, the four great imperial dynasties clearly demonstrate how scarce the resources are and how thin the spiritual energy must be. Zhongzhou is different. Besides the Guardian Alliance and Tiandi Alliance, there are many powerful clans standing tall. These so-called clans were originally sects in the traditional sense. However, the cultivation techniques they practiced were all passed down from their ancestors, rarely accepting outsiders as disciples. Therefore, Zhongzhou's surface world is dominated by these clans. And this old expert from the Chen family was clearly one of the most outstanding among all those clans. Otherwise, how else could he have access to such a massive amount of resources for his breakthrough? A martial king? Zhou Tieshan's anger suddenly vanished from his face, instantly replaced with an obsequious smile. Congratulations, Uncle Chun, on your breakthrough. Truly joyous and worthy of celebration. Humph. The old man let out a cold snort, and threw Zhou Taizhan a look filled with disdain. He completely ignored Zhou. What was a mere useless brat worth his attention? Two sharp beams of gaze then fiercely locked onto Elder Lin. I, Chun Hu, will enter the xiuxian imperial dynasty. Who dares to stand in my way? Suddenly, he roared aloud. Boom, boom. The sound echoed deeply within the mountains, reverberating the sky-piercing peaks. Countless oddly shaped Yaosog, as though witnessing a monster in their eyes, wildly fled and hid. The voice of a martial king instantly covered the entire xiuxian imperial dynasty. Inside the imperial kitchen, numerous divine beasts slightly frowned. Heh, what a loud voice. Truly doesn't know heaven and earth. Doesn't realize that yet another so-called expert believes they can run rampant inside the xiuxian imperial dynasty and thus acts especially arrogantly. This person will certainly suffer a miserable fate. I hope the master isn't disturbed, or else it'll be truly terrible. The Phoenix clan all shook their heads furiously. Unconsciously, two words surfaced in their minds. Pathetic fool. The little golden fish formed from the Azure Dragon clan paused slightly in the pond. The fish's face, normally devoid of expression, clearly revealed layers of mockery. Chapter 130. Who says I am the one blocking you? There are always those who think too highly of themselves. The one making that sound doesn't even realize how deep the waters of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court really are. The water here runs deep. They can't even begin to grasp its depth. And yet they refuse to accept it, until they literally hit a wall, only then realizing they should turn back. I wonder if the master will get angry. When the master gets angry, the other side will be on their knees within minutes. Still, from the sound, it's just a martial king cultivator. Surely that won't be enough to anger the master. The Azure Dragon clan murmured among themselves, some even leaping out of the water to observe Lin Tian's reaction. As for Lin Tian at this moment, he was looking up at the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. He appeared deep in thought. His expression was unreadable. Teddy yawned lazily and strolled around in front of Lin Tian. Just one word from Lin Tian, and he would immediately wipe out that reckless and ignorant Qin's Uncle Zhou Taizhan. Daring to disturb the master's cultivation? Let alone a martial king expert. Even a martial emperor would have to kneel. All the divine beasts watched Lin Tian intently. One word from him could seal the fate of that arrogant martial king. Yet, at this moment, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel emotional. F***ck? This world is truly unpredictable. One moment, clouds gather. The next, they scatter again. The sky should be clear and bright, yet thunder rolls out of nowhere. The weather here is really impossible to understand. Lin Tian felt very down. He had been transported to this world a long time ago, nearly a century now, but he still couldn't make sense of the weather here. Just now it was bright and sunny, and all of a sudden, clouds surged in. Then came the rumble of thunder. At first hearing, that thunder really sounded like the roar of an enraged expert. But what do I care about weather changes? I should worry about my own business first. Immediately after, Lin Tian shook his head and a bitter smile appeared on his face. System reminder, check-in time has arrived. Does the host wish to check in? Check in. Without hesitation, Lin Tian chose to check in. The system had always been quite unreliable. Still, perhaps a miracle would happen, and it might give him some useful reward this time. However, he already felt completely indifferent. Evidently, he had long been numb from constant disappointments by the system. Host has successfully checked in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Realm Steel. The Divine Realm Steel gathers the power of stars, transforming it into vast spiritual energy, nourishing all beings and things. It will certainly spark numerous rare opportunities and extraordinary encounters. It alters the fortune of the area where it resides. This is a treasure of divine grade and above. As the system rambled on, Lin Tian's eyes unconsciously brightened. This item sounded extremely powerful. Unlike all the useless junk he had obtained from check-ins before. Perhaps this was the turning point of his destiny? With this item, he could draw power from the star fields and eventually acquire unimaginable spiritual energy, becoming a true, favored one of fate. Good stuff. I'm eager to see just what kind of existence this is. The more Lin Tian thought, the more excited he became. He hurriedly looked left and right. The next moment, his face turned dark. What the F***ck? System, where's my reward? You can't even be bothered to fake it anymore? Just gave me a worthless promise out of thin air. Where the hell is my divine grade artifact? Lin Tian instantly flew into a rage. Though the system was usually quite unreliable, it at least gave him something. While those things were useless, at least there was a glimmer of hope. But never in his wildest dreams had he expected this. This time, the system only offered a brief description, and the item didn't even appear. He stood stunned for a while. Lin Tian sighed bitterly, finally shook his head, and accepted this pitiful fate of his. He turned and walked into the room. This sight made Teddy frown slightly. The dog was racking his brain. What did the master mean? He had just shown a bit of happiness on his face, then sighed and shook his head, appearing deeply disheartened. Could it be that even experts like him have worries in their hearts? The dog immediately felt puzzled. Experts like the master were practically capable of sweeping across the entire 9 provinces realm. There shouldn't be any worries at all. What could possibly be the reason? Crack, crack. Just as the dog's mind stirred, a sudden thunderclap echoed from the heavens. Teddy frowned, looked up at the sky. Can't behave yourself again, huh? Daring to mimic the wrath of heaven. Want me to show you what real might is? Boom. The sky seemed to tremble slightly, and a wave of fear immediately descended. Forget it. The master's intentions are unfathomable. I should stay low for now. It seems the master isn't even interested in that arrogant martial king cultivator. Let that fool deal with his own fate. Teddy yawned lazily and instantly lost all interest in Uncle Chun. Then he returned beneath the peach tree and continued sleeping. But right now, above the clouds thousands of miles away, a tense and sharp atmosphere rushed forth. The imposing old man, Xuanhuan, stood with his hands behind his back, golden light flashing within his eyes. As if a deity had descended, he stepped upon empty space, advancing forward one step at a time, each step rippling the space beneath his feet. It seemed as calm and leisurely as a stroll through a courtyard. Yet between each step, infinite pressure mounted. As if the entire sky had been crushed firmly beneath his feet. Hiss! The experts from the central plains were stunned beyond measure. Some were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Not only did he break through, but he actually ascended several heavenly realms at once. The resources of the Chun family are truly even greater than we imagined. No wonder they've been concealing their strength all these years. They've secretly been cultivating this ultimate weapon. With such a genius, the Chen family could directly enter the top 10 families. To enter the top 10 families might still require a bit more effort. However, making it into the top 20 is now a certainty. The wandering cultivators remained deeply unsettled for a long time. After all, watching a family rise before one's eyes was quite visually xianxia. The experts from the Chen family, however, wore proud expressions, especially a few elders, whose faces overflowed with satisfaction. Today was the genius's first battle, and it needed to be brilliant and shocking enough to shake the entire world. Otherwise, how could the family elevate its status? I'm warning you all, you're absolutely no match for me. Even if all of you stand in my way, you still won't be able to stop my steps. I advise you all to be a bit wiser and retreat quickly. Xuanhuan sneered coldly, looking down arrogantly at the crowd. In his eyes, those confident experts from the vermilion bird imperial court were no different from powerless ants. Actually, not even worth that. And you, a mere martial saint, also dare to block my way? Golden light flashing within his eyes, the old man looked down coldly at Elder Lin. Who said I was trying to stop you? Elder Lin smiled slightly. Not you. Xuanhuan frowned. Certainly not me. I'm not foolish enough to use a martial saint's strength to block a martial king expert. There's someone else who will deal with you. Chapter 131, King of Martial Arts? No, a first-rate martial emperor. As Lin Lao's voice fell, crack, a thunderbolt suddenly split the sky, and an immense column of lightning struck down from the heavens. Within the lightning, vaguely visible, was an old man dressed in white robes. He appeared dignified without even trying, glancing sideways at the Central Plains cultivators with an expression of profound disdain. Even more peculiar was the fact that he had 2 cat ears. His otherwise imposing figure suddenly seemed somewhat comical with the addition of those feline ears. The lightning faded, and the old man's figure floated in midair, an endless aura of power continuously radiating from him like whirlwinds sweeping through the clouds. His presence seemed dominating and formidable. Hua! The cultivators from the Central Plains were first momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Could it be a beast's inheritance? A cat spirit? Haha, I was wondering who the vermilion bird imperial court was relying on. So it's a beast inheritor. What can a beast inheritor do? From the aura he's exuding, he is merely a martial king. Not worth worrying about. The experts from the Central Plains mocked him, clearly not taking him seriously. Just you. Xuanhuan's pupils slightly constricted, his lips curling upward into a sneer. Just me. The old man stepped forward. As his feet touched the air, ripples spread outward. He walked in midair as naturally as on solid ground. Fine. I'd like to see what qualifications you really have. Xuanhuan's expression darkened, yet still not taking his opponent seriously. In Qingzhou, even if a few prodigies emerged, how could they possibly break through the geographical disadvantages? No matter how talented they were, there was always a limit. Blazing inferno filled the sky. Suddenly, the golden glow in Xuanhuan's eyes seemed as if scorched by raging fire. A surge of battle aura ignited from his body, just like fierce flames. Just then, the white clouds floating above the heads of the surrounding experts suddenly changed color violently, turning blood red in the blink of an eye, and it exuded a searing heat, baking the heavens and earth. In an instant, those clouds became just like fiery clouds, wildly surging. The next second, they gathered together like surging river waters, forming into a gigantic dragon-like shape, bearing claws and fangs, rushing down fiercely toward the cat-eared old man. Insignificant skills, not worth mentioning. The cat-eared elder huffed coldly, 2 sharp beams flashing in his eyes. With a wave of his large sleeve, 8 directional lightning. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered from nowhere above the clouds. Crack, crack. Within the dark clouds, lightning surged continuously, emitting thunderous noise. At this moment, the flame clouds were about to reach the cat-eared old man. Streams of lightning poured down, but not in straight lines. They were like countless threads weaving into a massive net all of a sudden. This net made of lightning, although unleashed later, reached first, firmly enveloping the sea of flames. Disperse. The cat-eared elder's lips curved upward slightly, and he casually uttered one word. However, as soon as he spoke, the lightning surged madly around the sea of flames, eventually wrapping it completely. Clearly visible within the fierce flashes of lightning, the dragon-shaped flame was wildly expanding. Though the dragon wore no expression, it gave the impression of extreme agony. Boom. The dragon vanished, and in its instant disappearance, an unmistakable sound like a mournful cry erupted. The dragon was gone, but the lightning showed no sign of diminishing, ruthlessly surging toward Xuanhuan. Flaming giant sword. Xuanhuan's expression changed, a flicker of fear visible in his eyes. He raised his hands abruptly. Endless fierce wind rushed upward from beneath his feet. Clearly visible in the air was a powerful current violently fluctuating. Xiuxian beasts gathered together, condensing into the form of a great sword. Then the sword roared into flames, forcefully splitting through the lightning. A martial king. The cat-eared elder frowned slightly, seemingly surprised. But the next second, his contemptuous expression returned to his face. Blazing heaven-scorching earth claw. As those 5 words drifted softly from his mouth, his figure suddenly shot straight toward Xuanhuan's physical body. At this moment, Xuanhuan had just managed to cleave through the lightning with his sword, not even recovering from the shock yet. A powerful pressure swept across like a tidal wave, rushing straight toward their faces. Hiss. At this moment, Xuanhuan could no longer hold his composure. He never expected that after using a cultivation technique, the opponent would launch an attack with his own body so quickly. After letting out a loud shout, without hesitation, He swung the giant sword in his hand fiercely toward the cat-eared elder. "Quick, defend yourselves." Old Man Lin hurriedly shouted loudly while frantically forming seals with his hands. Beams of transparent light burst from his body like fireworks, then circled back to shield his entire body. The experts of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court also quickly activated their defensive techniques. At the same time, a deep tremor stirred in their hearts. The opponent was clearly using the power of a martial king expert. They even began to doubt whether their protective techniques could actually withstand the sword intent of the giant blade. Why so tense? Just then, the cat-eared elder chuckled lightly. Facing the descending massive sword, he didn't even attempt to dodge but calmly stepped forward to meet it. Suddenly, he forcefully thrust out his palm. The crimson light he had quietly gathered in his palm suddenly flared violently, transforming into a tiger's claw. That tiger claw tightly grabbed the sword. Boom. The clash of the two techniques directly scattered the clouds and shook the heavens and earth. The distant mountains cracked repeatedly. Dust and debris rose from the ground as the entire Vermilion Bird Imperial Court seemed to tremble. The battle between martial king experts was indeed terrifying. Impossible. You're actually a martial king? Xuanhuan's lips trembled slightly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. The enormous sword, filled with endless spiritual energy by him, had actually been firmly gripped by the opponent's tiger claw. Moreover, he clearly felt that his own sword was now completely out of control, entirely dominated by his opponent. When did I ever say I was a martial king? Right now, I am only one step away from becoming a martial emperor. The cat-eared elder mocked with a smile, slowly lifting his eyes. A glint of cunning flickered within his gaze. Crack, crack. The massive sword, forged purely from refined spiritual energy, began to develop one crack after another under the tight grip of the tiger claw. Then, it exploded into fragments. However, the tiger claw showed no sign of stopping, ruthlessly smashing directly toward Xuanhuan. Chapter 132. A mysterious object falls from the sky, shocking the martial god temple. A martial emperor cultivator? Xuanhuan's expression drastically changed. At this moment, he regretted so much that his intestines almost turned green. How could there possibly be a martial emperor cultivator appearing in Qingzhou? This was something he absolutely couldn't have imagined. Even less expected was that the opponent's strength was far above his own, completely beyond anything he could resist. Golden body protection. He roared loudly, pouring every bit of strength he had into making one final defense. In the instant the merciless tiger claw struck down, he barely managed to complete the protective technique. Yet even so, the tiger claw slammed directly into his defense. Spit. Xuanhuan spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body shot downward like a meteor streaking across the sky. Far below, the mountain peak he crashed into was instantly flattened by his impact. The Chun clan's elders' faces also changed drastically. At this moment, they could barely believe their own eyes. Xuanhuan was considered one of the most talented figures in their clan, second only to the clan leader himself. That was exactly why the Chun clan had spent many years and invested countless resources to boost his strength. Their goal was to raise a true monstrous weapon for the Chun family. And this time, coming to seize the treasure was supposed to be its debut. But who could have guessed? This so-called monstrous weapon was directly eliminated by the opponent. What else was there to fight for? Every Chun clan expert shrank back their necks, without even a hint of desire for revenge. It was simply because the opponent was too powerful. Even their Chun clan felt fear. Is there anyone else? The cat-eared elder slightly frowned and slowly turned his head to face the cultivators from Zhongzhou. His eyes still overflowed with contempt. All the Zhongzhou experts instantly fell silent. Although this opponent wasn't truly a martial emperor, he was close enough. Looking across all the experts present, none had the confidence to suppress him so severely he couldn't move. He was like an insurmountable mountain. How difficult it was to pass through. In the howling wind, the Zhongzhou cultivators floated midair and immediately found themselves in a difficult situation, unsure of whether to advance or retreat. Know this. Previously, the experts from Qingzhou had absolutely no chance against those from Zhongzhou. If the Zhongzhou experts retreated now, that long-standing rule would be instantly overturned. To put it simply, they couldn't afford to lose face. However, if they didn't retreat, then with this opponent's strength, they could be crushed underfoot at any moment. What could possibly be done now? Thank you, clan leader. Seeing the Zhongzhou cultivators back off, Old Lin exhaled in relief and quickly clasped his fists, thanking respectfully. There's no need to thank me. My daughter was sheltered by the Vermilion Bird Empire. It's only right that I help them in return. The White Tiger clan leader waved his hand indifferently. The Vermilion Bird Empire? The Vermilion Bird Empire amounted to nothing. The reason he had arrived here so quickly and personally stepped in. How could that possibly be for such a small empire? Even if the entire Vermilion Bird Empire were to burn to ashes, he wouldn't bat an eye. In his eyes, the weak could only survive by scraping by. His actions were merely to appease that so-called senior expert. It seems you're still unwilling to leave just yet. In that case, the White Tiger clan leader slightly frowned, another wave of contempt rising in his heart. He hadn't expected Zhongzhou experts to be this timid. With a flick of his finger, a golden thread suddenly stretched left and right, connecting to the sky itself. Those who cross this line shall die. Calmly leaving behind those words, the White Tiger clan leader soared through the air, quickly disappearing in the distance. These remaining Zhongzhou wandering cultivators weren't even worth him personally dealing with. Besides, he had confidence. With the suppression of his martial emperor-level power, no one dared cross this line. Hua! The Zhongzhou experts all changed expressions. Arrogant. Too arrogant by far. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Can this really be a Qingzhou expert? When did the experts from Qingzhou become so powerful? Drawing a simple line like that and expecting to stop us? He truly looks down on us. What if we all cross this line together? Suddenly, one of the Zhongzhou cultivators shouted. The other experts' expressions immediately turned awkward. Brother, we were just talking loudly earlier, trying to save some face. Now you're really going to break through that line? You truly are the real big brother. Seeing his suggestion met with silence. The one who had proposed crossing the line couldn't help but shrink his neck back again. He had only said it on impulse, slipping his words slightly and accidentally overdoing his show-off. Now he was literally slapping his own face. In an instant, the two factions of experts formed a standoff. At this moment, in the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian sat on a stone bench, supporting his chin with his hand. He still felt restless and uneasy. System, how about coming out for a decent chat? You owe me an explanation. Why are you not even bothering to give rewards now? Are you just issuing empty promises? Although he knew the system was frustrating, he never imagined it could be this bad. He had a feeling that becoming a true favorite of fate would be extremely difficult. But the system remained silent. It seems my guess was correct all along. The system is nothing but a cold, emotionless mechanism, unaffected by human sentiment. It's impossible to seek any compensation through conversation. Lin Tian frowned, finally giving up resistance. Of course, he had no idea that. At this moment, in the martial god temple, within that massive mountain gate, a tall figure was diligently sweeping fallen leaves. The 500 golden armored immortal soldiers still guarded various positions. But just then, amidst the glittering stars, something crimson fell from the sky, containing boundless spiritual energy, filled with a will to kill. And more importantly, it faintly radiated the power of the laws. Who dares to trespass here? Daring to break into the martial god temple. The figure who had been sweeping suddenly narrowed his pupils. Just moments ago, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary old man sweeping the floor. But now, as his voice rang out, his aura surged dramatically, instantly transforming into the demeanor of a true grandmaster. A true floor-sweeping monk. Without hesitation, his body shot straight into the sky, leaving behind a clear and noticeable trail. He rushed directly toward the falling object. Thousand-handed dragon slayer. Star mist scattering. Flying dragon roar. In the moment he launched upward, 3 martial techniques poured from his hands. Huge hands flickered amidst the starlight, ruthlessly lunging toward the object. At the same time, the sky full of stars seemed to be pulled by the power of the law, transforming into countless sharp blades of light, savagely striking down at the object. Roar. After a loud roar, an enormous dragon tens of thousands of feet long appeared from the endless void. Chapter 133. A divine treasure falls from the sky. The master's blessing. The giant dragon raised its head and roared at the object. Even when facing an army of thousands, these 3 supreme cultivation techniques could instantly reduce the enemy to ashes. Yet in the next moment, thousands of gigantic hands overlapped and struck the object directly, but nothing could pierce through it. Not even its speed was slowed by the slightest. The endless starlight transformed into sharp swords, crashing fiercely against the object, and were immediately repelled. After roaring, the dragon's expression revealed fear, and then it vanished into the sky. The Hall Master Nanming's face changed dramatically, and deep fear flickered in his eyes. Infinite sky. He gritted his teeth hard, and suddenly thrust both palms forward. Golden light wildly erupted from his palms, forming a protective barrier around the entire martial god hall in an instant. But that wasn't all. Nanming continuously used infinite sky, creating layer upon layer of golden protective domes, without the slightest flaw. Even if a star were to fall, it would be utterly impossible to break through this defense. However, Hall Master Nanming soon found himself stunned. As a series of sounds like breaking glass rang out, the object easily smashed through one protective dome after another. Finally, with a tremendous bang, it landed heavily before the main gate of the mountain. Protected by divine laws, the martial god hall was still shaken violently upon impact. Infinite dust surged into the sky. Tree after tree of celestial trees scattered their leaves, fluttering like butterflies dancing within the smoke and dust. What exactly is this thing? How could it be so powerful? Hall Master Nanming inhaled deeply and clenched his fist tightly, determination flickering in his eyes. The reason he was desperately protecting the martial god hall here was to welcome his master. But now, an unexpected visitor had arrived. He had already resolved himself. If necessary, he would sacrifice his life to ensure the gate would not be damaged. He focused his mind, and a strand of divine consciousness pierced through the smoke and finally landed on the object. A boundary steel? Nanming was momentarily stunned. He now realized he had been resisting a seemingly ordinary stone. Clearly written on the stone were 4 characters, divine boundary steel. And within those 4 characters, divine energy spiraled outward continuously. Wait a second, this is no ordinary boundary steel. It continuously absorbs and releases spiritual energy. The spiritual energy it circulates increases manifold, becoming denser and purer. I understand. Hall Master Nanming's eyes lit up, and he finally relaxed. He had thought it was an invasion from a powerful enemy, but apparently, he had completely misunderstood. This was clearly a treasure sent by his master from some unimaginably powerful location directly to the martial god hall. And this was a rare kind of protection found in all the realms. Master, indeed incomparably mighty. You haven't even shown yourself, yet have given us such a magnificent treasure. I understand. Master wants me to cultivate diligently, and only when I become worthy will you appear before me. Nanming's heart swelled with excitement. Without hesitation, he quickly sat cross-legged on the ground. At the same time, the divine boundary steel was absorbing spiritual energy. With each intake and exhalation, the martial god hall's spiritual energy became increasingly dense and pure. And the moment Nanming closed his eyes, the spiritual energy swirled gently around his body, like a warm spring flowing into him. Qingzhou, the Vermilion Bird Dynasty. The confrontation continued. The experts from the Vermilion Bird Dynasty and those from Zhongzhou stood on opposite sides of that golden thread. No one dared to cross the line. A few arrogant experts from Zhongzhou gritted their teeth and tried to rush forward, but the moment they approached the line, they suddenly recalled the terrifying fate of the White Tiger clan's chief. Finally, shivering in fear, they sneaked back to their original positions with their tails between their legs. The experts of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, at this moment, showed no fear at all, instead displaying only mocking grins. Ha ha ha, aren't you supposed to be the mighty experts of Zhongzhou? Didn't you claim that we were mere ants in your eyes? Now the ants are right before you. Why don't you come kill us? So the mighty Qingzhou also have moments of being insulted by ants. Come on then if you've got the guts. We're the real Qingzhou here, you're the ants. Your courage is smaller than an ant's. Previously, they wouldn't have dared to humiliate the experts of Zhongzhou face to face. But now, with a mysterious senior expert backing them up and the chief of the White Tiger clan nearby, they had the confidence that the experts of Zhongzhou would not dare to cross the line. Hua! Faced with the mockery, the experts from Zhongzhou gritted their teeth in fury. Surging anger blazed in their eyes. Some couldn't even suppress their oppressive aura, causing the wind and clouds to stir violently. But, even though they were furious beyond limits, none dared to cross that line easily, because they had a premonition. If they ever stepped across, the cat-eared martial emperor might appear in an instant and crush them all into dust. Damn it! How dare the experts of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty be so arrogant before me? If it weren't for my fear of that martial emperor expert, I would personally wipe all of you out. This is nothing but borrowed power. If you really dare to challenge us, why don't you cross this line and come over here? The experts from Zhongzhou began hurling insults as well. In no time, the sky filled with verbal clashes. What was about to become a great battle had now transformed into a war of words. Spray of saliva rained ceaselessly from the sky. Why is it suddenly raining? The weather here changes so suddenly, actually drizzling now. I have to say, this rain feels incredibly warm, like a spring breeze caressing one's face, leaving a refreshingly pleasant feeling. The people of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty looked on in confusion. Some refined scholars even folded their hands behind their backs and lifted their heads, allowing the warm raindrops to freely strike their faces. Right at this moment, a mighty aura suddenly surged from the direction of Zhongzhou. The dark clouds that had veiled the experts' bodies instantly scattered away. Parting clouds revealed the bright sky. The silhouettes of those powerful experts within the heavens instantly appeared before the eyes of the crowd below. The crowd raised their heads, staring in disbelief at this scene before them. They felt something was clearly off. That's strange. The dark clouds have already been blown away, so it shouldn't be raining. Where exactly is this rain coming from? Look, they're still yelling at each other, each one spitting words. Suddenly realizing the truth, the people of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty immediately turned pale. One after another, they bent over, vomiting violently. Especially those who had closed their eyes and tilted their faces up to enjoy the warmth of the gentle rain, nearly vomiting out their own intestines. Chapter 134. The script is wrong? What nonsense about a light rain? It turned out to be an online flame war happening up in the sky. This might leave a lifelong trauma. At this moment, the sharp aura coming from the Zhongzhou direction caused the expressions of the Zhongzhou experts to change. They all looked behind with joyful surprise. Xuanhuan. Someone from the Guardian Alliance? Or the Heaven-Earth Alliance? They've finally acted. That's right. With them acting, our chances of obtaining that artifact will decrease rapidly. However, with them here, we won't be stopped outside the Vermilion Bird Empire either. The experts from Zhongzhou had their eyes shining brightly, and their hearts were filled with passion in this moment. All the humiliation and fear from earlier were swept away in an instant. They felt as if they stood taller. Haha, you really think we dare not cross this line? Today, Zhou Taizhan will be the first one to cross the line. Let's see who dares to stop me. A brazen voice sounded. Zhou Taizhan soared through the air again and halberd to cross the golden line in the next second. Hua! The experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire were all stunned. The experts from Zhongzhou were also slightly taken aback. This kid, just a moment ago, nearly soiled himself out of fear upon seeing the Wuang Qianxia. How could he suddenly become so courageous? Was he always this brave? You should think carefully about the consequences. Old Lin frowned slightly and coldly reminded. I naturally know the consequences. Zhongzhou's status in the Jiuzhou world has always been above Qingzhou's. If we are suppressed by you, where would Zhongzhou's experts put their pride? Today, even if I sacrifice myself for the greater good, I will absolutely not let Zhongzhou lose face. Zhou Taizhan declared with righteous indignation, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. From the pressure coming from the middle direction, one could feel the presence of a powerful expert likely being Awakens, possibly even the Guardian Alliance leader himself. After all, the Guardian Alliance was always arrogant, domineering, and extremely active. They regarded themselves as representing Zhongzhou's image. If he, at this moment, defended Zhongzhou's image, he would invisibly safeguard the dignity of the Guardian Alliance. If the Guardian Alliance leader was pleased, who knew what benefits he might receive? Perhaps they would even allow him special entry into the alliance. Once joining the Guardian Alliance, with access to its vast resources, his future would be boundless. Just thinking about it excited him. Boom, boom, boom. When a powerful expert descends, there must be changes in the heavens. The clouds in the sky all scattered away. The sound of a figure breaking through the air even triggered rolling thunder. Then, an expert wearing a dark robe descended from the sky with his hands behind his back. The Guardian Alliance leader? So it's really him. He personally arrived. Why only him alone? The Guardian Alliance leader is a firm wog. Just one person is enough to claim the treasure. The experts from Zhongzhou felt both joy and worry. On one hand, his arrival caused their chance of obtaining the artifact to plummet directly. On the other hand, he could completely lead them past that thread, preventing them from losing face terribly. He's arrived already? Finally, it's my chance to perform well. Zhou Taizhan smiled slightly, then spoke with thunderous voice. I have now crossed this line. What can you do about it? Experts from Zhongzhou will never bow down to Qingzhou's experts. I, Zhou Taizhan, have never considered Qingzhou's experts worthy of any respect. Come on. Zhou Taizhan insulted madly while intentionally stating his name, wanting to attract the Guardian Alliance leader's attention. Sure enough, the Guardian Alliance leader's gaze fell directly onto that kid. Feeling that burning gaze sweeping over his body, Zhou Taizhan became even more fervent. You vermilion bird experts, why haven't you attacked yet? You're indeed just showing off. Now that I've already crossed this line, you still haven't taken any action. And that cat-eared old man from earlier, why hasn't he appeared yet? Isn't it just because he's afraid of our Guardian Alliance leader? Zhou Taizhan raised his hand and pointed towards the Guardian Alliance leader behind him. That flattery was indeed loud and clear. Cat ears, what's going on here? The Guardian Alliance leader frowned heavily and coldly asked. Hehe. Guang mentioned that whoever dares to cross this line, he will personally intervene to ensure that the offender will perish without even a grave. But after our Mengju arrived, that person turned into a cowardly turtle and hasn't shown up until now. Zhou Taizhan explained gently, his whole body warm and tingly. He had already anticipated that Guardian Alliance leader Gu Jian would surely cast a look of approval towards him. However, in the next moment, the Guardian Alliance leader's pupils constricted sharply, and the light in his eyes suddenly turned extremely cold. Hiss. Zhou Taizhan couldn't help but shudder under that chilling gaze. This script seemed somehow off. He said that anyone who dares to cross the boundary will die without a grave? The Guardian Alliance leader cackled coldly and slowly drifted toward Zhou Taizhan. Why yes, that's exactly what he said. Zhou Taizhan shrank back, sensing that something was definitely wrong. Then, die. The Guardian Alliance leader's eyes gleamed with malice. In an instant, he swung his sleeve. A surge of scorching aura poured from his palm, enveloping Zhou Taizhan entirely. Zhou Tieshan's eyes widened in terror, and his entire being sank into deep despair. Then, he turned to dust. No one could understand, until the end, how his flattery had seemed so skillfully delivered, yet led to his death in the hands of the very person he had praised. Hiss. All the Zhongzhou experts stood in stunned silence, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. The script had indeed gone wrong. The Guardian Alliance leader should have been on their side. How could he suddenly kill Zhou Taizhan? And, after doing that, why did he reveal a flattering look in his eyes when facing Old Lin from the Vermilion Bird Empire? Experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire, is this result satisfactory? The Guardian Alliance leader smiled slightly and nervously asked. Earlier, when the Zhongzhou experts were spreading rumors and creating chaos, the Guardian Alliance leader had intended to stop them in advance. With his status as the Guardian Alliance leader, just a single word from him could have completely deterred all the Zhongzhou experts from pursuing the treasure hunt. But upon second thought, he had allowed them to cause trouble, the bigger the better. This way, he would instead have a chance to impress his senior. So he made his entrance at the crucial moment and performed an impressive act. Thank you, Guardian Alliance leader. Old Lin politely replied. You insignificant stray cultivators. Return immediately. Without my permission, no one shall step foot into Qingzhou. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Those who dare to defy me, take one step forward now. I guarantee you an immediate trip to the afterlife. Chapter 135. The truth doesn't matter, just fight. The Guardian League leader erupted in rage, staring coldly at those cultivators from Zhongzhou. The scattered cultivators shuddered inwardly, nearly soiling themselves on the spot. This wasn't going according to plan. Although they weren't members of the Guardian League, they were all cultivators from Zhongzhou. Since they were all from the same region, there was an unspoken understanding that they should show each other some respect. Therefore, they had assumed from the start that the Guardian League leader would appear and lead them successfully across that boundary. Even more so, they had already begun imagining a duel between two emperors of martial cultivation. How amazing it would be if they could witness such a battle firsthand. But who could have imagined? The Guardian League leader had actually betrayed them? He struck first, killing a Zhongzhou expert, then loudly threatening the rest. That was beyond ridiculous. Everyone's mind was in chaos, all of them retreating their necks, without even the slightest thought of resistance. After all, the Guardian League and its leader were not someone they could provoke. Yes, we will retreat immediately, not daring to disobey at all. Please, Guardian League leader, calm your anger. We're leaving right now. The Zhongzhou experts wore forced smiles, without daring to resist in the slightest. Their figures turned into blurry shadows, retreating into the sky in complete disarray. How arrogant and powerful they seemed when they arrived. How pitiful and humiliating was their retreat. Guardian League leader, thank you for stepping in. Old Lin smiled slightly and politely said, no need to be polite. I was just passing through. I merely told the senior cultivator that no one would disturb his peaceful cultivation anymore. However, I can only control Zhongzhou. As for people from other regions, the Guardian League leader smiled faintly, reminding quickly. Qingzhou and Zhongzhou are located in a realm known as Jiuzhou Boundary. As the name suggests, there are 9 great continents. This, however, is only the sum total of the explored regions, while the unexplored areas are even more vast. It is said that once, Emperor-level martial cultivators traveled together beyond the borders, only to discover a great horror lurking at the edges. As to what exactly this horror was, those emperors didn't even get a chance to speak before they passed away. From then on, what lay at the edges of Jiuzhou Boundary has remained a mystery, and that's only one direction of Jiuzhou Boundary. What lies in the other directions? One could only imagine how vast Jiuzhou truly is. Inside it, there are many places similar to Qingzhou and Zhongzhou. Some are even more terrifying and expansive than Zhongzhou. Of course, among the 9 provinces, Zhongzhou remains the center of this world, with a highly advantageous geographical location. But the laws of this world may not hold forever. In those yet-to-appear great provinces, it remains unknown whether there are experts who have found other methods to cultivate without relying on spiritual energy. All that is known is that 300 years ago, a cultivator stronger than the emperors flew across the sky, shocking the entire Zhongzhou. 100 years ago, 2 figures fought in the heavens, causing the sky and earth to tremble together. Radiant as the sun, every clash triggered landslides and tidal waves, nearly destroying both Zhongzhou and Qingzhou. If the battle hadn't ended swiftly with a victor, Qingzhou and Zhongzhou might have been wiped off the map. With the sudden appearance of the magical artifact in the Zhuge imperial court, no one knows whether cultivators beyond Zhongzhou and Qingzhou will get involved. Thank you for the reminder, Guardian League leader. However, there is something that the Zhuge imperial court must clarify. Old Lin hesitated slightly, speaking with a heavy gaze. Please, speak freely. The appearance of the artifact was merely a rumor. If powerful experts rushed here due to a mere rumor, that would be nothing but laughable. Old Lin took a deep breath and said loudly. When he first heard the rumor, Old Lin had already started worrying. The arrival of a magical artifact was a once-in-a-century opportunity. Whether the rumor was true or not, the top experts would surely come to Zhuge imperial court. When that happened, the Zhuge imperial court would be in chaos. His first thought was that Zhongzhou, being closest to Qingzhou, would definitely see many experts arriving. Therefore, he had brought the Zhuge royal experts here as the first line of defense. And to be on the safe side, he had intentionally leaked the news to the chief of the White Tiger clan. Sure enough, the chief of the White Tiger clan wanted to please the elder, so he intervened in time, making a powerful entrance and an equally powerful exit, leaving behind an uncrossable boundary. Does it really matter whether it's a rumor or not? Undoubtedly, many people will want to enter the Zhuge imperial court to investigate. Whether the news is true or not has already become completely irrelevant. The Guardian League leader slowly shook his head, a faintling shag appearing on his face. Old Lin was taken aback, a bitter smile involuntarily forming on his face. Indeed, was it really that important whether it was a rumor or not? No powerful expert would easily believe what others said. After all, this was a world of survival of the fittest. In this world, apart from oneself and those truly trustworthy, one must never believe the words of others. Even the Guardian League leader before him. If it weren't for a senior expert standing behind him, why would he bother to help the Zhuge imperial court? Perhaps during his last visit to the Zhuge imperial court, relying on strength nearly matching that of a martial emperor, he might have already reduced the Zhuge imperial court to ruins. I'll be off first. You must be careful. The Guardian League leader nodded slightly, then moved his figure, transforming into a ray of golden light, heading straight toward Zhongzhou. Half a pill incense later. At the edge of Zhongzhou, numerous experts from the Guardian League hovered in midair, blocking all paths forward. Why would the League leader do this? I heard that a magical artifact has appeared in the Zhuge imperial court. Why aren't we rushing there to seize it? Hehe, what a silly little fellow. Haven't you heard? A top-tier senior expert has suddenly emerged within the Zhuge imperial court. Forget about ordinary magical artifacts. Even a Xianfeng artifact would belong to that senior expert. Not even our Guardian League leader can interfere. Of course not. Rumor has it that the League leader did this precisely to please that senior figure. Just how strong must that senior be? You should know the League leader himself is already nearing the power of a martial emperor. If I'm not mistaken, the strength of this so-called senior figure is very likely already beyond that of a martial emperor. What? A being stronger than a martial emperor? How could that be possible? Anyway, all we must do is guard this boundary well and absolutely prevent those scattered cultivators from entering the Zhuge imperial court. Otherwise, should the League leader become enraged, you and I will surely be reduced to dust. The experts of the Guardian League, one after another, gathered their spirits and flew wildly along the border, their eyes like lightning, ceaselessly scanning for any suspicious figures. Chapter 136. The Protectorate Alliance blocks the border. Who dares to break through? In an instant, the entire central Zhou erupted into an uproar. The Diarchy, second batch, of wandering cultivators, upon receiving the news, were stunned. Then they flew into a rage. What the hell is going on here? The Protectorate Alliance clearly wants to take it all for themselves. The Protectorate Alliance is being too tyrannical. A divine treasure has appeared. Everyone should have the chance to fight for it. Although that's what people say, once the Protectorate Alliance gets involved, do we even stand a chance anymore? Even if we don't have much of a chance, at least we could go and see what's happening. But now, even that opportunity has been taken away from us. The Protectorate Alliance was always overbearing, but no one expected them to become this extreme overnight. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to. The deity wandering cultivators still felt unwilling to back down. They still couldn't believe the Protectorate Alliance would openly break the ancient customs that had endured for thousands of years. Figure after figure rushed toward the border in a frenzy. Soon enough, they painfully discovered the rumors were indeed true. Figures resembling descending true immortals endlessly patrolled the skies. Limitless killing intent radiated from them, churning the clouds and shaking the earth. Clearly, it was a massive blockade line. So it's actually true? How the hell are we supposed to play anymore? The Protectorate Alliance really has no regard for rules at all. The Protectorate Alliance is completely breaking from established norms. If things continue like this, every single rule will be destroyed before it even takes shape. We from the Liu family refuse to accept this. One after another, the wandering cultivators began retreating. However, just at this moment, an enraged voice suddenly erupted. With a thunderous roar tearing through the sky, a figure shot upward from the ground. A young man in a dark robe, clearly a mighty cultivator. It's Liu Tianxing from the Liu clan. Sure enough, it's him. It said he has recently neared the rank of martial king, acting outrageously arrogantly. And he seized several clan territories in the central Zhou area, being outrageously audacious. He also openly declared that no clan could encroach on his territory, or else he would show no mercy. This kid is indeed bold and fearless. However, the problem is, he's up against the Protectorate Alliance. The wandering cultivators blinked, and a glint of pity immediately appeared in their eyes. A cultivator close to the level of martial king was already considered exceptionally gifted. Plus, he was barely 100 years old. If he could lie low for a few more decades, there was a real chance he would break through to the rank of martial king and then step into the realm of martial emperor. At that time, he would surely become a rising genius. Perhaps, if he had revealed his talent later, he might even be directly recruited by the Celestial Gate, opening a path to even greater prospects. But now, this young man had dared to provoke the Protectorate Alliance head-on. There were only two possible explanations. The first, he had never intended to join the Protectorate Alliance from the start and had already chosen to side with the Celestial Alliance. Thus, he was unafraid of offending the Protectorate Alliance. The second explanation, of course, was that he was simply a reckless hothead. Judging from this kid's behavior, it seemed more likely to be the second possibility. Who dares to act with such boldness? No one may cross the border. Anyone attempting to trespass will provoke the Protectorate Alliance. You must consider the severe consequences. As Liu Tianxing floated upward, the experts of the Protectorate Alliance curled their lips in amusement, appearing condescending, as if looking at a complete idiot. A wandering cultivator dares to challenge a major sect? Simply asking for death. Only the most foolish would dare make such a choice. I see you haven't heard of my name. I am Liu Tianxing, who fears neither heaven nor earth. I am already a martial king expert now. I'll give you one last chance. Step aside immediately, or else I will break through by force. And if I hurt any of you in the process, it won't be pleasant. Liu Tianxing rolled his eyes, slowly lifting the long sword in his hand. The blade shimmered brilliantly, as if capturing both sunlight and moonlight on its dual sides. A strange, eerie glow constantly burned around it. A sword cultivator? So he is actually a sword king expert. But what of it? We've seen arrogance before, but never this level. You should know who you are dealing with now, the experts of the Protectorate Alliance. If you still know what's good for you, throw down your sword and scram. Otherwise, you'll regret it beyond remedy. The faces of the experts from the Protectorate Alliance instantly darkened. Where the hell did this kid come from? He had just reached the level of martial king and already dared to challenge the Protectorate Alliance. He simply had no idea what death looked like. A person with such low intelligence, even if he barely manages to enter the martial emperor stage, won't live to see a ripe old age. Haha, I am the Liu family's most brilliant young genius. How could you compare to me? It seems you don't plan to step aside. If that's the case, then I shall proceed on my own. Liu Tianxing let out a cold chuckle. Suddenly, he flicked the long sword in his hand. An instantaneous sword beam scattered into thousands of points of light, directly surging forward. A fool who doesn't know his own limits. One of the martial king experts from the Protectorate Alliance instantly darkened his expression. The opponent had not stopped upon hearing the name Protectorate Alliance. It was the ultimate disgrace to them. In such a situation, the only possible outcome for the opponent was this. A death with no grave to be buried in. Heavenly rivers surging. The expert's figure shot forward like an arrow, both palms thrusting outward. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if waves after waves rolled across the sky, countless surges of energy condensing into the form of rushing tides, instantly swallowing those sword beams. Dragon-forming sword technique. Liu Tianxing was greatly startled, furiously swinging his long sword forward. Beams of sword light erupted from the blade, forming 100 zhang-long sword intent that instantaneously took the form of a dragon, claws and fangs bared, diving straight into the river-like tidal surge. The dragon-forming sword chi was extremely sharp, and with the attribute of a dragon, it naturally had the power to overturn seas and rivers. Therefore, countering a water attribute technique was like a fish in water, effortless and perfectly matched. Is this the technique of the Celestial Alliance? No wonder this kid is so arrogant. It seems our guess was spot on. He must have already joined the Celestial Alliance. The entire Liu family must have allied with them as well. What a pity though. This kid has only just entered the martial king realm. yet dares to oppose a true martial king expert. He's simply courting death. Poor judgment is an incurable flaw. No matter how strong one's power is, it won't help. This kid is definitely finished. The wandering cultivators shook their heads and sighed, but felt not the slightest sympathy. Those who die from sheer stupidity are never deserving of pity. Right at this moment, just by seeing the martial king expert take action, they already knew breaking through the border blockade was now hopeless. Chapter 137. Those who cross the line shall die. The reason they remained here was to witness the outcome of the battle between the two kings of martial cultivation. Of course, deep down, they already had their own suspicions. Still, they longed to see the fall of Lu family's once-in-a-generation genius, Xuanhuan. As expected, the expert from the Boundary Guardian Alliance showed no fear at all. Instead, he slightly raised the corner of his lips and indifferently unleashed another cultivation technique. The surging river suddenly began to rapidly freeze. The dragon-shaped sword dancers who were madly advancing with xiuxian instantly became as if sealed within an eternal glacier. Frostblade. Immediately, he raised both hands high into the air. The 10,000 zhang river was actually lifted into the air by his two hands. The frozen 10,000 zhang river instantly solidified into the shape of a sharp blade. Then, he slashed it down mercilessly. Before the blade even descended, endless pressure had already crashed down. Lu Tianqing couldn't help but cry out in alarm, his face already extremely pale. Desperately, he raised his sword to defend. However, the ice sword descended like a collapsing mountain. It was simply impossible to block. The sheer pressure from the aura of 5 kings alone was far beyond what an ordinary martial king could withstand. With a ding, his sword snapped in two. Along with a shriek of pain, the genius warrior who believed himself extraordinary was instantly reduced to countless icy fragments. Truly overestimating your own strength. Such a technique being used against you is truly a waste. The expert who unleashed that world-shaking move rolled his eyes. Then he returned to his original position as if nothing had happened. Those loose cultivators who previously hoped to sneak past the border all stood frozen in shock at this moment. Among them were others who also considered themselves extraordinary geniuses. Some even believed their strength far exceeded Lu Tianqing's. Yet now, no one dared step forward. Instead, each of them pulled in their necks and quietly slunk backward. Before long, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the Central Land. The Boundary Guardian Alliance wants to monopolize the artifact. No one could breach their blockade, and any loose cultivator attempting to breach the barrier would meet only a graveless death. At this moment, inside the Grand Hall of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, the 4 emperors were gathered together, their faces filled with bitter smiles. An oppressive atmosphere akin to an impending storm already filled the entire palace. Is it true that a divine artifact has descended upon the Vermilion Bird Dynasty? Not a damn thing like that has happened. After all, Qingzhou has always been a barren and desolate region, with scarce resources and little heavenly fortune. The descent of divine artifacts is highly correlated with one's fortune. Qingzhou hadn't seen a divine artifact appear for a very long time, so long that no one could remember the last time such an event occurred. And now suddenly this rumor came up out of nowhere? Moreover, everyone could clearly feel that the wind from the Central Land's domain was continuously blowing through the waters, bringing pressure with it. This was a sign of imminent danger. Even more terrifying was the sudden appearance of intense fluctuations from the unknown regions of the Jiuzhou world. It seemed as though terrifying beings were beginning to stir, eager to step foot in Qingzhou and seize the treasure. Furthermore, one particular aura was filled with dark and icy attributes. Even an unintentional perception could cause shivers to run down one's spine. It looked exactly like the legendary demon race. At present, the entire city is abuzz with rumors. Although we have tried to clear up the misinformation in time, those experts insist on coming here to investigate personally. The Vermilion Bird Emperor sighed with a goose smile, slowly shaking his head, feeling a headache building up. If there actually had been a divine artifact descending upon the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, and such a gathering of power happened to be drawn in, it might be understandable. But the worst part was, it was only a false rumor. And now the Vermilion Bird Dynasty had to face powerful cultivators from all over the world because of a mere false rumor. No matter how one calculated this, it was a losing proposition. Near our Xuanwu dynasty's border, there are unknown experts lurking. I have already deployed massive armies nearby, however. Xuanwu Wang Ba frowned tightly, his heart racing. Recently, from those unknown border regions, the aura of experts kept surging forth ceaselessly. What's more, one could clearly see the silhouettes of extreme Dao cultivators repeatedly circling around. How strong are these experts from the unknown regions? The Azure Dragon Emperor furrowed his brows, equally concerned. The Azure Dragon Dynasty lay very close to Xuanwu. If the Xuanwu Dynasty fell into turmoil, the Azure Dragon Dynasty would soon find itself dragged into the vortex as well. At least Emperor-level experts. Xuanwu Wangba honestly replied. Everyone suddenly felt on edge. How is this possible? Emperor-level experts? Are you joking? That unknown region was long ago sealed by powerful techniques of ancient experts. No one should be able to break through. Yes, under such circumstances where no one can break through, how could we possibly sense the aura of an emperor cultivator? Everyone shook their heads, clearly disbelieving. However, one thing was certain. There was indeed a great terror lurking within the unknown regions. Otherwise, the ancient experts of the Jiuzhou world would never have left behind such a peculiar seal. That seal functioned like a gate. Experts from the Jiuzhou world could pass through freely as they pleased. Yet, on the other side of the seal, no matter how powerful or ordinary a being might be, none could step foot into any known region of the Jiuzhou world. That was also why some experts who considered themselves wise and powerful would occasionally travel together through the seal to explore the unknown. Yet, few of them ever returned alive. Clearly, just how terrifying the other side of the seal must be. Regarding what lay beyond the seal, this world had absolutely no information. Therefore, even if there truly was a great terror present, it would be impossible for its aura to reach this side. Now, yet xuanhuan Ba claimed to sense the aura of an emperor-level cultivator. Wasn't this complete nonsense? How could I possibly joke about something like this? If I'm not mistaken, the news must have already reached the other side of the seal, and experts there are also coveting the so-called artifact. Xuanhuan Ba spoke with complete seriousness. Immediately, loud laughter filled the room. What kind of joke is this? No one aside from an emperor cultivator dares to breach the seal, and certainly no one could send this message to that unknown place. That's right. In that case, only one possibility remains. There really is a divine artifact that has descended, and it must be extremely valuable to those experts from outside domains. So much so that they would risk breaking through the seal just to seize it. Wasn't this supposed to be just a rumor? Suddenly, everyone fell into silence. They all felt that this matter was becoming incredibly bizarre. What they didn't know was, at this moment, inside the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian was lazily lying on the grass, his eyes slightly narrowed. Without realizing it, he had already drifted into a peaceful sleep. Just at this moment, from within the sky, a vast mountain gate slowly appeared. Surrounded by waves of immortal qi, it was bathed in colorful rays of light continuously swirling upward. Behind the mountain gate stretched an endless sea of stars. Chapter 138, A Magical Treasure? Merely a star. The starry sea stretched endlessly, constantly shimmering with cold light. At the mountain gate, clearly written were the three characters, Wu Shan Hall, Martial God Sect. Inside the royal kitchen, those divine beast pets all felt deep fear in their hearts. One by one, they knelt to the ground. The Phoenix clan placed both feet on the ground, lowered their heads deeply, and felt immense reverence within. The Azure Dragon clan, who had been swimming joyfully, also came to a halt. They floated on the surface of the water, continuously blowing bubbles. The speed and frequency with which those bubbles emerged were perfectly synchronized. It was their own way of expressing respect. Even the sky-piercing divine hound, though clearly unwilling, slowly lay down, his heart filled with discontent. Needless to say, Bai Xiaoqing, who had never witnessed anything like this before, stood there completely frozen. She only felt an overwhelming and solemn aura cascading downward from the illusion appearing in the sky. Her body had completely locked up. This, the Martial God Sect? Could it be that he casually summoned an entire sect while asleep? And this sect, it's absolutely terrifying. It took a while before Bai Xiaoqing snapped back to reality, letting out an exclamation in disbelief. Good heavens, just how mighty is the master of this place? He merely relaxed his divine power slightly while dreaming, and directly called forth a grand sect. If he were fully awake, just how divine a power could he unleash? It was simply unimaginable. You really are just a weak little kitten, clueless as ever. Master must have seen the Martial God Sect in his dreams, but since he's so powerful, he can alter the entire world with just a single thought. So it's no surprise that he accidentally summoned the Martial God Sect. The dog rolled his eyes and patiently explained. In other words, Master is from the Martial God Sect? Exactly what kind of terrifying power is the Martial God Sect? Bai Xiaoqing blinked in surprise and asked. A master's intentions and origins are not something anyone can casually guess. I suggest you stop pondering, or you might invite heavenly thunder. The dog quickly warned. Then, he slowly lifted his head and respectfully gazed toward the Martial God Sect. Even a dog capable of piercing the heavens had abandoned his usual wild demeanor. The sole expression left on his face was one of deep reverence. The descent of the Martial God Sect instantly set the entire Qing province ablaze. All beings in Qing province raised their heads, watching the illusory image that had suddenly appeared in the sky with fear-filled eyes. This illusion had appeared before them more than once already, but each time they saw it, they felt an immense wave of dread plunging downward like a waterfall. Even the martial sovereign cultivators trembled under the overwhelming pressure. They felt as helpless as leaves in the wind, like insignificant ants. At any moment, they could be crushed by the sheer might of the sect's gate. The Martial God Sect. The Martial God Sect has appeared again. Who exactly summoned it here? How could this mountain gate possibly appear out of nowhere? Definitely, an extremely powerful cultivator has summoned it. Could it be a martial emperor-level expert? What are you thinking? Although a martial emperor can destroy a mountain in an instant, summoning an immortal mountain is absolutely impossible. Just how powerful is this opponent? Immeasurable. Immeasurable. These four words alone were equivalent to invincibility. Cultivators throughout Qing province fell to their knees one by one, trembling and barely daring to breathe. At this moment, they finally believed. The rumors were true. There truly was an ancient and terrifying existence dwelling within Qing province. And this senior, with a mere thought, could summon a sect encircled by immortal auras. No wonder those cultivators from Zhong province fled Qing in sheer terror upon arrival. It was clearly this senior who had scared them away. In an instant, everyone came to realization, finally understanding why those cultivators from Zhong province had fled in such panic. At this moment, Nanming Hall Master, holding a broom in his arms and resting sweetly against a large boulder, suddenly shuddered awake. He slowly opened his eyes. Then his pupils dilated wildly. This? How did an entire world suddenly appear? The martial god sect is being forcibly pulled into that world with immense power. Could it be him? Naming's gaze finally settled on Lin Tian. His entire body trembled violently, almost ascending to the heavens right on the spot. Thud! He dropped to his knees. When he raised his head again, tears were already streaming down his face. He had long been enshrined inside the martial god hall, constantly thinking of one thing: to see his master one day. Even just a glimpse would be the greatest blessing for him. And now, his wish had finally come true. As expected, his master was indeed as he had imagined. Incredibly handsome, maintaining the appearance of youth. Since his master was already Wu-Di, invincible, naturally he could alter his looks at will. If he wasn't mistaken, the appearance before him must be his master's youthful form. Wait a second, is the master still asleep? In other words, it's just an accidental leakage of his divine power that summoned the martial god hall here. It's definitely not his intention. If he wakes up and finds the martial god hall exists in this world, he will surely fly into a rage. Nanming Hall master couldn't help but shudder. Instantly, he began to carefully examine this world. Eventually, he realized that this world was actually a barren one. How could the master possibly drag the martial god hall into an equal-level world? I know what I must do. A flicker of light shone in Nanming's eyes, and he finally made a bold decision. Stars blazed like fire. With a sweep of his hand, countless stars behind him suddenly erupted with beams of radiant light. Each beam carried its own color, and together they formed lines of rainbow-like brilliance. Those colorful beams frantically repaired the channel between the two worlds. Finally, the martial god hall slowly vanished from everyone's sight. And just in the final second, one particular ray of light suddenly plummeted from the sky, leaving behind a bright, dazzling trail. This trail was five-colored, brilliantly radiant. Phew! Only after the martial god hall completely disappeared did Nanming finally exhale in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Right at the moment the passage between the two worlds was about to seal shut, his gaze finally fell upon that falling star. It's just a dying star whose final moments I borrowed to complete the channel, causing it to drop into that world. It shouldn't cause any significant disturbance, right? Nanming shook his head, then smiled slightly. He was simply overthinking. It was just a falling star. At most, it contained billions of strands of spiritual energy. Such a cheap item. How could it possibly stir up any real ripples? Chapter 139, Fateless. At this very moment, inside the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes, as if summoned by something. He raised his head to gaze at the sky. Above the heavens, a brilliant beam of light was slowly descending, piercing through the vast sky, leaving trails of dazzling radiance behind. Eventually, it vanished into the Beast Demon Mountains. And at the moment it landed, boundless brilliance scattered out. 7 different colors illuminated the entire sky in a kaleidoscope of hues. Roar! The demonic beasts within the Beast Demon Mountains let out thunderous roars. Some cheered excitedly, some cried out in shock, and others seemed reverently respectful. Those beasts possessing wisdom could already sense the presence of a magical artifact. This thing, it seems like it might be the legendary descent of a magical treasure. There is a major opportunity, a great fate. Lin Tian remained stunned for a while, then suddenly curled his lips upward, his heart bursting with excitement. He recalled that in one of the books rewarded by the system, it had described all things of this world. Among them, it had mentioned how in a low-tier world like the Jiuzhou realm, magical treasures might descend. Generally, when a magical artifact descended, it brought along tremendous opportunities. This world itself was a low-level one, its spiritual energy quite thin. Even so, most of the spiritual energy was concentrated in the central plains. Therefore, when the strength of certain experts reached a certain bottleneck, breaking through relying only on this world's own energy was extremely difficult. At times like this, one needed to rely on various kinds of fate and external forces. As for external forces, most were medicinal pills crafted by alchemists, naturally formed spirit herbs, and various kinds of cultivation resources. As for so-called fateful opportunities, they came in numerous forms. Some were hints from powerful beings from other worlds who happened to pass by, some were chosen by powerful existences from higher realms. Of course, such chances were extremely rare. After all, although the Jiuzhou realm seemed vast, compared to the Hongmeng starfield, it was nothing more than a minuscule, insignificant world. Relatively speaking, the most plausible form of fate was the descent of a magical artifact. Whoever obtained it might have the chance to surpass their current limits. Though, naturally, it also required luck. According to that book's record, since the birth of the Jiuzhou realm, fewer than 100 magical artifacts had ever descended, and those who actually benefited from them were barely half. Simply put, wanting to improve one's power through such an artifact required not only personal strength that stood out among competing experts, but also an astronomical amount of luck. Could it be, my fate has finally arrived? According to what that book described, it's been a long time since the last time a magical artifact descended. Now it suddenly appears, making it hard not to suspect that this treasure has descended specifically for me. After all, I am supposed to be the favored one of fate. Lin Tian's heart immediately grew warm. The system was really a scam, and it had only gotten worse recently. As the so-called favored son of fate, he was becoming increasingly undeserving of the title. But suddenly, a magical artifact descended, and if he let go of this opportunity, he wouldn't know when the next artifact would come. Lin Tian's heart pounded as he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he finally made a decision. No matter what, he would give it a try. Immediately, he plunged into the storeroom, frantically rummaging through its contents. Finally, a yellowed book appeared in his hands. Record of Magical Artifact Appreciation. Lin Tian directly flipped open the first page and began reading the general introduction. Sure enough, the description in the introduction matched his memory. Just as I thought, the magical artifact indeed allows a person's strength to surge forward rapidly. It can even break past the original limits of talent. Also, the system wouldn't have rewarded me with this book without reason. It's clearly a wild hint. A hint telling me this is an immense fate, and one that is already set up for me. Lifting the corner of his lips, Lin Tian suddenly understood. Although the system was a real scam, there was still some traceable pattern. For example, among the items rewarded by the system were some painting and calligraphy skills. Indeed, he used his painting abilities to win the favor of many high-ranking officials in the Vermilion imperial dynasty. Furthermore, he had helped the dynasty through one crisis after another. So was the system's gift truly meaningless? Before this descent of the artifact, the check-in reward from the system once again included this book. Therefore, it was absolutely a hint. It was very likely the moment for him to become the true, favored child of fate. This book probably contains descriptions of that magical artifact. I should first understand exactly what use that thing might have for me, then decide whether to go on an adventure. Lin Tian took a deep breath and began searching, following various unusual celestial omens related to the artifact's descent. After all the effort, his eyes suddenly lit up. Stellar core. A decaying star enters a state of death after releasing all its brilliance. Yet its core, forged purely from energy, is imperishable and eternal. The spiritual energy it contains could rapidly elevate the strength of its possessor, even capable of transforming one's talent, instantly reaching the peak of aptitude. Hiss. Lin Tian inhaled deeply, his heart pounding beyond calmness. Wasn't this exactly prepared for him? After so many years of check-ins, he had finally obtained a physical constitution suitable for cultivation. But the problem was, the speed of cultivation was extremely slow. Ultimately, it all came down to his terribly low natural talent. Due to never having the opportunity to leave the imperial kitchen, he also lacked chances to test his innate talent through special means. Yet, judging from the cultivation speed alone, his talent must have been terrible. Absolutely not something to be proud of. If his innate talent could be completely purified and refined into the most supreme aptitude, perhaps in an instant he could become a heavenly chosen genius. Might even soon reach the martial sovereign stage. The martial sovereign stage, although not considered a particularly strong realm within the Zhuozhou realm, it was precisely the stage Lin Tian had yearned for. Even if ultimately obtaining the stellar core merely increased his cultivation slightly, at the very least he might finally soar through the skies. Lin Tian became ecstatic beyond measure. Immediately, he casually tossed the book aside. Once again, he returned to the courtyard, lying flat, his face turning incredibly calm. Competing for the stellar core? Compete for what exactly? With his current abilities, stepping outside the imperial kitchen would bring certain danger at every turn. Of course, the previous surge of excitement and so-called opportunity had merely been fleeting thoughts. Once contemplated, he shrugged it off, deciding to return to reality. After all, now truly wasn't the time to be arrogant. It's better to continue quietly cooking his little dishes within the imperial kitchen, practicing calligraphy or painting during free time. As for cultivation, it seemed destined to remain beyond his reach. In simple terms, I'll just get close, but I won't go all the way in. Chapter 140 Determination to obtain it. Yet at this moment, all the pets with divine beast bloodlines suddenly became solemn and respectful. Just now, the master seemed extremely excited, then quickly calmed down. It's simple. Judging by this world, it must have been a long time since any treasure fell into human hands. He was merely slightly thrilled by this world. Right? He quickly realized these awaited treasures held absolutely no temptation for him. Or rather, compared to him, these treasures were no different from dirt. Yes, after all, the master has already become invincible. What use would he have for such treasures? Throughout the entire Zhuozhou realm, and even the entire Hongmeng star domain, there's probably not a single treasure capable of capturing his interest. These divine beasts inhaled deeply, discussing matter-of-factly. In their eyes, Lin Tian's image had become even greater, more majestic, and unfathomably profound. Yet, the celestial anomaly in the sky had already shaken the Zhuozhou realm. In the central continent, powerful cultivators all looked up, their eyes filled with greed. Some couldn't help licking their lips, clearly eager to act. A few minutes ago, the Guardian Alliance's strict border controls had indeed deterred them, even prompting them to question whether the so-called treasure was worth risking their lives. But now, the rainbow-colored radiance dragged by the treasure upon descent, and the endless xianxia lingering in the sky, indicated clearly, even if it meant wagering the lives of their entire families, it would absolutely be worth it. That definitely isn't an ordinary treasure. Its rank must be extremely high, possibly even more enticing than the legendary treasures that have descended before. The immense ling and opportunity it brings must be unprecedented. Even a cultivator with the worst innate talent could potentially obtain the highest quality innate gifts. The one who obtains this treasure will surely become an unrivaled powerhouse. And for someone already at the peak, they might break through the emperor-level ceiling to reach a legendary realm. This is a risk worth taking. Previously dispirited, the central continent suddenly found itself brimming with experts' auras like clouds gathering. In an instant, even the land itself was seized by an uncontrollable surge of madness. At this moment, the Guardians of the Realm Alliance also had glowing eyes, exchanging glances involuntarily. Logically speaking, only they within the central continent understood the truth. there existed an expert of unfathomable strength within the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court's territory. With such an existence around, their chances of acquiring the treasure were practically zero. That's exactly why the Guardian Alliance chose to abandon this competition for the treasure and instead protect the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court. However now, one greedy heart after another was wildly surging. Even their innermost greed was growing wildly. Faced with such a rare treasure, remaining idle was simply impossible. Gambling could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The entire Guardian Alliance began showing signs of unrest, especially those cultivators stationed at the border, who originally had firm gazes, resisting waves of loose cultivators. The next moment, they too were contemplating whether they should seize the chance being so near to the event. We are right at the edge of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court's territory. With just a few swift dives, we can reach the location. Should we really make a move? But the Mengju's order was, don't forget, this time, it's an enormous opportunity. After acquiring the descending treasure, our strength could potentially rise to match our Mengju. In other words, as long as we're fast enough. But there's only one person who can obtain this immense opportunity. Suddenly, everyone's pupils contracted. They warily guarded themselves against those around them. Their greed was stirring restlessly. Understanding themselves, they naturally comprehended what others were thinking. Only one person could receive this immense opportunity. Other than oneself, everyone else equaled enemies. In an instant, a tense and dangerous atmosphere covered the entire border. It seemed as though conflict could erupt at any moment. The celestial anomaly in the sky instantly caught the attention of the Heaven and Earth Alliance. The entire Heaven and Earth Alliance immediately erupted into tremors. Within the Divine Dan, a series of astonished voices rose. An actual treasure has descended? This is truly strange. Qing province is extremely barren, with even its ling sheet incredibly thin. It should definitely not be a place for treasures to descend, right? An Jiping treasure like this definitely should not descend here. Even if a treasure was to descend, it should certainly fall within our central continent. There's only one possible explanation. One after another of the powerful cultivators suddenly changed expression dramatically. This change could only signify one thing, the shift in heavenly mandate. As the center of the Jiuzhou realm, the central continent should naturally have been the place where all resources gathered. Even when a treasure descended, it should have definitely fallen here. Yet now, a top-grade treasure had actually descended in Qing province. That could only indicate one thing. The heavenly fortune had already begun shifting toward Qing province. If Qing province continued to develop like this, it might surpass the central continent in the blink of an eye. Lord Mengju, we absolutely cannot sit idle. Please, Mengju, make a decision. If we do not destroy the 4 imperial courts of Qing province, this situation will be hard to contain. If we wait until the heavenly fortune fully shifts, we will be completely put on the defensive. At that point, we will certainly be overtaken one by Qing province's experts. At that time, we would have to bow our heads and serve under them. Those elders and powerful cultivators all knelt on the ground. Their expressions were extremely tense. As experts from the central continent, they had always been standing at the peak. In contrast, Qing province's cultivators had always been like ants before them, scarcely even worth a glance. But now, with the treasure descending upon Qing province, it likely foretold a shift in fortune. In an instant, Qing province might very well become the strongest existence. Under such circumstances of one gaining strength while the other weakened, it foretold the decline of the central continent. The central continent's 10,000-year foundation was clearly on the verge of destruction. In an instant, all gazes fell upon the Heaven and Earth Mengju's face. This, Heaven and Earth Mengju deeply furrowed his brows, his hands instinctively tightening. Suddenly, he slowly raised his eyes, within which a trace of ferocity flickered. He rose slowly, and boundless overbearing chi surged from his body into the heavens. 5-colored radiance pierced straight into the sky. First, seize the treasure. Then destroy the 4 imperial courts. Let Qing province cease to exist. Yes. As his thunderous voice rang out, all the experts immediately roared in unison. Immediately, figures darted like beams of light, instantly piercing through the vast sky. Then gathering a massive force, they directly charged toward Qing province. At this moment, on the land of Qing province, all the experts wore pale faces, trembling with fear. Under normal circumstances, the sudden appearance of such a treasure would definitely be seen as a good omen. Chapter 141. Invasion of an unknown powerful being. The problem was, Qingzhou's overall strength was simply too weak. To them, the descent of a magical treasure could actually turn into a disaster. It was possible that top experts would soon come one after another. The Hujiao Alliance, although appeared to be courteous to the Vermilion Bird Empire on the surface, everyone knew that in the case of a magical treasure's descent, they would definitely covet the Vermilion Bird Empire. As for the Tiandi Alliance, the Tiandi Alliance was an even scarier force. How could they possibly watch the descent of a magical treasure without taking action? What's even worse was, the unknown regions within the Jiuzhou realm were continuously pulsating with strange energy. From time to time, rumbles of Zhendong could be heard from within, like thunder, like the roar of a ferocious beast. Each sound exuded an aura of danger. It seemed as if some indescribably powerful being was attempting to break through the ancient seal by force. The entire Jiuzhou realm had already fallen into a state of uproar because of the appearance of this magical treasure. A great war seemed inevitable. Even the Vermilion Bird Emperor himself had become anxious, losing sleep and appetite. Finally, His gaze turned toward the direction of the imperial kitchen. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and his heart finally settled. As long as Senior is there, what do I have to worry about? What difference does it make even if the entire world falls into chaos? One person from Senior is enough to control the fate of the world. Just because I cannot accomplish something doesn't mean Senior cannot. At this moment, the Xuanhuan dynasty. On the border, the sun had been shining brightly, yet in one particular area, dark qi churned violently. Faintly visible was a transparent barrier, stretching for thousands of miles like an invisible wall standing across the border. On the other side of the border, thick darkness prevailed, so dark that one could not even see their own hand in front of their face. All that could be heard were continuous growling and roaring sounds. Boom, boom. At this moment, a sound like thunder suddenly erupted from the unknown region. That transparent barrier actually began to crack like glass, one fracture after another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the cracks appeared, countless figures materialized out of thin air. It was the 10 elders of the Xuanhuan imperial clan, hovering in the air. Each one of them stared wide-eyed at the cracks. Their expressions gradually revealed signs of panic. 5,000 years have already passed, and now this barrier cracks for the first time? Have you all sensed it too? A dark and mighty force is attempting to break through the barrier, and its strength is increasing continuously. Just judging from the intensity of the power, its strength rivals that of a bung, or even exceeds that of a bog. A great terror is trying to force its way through the barrier. Suddenly, realization dawned upon them. Cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. Of course, the elders of the Xiuzhou realm established this barrier to block the unknown world for a reason. The most probable reason was to intentionally set up this barrier to protect the Xiuzhou realm. Within the unknown region, there likely existed a being capable of completely annihilating the Xiuzhou realm. Now, because of the emergence of that magical treasure, these unknown regions that had been dormant for thousands of years had finally begun to stir. Quickly inform the emperor. One of the elders came to his senses and solemnly said, "I'll go inform him." Another slightly younger elder shuddered involuntarily, snapped out of his trance, and in an instant transformed into a streak of light, rushing back toward the Xuanhuan imperial palace at an extremely high speed. Shortly afterward, the divine hall of the Xuanhuan dynasty instantly erupted into chaos. Are you joking? That barrier absolutely shouldn't be able to develop cracks. That seal was set by a supreme expert. Except for people from our side breaking through by force, no one from the other side should be able to penetrate it. Unless the enemy has surpassed the very framework of their power system. Surpassing the Wuhuang level? Are you kidding? Yes. There has never been any expert in the Xiuzhou realm who has surpassed the Wang level. Wait, that unknown region is also a part of Xiuzhou realm. Perhaps there are experts above Wang level. Only, they've been isolated all this time. In other words, we might just be the protected weaklings? The experts of the Xuanhuan dynasty turned deathly pale. Cold sweat streamed continuously and uncontrollably down their foreheads. What the hell? Only moments ago, they had been looking up at the sky, watching the phenomena that had appeared above. They were still discussing how they should assist the Vermilion Bird Empire in resisting foreign enemies when the magical treasure descended. They had never imagined. Before the Vermilion Bird Empire got into trouble, they themselves had already plunged into the greatest crisis. If the seal were truly broken, experts who surpassed the Wuhuang might really cross over. And when that happened, the first to suffer would be the Xuanhuan imperial clan. Moreover, strength determines supremacy. This was an ironclad rule across the entire Xiuzhou realm. To these top experts, ordinary people were no different than ants. Then, would experts surpassing the Gong level regard even them as ants? Faced with ants, those experts who had been sealed away for so long would certainly show no mercy. The most likely scenario was that once they appeared, they would crush them without hesitation. Everyone's scalp immediately prickled with fear. Your Majesty, please make a decision quickly, Your Majesty. What exactly should we do? All eyes instantly turned toward Xuanhuan Wangba's face. Xuanhuan Wangba frowned deeply, and even his dominant expression briefly revealed a trace of panic. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The panic vanished from his face. What replaced it was a slight upturn of his lips, as if everything was already under his control. What is there to fear when we have Senior? We only need to inform Senior as soon as possible. I'm sure Senior will never stand by and do nothing. Seeing the smile on his face, everyone involuntarily took a deep breath. Then their eyes widened. Did he realize what time it was? How could the Emperor still smile at a time like this? All experts above the Wuzun level, go guard the crack. I will go to the Vermilion Bird Empire immediately. By the time I return, all problems will surely be resolved. The moment his words fell, Xuanhuan Wangba's figure had already vanished into the vast sky, leaving only the experts of the Xuanhuan dynasty staring at each other in shock. Their faces turned even paler. Seeking help from the Vermilion Bird Empire. We must admit that the Vermilion Bird Empire's strength is indeed slightly stronger than ours, but what difference will that make? Yeah, I seriously suspect that the Emperor is fleeing. Nonsense. Don't make wild guesses. When has our Emperor ever shown fear? Hurry and go defend the border. In an instant, the entire Xuanhuan dynasty fell into chaos. Troops quickly assembled and gathered along the border. Each and every one stood in tight formation, fully prepared. And just at that moment, pung pung pung, the cracks suddenly spread wildly. Figures after figures slowly emerged from the darkness. Chapter 142. He who is close to the water gets the moon first. The one leading was an old man dressed in black robes. The old man's face was pale as paper, with black flames burning in his eyes. He slowly walked toward the crack with his hands behind his back, and immediately stuck his head through the gap, staring fixedly at the experts of the Zhuge imperial court. Then he smiled sinisterly, his face filled with deep contempt. Weaklings of the 4 imperial courts? In 1 hour, you will all die. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, it was clearly visible that several other figures were attacking the seal with terrifying techniques. The crack in the seal instantly spread wildly. Hiss. The experts of the Xuanhuan imperial court felt their scalps numb and chills running down their spines. Finally, the experts from the unknown region had appeared. At this moment, on the border of Zhongzhou, more and more cultivators gathered, continuing endlessly like surging river currents. Of course, the experts of the Guardian Alliance would not allow them to pass easily. This instantly triggered one battle after another. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of combat continuously echoed in the sky. Techniques of various elements continuously played out in midair. Each technique's different element shone with its own light. The ice attribute's blue light made the entire sky feel frozen. The fire attribute's red flames spread like a roaring inferno. Dust from the earth attribute filled the sky, darkening the sun. The world below had just endured the dual tortures of ice and fire when suddenly the wind and sand came, covering the sky once more. Bolts of lightning from the thunder attribute xiuxian through the techniques of various elements. Experts from all sides were displaying their skills. The entire Zhongzhou border was nearly turned into flat ruins. Mountains collapsed and rivers surged. Experts above the King realm were even weaving through this apocalyptic scene. Occasionally, with a simple wave of their hand, beams of sword light split the earth apart, carving 10,000 zhang deep abysses into the originally flat ground. Among them, some emperor-level experts who had initially wanted to conceal their strength no longer held back. They had originally planned to interact with others as regular experts, quietly developing and looking for opportunities to break through, entering the legendary emperor realm and beyond. But now, with the appearance of the Star Core, this opportunity had finally appeared before them. Of course, they would no longer hide themselves. Emperor Wuji, I knew you had secretly cultivated and were actually already close to the emperor realm. It's difficult that you pretended to be weak all this time. Now you finally reveal your true nature. Isn't it the same for you? We both obtained the same opportunity and have already stepped into the emperor realm, yet you still pretended to be a mere saint king of the saint realm. What's even worse is that last time you watched helplessly as our master was crushed by a king realm expert. You pretended you couldn't win. How ruthless you are. Aren't you just the same? If you had acted, our master wouldn't have died. We are equally to blame. And 2 emperor cultivators from the same family furiously attacked each other. Obviously, they already had past grudges. Originally wanting to take this opportunity to eliminate the other by revealing their emperor strength, they never expected that the other had also reached the emperor realm. In the midst of earth-shattering chaos, the full strength of the Guardian Alliance was deployed, barely managing to hold off those trying to rush through. Even the Guardian Alliance leader and Longxing Tai were reluctantly drawn into the battle. And at this moment, figures dashed toward the battlefield like swarming birds. The Heaven and Earth Alliance. People from the Heaven and Earth Alliance have arrived too. This is really getting troublesome. Before we even get to the Zhuge imperial court, internal conflicts within Zhongzhou might already exhaust all its fortune. But now, there's no choice but to go forward and face this head-on. The experts among the scattered cultivators felt their scalps tingling with discomfort. Just dealing with the Guardian Alliance was already difficult enough. Suddenly, the Heaven and Earth Alliance appeared as well. Who didn't know that the Heaven and Earth Alliance and the Guardian Alliance had long been allies? A powerful combination that no one could ever hope to penetrate past the border. As panic surged in their hearts, the scattered experts were suddenly surprised to find that the Heaven and Earth Alliance experts were charging headfirst toward the Guardian Alliance. The experts from the Guardian Alliance, however, showed no surprise at all, instead appearing well prepared to counter. In an instant, the two forces collided. Vibrant techniques wildly spread across the sky. Back at the Zhuge imperial court, all the experts were nearly scared out of their wits. They all looked up, gazing in disbelief at the lights of the techniques flashing in the sky, a feeling of powerlessness already spreading through their entire bodies. Holy crap, the experts of Zhongzhou truly are incredibly powerful. Their reputation is well-deserved. Such a massive battle has even changed the weather. The howling wind raged on, and the weather suddenly turned unbearably cold. Just as everyone shivered from the chill, scorching heat abruptly surged forth. Torrents of rain poured down in buckets. Yet, the rain was instantly turned into boiling water by fiery martial techniques. Sand and dust rushed straight into their faces. And then, 10,000 lightning bolts occasionally crossed the border, striking directly onto the land of the Zhuge imperial court. This is Zhongzhou tearing itself apart? Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? What else could it be? They must all be fighting for that so-called magical artifact. You mean the artifact that descended into the Beast God Mountains? For a single artifact, can they really go so crazy? That's an obvious question, isn't it? Whoever obtains this artifact will immediately see a massive boost in strength, perhaps even surpassing centuries or millennia of hard cultivation. Don't you think it's worth it? Hiss. The experts of the Zhuge imperial court snapped out of their shock, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. The artifact was already within the Zhuge imperial court. Rather than allowing outsiders to fight over it, they should seize it for themselves. Moreover, once they obtained the artifact, no one else could get their hands on it, and experts from Zhongzhou would no longer swarm in. When that time came, wouldn't all the current dangers vanish in an instant? Their eyes instantly shifted toward the Beast God Mountains. Each of them was now thinking about a single question. Namely, What would the Zhuge Emperor decide to do? At this moment, in the Beast God Mountains, the ferocious beasts had long prostrated themselves on the ground, their eyes locked on one direction. That direction was precisely where the star core had fallen. Faced with this artifact, even the mighty beasts, considered inferior beings, could only bow in reverence, not daring to look directly at it. Just then, more than a dozen figures tore through the sky, breaking the atmosphere with explosive sonic booms. Finally, they crashed down with a thunderous roar. It should be hidden within the abyss. Old Master Lin inhaled deeply, his face turning tense and pale. Quickly, clear a path. We must ensure the Emperor gets the artifact. Only if our Emperor obtains the artifact and seizes this opportunity will our Zhuge imperial court be safe. More than 10 elders inhaled deeply, then suddenly unleashed their martial techniques, bombarding the area ahead. Chapter 143. I refuse. Boom. The cultivation technique was unleashed. Immediately, thunder roared. The lightning-infused technique directly split open a small mountain before them. With a tremor shaking the heavens and earth, the mountain was no more. A bottomless abyss suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. A treasure descending from the heavens actually created a chasm. Truly a top-tier treasure. Even the divine fortune of this beast mountain range cannot withstand its weight. Undoubtedly a rare treasure unseen in 10,000 years. The elders of the Zhuge imperial court's eyes simultaneously lit up, their gazes filled with glimmers of desire. A greedy gleam even flickered across their faces. However, they quickly masked it perfectly. Of course, they also desired to obtain this treasure. But as powerful figures of the Zhuge imperial court, they deeply understood that even if they had the ability to seize the treasure, they wouldn't be able to retain it within their grasp. Any treasure falling into the hands of the Zhuge court must be decided by the Zhuge emperor himself. Moreover, at this moment, the treasure had become an extremely hot potato. Whoever held it would potentially become the enemy of other Changzhou. Currently, not only had experts from the Central Plains arrived, but also experts from the Heaven-Earth Alliance were rushing over. In such a situation, whoever held the treasure was actually in the most danger. Of course, there was another option. Completely absorbing the treasure before the experts attacked, obtaining its immeasurable fortune. Perhaps then, they could eliminate others' desires. The problem, however, was that doing so also meant taking a huge risk, potentially provoking these Changzhou. Moreover, the chances of obtaining the opportunity were only 50-50. Only the Zhuge emperor, bearing the destiny of the entire dynasty, would be willing to take such a risk. No one else dared to gamble like this. Your Majesty, the treasure is indeed at the bottom of this abyss. Lin Lao took a deep breath, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. He also didn't want the Zhuge emperor to take the risk, but now, they had no better options. Let me do it. The Zhuge emperor inhaled deeply, hands clasped behind his back as he stepped forward one step at a time. His gaze was filled with determination. He arrived at the edge of the abyss and looked downward. Within the endless depths, countless beams of light slowly flowed. From afar, the bottom of the abyss was already covered in dazzling brilliance. The radiance flowed slowly, just like a gentle stream. Tranquil, serene. Yet, occasionally, a terrifying aura erupted from within. The terrifying energy was hidden within this beauty, seemingly incompatible, yet somehow harmoniously coexisting. So intense spiritual energy. Not even the entire Qingzhou, or even the 9 provinces realm, has ever seen such a treasure before. With the Emperor's current strength, can he really control this treasure? Can the Emperor withstand the power of this treasure? Lin Lao and the elders couldn't help but show worry on their faces. Yet in the next second, they didn't speak out to stop him. Even if absorbing the treasure failed, there wouldn't be severe consequences. Only if the treasure couldn't be absorbed would Qingzhou fall into great trouble. Therefore, this move was absolutely necessary. At this moment, the Zhuge Emperor's eyes suddenly gleamed with light. His figure moved, transforming into a blurry shadow, directly plunging downward into the depths of the abyss. Boom. His body even tore through the air, causing a chain of sonic booms. At this moment, without hesitation, he fiercely charged toward the brilliant light at the abyss's bottom. In his eyes reflected that dazzling radiance, as if his eyes contained stars themselves. But then, bang, hiss. Before reaching the bottom, his body suddenly seemed to be repelled, losing balance and flung into the air. Lin Lao and others' faces instantly changed. Expressions froze. He was rejected by the treasure? What is going on? Could this treasure actually be choosing its master? This is troublesome. This is a problem. Just then, the Zhuge Emperor, ejected into midair by a mysterious soft force, also appeared dazed, unable to help but widen his eyes, filled with disbelief. He, the mighty Zhuge Emperor himself, was actually rejected by a divine treasure descending from the heavens? This is absolutely impossible. No treasure, when descending, has ever possessed consciousness before. How could this treasure possibly have its own consciousness? Could it be that this treasure naturally has a protective cultivation technique on it? As long as I break through this protective technique, I can obtain this treasure. The Zhuge Emperor gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. The divine treasure had descended within the Zhuge imperial court's domain, and he, being close to the source, naturally had the first chance to seize it. Moreover, right now, experts from the Guardian Alliance were helping the Zhuge imperial court resist attacks from various other powerful factions, creating a perfect opportunity for him. It was like a king playing in the bronze tier and effortlessly winning. Under such circumstances, if he still failed to obtain it, wouldn't that be a total embarrassment? Today, no matter what, this treasure would be his. Roar. Suddenly, his expression changed. The previously gentle expression on his face instantly turned solemn and majestic. From within his eyes surged an endless murderous aura. In an instant, boundless pressure surged down like a mountain pressing upon heaven and earth, violently crashing into the depths of the abyss. If you refuse to yield it, then I shall seize it by force. This rule held perfectly in this world. Boom. With a tremor spreading outward, the surrounding mountains around the abyss suddenly began to violently collapse. Yet the treasure showed not the slightest reaction. The overwhelming pressure struck the endless flowing radiance below like a stream of light, yet it failed to stir even the faintest ripple. The Xiuxian Emperor's face twitched, and in an instant, he was stunned. This can't be right. At the very least, the treasure had descended within his territory. Shouldn't it at least show him some respect? He had already used such forceful means, yet the treasure still showed no sign of responding. This clearly meant he would have to unleash even more supreme techniques. The Xiuxian Emperor was now utterly enraged, his face darkening like a sky, filled with gloomy storm clouds. The next second, 10,000 rivers surging, rainfall like looming threads, burning heaven and scorching earth, river of stars falling sword. Roaring with fury, he unleashed one technique after another. A variety of supreme martial arts descended from the heavens, striking fiercely into the abyss below. Yet at that moment, the flowing brilliance continuously surging from the bottom of the abyss suddenly transformed into a giant hand. Then, it fiercely swiped toward the incoming techniques. That movement was so arrogant, so utterly contemptuous. In an instant, the 10,000 swords transformed from the water elemental techniques were shattered directly by that monstrous hand, disintegrating into a torrential downpour that splattered all around. The countless fireballs, as dense as a storm of rain, were crushed into nothingness by that same massive hand. Chapter 144. Who will be the chosen one? The torrential fire from the heaven sweeping eye was instantly extinguished by a giant palm strike. As for the tiny sword auras that scattered like stars in the night sky, they poured down like a meteor shower, hitting the giant hand like harmless tickles, not even creating the slightest ripple. Poochie. The next second, the massive hand suddenly unleashed a sharp gust of power, sweeping directly toward the vermilion bird emperor, who spat out a mouthful of blood as if struck by a wave of deadly intent, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Your Majesty, Old Lin shouted loudly, his body soaring into the air like a crane riding on clouds, accurately catching the vermilion bird emperor mid-fall. It's too strong. This treasure has its own consciousness. It's as I suspected. This is no ordinary treasure. The vermilion bird emperor tried to steady the raging energy inside him, barely managing to speak. Yet a faint smile appeared on his face. This treasure possessed the power of a royal-level warrior. Across the entire Jiuzhou, not even one of the 5 emperors would be able to suppress it. If his guess was correct, unless the treasure willingly chose to leave with someone, no one could forcefully take it away. In other words, only the person chosen by the treasure could claim it. Do you mean, the crisis threatening our vermilion bird empire is actually over? Old Lin blinked, and the previous worry vanished from his face. Instead, a pleased smile appeared. The other elders nearby frowned deeply, puzzled. What do you mean? They truly couldn't understand why the emperor's inability to obtain the treasure could be considered good news. Why was it said that the current danger threatening the vermilion bird empire had passed? The treasure is right here, and there is no longer a need to fight over it. Besides, since the treasure will choose its own master, there's no need for everyone to clash. This way, our vermilion bird empire will not be dragged into chaos. The vermilion bird emperor smiled slightly, looking surprisingly youthful. Upon hearing this, the elders suddenly understood. Ah, I see. Exactly. This treasure is so powerful that no one can forcibly take it away, so there's no need to start a battle. Perhaps it's meant for someone destined to come. No one else can approach it. Even if others arrive here, there's no need to fight. No fighting means no threat to our vermilion bird empire. Indeed, this is truly good news. The elders nodded one after another, feeling a huge weight lifted from their hearts. Of course, they had also wanted to obtain the treasure, but the problem was, with the strength of the vermilion bird empire, even if they managed to hold on to it, how long could they keep it? Half an hour? An hour? With such little time, they wouldn't even be able to absorb its power. And even if they did, they would definitely provoke the wrath of powerful experts who coveted it. Once those experts got angry, the vermilion bird empire would be caught in their retaliation. The entire Qing province might be completely destroyed. Now, however, the situation had completely changed. The treasure was here, and anyone had the chance to face it. Whether or not they could earn its favor depended purely on their luck. The next moment, the eyes of the elders suddenly lit up with intense eagerness. Your Majesty is saying everyone has a chance. They were already eager to try. Exactly. You may all give it a try. But I believe this treasure is destined for someone else. The vermilion bird emperor smiled slightly and didn't stop them. Instead, he encouraged them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Avarice ignited in the eyes of those elders. They rushed to the cliffside one after another. Then, they extended their spiritual consciousness, scrambling to connect with the treasure beneath the glowing light. But only 2 seconds passed before one sigh after another filled the air. The elders wore bitter smiles. Their earlier excitement vanished completely, replaced entirely by deep disappointment. Looks like we got a little ahead of ourselves. How could something like this be meant for us, the old and worn out? We have cultivated for many years, yet have made little progress. Even if we obtained this treasure, it wouldn't bring us much improvement. This treasure must be destined for a true prodigy. Exactly. Once that prodigy claims this treasure, their strength will soar, possibly even shattering the ceiling of the royal realm and changing the balance of power. This chosen one, who will it be? Someone from one of the 4 empires? A wandering cultivator? Or an expert from Zhongzhou? I hope it's someone from our Vermilion Bird Empire. At this point, everyone suddenly frowned deeply. They naturally hoped in their hearts that whoever obtained this treasure would be someone from the Vermilion Bird Empire. After all, the one worthy of being acknowledged by such a top-tier treasure must be an extraordinary genius. If such a prodigy came from the Vermilion Bird Empire, that would be ideal. At this moment, at the edge of the Vermilion Bird Empire, various techniques launched Fenghong attacks, shaking the heavens and earth. Figures flashed continuously across the sky, some wrapped in blazing radiance, others emanating icy coldness. Some were surrounded by golden light, burning with golden flames. Others kept tossing talismans, moving with great elegance, capable of fighting multiple opponents alone. The divine talisman masters from Zhongzhou had already joined the battlefield, and among these talisman masters, most belonged to the Heaven-Earth Alliance, revealing themselves as the Alliance's hidden trump cards. Heaven-Earth Alliance leader. Never would I have thought you possessed so many hidden powers. You've trained so many divine talisman masters without even informing me. Shall I offer you my congratulations? The Boundary Protector Alliance leader curled his lips, eyes filled with mockery. Protector Alliance leader, there's no enmity between us. Our target is the Vermilion Bird Empire, which has nothing to do with you. Why do you insist on blocking us? The Heaven-Earth Alliance leader let out a cold laugh, standing in midair with hands behind his back. His entire being exuded an aura of untouchable nobility. Heaven-Earth Alliance leader, don't blame me for not warning you. I'm actually helping you. The Boundary Protector Alliance leader raised his eyebrows, speaking bluntly. Helping us? That's enough to make us laugh our heads off. You just want to take the treasure for yourself, don't you? A top genius standing beside the Heaven-Earth Alliance leader raised his head and laughed loudly, arrogance evident. The Boundary Protector Alliance leader's face suddenly darkened. In an instant, he lunged forward and ruthlessly clenched his fist toward that genius. With a gong-hong sound, letting out a scream, the genius immediately exploded into a bloody mist. Not even a single hair remained. The Heaven-Earth Alliance leader's eyes widened as rage filled his face. To kill one of his Heaven-Earth Alliance geniuses right before his very eyes, it was clearly a severe slap to his face. If he could actually swallow this insult, he wouldn't be human. Chapter 145, Struggle of the Martial Emperors, Heaven and Earth Collapse. Beast blood boils, he said in a deep voice. A surge of violent aura rose up from him, transforming into ferocious beasts that rushed toward the Guardian League leader. I've long wanted to test your abilities. Since today presents the opportunity, let's begin. The Guardian League leader's eyes immediately flashed with a aura light. The next second, beams of light burst from his eyes. 10,000 Dao flowing lights. With a casual wave of his hand, countless streaks of cyan light appeared midair, surging forward like a river, rushing toward the beasts. Roar! Those beasts formed from martial aura continued releasing piercing roars, using sharp fangs and claws to fiercely resist the 10,000 rays of light. The collision between the two sides was evenly matched. 10,000-foot dragon lair. The Celestial Alliance leader frowned, his eyes flashing with even more killing intent. At the moment those 4 words were spoken, the blood aura on his body spread out like misty red clouds, instantly covering half the sky. The experts in the middle of fierce combat suddenly froze simultaneously, instinctively halting their movements. They stared in horror at the blood mist demon beside them. How terrifyingly vast is this martial technique? Why do I have such an ominous feeling? Damn it, something's wrong. The Celestial Alliance's brats are fleeing this blood mist like crazy. There's something strange here. Everyone run quickly. Suddenly, the experts awakened. Even the Celestial Alliance's cultivators fled in panic, their faces pale. They disregarded any dignity in their flight, only wanting to escape this place at maximum speed. Those 10 directions experts who regained their senses wasted no time whatsoever, fleeing in terror. In an instant, figures filled the sky fleeing frantically, leaving only a lingering aura of fear in the air. At this very moment, the endless sea of blood mist went Fenghong condensing, within which phantom illusions suddenly erupted. One after another crimson dragons emerged, as though gliding through the clouds, each tens of thousands of feet long. All of a sudden, they opened their eyes, those blazing eyes like sun and moon locking directly onto the Guardian League leader. Roar! After a series of roars, they wildly surged toward the Guardian League leader, exuding an aura that could annihilate heaven and earth. So you want to fight to the death? If that's the case, then I shall not hold back either. Sun and moon shine brightly. The Guardian League leader coldly snorted, suddenly spreading his arms wide. 2 glowing orbs, brilliant beyond compare, appeared in each of his palms. One resembled a dazzling full moon, as though the entire moon had been captured within his hand, exuding a chilling, frosty aura. The other hand held a massive fireball. Go! At the moment the dragons neared, the Guardian League leader shouted fiercely. Both palms thrust forward suddenly. Ice and fire erupted into the sky, illuminating the entire Qingzhou land. 10,000-foot radiant beams shot up from the ground, forming an impenetrable barrier right before him. Boom, boom, boom. Each great dragon furiously slashed with their sharp claws, attempting to break through this barrier. Yet each attack was blocked outside. With a hiss, the passionate cultivators felt as if their hearts had plunged into an ice cavern. Their entire bodies chilled to the bone. Tethys, Is this truly the real power of a martial emperor? Good thing we escaped. Otherwise, if caught in this, we'd not only die, but be left crippled. There's no need to speak further. If one was accidentally injured, their entire cultivation might be completely drained. Perhaps one would immediately become a cripple. Do these two have to be so arrogant? In their battles, each of them acted arrogantly, as if they ruled the heavens and earth, alone supreme. Yet, they had always been instinctively choosing opponents comparable to themselves, or easily crushing those slightly weaker, to demonstrate their overwhelming might. However, now witnessing a battle between martial emperors firsthand, they finally realized. Before the strongest, they were ultimately just ants. Boom, boom, boom. The conflict continued. As moonlight and sunlight kept radiating, the towering illusions of the dragons were gradually being suppressed. Clearly, the Guardian League leader had the upper hand. Celestial Alliance leader, it's been a long time since we last fought. But judging from now, your strength isn't as formidable as I imagined. The Guardian League leader curved his lips upward, his face full of contempt. They were equally famous in the Central Continent. Precisely for this reason, both had long wanted to know who was stronger between them. However, they never got the chance. Now that this opportunity had arrived, naturally, they must have an intense and satisfying battle. Moreover, once the outcome is decided, it will immediately become clear whether the Guardian League or the Heaven and Earth Alliance will dominate Qingzhou. This opportunity absolutely cannot be missed. Are you underestimating me? This kind of arrogance will cost you dearly. Yet the Heaven and Earth Alliance leader coldly sneered, showing no sign of defeat even in this situation. Suddenly, those 10,000-foot dragons, previously suppressed by the radiant light, became increasingly wild and uncontrollable. They actually resisted the radiant beams, surging forward forcefully, and their speed grew even faster. The surrounding experts clearly felt the blood mist growing thicker. He didn't use his full strength just now. I see. Was that move earlier just a test? These dragon illusions are actually this terrifying? This cultivation technique's inheritance is simply unbelievable. The 10 Directions experts trembled under the immense pressure. At this very moment, one single thought arose in everyone's minds. That is, compared to them, they truly were no more than insignificant ants. You held back your full strength? And what about me? The Guardian League leader showed no panic at all, instead revealing a trace of mockery on his face. Boom. The light within his palms continued to violently surge, spreading boundlessly across the sky. Suddenly it pressed down fiercely. Those dragons that had been rampaging just a moment ago were instantly suppressed. The thick, viscous blood aura was dispersing like morning mist under sunlight, visibly thinning. The Heaven and Earth Alliance leader's expression suddenly changed, his heart instantly sinking. He had intended to raise his status in Qingzhou through this battle. But now, in the next second, boom, boom, boom. The collision between the two techniques shook the entire Qingzhou land, as if shaking the very foundation of the world. Eventually, the dragon illusions slowly dissipated under the dual suppression of both lights. The dragons seemed unwilling to vanish, still frantically struggling in their final moments. But ultimately, they scattered into nothingness. Die! A cold light flashed fiercely within the Guardian League leader's eyes. He did not withdraw his radiant power. Instead, he ruthlessly pressed it down upon the Heaven and Earth Alliance leader. Chapter 146. Bowing to the weak? Don't know how to appreciate kindness. Do you really think you can suppress me? The Heaven and Earth Alliance leader frowned deeply and suddenly unleashed an endless aura from his body. It seemed even the surrounding air was crazily boiling. He pushed both palms outward. Two massive hands, shining with true light, abruptly appeared in the sky and ruthlessly smashed toward the two glowing orbs. With a loud explosion, the two orbs shattered within those giant hands. The icy coldness and scorching heat instantly covered the entire sky. The collision of these two energies instantly brought down a heavy rain. The scene before their eyes had already left the 10 directional experts dumbfounded, especially those wandering cultivators, their hearts chilled to the bone. Are you kidding me? Trying to seize the treasure? What treasure can there be left to seize? Two top-tier royal warriors have already taken action, and they're unstoppable, determined to obtain it. Competing with them for this treasure is nothing but snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Better to return and quietly develop one's own strength. But even if they quietly cultivated, without a powerful opportunity of obtaining a treasure, when could they ever rival such xianxia? Even those royal cultivators who had silently cultivated and eventually reached the royal stage were now staring in disbelief. Though they were also royal warriors, there was a massive gap. The opponents truly deserved the title of royal warrior, while their own royal status, without any foundation, was at best just a hollow name. At the same cultivation stage, the deciding factor was the mastery of various techniques. And clearly, the opponent's techniques were superior. Even the wandering royal cultivators now considered retreating. Seizing the treasure? Forget about it. Now they only had one idea, to just stay here and watch the show. After all, even they had a huge question in their hearts. Between the Heaven and Earth Alliance and the Guardian Alliance, both famous in Central Zhou, which one was actually stronger? Not bad. Come again. His techniques were easily destroyed, but the Guardian Alliance leader remained calm and unhurried. Obviously, he still had some ultimate moves left. Great. Today, you and I shall decide the outcome right here and now. The Heaven and Earth Alliance leader nodded, his aura surging even further. Stop. At this moment, a calm voice spread across the heavens. Then, a figure appeared directly between the two. Vermilion Bird Sovereign. The Heaven and Earth Alliance leader paused, immediately frowning. Why must the two of you fight to the death? Why don't you both grant me this favor and stop now? The Vermilion Bird Sovereign spoke calmly and respectfully. The battle between the two of you, what does it have to do with you? I suggest you not meddle in matters that don't concern you. The Heaven and Earth Alliance leader rolled his eyes, looking utterly contemptuous. Give you a favor? Who do you think you are? At best, you're nothing but an ant. The duel naturally has nothing to do with me. But the confrontation between you two has already impacted my Vermilion Bird Empire. Even if it costs me my life, I must intervene. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign pointed his finger at the ruined mountains and rivers below, his face showing a trace of anger. The Heaven and Earth Alliance leader and the Guardian Alliance leader were both stunned and looked downward together. Indeed, high mountains had collapsed, rivers had spilled over. The land had been torn apart by their martial techniques, revealing endless abysses. Fortunately, they were above a deep mountain range. Only some beasts had suffered. Even so, the land torn apart was still that of the Vermilion Bird Empire. The Guardian Alliance leader immediately broke into a cold sweat, instantly recalling the indifferent face of Lin Tian. His entire body involuntarily shuddered. This place was the territory of an expert. Would he become enraged? If he angrily arrived to suppress everything here, all of them might perish. Just thinking about such a terrifying consequence caused his heart to wildly tremble. Vermilion Bird Sovereign. Do you actually believe you are the true sovereign? Just an ant, daring to block two royal warriors? A mere minor figure at the royal sage stage, merely a small fry. Who gave him the courage to intervene as a mediator? Do I look like someone who's lost his mind? The experts from the Heaven and Earth Alliance all sneered in contempt. At the same time, their eyes revealed traces of pity. This pity was obviously pretense, clearly indicating from the depths of their hearts that they believed the other was about to die without a grave to call his own. Vermilion Bird Sovereign, I sincerely apologize. I would like to apologize again. We, the Guardian Alliance, will double the compensation for all losses suffered by the Vermilion Bird Empire. Suddenly, a humble voice rang out at this moment. Hiss. Complete silence enveloped the area. The experts who had just been mocking and scoffing were instantly stunned. Rows of question marks unknowingly emerged on their foreheads. What's going on here? Did I hear that wrong? Just now, that was clearly the Guardian Alliance leader speaking, and he even offered compensation voluntarily? He looked genuinely humble, showing no trace of disrespect. A royal warrior was clearly afraid of a mere sage cultivator. This is insane. Where's the justice in this world? Did I just hear that wrong? I also suspect I'm hallucinating. Everyone, don't panic. We must have misunderstood. Right, the Guardian Alliance leader never feared anyone. Even the enigmatic Heaven and Earth Alliance leader couldn't make him bow. How could he show such respect toward a mere Vermilion Bird Sovereign? A mass hallucination. That's the only explanation. All the experts firmly believed they must have imagined it. After all, there had never been a case of a powerful expert bowing to a weaker cultivator. Please don't take offense, Vermilion Bird Sovereign. Beyond the compensation, you may request anything else, and we will fulfill it without hesitation. After a moment's thought, the Guardian Alliance leader felt his previous offer insufficient. He immediately spoke again, even more enthusiastically. This time, the experts heard every word clearly, and they finally lost all composure. Each pair of eyes widened like donkey eggs, their jaws nearly crashing from the 9 heavens straight onto the ground. What? Can someone tell me what the hell is happening? He's actually showing such respect toward the Vermilion Bird Sovereign? What's going on here? Could it be the Vermilion Bird Sovereign has broken through to an even higher level, beyond royal cultivation? What a joke. That's simply absurd. Even the Heaven and Earth Alliance leader stood frozen, his eyes filled with deep suspicion. The Invincible Guardian Alliance leader bowing to a weaker opponent? Impossible. No one ever defied the rule. Strength is the ultimate authority. He isn't bowing to the Vermilion Bird Sovereign, but to a cultivator surpassing royal cultivation. A cultivator who belonged to the Vermilion Bird Empire. Now I understand. So your Vermilion Bird Empire must have a powerful expert descended here. The Heaven and Earth Alliance leader sneered, then folded his hands behind his back, eyes looking down on everything. Let that expert defeat me in battle, and I'll agree to cease hostilities. Otherwise, the Vermilion Bird Empire will be completely wiped out. Chapter 147. Everyone has a chance. What? How dare you speak so disrespectfully? The Guardian Alliance leader trembled all over, nearly soiling himself from fear on the spot. Could it be true that the Celestial Alliance leader, this old man, actually dared to speak disrespectfully toward the senior expert? One must know that the senior's strength had practically reached an invincible state. Looking across the entire central continent, there might not be a single soul capable of opposing him. If the Celestial Alliance leader truly offended the senior, his fury might lead him to vent his wrath upon the entire central continent. It was possible. His rage might blaze wildly, sweeping across the entire land. How much of that fury could the central continent endure? Just imagining it made the Guardian Alliance leader pale with terror. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's expression also subtly changed, and at this moment, he couldn't hide the anger on his face anymore. Even if someone insulted him personally, or even the Vermilion Bird dynasty itself, he could tolerate it. However, the other party actually dared to belittle the senior so much. How could such an act be tolerated? Celestial Alliance leader, the treasure artifact has indeed been handed over to our Vermilion Bird dynasty. If you really want to seize it, there's no need for such trouble. I can personally escort you there. There's truly no need for violence. The Vermilion Bird Emperor furrowed his brows, but still managed to suppress his rising fury. After all, the other party was a martial emperor expert. He still needed to save face for such a figure. What? You want to take us to see the treasure artifact? The Celestial Alliance leader was stunned, and immediately layers of suspicion appeared on his face. He could hardly believe his own ears. The temptation of the artifact was enormous. No empire that had obtained such a treasure would ever willingly give it up. Even if they knew their power was insufficient to resist stronger opponents, they would still hope to protect the artifact somehow. Because the appearance of such a treasure was a tremendous stroke of fate. Such opportunities didn't come around every day, and those aspiring to become true experts would all consider themselves as chosen by heaven. So, of course, everyone was willing to take the risk. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the Vermilion Bird Emperor offered the artifact away so easily. What was going on here? Could it be a trap? What? All the experts present also wore expressions of shock, unable to help exchanging glances. It was simply unbelievable. Did the Vermilion Bird Emperor just say what I think he did? He seemed to say he would personally take us to where the treasure is. Weren't they just being arrogant a moment ago? Now they've clearly backed down. Too spineless. The Vermilion Bird Empire's experts are too cowardly to even fight for the artifact, willingly giving it up like this. Weaklings will always be weaklings. Ants will always be ants. How could their thinking be the same as ours, the true powerhouses? Everyone chuckled coldly. Their eyes revealed thick disdain. In this moment, the Vermilion Bird Empire appeared in their eyes as nothing more than a ragtag group of rabble. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was nothing more than a good-for-nothing, not even worth a direct glance. Your Majesty, are you serious? That's a treasure artifact. The Guardian Alliance leader's eyes widened, as if he could hardly believe it. He had personally led the Guardian Alliance's experts to block other powerhouses all along, precisely to create opportunities for the Vermilion Bird dynasty and allow them to absorb the artifact's power as quickly as possible. Yet, the Vermilion Bird Emperor intended to hand it over. There's no need to worry, Alliance leader. The Vermilion Bird Emperor smiled faintly, his expression very mysterious. The Guardian Alliance leader instantly felt relieved, and even a slight smile appeared on his face. He understood. This action wasn't solely the Vermilion Bird Emperor's idea. It was the senior's command. The senior must have had a reasonable explanation, and naturally he would be absolutely correct. Then what did he have to fear? Of course I want the artifact. As for that so-called supreme expert, I'll spare him. The Celestial Alliance leader sneered coldly, generously waving his hand, appearing as if he were magnanimously choosing to forget past grievances. Hearing this, the Vermilion Bird Emperor and the Guardian Alliance leader's expressions instantly became extremely strange. Sparing the senior? This young fellow truly had a big mouth, completely unaware of how high the sky was and how thick the earth was. Follow me. The Vermilion Bird Emperor inhaled deeply, then led the way forward. An innumerable number of powerhouses' hearts pounded wildly in excitement at this moment. Originally, they had thought that with the arrival of the Guardian Alliance and the Celestial Alliance's experts, and especially with the confrontation between the two alliance leaders, the road ahead would certainly be blocked. The scattered cultivators believed that not only would they fail to obtain the treasure artifact, but they might even lose the rare chance to lay eyes upon it. Yet they never expected that the Vermilion Bird Emperor himself would now lead them there, and appeared as if he intended to let everyone have a share. In an instant, everyone became incredibly ecstatic. What exactly is going on? Could it be that the Vermilion Bird dynasty has some kind of trap? Trap? What use would a trap be? In the face of absolute strength, any flashy trick is useless. That's true. Even if there was a trap, it would be instantly neutralized. We have many martial emperors on our side. And the Vermilion Bird dynasty? Their strongest expert is merely a martial king. Using a martial king to set a trap for martial emperors? You actually thought of such a thing. Exactly. What is there to be afraid of? If the sky were to collapse, the martial emperors would hold it up. If I returned today without even seeing the treasure, I'd surely be laughed at by others. At first, these experts still had some concerns. Strange events always signal something ominous. The Vermilion Bird Emperor backing down. Somehow it didn't seem like a good omen. But soon, they felt at ease. With the Guardian Alliance leader and the Celestial Alliance leader present, what was there to fear? Immediately after, countless experts followed along. The sky was instantly filled with countless figures, like a massive dark cloud moving swiftly through the sky toward the Beast Mountain range. At this very moment, in the Vermilion Bird dynasty, at the Imperial kitchen, I say, Chef Lin, what are you still busying yourself with here? Why don't you hurry and escape with us? Just then, Xiaoli hurried over, a small travel bag strapped on his back, his face already filled with extreme panic. Early this morning, rumors had been swirling throughout the Vermilion Bird dynasty. It was said that the Central Continent's armies were approaching, countless experts swarming in like a tidal wave. Although he was just a person without roots or status, he still understood exactly how powerful the experts of the Central Continent were. The Vermilion Bird dynasty would clearly be unable to resist. In no time at all, from the noble families of the Vermilion Bird dynasty down to commoners like Xiaoli, everyone was thinking about one thing: survival at all costs. Although they themselves didn't even know where they were running to, at least there was a sliver of hope in fleeing. If they didn't escape, they might perish in an instant. As Lin Tian's close friend, Xiaoli naturally hadn't forgotten about Lin Tian. When he arrived at the Imperial kitchen, however, he found Lin Tian weeding the vegetable garden calmly, completely composed, as if this catastrophe wasn't happening at all. Chapter 148. Who else dares? Hey, are you even listening to what I'm saying? If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Many people have already started running. If you don't go soon, you'll become fertilizer for this vegetable garden yourself. Xiaoli frowned and continued urging. Run. Where exactly should we run? Just look up at the sky. Lin Tian replied casually while weeding, not even bothering to raise his head. As a cultivator with low cultivation, the only way to escape would be by running as fast as his 2 legs could carry him. As for hiring a carriage driver, not a chance. Wages hadn't been paid in a long time, and Lin Tian here practically lived off self-sufficiency. Besides, even if he did start running, how long would it take to leave Qingzhou? And those mighty emperors of martial cultivation could probably destroy the entire Qingzhou in a single incense stick's time. In a single incense stick's time, escaping would be utterly hopeless. Lin Tian chose to remain calm amidst chaos, entrusting everything to fate. Humph. Oh my, have they already arrived? Xiaoli looked up, instantly dazed. Only now did he realize. What blocked the sunlight was no ordinary dark cloud. It was a swarm of figures soaring through the air, riding the wind. And their direction was none other than the beast mountain behind the imperial kitchen. With that much time to spare, why not sit down and have a cup of tea with me? Why be in such a rush? Lin Tian slowly set down his grape and sat down, sipping tea leisurely. That makes sense. Even if we ran, we wouldn't escape in time. We might as well let things take their course. Sighing, Xiaoli surprisingly let go of his panic. He dropped his bag, the anxious expression on his face disappearing as he poured himself a cup of tea. Thus, the two sat facing each other, sipping tea together. The atmosphere relaxed. At this moment, inside the imperial kitchen, each of the divine beasts raised their heads toward the sky. Each wore mocking expressions. Just this. There are so many experts here, clearly rushing toward that so-called treasure. Just a normal core of a star, yet they reveal their greed, such petty individuals. No sense of vision at all, and they even dare to claim themselves as mighty experts. All the divine beasts simultaneously rolled their eyes, as if in unison. They looked down on everyone, even the martial emperors from Zhongzhou. In their eyes, the reason why their master remained calm was simply because those so-called experts were nothing more than ants in their master's mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As countless figures flew overhead, a violent gale swept across the beast mountain. Overwhelming pressure suddenly covered the entire beast mountain. The fierce beasts dwelling within the mountain trembled in fear. Indeed, to some experts from the Zhuge Empire, selling 300 of something marked this place as a forbidden zone. There were even ancient rare species among them, with bodies as massive as mountains, occasionally emerging from their caves to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Then there were the abyssal dragons, spewing clouds and mists, making the beast mountain filled with dense demonic aura. Even tigers standing hundreds of feet tall occasionally laughed, causing chills down one's spine. Yet at this very moment, with the arrival of powerful experts from all sides, the top-level beasts that originally ruled over the entire beast mountain fell completely silent, uncharacteristically obedient. Even these beasts knew better than to provoke certain existences. The treasure's aura? It's coming from the abyss. It's right there. Indeed, the treasure has descended here. Quickly, everyone descend. At this moment, many experts sensed the existence of the treasure and began to land one after another. The clouds formed by countless figures were like black raindrops descending from the sky. As the raindrops fell, the dark clouds vanished as well. The sound of robes tearing through air echoed across the sky. In the blink of an eye, innumerable experts hovered above the abyss, their eyes gleaming with fierce light as they stared at the seven-colored river radiating from the treasure. Our Heaven and Earth Alliance shall obtain this treasure. Anyone who dares oppose me may challenge me directly. The Lord of Heaven and Earth Alliance said arrogantly, smirking. Hiss. Most experts shuddered, hearts pounding wildly. They were already burning with desire. But ultimately, reason overpowered greed. The Lord of the Heaven and Earth Alliance was a martial emperor-level existence. Especially after the battle with the Guardian Lord of the Border, his power had already been revealed. What annoyed everyone was that no one knew whether the power he had displayed was even his full strength. If not, his might would be even more terrifying. Contending with him? Didn't you value your life anymore? I only came here to see this treasure for myself. Competing for it? I've long since detached myself from fame and fortune. Such things can't even catch my attention. Someone sneered coldly, secretly relieved, yet still putting on an air of superiority. Very well, I feel the same. Me too. This mere little magical artifact. Why should we even bother fighting over it? That's right. It's not worth damaging our camaraderie over a single artifact. The self-proclaimed elites smiled faintly, showing their indifference toward the artifact. Yet deep inside, they were burning with agony. They had come here precisely for this artifact. Now, they could only watch helplessly as others seized it. That feeling was agonizing beyond words. Unfortunately, they lacked the power to challenge the Heaven and Earth Alliance. They could only witness it with their own eyes. There was nothing else they could do. I refuse to accept this. Let's see if you can keep up with my speed. I don't buy this nonsense. Are you saying the Heaven and Earth Alliance is the only one allowed to take it? The Flame Emperor herself brought us here, which means everyone has a right to it. How can you take it all for yourself? Just wait, we'll see who gets the artifact first. However, there were still those with stubborn pride unwilling to let go of this prize within reach. Quickly, someone relying on his lightning-fast movement technique charged recklessly toward the artifact. Others, unaware of their limits, rushed forward to attack the Lord of the Heaven and Earth Alliance directly. Even more reckless ones attempted sudden assassination strikes. Fools with no sense of self-preservation. The Lord of the Heaven and Earth Alliance sneered coldly. The next moment, he casually crushed them with overwhelming power. Those speed cultivators who had charged downward thought their ghost-like movement techniques would allow them to snatch the artifact and escape safely. They had not anticipated that the moment they entered the seven-colored river of light, a massive force threw them directly into the sky. While they were still dazed and confused, the Heaven and Earth Alliance Master's technique arrived, instantly reducing them to ashes. As for the assassins and direct attackers, their fate was even worse. Within seconds, bodies fell one after another from the sky. Soon, tranquility returned to the heavens. Most experts stood like wooden statues. The last shred of hope in their hearts vanished in an instant. Who else dares? The Lord of the Heaven and Earth Alliance radiated an aura of slaughter, his gaze sweeping across the xiuxian cultivators with Ba Dao majesty. Chapter 149, The Power of Laws. Wherever their eyes reached, one powerful cultivator after another drew back their heads. Only the Guardian Alliance leader let out a slight lungshak, clearly not convinced. However, the Vermilion Bird Emperor showed no reaction at all, which proved that this was exactly the old Qianbei's intention. It would be better for him not to act rashly. If that's the case, the treasure is ours. The Celestial Alliance leader's eyes flashed with intense light. Then his figure moved, shooting straight into the abyss. A wave of sighs instantly spread through the crowd. F***ck? We went through all this trouble to get here, only to watch someone else seize the treasure. We can do nothing but stare helplessly. What a damn frustrating feeling. There's no helping it. The strong remain strong. Only the strong can obtain treasures, and once they do, they become even stronger. When the next treasure appears, we still won't have a chance. That's right. No wonder the Vermilion Bird Emperor brought us all here. He claimed he saw through everything. Only the Celestial Alliance leader could obtain the treasure. It's no different than just giving it away. Exactly. But in doing so, the Vermilion Bird Emperor has shown nothing but cowardice. This is no different than handing it over. You're wrong. Just as everyone was grumbling, the Vermilion Bird Emperor's unfathomable voice rang out. Everyone has a chance. Even you. There was an unprecedented firmness in the Vermilion Bird Emperor's voice. Everyone was stunned. As confusion gripped them, boom, the earth trembled violently. A powerful force erupted clearly from the abyss. The shockwaves quickly spread across the entire land of the Vermilion Bird Empire. Amidst the trembling ground, a figure shot straight out of the abyss like an arrow. It only stopped after crashing through 3 floating clouds. This, the Celestial Alliance leader, thrown forcefully out of the abyss by the treasure's overwhelming defense, stared with wide eyes and an expression of complete disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been about to penetrate the multicolored radiance created by the treasure and reach the core. He only needed to extend his hand to grasp the shimmering, radiant treasure, and he sensed something. Within the treasure lay boundless spiritual energy from heaven and earth, even the power of the laws. It was truly a rare and precious artifact. Yet, just as his hand extended, he was brutally flung out of the abyss by a vast, indescribable, terrifying force. What's going on here? Has he already obtained the opportunity linked to the treasure? That was too quick. Truly worthy of being the Celestial Alliance leader, a supreme emperor cultivator. His first attempt already conquered the treasure. Wait, where's the treasure? Why isn't he holding it? Did he already absorb it into his body? All the wandering cultivators and the Guardian Alliance's experts were stunned. Jealousy and admiration flooded across every face. At this moment, their hearts cried out in regret. Such a perfect treasure was now taken by another. Once he absorbed it, he must surely obtain immense fortune. From then on, not only would his strength soar rapidly, the status of the Celestial Alliance within Central Zhou would rise dramatically. By that time, in the Central Zhou domain, the Celestial Alliance would stand alone in supremacy. Thinking of that alone sent shockwaves rippling through every heart, impossible to calm. The Celestial Alliance's cultivators, however, were ecstatic. Gleams shone from their eyes. Although they themselves hadn't obtained the treasure, the Celestial Alliance leader was still their master. After all, when one soars to the heavens, even chickens and dogs ride the clouds. Although they wouldn't personally feast on the rewards, at least they would get some broth to drink. Congratulations, Master. Master has blinded their pitiful eyes today. With just a single hand motion, he took the treasure. He must have already absorbed the treasure into his body by now. Master, tell us quickly, what exactly is this treasure? Let us take a look. Let those reckless fools see the power of this treasure. The Celestial Alliance's experts lavished praise, their eyes filled with eager anticipation. Shut up. Suddenly, the Celestial Alliance leader's face turned red with fury and shame. His roar thundered from the skies above, immediately silencing everyone in an instant. These flattering words sounded like the greatest mockery in the ears of the Celestial Alliance leader. He had not yet obtained the treasure. Couldn't these people tell? What is going on here? Why is Master suddenly so furious? Could it be that he didn't obtain it at all? The Changzhou of the Celestial Alliance all widened their eyes, finally realizing they had rejoiced too soon. Their confused gazes unconsciously turned toward the radiant river within the abyss. Only now did they sense something slightly unusual. Powerful Waya. These Qixi actually emit a faint sense of threat. Coming from the treasure? It has a consciousness. Boom. A wave of chaos swept through the crowd. Every powerful expert inhaled deeply, unable to recover from shock for a long time. It was actually a treasure with consciousness. One must understand, even the most supreme treasures rarely possessed consciousness. In the entire Qingzhou region, such a conscious treasure had never before appeared. And once a treasure possessed consciousness, it indicated that its rank had reached an immeasurable level. The immense fortune it carried was naturally unfathomable. Moreover, from the glowing radiance, one could clearly sense a trace of the power of laws. The power of laws was the foundational force driving the entire Hongmeng star domain. Its power was far beyond ordinary spiritual energy. In other words, the treasure before them now was possibly the treasure among all treasures. Vermilion Bird Emperor, what exactly is going on? An independent Tuong cultivator frowned deeply, asking in confusion. I already said clearly, everyone has a chance. Because this treasure seems to have appeared specifically for one person. No one other than that individual may even touch this treasure, unless someone's power far surpasses that of the treasure itself. But considering the entire Qingzhou, even Central Zhou, perhaps no one is capable of seizing it by force. The Vermilion Bird Emperor smiled slightly, finally having the chance to explain. Hua. Once again, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd, their eyes shimmering with renewed hope. They had originally believed they had no opportunity, but they had never imagined that this time, it was not about a person choosing the treasure, but the treasure selecting a person. In that case, this was no longer just a game for the strong, but a chance for everyone. Perhaps, just perhaps, they themselves were the chosen ones, destined to obtain the immense fortune carried by the treasure. Chapter 150, The Great Law. I see now. So this magical artifact is actually this fair? In other words, although everyone has a chance, in the end, only one person can gain its recognition. Thinking about it that way, the odds do seem pretty low. Ha ha. Only a true chosen one blessed with fate can obtain it. It seems my chance has finally come. The powerful experts, one by one, lifted the corners of their mouths, their faces filled with confidence. They all felt as if this opportunity was specially prepared for themselves. Nonsense. Today, I will tear through this artifact's defenses. This tremendous opportunity belongs to me. Suddenly, a voice like an explosion poured down from the sky. The Celestial Alliance leader could hardly suppress his murderous intent, waves of bloody aura continuously surging from his body. The entire sky seemed to be stained with a touch of crimson. In the next second, unwillingly diving downward, wrapped in a sharp aura, he swung both palms violently toward the spiritual energy where the artifact was located. Pengu Kai Tian Shou. Huh, with a loud shout echoing. Two massive crimson hands emerged from his palms, forcefully plunging into the seven-colored radiant sphere. After violently tearing open a crack, he suddenly pulled outward. Kacha! Kacha! Sounds similar to breaking glass immediately rang out. The radiant curtain filled with law force and spiritual energy was actually ripped open, revealing the stellar core inside. Look! A glowing orb the size of a goose egg lay at the bottom of the abyss, shimmering in changing hues. Ha! This artifact is mine. Who else but me? The Celestial Alliance leader wore a fierce expression. Ding! His aura continued to surge. Suddenly, forearms appeared from his back. With his 6 great hands, he crazily tore at this token of preserved energy, and his body was getting closer and closer to the stellar core. What do you mean the artifact chooses its master? In the end, it still comes down to the strongest prevailing. As long as your power is sufficient, you can break all rules and get whatever you want. This is the only true law. Ha! The Celestial Alliance leader laughed heartily, brilliant colors reflecting in his eyes. His hand gently reached out toward the stellar core. Just at this moment, a buzzing sound, a powerful ripple suddenly emanated from the stellar core, distorting space itself. The Celestial Alliance leader clearly sensed his body being enveloped by an indescribable force. His entire strength seemed completely sealed, unable to be unleashed. This, law force, it's actually this terrifying. The smile on his face instantly vanished. His heart sank like it had plunged into a bottomless abyss. Then, in the flicker of the stellar core's radiance, he clearly saw something on its surface. He suddenly widened his eyes, as if witnessing the most horrifying thing in the world. In the next second, he was expelled by the self-defense mechanism of the core's laws. Puchi. His figure flew backward like a falling star, while a jet of blood spurted violently from his mouth. Only when his body crashed into a mountain did it finally stop. That mountain Kongran Bung Ta. This. There was actually a. The Celestial Alliance leader trembled all over, suddenly clutching his chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood. His earlier mighty and dignified aura was long gone. Now he looked as pitiful as he could be. This. All the powerful figures of the Celestial Alliance were stunned at that moment. Had their leader actually failed? In other words, could one truly seize the artifact by sheer strength alone? The problem was, even with the Celestial Alliance leader's power, he could not obtain it through force. Then it could only mean, it was indeed the artifact itself choosing its master. Previously, you seemed so full of confidence and vigor, yet now you were directly rejected by the artifact. Would you mind sharing your feelings about that? The Boundary Guardian leader smiled slightly, delighted at the misfortune of others. You, the Celestial Alliance leader instantly flew into a rage. Yet in the next moment, he deeply inhaled, calming himself. During the previous struggle, his very soul had been wounded by the law force. Without 10 or 15 days of recovery, he couldn't possibly return to his original power. Moreover, earlier in the fight with the Boundary Guardian leader, he had clearly restrained his strength. If he enraged the other side now, it would bring him no benefit at all. If I cannot obtain the artifact, can you then? Why not give it a try? The Celestial Alliance leader sneered coldly and loudly said. Fine, I've been waiting for this opportunity. The Boundary Guardian leader nodded slightly, then without hesitation, his figure flickered and shot straight downward into the abyss. Wanzhong Lu Guang, Jianghe Ben Tong, Fei Jian Tao Tian. One technique after another violently struck the river of light. His intention was very simple. As long as he could break through this barrier first, he would be able to reach the magical artifact. By then, he only needed to use his transporting technique to forcibly extract the artifact. Although doing so wouldn't mean he had gained its recognition, he could still transport the artifact to the Boundary Guardian Alliance in Zhongzhou. If that so-called Chosen One was already within the Boundary Guardian Alliance, that would be even better. But if no one in the Boundary Guardian Alliance could obtain the artifact, then he would let it remain dormant within the Boundary Guardian Alliance forever. What the Boundary Guardian Alliance couldn't obtain, others could forget about obtaining as well, especially the members of the Celestial Alliance. If by any chance they obtained the artifact, they would surely rise uncontrollably and crush the Boundary Guardian Alliance. This serious consequence was something he couldn't ignore. Suddenly, various techniques, with immense force, fiercely smashed into the river of light. Wong. A force of law abruptly emerged, completely enveloping those techniques, violently compressing them, finally compressing them into a ball of light. Swoosh. That ball of light formed in an instant, and ruthlessly shot toward the Boundary Guardian leader. The Boundary Guardian leader couldn't help but curse, as if momentarily seeing a Wuhuang expert stronger than himself battling him. Finally, at the critical moment, he activated his protective technique. A thick golden radiance instantly covered his entire body, and just at that moment, the compressed ball of light had already slammed fiercely into his protective technique. Hong! A deafening explosion erupted. Blinding brilliance, like a solar explosion, flashed so brightly that no one could keep their eyes open. The powerful shockwave instantly flattened several surrounding mountain peaks. As for the weaker cultivators, many spat out mouthfuls of blood. Some even perished on the spot. The techniques he unleashed were actually absorbed, enhanced, and then reflected back at him. This artifact truly has consciousness. This time, the Boundary Guardian leader is truly in trouble. It seems the Boundary Guardian leader isn't the Chosen One either. Then who exactly is the Chosen One? In the midst of the chaos, the blinding light finally gradually dissipated. After steadying their nerves and witnessing the scene before them, everyone inhaled deeply, holding their breath for a long time. They were shocked beyond measure. Chapter 151. The children are almost begging. Neither of the two supreme experts from Zhongzhou could break through the barrier set by the magical treasure. Who else could possibly accomplish that? It seems I'm not the Chosen One either. The Guardian League Master held his chest, his face turning pale. A thin stream of blood had already begun trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had originally thought he was the Chosen One. Even with just his cultivation technique, he believed he could forcefully tear through the barrier and obtain the treasure. However, after attempting it, he finally realized how overwhelmingly powerful the barrier was. It contained infinite laws and principles, making it impossible for even an expert like himself, a martial emperor, to forcibly break through. Then the question arises, who exactly is the Chosen One? Seeing these two failures before them, the other martial artists, while stunned, couldn't help but feel an infinite amount of hope rising within them. Since the two strongest had already failed, that meant others still had a chance. Though they understood how difficult it was to seize the treasure, one after another continued to attempt it. Dragon Pond Waterfall. Heaven and Earth Limitless. 1,000 miles flying sword. Dragon soaring, tiger leaping. Following that, wave after wave of experts rushed forward to try. Pucci. My poor waist. My kidneys. This thing is actually this tough? I, Long Out Yin, refuse to accept this. I, Yi Liangchen, have been rejected? I refuse to accept it as well. Today, I will definitely make it pay. Countless experts kept trying one after another, but naturally, they all left empty-handed. The backlash force contained within the treasure continuously sent figures flying into the sky. Screams of pain, startled cries, and frustrated shouts echoed endlessly throughout the Beast Mountain range. Despite this, others remained eager, rushing forward one after another. The Beast Mountain range was destined to be particularly bustling for a long time to come. It seems this treasure really isn't something ordinary people can obtain. If I'm not mistaken, only the elder Zhuke Royal Master slightly frowned, then relaxed as if relieved. All Zhuke Royal experts, return. In the next moment, he led all the Zhuke Royal experts back. The experts from Zhongzhou had now been completely drawn to the treasure, and one after another continued to try breaking through its defense in hopes of claiming it. They wouldn't possibly head anywhere else, nor would they pose any threat to the Zhuke Royal. Therefore, Zhuke Royal was temporarily safe. There was no need to stay and monitor. Shortly after, the silhouettes of Zhuke Royal experts flew into the sky, vanishing quickly into the distance. As for those minor sects and families, they finally realized at this moment that under such a concentration of experts, even if they obtained the treasure, it would be extremely difficult to carry it away safely. Therefore, they cautiously withdrew as well. In an instant, the sky resembled flower petals falling like rain as figures streaked across the horizon, exuding their auras of power, disappearing into the distance. Even so, there were still at least 10,000 experts remaining within the Beast Mountain range, still unwilling to give up trying. Some even, after failing once, continued to sneak back into the queue, trying again and again. These were just the ones who had already arrived at Zhuke Royal. As for those who had heard the news and came rushing, they were still on their way. Zhuke Royal instantly captured the attention of experts throughout the entire Jiuzhou realm, and numerous cultivators flocked to this once desolate place, making it extraordinarily lively. Of course, with so many experts gathered here, conflicts were inevitable. Therefore, within the Beast Mountain range, while some forcefully attacked the barrier of the treasure with their techniques, conflicts often broke out as well. Within merely the time it took to burn an incense stick, nearly 10 experts had already perished. Throughout the entire Beast Mountain range, thunder-like roars and rumblings continued to spread. That was the combined might of countless experts, some using their techniques against their rivals, others against the barrier of the treasure. Inside the imperial kitchen, numerous divine beasts had already turned their gazes toward the direction of the Beast Mountain range with looks of contempt. Their eyes were filled with deep disdain. Is this all the experts of Xianxia have to offer? So foolish. They want to forcibly break through the barrier of the treasure? If a treasure can bring opportunities and benefits, then it's equivalent to an ultimate expert. It's not something ordinary people can overcome. If they could overcome it, then why would they even need the opportunity provided by the treasure? It's impossible to obtain the treasure this way, unless there is an ultimate expert powerful enough to forcefully tear through the barrier and claim the treasure. However, if such a person truly existed, why would they even need the chance the treasure provides? These people are always so foolish when faced with greed. Generally speaking, magical treasures choose their destined owners and patiently wait for them. If they had realized this principle earlier, they wouldn't have acted this recklessly. Don't understand? How could they not understand? They are intelligent people, otherwise they wouldn't have stepped into the path of martial cultivation. It's just that they couldn't accept defeat. Faced with greed, they remain ordinary mortals, unable to transcend. That's why their strength is so weak. The divine beasts whispered among themselves. At this moment, Lin Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Li, gazing toward the direction of the Beast Mountain range. On the surface, he looked unfathomable, but inside, he was already filled with envy and frustration. Damn, I can't even fly, yet all of a sudden so many experts are flying past me. The kids are practically drooling. Lin Tian's heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. Master Lin, all these experts have already flown away, which means the danger is gone. It seems we no longer need to run for our lives. Xiao Li exhaled in relief, tension gone, replaced with a wide grin. Run for our lives? We never needed to escape in the first place. We should believe in the mighty Zhuge royal empire. Lin Tian smiled slightly, saying casually, believe in the Zhuge royal empire? Don't you know that although our Zhuge royal empire has become the strongest among the 4 royal empires, compared to Xianxia, we're practically insignificant? Xiao Li frowned, hastily offering an explanation. Zhuge royal empire is insignificant. Lin Tian couldn't help but furrow his brows. Although he hadn't left Zhuge royal empire in 100 years, he had often seen those so-called prodigies displaying their power in the training grounds. Just watching the martial techniques they practiced was enough to tell that those prodigies were extremely powerful. At such a young age, they had already reached this level. If he wasn't mistaken, their elders must be even more formidable. Not to mention, the sky above the imperial kitchen was oddly strange, with experts occasionally plummeting down from time to time. Chapter 152, Terror Descends. Although the powerful cultivators didn't display their techniques here, the immense pressure radiating from them as they flew, along with their graceful, godlike figures, already proved they were top-tier experts. And yet, these experts were considered insignificant in front of the masters from Xianxia. Just how powerful were the experts from Xianxia? Lin Tian felt slightly surprised, but immediately became interested. This is what others told me, Xiao Li explained. They say Xianxia is the spiritual core of our continent. Due to its geographical advantages, it is rich in resources. All kinds of medicinal herbs and spirit stones can be found there. Moreover, the most important element for cultivators, spiritual energy, is also concentrated in Xianxia. You could say Xianxia is like a central hub for spiritual energy. After they absorb the best of it, only the leftover scraps flow into Qingzhou. So, as he listened, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a stirring deep in his heart. The hell? He was supposed to be a blessed individual favored by fate, yet he ended up in a place like Qingzhou, a land of mediocrity. If he had been born in Xianxia instead, wouldn't everything be different? Although he wouldn't necessarily become overwhelmingly powerful, simply being able to fly would have been effortless for him. Just thinking about it brought a familiar twinge of pain. How far away is Xianxia from us? Lin Tian asked quickly. For a powerful cultivator, just a few incense sticks time. After all, they can fly. But for people like us, it means crossing countless rivers and climbing over countless mountains. Whether we can even survive the journey is uncertain. Xiao Li shook his head repeatedly, speaking with a solemn expression. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and suspicion crept across his face. Master Lin, you're not actually planning to go to Xianxia, are you? You probably won't even leave Qingzhou before someone robs you blind, strips your clothes off, and sends you running back bare-assed. Cough cough. How could I possibly go to Xianxia? Isn't it great here? Lin Tian started slightly, and masked his embarrassment with a cough. Truthfully, he had indeed considered it. The issue was, Xianxia was extremely far away. With his current strength, he might not even make it out of the Zhuge imperial court before someone killed him. If the system wouldn't offer him lucky chances, then he'd just have to seek them in Xianxia himself. Maybe a white-bearded old man would notice him, smile mysteriously, and say, "Young man, your bones are remarkable. You're a prodigy destined for greatness. I entrust you with the mission of upholding world peace." And then hand him countless legendary cultivation techniques. From that point on, he'd rise swiftly to become the ultimate powerhouse. Of course, this was just Lin Tian's idle imagination. As ordinary people, shouldn't we think like ordinary people? Isn't it good enough to just eat, sleep, and take a dump? Why must we insist on becoming strong cultivators? Xiao Li continued persuading with a sincere, earnest tone. That does make sense. Sometimes, being an ordinary person isn't so bad. Lin Tian said with a smile, then slowly turned around and looked toward the direction of the monster beast mountains. Based on the information provided by xiaoxian, the so-called treasure must have already appeared in the Monster Beast Mountains. At this moment, countless strong cultivators were fighting over it within those mountains. However, for some reason, the struggle had yet to reach a decisive conclusion. It seemed the Monster Beast Mountains were about to become quite turbulent. 3 days later, xiaoxian came to the imperial kitchen with 2 pieces of news. The first was about the treasure. Master Lin, things are getting big. The entire Zhuge imperial court is buzzing with the talk. There really is a treasure that descended into the Monster Beast Mountains. However, this treasure possesses its own consciousness. No matter how powerful a cultivator is, they are unable to claim it. Even 2 martial emperors from Zhongzhou failed to obtain it, and were injured by a counterattack from the treasure itself. Now, many powerful cultivators are constantly testing their luck at the Monster Beast Mountains, trying to see if they might be the chosen one. However, many cultivators and clans have already returned defeated. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. What? The treasure possessed a divine consciousness? That meant it would only choose those it deemed worthy. Even a martial emperor or a genius of extraordinary talent couldn't obtain it unless they were personally chosen. Could this possibly be my opportunity? Lin Tian's eyes lit up as hope quickly surged in his heart. He was supposed to be a favored individual blessed with good fortune. But due to his terribly cheating system, he couldn't rely on it to grow stronger. This must mean his story was different from others. Perhaps he needed to find his own chances by seeking out such opportunities. And now, wasn't this the perfect chance? Lin Tian's heart pounded with excitement. Slowly, he clenched his fists tightly, and a burning flame of determination ignited in his eyes. Risk it all, and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Now, a powerful opportunity lay right before him. If he didn't go and test his luck, it would be hard to let go willingly. There's also so many strange things happening recently. With so many powerful experts gathered in our Monster Beast Mountains, the greatest threat to our Zhuge imperial court should come from them. Yet all of our Zhuge experts have already left the imperial court, seemingly heading toward the xuanhuan imperial court. It's really hard to make sense of it. xiaoxian shook his head, his face full of confusion. He sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. The Zhuge experts heading toward the xuanhuan imperial court? What exactly is going on? Even Lin Tian was stunned. Yet they didn't know. At that moment, on the border of the xuanhuan imperial court, an enormous army was gathering. Experts from all 4 imperial courts had assembled here. Their figures hovered like dark clouds blotting out the sun. All of them wore tense expressions, their gazes fixed on a mirror-like barrier before them, and the cracks upon the barrier were spreading wildly. Behind the barrier, terrifying roars continuously erupted. From within those cracks, boundless oppressive force leaked out, laced with dark energy. Just a mere perception of it caused chills to run down one's spine. Moreover, it seemed as if there was a martial emperor's aura. This barrier is becoming increasingly unstable. It won't last more than an hour before shattering. Xuanhuan King Ba deeply inhaled, his face slightly pale. As a sovereign ruler of an imperial court, he always remained calm and composed. But now, once the barrier shattered, the xuanhuan imperial court would be the first to face whatever terrifying existence lay beyond. If the experts from the 4 imperial courts could hold back the enemy, then things might settle. If not, Xuanhuan would be the first to fall. Certainly, the Zhuge sovereign and others also wore tense expressions. If the Xuanhuan Empire fell, these unknown and terrifying beings would undoubtedly use it as a foothold, spreading terror rapidly to the other imperial courts. The entire Qingzhou could be completely wiped out. Chapter 153, Gathering of the Mighty, United Against a Powerful Foe. This place has a barrier set by an emperor stage expert. Are we really capable of resisting them? Qinglong Huangzhu let out a deep breath and spoke in a heavy voice. Upon hearing his words, all the experts present shuddered involuntarily, nearly soiling themselves in fright. With their strength, they hadn't been able to detect whether there was an emperor stage expert within that crack. But now that Qinglong Huangzhu had spoken up, they immediately understood the nature of what they were about to face. Instantly, a chill climbed up every spine, and scalps began to tingle. An emperor stage expert? There's actually an emperor stage martial artist in these unknown regions. But this doesn't make sense. The Lingqi of Wuzhou Jit should be concentrated in Zhongzhou, right? Besides Zhongzhou, how could there be another place cultivating emperor stage martial artists? Can somebody please explain what's going on here? Us, facing off against an emperor stage expert? What are we supposed to do now? What the hell? Every single expert's expression grew tense. In that moment, they finally realized what kind of existence they were up against. Even scarier was the fact that on the other side of the seal was an emperor stage expert. How many there were, they didn't know. If it was only 1 or 2 emperor stage experts, that would be manageable. But if there were more than 5, even the combined forces of the 4 great empires would struggle to stop them. They have emperor stage experts, but don't we as well? Zhuge Huangzhu folded his hands behind his back, smiling lightly. As his words fell, boom, a shockwave of sound came roaring from behind. A figure appeared, carrying the breath of heaven and earth, and forcefully pressed towards them. Wherever he passed flying through the air, the silhouettes standing in the sky trembled and wavered. Expressions of surprise spread across their faces. It's actually an emperor stage expert? Since when did Zhuge Empire possess such an expert? At that moment, that figure abruptly halted mid-air, his robes billowing like a deity descending from the heavens. It was the chief of the Baihu clan. Thank you for coming to help. Zhuge Huangzhu clasped his hands in a bow, speaking politely. No need to be so formal. Your Zhuge Empire sheltered my daughter, and also chose to forget previous misunderstandings. My Baihu clan is deeply grateful. Moreover, once this barrier is shattered, all of Qingzhou will be in danger. As a citizen of Qingzhou, how could I just stand by and watch? Chief Baihu smiled slightly, replying courteously. As his words ended, an endless number of figures came surging from the horizon, clearly all the powerful experts of the Baihu clan. Chief, they all knelt in midair, faces filled with respect. Rise. I can already sense they have an emperor stage expert over there. All of you must give it your all when the time comes. Not even in death must we allow them to break through. Chief Baihu's face suddenly darkened, his sharp gaze locked directly onto the crack. There was even a trace of nervousness in his expression. Clearly, with his abilities, he had sensed something even more worrying. Seeing this scene unfold, the four imperial rulers felt relieved. Having an emperor stage expert at their side certainly brought them a greater sense of security. However, it was clearly far from enough. Not even half an incense stick's worth of time had passed when figures began arriving from all directions, quickly joining the defensive line. None other than Long Chengtai himself had arrived, most of his group being king stage experts. In fact, there was even an elder who had just reached the emperor stage. This reassured Zhuge Huangzhu and the others even further. But this was merely the beginning. The independent experts from the four great empires also arrived shortly. In addition, some unaffiliated cultivators from Zhongzhou joined them. Within just an hour, these experts had seemingly formed an unbreakable force. At last, the experts of the four great empires all breathed a sigh of relief, putting their hearts at rest. So many experts are helping our Xuanwu Empire? Since when did we get such a high status? What are you thinking? They're here for Zhuge Empire. Although Zhuge Empire has become the leading empire among the four empires of Qingzhou, and clearly the strongest among them, among the great experts in Zhongzhou, there's still nothing significant. So why would they go to such great lengths? That's probably something only Zhuge Empire itself knows. Everyone murmured in amazement, believing that all these experts had gathered for Zhuge Empire's sake. But their inner suspicions grew even stronger. Although Zhuge Empire was strong, to those experts from Zhongzhou, it was just a minor faction. Why would they go out of their way and show Zhuge such respect? Unless, of course, those so-called experts from Zhongzhou were all fools. The experts of the Zhuge Empire were practically bursting with pride at this moment. Our Zhuge Empire really has prestige. The people from the Xuanwu Empire probably still think all these experts came for them, but in reality, they're all here for us, Zhuge Empire. That's right. Without our Zhuge Empire, these experts would never have gathered here, nor would they have come to help them resist the monsters from within the crack. We have a lot of prestige. Think again. Don't forget, this is a world where might makes right, survival of the fittest, where the strong dominate the weak. The only rule here is that the strong are always right, while the weak are wrong, even when they're right. Understand? So you're saying, it's probably true what's been rumored. There's an even stronger expert who has appeared in our Zhuge Empire. These experts didn't come here for our Zhuge Empire's prestige, but rather out of respect for that top-tier expert. Oh, now I understand. The experts of the Zhuge Empire suddenly saw the light. Case solved. Recently, a rumor had been circulating within the Zhuge Empire. It was said that an ultimate expert existed within the Zhuge Empire. This expert was extremely mysterious, and even the Zhuge Emperor rarely spoke of him. Therefore, whether such a person actually existed was still under question. No one knew the truth. Only Elder Lin and a few others knew the truth. However, Elder Lin and the Emperor had always kept this matter confidential and would never easily reveal it. Thus, this mystery had hung over the hearts of all the Zhuge experts. But now, seeing these experts who were clearly far stronger than the Zhuge Empire appearing here, willingly helping the Zhuge Empire, even being so courteous to the Zhuge Emperor, all these signs suggested that the mysterious expert really did exist. These experts were not here for the Zhuge Emperor, but rather for that ultimate power. Just thinking about it made the Zhuge experts extremely excited. Chapter 154, Neil Yu Insects. With an unfathomably powerful senior supporting him from behind, what was there to fear? Even if powerful experts forcefully broke through the barrier before them and entered this world, even if they failed in the end, there was still a chance to make things right. After all, that senior was extremely strong. But no one could help but wonder what that mysterious senior looked like, whether male or female. Instantly, all sorts of imaginations were sparked in everyone's mind. Just at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the sky and clouds churned violently, as if stirred by something. The problem was, no expert had summoned or disturbed the winds and clouds. The heavens show an omen. Something major is about to happen. Could it be that the expert inside will emerge earlier than expected? Zhuge Huangzhu's pupils contracted. His piercing gaze immediately locked onto the barrier. At that exact moment, the barrier suddenly cracked, spreading countless fractures in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattered glass rang out, and the tens of miles wide barrier collapsed with a massive explosion. Eventually, the seemingly solid barrier dissolved into streams of spiritual energy, bursting into the sky. This transformed the sky into a scene of colorful radiant light. The scene behind the barrier appeared before the eyes of everyone instantly. Hiss! At the sight beyond the barrier, everyone sucked in a deep breath, stunned beyond recovery for a long time. Before them, clouds and mists swirled, thick and vibrant blue spiritual energy shimmering with five-colored radiance in the air. Like countless tiny fairies from legends, bringing immense delight at the sight. Mountains undulated in layers, trees lush and verdant, rivers rolled onward, and seas surged. A group of adorable spirit beasts flapped their wings and continuously darted through fragrant flowers and melodious birds. It was a paradise beyond the mortal world. Yet, there was one blemish. A group of experts, clad in black robes, hovered in the sky. There were easily over 100 of them. Leading them was a formidable expert exuding dark energy. This expert had black hair and a black beard. His eyes radiated piercing sharpness. The corner of his mouth slightly curled, revealing profound disdain. The next second, he slowly lifted his head, his arrogant gaze directly landing on the mighty experts from all directions. You people from Jiuzhou realm are indeed intelligent, knowing to come here ahead of time to welcome me. Kneel all of you, swear allegiance to me, the Demon Cloud Emperor, and I'll allow these insects to live a little longer. Otherwise, I'll turn you all into dust. The old man with black hair laughed loudly, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. An aura resembling that of a Wu Huang burst into the sky, splitting the heavens and earth apart. The world trembled violently, and vortices stirred in the clouds above. Constant flashes of lightning danced within the swirling whirlpools. One person's Wei Shu, imposing might, created an apocalyptic scene. Zhuke Huangzhu and the others' expressions turned grim. Insects. After all, they were experts who had diligently cultivated and ultimately achieved great power. And yet, they were being called insects by him? How could they endure such an insult? Especially the Zhongzhou experts, who clenched their fists fiercely, their eyes brimming with cold hostility. In Jiuzhou realm, they were always regarded as noble, calling others insects. Never before had someone dared to call them insects. Today, arriving here, they hadn't even begun to show off, but had already been slapped in the face with arrogance. Instantly, they felt displeasure. Ha ha ha, what's so special about him being a Wu Huang expert? Do you think Wu Huang experts are rare? We have many Wu Huang experts right here. Just wait and see how cocky you are when I grind you into the ground. We've never seen anyone so arrogant. In this world, only we Zhongzhou experts have the right to be arrogant, not you. Do you think you're safe just because you broke the barrier? Today, you will be annihilated without a burial place. You'll soon understand why the flowers are so red. You'll soon discover what kind of experts you're facing. How could these Zhongzhou experts tolerate such an insult? They loudly shouted provocations, one after another. The Demon Cloud Emperor's expression changed. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. A Wu Huang expert? Do you think I'm just a Wu Huang expert? In that case, how about one of you Wu Huang experts steps forward to confront me? His sarcastic smile was filled with mystery. Fine, I'd like to see just how powerful you are. What's so special about being a Wu Huang expert? Look at how conceited you've become. From among the Zhongzhou experts, an elder Wu Huang, wearing Eastern insignia, sneered with disdain and strode forward. The next second, his gaze was as sharp as lightning. Flash of lightning. He thrust out both palms. Thick bolts of lightning surged from between his fingers, resembling a group of agile snakes, shooting straight at the Demon Cloud Emperor. At the same time, the ground cracked open, and stone shards as sharp as swords flew out from beneath the earth, finally piercing toward the opponent from all directions. The attack was extremely fast, nearly completing in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Huge boulders revolved wildly around the Demon Cloud Emperor before exploding midair into powder. A series of lightning bolts then struck into the flying debris. Surprisingly, the powder instantly melted, turning into droplets of molten magma that rained down. Ha ha ha. This is a Wu Huang expert. Nothing more than that. The old man killed him in an instant. The Wu Huang elder laughed loudly while stroking his beard, clearly excited at this moment. He originally thought there might be a supreme demonic expert behind that barrier, but Mei Shangdao it turned out to be only a Wu Huang expert. Moreover, one who could do nothing but brag, easily defeated in a single move. With such ability, how dare he break through the barrier alone? Such a level of power? I didn't even use my full strength. Merely a simple defensive technique blocked all of your attacks. Just then, a cold, eerie voice suddenly echoed out. The dust dispersed, and the Demon Cloud Emperor reappeared, hot magma slowly rolling off his body. With hands clasped behind his back, he still stood in the exact same posture. Not even a single step had he moved. Hiss! This is impossible. The Wu Huang expert was shocked, his face suddenly paling. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that his most confident technique had failed to injure the opponent even slightly. Even if the opponent were a fellow Wu Huang expert, it was absolutely impossible to withstand such a powerful strike unscathed. Yet how had the opponent blocked his most formidable technique with just a basic defense? What was happening here? He had no time to ponder further. Summon Mount Tai. Lightning waterfall. Suddenly, the sky split open, and an enormous mountain appeared, seemingly dragged forth by sheer force, crushing down onto the Demon Cloud Emperor. Meanwhile, a massive ball of lightning materialized in the heavens. Then, it crashed violently downward, as though cascading 3,000 feet from the heavens, like a river from the skies falling to the mortal world. The lightning struck first, falling like a divine waterfall and ruthlessly slamming into the Demon Cloud Emperor. Even the surrounding air was searing hot in an instant. After the lightning strike, the mountain slammed down upon the Demon Cloud Emperor's body and exploded violently onto another tall peak. Chapter 155. You are not even worthy of dust. Boom. A deafening roar. Heaven and earth trembled. Countless boulders exploded like fireworks, scattering in all directions. Ha ha ha. Calling yourself a martial emperor. It's nothing more than this. The martial emperor elder laughed out loud, his eyes filled with mockery. He had thought the other side must be extremely powerful to dare claim the title of Demon Cloud Emperor. But now, it seemed like nothing more than a joke. When did I ever say I was a martial emperor expert? At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from amidst the shaking mountains. That voice was surprisingly calm, even slightly teasing, as if the clouds were light and the wind gentle. All the experts' expressions changed drastically, and their gazes involuntarily turned toward the direction of the voice. The mist slowly dissipated, and the demon cloud emperor, hands behind his back, rose slowly into the air. On his face was an obvious look of contempt. How is this possible? That was an attack from a martial emperor expert. No one should be able to escape unscathed, even if the opponent were also a martial emperor. To be suppressed in such an unguarded moment, even if not reduced to ashes, they should have suffered severe injuries. But he doesn't appear the least bit injured. In fact, he looks quite energized. He's completely fine. Could it be that his strength exceeds the martial emperor's stage? The experts from all directions shivered, their voices filled with profound disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. What stage are you truly at? The elder martial emperor's mouth was wide open, his previous arrogance completely vanished. At this moment, his face turned pale. Then, he even cried out in shock. A martial emperor simply can't emerge unscathed from my attack. As the words flew from his lips, boundless fear suddenly surged in his heart. A terrifying truth was on the verge of surfacing in his mind. The four sovereign emperors also took a deep breath, their hearts filled with a sense of impending doom. When did I ever say I was a martial emperor expert? I have already reached the quasi-martial emperor stage. Otherwise, why would I be called the demon cloud emperor? The demon cloud emperor laughed heartily and slowly lifted his head. Golden lightning suddenly shot from his eyes. Golden light instantly covered his entire body, blindingly radiant, centered on him, like the sudden appearance of a dazzling sun. Light illuminated thousands of miles. Suppression dominated all directions. The martial emperor stage? What kind of realm is that? A martial emperor is the strongest. How can there be a martial emperor stage? Who can tell me what the martial emperor realm is? Could it be an existence beyond the martial emperor? But how could such an existence exist in this world? Every expert around trembled violently, stunned at this moment. Martial emperor? A realm they had never heard before. But, from the ease with which he shrugged off an attack from a martial emperor expert, one could clearly see that this realm was definitely above the level of a martial emperor. You're nothing more than a bunch of ants. Of course, you've never heard of the martial emperor. The demon cloud emperor raised his head, pride glowing in his eyes as if he were looking down on a group of insignificant insects. The Hongmeng starfield is vast and boundless, with 3,000 great worlds, countless smaller worlds, and countless undiscovered worlds. This tiny Jojo realm is merely a low-level world. You frogs at the bottom of a well, reaching the peak of the five elements realm, do not even know that above the martial emperor stage, there are levels such as martial emperor, and martial divine. Throughout the Hongmeng starfield, experts beyond the martial heaven stage walk everywhere. Now do you finally realize your own position? Boom. The minds of the experts from all directions went blank. Their eyes were wide open, as if a new world had suddenly opened before them. A world filled with fear and the unknown. A world that filled them with helplessness. The pride deep within the hearts of those martial emperor experts vanished in an instant. What replaced it was a profound sense of defeat. To ascend to the rank of martial emperor in this world alone had proven they were geniuses with extraordinary talent, the very elite of the Jojo realm. Yet, someone had just slapped them in the face and sternly told them, all your efforts before were nothing but a joke, and your so-called genius talent was merely the self-satisfaction of frogs in a well. Across the entire Hongmeng starfield, you are nothing more than a single strand of hair. Boom. This deep sense of defeat was like the most powerful pressure in the heavens and earth, bearing down on these five elements experts so that they could not even breathe. As for those experts below the martial king level, at this moment their faces were filled with confusion. They felt that their smallness was not merely small. It was as if they had been reduced to dust. In the vast Hongmeng starfield, they couldn't even be considered a speck of dust. All their grand ambitions, all their visions of a brilliant future, all seemed nothing more than a joke at this moment. I don't believe it. This can't be real. I possess great talent. I gained the divine body constitution at the age of 200 and quickly stepped into the martial king realm. Then I kept striving, working harder than anyone else, until I finally entered the martial emperor stage. I am a genius, not some lowly ant. The martial emperor elder clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot with fury, roaring out in Bugon. Exactly. You must be lying. How could such a demon and heretic speak the truth? Take back what you just said. Martial emperor is the strongest. Among the experts from all directions, at least 3 martial emperor level experts couldn't accept this truth. Amidst the roaring voices, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from above, scattering the clouds in the sky and churning the winds and clouds. The earth trembled violently as well, cracking open with countless fissures. Even the towering mountains continuously broke apart under the pressure, with massive stones tumbling down like rain. When a martial emperor rages, even the heaven and earth change color, let alone 4 martial emperors raging together. Don't believe it? Fine then. Since you insist, I'll show you exactly how powerful a martial emperor expert truly is. I'll let you know that you are nothing but ants. The demon cloud emperor's lips curled slightly, a look of deep contempt on his face. He casually flicked his sleeve. 8 directions sword light. As he uttered these 4 words softly, a blinding array of sword lights suddenly appeared in the air like a sudden storm, shooting straight toward the martial emperor elder like heavy rain. heaven and earth as one. Kaya, the martial emperor elder did not dare to slack off. Roaring loudly, he released waves of blood chi from his eyes. In that instant, he had pushed his cultivation to its absolute peak. The spiritual energy in his dantian raged like an erupting volcano, surging with intense heat. Finally, it burst forth. A mountain peak below was even uprooted entirely, floating before him as a shield. Chapter 156. What is a Wu Emperor? At the same time, above the sky, countless walls of energy rained down, combining with the summoned mountain to form a massive defense. We'll help you. The three Wu Emperors who had just lost their minds earlier blurred into motion, instantly appearing beside the senior Wu Emperor using their techniques. Standing side by side, one of the four immediately activated a defensive technique, summoning the celestial dragon. A transparent dragon made of energy let out a mighty roar, its claws flailing wildly as it wrapped around the summoned mountain. At the same time, the other two Wu Emperor experts launched their offensive techniques directly. Heaven scorching, earth annihilating. Step on heaven, shatter the earth. Endless flames instantly appeared in the air, forming into a giant hand that ruthlessly smashed toward the demonic, cloud-covered land. A phantom of a blood-red tiger slowly lifted its head into the sky. Roaring fiercely, it opened its sharp claws and directly attacked the Devil Emperor. The four Wu Emperors launched their attacks simultaneously, immediately igniting endless malevolent energy. Hurry, defend. Have they gone insane? Watch out for our own people. The experts from the four great dynasties had already distanced themselves far away as soon as the battle started. And those experts from the Central Plains who believed they could witness the fight up close now painfully realized that even with their power, they couldn't stay near the battlefield. They quickly activated their own defensive techniques. In an instant, various sounds arose. Most frequent were the crumbling sounds of shattered defenses, with a series of crackling noises, followed by furious screams and frightened shouts. What? My defense was shattered instantly by the shockwave. Is it really that strong? There's no way anyone could resist such an attack. What kind of crap, Wu Emperor? No living creature under heaven could possibly withstand such a barrage. Four Wu Emperors attacking together is terrifying enough. Oh no, my back. My arm is about to give out. I overestimated myself. I can't hold it at all. Amidst the cacophony of voices, some experts barely managed to withstand the shock waves. However, at least 10 powerful figures had perished. The experts from the four great dynasties were trembling from afar. Like tiny grasshoppers in a storm, they wore expressions of deep helplessness. This is the strength of the senior Wu Emperors? They had been motionless until now. Yet, a single strike unleashed brought forth the image of apocalypse. Compared to these real powerhouses, the four great dynasties looked no different than a group of powerless infants. Facing such a massive spectacle, they didn't even have the qualifications to get involved. They could only tremble on the sidelines. Although deeply uncomfortable, they were completely helpless. At this moment, the four Wu Emperors displayed slight grins across their faces. Together, their combined might could wipe out an entire dynasty in a very short time. Let alone, their opponent was just a single Wu Emperor? Even the strongest Wu Emperor couldn't possibly resist an attack from four individuals at the same time without action. Moreover, each of these four Wu Emperors was immensely powerful, capable of looking down upon the entire world. Everything happened in a flash. In an instant, countless dazzling beams of sword light had already ruthlessly slammed into the mountain, being used as defense like a storm. With a sharp sound, before everyone's very eyes, the mountain shattered into dust. And the sword beams showed no sign of obstruction. They didn't even lose a fraction of speed, directly surging toward the wind barrier. Boom. The wind barrier, which appeared magnificent and imposing, was shattered by the sword beams in the next second, completely failing to serve its purpose. This is impossible. The senior Wu Emperor was stunned, plunging into despair at this moment. Roar. At the same time, the air condensed into another attack, rushing fearlessly toward the sword beams. Dragon slaying. The Devil Emperor smirked faintly, speaking with disdain. Roar. This time, the dragon roared again, but this roar was quickly replaced with a scream of agony. Then, the great dragon was cut to dust. At this exact moment, the blazing flames and the blood-colored tiger claws had already smashed toward the Devil Emperor. Mere tricks. What's the big deal? The Devil Emperor didn't even look at the two techniques. He merely flicked his sleeve. An whooshing and immense pressure instantly formed like an invisible shield around his body, also covering the people behind him. Upon colliding with the barrier, the massive flames extinguished instantly. The tiger claw, glowing blood red, smashed violently into the shield. The phantom tiger violently trembled like an egg cracking against an iron plate. With a deafening crack, it shattered and instantly vanished into nothingness. And at that moment, the endless sword beams had ruthlessly pierced through the bodies of the four Wu Emperors. The four Wu Emperors hadn't even had time to let out a scream before turning into dust. Dust at the atomic level. With a sudden sound, the entire battlefield was shocked. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at the scene before them with expressions of absolute disbelief. The hearts of the four great ancestral emperors sank into the deepest abyss. Majestic and awe-inspiring as they were, their faces turned pale. Cold sweat continuously streamed down their foreheads. Could four Wu Emperors really be crushed so easily? Moreover, the opponent had moved with such casual ease, as if not even using his full strength. If he had used his complete power for that attack, would only four Wu Emperors have perished? Even if another four were added, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying suppression. What should they do now? The four imperial emperors were utterly stunned. In the next second, they snapped back to awareness and slowly turned their gazes toward the Baihu clan. At this moment, only the Baihu clan leader could possibly stand against him. But if what he said was true, that he had already reached the Wu Emperor level, then in such a situation, if the Baihu clan leader recklessly charged forward, he too would perish. Suddenly, they all froze. Only then did they realize that the Baihu clan, who had originally stood at the forefront of the formation, had already retreated to the very end of the line. The Baihu clan leader's face also turned grim. Although he continued to maintain an air of authority, the drop of cold sweat slowly sliding down his forehead. Could that be real? Then, looking at the experts from the Zhongzhou Protectorate Alliance. Right now, they had long lost their pride, looking disoriented and defeated, each one shrinking back. Even Longqing Tai had already retracted his imposing aura. At this moment, he behaved like that obedient kneeling expression figure. This *****ing situation. The hearts of the 4 imperial emperors burned with agony and unease at this very moment. Chapter 157 Talismans? We have them too. Kneel down. You have no other choice. The Devil Cloud Emperor looked down arrogantly at the powerful cultivators before him, as if gazing at a group of helpless fish on a chopping block. He wasn't even in a hurry. After all, his prey had already been placed on the cutting board. Wait, isn't it just that talisman you want? That talisman is now in the Xiuxian imperial dynasty. You can go and retrieve it anytime. We won't interfere. At this moment, an elder from the Zhongzhou Guardian Alliance Menchang smiled and timidly spoke up. Their opponent was a martial emperor, clearly powerful enough to easily break through the barrier. They obviously could have entered any time. But why hadn't they entered yet? That was obviously because whether it was the Qingzhou land or the Zhongzhou land, even the entire Jiuzhou realm, all the powerful beings existing here were nothing more than ants before them. How could a martial emperor possibly care about a group of ants? Just like an ordinary person wouldn't deliberately destroy an ant hill for no reason. Therefore, the reason they chose to break through the barrier at this moment was clearly for that talisman. As long as the talisman was presented, they would definitely leave immediately. A talisman? What talisman? Foolish. How could our Demon Heaven Palace care about such a tiny talisman? Who doesn't have a talisman? At this moment, the Devil Cloud Emperor sneered contemptuously and slowly extended his right palm. In his palm, colorful lights painfully shone, then condensed together. Eventually, it slowly transformed into a small folding fan. On the fan, immortal chi lingered. Various ancient inscriptions continuously flickered with ancient light, as if coexisting with heaven and earth, never to extinguish. And the moment the fan appeared, boundless spiritual energy instantly filled this land. The overwhelming pressure made all the powerful cultivators' hearts tighten. Heavenly Might Fan. This, the legendary ancient treasure that had disappeared for over 10,000 years. Who would have thought that it would actually? Indeed, the barrier was there to protect our safety. Originally behind the barrier, he possessed such a top expert, a martial emperor who could sweep across the entire Jiuzhou realm. What the hell? They had originally thought that the power demonstrated by the opponent was already shocking enough. But they had never expected that the opponent could casually take out a treasure. Although the Star River was also a top-grade treasure, compared to the opponent's treasure, it couldn't compare at all. The opponent could casually produce a treasure equally powerful as the one descended upon the Xiuxian imperial dynasty, meaning the opponent indeed didn't come for the talisman. You, why exactly have you come here? Xiuxian Emperor inhaled deeply and bravely asked. Every world must be divided into different ranks. Although we are all in the Jiuzhou realm, our level is obviously much higher than yours. If we stayed together with you, wouldn't it be too shameful? Therefore, 10,000 years ago, your ancestors thought themselves clever by setting up a barrier to block us, believing they had isolated all danger. In our eyes, however, it's merely a joke. We didn't expose this joke, simply because you're not even worth our glance. But now things are different. An ant remains an ant, and cannot allow an expert to appear. However, someone with the potential of a 5 emperors has emerged. Such a person must be eliminated. This is called balance. The Devil Cloud Emperor said coldly. Behind him, the many powerful experts of the Demon Heaven Palace also laughed scornfully. A low-grade world would always remain a low-grade world. The ants within merely needed to stay obedient. Now, suddenly, an aura of a prodigy was emitted, something that the Demon Heaven Palace would never allow. Not because they feared a rise of this low-grade world, but rather, for the balance of the Jiuzhou realm. In other words, they only became interested in Jiuzhou realm due to this cultivator and planned to eliminate him as a byproduct. A powerful expert. A powerful expert with the potential of the 5 emperors. My heavens. Even throughout the entire Zhongzhou, no one has ever broken through the 5 yellow level, and no one even knows about the existence of the martial emperor realm. How could someone break through to the martial emperor realm? What exactly is going on here? Could it be that senior from the Xiuxian imperial dynasty? Is it him? Did he attract these powerful enemies? At first, the crowd was confused, but soon they realized. They understood. These people had not come for the Xiuxian imperial dynasty, nor for the other 3 empires, nor even for the entire Jiuzhou realm. They had only one target: to eliminate the powerful expert who had suddenly appeared. That is, the mysterious senior from the Xiuxian imperial dynasty. I see. Esteemed seniors, is there still room for negotiation on this matter? Our Xiuxian imperial dynasty is willing to offer all of our top-grade spiritual herbs and spirit stones. We will not let any of you return empty-handed. Just promise us one thing. Do not provoke that senior. The Xiuxian emperor clasped his fists together and spoke calmly. Even he was deeply uncertain whether that senior could actually confront the Demon Heaven Palace. The safest path was to show weakness and offer valuable resources that could entice the enemy. No one would start a war without reason. I can at least try. As long as they presented sufficient incentives, Zhuge Emperor believed the enemy would definitely retreat. Our Azure Dragon Imperial Dynasty is also willing to offer our family's ancestral treasure. My Xuanhuan Imperial Dynasty has cherished the Sun and Moon Pearl for many years. It shall now be offered to the senior. Our Baihu Imperial Dynasty offers our refined spirit relics as tribute. The three emperors stepped forward and said with obvious pain. And our Zhongzhou Guardian Alliance offers 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Longqing Tai calmly raised the stakes at this moment. Immediately, all the powerful experts inhaled sharply, their hearts shaken beyond calm. The resources offered by the four empires and the Zhongzhou Guardian Alliance were enough to tempt any martial cultivator. These were oceanic treasures, riches no one would refuse. Treasures and spirit stones? What kind of joke is this? Do they actually think we would value such things? One treasure from our Demon Heaven Palace is worth more than all your offerings combined. Let them witness our power. Let us not allow them to underestimate the Demon Heaven Palace. Just then, to everyone's shock, the Devil Cloud Emperor rolled his eyes and spoke with heavy sarcasm. Very well, let these ants witness what true, boundless wealth looks like. You think these resources can tempt us? You really don't know how high the sky and how thick the earth are. Combined, your Zhongzhou and Qingzhou probably don't have more than a few treasures. Let us show you what it truly means to be inhumanly wealthy. We had originally intended to deal with you as ordinary experts, but apparently, all we received was your disdain. Well then, no need to pretend anymore. We reveal our cards today and let you witness something unforgettable. Chapter 158. What about the Emperor of Martial? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The experts of the Devil Heaven Palace extended their palms one after another. A solemn voice of chanting, powerful enough to shake heaven and earth, suddenly emanated from the centers of their palms. Beams of colorful light emerged and wove together, forming a magnificent spectacle. Finally, the multicolored light gathered intensely within their palms, and instantly, various magical treasures appeared floating in the hands of each expert. The Heaven-Swallowing Sword, the Dragon's Soaring Pearl, the legendary Phoenix King's Pill, the Devil Cloud Pearl, the Heaven and Earth Twin Blades. The knowledgeable experts from the central domain began to exclaim in astonishment. At that moment, they nearly forgot to breathe. Were all these experts of the Devil Heaven Palace holding a magical treasure in each hand? Moreover, many of them were legendary treasures once renowned in the 9 provinces, yet vanished over 10,000 years ago. To this day, people still searched for traces of them. Even though the entire 9 provinces were scoured, no one could find the whereabouts of these magical treasures. Some had even begun to whisper that these so-called treasures were mere myths, never existing in the first place. Yet now, these magical artifacts, long lost from the 9 provinces, had appeared all in the hands of these Devil Heaven Palace experts. And some of the artifacts radiated ancient glows, with golden runes leaping ceaselessly upon their surfaces, exuding an aura of power unseen and unheard of before. Unfamiliar and unprecedented treasures. Experts from both the Central and Qing provinces were drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed with terror. You must be wondering how some of the magical treasures you recognize ended up in our hands. It's simple. Before your ancestors constructed the barriers, they offered these treasures to us, begging for peace. Only then did we cease our assault. During this very time, they created those barriers, thinking themselves smart, but in reality, it was a joke. If even your ancestors had to kneel before our Devil Heaven Palace, how dare you insects still negotiate with us? Emperor Mo Yun roared with laughter, his voice thundering from the sky, shaking the heavens. His overbearing laughter brimmed with unparalleled disdain. Hiss! Deep despair surged through the hearts of all the experts from the Central and Qing provinces. The 4 royal rulers stood frozen. The leader of the White Tiger race dared not speak loudly. Longqing Tai's face turned pale, his fingers trembling constantly. At this very moment, they finally realized the catastrophe had truly arrived. A complete annihilation. Unless, the despairing faces of the 4 royal rulers suddenly brightened. The leader of the White Tiger race slowly lifted his eyes, now lit with a flickering flame. Longqing Tai's eyes widened, and he softly exhaled. Simultaneously, one image appeared in all their minds. Senior Lin Tian. Earlier, Emperor Mo Yun himself had mentioned that above the Martial King realm lay the Martial Emperor realm. Within the Martial Emperor realm, there also existed 2 tiers, Wu Tian and Wu Shun. A Martial Emperor alone was already unfathomable. Just a single glance could make one shudder. Yet, they had nearly forgotten the phantom of the Divine Palace, sweeping in like a storm. The Martial God's Palace. If an existence summoned even its shadow with a mere gesture, it meant his strength must be at least at the Martial God level. Wouldn't a Martial God easily crush a Martial Emperor like a mere ant? If anyone could resolve this catastrophic calamity, there was only one possible savior. Senior Lin Tian, why aren't you kneeling yet? I have already lost my patience. Do you truly wish for me to wipe you all out casually? Emperor Mo Yun furrowed his brows, suddenly sensing something was off. He felt an oddness in the atmosphere, among the fear exuding from these people's bodies. There was even a spark of hope. The scene wasn't quite aligning with what he had anticipated. Could it be they still harbored hope? But who had brought this hope? Senior, why the rush? Weren't you searching for the strong beings descending from our Jiuzhou? Why cause such chaos? Just give us a little time, and the elders of our Vermilion Bird dynasty will soon arrive. The Vermilion Bird Emperor clasped his fists calmly. The fear upon his face gradually disappeared, and even a faint smile surfaced at the corner of his lips. So what if their opponent is a martial emperor? What matters is senior might very well be a martial god. A martial god crushing a martial emperor, like swatting a fly. I see. You think that so-called senior can suppress us? What a pity. Your hopes will be dashed. Emperor Mo Yun sneered coldly, immediately understanding the truth of the matter. So these people had already placed all their hopes on that wallpaper figure. It seemed they were indeed quite interested in that mysterious powerful being. What exactly do you mean, senior? Asked the Vermilion Bird Emperor, puzzled. It's very simple. In this world, there is a limit to power, caused by various factors. And we have already reached the peak of this world's power. In other words, in this world, we are invincible. Emperor Mo Yun said confidently. But what if that senior of yours is not from this world? Moreover, in our opinion, the martial emperor realm was the highest limit. Yet now, all of you seniors have come with the martial emperor realm, directly shattering that limit. Doesn't that prove that our own seniors might also have the chance to break through the limit? The Vermilion Bird Emperor replied calmly, yet sarcastically. You, Emperor Mo Yun's face immediately turned fierce and menacing, his oppressive aura intensifying violently. The earth trembled as if in unison. Of course, senior can wipe us all out. After all, in your eyes, our strength truly is no different from that of mere ants. But since you're so confident in your own power, why crush ants? Why not find someone of equal strength and fight with them? The Vermilion Bird Emperor sneered coldly, speaking loudly. The experts from the 8 directions behind him froze instantly, looking at the Vermilion Bird Emperor's back with astonished expressions. The Vermilion Bird Emperor had actually dared to confront a martial emperor-level expert head-on? What audacity! Instantly, his figure appeared much taller in the eyes of everyone, standing shoulder to shoulder with towering mountains. Fine. Today I shall make sure you die convinced. Within 2 hours, bring that so-called senior here. I want you all to witness his complete destruction with your own eyes. Emperor Mo Yun clenched his teeth, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Finally, he made a proud and arrogant decision. Fine. In 2 hours. I hope senior does not regret this. The Vermilion Bird Emperor sneered once more, then subtly signaled Lin Lao with his eyes. Yes. Lin Lao nodded without hesitation and immediately tore through the air with his figure, emitting a series of sonic booms. He sped straight toward the Imperial kitchen. Chapter 159. Wanna win? It's simple. The time it takes to burn an incense stick. A figure tore through the sky, causing a series of sonic booms in succession. Like a bolt of lightning, it refracted through the air multiple times before crashing down to the ground. Greetings, senior divine beasts. After landing, Elder Lin bowed with both hands clasped, showing no signs of carelessness. Although the situation was urgent, these senior divine beasts were not to be offended. It seems you're quite nervous. Why don't you tell us what's troubling you? Dogsy raised his head and yawned lazily, rolling his eyes and muttering. This matter requires the help of the seniors, and I cannot afford to waste time. Elder Lin was momentarily taken aback before a bitter smile surfaced on his face. He knew his words would surely displease Senior Dogsy. However, under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to speak bluntly. The arrival of the 5 emperors. This was an unheard of cultivation stage. Probably only the seniors could deal with it. Yet, at this moment, Dogsy showed no displeasure at all. He shook his tail and lay down again, ignoring the other party. Thank you, Senior, for not blaming me. Elder Lin sighed with relief, then took a deep breath and his expression turned extremely tense. Whether the senior agreed to help would not only determine the fate of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court, but also whether the entire Jiuzhou world could survive this calamity. How could his heart not be anxious? What could have scared him so much? Could it be another powerful enemy has appeared? How strange. A small imperial court like Vermilion Bird keeps provoking strong experts one after another. Are they relying on the seniors here to back them up, so they can act recklessly? Exactly. Whether it was the Phoenix clan or the Azure Dragon clan, all of them rolled their eyes furiously and felt a surge of displeasure. A person must have a solid foundation to act arrogantly. For Vermilion Bird Imperial Court to keep provoking powerful experts like this, such nonsense needed to be dealt with by seniors. That was naturally enough to cause disdain. Senior, I beg for your audience. Elder Lin arrived in front of the Imperial kitchen, bowing deeply on the ground. A visitor has arrived. Lying on the bed and resting, Lin Tian slightly furrowed his eyebrows, involuntarily sighing. Since being called a senior, people constantly came to visit him. He found it quite annoying. Nevertheless, he slowly got up and reluctantly walked out of the room. After all, the visitor was a powerful cultivator. From the aura alone, his might was formidable. Better not offend anyone. Strange was, these strong experts had the power to solve problems by force but insisted on using calligraphy, weiqi, painting, or music to resolve them. Another problem again? Lin Tian smiled slightly, hands behind his back, though it was an ordinary gesture. To Elder Lin, the deep gaze from Lin Tian seemed to have seen through everything. You already know? The life and death of our Vermilion Bird Imperial Court rests solely in your decision. Since Senior already knows, I shall say no more. Only plead for your intervention. With a bang. The next second, he unhesitatingly knelt on the ground, begging desperately. Why go to such lengths? So this time, what are they using to compete? Calligraphy or painting? Musical instruments again. Lin Tian was taken aback for a moment, then asked casually. Inside, he couldn't help but feel shocked. This time's artistic duel would determine the fate of the entire Vermilion Bird Imperial Court? These experts from the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court really had guts beyond comprehension. Truly inexplicable. However, this was a different world after all, so the rules were different. Perhaps, all experts favored these art-related duels. You already know, Senior? Elder Lin shivered, his eyes suddenly shining with admiration. No. Lin Tian was surprised again, inwardly becoming even more perplexed. No what? How come I don't know anything at all? Can't you people speak in a more coherent manner instead of jumping around topics? I really don't understand anything here. Yet at this moment, Elder Lin had already become deeply respectful. Indeed, Senior has vision spanning thousands of miles. Though confined within the Imperial kitchen, you have already grasped events occurring thousands of miles away. Could this be the legendary spiritual eye that perceives all under heaven? Even the magical artifacts used by those from the Demon Heaven Palace have already been known to you. This kind of perceptive ability is simply unmatched. At this moment, Elder Lin was completely convinced. Earlier, he still had some confusion, but now he suddenly recalled the magical artifacts held by the experts from the Demon Heaven Palace. Besides a few weapon-type artifacts, most were scrolls, musical instruments, and divine talismans. Compared to weapon-type magical artifacts, these artifacts were even more unpredictable and difficult to defend against, making them far more dangerous. Indeed, Senior not only already knew about the artifacts used by the experts from Demon Heaven Palace, but he was also subtly indicating to him what the strongest artifacts truly were. What shocked him even more was this. These artifacts capable of shocking the entire Jiuzhou world were casually categorized by the Senior as merely calligraphy, go, painting, and music. In other words, those divine weapons capable of annihilating powerful experts across 10 directions were, in his eyes, no different from ordinary objects used for leisure. Merely tools for self-cultivation. How powerful must this Senior actually be? Daring to underestimate even emperors of martial cultivation? Could it be he is truly a martial god? Or perhaps, has he even surpassed the level of a martial god? The mere thought sent ripples through his mind, and in an instant, storm clouds gathered in the sky. It seemed as if a heavenly tribulation might strike down at any moment. Do not indulge in reckless speculation. His heart shivered, and he immediately realized his mistake, trembling on the ground, too frightened to even dare think further. I already knew. Oh, I see. So it's going to involve music and instruments. Based on my observation, this won't be a competition of actual performance. After all, not even the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court has deployed any musicians. Most likely, it's a competition of craftsmanship related to musical instruments. As for the game of Go, since everyone here devotes themselves to cultivation, it's unlikely there are any true experts, so again, it will be a matter of craftsmanship. As for calligraphy and painting, I just need to take out a few from storage at random. They'll be more than sufficient. Lin Tian mused silently, then smiled slightly, his lips lifting. In matters of martial arts cultivation, he indeed could not help. But when it came to calligraphy, go, painting, and music, his warehouse was already filled to the brim. This annoying system, over the past century, had rewarded him the most with these kinds of items. Although these calligraphy, go, painting, and musical artifacts had intimidating, awe-inspiring names, said to be able to suppress all existence. In truth, they were all junk. What difference would it make to give him a few of them? If you want to win, it's simple. Follow me. I'll give you a few things, guaranteed victory. Lin Tian smiled lightly, speaking with calm and ease. Chapter 160, It doesn't matter who goes. Senior, you can win without even lifting a hand. Old Lin's eyes popped wide open, filled with deep astonishment. His entire being instantly plunged into immense shock once again. The Senior had thoroughly assessed the opponent's strength and ultimately concluded that he could defeat them without even acting. So in the eyes of this Senior, those terrifying experts from the Demon Heaven Palace were nothing at all. Thank you, Senior. Thinking about this, Old Lin trembled with excitement, stammering and obediently following behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian led him to the storage room and gently opened the large door. The next moment, hiss! Old Lin inhaled sharply, holding his breath for a long time. In his widened eyes were deep terror. He gazed in disbelief at everything within the storage room. Inside were items for cultivating one's temperament, musical instruments, chess sets, calligraphy brushes, scrolls, seemingly ordinary and unremarkable. Yet, at the moment the door opened, endless Tao laws and principles could clearly be seen flowing ceaselessly upon them. A seemingly ordinary flute lay in a dusty corner. However, the Daoic power on it flowed in and out through the holes, unleashing boundless suppressing force, instantly attracting hundreds of birds to sing continuously in the sky. The King of World Flute. Could it be the legendary ancient lost treasure? It's said that once its sound echoes, it can summon the spirit of an ancient expert, whose soul power can then be used by oneself. Old Lin carefully speculated in his mind, unable to confirm immediately. Yet, apart from this legendary divine flute, what other treasure would possess such terrifying Daoic power? His gaze shifted again, landing on a small scroll. The scroll appeared yellowed, with visible cracks. Yet from within those cracks, infinite heavenly and mighty aura continuously surged in and out, as if it contained another world within itself. A world filled with countless powerful experts, far beyond the reach of an ordinary first-tier world. Also present was a yellowed book quietly lying there. It seemed to hold infinite cultivation techniques inside, extremely deadly. This is what he calls musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, and painting. These terrifying existences have been placed by the Senior inside the storage room, and he doesn't even care about them. The shock in Old Lin's heart at this moment was boundless. At this moment, How could Lin Tian and his eyes be described as anything but unfathomably deep? Simply Wu Di, Invincible, alright? This flute alone will be enough to deal with their musical instruments. There's also this book, containing calligraphy I personally wrote. It should be sufficient to suppress them. Oh, also take these black and white ghost stones. Let them know we will definitely not lose to them in this aspect either. At that moment, Lin Tian casually picked up a few items, completing the 4 treasures of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and then tossed them all at once into Old Lin's hands. This, a booming sound. Old Lin's legs trembled violently, and he once again fell to his knees, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. All of these objects were top-grade treasures. Even a treasure falling into the Beast Mountain region could not compare to the quality of these items. And the senior had casually handed them all to him? What immense trust was this? The problem was, suddenly, he frowned slightly. Senior, with my current strength, I'm afraid I cannot control these treasures. Please, senior. Old Lin's face was full of panic. The level of these treasures exceeded his imagination. To wield treasures, one must possess even greater strength. Even forcefully using these treasures required days and nights of attunement with them before one could barely, tap into their power. Yet the senior had given all of them to him. How could he use them? I see. Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully and immediately understood. The old Lin in front of him obviously had other things to attend to, and couldn't personally participate in a musical and literary contest carrying these items. Clearly, he wanted Lin Tian himself to go along. The problem was, I don't even know how to fly. Just send anyone over, and victory is guaranteed. Lin Tian smiled faintly, saying casually, as long as these items were placed before the challengers, they would surely realize their immense gap. It doesn't matter who goes. Just send anyone over? This. Old Lin was immediately shocked, blinking hard, unable to believe his own eyes while looking at the treasure Daoic energies flowing from the items in his hands. Suddenly, realization struck him. I understand. It must be because the senior has used his immense power to suppress these treasures, making them obedient, so they can be used anytime, even within a short period. Even someone with low cultivation strength can use these treasures without fear of backlash from them. On the contrary, nourished by these treasures, the user's cultivation level will significantly improve, even refining their techniques and innate talents. This is clearly a tremendous opportunity. Old Lin stood there motionless for a moment, then suddenly became so excited that his entire body trembled. This senior had not only taken out treasures capable of resisting the Demon Heaven Palace, but had directly offered a massive fortuitous chance. Whoever obtained this opportunity would surely become a true heaven-bestowed genius, ultimately dominating all elite experts across the 10 directions. And whoever obtained this opportunity could be said to have received part of the senior's inheritance. If not officially becoming the senior's disciple, then unofficially, without doubt. I understand. Thank you, senior. I thank you on behalf of the Zhuge imperial dynasty and the entire Jiuzhou realm. With a clink, Old Lin knelt once again, his forehead striking the ground heavily. Ahem, no need for formalities. It's just a small favor. Lin Tian looked awkward, instantly feeling embarrassed and unsure what to do. Damn it. Indeed, all the powerful experts in this world are crazy. He had merely taken out some musical instruments, a chessboard, calligraphy tools, and paintings, yet the other party was acting this grateful. He even began to doubt. This is clearly not a world of martial cultivation, but actually a very leisurely world. Otherwise, why would music, chess, calligraphy, and painting hold such great importance? Senior, I shall take my leave now. Old Lin, having obtained the 4 treasures, dared not delay. He immediately lifted his body and flew into the sky, soon vanishing into the clouds. Lin Tian frowned slightly and continued on with his own business. Today was yet another ordinary and peaceful day. Nothing more than feeding the pets, weeding the vegetable garden, and casually preparing some delicacies. Of course, he didn't know that these 4 so-called common items he casually handed over would soon bring about tremendous change across the entire Jiuzhou realm. Above the clouds, Old Lin's rapidly flying figure suddenly came to a stop. The violent wind swirling around his body instantly swept forward, dispersing the floating white clouds before him. Chapter 161. Kid, do you want to shake the entire land? It would be a huge waste if I got such a rare opportunity bestowed by the senior. This kind of chance is something you can only meet but not seek deliberately. By the way, give it to that kid. That kid has previously received the senior's guidance, and he's the only one who did. I understand now. That's the senior's true intention. Old Lin's eyes lit up, and his gaze locked immediately on the martial arts arena. Then, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. You lucky kid. He smiled warmly. Without further hesitation, his body refracted in the air. He headed straight for the training ground. At the training ground, a handsome young boy was swinging his sword with sweat pouring down. Each swing looked ordinary, yet caused the air itself to ripple. Faintly visible, the ripples spread around, carrying an infinite air of overbearing dominance. Suddenly, an ecstatic expression appeared on the young boy's face, and he swung his sword a few more times. Invisible sword chi actually formed a wind wall, which crashed heavily into a tree. That tree was instantly cut into pieces. Splinters flew around like snowflakes. The sword intent the senior taught me is actually this magnificent. I originally thought I had already grasped much, but unexpectedly, it's boundless and inexhaustible. If I truly understand it all, how incredibly shocking would it be? The boy blinked hard, full of joy. Ha! Just with these sword intents, one day I will surely become a genius of heaven and earth. He raised his head and laughed out loud, unable to contain himself. Heavenly genius. You're still far from it. At this moment, a voice sounded from the sky. Then, a figure landed slowly with his hands behind his back, like snow drifting down. Old Lin. The youth, Xuanhuan, smiled brightly, gently scratching his head, slightly embarrassed. He had only just made a bit of progress and claimed to be a genius, after all. Never thought the one he respected most would witness it. Wouldn't that be awkward? I just said it casually just now. I myself know that I'm still far from being a genius. He hurriedly explained. No, perhaps you'll become a heavenly genius very soon. Even if you can't achieve it for now, you will definitely shake the entire land today. Old Lin smiled slightly, that smile mysterious. What? Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently and shook his head slowly. Old Lin, you're making fun of me again, right? Me shaking the entire land. You, a powerful expert, haven't reached such an achievement yet. I still have a long way to go. You little kid, when have I ever joked with you? Old Lin smiled slightly and gave him a light kick on the backside. Then, his expression turned serious. Even his tone became incredibly earnest. Someone wants you to shake the world. Someone wants you to become a heavenly genius. If it's someone else, naturally it would be impossible. But his decision will surely come true. No one can stop it. That voice was sharp and solemn, serious to the extreme. It was filled with deep reverence. The senior. Xuanhuan was stunned, momentarily dazed. It was the senior? Who wants to make you famous? Who wants to make you a heavenly genius? Such sudden happiness? If the senior insists on doing so, perhaps, he really can become a heavenly genius and shake the entire land. Xuanhu Empire. At this moment, dark clouds shrouded Xuanhu Empire, with thunder reaching down from the sky. Countless beings trembled under the might of the heavens. Infinite pressure swept across the empire from the border, wave after wave. Under this apocalyptic scene, the entire Xuanhu Empire instantly plunged into a bleak and desperate atmosphere. Innumerable commoners turned pale, filled with fear and unease. Although, they didn't know exactly what had happened. But, as ordinary citizens of the Xuanhu Empire, they already possessed a natural sensitivity towards strong cultivators. And the pressure sensed by this perception now was unprecedentedly terrifying. Have you heard? There's a strong cultivator breaking into the forbidden land that no one should step into. You mean that forbidden land surrounding the border? Exactly. It's very likely a powerful cultivator forcing his way through. The dangerous aura in the air is too strong, isn't it? What should we do? This dangerous aura feels like nothing we've ever encountered before. Even during the great wars of the four empires, there was never such a terrifying presence. Could it really be the end of days? The despair in the hearts of all people connected together, covering the entire Xuanhu Empire. In this world where the strong are revered, even ordinary people know that there are beings stronger than them in this world. Once someone stronger takes interest in the Xuanhu Empire, or even decides to destroy it, the entire empire could be erased in an instant. However, such things rarely happen. After all, no one would bother to destroy an ant nest for no reason. And for the ants inside that nest, although there exists the danger of being crushed at any moment, the chances of such a disaster actually occurring remain extremely low. But now, such danger had clearly arrived. Amidst the spreading fear, the Xuanhu Empire was already filled with sorrow and despair. And at this very moment, boom, boom, from the direction of the border, endless dark clouds suddenly appeared out of nowhere, as if a thick mist had instantly spread across the sky. Unusual were the golden sword beams flashing continuously within those clouds. Heavenly immortal blade. Divine thunder strike. Thunderclap palm. Black mist fills the sky. Within the thunder caused by the clashing clouds, faintly audible came a series of bold, roaring battle cries. Those voices, filled with rage, carried undeniable fear. Ha ha ha. Then, an arrogant laughter rang out, as if scorning everything. Heaven and earth reverse. Following that voice came an earth-shaking impact, seemingly casual. Yet it struck the heart like thunder. Every living being in the Xuanhu Empire, upon hearing that voice, momentarily forgot to breathe. It was clear they could all sense the unprecedented horror within that voice. At the same time, at the border, several Heaven and Earth League experts who had just arrived suddenly changed expressions. As the Demon Cloud Emperor released his Heaven and Earth Reverse technique, all the techniques they unleashed were instantly reflected back. This is impossible. I have already reached the Emperor stage, no different from a true Emperor. No one can block my Heavenly Immortal Blade. The expert who unleashed the Heavenly Immortal Blade screamed Unknowingly. Yet before his voice had even faded, the golden sword beam he had launched had already rebounded instantly. And even more so, the returning speed of the blade was much faster than when he had launched it. In the blink of an eye, amid a cry of hopeless agony, his body was crushed into dust by his own sword beam. This, another expert could only watch helplessly as the endless thunderbolts he had summoned wrapped around his own body, before vanishing entirely into a storm of lightning. Chapter 162. All of you die? The third figure, transformed by his own illusory thunder, was tightly gripped by the thunder claw composed of lightning. In an instant, he turned to ashes. The black poisonous mist released by the fourth figure seemed to have its own life, constantly drilling fiercely into every opening of his body. Amidst an even more piercing scream, his body melted right on the spot. The few cultivators from the Heaven and Earth Alliance, upon sensing the energy here, hurried here non-stop, originally believing that with their strength approaching that of a martial emperor, they would surely gain some recognition. Yet they never expected to be instantly killed on sight. Anybody else? Mo Yun, the great emperor, floated above the vast sky, his black robe flapping in the wind. His eyes, burning with dark aura, scanned the surroundings. All the powerful experts in the 10 directions lowered their heads, not even daring to breathe loudly. Even the 4 emperors, at this moment, forgot to breathe. One man suppressing all directions. Not a single soul dared to step forward. A tremendous sense of humiliation heavily pressed upon everyone's heart. Infinite despair spread like wildfire. Yet within this despair, sparks of hope were still wildly flickering. Just wait until the senior arrives. All this humiliation will be returned to them tenfold. Zhu Emperor took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with light. Let them be arrogant for now. What difference could it make? Once the senior arrived, they would realize that even in this barren land of Jojo, there were still people they couldn't suppress. Exactly. Soon he will learn what it means to be powerless. Very soon, he won't be laughing anymore. Just let him keep bragging for a bit longer. What difference could it make? He's just barking like a puppy. The other 3 emperors gazed intensely. Though fear lingered in their hearts at this moment, the flame of hope burned ever brighter. You seem to have great confidence in that person. But so much time has passed, and he still shows no sign of appearing. If I'm not mistaken, he must have already fled at the sight of us. Mo Yun the Great Emperor sneered coldly, confidently deducing. Other than the Zhangzhe from Mo Tian Palace, where in the entire Jojo world could there be any true experts? Even if that senior were to arrive, he would at best show some signs of presence. There was no way he could withstand the power of Mo Tian Palace. You are wrong. Correct. We advise you not to be too arrogant. Don't push your arrogant nonsense too far, or there will be no way to wrap things up. Right? You should remain low-key. The 4 emperors of the 4 great dynasties responded firmly in unison. Whoosh. The cultivators of Zhongzhou Protective Alliance and those scattered powerful experts were all stunned. At this moment, they couldn't help but exchange glances. What? The 4 emperors actually calmly advised the opponent not to act arrogantly? But the other side truly had the strength to be arrogant. To advise arrogance in front of someone who has the ability to be arrogant. Wasn't that the greatest arrogance of all? Why are the 4 emperors acting so calm suddenly? Could it be the legend is true? Is there really a powerful expert hidden in Zhu Emperor's court? And could this person actually defeat the legendary martial emperor? Are you kidding me? If there truly was a martial emperor level expert, he would have conquered the 4 great emperors already. How could he remain unknown? Unless his strength is even greater than we imagined, so much that the 4 emperors' power means nothing to him, and therefore he simply has no interest in conquering them. That sounds too far-fetched. It's hard to believe. At this moment, Mo Yun the Great Emperor furrowed his brows deeply. His eyes shot forth murderous intent. In his heart, however, he couldn't help but have a doubt. Could it be that senior was really that strong? The experts from Mo Tian Palace, however, laughed coldly, clearly unconvinced. I think they're just terrified out of their minds. With the thin spiritual energy here in Zhu Empire, how could it nourish a top-tier expert? Even breaking through to the Martial King level is already a miracle. Experts beyond Martial King simply have no chance of existing here. I think they've simply been deceived. Perhaps that so-called expert who went to seek help already ran away long ago. Maybe those 4 merely know they're doomed to death and are merely clinging onto the last thread of resistance. How pathetic. All the weaklings are always like that. As taunts filled the air, the 4 emperors remained firm and resolute in their gaze. Because they believed, the venerable and respected senior Lin Tian would absolutely not ignore their dire situation. Ha. I actually believe that someone would dare to challenge our Mo Tian Palace. No need to waste any more time. I have decided. All of you shall die. Mo Yun the Great Emperor cackled evilly, a torrent of killing intent bursting forth from his body, shooting straight into the heavens. Above the 9 heavens, a black vortex visible to the naked eye expanded Falongdi. Eventually, it covered the entire border of the Xuanhuan imperial dynasty. Infinite pressure poured down ceaselessly, its murderous aura filling the heavens and earth. Blazing sun. Mo Yun the Great Emperor curled his lips upward, spreading his arms wide. 2 blazing flames wildly burned in the palms of his hands, and in the next second, they violently expanded, emitting intense light, as if he were holding 2 suns. The scorching heat pressed down violently along with the raging wind of the vortex, as if in an instant, it would burn away the heavens and earth. Ha. Allow me to lend you a hand. Let's annihilate them in one strike. Treasure, burning heaven bell. At that moment, a powerful expert from Mo Tian Palace gently waved his arm. Instantly, a magical artifact transformed into emptiness, and within a breath encircled all the mighty experts present. A transparent barrier endlessly rotated around them. Faintly visible, golden talisman characters floated endlessly on the barrier's surface. Flee quickly. There's no way we can withstand it. If we escape, there is still a glimmer of hope. Some of the powerful cultivators from Zhongzhou trembled in deep fear, no longer caring about their dignity. Their figures directly tore through the sky, desperately attempting to break through the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, agonized screams rang out. Expert after expert slammed into the barrier, instantly bursting into flames and falling down in misery. Hiss. Impossible to break through. Break through with forceful techniques. Heaven sundering axe. Heavenly flame breaking formation spear. Stampeding wild bull. Instantly. One Ba Dao technique after another violently smashed into the barrier of the burning heaven bell. Buzz. 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 These incomparably powerful techniques, capable of tearing the sky apart and leveling mountains. Yet when striking the burning heaven bell, merely triggered waves of deep bell sounds. Other than that, the The barrier wasn't even slightly damaged. Hee. No need to waste your energy anymore. With your pathetic might, you tiny ants are completely incapable of breaking through the barrier of this treasure. Even a martial emperor expert would find it difficult to destroy this barrier. You should just obediently accept your fate. Mo Yun the great emperor laughed heartily, like a hunter relishing the final struggles of his trapped prey. Chapter 163. The weak have no right to die with dignity. Do you have no regard for your word at all? Didn't we agree to wait for the arrival of our elders from the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty? The Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes flared wide, his fury evident in his bulging veins. His eyes blazed with anger, and boundless aura surged from him in wave after wave, like the eye of a raging storm. Yet, it amounted to nothing. Under the overwhelming pressure of the enemy, this seemingly mighty ripple was no more than a mere disturbance on the surface of the water, utterly powerless. Xiuxian. Talk about honor? Honor is something spoken of only among equals. You are nothing but ants. Would you yourselves ever honor ants? Annihilating you would be an act of mercy. Why should you endure such fear? Mo Yun the emperor finally sighed, feigning benevolence. Despicable. Veins bulging on his forehead, the Vermilion Bird Emperor soared into the sky, charging straight toward Mo Yun. He knew full well, by his strength alone, he stood no chance against Mo Yun the emperor. But now, at the brink of life and death, rather than waiting for slaughter, better to fight until the end. Even if he died, he wouldn't die in disgrace. I'll lend you a hand. Venerables of the White Tiger clan, what are you waiting for? Join me now. The leader of the White Tiger clan seemed to have reached the same conclusion. Without hesitation, his body surged forward like 1,000 crashing waves, violently compressing the air beneath him. Harnessing this tremendous force, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, clad in white tiger armor, his body brimming with martial power, charging headlong at the enemy. Heroes of the Hu-Jia Alliance, now is the time to fight. What are we waiting for? Long Chung Tai roared as well, his body surrounded by a brilliant white light. Sword aura enveloped his entire being, and in an instant, he transformed into a sharp, piercing blade. Three figures charged furiously. We must not allow ourselves to be looked down upon, even in death. There's no more ground to retreat upon today. We have no choice but to fight. And even if we perish, the surviving younger generations will remember that we never faltered, even under such circumstances. Then let us fight to the death. Fight to the death. Behind the three figures, countless experts rushed toward the heavens like a tidal wave, like countless carp attempting to leap over the dragon gate. But before them was no dragon gate, only a battlefield of slaughter. In an instant, countless figures formed a pyramid-like formation. At the forefront stood the strongest. Beneath them, the less powerful experts, Bu Gan Shi Ho, Feng Kong Chongjin, because they all knew it was likely they would die here today. If death awaited them, why not face it with glory? Feudal. Mo Yun Emperor sneered. 10,000 swords, slay the dragon. In the next moment, the glowing orb in his hand, bright as the sun, transformed into countless sword beams. Using two martial arts techniques simultaneously. Go. These blazing sword beams surged forth with a single decree from him, cascading downward like a thundering waterfall, an eruption of volcanic fury. Impossible to resist. Activate defensive techniques. Watch out. The experts dared not slacken, immediately cloaking themselves in their strongest protective arts, even as a cold shiver crawled across their scalps. From the searing heat of the incoming sword beams, they could already tell. Their own techniques might be shattered in an instant, but there was nowhere left to retreat. What could they do? Swish. Infinite sword energy slammed down upon the so-called human pyramid. Screams erupted, countless experts reduced to ash in an instant. And yet the onslaught showed no signs of abating, crashing directly into the land of the Xuanhuan Empire. Rumble. The earth trembled and cracked open with deep, gaping fissures. Bodies shattered, enormous boulders tumbled down the slopes. Even rivers, like roaring dragons, were severed by the amplified sword energy. The torrent had barely begun to spill from the breach when the scorching sword beams instantly vaporized it into mist. In an instant, a single martial art annihilated an entire region, and the experts at the forefront of the human pyramid, though they withstood the blow, now found immense pressure accumulating within their dantians. To the point of struggling to breathe, their next wave of attack was already cut short, and all of this happened in a blink. They were still far, far away from the Emperor Mo Yun. The gap is too great. Even giving our all, we cannot get near him. This is the power of a martial emperor. Not even a match for him. But so what? If it's a fight to the death, then we give our all. As long as we've given everything, even in defeat, we win. Though we lose, we still win. After a brief moment of shock, countless experts forced themselves to rise again. They continued charging forward. Although deep in their hearts, they knew very well that with their current strength, they could not possibly withstand another wave of attack. Once the second wave came, their entire formation would collapse in an instant. Like an ant colony destroyed by a flood, they were no more than tiny insects in the storm, without even the slightest chance to resist. Why struggle pointlessly? Just accept your inevitable fate. I've already told you, everything you do is in vain. It would be better to close your eyes and savor the sensation of death. Mo Yun Emperor threw back his head and laughed, and with his laughter came roaring gales. It was as if a true celestial god had descended to the mortal world, looking down upon all life with contempt. The next moment, at the very instant his laughter vanished into silence. Devour the heavens and earth. Black mist surged wildly within his eyes, as if each pupil contained an entire world, filled with countless demonic shadows blotting out the sky. The immense vortex high above the 9 heavens violently spun, like a wheel constantly accelerating. It churned the entire cosmos. Different types of law forces flashed endlessly within it. A glacier dragon hundreds of xianxia darted through the clouds, making the heavens and earth instantly fill with icy chill. A vermilion bird released a piercing cry from its beak, its scorching heat igniting the sky and land, setting everything ablaze. A group of glowing white tigers roared continuously, their shining bodies constantly condensing into sword energy. Each roar was incomparably mighty, enough to sever mountains and rivers in an instant. Among these swirling images, shadows of colossal beasts roared with menace, exposing sharp fangs and claws. Their entire beings radiated a dark aura. All types of elemental laws took form in an instant, then crushed downward with immense pressure. Hiss! The experts of the 4 imperial clans and the 10 directions simultaneously inhaled sharply. Even though they had already mentally prepared themselves, terror still surged in their hearts. A soul-piercing dread, like mist rising from eternal rivers, flowed endlessly. It's impossible. How can such a mighty cultivator even exist in this world? This is the legendary martial emperor. We absolutely have no hope of defeating him. Wanting to die gloriously? In the end, we'll only be effortlessly destroyed, crushed like ants without any dignity at all. So this is the despair of the weak. Within the hearts of the experts from the 10 directions, despair surged endlessly. Chapter 164, the senior has arrived? At this moment, they instantly understood the exact emotions of those weaklings who had been forced onto the ground and mercilessly crushed beneath them. However, even if time could be turned back, they would not show mercy either. After all, the weak were the weak. Just like now, facing the demon cloud emperor, they too were powerless weaklings, left only to vanish into dust amidst despair. It's over then. I never even got to see the senior's divine form. The vermilion bird emperor sighed inwardly as despair frantically devoured what little hope remained in his heart. At this moment, countless laws of power descended, ready to swallow the so-called pyramid. Right at that instant, a melodious flute sound rang out, and suddenly, outside the Xianxian bell, massive ethereal figures appeared wearing golden armor. These figures were tall and robust, over 2 meters high, wearing golden masks upon their faces, with only a pair of deep blue eyes emitting a sorrowful glow. Looking from within the fluctuations of the Xianxian bell, they appeared so mysterious and eerie. The next second, each of these golden-armored cultivators slowly pierced through the Xianxian bell, as if sharp daggers effortlessly slicing through tofu. What? That's absolutely impossible. My treasure has been destroyed so easily. The Demon Heaven Palace expert who controlled the Xianxian bell couldn't help but shout out in agony. His voice brimmed with rage. This treasure had always been his most beloved, something he caressed gently even upon waking in the middle of the night. It was like treating his most loyal lover. But now, his lover had actually been pierced through by them? How could this be tolerated? Xianxian bell, 80,000 divine echoes. With his scream full of rage, the already heavily damaged Xianxian bell violently trembled. Woo-woo, letting out a sound filled with Taoist laws. The sound waves pressed down like high mountains, slicing like swords. Sharp and heavy, they smashed against those golden-armored figures. HAA. Those golden-armored figures simultaneously shouted out. Their voices formed into towering waves right before them, directly surging toward and overpowering the chime of the Xianxian bell. The two forces collided, and the 80,000 echoes instantly scattered. Hippopapa. At the same time, a sound like breaking glass echoed through the air. The Xianxian bell shattered, pieces flying into thousands and then vanishing into nothingness. Hag. The owner of the Xianxian bell spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying midair like it might fall at any moment. Hand clutching his chest, he widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene before him. After all, he was at least a newly entered emperor expert, and together with the enhancement of the Xianxian bell, he had been more than powerful enough to destroy a dynasty. Yet, in front of these figures, it had been nothing more than a mere tickle. Not only had he failed to harm them at all, they had easily shattered his Xianxian bell. Just who are you people? Are you high-level emperors? Or have you even touched the 5 heavens? He angrily questioned. Just at that moment, the chaotic flute sound suddenly came to a sharp halt. The moment the flute ceased, those oppressively imposing golden-armored figures dispersed into the wind. The Demon Heaven Palace expert was momentarily stunned. Were those warriors only illusions? With only illusions, they had destroyed a treasure? What exactly was going on here? While they remained dazed and confused. How do you use this? Just open it. A young voice spoke out, full of confusion, with a loud rustling sound. It was the noise of an ancient scroll being unfurled. Suddenly, from that direction, countless whirlwinds erupted. Inside the wind appeared shadowy silhouettes, continuously growing in size. Runes. No, these definitely aren't runes from this world. They look more like written characters. These characters seem to contain power far stronger than ordinary runes. True talismans? This world actually possesses such powerful divine symbols. What is happening here? The Demon Heaven Palace experts once again inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Though unable to recognize what these characters were, clearly, each of those sharply written glyphs pulsed with infinite power. That power hidden within the text surged like a boundless ocean. As the glyphs grew larger, their strength multiplied endlessly. And the nature of this law was absolutely unheard of, unimaginable. At this moment, The myriad beast illusions emerging from the dark vortex summoned by the demon cloud emperor were about to swallow all cultivators in 10 directions. And just at this moment, those characters, as if controlled by the user's will, refracted within the wind and directly surged toward the 10 directions of experts. In the instant the myriad beasts descended to suppress everything, these characters shimmered with indescribable Taoist luster, covering the bodies of the experts in all directions. We're doomed. Senior apprentice brother, at this final moment of life and death, there's one thing I've always wanted to say. If I don't say it now, I won't have another chance. Brother, don't speak. I understand everything. Actually, I love you too. Senior apprentice brother, actually what I wanted to say was, in the next life, please remember to wash your feet before sleeping. It's way too smelly. Ajin, actually, I love you. I don't want to die. I'm the one with the greatest potential recognized by the Guardian Alliance. I'm the one destined to become a martial emperor. How can someone like me perish here? Foolish child, you've misunderstood. Truth is, the Guardian Alliance leader has said the same words to every young talent before you. In reality, your gift is quite average. Kill me already. There's nothing left in this world worth holding on to. Even a strong cultivator like me is doomed to fall. So in the end, I really wasn't born a genius. Under the immense pressure of the beasts, infinite despair spread. In this final moment, everyone recalled the regrets of their entire lives. Some thought of the love they had missed. Some were thinking of how they relentlessly pursued power, all for the day they'd finally take revenge on their enemies. But one thing was certain, even though they would leave first, under the assault of the Demon Heaven Palace, that enemy would surely perish as well. That itself was a kind of indirect vengeance. Some clenched their fists tightly, eyes filled with rage, unwilling to bow their heads even in death, as if they would make one final resistance against the world in this last moment. But all that Rashir was so laughable before absolute power. Just like a little kid wearing a straw hat raising his arm high shouting, I will become the pirate king. But before he could even finish speaking, he was pushed underwater and rubbed again and again. In short, to become a true genius, it wasn't enough to possess exceptional talent alone. One must also have equal fortune. Otherwise, even with unmatched talent and determination, in the end, one still perishes. Such was the mentality of all the experts at this moment. Yet they failed to notice that the strange characters they mistook for the Demon Cloud Emperor's attack were now emitting brilliant light upon their bodies. These lights enveloped them like transparent eggshells. Boom. The tide of beasts surged like a heavenly pressure, ruthlessly sweeping over them before crashing into the earth. The ground trembled violently, mountains collapsed, and molten lava erupted from the cracks. Everything quivered in fear. Even those top-grade demonic beasts that gave martial cultivators the most headaches now hid in their dens, trembling. Chapter 165, Senior? No, just a junior. At this moment, they were practically no different from the ants crawling on the ground. Faced with such absolute power, they could only silently accept their fate. Ha ha ha, I told you all, you're just a bunch of... Wait, what the hell is going on? Mo Yun Da Di habitually threw his head back in laughter, but his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of what was happening below, and he froze instantly. A series of question marks appeared above his forehead. This wasn't right. Under his full power attack, there was absolutely no way these 10-directional experts could have survived. There should have been only one outcome, total annihilation. Not even a single hair would be left behind. But how come the confused people below were still standing here? Why weren't there even the slightest injuries on their bodies? The solemn and overbearing Mo Yun Da Di couldn't help but raise his hand and scratch his head. Those experts who had narrowly escaped death also looked at each other in disbelief. We're fine. How is that possible? His martial arts could destroy heaven and earth. With our strength, we should have been utterly obliterated, leaving no place to be buried. But we're clearly still alive. Who can tell me what's really going on? Could it be those symbols on us aren't really his mark? Suddenly, everyone's gaze fell upon the symbols on each other's bodies. Instinctively, they showed signs of reverence. They felt that within those symbols lay a subtle and indescribable power. It was like Taoist laws and principles, yet perhaps even something above them. Could it be these things saved us? Just now, I seem to hear someone outside Feng Tian. The Feng Tian bell? The Feng Tian bell has disappeared. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. Even though they were still deeply confused, an exciting possibility had emerged. Has the senior arrived? It must be that mysterious senior. We're saved. I knew the senior would absolutely not stand by and let us perish. Now that the senior is here, Jiuzhou realm will be safe. Now let's see who the real ants are. The four emperors, having survived the disaster, exhaled deeply in unison. Then, together with other powerful experts, they scanned the skies. Soon, their gazes locked onto a faint figure hidden among the clouds. Senior. We welcome the senior. The senior has finally arrived. The four emperors and Long Chengtai immediately knelt down in midair with a loud bang. Beneath their knees, ripples of energy surged outward. Old man, no need for such formalities. Please rise. You four emperors are originally my seniors. I can't possibly accept such a bow. I shall return your gratitude with a bow. The clouds slowly parted, and Zhu Wu Hen's joyful voice rang out directly. Then he returned to bow midair. Outwardly, he wore a cheerful expression, but in his heart, he felt slightly awkward. That old man from the Guardian Alliance had knelt to him. He had really taken advantage of a good deal. Yet, if the emperors bowed to him, wouldn't that shorten his lifespan? It's you. Long Chengtai was taken aback, and his heart sank with sudden embarrassment. He had actually knelt to a junior from the Zhuge imperial dynasty? Wasn't this like a mighty cultivator kneeling to an ant? This is ridiculous. Such a shameful scene. Wuhen, what are you doing here? Quickly step aside. Zhu Ke Huangzhu also felt his heart sink and said with urgency. The hope in his heart shattered completely. He had thought the senior had arrived, never expecting that the one the old man Lin brought was just a little kid. This joke is a bit too big. It could get people killed. I didn't expect you, old man Lin, to carry such high prestige, would make such a joke. Don't you know that right now is the critical moment for the survival of our 4 great dynasties? Even if the senior is unwilling to come, you shouldn't randomly bring someone to fake it. Doom is inevitable. Doom is inevitable. The 3 emperors were stunned for a long time, then shook their heads in despair. How disappointed they felt inside. As is widely known, in the face of such an apocalyptic catastrophe, only the senior Lin Tian, who possessed heaven-defying strength, could offer salvation. A mere little kid appearing here was, at best, just cannon fodder. This is ridiculous. Everyone would not only meet a tragic death, but also die in shame. Everyone, don't worry. Wu Hen will definitely lead us through this disaster. At this moment, old man Lin beside Zhu Wuhan wore a confident smile and chuckled slightly. All the 10 directional experts were instantly petrified, unable to recover for a long time. Immediately after, a furious voice filled with rage echoed across the sky. Are you joking? Look at his cultivation level. He's barely entered the cultivation world. How could he possibly resolve such a crisis? This time, not only will we die miserably, but we'll also become a laughingstock. 10,000 years from now, if someone asks how exactly the 4 great dynasties were destroyed, people will burst into laughter. This is the so-called senior? Senior, my ass. Not long ago, I even saw this kid sweating heavily on the martial arts training ground swinging his sword. His sword techniques may have been astonishing, but they're nowhere near enough to fight against a martial emperor. We're finished. Totally finished. Why did you give me hope? It would have been better to just kill me outright. If he can save us, I'll personally go upside down and defecate right here and now. The experts of the 4 great dynasties loudly voiced their complaints, almost bursting into blood from outrage. The experts from Zhongzhou were equally stunned beyond comprehension. Come on, if this was just a bluff, at least bring out a martial saint. That would at least sound plausible. But this brat? He's light years away from reaching the martial saint realm. If he could defeat a martial emperor, then ants could hump elephants. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mo Yun-Da-Di threw his head back and laughed loudly, the breath from his mouth stirring up the clouds above, causing the wind and clouds to surge dramatically. He seemed to have just witnessed the biggest joke in the world. Then, his eyes gleamed with cold light. You? Want to oppose me? I can crush you with just one finger. Then why don't you give it a little thought? Who exactly shattered your technique just now? Zhu Wuhen raised his eyebrows, smiling impishly as he responded. Could it be you? Mo Yun-Da-Di was stunned, his pupils contracting violently. Who else, if not me? That little technique of yours? To me, it's absolutely nothing. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Zhu Wuhen wrinkled his nose and waved his hand disdainfully forward, as if chasing away a flock of baby chickens. Blasphemy! Foolish child! We'll annihilate you on the spot. The experts from Motian Palace were furious. They could accept being scorned by someone stronger, but they would never allow insects to challenge their pride. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of experts from Motian Palace unleashed intense killing intent. The heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Even the sky and land quaked slightly. So you want to die that badly? In that case, I won't mind giving you first priority. To die by the hands of a martial emperor expert. That's the honor of a lifetime. Mo Yun-Da-Di sneered coldly, slowly extending one finger before slowly pressing it downward at the opponent. Instantly, from that finger, thick waves of black chi surged out, eventually transforming into a pitch-black pillar-shaped finger of immense pressure. Then, it shot downward with unstoppable force. Chapter 166, Returning. Humph. Zhu Wuhuan raised his eyebrows and smirked, clearly not taking the opponent seriously at all. On the way here, he indeed felt somewhat uneasy. After all, he was just a minor low-level martial artist. How could he dare to challenge a martial emperor? Especially after hearing from Elder Lin along the way that the opponent's strength exceeded even that of a martial sovereign. Reaching a cultivation stage he had never even heard of, the stage of martial emperor. However, when he used the King Realm flute, he suddenly realized that he could manipulate such a treasure freely, exactly as he wished. My senior truly didn't deceive me. With just one treasure alone, he was able to summon the xuanhuan of ancient mighty beings, those armored warriors in golden armor. Not to mention, treasures this powerful, he had no less than 4,000 of them. From the moment he appeared here, aside from the King Realm level treasure, he had also used another unknown treasure. It was a scroll filled entirely with calligraphic inscriptions. Of course, he had no idea that this particular treasure was called the Illusion Realm Calligraphy Scroll, which originally had been just a blank sheet of paper. And the words written on it, the words that could withstand the power of laws, were none other than the famous preface to the Tungwan Pavilion, copied by Lin Tian with bold, sweeping brushstrokes. Besides that, there was also a book and a set of go pieces. As his illusory, thick fingers pressed downward, suppressing his opponent. Without hesitation, he directly pulled out the go board. In an instant, the Zhongheng lines on the go board immediately emitted dazzling golden rays, which surged into the air, forming a giant net-like existence. It barely withstood the descending finger. The finger's illusion, upon landing between the threads, suddenly dissipated into nothingness, as if lost, circling around, and then shooting straight up, rushing toward the heavens themselves. SSS. This is impossible. Demon Cloud Emperor's eyes widened in panic, filled with unprecedented disbelief. He could clearly sense that the illusion was under his control. It was meant to suppress the heavenly rivers, yet the illusion, instead, rushed toward him at incredible speed. 10,000 li Milky Way. Without hesitation, he waved his other hand. A radiant ribbon, as brilliant as the Milky Way, directly spread across in front of him. Like a sharp blade, it fiercely struck the illusion. A thunderous clash of law forces erupted, and the illusion was shattered. The condensed sharp edge of the 10,000 li Milky Way fiercely struck the go board. Yet at this very moment, the strange occurrences had not yet ended. Within the go board, the Milky Way clearly deviated. Originally moving straight, it now curved along an arc on the go board. Then, it charged straight back toward Demon Cloud Emperor again. This is impossible. This is clearly my own technique. Why is it being reflected back at me? He shouted loudly, his face paling at this moment. Instinctively, he used a more powerful technique to suppress it. Beast King Charge. 10,000 li Flying Sword. 9 Descents of the Heavenly Mountain. 10,000 li Ice Fog. Cold Moon Sword Light. Heavenly Flower Scattering. Monkey Steals the Peach. One technique after another suppressed the previous rebounded one. And once the previous technique was dissipated, the stronger one would again be reflected back. Going in circles, the techniques used by Demon Emperor became increasingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, he had already used over 300 different techniques. Eventually, he began to lose momentum. There were no stronger techniques left to suppress. Heavenly Dragon Annihilation. In deep despair, he let out a roar like a dying beast, releasing his final technique. Roar. Dark clouds covered the sky, thunder trembled in the air. A 10,000 li long dragon, formed entirely of golden swords of light, possibly dispersing the previous techniques, charged at the go board at the fastest speed. This was his final effort. If this dragon could not break through the go board, once it rebounded, he would have no more powerful techniques left to defend himself. He could only watch helplessly as his own move killed him. However, the last glimmer of hope shattered in an instant. The furious dragon, carrying what seemed like heaven-shattering power, appeared as if the tiny go board would never withstand such immense pressure. Yet, as its body entered the illusion of the go board, suddenly, it was reflected back, the most powerful law force sweeping straight into Demon Cloud Emperor's body. Oh no, I'm going to be killed by my own move. Demon Cloud Emperor's eyes widened, still stunned beyond comprehension at this moment. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that even his ultimate move could be reflected back by the opponent. Moreover, the opponent hadn't even reached the martial sovereign stage yet. What exactly is going on here? What kind of treasure is that? If it really is a treasure, how could a young man who hasn't even reached the martial sovereign stage possibly control it? Impossible. This has already violated the rules of the Heavenly Tao. Someone, tell me what the hell is going on. The experts from the Heaven Demon Palace also shouted out in shock. Their voices were filled with extreme disbelief. You must understand, to subdue this kind of tool-type treasure, one must possess a certain level of strength. Though the user doesn't necessarily need to surpass the treasure's power. Someone who hasn't even reached the martial emperor stage should absolutely not be able to manipulate any treasure at all. Yet, this young man was handling the treasures with ease, like a fish in water. Moreover, relying solely on treasures to defeat stronger opponents. He had even directly broken the ancient rules that had existed for millions of years. Counter treasure with treasure. Hurry attack. In an instant, the Heaven Demon Palace experts finally reacted. If they didn't act now, Demon Cloud Emperor would surely perish on the spot, and they themselves would suffer great humiliation. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. One by one, treasures shot forth from their hands, spreading colorful light across the sky, covering the entire heavens and earth. Then, various treasures blocked the giant dragon head-on, slicing it into pieces. Boom. Even so, the residual power of the dragon still struck Demon Cloud Emperor violently. Ugh! Demon Cloud Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling violently in the air. He couldn't help but clasp his chest tightly. In his eyes now was only deep shock. And at this moment, the 4 royal lords, the imperial experts, and the experts from Central Zhou, were all frozen in place. They stared with wide eyes at that young figure hovering in the air. In that moment, they even forgot to breathe. What exactly is happening? How is he able to control treasures? And the level of this treasure? Wait, could this be the treasure known as Myriad Manifestations xiuxian, which has been missing in our 9 provinces realm for tens of thousands of years? It is said that Myriad Manifestations xiuxian is extremely versatile, capable of reflecting and even doubling any attack back at the enemy. It's simply the most terrifying treasure in the entire world. How did it end up in his hands? What's even harder to understand is, considering the level of such a treasure, even martial emperors would struggle to wield it. How come a weakling like him can use it? Someone actually broke the Heavenly Tao's rules on this treasure. Who could possibly break the rules of the Heavenly Tao? Since this world was born, no one has ever managed to do so. The one who gave him the treasure was actually able to defy the Heavenly Tao? His power must truly be unfathomable. Chapter 167. Then I'll just use another magical artifact. Soon, everyone came to their senses. The usage rules of magical artifacts, theoretically speaking, could be broken. However, it must be emphasized that it's only a theory. From the time cultivation warriors emerged until now, there has never been any record of anyone capable of breaking the Heavenly Tao's rules. Yet now, this unproven theory had obviously been confirmed on the spot. Am I really this powerful? I knew my future would be limitless. Definitely a genius destined for greatness. Zhu Wuhan blinked in disbelief, a grin spreading across his face. Of course, he was only joking. In truth, he understood clearly. The real power wasn't himself, but the senior cultivator who allowed him to wield these artifacts. Who exactly gave you these things? The demon cloud emperor trembled all over, humiliation surging violently around him. He nearly fainted. Originally, he had thought that once crossing the barrier, no one would stand a chance against him. He would be unstoppable. He never could have imagined that he would be defeated by someone so weak. Someone who hadn't even reached the Wuzun realm yet. What's it to you? I'll give you one chance. Leave this place immediately, repair the barrier yourselves, and never dare to return. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive. Zhu Wuhan rolled his eyes arrogantly. When you had an Wu Di, undefeatable, senior as your backer, wouldn't not acting arrogant be a disrespect to said senior? What boldness. Arrogant beyond reason. You have magical artifacts, so what? If you're really so brave, stop using these strange artifacts. The demon cloud emperor roared furiously. Okay, listening to the audience's request, I can switch to another artifact. But don't you dare regret it later. Oh, and it's too troublesome if you all come at me one by one. How about this? I'll say a number. Everyone listening, pay attention. You can all attack together. Suddenly, Zhu Wuhan slowly lifted his head. His eyes gleamed with radiant light. At this moment, this low-tier warrior exuded endless brilliance from head to toe. All the powerful experts present couldn't help but hesitate. For a moment, it seemed like a young phantom gradually formed behind this young man. The figure looked calm, hands clasped behind its back, glancing back with a faint smile. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of authority surged forth, making everyone's knees weaken, the urge to kneel overpowering. Senior cultivator? That's the shadow of the senior. I see. The senior didn't even need to act personally. Just lending a few magical artifacts made a weakling capable of resisting such power. Indeed, invincible. We thank you, senior. The rulers of the four empires showed delight on their faces and kowtowed again. Thank you, senior, for saving us from hell. Long Qingtai also crashed to his knees, filled with deep reverence. He actually can forcibly break the heavenly Tao's rules. My daughter is actually standing beside such a powerful cultivator. This is truly an enormous fortune. The White Tiger clan leader remained stunned for a while before an odd expression unconsciously appeared on his face. In his eyes burned a strong sense of expectation. He had a premonition. With his daughter following such a great senior, one day she too would shake the 9 provinces. No, not just the 9 provinces. Perhaps, her future prospects would be even more vast than he could imagine. However, the experts from the Devil Heaven Palace were already overwhelmed now. One after another, they unleashed boundless killing intent. Who do you think you're mocking? If we all attack together, can you handle it? I've seen arrogance before, but never this level. Today, we have to erase him completely, or my hatred will never subside. If we don't kill this kid, how can we continue to exist in the Devil Heaven Palace? He must die. He's no longer using that strange artifact now. We still have a good chance of victory, right? Then kill him. One Wu Di expert after another unleashed their power. Their figures shot up into the sky with a swoosh, hovering above. They looked down from above and unleashed their techniques violently downward. Heaven-sundering, earth-shattering fist. Dragon City soaring. Rivers flowing day by day. 10,000 sword tempest. Soul-shattering impact. Love at first sight sword. Crack, crack. The strikes from the Wu Di experts split the very sky itself. The void beyond space momentarily revealed itself from the fissures. The laws stirred by their attacks caused tremors throughout the 9 heavens and 10,000 realms. Even the Hongming Star region shuddered slightly. Needless to say, the Xuanhuan imperial dynasty, directly under this immense pressure. Pavilions and terraces immediately showed deep cracks. Entire chunks of land shifted out of place, and countless living beings screamed as they were swallowed by the collapsing earth. Rivers burst their banks, surging with violent torrents. Mountains crumbled, massive boulders flying thousands of miles away. If the earlier battle had merely triggered an apocalyptic scene, then now, the apocalypse had clearly begun in full force. Cries and wails continuously echoed from the lower world. Infinite despair began spreading wildly. My Xuanhuan imperial dynasty. The Xuanhuan emperor's eyes bulged, his gaze filled with bloodshot fury. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart bleeding violently inside. This was a 10,000-year-old legacy passed down from his ancestors, yet now, it was on the verge of destruction. That helpless feeling made him experience an unprecedented sense of humiliation. If only I were a little stronger, I could have prevented this disaster. If only I had worked harder in the past and hurried to repair the barrier, perhaps I wouldn't be facing such a crisis now. My people wouldn't have to die such miserable deaths. After this battle, would my Xuanhuan imperial dynasty even still exist? He questioned himself bitterly, feeling only raging fury. You actually dare to despise life so much? I originally wanted to give you a chance, but I never expected you to be so completely ignorant of the situation. If that's the case, then you all shall be sealed away completely. Hearing the cries from below, Zhu Wuhan's eyes burned with anger. The next second, he reached out a hand, and an ancient book slid out from within his sleeve. Suddenly, the book began flipping rapidly. He himself had no idea what effects this book would bring. But the senior had foreseen the future and bestowed this book. It surely could resolve this crisis. The next second, the violently flipping book suddenly emitted countless ink-colored threads, rushing crazily toward the devastating techniques pouring down from above. The next moment, the threads actually connected with those techniques. Those techniques, which had originally charged forward as swift as lightning, immediately slowed down the moment the threads attached to them. It was as if hailstones had instantly turned into gently drifting snowflakes in an instant. The overwhelming, unstoppable might completely vanished in an instant. Each powerful technique became as tame as a kitten. What the F*******. The experts from Devil Heaven Palace, who had never witnessed such a sight before, were instantly shocked, their eyes widening and their entire bodies going stiff. The 10 experts from all directions were equally stunned. These tiny ink threads, could they actually block attacks capable of destroying heaven and earth? Moreover, many of those techniques had been unleashed through offensive magical artifacts. Even a xuanhuan expert at full strength would find it difficult to resist even a single one. Yet now, all those techniques had been blocked. What exactly was going on? Chapter 168. A share for everyone, no one left behind. What exactly just happened? Could it be that this book is actually a treasure of an even higher rank? It must be. How many treasures are there altogether across the 9 provinces? How could such a bizarre treasure suddenly appear like this? It must be that mysterious senior. Who exactly is that senior? Do we really need to be so arrogant? After a brief moment of shock, the 10 directions of experts were filled with a surge of excitement. At the same time, their eyes shone with brilliant light. It worked. With such a treasure, this disaster will surely be easily resolved. However, what they didn't know was that the effects of this so-called book-like treasure far exceeded their imaginations. It was not just defense. In that single moment, suddenly, various types of law forces were wildly devoured and swallowed by the poem, all turning pitch black. From afar, it looked as if vast swaths of ink floated in the midair. Buzz. The book emitted a sound of laws, like issuing an order to all the cultivation techniques. Those incomparable techniques suddenly accelerated their descent, yet without any trace of offensive aura. They seemed more as if they were being pulled, then directly disappearing into the book. In an instant, the entire sky became bright and clear. It was as if countless rays of sun had dispersed the dark clouds, leaving no trace behind. Hua! The experts from the Devil Heaven Palace at this moment looked even more bewildered, shocked beyond comprehension. These two emotions combined left them looking like floating fools in midair, long having lost the overwhelming pressure of an expert at the emperor level. What exactly is going on? How come our cultivation techniques suddenly disappeared? What's happening here? I can clearly feel the laws released by my treasure. They still exist, and are even surging rapidly, as if enhanced by something. But they vanished out of thin air. Can anyone tell me exactly what kind of treasure this is? Never before having seen such a treasure, the experts from Devil Heaven Palace seemed to have a new world gate opened before them. And the moment the gate was opened, they were brutally slammed with countless thorns. That book! The demon cloud emperor shouted, frantically scanning the book with his divine consciousness. It was as if he had seen something horrifying. His voice cracked in fear. Crack! At this moment, the book had already returned to its ordinary appearance, obediently falling into the hands of xuanhuan. Huff! Xuanhuan exhaled, involuntarily sticking out his tongue slightly. Even he was not entirely certain whether this book could withstand all those sky-filling techniques. Although he had absolute trust in Senior Lin Tian, in his heart, this was the first time he had used such a treasure. Whether it would truly work was also something about which he felt uncertain. But now, his heart was completely at ease. As his gaze lightly swept across the book, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. A delighted expression appeared on his face. Look, on what was originally a blank book, lines of cultivation technique names had appeared. Moreover, the characters of those techniques were emitting boundless laws and principles. Even more mysteriously, xuanhuan could clearly sense that these names of cultivation techniques, infused with karmic law, had an inexplicable connection to his fingers. Almost like a fully drawn bowstring, requiring only the movement of his fingers for these techniques to pour forth like a rain of swords from the heavens. Senior, no wonder you never explained how to use these things from the beginning. As expected, this treasure can connect with the user's divine consciousness. Just touching this treasure allows one to use it effortlessly. I get it. Thank you, Senior. Xuanhuan exclaimed in delight, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Boundless confidence spread gradually from his lips, like rippling waves. In an instant, it transformed into a mighty tide. Although he was not yet an emperor cultivator, he now possessed the bearing of one. Senior. The senior he was thanking. Surely that must be the powerful expert who provided the treasure? Sure enough, the Vermilion Bird Empire harbors a terrifying senior. We will surely win this time. The experts from the 10 directions instantly calmed their hearts. Even the corners of their mouths involuntarily curled upward. They were completely infected by xuanhuan's confidence. In an instant, the weak laughed joyfully. Meanwhile, the experts from the Devil Heaven Palace, floating high in the celestial sky, could not help but shiver inwardly, though they didn't know what would happen next. Yet in his heart, he had an intense premonition. Once that happened, it would certainly be horrifying beyond limits. Just met and already received such a big gift. I'm actually a bit unworthy. Then I shall return it doubled. Xuanhuan smirked with devilish charm, and with a simple flick of his finger, a powerful connection suddenly radiated outwards. Following the movement of his finger, the cultivation technique names resting on the book instantly flew out from its pages. First emerged were individual characters. This moment, those characters suddenly transformed into streams of sword light, directly rushing toward the experts from Devil Heaven Palace, hovering above the sky. That's my Tian, my divine sword? How could it have been absorbed into this book? What kind of treasure is this exactly? One expert from Devil Heaven Palace shouted loudly. Trembling in his voice was boundless terror. Quick defend. Golden light protection. Immortal true body. Vajra indestructible. Golden bell cover. The experts of Devil Heaven Palace felt their scalps go numb, hastily activating defensive techniques. No. My Tianmai Divine Sword technique is weapon-based. Quickly dodge. Don't try to block it directly. The master of the Tianmai Divine Sword urgently warned with trembling voice. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Some extremely quick-reacting experts had already hastily withdrawn their defensive techniques and scattered in panic, looking as clumsy and pitiful as could be. And those who hadn't heard clearly or hadn't reacted yet felt a sudden weight upon their hearts. And by now, it was already too late to evade. Boom, boom. A series of techniques pierced through. 3 Emperor-level experts were simultaneously pierced by the Tianmai Divine Sword. Instantly, massive holes were drilled through their bodies, and in an instant, they turned to smoke and vanished. Even their soul avatars were directly crushed into nothingness by the treasure's force. Again, more. Bring them on. 1 for each, no one left behind. And it's free shipping too, darling. Xuanhuan laughed heartily, his fingers wildly flicking like someone playing a lute. Innumerable streams of technique scripts continuously floated into the air, then transformed into horrifying cultivation techniques, returned with interest. Rumble, hiss, swish, swish, swish. Sounds of various techniques continuously echoed through the sky, as if dazzling fireworks had bloomed, covering half the heavens. Hiss, hiss. The experts of Devil Heaven Palace inhaled sharply, their previous air of invincibility completely turned into endless horror. Amidst continuous cries of agony, one body after another plummeted downward. Some fell into rivers, barely surfacing again with their last remaining breath. Some crashed into mountains, shattering peaks, their bodies trembling. Some were directly embedded into the earth, causing the ground to crack like a spiderweb. Others were blasted into the heavens, where a dazzling light flared up, instantly scattering into countless stars across the sky. No matter who they were, at this moment, they were all completely stunned. Chapter 169, Just a Mason. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was filled with surprise and joy, trembling with excitement. At this moment, he felt infinite gratitude. He had a premonition. After this battle, xuanhuan would inevitably become famous throughout the 9 provinces. No, it's not just that. Even the Demon Heaven Palace would tremble at the mention of his name. Not just famous throughout the 9 provinces, but one who suppresses the entire land. Countless living beings would from now on forever remember a single name, xuanhuan. And even now, he's just a powerful cultivator who hasn't yet entered the Saint King stage. Yet, like a late bloomer overtaking earlier ones, his reputation may even surpass those rich and powerful experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire. All of this was granted by the senior. How could he not feel deeply grateful? Senior, you've practically devoted your heart and soul to our Vermilion Bird Empire. From now on, you are the god of our Vermilion Bird Empire. The Vermilion Bird Emperor clasped his hands behind his back, gazing in the direction of the imperial kitchen from afar. The joy in his eyes couldn't be concealed. At this moment, xuanhuan suddenly changed expression. He looked at his own hands in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt that 4 of his magical treasures had sent out some energy into his dantian. Is this the great opportunity Senior Lin mentioned? It has already begun. Could this opportunity be a direct power-up? Is it too showy? He couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. Immediately, the aura of the 4 magical treasures rushed into his dantian. He clearly felt his strength skyrocketing. Did I just ascend 1 level? In this instant? Another level. Wow, I skipped 3 levels at once. Saint King cultivation stage? I have actually reached the Saint King stage. He was trembling with excitement, so moved in this moment that he wanted to kneel directly to the ground and worship toward the direction of the imperial kitchen. At this time, Old Lin had already sensed the change in his aura and couldn't help but reveal a warm expression of approval. Saint King level? Didn't expect it. This brat who trained for 7 days and kept slacking off, now suddenly rivals my strength. Senior, thank you for bestowing this opportunity. Old Lin smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with tears. Among the younger generation, he cherished xuanhuan the most. Not only because the kid possessed extraordinary talent, but also because, even though he appeared reckless on the surface, he was genuinely kind-hearted. Even more importantly, he bore great responsibility for the Vermilion Bird Empire. Once, he had received a hint from the Vermilion Bird Emperor that this boy should be cultivated as the next emperor. And now, Senior Lin Tian's small push had instantly elevated the boy beyond his cultivation level. Just a slight assistance allowed this boy to ascend directly to the rank of Saint King. If the seniors supported him further, wouldn't the kid just fly to the heavens? Didn't you all just say he was a mere insect? Now tell me, who exactly is the insect? xuanhuan smiled lightly, hands behind his back, with 4 flying magical treasures circling him. His body slowly floated up into the higher skies. Then, he looked down upon the strongest experts of the Demon Heaven Palace. We are the insects. Under the sky, the arrogant experts of the Demon Immortal Palace who were so audacious moments ago, now knelt on the ground shivering in fear. They didn't want to submit, but their power was far inferior. If they didn't submit now, they'd only be ruthlessly annihilated. Their only choice was to prostrate themselves on the ground, begging pitifully. Still not kneeling? xuanhuan continued. Plop, plop. The experts of the Demon Heaven Palace scattered around, under the sound like thunder, knelt down one after another. Fearful of showing insufficient respect, when their knees hit the ground, they even cracked high mountains. Even those Demon Heaven Palace experts who had fallen into remote places, unseen by xuanhuan, trembled on their knees. All because they were truly conquered. Now you know what to do next? xuanhuan smiled very satisfiedly, subtly indicating, Big brother, rest assured. We'll immediately take the initiative to repair the barrier and will never dare step across it again. Demon Cloud Emperor trembled all over, hurriedly said respectfully. Exactly. From now on, our Demon Heaven Palace will never set foot here again. May we leave now? We will repair the barrier right away, guaranteeing your satisfaction. If there's even a single crack, Big Brother may take our heads. We will surely build it with full dedication. Not even a fly will be able to pass through. Not a single thing shall ever disturb your cultivation again. Terrified and trembling, the experts from the Demon Heaven Palace hurriedly lifted themselves into the air and awkwardly darted into the gap. Immediately, they began repairing the cracks using Taoist laws without wasting a single moment. In this moment, even the experts at the Emperor level turned into mere masons. Their speed was astonishing, and they worked extremely carefully, fearing even the slightest oversight. At this moment, what used to be a powerful barrier was no longer an obstacle to them, but had instead become their shield of survival. How could they dare to be careless? Soon enough, the barrier was completely restored. The experts from the Demon Heaven Palace collectively exhaled in relief and dared not remain here a second longer. One by one, they fled in disgrace, quickly vanishing on the other side. This great battle had finally come to an end. The sky gradually returned to calm, and every expert's heart trembled with shock. Countless experts from the central continent stared in wide-eyed disbelief. No matter how they tried, they couldn't wrap their minds around it. How could a weakling, armed with only 4 treasures, drive away a mighty enemy and protect peace in the 9 provinces? Yet, things were clearly not as simple as they appeared. Was xuanhuan truly the one who defeated those experts? No, it was the supreme expert who bestowed the treasures upon him. Just how powerful must that supreme expert be? The question instantly flashed through their minds. Very soon, except for the experts of the 4 imperial courts, all others returned the way they came. At last, they felt relieved. As for the experts from the 4 imperial courts, all remained in the xuanhu imperial court. After this grand battle, the xuanhu imperial court had been left in ruins. Its mountains and rivers had collapsed. They needed swords in the hands of cultivators to rebuild. Now under the leadership of the Vermilion Bird Empire, the 4 imperial courts were united as one and naturally would not abandon this mess. Without hesitation, they extended their helping hands. xuanhuan and Old Lin, however, headed straight toward the imperial kitchen. Now that the crisis was resolved and the opportunity granted by a senior had already been accepted by xuanhuan, it was time to return the treasures. Senior Lin, I'm already a martial sovereign now, perhaps even stronger than you. Don't you dare get cocky, brat. Just because you've risen to the level of martial sovereign doesn't mean you can surpass me in a fair fight. Want to test that? You dare raise your hands against your elder? Do you even want to keep surviving in this world? Hee, I was just kidding. You'll always be my most respected senior. Even if I later become an expert at the same level as the martial emperors we saw today, I would never dare to disrespect you. That's better. You brat do have some ambition, wanting to break through to the martial emperor level? Truthfully, even I didn't know that the martial emperor realm even existed before today. The path of cultivation is endless. Now that a new realm has emerged, why not aim for it? But it's extremely difficult. You already have the will, which is impressive enough. Senior gave me this opportunity, which means he already considers me a disciple. With such a formidable senior, reaching the level of martial emperor is not a dream. You've got a point. The old and young flew past, leaving waves of joyful laughter in their wake. Then they flew low, rushing straight toward the Vermilion Bird Empire. Soon enough, their figures appeared inside the imperial kitchen. First, they paid respect to the divine beasts before solemnly approaching Lin Tian. You came. Did you win? Lin Tian smiled slightly, secretly amazed in his heart. He had won so quickly? But when he thought about it again, it was understandable. Though the rewards from the system weren't of much use, to the people of this world, they were top-grade treasures. Take, for example, the Tungwang Pavilion Preface. With his calligraphy skills, wouldn't it literally blind others with brilliance? Chapter 170, bestowing another opportunity? How generous, senior. Thank you, senior. We have indeed won, and won beautifully. Old Lin said Jidong Ly. Thank you for your gracious gift, senior. Zhu Wuhan was even more Jidong, trembling all over, feeling that the senior before him was nothing short of the kindest elder in the world. There's no need to be so polite. Just a few minor things, 10 or 8 pieces. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively and relaxed. It seemed his guess had been spot on, whether the flute or the chessboard. In the end, it had simply been a competition of craftsmanship. Like a comparison between 2 antiques, the final judgment lay in which was older, rarer, certainly not measured by which one could hold more water. Senior, we've come to return them. Zhu Wuhan respectfully presented the 4 magical artifacts with both hands. Just a few minor things. Why bother? Lin Tian waved again, originally intending to give these items to the other party. But as he was about to, a new thought occurred to him. The reason he had been treated with such favor in the Zhuge imperial court was precisely because he possessed these items. Scarcity breeds value. Affection for the item spreads to the owner. If the other party now possessed these things, would they still respect him as before? Would they still allow him sole dominion over the imperial kitchen, undisturbed by others? Fine, hand them over to me, he said indifferently, and took the 4 items, casually tossing them into the warehouse. Hiss. At this scene, Old Lin and xuanhuan were instantly stunned. The two exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock, as if a mountain had crumbled before them. Senior is truly unfathomable. Artifacts powerful enough to shake the 8 wilds and 4 seas, casually tossed aside like trash? Could it be that even such mighty treasures are nothing to him? Just how strong is Senior? A martial god? Or even beyond that? What rank lies beyond the martial god? Endless questions flooded their minds, shaking their frail hearts. At this moment, their reverence had reached the peak. Senior, if I may be so bold to ask. At this moment, Old Lin suddenly took a deep breath, his eyes filled with intense tension. Say what you want to say. Lin Tian smiled gently. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind. What could this person possibly want to ask him? That falling object. How does Senior plan to deal with it? As soon as this sentence was spoken, Old Lin's heart started pounding violently. He had personally sensed the subtle energy within the core of the fallen star. Throughout the entire Jiuzhou realm, aside from the martial emperor of the Devil Heaven Palace, almost no one could forcefully break through the defense of the celestial core and obtain it. Thus, although countless experts rushed to acquire it, except for the one chosen by the core itself, practically no one else could. And that chosen one could be a top-tier expert, an infant in the cradle, or even a beast roaming the mountains. As for when the chosen one would appear, it was completely unpredictable. It could happen in a flash, or after thousands, or even 10,000s of years. Too many uncertainties meant that such a chosen person could be directly ruled out. Therefore, only someone of extraordinary strength could obtain the celestial core. Now, though this item did not belong to Lin Tian, it might as well have. Yet Senior Lin Tian treated artifacts even superior to the celestial core like trash, tossing them casually into a warehouse. Clearly, he wouldn't even glance at the core. Therefore, better to confirm the ownership of the celestial core. Now, after Zhu Wuhan received the opportunity bestowed by Senior, the Senior showed no surprise, only obvious delight. This indicated, though Zhu Wuhan was not his disciple, he had become as close as one. Perhaps, the opportunity of the celestial core would also be given to Zhu Wuhan. How to deal with it? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, his heart brimming with suspicion. The hell? What they referred to was obviously the most powerful artifact. Why are you asking me? Spoken as though it belonged to me. Even I would kill to obtain such a massive opportunity. How the hell am I supposed to decide its fate? Lin Tian grumbled inwardly, yet his face bore a slight smile. It must belong to someone of extraordinary talent. Someone capable of ascending to the heavens in one step. As he spoke, a wave of longing filled his heart. According to the script of the fated protagonist, after a soul transmigrates, countless opportunities rain down, and rapid ascension follows immediately. But for him, it had only been a fantasy. One who can ascend in a single step? I understand. Old Lin's eyes lit up, his body trembling with Thidong once more. After Zhu Wuhan obtained the opportunity, he immediately ascended from a practically insignificant cultivator straight to the rank of martial sovereign. Wasn't that exactly the legendary ascending in a single step? The Senior's meaning is clearly to bestow this weakest artifact upon Zhu Wuhan. This kid is in for a fortune, just ascended in one step, and now he receives such a treasure. With 2 major opportunities appearing at once, isn't this kid about to soar into the heavens? If I'm not mistaken, the Senior must have secretly set up the sales of 300, placing restrictions on the artifact. No one but this little Zhu Wuhan can claim it. His eyes gleamed with wild excitement. Suddenly he furrowed his brows, kicked Zhu Wuhan beside him lightly. You kid, why aren't you kneeling to thank the Senior yet? Thank you, Senior. Zhu Wuhan scratched his head, looking completely stunned, still unaware at this moment that another great opportunity had just been granted to him. Still, he obediently knelt down and kowtowed. Then the two, with infinite gratitude, flew away. What's going on here? I merely spoke a word of reflection. Why did they become so ecstatic? Why do I feel like we're talking across different servers? Lin Tian couldn't help but feel confused, scratching his head. He had a vague feeling that something was off. One day later, the Jiuzhou trembled. A name, like the rising sun, instantly spread across the entire cultivation world of Jiuzhou. Every cultivator simultaneously remembered this name. Zhuke Imperial Court. Zhu Wuhan, a previously unknown cultivator, now wielding for artifacts, fought against an expert from Devil Heaven Palace. In the end, he terrified the expert so much that they fled in disgrace, never daring to set foot there again. And he even repaired the barrier himself. I've never heard of this name before. How could a cultivator below the martial sovereign truly control for artifacts? Come on, who would believe such nonsense? Even a martial sovereign would struggle to control ordinary artifacts, let alone manipulate world-level artifacts simultaneously. This situation definitely doesn't make sense. But the incident made a huge stir, spreading all across Central Plains. I heard the Alliance Guardians even had experts who witnessed it with their own eyes. This defies the heavenly Tao completely. It must be fake. Some raised doubts, but were soon met with brutal slaps to the face, because more and more people who had personally participated in that battle stepped forward, recounting the event in vivid detail. And what they described was exactly the same. Even the protagonist's lines matched perfectly, especially that strange phrase, free shipping, dear customer, left people deeply puzzled, speculating whether it might be the secret mantra for controlling 4 artifacts. Of course, they didn't know that those so-called artifacts had been in Lin Tian's presence for so long that, without intent, a spiritual connection had formed. That phrase from another world was merely a slip of the tongue from Zhu Wuhan. Chapter 171. No need for the hassle, just attack together. More and more people began mentioning xuanhuan. Before long, many had remembered this suddenly risen prodigy. Some were even amazed that this kid had directly ascended to the level of martial sovereign, though his actual strength had not yet been confirmed. The rumors circulating were already vivid and detailed enough to force people to believe that this sudden prodigy, even if not quite reaching the remarkable level of martial sovereign, must have experienced a massive increase in power. And at this very moment, no one was more shocked than those within the Vermilion Bird dynasty. Originally, xuanhuan's talent had already been very high, but limited by the dynasty's scarce resources, his cultivation progress had been quite slow. Even those whose cultivation level was nearly equal still harbored hope, believing that although this kid might eventually surpass them one day, there wouldn't be too much of a gap. But now, one day after waking up, everyone else was still exactly where they were before. Yet this kid had suddenly soared skyward, directly reaching the rank of martial sovereign. Moreover, the previously vague and embryonic form of the sword sage he somehow attained from an unknown opportunity had now fully solidified. He had directly entered the rank of sword sage. Dual cultivation of sword and martial arts, both reaching the rank of sovereign. And all this within the blink of an eye. Instantly, it stirred a mix of jealousy and resentment among the young generation. It was as though they saw him shooting skyward like a rocket, while they could only slowly pedal behind on their tiny bicycles, drenched in sweat chasing after him. Even more frustrating was the realization that they all knew their own limits. Even with maximum effort, they might only reach the martial sovereign level after a long period of time. By then, he may already be soaring far beyond the heavens. Merely thinking about this transformed envy and hatred into deep admiration. At this moment, in the massive training ground, cries of shock never ceased. Of course, these were the defiant geniuses and prodigies determined to personally test the endless rumors circulating within the Vermilion Bird dynasty. Through friendly sparring with xuanhuan, heaven-shaking and earth-shattering, sword chi traversing 80,000 miles, killing someone within 10 steps, hidden swords in all 8 directions. With explosive cries, one figure after another soared into the sky, blocking out the sunlight. At least 10 prodigies hovered mid-air, unleashing their most powerful techniques without holding anything back. Their moves were filled with intense fury, all because xuanhuan had lightly remarked, "Why bother? Challenging one at a time wastes this young master's time. Just attack altogether. Whoever's there, this young master welcomes them all." This arrogant statement, seemingly over the top, was spoken by him with such nonchalance. Not long ago, he was still getting crushed by at least 3 prodigies from his same generation. Now, however, he directly looked down upon them. How could anyone tolerate that? In an instant, dazzling lights of various techniques burst across the battlefield. Blades of sword gleamed frostily like lightning strikes. Punches and kicks came in continuous waves. Moreover, those skilled in all 18 types of weapons continuously summoned divine treasures and dazzling, complex techniques, throwing them all together in a chaotic flurry. In a flash, it seemed as though countless armies were galloping down from the heavens. Yet xuanhuan stood there with his hands behind his back, smiling gently as he gazed up at the sky. Though thousands and 10,000s oppose me, I shall proceed alone. That tyrannical aura erupted from his body instantly. Bring forth the sword. As he lightly uttered the 2 words, the sword hanging not far away suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, with a sudden ringing sound, the sword leapt out of its sheath, carving a beautiful arc across the sky. Immediately afterward, buzzing noises rang out. The sword emitted blinding brilliance, like a rainbow piercing the sun, instantly charging toward those sword chi techniques. Boom. After a single strike from the flying sword, those sword chi techniques were instantly shattered into pieces. The sword and martial cultivators suspended midair couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock, hearts pounding. How is this possible? 3 days ago on the training ground, my sword chi technique forced him to retreat repeatedly. Now he didn't even need to personally intervene, simply summoning a flying sword to counter mine? I'm even more frustrated. This kid used to avoid me whenever he saw me, afraid to even fight me, yet now he didn't even bother to glance at my sword technique. Just the aura from that flying sword is beyond what we can withstand. It seems the legend was true after all. This kid really has reached the level of sword sovereign. At this moment, those sword-wielding martial experts were completely convinced, finally believing that the rumor was indeed true. This kid, immediately after reaching sword sovereign, had already displayed terrifying combat power. This was still without him learning any more advanced cultivation techniques. If he had even more powerful techniques to back him up, how terrifying would he become? Xiuxian fist. Never mind, perhaps I shouldn't use such a terrifying fist technique. You're all good brothers after all. I don't want to scare the piss out of you. xuanhuan raised his fist, and in an instant, his aura erupted. A massive phantom fist instantly appeared above his head. Yet, he shook his head, directly dispersing the phantom with a wave. The Xiuxian fist was too fierce and powerful. If he lost control of his strength, even slightly, he might actually injure these little brats. It was better to just use the gentlest method to neutralize them. In the next moment, he let out a loud shout, and both feet stomped heavily into the ground. The earth cracked in all directions like a spiderweb, spreading outward. A powerful aura surged skyward in an instant. Then, with a fierce motion, he threw a punch straight at the incoming fist techniques. Just a simple punch, no techniques, no formations, yet brutally effective. Boom. Endless torrents of fist wind gushed out from his fist, directly affecting the rainstorm of fist shadows raining down from the sky. Hiss. It wasn't only the martial experts using the fist techniques. Even the surrounding spectators couldn't help but suck in a breath sharply, eyes widening. They froze in place, using the sheer pressure of a normal punch to face a sky full of falling fist shadows. How arrogant could this kid be? One must know, even martial king experts would hesitate to take such fierce techniques head-on. This little fellow was clearly the bold calf, who feared no tigers. In the next second, as a crashing sound rang out, Xuanhuan's aura suddenly surged violently, directly colliding with those fist shadows. At the moment of impact, the fist shadows vanished as though blown away by wind. The several martial cultivators who had unleashed the fist shadows widened their eyes in shock, their faces turning pale. Their full power techniques had actually been shattered by the opponent? What was there left to fight for? Clearly, this guy was already a solidified martial king cultivator. Chapter 172, believe me now? Based on their strength, in an actual battle, they would only be crushed mercilessly by the opponent. Right now, they could only feel fortunate that this was merely a sparring match instead of real combat. Otherwise, just that one punch from the opponent, if delivered without restraint, would have left them seriously injured on the spot. At the same time, illusory images of various martial arts weapons came crashing down fiercely. Xuanhuan slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly preparing to use some technique. Yet in the next second, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing an arrogant, conceited smile. This flashy move might work well against an opponent of the same cultivation level. But the problem is, I'm now a martial sovereign. Why should I bother countering with the same level of technique? Come at me directly. As his voice fell, a surge of aura instantly rose from beneath his feet, like a transparent glass sphere, enveloping his entire body. The most basic protective technique. Aura barrier. If someone of the same cultivation level uses it, it can only serve as a momentary defense and will shatter after 1 second. But his aura is clearly stronger, fiercer, and denser. This is no longer just the most basic protective technique. Given his cultivation has advanced to the level of martial sovereign, this defense has become impenetrable. This kid is truly arrogant, but we can't help but admit it. He truly has the capability to be arrogant. After a brief moment of shock, everyone was completely convinced. It seemed they had already foreseen the result of this confrontation. Indeed, just at that moment, those sharp illusory weapons fiercely smashed onto Xuanhuan's body. Bang, bang, bang. Intense crashing sounds echoed, yet the protective aura around his body remained completely intact. Meanwhile, the illusory weapons scattered around him and shattered into pieces. So far, all techniques had been completely blocked. Moreover, Xuanhuan hadn't even truly launched an attack yet. At this moment, although he still appeared somewhat young and immature, the slight upturn of his lips already revealed that he had truly attained the might of a martial sovereign. The rumors are indeed true. He really has entered the martial sovereign stage. He wasn't just bragging. I knew he must have obtained an incredible opportunity. It said that he single-handedly suppressed the so-called 5 emperors. It seems the legends were indeed true. Otherwise, there's no way he could have become such a formidable martial sovereign overnight. At this moment, whether spectators or those who had engaged him in combat, all felt convinced and submitted willingly. Especially those defeated, who now floated down, their faces filled with deep admiration. Big brother, how did you actually do it? Did you really gain some rare chance? Can you share a bit of that opportunity with us? We all know you're the best. Maybe wherever you went holds more opportunities. Just tell us, and I'll treat you today. I heard the chef at the nearby imperial kitchen makes incredibly delicious meals. Today, I'll have him prepare a grand feast to reward our big brother. Instantly, everyone gathered around him like stars surrounding the moon. As for that chef, I advise you all not to provoke him. Mentioning the so-called chef caused Xuanhuan's expression to subtly change. Crap, that was a top-tier expert. Throughout the entire Jiuzhou, there hadn't been a single forced challenger who could suppress him. Even more so, with just a single glance from him, he could slaughter enemies in all directions. These idiots actually wanted that chef to cook for them? Wasn't that equivalent to suicide? The old master's temperament is indeed quite mild. The problem is, beside him are some hot-tempered divine beasts. For instance, that dog. Although it appears quite ordinary, its aura unmistakably indicates formidable power. In other words, its cultivation strength is unfathomable. Big brother, you're really amazing. Can you tell us how you did it? Yeah, if you reveal your secret to us, we'll let you do whatever you want. Several female cultivators coquettishly twisted their bodies, eyes filled with flirtatious glances, making Xuanhuan's face turn slightly red. Actually there's no secret involved. It's simply through redoubled effort. Believe me, if you work twice as hard, you will certainly achieve the same results. Xuanhuan immediately served them a bowl of inspirational jitang. Everyone froze instantly. The entire area instantly fell into silence. You can achieve it simply through twice the effort? Don't kid us. The birth of a powerful expert doesn't rely solely on doubled effort. It requires exceptional innate talent as well. Other than these two things, the formation of a true expert also requires powerful opportunities. Without such opportunities, even hundreds or thousands times more effort would be useless. The secret this kid just spoke of, how superficial was it? It was practically the most superficial answer possible. So big brother is actually this mean. If you don't want to say it, just forget it. Why be so deliberately evasive? Hey big brother, this is definitely your mistake. If you really don't want to share your secret with us, you can just say it directly. Why do this? Yeah, what big brother did is really quite disappointing. Those experts who had been filled with hope just moments ago, now slightly frowned, revealing deep disappointment on their faces. It's truly something I cannot say, really I cannot. Xuanhuan bitterly smiled, eventually slowly shaking his head. Back then, old Master Lin had instructed specifically, Lingtian Sr., in spite of possessing such overwhelming power, still stayed in the imperial kitchen, pretending to be just a humble cook. There was only one possible explanation. That was, he preferred to remain low-key, not wishing for others to discover his true strength or true identity. Therefore, absolutely, under no circumstances could he reveal the existence of Lingtian Sr. Even if everyone else already knew, he still must never say it himself, or else calamity would surely follow. Thus, under no condition could he disclose the existence of his senior. Forget it, looks like he really won't talk. We have always been sparring partners, exchanging insights. Yet who could have imagined that in the end, once he climbed to the top, he simply abandoned all previous understandings. Sure enough, the noble-minded have many things to forget. After all, we're no longer on the same cultivation level. It's understandable we would be looked down upon. If we want to sit on equal footing with him, we must strive hard ourselves to quickly elevate to his level. If effort really worked, why bother with talent? Instantly, those younger cultivators shot glances of cold sarcasm and started with sharp-tongued mocking. Xuanhuan immediately turned visibly embarrassed, about to explain that he truly had a secret hardship. Boom. A surge of oppressive force suddenly burst from the sky, as if forcefully ripping through the heavens. Chapter 173, Whether you are or not, now you are. All the powerful experts instantly froze and hurriedly looked up to the sky. At this moment, an elder wearing a long robe floated down slowly from the heavens. It was none other than Elder Lin. Pay respects to Elder Lin. Seeing the elder appear, everyone's hearts trembled and they quickly knelt to the ground. No need for formalities. You may all leave for now. Elder Xuanhuan remains. Elder Lin said lightly. His voice allowed no objection. Yes. The younger generation of experts obediently departed one by one. Soon, the training ground was left with only an elder and a youth. Elder Lin, I heard that in these past few days, many empires and sects from the Jiuzhou realm have already started visiting the Vermilion Bird Empire. And they've brought many gifts. You've been so busy personally receiving them. How do you have time to come here and reprimand the younger generation? With no outsiders present, Xuanhuan wore a very casual smile. All because of you, you brat. Elder Lin smiled faintly and glanced sideways at the young man. For me, don't worry. I remember exactly what you told me. I absolutely won't reveal your existence. Xuanhuan hurriedly assured him. Not about that. Elder Lin waved his hand slightly, his expression growing slightly solemn as he looked up toward the sky. Do you really believe all these visitors have come with good intentions? Of course. Ever since our Vermilion Bird Empire showed its strength, not only the three major empires, even the Zhongzhou Guardian Alliance and the Heaven-Earth Alliance now show us some fear. Not to mention those sects from other realms. They dare not underestimate the Vermilion Bird Empire anymore. However, if you think they're really just coming to offer resources as tribute, then you've underestimated them. Xuanhuan was taken aback, then immediately fell into thought. A few seconds later, his eyes lit up as though he had suddenly understood. They're after the descending treasure? You're quite smart after all. It seems your intellect has rapidly improved along with your power. Elder Lin chuckled in satisfaction and gently patted Xuanhuan's shoulder. The next second, his expression grew even more serious. It has been a long time since a treasure last descended. Now that one has appeared, many see it as their own opportunity. Therefore, they willingly offer their most valuable resources, all just for a try at obtaining the treasure. There are many top experts who foolishly attempt to tear through the barrier by force, but that method will not work. On the other hand, some extraordinary young talents believe they might stand a chance and are trying more moderate means to open the barrier. Do you understand what I'm implying? Elder Lin hinted heavily. You mean that if more people show up, there's a good chance one of them might be the chosen one selected by the treasure? Xuanhuan blinked, then immediately grasped the meaning. You're not stupid after all. Based on the current influence of our Vermilion Bird Empire, we could prevent all these people from entering. But they've come bearing gifts and courtesy, so we must respond in kind. Therefore, it's like saying everyone has a chance to participate in the treasure trial. We don't have much time left. You must seize the treasure as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the one chosen by destiny truly appears, the opportunity will vanish. Elder Lin gazed intently and spoke loudly. I understand. Xuanhuan looked thoughtful and nodded gently. Then suddenly, he tightly clenched his fist. He didn't know whether he was the destined one or not. But, if the elder said he was, then he was. After all, the treasure essentially belonged to the elder, and the elder had already granted this opportunity to him. How could he disappoint the elder by failing to obtain the treasure promptly? Thus, he must seize the treasure as quickly as possible. The next second, the elder and the young man shot into the sky, rushing straight toward the Beast Mountain. At this moment, in the Beast Mountain, figures of powerful cultivators streaked across the sky, rushing desperately toward the abyss. At the sight of the abyss, the crowd had already grown dense beyond measure. Constantly passing through the clouds high above were figures of experts at the level of xiuxian, undoubtedly among the top tier of this world. These top powerhouses had no need to remain low-key. They traveled openly through the sky, their very presence exuding an immense pressure. Those flying at a lower altitude were slightly weaker cultivators who dared not lose sight of the crowd below. Because, before a treasure, human hearts are unpredictable. If those top experts suddenly decided to attack them to increase their own chance of acquiring the treasure in some unseen corner, they would die pointlessly and unfairly. Yet in front of the public, even the strongest cultivators wouldn't dare commit such a despicable act. Not only the powerful cultivators who had already reached a high level, but even those who had just awakened their martial cultivation potential and barely stepped into the cultivation path were also arriving in a continuous stream. All of them chose to enter the Beast Mountain on foot. Of course, everyone who entered here had protection from powerful experts from their own sects or clans. Otherwise, with their current strength, even if they wouldn't be instantly killed by those experts, they would definitely be devoured by the beasts. In an instant, the entire Beast Mountain became extraordinarily lively. It was thousands and thousands of times more crowded than usual. It was all because Zhuge Huangzhu had been very generous, not restricting experts from various factions from entering. Even more, he had sent many powerful experts to guard the surroundings, ensuring the safety of those cultivators with weaker strength. In dark and hidden corners, short battles occasionally broke out. These fights were naturally very brief. They were even fleeting. Some experts fell, without even having the chance to let out a scream. The attackers, of course, must have had confidence in a one-strike kill, otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have acted. After all, should they fail, it could very likely provoke hostility from the sects or clans behind those weaker cultivators. Throughout the Beast Mountain, a series of dark and bloody slaughters were playing out, and right in front of the abyss, hundreds of powerful experts hovered above the chasm, each with cold expressions and looks of deep resentment. As top-tier experts, naturally no one could contend with them for the first opportunity. Thus, they were the first ones eager to obtain the treasure. Yet after trying, they finally realized that even with their immense power, they were simply unable to claim the artifact. However, even now, they refused to leave with regret. They all wanted to see exactly which damned bastard would end up obtaining this treasure. Among these experts, at least 30% came from the Zhongzhou Guardian Alliance and the Heaven-Earth Alliance. The remaining were naturally the experts from various clans and sects. As they returned without success, it was finally the turn for the unaffiliated wandering experts to step forward. Yet, the results were no different. Heavenly Journey Sword, Blazing Dragon, Flame God Spear, Heaven-Shattering, Earth-Smashing Fist, Fall of the Celestial Stone. The unaffiliated experts who believed in their own strength immediately unleashed their most deep martial arts techniques upon stepping forward. The next second, bang, 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 a series of explosive sounds rang out, and cries of shock followed. One by one, the experts spat out blood, tightly clutching their chests, having been severely wounded by the backlash from the protective barrier of the treasure artifact. Chapter 174, The Chosen One appears? Hiss. He's actually this strong? My strength is enough to tear apart a mountain. I never expected to be shattered like this. It seems this treasure is truly beyond our reach. Even a genius like me came here, yet this is the outcome. Master, I've disappointed you. I'm really not the genius you thought I was. I'm not even worthy to live. Arriving with great confidence, in this moment, he had completely lost all faith. Some even lost the will to cultivate altogether. The top experts in the sky exchanged smirks, their faces filled with contempt. With such a weak voice, you dare to steer a warship? With mental fortitude like this, you actually dare to dream of obtaining a treasure? Purely overestimating yourself. As these self-proclaimed mighty experts withdrew, it was finally time for the younger generation to step forward. These youths, however, weren't as easily discouraged. Instead, they carefully employed their techniques, cautiously testing themselves, as if trying to determine whether they were the chosen ones. Soon, many wore expressions of despair. Arriving with fiery determination, they left red-faced and embarrassed. My talent is supreme. Everyone said I had the best chance of obtaining this treasure. Then why did I also fail? This is absolutely impossible. With my talent, I should have obtained the treasure already. Why isn't the treasure reacting at all? What's going on? Could it be I really am not the chosen one? If I'm not, then why did heaven grant me such talent? Isn't that just a cruel joke? Some shook their heads in sighs. Some cried out in grief. Others simply collapsed mentally. These young cultivators had been born with incredible talents. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arrived here with such excitement. Yet now, they finally realized that having talent didn't necessarily mean being the chosen one. Limitless hopes were suddenly snuffed out like flames in the wind. Doubt toward their own lives took root deep in their hearts. One after another in front collapsed and fell back. Yet behind, the powerful experts remained full of confidence. At this moment, two figures slowly descended. Just from the aura radiating from them, one could tell they were two top experts. However, they were like pebbles falling into the ocean, causing not the slightest ripple. After all, everyone gathered here were top experts. Each one could be described as possessing monstrous talent. These two experts couldn't even be considered the most gifted, especially one of them who was an old man, naturally possessing no chance of obtaining the treasure. The other, exuding an air of boundless nobility, attracted merely a few slight glances. These two were naturally Lin Lao and Zhu Wuan, and at this very moment, suddenly, cries of shock burst out from the front. Even the experts floating in the skies trembled, their eyes widening in sudden shock, as if witnessing something utterly unimaginable. The treasure is emitting powerful light. It seems as if it's excited. Could the chosen one truly have appeared? Among these people, could it be him? Everyone's gazes locked directly on the forefront of the queuing crowd. A young man at the front first wore a stunned expression, then his face overflowed with wild joy. Is it me? I'm the chosen one. Otherwise, why would the treasure reveal such a sign when it's my turn? Ha ha ha. I knew I wasn't ordinary. The youth burst into hearty laughter, reaching the peak of excitement. Treasure, I'm coming. In the next second, unable to contain himself, his figure moved, rushing directly toward the abyss. Wait, it's you after all? You insulted our Heaven's Covenant back then. Today let's settle this debt immediately. Want to escape? At the very moment that figure soared into the air, suddenly at least 10 figures shot toward him like arrows. What? The young man was greatly shocked, halting midair in an instant. He had absolutely never expected someone to charge at him at this moment. Raise fire to the heavens. Wound the heart with 10,000 arrows. Falling meteors. Heavenly Pegasus meteor punch. Wave after wave of martial techniques crushed mercilessly toward the so-called chosen one. Never having witnessed such a scene, the man's eyes widened. In deep terror, he didn't even remember to activate his defensive skills. As a piercing scream rang out, his body disintegrated into dust before the eyes of all the mighty experts. Hiss. In an instant, complete silence blanketed the entire area. At this moment, no one moved to intervene, nor did anyone shout or rebuke. He's being way too arrogant, isn't he? He was already next in line, and yet he was crushed like this? Xuanhuan blinked, and in an instant, his face was filled with anger. You really think this person truly offended the Heaven's Covenant? Lin Lao slightly furrowed his brows and whispered, isn't that the case? Of course not. This person was considered the chosen one by them. Once he obtained the treasure, he would certainly become a true expert through this opportunity. These Heaven's Covenant experts killed him simply to wait for their own stronger experts to arrive and forcefully claim the treasure. If I'm not mistaken, there is someone in the Heaven's Covenant who surpasses even the Heaven's Covenant leader. Lin Lao's pupils shrank, and his expression involuntarily turned tense. He had a premonition that a bloodbath would soon erupt here. It would become even more difficult for Xuanhuan to obtain the treasure. The treasure is still glowing? Could it be that the person earlier wasn't truly the chosen one? At this moment, the various floating experts in the sky changed expressions once again. Then, their gazes, filled with killing intent, directly turned toward the younger generation below. They understood. The treasure radiating brilliant light proved that the chosen one was indeed among these young cultivators. But no one knew exactly who it was. It's my turn. A cultivator who stood second in line hesitated for a moment before his eyes finally burned with excitement. Then, he stepped forward. I advise you not to test your luck. Wasn't it you who boasted loudly yesterday that all experts from our Heaven's Covenant were cowardly turtles? Now, if you willingly play the coward, we can forget all that's happened. But if you dare to take another step forward, we will settle this for sure. A younger expert from the Heaven's Covenant slowly floated forward. Instantly, they seemed to form a wall of bodies, blocking the abyss entrance. All the younger experts' faces immediately turned grim. At this moment, realization struck. They finally understood. These younger Heaven's Covenant experts weren't just here to defend their sect's honor. They were using baseless accusations to stop anyone who attempted to step forward and approach the treasure. After all, the treasure was already radiating signs of bestowing great fortune. This meant the chosen one was among the line of people. The Heaven's Covenant was clearly attempting to seize the treasure by force. Chapter 175. Know yourself and know your enemy to win 100 battles. With a sudden hua, the young generation immediately became restless. Each of their gazes brimmed with sharpness. How could they possibly swallow such an insult? They were full of youthful passion and anger. Moreover, anyone who dared to show up here considered themselves a prodigy destined to obtain the magical artifact. The reason they hadn't soared into the skies was simply because they hadn't received great opportunities. Now, an opportunity lay right in front of them. Seizing it might make them top experts. And each of them believed this opportunity was naturally prepared for themselves. Yet now, someone stood before them and declared, all your efforts up to this point were in vain. Just one more step. Just one step away from becoming the truly fortunate chosen ones. But now they were told to halt again. How could they bear with that? In an instant, the crowd became furious. What a joke. You think your Heaven and Earth alliance is so mighty? Though admittedly, they do have the grounds to be arrogant. They're merely the remnants of a sect whose power has already peaked. If I could touch this opportunity, I could instantly gain massive fortune and power. At that time, let's see how you'd stop me. Don't mock a young man for his poverty. The east side of the river may see glory today, but tomorrow it could be the west side's turn. In an instant, a barrage of verbal attacks exploded like an overwhelming bombardment throughout the Beast Mountain range. Even some people, unable to contain their excitement, subconsciously released their full auras. In a moment, waves of pressure surged skyward, filling the air with a tense and dangerous atmosphere. But those who carelessly emitted their auras stayed hidden from afar in corners, while those who faced the Heaven and Earth Alliance's prodigies dared not utter a word, despite their fury, because they knew they were still far inferior to their opponents. To exaggerate a little, if just spouting words brought little consequence, displaying their auras before them would provoke only one outcome: immediate crushing defeat. They would be obliterated before even obtaining the treasure. There was simply no words to describe how miserable that feeling would be. What a bunch of ants daring to challenge Heaven and Earth. Whoever dares to take a step forward and face death. Our Heaven and Earth Alliance has allied with the Vermilion Bird Empire, and we naturally bear the responsibility of maintaining order here. I advise you all not to act rashly. Who among you dares to step forward with a death wish? The Heaven and Earth Alliance's prodigies floated above the abyss, though not in the ninth heaven. At this moment, they resembled true dragons looking down upon countless experts. One step forward? Those backup experts directly confronting the Heaven and Earth Alliance's group merely entertained the idea, when suddenly their hearts raced wildly. It was as though thunder had struck right before them. They could spew words. They could use defiant language to protect their fragile pride, but they dared not openly challenge them. Though they too considered themselves talents, they still possessed a sliver of self-awareness, knowing that once they took a single step forward, the opponent would mercilessly strike. Even if one managed to defeat a lower-ranking member, elders would still come behind. Would the Heaven and Earth Alliance simply let things slide after being humiliated? If, in return for the celestial artifact, one could instantly gain great fortune and become a dominant genius across the skies, perhaps taking the gamble would be worth it. But the problem was, what if you were not the chosen one? What if you gained nothing while angering a group of powerful enemies? Such a life-risking gamble, naturally, no one dared to take. So arrogant. I'd like to see. Xuanhuan smiled coldly and rolled up his sleeves, ready to step forward. This was their Vermilion Bird Empire's territory. How could outsiders be allowed to act recklessly here? However, he was stopped by Elder Lin. One must remain calm. Now isn't the time for you to appear. Many top clans and sects from the 9 provinces have arrived. Some of the elite sects might even surpass the Heaven and Earth Alliance in power. Remain patient. You will surely learn much. Elder Lin smiled faintly without showing any urgency. As senior elders had said, that treasure was destined for this boy, Xuanhuan. Even if any unexpected situations arose, they would be resolved in a way beyond others' imagination. So why hurry? Why not enjoy a few great shows? There might even be pleasant surprises. I see. Xuanhuan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze lightly sweeping over a few young talents. When he had first arrived, he noticed that these young experts carried extraordinary auras, and a few among them wore calm smiles even now, as if nothing, not even a mountain collapsing before them, could change their composed expressions. Generally speaking, people like him were truly extraordinary geniuses. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. I understand now. Although our Vermilion Bird Empire firmly holds the first place in Qingzhou, there is always someone stronger beyond the sky, someone greater beyond the crowd. Powerful sects are not only limited to the Heaven and Earth Alliance and the Guardian Boundary Alliance. There are still many hidden experts in the 9 provinces capable of extraordinary feats. These individuals may outwardly show great respect to the Vermilion Bird Empire, but how could they truly be content staying behind others? This world has always belonged to the strong. Sooner or later, these so-called Tenu will inevitably clash with our empire. Senior, you want me to use this opportunity to understand their strengths. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan was frantically making guesses. At this moment, finally, a hidden genius couldn't contain himself anymore and stepped forward. So you just want to monopolize the magical artifact, so why bother with such a grand excuse? In the end, obtaining the artifact will still depend on one's strength. Today, I, Han Yufei, would like to see exactly how domineering the Heaven and Earth Alliance can be. A calm voice rang out. Instantly, the crowd parted in surprise, revealing a young man wearing white robes. The young man had handsome features, wore a long robe, and carried a faint smile on his lips. In his pair of eyes that seemed to contain stars, there was a glimmer of disdain. Slowly, he raised his right foot and took a step forward. At once, a ripple of energy surged from the tip of his foot, spreading across the ground. With a slight tremor, the entire terrain violently quivered from this tiny step, as though a dragon was lying dormant beneath the rocks, furiously shaking its body, ready to burst forth from the earth. Han Yufei, the most celebrated genius of the Han family. It's said that the Han family in Zhongzhou has always kept a low profile and hasn't shown itself publicly for a long time. Who could have imagined that they would produce such a rare prodigy? Just now, that single step clearly displayed a Guzun's bearing, and he even held back. At such a young age, reaching such a realm, he must have extraordinary talent, incredible talent indeed, truly unfathomable. That step clearly was a challenge. The Han family has long been beneath the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Now, the Han family's genius dares to publicly challenge them, clearly showing the Han family has already gained considerable strength. Staying low and biding time, not making a sound until it's time to amaze the world. The Han family head is indeed a figure of an overlord. Those top experts floating above the abyss were all slightly taken aback. Chapter 176. This is true heavenly genius. Some of the elder generations even revealed looks of appreciation for talent within their gazes. Under normal circumstances, when seeing such a young genius with immense talent, they would surely do everything possible to recruit him, even secretly using methods such as destroying the opposing family, just to bring him under their wings. Yet at this moment, they had no choice but to consider just what terrifying level of power had the Han family had achieved. To dare oppose the Heaven and Earth Alliance, surely his strength had already reached at least the Emperor of Martial Cultivation Realm. You actually dare not place the Heaven and Earth Alliance in your eyes? Kid, are you tired of living? Wanting to die on the spot? Fine, then I shall grant your wish. The descendants and prodigies of the Heaven and Earth Alliance became agitated, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Among them, the most audacious was also a refined young noble. He stepped forward from the crowd, floating in the air, his face filled with icy disdain. Heaven and Earth Alliance's 18th generation first disciple, Long Wu. It's said that at such a young age, he has already glimpsed the gates of King of Martial Cultivation. A confrontation between dragon and tiger. This is truly a battle of titans. Now we're in for a good show. The battle over the treasure artifact has just begun, yet such prodigious talents are already clashing. It seems that acquiring the artifact won't be easy. Today will probably be filled with bloodshed. The younger generation of prodigies were secretly alarmed, but their hearts now stirred with hope. Certainly, the majority of these prodigies did not possess power rivaling the two. But the problem was, judging from appearances, nobody would have a chance to obtain the artifact once the Heaven and Earth Alliance prodigies appeared. Yet suddenly now, there was to be a battle. A battle would trigger chaos. Chaos would create opportunities. Could it be that I am the chosen of heaven? Otherwise, why would such an opportunity arise before me? Indeed, I am indeed heaven chosen. Although I originally had no chance to obtain the artifact, now chaos suddenly arises. Perhaps a massive melee will occur soon. At that time, I might have the opportunity to reach the artifact. Who knows? Once the artifact is touched, perhaps boundless fortune will follow. Ha! I knew it. My destiny won't be this simple. The opportunity has arrived just in time. They too are just side characters after all. I am the true protagonist. Those prodigies who had been trembling with fear just moments ago, now curled their lips upward slightly, clearly very pleased with themselves. At this moment, Han Yufei and Long Wu locked eyes. Both lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smirk. Next second, Han Yufei's momentum soared into the heavens, directly piercing through the sky, drawing the gaze of the entire crowd. At that moment, a dragon-shaped phantom instantly formed around his body, appearing majestic and powerful. Roar! As the dragon roared, his palms suddenly pushed forward. Endless sword intent. As he shouted these 4 words, countless flashes of light transformed from his body into blades, instantaneously becoming countless flying swords. The swords shot forth, letting out dragon-like roars. TCH, facing such an overwhelming attack filled with killing intent, Long Wu merely gave a mocking smile, his eyes revealing intense contempt, as if the technique was nothing more than child's play to him. And indeed, this proved to be the case. Heavenfall. With a light wave of his hand, ripples instantly appeared in the air, visible waves that solidified into a waterfall-like barrier, blocking all the incoming flying swords. But that was merely the beginning. Then, the two took turns attacking and defending, unleashing increasingly powerful techniques into the sky. During these clashes, both also seized every opportunity to engage in close-range combat. Each clash of fists and feet sent out boundless pressure, continuously spreading outward. The winds and clouds above were already churning wildly. Their fierce battle only made the winds grow stronger, stirring up the heavens and altering the world. For the moment, the two seemed evenly matched. Above the abyss, numerous top experts revealed astonished expressions. At such a young age, they already possessed such strength, truly rare and precious. Their cultivation levels initially seemed similar, and now they are evenly matched. I faintly sense, within their life and death struggle, something akin to mutual admiration. These youths are admirable. With the younger generation now producing true dragons, whoever obtains the artifact will definitely draw worldwide attention. It seems that Zhuzhou indeed has promising future generations. Nods of agreement went around the crowd, their faces filled with warmth. At this moment, all factional prejudices were gone. All enmity was cast aside. In their eyes, the younger generation was the hope. And right now, these 2 young men before them not only displayed astonishing power. More importantly, they possessed a magnanimous humility. This was the true meaning of heavenly genius. And those young juniors at this moment could only stare in disbelief, even forgetting to breathe. Actually this strong? In our generation, there actually exists such a true heavenly genius. They are too strong. I always feel their strength goes beyond what they've shown. They are deliberately holding back, not intentionally, but rather out of mutual admiration. Exactly. Not only are they immensely powerful, but they also possess great virtue. I am no match for them. Coming back to their senses, these younger generations were overwhelmed with admiration. Subconsciously, each asked himself, if I had such power, would I be as refined and graceful as them? Would I, like them, always hold back 3 parts of my strength? In an instant, waves of praise filled the air. Not necessarily because they genuinely respected these two, but because such individuals were incredibly rare. Scarcity breeds value, and naturally, the aura of these two was elevated substantially. Even more importantly, when they displayed their magnanimity, if others remained indifferent or even mocked them, wouldn't it just prove that they themselves were not in the same category? Therefore, when the moment called for it, one must put on a show. Even if deep inside one hoped both would perish, outwardly, one must show great respect. It seems I underestimated you. You are indeed a worthy opponent. With the final clash of techniques, both were simultaneously sent flying 100 meters before stabilizing their stances. Long Wu, instead, smiled slightly, his face filled with admiration. The Heaven and Earth Alliance truly produces countless experts. Just now, I was too arrogant. Today's battle showed me that the power of your alliance cannot be underestimated. Han Yufei smiled slightly, his tone also more courteous. Hua. The surrounding crowd nodded approvingly. Using words as attacks was common, but this kind of mutual respect was extremely precious. This was the true image of heavenly geniuses. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a sharp laughter rang out at that moment, instantly ruining the atmosphere that had been trending toward harmony. Who dared someone be this bold to laugh at these two heavenly geniuses? Chapter 177, 1 verses 2. I'm not worried. In an instant, a series of unfriendly gazes were directly focused toward the source of laughter, then locked onto a handsome figure. Xuanhuan. What nonsense about having a vast heart. I think you're all just hypocritical. Are you really polite on the surface just to perform for others? Do you really believe you are the heavenly prodigy that controls the spotlight? Don't you secretly wish to tear each other apart? Xuanhuan rolled his eyes, barely able to hold back any longer. They were all martial cultivators. What was there to pretend? In the face of spiritual treasures, everyone drooled with desire. Even he himself nearly drooled 3 feet long. Yet he felt not the slightest shame. Because he knew, that was human nature. Human nature could be disguised, but never completely eliminated. This is where human complexity lies, and also one of the measures of being human. 2 heavenly prodigies pretending to be noble. Seeing this really got under his skin. Wah! The 2 prodigies couldn't hold back their fury. Sharp and piercing glances radiated from their eyes. This kid dared to accuse them openly? Didn't he want to live? Most importantly, the moment he spoke, those words were like a sharp sword piercing right through them. How could that be tolerated? Instantly, eyes full of hostility locked directly onto Xuanhuan. Who is he? He looks ordinary, seemingly like a junior powerhouse, an idiotic young hothead, probably, daring to ridicule 2 heavenly prodigies openly? This kid must really be seeking a premature death. Never seen anyone this arrogant before. His background must not be simple either, but there's no guardian beside him, only an old man. Doesn't look like he's from a noble family. Truly a hot-headed idiot. Looking at it this way, what he said has absolutely no reason behind it. It only enraged the 2 prodigies. He's in big trouble. Once they make a move, they could kill him in an instant. The crowd murmured in ridicule. They looked down on Xuanhuan as insignificant. Principles and reasoning only mattered to the strong. A weakling like him could only silently accept injustice, even when black was called white. As for resistance, there was only one outcome. Absolute death. The gaze of every powerful expert in the 10 directions changed. Looking at Xuanhuan was like looking at a foolish idiot. Just then, Han Yufei coldly chuckled, his eyes sharp with a gleam. Fellow Taoist, why do you speak such words? I understand, you deliberately provoked me. Want to fight me? If that's the case, I will grant your request. His tone was very calm, almost like a condescending favor. Brother Han, you misunderstood. But Long Wu coldly laughed, shaking his head directly. What do you mean? Han Yufei frowned. Quite simple. What he challenged wasn't just you alone, but both of us. This means that this fellow Taoist is truly powerful. He doesn't even consider us 2 worth mentioning. He seems confident enough to crush both you and I simultaneously. As Long Wu spoke indifferently, instantly, all the experts inhaled sharply, holding their breath for a long time. At that moment, they understood. Long Wu meant for the 2 of them to attack together, to destroy him without mercy. Among their peers, how many could match the strength of a martial sage? This kid? He would clearly be wiped out in an instant. Upon hearing this, Han Yufei slightly hesitated, then a slight amused smile surfaced on his face. He nodded slightly. Brother Long is quite right. Indeed, he does not take us seriously. If we don't join forces, we will be underestimated even more. In that case, what's there to say? Naturally, we should grant him his wish. Killing an arrogant cultivator like this was as simple as squashing an ant to them, leaving no future repercussions. After all, there was only an old man beside him. Apart from that old man, he didn't even have protectors or guards. Clearly, he was just a rogue cultivation talent from the wild. Killing him wouldn't bring any future troubles. The same thought instantly rose in both of their minds. In the next second, the 2 of them radiated radiant light from their bodies simultaneously and soared into the sky. Then, a series of sword auras and techniques rained down. 10,000 sword auras. Star-breaking slaying technique. An infinite number of sword energies gathered in the sky, filled with killing intent, suddenly pouring down from the heavens. The 2 experts, who had just been trying to kill each other, now joined forces in an instant. They wouldn't allow the slightest chance to breathe. Hiss. Among the gathered senior experts, even some who considered themselves heavenly prodigies couldn't help but inhale sharply, holding it in for a long time without exhaling. This moment shocked everyone to the extreme. They couldn't help but ask themselves, could they even withstand one of those sword beams with their own strength? This kid is nothing but a clown. How dare he provoke these 2 heavenly prodigies? There's only one possible outcome. He's about to be utterly annihilated. He deserves to die. Power is the only truth. A weakling spouting off will only end up with one result, crushed ruthlessly into the ground. I think there's absolutely no suspense left. Some expressed schadenfreude. Others secretly felt pity. They also wanted to speak the truth. But in this world, speaking the truth came at a cost. Take this young man here. He was simply killed on the spot for speaking just one truth. You brat. At this crucial moment, Lin Lao's eyes radiated boundless coldness. But in the end, he could only bitterly shake his head and retreat backward. It was because Xuanhuan was capable of holding out. Originally, he wanted this kid to make his entrance at the final moment, first allowing him to witness the might of those experts. Yet, before he was ready, Xuanhuan had already drawn the attacks of these 2 great experts directly onto himself. Now, there was no turning back. There was no choice but to let the boy fight. When Xuanhuan saw the endless storm of sword beams howling toward him, he didn't panic at all. In fact, he smiled slightly. At the same time, he gently gripped the hilt of his sword. Instead, his eyes radiated a burning light. Now that he had received guidance from seniors, he had already entered the realm of sword sage. Only he had never had the opportunity to truly wield his sword. He also wanted to see how astonishing his formations could really be. He had confidence that once his sword left the sheath, it would definitely make an impression on these people. Just as he was about to draw his sword to counter the countless beams of sword light, suddenly, a voice like a grand ceremonial bell rang out across the entire sky. Even the entire valley echoed wildly. Beating up one person with 2 people? Those who dare to call themselves heavenly prodigies act like this? What a disgrace to our central plains. Chapter 178, Weakling? You're all weaklings. It was a clear and crisp voice, seemingly devoid of any intimidation. Yet the moment that voice faded away, a ray of white light, sharp like a sword blade, shot down from the sky, as if it split the entire space apart in an instant. Within that blinding light, a young man dressed in white, hands behind his back, walked forward directly into a storm of countless sword beams. Boom, boom, boom. Those sword beams were actually stopped completely by his body, then exploded in midair, shaking the entire Beast Demon Mountains. Soon, everything returned to calm. As the dust settled, everyone finally saw the face of this unexpected visitor. It's actually Xiuxian. It really is him. A powerhouse from the Zhongzhou Guardian Alliance. I was wondering all along that he wouldn't possibly remain a mere spectator in this younger generation's battle, but I didn't expect him to intervene so quickly. Is he protecting that young man? Wow, now this is getting interesting. It seems getting that magical treasure won't be easy this time. Everyone was slightly stirred. In that moment, hearts pounded wildly. The appearance of the magical artifact had surfaced many rising stars, and Xiuxian was clearly among the most favored. For he was extraordinarily gifted, having already comprehended 17 top-level sword techniques at such a young age. In the last 30 years, he directly entered a closed-door cultivation. At least 10 elders from the Zhongzhou Guardian Alliance secluded themselves with him. Supposedly, it was companionship and cultivation, but in truth, he was their key focus of development. It was said he had just recently broken through his seclusion. On that day he emerged, auspicious energy soared into the sky, and celestial beasts and birds sang for him, as if it were heavenly music, as though celebrating the birth of a genius. With Xiuxian's appearance, tremendous mental pressure fell on many. They couldn't help but wonder, compared to Xiuxian, could they even be considered extraordinary talents anymore? By all appearances, he clearly resembled a chosen one of destiny. Added to that, just now he had used his protective technique alone to repel the opponent's storm of sword chi, clearly proving how powerful he was. He could probably crush the two in front of him with one hand. Han Yufei's face changed, and his previous calm and gentle demeanor was gone. His eyes revealed sharp, killing intent. Evidently, he was furious. Originally, I considered you my friend Su. Years ago we still sparred together. Why do you meddle today? Don't you still care about our past relationship? Long Wu smiled slightly, suddenly showing great courtesy. Even he had to carefully consider whether his strength could truly suppress the other. Friendship is friendship, but I have a strange habit. I cannot bear to see the weak being humiliated. Whenever I see someone bullying the weak, I cannot help but intervene. This has been my lifelong temper. Seems I can't change it. Xiuxian sighed lightly, his voice calm. Instantly, he raised his image to a level no one else could reach. Hiss. Everyone expressed admiration. Right. Though this is a world of Xianxia, who speaks for the weak. What Subungzhe is doing is truly great benevolence. This is true vision. Compared to him, those two younger generation talents from just now seem somewhat narrow-minded. This is genuine breadth of mind. This is true strength. Praise erupted in waves. But at this moment, among the praises, a dissonant voice suddenly rang out. Nima, who are you calling weak? Want me to crush all three of you right here and now? Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Instantly, the entire area was silent. Startled glances shot towards xuanhuan once more. One by one, frowns creased their brows. This kid, could he be one of those waterlogged brain types? Xiuxian clearly was speaking up for him, yet this young man didn't even acknowledge it. That would have been bad enough, but now he turned around and insulted him directly? This guy clearly had the audacity to challenge heaven, earth, and the air between, being just too arrogant. Even some top experts slightly frowned. The way they looked at xuanhuan now was like he were a fool. Generally speaking, even the conflicts between younger generation experts didn't interest them. But this time, they could barely contain their irritation. This youth was clearly too proud. To make such a statement facing three experts was no different from seeking death. What family could possibly have raised such an idiot, and then just released him out here like this? Weakling? Who are you talking about as weakling? You're the weaklings. Your entire family are weaklings. If you have any objections, all three of you can come at me together. xuanhuan rolled his eyes, instantly infuriated. Are you kidding me? Xiuxian had just made a grand entrance, throwing around the word weakling, as if he were doing Zhu a favor. Baoman Song. He was helping him, but in reality, he was trampling Zhu's dignity, boosting his own image at the same time. This kind of person? Far from being admirable, he was utterly detestable. Zhu's fury immediately ignited. You, don't mistake kindness for weakness. Xiuxian was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing. His eyes flickered with cold, sharp light. His aura surged wildly, uncontrollably, blazing like a raging fire capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. The terrifying pressure even made Long Wu and Han Yufei shudder involuntarily. Yet xuanhuan merely rubbed his nose, showing obvious disdain. It's probably you who doesn't understand what's good for you. Calling others weaklings, then stomping on them to raise your own status? I've never met such a hypocrite before. If I don't slam you into the ground repeatedly today, it'll be truly disgusting. And you too as well. xuanhuan glared with complete contempt, shifting his gaze to Han Yufei and Long Wu. You two are equally fake. I must have offended some god when I left home today, to encounter such disgusting creatures like you three. Come at me together. After all, this is my vermilion bird imperial dynasty, and I have a duty to clean up trash. With that, his figure moved. In an instant, he soared into the sky, a gleaming longsword in hand. His body fluttered slightly with the roaring wind. He actually looked somewhat like a sword saint. Instantly, the entire area fell silent, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. The younger generation's experts gazed in disbelief, completely stunned. If the boy had submitted earlier and knelt, perhaps he could have avoided being crushed. But instead, not only did he refuse, he dared to provoke such experts. And not just one or two, three at once. Chapter 179. Having power, why not be arrogant? Even though those three powerful experts had no intention of provoking trouble initially, now they had no choice but to go through with it. Only by fighting could they preserve their dignity. Was this suicide by proxy? Only someone who had grown tired of living would dare provoke these three heavenly geniuses all at once, right? The Vermilion Bird Empire? This young man comes from the Vermilion Bird Empire? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Hehe, I understand now. This kid sees how all the cultivators respect the Vermilion Bird Empire, and must have assumed they've already dominated the entire world. He doesn't realize that before true powerhouses, the Vermilion Bird Empire is nothing more than a joke. That's why he thinks he can act recklessly and humiliate others just because he mentions the Vermilion Bird Empire. If it were before, the moment he said the name Vermilion Bird Empire, those three heavenly geniuses might have hesitated over whether or not they should strike. But look at what he said earlier. It was like he was slapping them in the face. Now they've already gone too far to back down. This will be interesting. Even if they don't kill him outright, they'll definitely shatter all of his cultivation. He'll soon become a crippled cultivator. In an instant, everyone believed they had already foreseen the outcome of this battle. This brash young man from the Vermilion Bird Empire was soon to become a real cripple. Fine, since you're challenging the three of us directly, if we don't all attack you at once, we'd seem to be underestimating you. In that case, come on. Today we'll see how you alone can resist the might of the three of us. When had these three geniuses ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, they no longer concealed their rage. The fury exploded at once. Wave after wave of sword chi ruthlessly surged toward xuanhuan. To defeat a sword expert with sword techniques was the greatest insult of all. They not only wanted to defeat xuanhuan, they wanted to utterly shame him. Whirlwind slash. Xuanhuan smiled coldly. The long sword in his hand drew a single arc before him. It looked like nothing more than a casual strike. Suddenly, wild wind howled, crisscrossed with sharp sword chi, and charged straight at the incoming sword attacks. The countless sword auras the trio unleashed were as if instantly swept away by the storm, vanishing into the air. Yet the sword chi from Whirlwind Slash did not diminish in the least. It continued advancing toward the three. Sword Lord. This kid is actually a Sword Lord. I thought only the top experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire could reach the realm of Martial Sovereign or Sword Lord. How on earth did he, at such a young age, manage it? Could it be the Vermilion Bird Empire has secretly been nurturing talents like him all along? The three heavenly geniuses' expressions turned grave at once. At this moment, they no longer dared underestimate xuanhuan. Instantly, they unleashed even stronger techniques. Also sword arts, but more formidable, more imposing, and far deadlier than before. Blazing solar flame. Su Changyu suddenly waved his sleeve, and in an instant, a fireball the size of the sun blazed in the sky. The fireball instantly transformed into a beam of sword light. It slashed down viciously. Endless oppressive force shook the demon beast mountain range violently. Countless boulders rolled down the slopes. Mere tricks. Xuanhuan snorted, glancing away disdainfully. They were both at the Martial Sovereign level. However, his cultivation into Martial Sovereign had been simultaneously elevated by the enhancement of 4 divine treasures, its might incomparable to ordinary cultivators. The long sword in his hand trembled, and a single unremarkable sword beam fiercely met the opponent's blazing solar flame. At the moment of collision, the blazing solar flame was cleanly severed in two, falling far away into the demon beast mountain range. Instantly, peaks collapsed, countless demon beasts shrieked and fled in panic. Daytime fireworks. Han Yufei gritted his teeth fiercely and immediately conjured the illusion of a long sword in his hand. The sword pierced the air and, the moment it left his palm, split into 2, then 2 into 4, into 8, eventually becoming countless beams of sword light, like a stampede of beasts, rushing toward xuanhuan. This kind of swordplay is just embarrassing. One sword from me can break 10,000 swords. Xuanhuan chuckled with a faint smile, another effortless strike. And indeed, one sword broke 10,000 blades. Those countless sword beams instantly dissolved into the air. Heaven-splitting giant sword. Long Wu's eyes shone with sudden green light. There was even a faint golden gleam constantly flickering within. With a sudden gesture, streams of light rushed from the heavens, converging rapidly into his hands, finally solidifying into a massive glowing longsword shining with golden brilliance. The sword stretched for 10,000 zhang. Enough to split the heavens. Flashy nonsense. One sword from me is more than enough. Xuanhuan sneered, still not taking the opponent's technique seriously. Then he slashed once more. Boom. Spit. At the moment Long Wu's sword was shattered by the sword beam, he spat out a mouthful of blood and plummeted downward like a falling stone. An elder from the Tiandi Alliance frowned, his figure flashing like lightning, barely managing to catch Long Wu before he hit the ground. At this moment, not only the elder but every powerful expert from the Tiandi Alliance had turned their gazes icy cold. Their so-called heavenly prodigy couldn't even withstand a single strike from the opponent. Not only had his most technique been destroyed in one blow, but he'd also been injured. That was the greatest humiliation. Under normal circumstances, they certainly wouldn't have hesitated to act. They would never care about being called bullies. After all, power is the ultimate truth. However, at this moment, They couldn't help but doubt what position this xuanhuan truly held within the Vermilion Bird Empire. Certainly not just an ordinary cultivator. Even if an ordinary cultivator possessed immense talent, in such a ruined place, he could never have achieved such power. Only someone who had access to vast resources could have the opportunity to become such a powerhouse. Therefore, this young man was likely from the imperial family of the Vermilion Bird Empire, and the Vermilion Bird Empire had presences they could not afford to provoke. Thus, they could only suppress their anger in silence. And at this very moment, all the cultivators of their generation were completely stunned. Involuntarily, their hearts trembled. Only now did they truly understand why xuanhuan had dared to be so arrogant. He had every reason to be. Didn't expect the Vermilion Bird Empire actually had such a heavenly genius. At such a young age, already a martial sovereign, this kid possesses extraordinary talent. Yet, even with immense talent, it's absolutely impossible to become such a prodigy in a desolate place like this. Could it be something has changed the heavenly Tao's rules? Chapter 180 Humble? No, just lack of strength. Everything that's been happening lately is just too strange. Suddenly, a magical artifact appeared, and not just any artifact, but one of the most supreme ones. Then the Vermilion Bird Empire produced such a prodigy. It seems some things are not as simple as they appear on the surface. One person crushed 3 prodigies. Now that's what I call a true prodigy. The Vermilion Bird Empire seems like it's truly about to rise. Indeed, I'm beginning to find the rules of the heavenly Tao increasingly difficult to comprehend. Those who considered themselves prodigies saw xuanhuan single-handedly overpowering 3 powerful experts, and couldn't help but deeply doubt their own standings. Compared to him, were they really the chosen ones favored by fate? Su Changyu and Han Yufei exchanged a glance, their expressions particularly grim at this moment. Although they hadn't been defeated like Long Wu, from the brief clash earlier, they could already sense that his strength was clearly beyond theirs. Yet, they had already spoken such bold words earlier, promising to pin him to the ground and humiliate him badly. If they backed out now, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the crowd. But if they did fight, they would quickly be crushed by him and humiliated mercilessly. What's more frustrating was that throughout the confrontation, he had merely used simple and effortless moves, not even resorting to his most profound cultivation techniques. If he truly unleashed his full power, everyone would have no choice but to kneel. And that would lead to an even greater humiliation. Finally, the two exchanged silent, meaningful glances and simultaneously snorted coldly before flying downward, retreating disgracefully into the crowd. That's it. They're leaving. What a bore. Well then, it's time for me to try out this artifact. xuanhuan rolled his eyes slightly with an air of mockery. Then, step by step, he headed toward the direction of the abyss. He had arrived late and had originally been standing at the end of the queue. But after showing his power earlier, who would dare to block him now? The prodigies who had been positioned earlier at the front instinctively opened up a small path, while glaring at him with gritted teeth. But they were powerless to do anything about it. The strong prevail, and therefore they earn privileges. Though no one openly announced this truth, it always existed, silently undeniable. Hua. The younger cultivators of the Celestial Alliance who were stationed near the abyss all changed expressions violently. Their eyes blazed with fury. Stop right there. So it's you. You're the one who insulted our Celestial Alliance, right? You even said that in your eyes, our Celestial Alliance is nothing but a mere rabble? We've been searching for you for a long time, and didn't expect to find you here. Kneel down right now and apologize to us, then scram immediately, or else you won't have a grave to die in. Insulting our Celestial Alliance alone is a capital offense. We've given you this chance now. Use it wisely and don't waste it. The Tongzhu of the Celestial Alliance once again adopted their habitual intimidation tactic. Instantly, xuanhuan's eyebrows furrowed sharply upward. What? When had he ever insulted the Celestial Alliance? This was clearly a case of framing. He understood immediately. They intended to prevent anyone other than the Celestial Alliance members from accessing the artifact. How the hell could he tolerate that? Exactly. That's me. But you made one mistake. I didn't just say you were a rabble. I said you were nothing more than foxes hiding behind tigers' might and shameless people. At first, I just said it casually, and later even felt a little guilty. But seeing you all here today, I finally understand the true meaning of hiding behind tigers' might and shamelessness. After seeing you all, my mood has actually become much better. xuanhuan smiled faintly, and instead of stopping, he quickened his pace. This was the Vermilion Bird Empire, and now as someone from this empire, was he really to be stopped by these people? If such news spread, wouldn't the Vermilion Bird Empire become the laughingstock of all? No matter what, he couldn't let these bastards get their way today. What? You publicly insult our Celestial Alliance. We cannot let you live anymore. Die. The younger Changzhou of the Celestial Alliance had already grown furious. The moment they spoke, their killing intent exploded into the air. In the next second, they moved to attack. Stop. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out like thunder. A tall old man wearing a long robe descended from the sky and directly blocked the surging group of Celestial Alliance cultivators. Senior Elder Ouyang? Hiss. At the sight of the old man's arrival, those Celestial Alliance Zhangjia, who had already started to attack, halted their movements instantly, each one wearing expressions of deep respect. Ouyang Dong was the 7th elder of the Tiandi Alliance. Though officially only the 7th-ranked elder, his actual strength had nearly reached the Emperor of Martial Cultivation realm. It could be said that he was just a single step away from entering that realm. His status had rapidly risen purely through his strength. Within the Tiandi Alliance, he was second only to the leader, above countless others, and none dared to disobey him. This cultivator, why be in such a hurry? This artifact is right here, and it's already on the territory of your Vermilion Bird Empire. If you want to take it, you naturally may do so. However, I hope you can wait a short while longer. Ouyang Dong stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering, looking like a true immortal with a refined and noble bearing. Make me wait. I can wait, but surely you must have a reason for this. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, immediately retorting without the slightest courtesy. My senior has already said this artifact is mine. Even if the heavens themselves descended, this fact could not be changed. I have no objection to waiting. I'd like to see exactly what tricks you're planning. In our martial cultivation world, we must always respect the order of seniors and juniors. Even if you are peerless geniuses, you still must show the proper etiquette to your seniors. Ouyang Dong said just enough to make his point. However, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the martial cultivation world, there was always a clear hierarchy between seniors and juniors. And this so-called hierarchy had practically nothing to do with actual generational differences, unless within the same sect. To put it simply, this seniority ranking was ultimately determined purely by strength. It wasn't because younger generations valued rules or showed respect to their elders. It was because they couldn't afford to offend the stronger. All humility ultimately stemmed from insufficient strength. This was an ironclad rule. I understand. You mean to say that you seniors have priority. That, I can acknowledge. But the problem is, they've all already failed. Look, they're still lingering in the air, filled with Bu Ganxin. Xuanhuan pointed with his hand. The top experts floating above the abyss all turned red in the face. What the hell? This kid is too blunt. What did he mean by Bu Ganxin? We're just staying to see who ultimately comes out on top. Not exactly. There is still one person who hasn't arrived yet. He will be here soon. He will definitely obtain the artifact. Ouyang Dong smiled slightly, speaking firmly, as if filled with the greatest confidence in his life. Clearly, the person he spoke of was terrifyingly strong. Chapter 181. What are you afraid of? You have a strong backing. Who is that? Xuanhuan blinked his eyes, his face instantly filled with curiosity. The younger generation of Chang'e from the Tiandi Alliance suddenly appearing to block the way, he also found it very strange. At that moment, he formed a guess in his heart that they were waiting for a heavenly genius or a powerful expert. They seemed confident that once this person appeared, they would surely obtain the treasure. Combined with what Ouyang Dong had said earlier, the truth was practically obvious, that the Ang'e in question wasn't a young genius from the younger generation, but actually an old senior. And he was damn strong. He might even be able to break through the defenses of the treasure using his own power and seize it. This complicated things a bit. Once that Ang'e showed up, would he still be able to smoothly obtain the treasure? If the treasure that should rightfully be his was taken away by that Ang'e, would his senior consider him a failure? Would he be completely disappointed in him forever? Xuanhuan took a deep breath. Even he, who usually confronted heaven and earth without fear, couldn't help but wear a look of solemnity at this moment. I can only say, he is a very strong person, and highly respected, definitely worth your weight. Ouyang Dong smiled slightly, his expression filled with pride. Upon hearing that, everyone on the scene immediately understood. The people gathered here were naturally not fools. From these tiny details, they could immediately deduce that there was a top expert from the Tiandi Alliance who hadn't revealed himself yet. This top expert was most likely the person the members of Tiandi Alliance were waiting for. And all the Chang'e of the Tiandi Alliance seemed to have full confidence in him. Firmly convinced that once he appeared, he could turn the tides and seize the treasure with his formidable strength. If that were the case, then their chances would be slim to none, right? In an instant, a gloomy atmosphere spread across the entire place. I see. Old Lin stood with his hands behind his back, lightly nodded, revealing a hint of worry in his eyes. If that Chang'e truly appeared, and if he indeed had the strength to obtain the treasure, then the treasure that shouldn't belong to Xuanhuan would be taken away by him. At that time, his senior would certainly feel deeply disappointed, perhaps even give up on Xuanhuan directly. So no matter what, the treasure must be seized. But the next second, when his gaze locked onto those Chang'e from the Tiandi Alliance, his face suddenly fell. Seizing the treasure? Dream on. The younger generation Chang'e of the Tiandi Alliance who appeared here were almost all around the level of Wuzun. Not to mention the Chang'e of Tian by men floating above the abyss, among whom many had reached the realm of Wuwang, and some were on the verge of advancing to Wuhuang. How could he and Xuanhuan possibly seize the treasure? Old Lin, the situation seems a bit off. Didn't you just say that this treasure was definitely mine? But now someone wants to take it right in front of us. Could it be that my senior didn't foresee such a scene? Xuanhuan walked beside Old Lin, scratching his head, clearly troubled. Senior said. Suddenly, Old Lin's expression changed. An audacious idea immediately appeared in his mind. He took a deep breath and said with a voice that startled everyone. Wuhan, listen to me. Even though you've just entered the realm of Wuzun, no one here can possibly stop you. If it's yours, it's rightfully yours. Go get it with confidence. No one can stop you. Old Lin's voice was loud and firm, instantly making Xuanhuan look stunned. Even the muscles on his face slightly trembled. He stared at Old Lin in disbelief. You're not kidding me, right? You want me to go just grab it? How am I supposed to get it? Right now there are so many Chang'e from the Tiandi Alliance. If they take action, Xuanhuan immediately lost his calm. Go get it directly? There were so many Chang'e from the Tiandi Alliance here. All of them were like roosters ready to fight. Especially after he defeated a heavenly genius of the Tiandi Alliance. The younger generation of that alliance now glared with murder in their eyes, seemingly wanting to tear him to pieces. Trying to seize the treasure under the gaze of all these people? Wasn't that the same as thinking his life was too long? This is not a time for jokes, old Lin. You're not really sending me to my death, are you? Xuanhuan forced a smile, testing uncertainly. Right. Old Lin must have been joking. Otherwise, there was absolutely no way he could have said that. After all, he was his favorite disciple. How could he possibly watch him die helplessly? So the words just now must have been a joke to lighten the mood. When have I ever joked with you in a moment like this? Don't forget, behind you there is a strong backing. As long as he is there, no one can harm you. As long as you have such a firm belief, you can march forward fearlessly, and no one can stop you even half an inch. Old Lin's eyes shone with determination as he gently patted Xuanhuan's shoulder. In his gaze, a burning, Kong-Ruer intensity wildly surged. Absolutely not like a joke. A strong backing? You mean? Xuanhuan, who had been utterly confused, suddenly had his eyes light up. Instantly, an image surged into his mind, tall, magnificent, and imposing. That figure was young and handsome, though appearing somewhat lazy. Yet, even in that illusion, endless majesty was hidden within, along with boundless overbearing might. As if a single glance could suppress all opposition. Hiss. I understand. Xuanhuan's eyes gleamed with enlightenment as he suddenly grasped everything. The senior had said the treasure was rightfully his. No matter what happened, it would ultimately belong to him. Therefore, it didn't matter if there were changer from the Tiandi alliance blocking his way. Even if an army of thousands stood before him, in the end, the treasure would still fall into his hands. Even if the Heavenly Emperor himself came, it wouldn't make a difference. So, the act of bestowing the treasure wasn't just empty words. Within the senior's promise lay true backing. Though it outwardly seemed nearly impossible to obtain, the senior had already quietly removed all obstacles in a way no one could possibly imagine. No matter what happened, in the end, this treasure would inevitably fall into his hands. Go. This is not only a gift from your senior, but also a trial for you. Never let him down. A kind smile appeared on old Lin's face as he once again lightly patted Xuanhuan's shoulder. Greatly encouraged, Xuanhuan softly nodded. Instantly, an intense battle intent burned in his eyes. At this moment, a Wuzun cultivator exuded an aura surpassing even that of a Xuanhuan. Step by step, he strode toward the abyss. Seeing this scene unfold, Ouyang Dong's face, floating in midair, suddenly became filled with deep confusion. It instantly caught him off guard. Chapter 182. We've got someone behind us. What the hell is going on here? This kid clearly had already shown fear earlier. How come all of a sudden he's become so formidable? He's only a Wuzun, yet seems not to fear the mighty Wantian dance king at all. Could this brat really have such arrogance as to defy all under heaven? Why does he suddenly feel so confident? Ouyang Dong's heart quivered involuntarily, watching with a dazed expression as the opponent advanced step by step. The experts of the Tiandiming also stared in shock, glancing uncertainly at one another. What in the world was going on? This brat had clearly already backed down earlier. How could he suddenly start advancing again with such determination in his eyes? And the aura around him seemed to ignore everyone present, especially that slow, curling smirk forming on his lips, as if nothing or nobody in this world could move him. Faintly, he displayed a presence surpassing even a Xuanhuan. Is this kid trying to get himself killed? Truly overestimating himself, a mere Wuzun dares look down on the martial experts of the world. It'd be no pity if he died. Kill him. The younger experts of the Tiandiming returned to their senses in an instant. Murderous intent blazed within their eyes wildly. Even the air before them twisted from the intensity of their killing aura. No one will stop me today. I'm taking this treasure. That's final. And even if Wudi himself comes, he won't stop me. Xuanhuan declared viciously as he stepped forward. Instantly, all the experts from the 10 directions were stunned. One after another they looked at each other in disbelief. What kind of aura is this kid emitting exactly? He dares look down on a legendary Wudi? A mere Wuzun acting like he's the Wudi under heaven. But, given his young age, having already reached the level of Wuzun, he mustn't be a fool. Could he actually have an ace up his sleeve? Or perhaps someone powerful stands behind him? Suddenly, a deep breath was drawn by the experts of all directions. Their hearts began pounding wildly. A rumor surged into their minds all at once. Not long ago, there was a young martial artist named Xuanhuan who had held 4 treasures and suppressed a Wudi. He even repelled an entire powerful sect whose might was terrifying. And his own cultivation level wasn't even high. He was only a Wuzun. If this youth before them had reason to be arrogant, it must be because of those 4 treasures. Which meant, this youth must be him. It has to be him. He also mentioned just now he's from the Zhuge imperial dynasty. Daring to look down on a Wuwang with only the strength of a Wuzun. Could he really be that legendary figure with trial treasures in his possession? So it's actually him? Xuanhuan. As the 3 characters spread across the battlefield like a plague, the entire battlefield fell into sudden silence. Those younger experts of the Tiandiming who had been ready to attack instantly shuddered. A few of them saw their own auras collapse suddenly, like a balloon deflating with a puff. Xuanhuan. That's the kid with the treasures? No wonder he dares to act so arrogantly. No wonder he disregards the Wuwang. What is a Wuwang anyway? Even the legendary Wudi had been suppressed by this brat. And not just one Wudi, multiple Wudi had been suppressed. This youth indeed has the qualifications to act smug. Several of the awakened experts from Tiandiming found cold sweat pouring from their foreheads. Instinctively, their bodies started retreating step by step. Meanwhile, Ouyang Dong, who floated midair still deciding whether to intervene, was also stunned. Xuanhuan. So this is him? Many experts in Zhongzhou once witnessed with their own eyes how he subdued the disciples of the Mo Tiangong Palace with these 4 treasures. No wonder. He had no reason to respect me. I understand now. He's not here because he believes himself the destined candidate chosen by heaven to obtain this treasure. It's because he already owns 4 such treasures. With them, breaking through the barrier of this treasure must be effortless. He suddenly understood everything. At the same time, his entire heart sank into a fathomless abyss. Obtaining this treasure was vital to their xianxia. The reason they went to such painstaking efforts to fight for it was exactly because they had long deduced xuanhuan, who held 4 treasures, would certainly not take interest in this treasure. According to the rumors, the 4 treasures he wielded were far beyond ordinary imagination, incomparable to ordinary treasures. Having such treasures, how could he possibly set his eyes on this small treasure, the core of starlight? Therefore, after careful analysis, the xianxia reached a conclusion. This brat absolutely would not appear here to seize the treasure. But the reality was, this kid actually showed up, and clearly had full determination to claim it. What could they possibly do now? Young man, Ouyang Dong gritted his teeth, his face revealing a trace of unwillingness. Do you intend to stop me? Xuanhuan suddenly lifted his head, the light in his eyes like cold stars exploding with brilliance. Hiss! Ouyang Dong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just being glanced at by Xuanhuan sent a chilling sensation through his entire body. I dare not stop you. I just want to ask, you clearly have no need to obtain this treasure. Why insist on competing with all the martial experts in the world? This treasure rightfully belongs to me. No one else has the right to take it. If it belongs to me, of course I can take it. Xuanhuan smiled faintly and replied without the least bit of courtesy. If this had been in the past, faced with such a crowd of powerful experts, he naturally wouldn't dare to speak like this. But now, the situation was different. He had someone powerful backing him. Someone whose mere glance could wipe out all surrounding experts. Why should he stay low-key? Yours? Who said so? Ouyang Dong immediately became furious. Such a claim was utterly unacceptable to him. The starlight core fell from the sky, likely originating from the upper realm. Or perhaps by coincidence, it had come into being. Before it was claimed, not a single person could claim ownership of this treasure. Could this brat get any more arrogant? I believe him. He said this treasure belongs to me, so it must be mine. No one can stop me. At the mention of that person, Xuanhuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of comfortable, confident smile. A greater sense of security surged within him. So what if countless experts stood in his way? They were nothing but insignificant insects. In the next second, he suddenly accelerated and shot straight toward the abyss. The expressions of all the martial experts across the 10 directions changed rapidly. Unconsciously, they all faced the same question in their minds. Should they attack and stop him? Chapter 183, Super First Tier Martial Emperor. But very soon, an identical answer abruptly resurfaced. Can you really stop him? The opponent possessed 4 treasures. Just one of these artifacts could suppress countless powerful experts. Under such circumstances, to recklessly attempt an intervention was no different from suicide. Young man, why the rush? Why not stop immediately? Suddenly, dark clouds gathered across the sky. An immense pressure instantly covered all the experts floating midair. Caught off guard, those experts couldn't help but tremble and immediately began to waver in the air. A few among them with slightly weaker cultivation were even forcibly pressed down hundreds of meters. Another person has arrived? I knew obtaining a treasure wouldn't be that simple. It seems my master's words were completely correct. The process of obtaining the treasure is indeed a trial for me by the predecessors. I absolutely won't let him down. Xuanhuan, his face burning with fanaticism, stopped in his tracks and looked upward with various experts. At this moment, above the sky, the wind roared and the clouds surged, wave after wave of immense pressure sweeping across the entire Beast Mountain range alongside the howling gales. Rumbling. The entire Beast Mountain range trembled slightly. Lightning flickered through the dark clouds like colossal dragons ceaselessly darting about the darkness, seemingly welcoming the arrival of a powerful figure. Crack. At that moment, the clouds split open. A beam of lightning 10,000 zhang wide suddenly tore across the sky, striking one of the mountain peaks. The mountain peak instantly exploded into pieces. And just as the light faded, an old man with completely white hair slowly emerged midair, eyes slightly narrowed in intense focus. His entire body exuded an endless pressure. Though invisible and intangible, this pressure seemed to directly act upon the senses of everyone present, causing all cultivators in the 10 directions to feel suffocated. Old Master Lei? It's Old Master Lei. Didn't Old Master Lei retreat into seclusion 500 years ago? How come he suddenly appears now? Could it be for the treasure? I understand now. For a genius to break through their cultivation bottleneck, there are 2 paths. One is to retreat into secluded cultivation, to endlessly ponder and diligently cultivate, but this method is simply too slow. The other method is to forcefully break through by obtaining a treasure. Old Master Lei must be here for this treasure, but the aura he's currently emitting, it's not the Martial Emperor stage. Though it resembles the Martial Emperor level, it clearly surpasses the first tier. A sudden gasp. The younger generation of the Heaven and Earth Alliance quickly fell silent. And the senior experts from the Heaven and Earth Alliance floating in midair also lowered their postures, kowtowing in the air. Congratulations to Old Master Lei on transcending the Martial Emperor stage. Congratulations to Old Master Lei on transcending the Martial Emperor stage. The cries erupted, shaking the sky and echoing across the heavens and earth. Even the ground vibrated slightly from the force. Get up. Cultivation knows no end. How can merely surpassing the Martial Emperor represent a final limit? You must devote yourselves to diligent cultivation. One day, all of you will surpass me. Old Master Lei smiled slightly, stroking his white beard thoughtfully, looking deeply profound. Meanwhile, all the experts from the 10 directions remained in a stunned state, unable to recover for a long time. They had also heard of Old Master Lei's great reputation. Old Master Lei had once been the previous leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance, a true prodigy of an era. Later, consumed by his martial cultivation, he became indifferent to the affairs of the Alliance, and therefore passed the leadership to the current sect leader. He had then entered the Lightning Cloud secret realm alone, attempting to forcefully break through secluded cultivation. And he had been absent for a full 500 years. Whispers had spread through the mortal realm that Old Master Lei had already perished in the Lightning Cloud secret realm. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that he would suddenly appear now. Clearly, he had come for the treasure. With Old Master Lei's sudden appearance, many outstanding talents who had dreamed of obtaining the treasure felt their hearts plummet, some even sinking into despair. This is terrible. Before we even dealt with xuanhuan, obtaining the treasure was already as hard as hell. Never did we expect another obstacle to arise. Although Old Master Lei might not rival the power of a trial artifact, he is naturally regarded as a senior and has every reason to inspect the treasure first. But xuanhuan just declared that no one could stop him from acquiring the treasure. There will definitely be a clash between the two. Old Master Lei's timing is just too bad, meeting such a monstrous genius right after his return. This will be a show worth watching. One was a monstrous, unparalleled existence. The other was someone whose strength had even surpassed the martial emperor level. The collision between these two figures was destined to be extraordinary. In an instant, an intense expression of anticipation appeared in everyone's eyes. This could be a bit of a problem now. I hope my guess is correct, that the elder has already eliminated certain obstacles in his own way. Otherwise, this kid might get instantly annihilated. Master Lin couldn't help but wear a bitter smile on his face. At the same time, his heart pounded violently in his chest. In the end, he chose to believe in the elder. Based on the elder's power, he could peer through time and observe past and future. Old Master Lei's appearance here must already have been accounted for in his calculations. Perhaps, this opponent wasn't actually a threat at all. I heard that a treasure has descended, and I simply wish to test my strength. Can I obtain it? Young friend, would you be so kind as to allow me this opportunity? Old Master Lei smiled gently, his kind gaze instantly shifting toward xuanhuan. You want to give it a try? Sure, I'll even let you go ahead. But I must warn you, no one can obtain this treasure besides me. With your current power, you absolutely won't be able to take the treasure. xuanhuan smiled indifferently, remaining perfectly calm. Truthfully, he had wanted to stop the opponent. But there was a problem. Just a moment ago, the aura the opponent displayed had nearly made his legs tremble with fear. Not because he lacked courage. It was simply because the other side was too strong. At his mere martial saint level, he could not afford to disregard such a powerful figure. If he still possessed those 4 treasures, perhaps he wouldn't fear this opponent. But the problem was, he had already returned the 4 treasures to the elder. Moreover, someone of the elder's cultivation level must have foreseen the arrival of this old man beforehand, right? And naturally, he must have also foreseen that he himself, xuanhuan, was no match for the opponent. If that was the case, then this meant no matter what, the opponent could never obtain the treasure. Realizing this, xuanhuan immediately felt at ease. If you want it, then go ahead and try taking it. After all, you won't be able to get it no matter what. Witnessing this scene before him, the powerful experts who had been eagerly anticipating an intense battle were greatly surprised. Didn't this kid have 4 treasures? Why was he suddenly acting so courteous? In that case, I thank you. Old Master Lei also blinked in astonishment. Just moments ago, upon seeing the young man's indifferent and defiant stride, he had assumed the youth would be arrogant and unyielding toward him. Chapter 184, let me show you a performance. He had even mentally prepared himself. If the other party refused, he would immediately act his age, seizing the moral high ground and making this young fellow feel utterly ashamed. Then, he would demonstrate just a little of his power, letting the other know exactly what consequences come from offending him. But in the end, all his preparations were in vain. This kid actually agreed so easily? In the next moment, a subtle gleam of delight flickered across his face. Now that I'm just one step away from breaking into the martial emperor realm, with the aid of a magical treasure, I'll surely rise straight to the heavens. What exactly lies beyond the realm of the martial emperor? Regardless of what it is, I'll be unrivaled throughout the entire Jiuzhou world. The divine treasure from the heavens must be meant for my breakthrough. This treasure is mine. At that thought, his heart stirred. Then I won't be polite. Letting out a pleased laugh, he waved his sleeve dramatically. Crack, crack. Lightning bolts rained down from the heavens like a torrential downpour, shooting directly toward the divine treasure. Midway, these lightning strikes coalesced into form, shaping themselves into countless long swords. Thunderstorm 10,000 swords. As the 4 majestic words rolled from his mouth, more than 10,000 thunderblades already pierced viciously into the abyss. Good heavens. Quickly, everyone dodge. This is the cultivation technique of a martial emperor. Watch out, or you'll get caught in the crossfire. The nearby cultivators near the abyss hastily leaped away in panic. Some even immediately activated their protective techniques. Boom, boom. The sword chi plummeted into the abyss, immediately shaking the ground violently, sending massive stones soaring into the air. The surface cracked violently. The beast mountain was actually split in half, revealing another 10,000 zhang deep chasm. The imperial kitchen. A lone figure stood silently with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the rolling dark clouds across the sky. He stared at the endless sword beams cascading from the storm. He seemed dazed. His robes fluttered in the wind, giving him a slightly lonely air. But to the divine beasts behind him, this posture seemed mighty and unfathomably profound. Master, what exactly is he doing? A scene like this shouldn't attract his attention, right? He looks a bit mesmerized. I understand. It's the lightning. He's observing the thunderbolts. Observing? More like appreciating. Indeed, while the power of this technique isn't impressive, the sight of countless lightning bolts raining down from the sky is undeniably beautiful. Wait, don't tell me the master is feeling inspired and wants to witness such a spectacle again? If he were to use this technique. Suddenly, all the divine beasts fell silent, even shivering slightly. If the master himself used such a technique, there would be only one outcome. Lightning would split the space-time continuum, instantly obliterating this world. The entire xiuxian world, even parts of the star domains, would collapse into the void. Even the void itself would be forcibly torn apart. The 10,000 heavens and 9 worlds would tremble violently. In an instant, countless lives would perish at his whim. Just thinking about that scene tightened the hearts of all the divine beasts. They all secretly hoped such a situation never arose. After all, they still longed to stay by their master's side a little longer. However, they didn't realize that right now, Lin Tian's expression was quite grim. He could even be described as envious, jealous, and resentful. What the hell? Why is it that powerful cultivators can casually summon 10,000 lightning strikes, even splitting mountains so effortlessly? Yet I can't even fly? This script doesn't fit. It's all wrong. What a ridiculous so-called chosen of heaven. It's clearly nothing more than a daydream of mine. Maybe from now on, I should just be a simple cook, chopping firewood, riding horses, facing the sea with spring blossoms. Right now, thunder rumbled. Lightning cracked from the vast celestial dome, and even its residual glow wandered endlessly across the battlefield. Area 300 appeared completely overwhelmed by the electric fury. This is the might of a martial emperor, so terrifying, unreasonable, and suppressing all opposition. After a long while, everything quieted down. Ha! This treasure is mine. With an extremely confident expression, Old Man Lei fiercely flicked his sleeve. A sudden gust instantly dispersed the smoke and dust within the abyss. But in the next second, the smile on his face abruptly faded. His gaze reflected deep disbelief. As the dust cleared, the radiant divine treasure still rested in its original spot. A faint golden glow was slowly fading from its surface. That golden aura clearly showed no signs of damage. Incredible. This is absolutely impossible. I'm already the strongest in the xiuxian world. No one but me has the power to break through this protection. But why even I can't open it? This is impossible. His expression darkened, and suddenly he extended his own palm. In an instant, a golden giant hand emerged from his palm, fiercely rushing toward the divine treasure. Opening heaven palm. Whoosh. The golden light, which had just faded away, wildly surged again, instantly forming into a protective shield that firmly clamped around the treasure. Boom. At the same time, the giant hand had already smashed to the bottom of the abyss, crushing giant stones and causing the edges of the abyss to collapse wildly. Rise. Fueled with great confidence, Old Man Lei let out a furious roar. But that giant hand, as if suppressed by countless worlds, trembled violently without lifting the treasure the slightest bit. Whoosh. All the cultivators gazed in shock. At the same time, they secretly exhaled in relief. The opponent had used such a powerful technique, yet still couldn't obtain the treasure. This showed that obtaining the treasure by brute force was absolutely no easy task. Only the one truly chosen would be able to claim it. The hope they had lost suddenly burned wildly in their hearts again. The Xianxia of the Heaven-Earth Alliance especially felt their hearts rise to their throats. Old Man Lei was their last hope of obtaining the treasure. If even he failed, then their Heaven-Earth Alliance would have absolutely no chance of acquiring it. Go, Lei Lao. You can definitely do it. This treasure is surely destined for our Heaven-Earth Alliance. The Xianxia of the Heaven-Earth Alliance shouted loudly, instantly transforming into cheerleaders. Impossible. Opening heaven palm. Old Man Lei roared again. The confidence on his face had long vanished. What replaced it was fierce unwillingness. His other palm also manifested a golden illusion. Both hands exerted force simultaneously, as if trying to uproot the entire earth. Rumbling sound. Even the divine beast mountain was actually pushed half an inch aside. Yet even so, the treasure remained completely unmoved. All show and no substance. I told you long ago this treasure is mine. Do you want me to show you what a true chosen of heaven really looks like? At this moment, xuanhuan smiled slightly and directly flew toward the treasure. He reached out and grabbed it. Chapter 185. Want to seize it by force? In an instant, heaven and earth fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes, hardly able to believe what they were witnessing. Especially those who considered themselves prodigies, at this moment felt as though something were stuck in their throat. It was unbearably frustrating. Another person, someone who had transcended the Wong realm, hadn't even managed to obtain the treasure after unleashing their full strength without restraint. Yet this young man simply reached out with one hand and snatched the treasure effortlessly. Even more infuriating, he already had 4 treasures in his possession. If he had used extraordinary means to break the protective barrier of this treasure and forcefully seized it, well then, that would at least make sense. After all, he clearly had the resources and power. But the issue was, it seemed as though this treasure had originally descended specifically for him. One could say he had obtained it without even expending the slightest effort. This This was the true favored son of destiny. In contrast, everyone else was just a background figure, not even worth being called a supporting character. Some had even begun to question the meaning of life, thinking that they weren't even fit to be a background character, merely a nameless clown without value. The waves of magical information still filled the sky, yet to fully fade. Yet at this moment, whether it was the supremely powerful experts or those self-proclaimed heavenly geniuses, all had fallen into a state of bewilderment. As expected, the Elder's words command the natural laws, capable of altering cosmic principles with a single sentence. Even this treasure, which originally didn't belong to xuanhuan, has directly submitted to him. The Elder truly is immeasurable in depth. Master Lin sighed deeply, yet wasn't particularly surprised at this moment. This outcome had always been within his expectations. Still, he hadn't anticipated it to go so smoothly. I've already told you all this treasure belongs to me. No one else can take it. Now you finally believe me, right? Wait, there seems to be something written here. At this moment, xuanhuan curiously examined the treasure. Only now did he notice a large character clearly inscribed upon its surface. The character Lin. Moreover, this mark wasn't like those naturally formed symbols or ambiguous impressions. It was quite obviously crafted by human hands. Lin. That's the Elder's surname. In other words, once the Elder shows interest in this treasure, no matter who the originally destined person was, it no longer matters. At that moment, this treasure already belongs to the Elder. And now the Elder has bestowed it upon me. Thank you, Elder. Xuanhuan was overwhelmed with joy, filled with gratitude. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the imperial kitchen, eyes filled with devout reverence. He had a premonition. With the help of the Elder, his strength would skyrocket from this day forward. Perhaps he could even become a heavenly prodigy of this generation. Possibly, someday he might also cleave the sky with a single palm strike or shatter stars with a single sword. Just imagining that, his heart surged like endless waves of a river, wild and exhilarating, unable to calm down for a long time. Only at this moment did the various experts, who had fallen into stunned silence, finally regain their senses. One after another, voices were filled with excitement. He actually casually took it away? Could he be the divinely ordained child of fate for this treasure? But what are the odds? He already had 4 treasures on him. That number alone is astonishing enough. How could this treasure also be meant for him? Precisely. Typically, those chosen by destiny obtaining 1 treasure can be considered as a divine blessing. From the dawn of the martial cultivation world until now, no one has been able to obtain a second one. But this kid has already acquired 5. Has the cosmic law truly been altered by some invisible force? The real frightening question is, what exactly is this invisible force? Who brought about this change? It's too deliberate. Not like the natural laws. It feels more like someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. You're joking, right? Are you saying someone could forcibly change the cosmic laws? If that were truly possible, then just how terrifying would their power be? Suddenly, everyone shuddered simultaneously. Especially those top experts instinctively raised their heads and looked up at the immeasurable sky above. Yes, they could indeed fly through the air. Even those at the Xuanhuan realm could tear open the heavens with sheer strength and reach worlds no one else could access. Yet even so, gazing up into the sky sent a nameless fear through them. That feeling made them realize how small they truly were. This is absolutely impossible. After obtaining this treasure, I will definitely be able to forcefully break through and ascend to an even higher realm. But why? Why isn't this treasure mine? That's absolutely impossible. This treasure was meant for me from the beginning. This treasure is mine. No one can take it away from me. Suddenly, Old Master Lei's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and the tendons on his forehead began to twitch. The kind and benevolent appearance he had shown earlier had completely vanished. In its place was a hideous, monstrous expression. In an instant, a chilling, icy aura surged forth from him like a storm covering the heavens and earth, causing even the strongest experts present to change expression slightly. Old Master Lei is furious? Clearly, he couldn't accept defeat. Now that this treasure is already in my hands, by the rules, it naturally belongs to me. Want to forcefully seize it? Do you really want to make a move now? Xuanhuan rolled his eyes, clearly showing a look of disdain on his face. So petty-minded, yet he dares to claim he is a mighty expert of the Celestial Union? He'll only disgrace the Celestial Union. At this moment, all the experts from the Celestial Union had changed color drastically, becoming extremely tense. They weren't afraid that Old Master Lei would cause trouble here. They were worried because Old Master Lei clearly had no chance against Xuanhuan, who now held 5 treasures. If he were to make a move, the Celestial Union would suffer the loss of one of its powerful experts. After all, even experts from the Devil Heaven Palace couldn't stand against this brat. To Xuanhuan, even a small Wudi expert probably wasn't even as significant as an ant. Master Lei, please calm down. This treasure was originally destined for him. If you forcefully seize it now, how will we face the martial cultivation world in the future? Master Lei, don't act recklessly. Master Lei, you must hold steady. Master Lei, your cultivation strength is already so formidable. What use could you have for this item now? Why must you insist on taking it? One by one, the top experts of the Celestial Union could no longer sit still, rushing forward urgently to intervene. At the same time, Master Lei, you have high virtue and prestige, and should naturally understand the rule of accepting the outcome and conceding defeat. If you forcefully take a treasure from a younger generation, even if you're ranked first among the 9 provinces experts, who would truly respect or acknowledge you? Moreover, Would the experts of my vermilion bird imperial dynasty watch helplessly as you humiliate our descendants? A powerful yet icy voice rang out. Chapter 186, Thunder Emperor. Immediately, a sound of a figure tearing through the air rang out, followed by a series of sonic booms echoing across the sky. A figure landed gracefully. Your Majesty, Xuanhuan blinked, and a warm current surged in his heart, not only because the vermilion bird emperor appeared at this moment to protect him, but also because the emperor's presence meant recognition. Recognition from an elder was heartwarming by its very nature. So the Heaven and Earth Alliance really can't take a loss? Haha, if this story spreads, wouldn't it humiliate the Heaven and Earth Alliance, making them ashamed to face people ever again? Is this what the Heaven and Earth Alliance calls a strong cultivator? If you can't beat him, you just take it by force? Where in the world does such logic exist? Is this your way of doing things? I want to see how you take it, with all experts present. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures tore through the air as they arrived one after another. The cultivators from the 4 great empires, including the other 3 emperors, appeared simultaneously. They firmly guarded Xuanhuan from behind. I was only joking with this young friend here. Young friend, congratulations on acquiring the treasure. Soon enough, I believe your name will shine brilliantly across the 9 provinces. Old Thunder's expression slightly changed, then finally returned to calm. He even displayed a slight, kind smile. Damn, just now, he nearly lost control and tried to forcibly seize the treasure. Yet if he had actually done so, maybe he really could have gotten the treasure into his hands. But the problem was that it would provoke the entire Vermilion Bird Empire, even the 4 great empires. As is well known, not long ago, the 4 great empires had been insignificant. But things are entirely different now. After defeating the Demon Heaven Palace, their reputation soared, becoming completely incomparable. Now, the 4 great empires can be described in just 4 words. Inscrutable. They were no longer easily crushed. It seems the senior was only joking. Then perhaps we were being too hasty. There's no need for the senior to take offense. The Vermilion Bird Emperor said with a faint smile, looking magnanimous and neither arrogant nor humble. Then, until we meet again. Strong cultivators from the Heaven and Earth Alliance, let's return. Old Thunder forced a smile, waved his sleeve, and immediately a streak of lightning fell from the sky, directly condensing into the shape of a flying sword, obediently forming beneath his feet. Then lightning flickered and rushed off in the direction of Zhongzhou. The cultivators from the Heaven and Earth Alliance followed closely behind, escaping shamefacedly. The 10 directions cultivators were all trembling inside, deeply imprinting one name into their minds. Xuanhuan. This person was extremely powerful. Not only did he possess 4 treasures, but he also just obtained a 5th. No one could predict just how strong he would become after obtaining it. The small Vermilion Bird Empire, hiding in obscurity for so long, was now finally showing its brilliance. It had birthed a supreme genius. From now on, the landscape of Zhongzhou was sure to change. The Vermilion Bird Empire would surely dominate over the Heaven and Earth Alliance. As for the Zhongzhou Guardian Alliance, who doesn't know that nowadays, the Guardianship Alliance feels wary of the Vermilion Bird Emperor, particularly after this latest gift, which apparently included numerous rare treasures. They had been incredibly generous. And all of this stemmed from the fact that they were truly impressed and acknowledged the Vermilion Bird Empire. Then a question arose in everyone's mind. The Vermilion Bird Empire had originally been located in a barren land, so why had it suddenly produced a genius like Xuanhuan? How had Xuanhuan become a powerful emperor-level cultivator in such a wasteland? No one knows the truth. But one thing is certain. From this moment on, many cultivators will rush into the Vermilion Bird Empire to discover the truth. Even the other 3 great empires would surely become places they explore. What they didn't know was that, the moment they had such a thought, countless fortunes had already started to shift madly, converging toward Qingzhou. And the spiritual qi scattered across the provinces was, as if drawn by something, continuously gathering into Qingzhou. The migration of cultivators represented a transfer of fate. And the 4 precious treasures the 4 great empires received from Lin Tian had clearly been the beginning of it all. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. With the treasure obtained by Xuanhuan, everything seemed to have returned to calm. To the 4 great empires, and even the entire Zhongzhou, everything seemed just like normal. Of course, subtle changes were occurring quietly. Now, the Vermilion Bird Empire and the other 3 great empires had become extremely bustling, with many cultivators pouring in. Even ordinary merchants had begun to gather in Qingzhou. Once a barren land, Qingzhou was now vibrant and full of life. With a Gongmingsheng, Hongmingsheng, tumultuously, the barrier of the Xuanwu imperial court was suddenly shattered by a single punch. Even a Budite, emperor-level cultivator, would need to exert considerable effort to break this barrier. Yet the one who threw that punch acted as if tearing through a sheet of paper. Effortless. Who? As the barrier cracked, the figure had not yet appeared, but an endless aura of overbearing dominance surged forth like a flood, pouring Feng Ly into the breach. At the borders of the Xuanwu imperial court, dark clouds instantly gathered overhead, and fierce winds howled violently. All of this devastation was caused by a single powerful cultivator. When has our Demon Heaven Palace ever suffered such humiliation? Unknowingly, sage-level cultivator, wielding 4 artifacts actually sent you all fleeing in terror. Come forth, Demon Cloud Emperor. An overbearing yet sinister voice suddenly rumbled like thunder rolling across the sky. As the voice sounded, an old man in a black robe slowly stepped into the breach. As he placed 1 foot upon the ground, countless cracks erupted beneath him, spiderwebbing endlessly outward in all directions. Boom. From the impact of that single step, a distant mountain caught in the spreading fissures crumbled into ruins. Massive stones, as hard as iron, were crushed into dust like mere tofu scraps beneath the overwhelming force of his aura. This presence could truly be described as swallowing mountains and rivers, crushing heaven and earth with its domineering might. Thunder Emperor, you must think carefully before acting. According to the Wujin, sage-level cultivator, wielding for artifacts, the true danger does not lie with him, but with the top-tier expert who bestowed those treasures upon him. It seems that expert casually handed over 4 artifacts, an existence unfathomably profound, unfathomably powerful. Let's retreat and plan our next move carefully. One figure after another leapt through the breach, yet none possessed the earlier overbearing dominance. Instead, they seemed timid and submissive, each trembling violently, their faces pale with fear. The figures appearing here were all Wudit, emperor-level cultivators, each one capable, on their own, of reducing all the strongest experts in Juzhou to mere dust. But in this moment, they were as lowly as ants, as timid as rats. Chapter 187. We are weak, but we never lose hope. Especially Demon Cloud Emperor, who had been repeatedly humiliated before, now retracted his head meekly. Where was the aura of an emperor now? He looked more like a little kitten stepping into a den of dragons and tigers. Discuss it carefully. Our Demon Heaven Palace has always been the ruler of this land. Many years ago, countless experts jointly attacked and sealed our Demon Heaven Palace. For many years, we haven't made a move against this world because the Juzhou realm hasn't truly sent any powerful experts. If we had attacked back then, it would have been seen as bullying the weak. Our Demon Heaven Palace has a strict rule. Once a powerful expert appears in this world, we must settle our grudge from those days. Have you all forgotten that? Thunder Emperor frowned, his eyes flashing coldly. Innumerable lightning bolts wildly danced within the clouds. It was as if countless troops could no longer wait to charge, swallowing the world before them. Yes, your majesty is absolutely right. However, could we wait until the palace master finishes his cultivation retreat before deciding? Demon Cloud Emperor forced a smile, trying his best to persuade. Exactly. Although once a powerful figure appears in this world, we are obligated to make our move. This matter still requires the palace master's approval. If the palace master acts, there won't be the slightest mishap. Besides, this expert that suddenly appeared in this world is extremely profound. No one knows his true strength. We can wait until we uncover his power, and then take action. It won't be too late. One after another, experts of the Demon Heaven Palace chimed in. Indeed, a formidable expert had descended into this world. But the problem was, that opponent was just too powerful. Even that so-called disciple, trained by that elder, at only the war's sovereign realm, armed with Forfabak, had utterly crushed them, and had completely overwhelmed them. Under these circumstances, they couldn't be certain that Thunder Emperor could turn the situation around. If they managed to kill that expert, everything would be fine. But if they failed, that expert would become enraged, possibly shattering the barrier and invading the Demon Heaven Palace directly. At that time, the entire Demon Heaven Palace would suffer. Besides, judging from that disciple who wielded the world artifact trained by that elder, their enemy's power was tremendous. Absolutely terrifying. They simply couldn't afford such consequences. A bunch of cowards. Never forget, our Demon Heaven Palace values strength above all, and my power has long surpassed yours. I've already reached the peak of the War Emperor realm. You all should obey me. If you continue trying to persuade me now, I will kill you all without mercy. Thunder Emperor frowned. Boom, boom. Those pillars of lightning seemed to be driven by his mood, continuously exploding in the sky. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled. The scene of the apocalypse began to spread across the sky. We dare not. Demon Cloud Emperor and others trembled all over, kowtowing on the ground, not daring to even let out a single fart. Who dares to act recklessly here? People from Demon Heaven Palace? Dare to come here again? Have you forgotten the previous agreement? Do you want to die? At this moment, a series of powerful and imposing voices rang out. Soon after, numerous figures shot up from deep within the mountains, swiftly gathering before the experts of the Demon Heaven Palace. In the blink of an eye, it was like a sea of black clouds covering the sky, extremely intimidating. Leading them was none other than Xuanhuan Royal Sovereign. A group of ants, daring to block my path. Truly seeking death. Thunder Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile forming on his face. His gaze was filled with disdain. Dare to float before me? Get down. His narrowed eyes suddenly flew open. Lightning surged within his pupils. At the same time, a sudden, powerful pressure fell from the heavens, ruthlessly crushing down onto Xuanhuan Royal Sovereign and the others. This pressure. We can't resist. No. Experts from the Xuanhuan Empire quickly changed expressions, falling down one after another. At this moment, they clearly felt an invisible pressure, like a mountain, ruthlessly pressing onto their shoulders. Even the strongest couldn't avoid being suppressed, crashing heavily to the ground. And those with lesser power even spat blood, instantly losing consciousness, scattering across mountains and rivers. A single gaze actually suppressed all the experts in the sky. This person was definitely no ordinary expert of the Demon Heaven Palace. Experts from the Zhuge Empire trembled inwardly, their faces turning pale. That feeling of powerlessness once again surfaced in their hearts. They had originally thought that after Zhu Wuheng's previous intervention, forcing the enemy to retreat shamefully back to the Demon Heaven Palace, the enemy would have learned their lesson. Therefore, even when facing an Wu Di expert, they dared to scold and rebuke. Yet they never expected that the enemy would actually dare to strike directly, and with just a single glance, suppress all directions. It seemed the previous agreement was already teetering on the edge. A wave of despair instantly surged in the hearts of everyone. However, the very next moment, that feeling suddenly vanished into thin air. Even some people's faces revealed a trace of cold sneer. What was there to fear? The four great empires now regarded the Xiuxian Empire as the supreme, and the strength of the Xiuxian Empire could only be described with the phrase unfathomably deep. If the Xuanhuan Empire couldn't handle it, the Xiuxian Empire certainly could. There was absolutely nothing to fear. Moreover, it was said that the Xiuxian Empire had an ancient senior secretly guarding them. Though this senior had never appeared publicly, he had secretly controlled the winds and clouds. All experts threatening the four great empires would be suppressed by his invisible force, and he didn't even need to appear personally. This thought immediately spread through everyone's minds. In that instant, the previously desperate atmosphere completely disappeared, replaced by profound confidence. Seeing those people he had suppressed suddenly exude a surging momentum, as if they completely disregarded him. Thunder Emperor immediately furrowed his brows. Confusion and doubt arose on his forehead. What's going on here? When I, the Thunder Emperor, descend, they should all prostrate themselves before me like ants, trembling in fear. But why do these weaklings seem to ignore me completely? It's absolutely infuriating. Roar. The next moment, he roared furiously, and boundless thunder gathered in the sky. Then he launched it directly toward those experts of the Xuanhuan Empire. All of you die. To him, these experts were as insignificant as ants. Killing them was no harder than crushing a speck of dust. 10,000 heaven illusion. Golden light divine shield. Dragon scale diffusion. Suddenly, one after another trembling voice cried out, spewing forth various techniques. Chapter 188. The Martial God Temple. One after another, defensive techniques suddenly surged forward, forming a sky-covering barrier that barely blocked the countless lightning strikes. Boom, boom, boom. After a tremor, all the defensive techniques were shattered. The experts from the Xuanwu Imperial Court were stunned, because it wasn't them. They hadn't even moved. After all, the strongest among them were merely emperor-ranked experts. To resist the lightning pillars unleashed by a martial emperor was simply impossible. Even if Fei Manchang released their techniques, it would be like thin sheets of paper instantly pierced through. Thus, they hadn't intended to waste their strength. Thunder Emperor was also shocked. Suddenly, his gaze locked directly onto the figures of the Heaven-Sundering Palace. Why did you protect them? It was indeed the Heaven-Sundering Emperor and others who had acted. Who? They exhaled in relief, heads lowered, bodies trembling violently. Thunder Emperor's arrival here had already violated the previous agreement. This was already enough to lead to grave consequences. If he truly wiped out these people before them, it would inevitably provoke a reaction from the senior in the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court. Once that senior personally acted, the consequences would be catastrophic. Such consequences were simply beyond their capacity to bear. Considering the severity of the outcome, they had no choice but to act in desperation. This matter should still be discussed calmly. Right? Why is Thunder Emperor so hasty? Can't we discuss back home and then decide whether to act? This could lead to unpredictable consequences. Right? Why act so urgently? The experts from the Heaven-Sundering Palace stammered, trembling uncontrollably. What the hell is going on? They're helping us. Have they gone mad? Regardless, they've bought us some time. That time is enough. The experts of the Xuanwu Imperial Court had their eyes burning with confident light. Then, all of their gazes focused on the face of the Xuanwu Sovereign. Xuanwu Sovereign sneered coldly and without hesitation, grasped the emblem on his body. A fierce energy instantly activated the emblem. Almost simultaneously, in the Vermilion Bird Imperial Court, within the sanctum, suddenly, a startled exclamation sounded. Xuanwu Sovereign, have the Heaven-Sundering Palace folks attacked again? It seems they still haven't given up their ambitions. On the grand stone throne, Vermilion Bird Sovereign's expression turned grave. Master Lin, they're back, and this time, it won't just be emperors. It must be someone stronger. This calamity, besides one person, this time, I fear no one can resolve. Finally, his gaze locked on Master Lin's face. I shall go seek advice from the senior now. Master Lin took a deep breath, equally tense in this moment. His figure moved straight toward the Imperial kitchen. At this moment, inside the Imperial kitchen, Lin Tian was immersed in calligraphy. As for the daily martial cultivation, it had completely halted. Naturally, because a month ago, he had witnessed experts wielding lightning, a bolt cleaving the beast mountain in half. It had deeply scarred his young soul. Cultivation? Cultivate a big watermelon. Although he now had a physique suitable for cultivation, unfortunately, there was no one to guide him, no secret manuals or techniques available. He could only keep training on his own. Yet progress was nearly non-existent. Though some spiritual energy had accumulated, he was utterly unable to advance further. Even the simplest skill of flight was beyond him. So what was the point of cultivating? Better to indulge in ink and brush, cultivate his spirit, spend the rest of his life as a refined scholar. Although it wasn't the life he had envisioned in his world-crossing fantasy, he could only accept such a fate with helplessness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With the brush flowing, a landscape painting instantly appeared on paper. Peaks undulated, rivers stretched, mists surrounded, looking almost ethereal. This was the immortal mountain imagined by Lin Tian. Everything seemed perfectly normal. What he did not know was, within the void of the Hongmeng starfield, an immortal mountain soared high into the clouds, slowly drifting. Although appearing ordinary, Even the endless dark void cracked slightly upon contact. Through the hazy clouds, 3 characters flickered, Martial God Temple. Suddenly, as if the sound of creation had roared, as if the thickest ink-dark void suddenly burst open violently. There was even a mountain connected to the Martial God Temple, forcing its way through the void and linking together with the floating mountain. Even more astonishingly, a 10,000 zhang long river, sparkling with starlight as if containing countless stars, suddenly extended and connected itself to the corresponding river of the Martial God Temple. In an instant, the entire Martial God Temple violently trembled. From nothingness, it created everything. This directly shocked the Nanguhal master. Hiss! The Nanguhal master shuddered all over, immediately halting the broom in his hand. With utterly incredulous eyes, he stared at the continuously splitting void, the mountain that was constantly extending, and the surging river rushing forth. This is the master. The master is actually capable of manifesting everything from thin air. He is constantly perfecting the Martial God Temple. The Martial God Temple already has a considerable scale now, yet in the master's eyes, is it still just a tiny piece of land? No wonder he never came to the Martial God Temple. So in his heart, the current Martial God Temple was incomplete. Now, with this mountain and river system, the territory of the Martial God Temple will inevitably expand even further. The Nanguhal master stood frozen for half a moment before suddenly achieving enlightenment. He understood. The reason the master abandoned the Martial God Temple wasn't because he wanted to waste his time in such a low-level world. It was because he was constantly searching for inspiration to keep expanding the Martial God Temple. Eventually, what kind of form would the Martial God Temple take? Would it have 10,000 stars shining? Would countless rivers flow, carrying stars, meandering through space? Of course, this was still far from enough. More importantly, at that time, countless young geniuses would be selected and join the Martial God Temple. Only then would the true rise of the Martial God Temple begin. In short, the current Martial God Temple was nothing more than a blueprint. Once its outline was completed, legions of heaven-defying geniuses would rush in, and those geniuses would be the most essential elements. I understand, Master. I will definitely continue keeping the Martial God Temple clean and tidy. If there are any orders, please give me a sign. I will definitely execute them without hesitation. The Nanguhal master knelt on the ground, his face filled with reverence. At this moment, as the rumbling gradually faded away, the expansion of the Martial God Temple was finally declared complete. Chapter 189. Once again, the opportunity is his. Inside the imperial kitchen. Senior. Just then, an anxious voice interrupted Lin Tian's thoughts. It's you. Why are you in such a panic? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, put down the writing brush in his hand, and looked toward the sudden appearance of old Lin. Senior. Under the gaze of those sharp and penetrating eyes, old Lin couldn't help but shudder and quickly knelt to the ground. Senior. Just a moment ago, someone forcibly broke through the barrier. From what we can tell, it must have been the previously repelled Demon Heaven Palace. With the Demon Heaven Palace invading again, there must be even stronger experts, possibly surpassing the realm of Martial Emperor. Right now, the Vermilion Bird Empire and Xingzhou are in extreme danger. Please, Senior. As he spoke, old Lin's face turned red, uneasy and nervous. The Senior's power is unfathomable, so for him, the crisis currently facing the Vermilion Bird Empire is nothing more than a breeze. And yet he was in such a panic, which surely would greatly upset the Senior. Asking the Senior to take action was something he was truly reluctant to say. After all, it had already happened many times. Whenever Xingzhou faced a crisis, the Senior was called upon to resolve it. Each time, those crises seemed no more significant to the Senior than the buzzing of flies. Surely the Senior would feel some annoyance. Demon Heaven Palace? Invasion. Lin Tian couldn't help but be taken aback. The hand holding the writing brush froze midair. Oh no, that name alone sounds like an extremely powerful sect. Perhaps the Vermilion Bird Empire is already in grave danger. In this crucial moment, why is he not resisting the threat, but instead coming here? Could he possibly be hoping that I will step in and help? The thought barely surfaced before Lin Tian himself chuckled. Asking me for help? Clearly, he was overthinking it. He himself was just a tiny chef within the imperial kitchen. Even in a desperate situation, there was no way they would turn to a mere cook to cure their hemorrhoids. Therefore, what old Lin had said was only background noise. The true purpose must lie in the field he specialized in. I see. After a moment of thought, Lin Tian nodded slightly, his expression remaining calm. Senior, you mean? Old Lin's eyes lit up. Instantly, he felt reassured, a subtle gleam flickering in his gaze. If the Senior nodded so effortlessly, without even showing the slightest reluctance, hadn't he already agreed to resolve the crisis? With the Senior's agreement, what was there to fear? Follow me. Lin Tian clasped his hands behind his back and led the other straight to the storage room. Then he opened the storage door directly. Hiss. Although he had already seen various magical treasures inside before, old Lin still couldn't help but draw in a deep breath upon entering, his eyes filled with deep reverence. Being allowed even a glimpse at these treasures was already the greatest favor for him. An ordinary painting probably won't solve the problem, right? Then we need something more substantial. This riverside scene at Qingming Festival is just a piece I copied casually during my free time. But, at this point, Lin Tian frowned slightly. Only now did he remember. He was in another world, so of course old Lin wouldn't understand the riverside scene at Qingming Festival. There was no need to explain further. Still, he had confidence that this scroll would definitely resolve the issue. Riverside scene at Qingming Festival? Hiss. Looking at the folded painting, old Lin took a deep breath, his entire body trembling slightly. He felt endless Dao laws rushing out from the scroll. With his own cultivation at the martial sovereign level, he could barely look directly at it. A supreme treasure. A supreme treasure indeed. Even just sensing the Dao laws within, it was stronger than the 4 treasures used by xuanhuan combined. Furthermore, according to what the senior had said, it was clearly an artifact of the highest caliber. With such a treasure, what was there to fear about facing the enemy? Filled with excitement, old Lin reached out trembling hands and received the riverside scene at Qingming Festival. The next moment, he immediately knelt and kowtowed on the spot. As if only by bowing with utmost sincerity could he prevent his tainted hands from disgracing this profound and mysterious treasure. Witnessing the scene before him, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. It's just the riverside scene at Qingming Festival after all. Look how excited you are. However, if he gave this riverside scene at Qingming Festival to those from the Demon Heaven Palace, surely those experts from the Demon Heaven Palace would be delighted and leave, no longer threatening the Vermilion Bird Empire. Only now did he finally understand the true role of painting and calligraphy in this world. If I'm not mistaken, although this is a world of martial cultivation, everyone still reveres cultural cultivation. Unfortunately, their comprehension is too low. According to Xiaoli, the most celebrated works of the painters here were nothing more than childish scribbles. Showing them a single painting would easily crush them. As for the works I personally copied and created, once revealed to the world, they would amaze them and be considered treasures passed down through generations. Once the experts from the Demon Heaven Palace see such a masterpiece displayed by the Vermilion Bird Empire, they'll probably feel too embarrassed to continue their invasion. Lin Tian couldn't help but give himself a mental thumbs up for his insight. The old man before him had come seeking help, and his strongest skills were in the areas of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Clearly, this visit was directly related to his area of expertise. The logic was flawless. As for asking him to personally intervene, what was he thinking? Even a martial artist who had just entered the cultivation realm could probably crush him on the spot. Therefore, they must definitely be here to request a painting. Sure enough, old Lin thanked him repeatedly, his excitement making his entire body tremble. It seemed the painting hadn't even been opened yet, but the crisis currently facing the Vermilion Bird Empire was already resolved. This further reinforced Lin Tian's belief. Senior, when it comes to unrolling this riverside scene at Qingming Festival, who should do it? Suddenly, old Lin thought of a critical question. How could the artifact bestowed by the senior be an ordinary treasure? It must be a tremendous opportunity. With his own cultivation level and comprehension ability, naturally, he wouldn't meet the senior's standards. Therefore, when the senior brought out this treasure, he must have already had a suitable candidate in mind. And the person chosen to wield this artifact must be the one the senior had personally decided was destined to receive this rare opportunity. Who should unroll it? Lin Tian was momentarily confused, unable to remain calm. No way. Is this question really so difficult that he must ask me? Can't you just let anyone open it? Are the people in this world really this clueless? Even such a basic question has to be directed to me. Muttering internally, Lin Tian outwardly remained calm and indifferent. He casually waved his hand. Just let that young man from last time do it. After all, he's already familiar with it. I assume he's someone bold enough to showcase his abilities. Boom. These words struck old Lin like thunder, crashing heavily into his heart. Old Lin immediately became even more excited. Just as expected, the precious opportunity granted by the senior had once again been given to xuanhuan. It seemed that, in the senior's eyes, xuanhuan had already become his disciple. Chapter 190. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Although without name or title, the act of continuously bestowing opportunities clearly indicates that the other party is being cultivated. Now, xuanhuan, having received the fortune of 4 treasures, instantly elevated his strength from obscurity to the level of martial lord. Just when he had not yet settled comfortably in the positions of martial lord and sword lord, he was once again granted the Morning River Core by his senior. Over the past month, that kid had been in seclusion, comprehending the Star Core. Now, where he was secluded, auspicious lights often flowed, even drawing the symphony of hundreds of birds. Obviously, he had made an even greater breakthrough. It's highly likely he has already stepped into the realm of Martial King. But it's also likely he has already started facing bottlenecks. In the end, the senior took out the so-called Qingming Riverside scene. And with a casual push, wouldn't this kid just fly away? Thank you, senior. I will thank you on his behalf. I thank you on behalf of the Zhuge Imperial Dynasty. Senior, I will take my leave first. Old Lin's eyes shone with excitement as he firmly nodded. Then, respectfully stepping back a dozen steps, he rose into the air and flew away with the wind. Watching the receding figure, Lin Tian stood with his hands behind his back, deep in thought for a long time. That odd feeling of something being off grew more and more distinct. What exactly is going on here? It's just a painting, right? How could it excite a powerful cultivator capable of flying through the wind to such an extent? I always feel like we are talking about completely different things. Damn it, this world is too complicated. It's really confusing. Lin Tian scratched his head. The doubts in his heart only multiplied. Eventually, he gave up on thinking and sat back down to continue painting. Right now, he simply wanted to be an obscure scholar. After all, the importance of music, calligraphy, and painting in this world was immense. The only thing that annoyed him was that these things couldn't be exchanged for cultivation techniques or precious treasures like gold and jade. Otherwise, he might have quickly become the richest man in the entire 9 provinces. Zhuge Imperial Practice Ground. A vast training arena, stretching thousands of feet across, looked extremely spacious. Normally, the young descendants of the Xiuxian imperial clan would crowd the area, either cultivating sword techniques here or cautiously sparring to gradually enhance their power. Strangely enough, at this moment, the place was completely empty, except for a spherical ball of light constantly emitting brilliant radiance. Faintly visible inside the glowing orb was a graceful young man, sitting cross-legged. His brows were slightly furrowed, and eventually, the frown deepened. Suddenly, his eyebrows relaxed. Xuanhuan opened his eyes and waved away the barriers surrounding his body. A look of ecstatic joy surfaced on his face. This sense of power, is this the mysterious spiritual energy contained within metabolism? This spiritual energy flows endlessly, containing all kinds of elemental forces, and can operate Taoist principles, continuously supplying spiritual energy. Me, I've actually surpassed the martial lord now. If I refine my sword techniques a bit more, I'm sure I can surpass the sword lord as well. In such a short period of time, I've reached a level that even the previous ancestors could not attain after centuries of cultivation. Xuanhuan felt stunned, almost believing it was just a dream. He pinched his thigh hard. Pain. Excruciating pain. So this definitely wasn't some dream, but reality. He really had stepped into the realm of Martial King. Though he had only just entered, this cultivation speed could already be described as lightning fast. Throughout Qingzhou, or even the entire 9 provinces realm, no one else had achieved such rapid cultivation progress. The feeling was simply exhilarating. Quietly touching the still warm star core in his hand, Xuanhuan took a deep breath, drew his sword, and was about to pursue further breakthroughs in the way of the sword. After all, though he cultivated both sword and martial arts, his heart always leaned towards sword techniques. The star core, now worn around his neck like a pendant, seemed to sense his intent and began to brew sword chi. Yet just then, Wuhan, you've broken through the martial lord? This is the martial king level. An excited voice sounded. It was old Lin arriving. Lin Lao, keep it low, keep it low. Isn't stepping into the martial king realm too simple? Nothing to brag about. Nothing to brag about. Xuanhuan waved his hand with a modest smile. Nothing to brag about. You little brat. Old Lin smiled bitterly, but inside his heart, it was as if a mountain had collapsed, remaining restless and unsettled for a long time. Possessing 4 treasures in hand, breaking straight through to the martial lord, then obtaining a personal treasure, cultivating it with his own aptitude, stepping into the martial king within a month. Throughout the entire 9 provinces world, there was no one who possessed such power. This kid's modesty looked, no matter how one saw it, like the ultimate form of showing off. Lin Lao, aren't you supposed to be helping the emperor collect tributes from those sects lately? How come you have time to come here? Xuanhuan blinked his eyes, instantly feeling very strange. Cough cough. What tribute? Those are tokens of respect others offer to our Xiuxian imperial dynasty. Of course, we must preserve them properly. Only then can we show our respect to them. Old Lin's face turned red with embarrassment, hurriedly and awkwardly trying to cover it up. Since the Xiuxian imperial dynasty had become the center of attention in the entire 9 provinces realm, practically every day, some unknown sects and families came offering tributes. Some even traveled thousands of miles across territories, bringing rare treasures and exotic goods. Qingzhou had originally been a barren land. Suddenly, with so many rare medicinal herbs and precious resources pouring in, the Xiuxian emperor naturally couldn't be happier. If it were someone else, naturally they would maintain a certain decorum and not casually accept others' gifts. The problem, however, was that, in order for the Xiuxian imperial dynasty, and indeed the 4 imperial dynasties, to develop further and cultivate more outstanding talents, they needed resources. Now that all these resources were conveniently delivered to their doorstep, there was no reason not to accept them. Therefore, in recent times, Old Lin had been constantly busy receiving various visiting talents and collecting gifts simultaneously. Only this particular matter was somewhat difficult to speak of, and whenever this matter was mentioned, Lin Lao felt a tinge of embarrassment. I understand. That's their gesture of goodwill. Our Xiuxian imperial dynasty defeated the Heaven Devil Palace and protected the entire 9 provinces realm, so accepting a little gift from them. What's wrong with that? Xuanhuan grinned mischievously and forced an explanation. You brat, what you said actually makes some sense. Old Lin nodded slightly, and gradually a faintly satisfied smile appeared on his face. This kid had always been clever since childhood, and he certainly hadn't disappointed him. By the way, the reason I came this time is about the Heaven Devil Palace. Old Lin's smile suddenly vanished, and he finally got to the point. Heaven Devil Palace? Have they come again? Xuanhuan's face turned grave, instantly filled with anger. Hadn't he made it clear back then? If the Heaven Devil Palace dared to invade the 9 provinces again, he would make them pay the heaviest price possible, even to the extent of wiping out the entire Heaven Devil Palace. Chapter 191. Let's go our separate ways. The problem was, he was currently only a mere martial king. If he were to fight, he would be mercilessly crushed by the opponent. Showing off required real power. With only the star core in hand, how could he even dream of defeating the other side? Cough cough. Old Lin, you don't actually want me to step in, do you? Although I am currently the strongest among the younger generation in the Xiuxian imperial dynasty, the problem is, the opponent is a legendary martial emperor. Xuanhuan wore a bitter smile, spreading his hands helplessly as he reminded. He also wanted to furrow his brow and say heroically, leave everything to me. The issue was, a person must have self-awareness. With his current cultivation at the martial king level, he wasn't even worthy enough to be a toothpick for the enemy. The last time he had acted arrogantly was only because he had received 4 magical artifacts granted by his senior. Now those 4 artifacts had already been handed back. How could he act smug now? Don't worry. With senior here, are you afraid you can't crush them? This is the Qingming Xianxia, along the river during the Qingming festival. According to senior, it's the ultimate magical artifact. Hurry up and receive it. Old Lin glanced at the young man and said with a smile. Then he respectfully presented the Qingming Xianxia scroll. Hiss. Zhu Wuhan's eyes immediately widened in shock, almost unable to believe his own eyes. Qingming Xianxia. Just from the name's 5 characters, one could sense an overwhelming aura. It truly was an ultimate artifact. Moreover, with his current cultivation at the martial king level, he could clearly sense a magnificent, indescribable pressure exuding from it, along with powerful Taoist rules continuously surging within. It seemed as if it contained a vast spiritual world filled with limitless and inexhaustible spiritual energy. A single artifact containing an entire world, and not just any world, but the most powerful kind. Such an artifact's immense power was beyond description. This artifact must definitely contain abundant resources. Old Lin, why didn't you keep it for yourself? Why give it to me? Zhu Wuhan stood there for a moment, a warm current stirring in his heart. You fool. This is because senior specifically mentioned your name and requested you take the lead. Do you realize what this means? Old Lin took a deep breath, pride showing clearly on his face. What does it mean? It means even though you aren't his disciple, he already sees you as his true apprentice. The chance he's giving you is just the beginning. The real treasures lie ahead. Perhaps not long from now, your strength will reach unimaginable heights. Even others won't be able to imagine. Old Lin's voice rang firm and clear like striking jade, resounding powerfully. Instantly, Zhu was left dazed. Was he now already regarded as the senior's disciple? Although there had been no formal apprenticeship ceremony or established master-disciple relationship. But why else would the senior give him this artifact without reason? Why else would he bestow such a great chance upon him? I understand now. Senior indeed sees me as his apprentice. However, a master of such high attainment would never lightly accept a disciple. Perhaps one day, when he truly meets his expectations, the senior will officially accept him. Just imagining that one day he would stand beside the senior, becoming a highly respected figure admired by the entire nation, stars seemed to shine in his eyes. Old Lin, I understand now. I will use this scroll artifact right away to suppress those from the Demon Heaven Palace. I will never disappoint senior. Zhu said excitedly. Good, truly worthy of being my excellent apprentice. Wait, no? Your cultivation has already long surpassed mine, and very soon you'll officially become senior's disciple. And when that time comes, your status. Suddenly, Old Lin's face twitched. Damn it. According to the guess, the senior might have been the previous progenitor of the Zhuge imperial dynasty. His status would be unknown generations above Old Lin's, perhaps even thousands or 10,000s. Once this young man became his disciple, his status would rise rapidly like a skyrocket. In his presence, Old Lin himself would fall many levels beneath. This kid was going to surpass him in seniority in the blink of an eye. This thought made Old Lin feel rather conflicted inside. Eventually, he came up with a proper solution. We each maintain our own titles. You call me master, I call you senior disciple. Yes, that's perfect. The Xuanhuan imperial dynasty. Heavens and earth shifted. Countless dark clouds gathered, while at the same time, thick bolts of lightning rained down continuously. Those streaks of lightning seemed to have no intention to kill at first, but instead tested the skies endlessly, continuously building oppressive pressure. The living beings within the Xuanhuan imperial dynasty trembled in fear, as if facing the apocalypse. Suddenly, each felt they were less significant than even an ant. When faced with the apocalypse, even ants do not understand what is truly happening. Even if crushed into dust, they would die peacefully in ignorance. But these people had to endure the torment of fear under such terror, only to die in the end. This feeling was as horrifying as it could possibly be. Who in the world is this? There's an oppressive pressure in the air unlike anything ever seen before. It feels as if it has transcended the realm of martial monarchs. Perhaps it has surpassed even the martial emperors. What kind of expert is this? What kind of mighty cultivator has once again targeted the Xuanhuan imperial dynasty? Are we about to be brought to the brink of destruction once more? If only our Xuanhuan bloodline still existed, would we endure such bullying? Our decline is what brought us to this. What a pity. In ancient times, our ancestors roamed across the 9 provinces, even shocking the upper world. But now, we can only endure endless humiliation. The experts of the Xuanhuan imperial dynasty were filled with sorrow and rage, yet completely helpless. Their bloodline had already decayed. There was no way to reverse their fate. Now, all they could do was entrust their hopes to destiny, especially the ordinary citizens of the Xuanhuan imperial dynasty. At this moment, they had long fallen to their knees on the ground, gazing helplessly at the sky, trembling in fear and desperately begging for mercy, hoping only for a miracle, for some expert to appear and rescue them from hell. Yet deep in their hearts, they understood all too well, in a world dominated by power, the appearance of a stronger force to save them was simply hopeless. As for the martial experts representing the Xuanhuan emperor himself, they were certainly powerless to resist such a terrifying pressure. At the border of the Xuanhuan imperial dynasty, figures who once soared freely through the skies were now crushed beneath countless walls, the weight pressing on their backs burying their bodies deep into the ground. They gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with profound anger and grief. Yet at this moment, they were utterly helpless. As the weak, they could only be suppressed by the strong. And their enemy, though possessing the strength to obliterate them with a single snap of their fingers, seemed in no hurry at all. Instead, they continued to let out bursts of maniacal laughter. Huh, how can the faint glow of fireflies rival the sun and moon? You don't want to kneel? Then grovel on the ground properly. Today, I shall make sure you meet your end in the utmost humiliation. Chapter 192, a mere display. It is a blessing for you that a cultivator from the demon heaven palace has descended, yet you dare to resist. This is the price you must pay. The Thunder Emperor laughed loudly, spreading his arms as thunder arrows gathered, lightning assembling behind him, and more lightning crackled ceaselessly over his body. It seemed as if the thunder god himself had descended. That oppressive presence, that boundless arrogance, capable of destroying even the azure heaven's emperor and erasing all existence. This was the terror of a peak martial emperor. We shall never submit. What is the demon heaven palace? We may be reduced to this state, even be turned to ashes, but we shall never kneel before you. Whatever price we pay today, you will soon pay back 100-fold. Today, we shall show you the pride of the warriors of the Xuanhuan imperial court. The Xuanhuan emperor showed no sign of despair. Instead, his eyes burned with frenzied battle lust. He resisted the crushing pressure from the sky. What was there to fear? Wasn't he merely a martial emperor? In the Xiuxian imperial court, once there had been a man wielding for treasures, who had casually suppressed a vegetarian martial emperor with a snap of his fingers. And he was but a messenger for his senior. The elder behind him was the truly terrifying existence. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy heaven and earth. With a flick of his finger, he could shatter stars. What was the demon heaven palace before such an existence? What chance did it have against the sun, moon, and stars? The Thunder Emperor immediately froze. One question after another surfaced in his mind. For a moment, he had an odd feeling, like the plot was going off script. He was an invincible expert. These ants before him didn't even understand what the martial emperor stage truly meant, yet they clearly sensed his terrifying power. Under such circumstances, they should have been filled with despair. Even if they didn't kneel down begging for mercy, they should at least be trembling with fear, wailing in terror. But instead, they remained surprisingly calm, only slightly fearful due to suppression. What in the world was going on? The Thunder Emperor was momentarily confused. If not for his dignity, he might have even reached up to touch his head. The next second, the confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced with sudden realization. I see. It's because of that expert, isn't it, that gives them hope. Even though their souls are about to scatter, they still carry infinite hope. This means, they firmly believe that their senior will appear soon. They firmly believe that expert can defeat me? Ha ha ha. The Thunder Emperor laughed even more wildly as understanding dawned. He looked like he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. This tiny Jojo world. What strong experts could possibly emerge? At most, some genius breaking through the heavenly Tao rules to surpass the martial king level. That was all. Against a martial emperor, they wouldn't even have the slightest chance of victory. As for that young genius wielding for treasures, who had barely subdued the demon cloud emperor, it was solely due to those 4 treasures. In the demon heaven palace, who didn't have a few treasures. His lips curled upward slightly, showing clear disdain. Looking down as if a god gazing at mortals. I understand now. You're waiting for that expert to show himself. But even if he appears, what difference would it make? If he truly dares to come, I'll crush him underfoot before your eyes. Only then will you understand what true despair feels like. The Thunder Emperor raised his head and laughed toward the sky, his eyes full of contempt. Just another so-called expert. How powerful could he possibly be? Watch me destroy him in the blink of an eye. How dare you insult my senior? Have you tired of living? Suddenly, a furious voice echoed from the heavens. It actually cut through the storming thunder above. Then a figure gracefully descended. He wore white robes, holding a long sword in one hand, and carrying a painting on his back. His eyes shimmered with endless sword intent. He seemed like a transcendental immortal, and his very aura could swallow heaven and earth in an instant. SSSHH. Is that him? Has he arrived? He seems different from before. Could it be that in just this 1 month, he has already advanced 5 stages? But how is that even possible? By the heavens, he's already reached the martial king level. So what if he advanced a few levels? It means nothing. What matters is the 4 treasures he once wielded. Wait, he doesn't seem to be holding anything now. Has this brat gone mad? Upon seeing Zhu Wuhan's arrival, the Demon Cloud Emperor and others instinctively stepped backward a few paces. However, in the next instant, the panic in their eyes turned into deep contempt. It wasn't Zhu Wuhan they feared, but the 4 treasures he once wielded. But this kid, now he held nothing but a long sword. And that sword clearly didn't look like any treasure. This brat must have gone mad, actually believing he could use just a sword and his newly martial king cultivation to block the Thunder Emperor. If you don't die, who will? In an instant, the eyes of the Demon Cloud Emperor and others were filled with deep mockery. You? A martial king expert? You don't even qualify me to personally strike. Kneel down, and I may spare your life. At first, when Thunder Emperor saw Zhu Wuhan's grand entrance, he thought he was facing a powerful expert. But in the next instant, he realized he was only facing a martial king expert. A martial king dared to challenge him in battle? Isn't that asking for death? He didn't even feel it worth the effort to suppress this opponent. To him, whether it was a martial king or a martial sovereign, they were no different than ants. Who gave you such confidence? Didn't your demon heaven palace swear just before that you would never appear here again, or else bear the consequences yourselves? Have you now turned your own words into mere fart? Zhu Wuhan raised his brow, directly challenging back. Dare you insult my demon heaven palace? Do you truly wish to die by my hands to feel satisfied? The Thunder Emperor's face immediately darkened. Above the clouds, countless bolts of thunder crazily surged downward. Some barely touched the mountaintops. Yet those peaks instantly crumbled. Countless birds and beasts fled in terror. The aura of impending doom hanging over the Xuanhu imperial court became even heavier. I was hoping you could kill me, but it seems you're not capable. I'm afraid you simply won't be able to kill me. Xuanhuan didn't even regard his opponent seriously. You, die. The Thunder Emperor's face changed dramatically. He had never before suffered such humiliation. With a wave of his hand, the thunder in the dark clouds surged to life, transforming into a divine claw, immense and towering. It struck down fiercely toward Xuanhuan. Merely petty tricks, not even worth mentioning. Xuanhuan sneered, slowly taking down the scroll on his back. With his own strength alone, he naturally wouldn't consider such an ultimate martial technique as petty tricks. Those 4 words, petty tricks, were meant to describe his master's view. As for himself, he simply opened the Qingming Shanghe along the river during Qingming Festival. Chapter 193. Overcoming the hard with the soft. A thunderous boom echoed. At the exact moment the Qingming Shanghe unrolled, the thunderbolts from the sky suddenly seemed to freeze in place, instantly suppressed by the great Tao's principles. In that instant, even the heavens and earth appeared to pause momentarily. As the scroll unfolded, countless golden rays shot into the sky, outlining shadowy figures one after another. It looked like a market in another world, where innumerable merchants and travelers bustled about ceaselessly. Though no cries of hawkers could be heard, the strange itinerant traders shouted loudly without pause. Inside such a small magical treasure, it was as if an entire world had been contained. Even more frightening was that within each stroke of the painting, incomprehensibly profound Taoist principles were hidden, and waves of rule force surged directly from that world. And just at that moment, the lightning bolts hovering in the sky for a brief moment suddenly crashed down fiercely. As if drawn by the depicted world, they directly targeted it and struck hard. Yet the people inside that world seemed utterly unaware of the impending calamity, continuing on with their lives as usual, calm and unperturbed. Just at that moment, the lightning entered the world. Suddenly, all the domineering power and intimidation vanished completely. Countless thunderbolts only caused the faintest flickers of light in that world. The people, as if predestined, reacted not at all to this sudden light. They went about their business as before. Under this powerful impact, the scene merely rippled like still water, forming ring after ring of ripples. Hiss! This is absolutely impossible. My heavenly thunder tribulation. Ordinary magical treasures simply cannot resist it. How could it actually be neutralized by this treasure? That young fellow, what exactly is that thing? Thunder Emperor's face immediately showed shock. He understood that although the opponent was merely a king of martial cultivation, he had already displayed the demeanor of an emperor. To put it simply, he could disregard emperors already. The reason he remained so low-key was only because his strength wasn't yet equal to theirs. If one day his power truly ascended to that of an emperor, he would look down on every emperor beneath the heavens. This youth must not be allowed to live. If he survives, he will surely become a nightmare for the Devil Heaven Palace one day. Therefore, when Thunder Emperor attacked earlier, he used an extremely powerful cultivation technique directly. The Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Under the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, even emperors tremble and kings shiver in fear. Those below the king cultivation stage face only one fate, immediate annihilation. Yet he never expected that the opponent had simply taken out a painting-like treasure, instantly nullifying his technique. Could this be tolerated? You still claim to be an emperor? Can't you see that's a magical treasure? Xuanhuan mocked with a sneer. The Thunder Emperor paused for a moment, then his face filled with anger. Of course I know it's a magical treasure. Wasn't I asking what exactly that thing was? I want to know what kind of magical treasure that is. But no matter, it doesn't matter whether he speaks or not. It's not so simple to block me with just such a tiny treasure. So what if it's a magical treasure? Watch how I destroy your treasure. A furious roar rang out. Immediately, the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation descended again. This time, 3 giant hands appeared, composed of countless lightning bolts dropping from the sky. It was as if a colossus towering beyond the sky resided in the clouds, now extending his massive hands to obliterate everything in this world. Insignificant techniques. Xuanhuan scoffed once more. With a rustle, the cultivators of the Xuanhu imperial court and others like Demon Cloud Emperor immediately tensed. Insignificant techniques? This kid is acting too arrogant. This is the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Just this single move is enough to crush the earth. Even splitting the sky is possible. And this kid dares call it insignificant? Now, with triple the force of the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, even ordinary treasures cannot resist it. How could he be so arrogant? Very soon he'll know what it means to die with no grave to hold your corpse. This momentum is simply unbeatable. Can that treasure really resist it? I've never seen such a magical treasure in the Xuke Imperial Court. Even during the great wars between our Xuanhu Imperial Court and the Xuke Imperial Court, Xuke never wielded a treasure like this. This means, this treasure does not belong to the Xuke Imperial Court. In other words, suddenly, the Xuanhu sovereign felt his heart settle, even a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Just moments ago, he had worried this treasure might have belonged to the Xuke Imperial Court. If it had truly come from the Xuke Imperial Court, then whether this treasure could withstand the opponent's Heavenly Thunder Tribulation would indeed be cause for concern. However, the Taoist power radiating from this painting, combined with Zhu Wuhan's confident gaze, was enough proof that this scroll was the work of an elder. In other words, the power and function of this magical treasure were absolutely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Compared to a treasure bestowed by an elder, the heavenly thunder tribulation used by the opponent was indeed nothing more than a petty trick. Just at that moment, the giant hands formed from the skyfall of lightning fiercely pressed downward. Even the air itself churned violently beneath the monstrous palm. One palm shakes the heavens and earth. One could imagine, if those three palms were not blocked, but instead struck directly onto the land of the Xiuxian imperial court, the very ground would crack and split apart, with magma erupting everywhere. Even if the entire Xuanhuan imperial court were not destroyed, a portion of it would certainly be devastated by this terrifying palm force. But to destroy the Xuanhuan imperial court, one first had to penetrate the illusory image of the painting. In an instant, the two forces collided midair. All the experts instinctively activated their protective techniques, fearing that they would be caught in the blast. They could already deeply sense that regardless of the outcome, this collision would surely create a massive upheaval. Yet the next second, everything fell silent. Those originally earth-shaking, sky-stirring palms, upon contact with the illusion, quietly sank into it. The faintly glowing silhouette outlined by the soft light rippled slightly, forming a tiny, subtle wave. Just like when a stone is dropped into calm water. That was all. What kind of joke is this? This is the heavenly thunder tribulation. Once used at full strength, the heavenly thunder tribulation can even instantly carve out an abyss. If used by an extremely powerful cultivator, it could crush a mountain in the blink of an eye. It could even flatten mountains into level ground. And it was blocked by this painting? Overcoming the hard with the soft. Yes, that's the principle. But this is just too terrifying. Chapter 194, 12-fold. Still not enough? The experts from the heaven-defying palace were trembling one by one. The fear from being dominated by four magical treasures returned to their hearts. In that moment, they almost lost control of their bladders. Softness overcomes hardness. Such a principle indeed exists in this world. The reason such a rule appears is because what is deemed hard is simply not hard enough. Once one reaches the peak of strength, one can achieve a state of irresistible force that crushes everything before it. What's softness overcoming hardness? That rule is about to be shattered. Throughout the entire world, nothing is softer than a sheet of xian paper. Yet this very piece of paper, in the form of an illusionary projection, has managed to block a lightning tribulation of utmost hardness and ferocity. Are you kidding me? Is there no justice left in the heavens? Is there no law anymore? How could one not suspect that the heavenly Tao rules have already been altered by some mysterious force? Even the Thunder Emperor was greatly shocked and finally couldn't keep his composure. When the lightning tribulation was blocked for the first time, he had already been greatly surprised. However, as the face of the heaven-defying palace, he naturally couldn't show it. After careful calculation, he believed that a lightning tribulation 3 times stronger would certainly break through the opponent's magical treasure. But he hadn't expected. The triple-strength lightning tribulation didn't even display the slightest momentum? Are you kidding me? If he couldn't quickly subdue the opponent, how could he maintain his reputation in the future? Lightning tribulation, 5-fold. Lightning tribulation, 6-fold. Lightning tribulation, 10-fold. Lightning tribulation, 12-fold. This time, the Thunder Emperor was truly enraged. In an instant, he kept escalating the power of his cultivation technique. Wave after wave of enormous hands descended clearly from the sky. The 5 giant hands vanished in an instant. The 6 giant hands displayed immense seizure, even tearing the heavens apart, warping space itself with the electric force. Yet still, utterly ineffective. 10-fold. Countless thunderbolts coalesced into 10 giant hands, targeting the weakest spot of the Qingming Xianxia, the area with sparse crowds. Yet within the illusionary world, those people remained utterly unaware of the danger from the outside world and continued with their business as usual. Amidst this calmness, the 10-fold tribulation was easily diffused. Finally, the lightning tribulation reached 12-fold intensity. The 12-fold lightning tribulation churned the winds and clouds furiously in the sky. Even the dark clouds from the thunder tribulation were instantly dispersed at the emergence of this lightning. It was the ultimate, concentrated strike, reaching the peak of this technique. Damn, what exactly is this power? Just this one move alone would be enough to wipe out every expert in our Xuanhuan imperial dynasty. Who would have thought there could be someone so strong in the world? Can that painting really withstand this attack? I think it's questionable. Though the scroll looks undisturbed, even a top-tier magical treasure probably couldn't withstand such a mighty onslaught. Frightening. This power is terrifying. This time, even a magical artifact might not hold up. What are you talking about? Of course, ordinary magical artifacts can't resist it, but don't forget who exactly this artifact originally belongs to. Suddenly, the Xuanhuan Emperor loudly reminded everyone. Everyone paused momentarily, then immediately snapped back to realization. Their faces broke into expressions of sudden understanding. That's right. If this was an ordinary magical artifact, it likely couldn't withstand the 12-fold lightning tribulation. But given how powerful this artifact is, it doesn't even need guessing to know who crafted it. Senior's strength is unfathomable. Even upon learning that the Thunder Emperor had arrived, he hadn't bothered to appear in person. He only sent a martial king-level expert to resist. This alone proves how confident he is in the artifact he has brought forth. When has Senior's calculation ever gone wrong? Therefore, there's absolutely no doubt. This scroll truly can withstand the opponent's 12-fold tribulation. Right now, 12 giant hands rained down from the sky like a storm. Even Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. But the next moment, he immediately thought of Senior. What's there to fear? Senior can perceive the future. Since he brought out this magical artifact, it proves this artifact can definitely withstand the opponent's attack. Senior, I believe in you. In that moment, the worry on his face vanished. Even the corners of his mouth slightly lifted into a confident smile. Sure enough, just at that moment, 12 giant hands, filled with endless lightning, mercilessly engulfed the illusion of the Qingming Xianxia. It seemed as though the entire Qingming Xianxia would be crushed in an instant by these 12 hands. Huh, little artifact dares to what? What is happening? The Thunder Emperor laughed out loud, so excited that words failed him in that moment. Yet before he could even finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed drastically, as if he had just witnessed the strangest phenomenon in the world. Only then did he realize the 12 thunderous giant hands, each capable of destroying the heavens and annihilating the earth, had actually vanished directly into that painting. And this time, the ripple across the painting's surface was clearly much stronger than all the previous ones. But even so, that was all. The attack still failed to draw the slightest attention from anyone in the external world. Silence. After a series of attacks that were as smooth as flowing clouds, yet capable of obliterating everything, all fell silent once more. Everyone wore expressions of stunned shock. Gazing upwards at the magical treasure, some felt deep fear arise in their hearts. Others, trembling in their legs, sensed the Tao-breaking might within the artifact, and even felt an urge to kneel before it. Powerful. This magical treasure was truly extraordinary. In the eyes of everyone present, the previous confrontation had not merely been a magical artifact blocking the opponent's 12-fold lightning tribulation. Rather, it seemed more like a small painting stopping the complete destruction of the entire world. SSS. Whose hands did this magical artifact come from? Why is it capable of stealing the laws of heaven and earth? Even stealing away my own law-bound power. The Thunder Emperor raged in fury. At that moment, his heart was filled with nothing but shock. He had originally believed that after breaking through the barrier with one fist and entering this world, he would be able to crush every living being. Yet the reality was, from the moment he appeared, he immediately encountered resistance. Even scarier was the truth that his opponent was not even that legendary figure who had descended. It was only the envoy sent forth by that legendary being. Just how powerful could the original cultivator truly be? With merely one magical artifact casually produced, he could already counter his own cultivation technique. How many other treasures, how many other resources, could that person possibly possess? He couldn't even bear to imagine, because merely speculating about it brought forth a number so terrifying that it chilled him to the bone. You are not worthy of knowing. After all, even if one is the strongest in this world, a person without faith will always be despised by all. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel now, or face the consequences yourself. Xuanhuan let out a cold smile, hands behind his back, exuding an air of unfathomable depth. Hold on, fellow Tao cultivator. Don't you seem to have made a mistake in your memory? At that moment, a puzzled voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 195, Stop them for me. The last agreement was that if they dared to take another step forward, you would ensure their complete destruction. Now that they have broken the agreement, they should be annihilated without a trace. That's right. To prevent them from breaking through the barrier again, we should put an end to this once and for all. The experts of the Xuanwu imperial court urged loudly one after another. They were extremely anxious. After all, showing mercy to the enemy was equal to being cruel to oneself. Not to mention in a situation like this, by suppressing the junior experts, senior ones would eventually emerge. Who could guarantee that if Thunder Emperor really knelt down and begged for mercy now, no even stronger experts would come back for revenge later? Xuanhuan's current strength had already exceeded the strongest expert nurtured by resources in Qingzhou. His strange improvement made absolutely no sense. No one would believe such a genius could actually exist. So, if they didn't make these people pay with some blood, the experts from the heaven-dominating palace would surely come personally to investigate in the future. And when that happened, the first to bear the brunt would definitely be their Xuanwu imperial court. This time, they had just been lucky. If the next time they met an even more temperamental and powerful opponent, who saw them as true ants and wiped them all out with a single sweep, wouldn't the Xuanwu imperial court then be finished? Hence, one by one of them kept persuading. Cough cough. Heaven values the love of life. What's crucial for martial cultivators isn't cultivation alone. It is more important to cultivate the mind. You all carry such heavy bloodthirst. No wonder you haven't broken through. Xuanhuan flushed slightly and skillfully covered up. Then he solemnly continued. But inside, he felt a dull ache in his loins. He wanted to directly wipe them all out, once and for all. Even if that didn't intimidate them completely, at least the brutal scene would leave a mental trauma for the experts from the heaven-dominating palace, securing a period of peace for the Xuanwu Empire. The problem was, although this treasure possessed incredible defensive abilities, he had absolutely no idea how to use it. It's awkward. This treasure clearly contains various kinds of powerful energy, but the problem is, I have to figure out how to use it myself. Launch an offensive? How would I even do that? You want me to suppress them, but I can't even find the attack button on this artifact. Xuanhuan inwardly complained, yet outwardly he smiled slightly. His appearance looked mysterious. This sudden expression stunned all the experts from the Xuanwu imperial court. With widened eyes, they suddenly seemed to grasp something. Cultivating starts with cultivating the mind. Isn't that something an ancient cultivator once said? But no one ever took it seriously. After all, there's nothing connecting the cultivation of the heart and the cultivation of power. But Why do I feel as if I've been hit with a sudden epiphany? Is this the secret to his sudden leap in power? Cultivate the mind first before cultivating power? I understand now. I feel like I've been struck with enlightenment. Now my spiritual roots and my dantian feel clearer than ever. Write this down. Definitely write it down. He is unfathomable, deep beyond measure. One sentence inspires me to breakthroughs. Who could be guiding him? The master behind him must be horrifying. In an instant, all the experts were ashamed. Some even lowered their heads in guilt. What martial cultivators pursue endlessly is limitless strength. Who has ever considered cultivating the heart? But now, they finally understood. Only by cultivating the heart can their cultivation continue to progress. This truly was the way. Wave after wave of reverent gazes kept landing on xuanhuan's face, leaving him rather puzzled. Of course, he had no idea that this random sentence he spoke had triggered such a chain reaction. Even less did he know that from this day on, some people would treat the phrase, cultivating power starts with cultivating the heart, as a guiding principle in their cultivation. And because of that, many experts made breakthroughs. Some even eventually broke past the emperor grade barrier. Cultivate the mind before power. This person is clearly still so young. So why can he utter such a simple truth behind the greatest principles? Such innate talent. Even the elites of my heaven-dominating palace would struggle to rival him. He has become so strong. It's indeed reasonable. No wonder his progress has been so meteoric. How many such great principles lie within his heart? This person must have received guidance from a supreme expert. The enlightenment of that master must be terrifying beyond words. Having such a master, our heaven-dominating palace will. The experts from the heaven-dominating palace were filled with grief and indignation, feeling ashamed and defeated. Some trembled on their legs, almost falling down in an urge to kneel. Wanting me to kneel? How could that ever happen? I am in Wu Di Xianxia, an emperor of thunder at the peak of the Wu Di realm. Die for me. The word kneel left Thunder Emperor frozen for half a moment. Suddenly, as if his most sensitive nerve had been touched, he instantly entered a berserk state. He was the Thunder Emperor, the peak of the Wu Di realm. Under normal circumstances, a Vuong expert was practically no different from a mortal in his eyes. Yet now, a Vuong level expert actually dared to demand he kneel and beg for mercy, simply relying on a treasure artifact in his hands? This was absolutely unforgivable. Boom, boom, boom. Countless lightning bolts suddenly poured down, instantly enveloping his entire body. Surrounded by thunder and lightning, it was as if he had gained a thunder armor on his body. Lightning flash. He became the god of thunder himself, pointing his finger into empty space. In an instant, countless thunder swords were unleashed, bursting with dazzling sparks, like heavy rain pouring down, directly rushing toward xuanhuan. Getting angry? What's the use of attacking? Won't it still be blocked by me? xuanhuan sneered coldly, completely ignoring his opponent. Although he didn't know exactly how the Qingming Xianxia map launched attacks. However, he had long been aware of the incredible defensive capabilities of the Qingming Xianxia map. It could be said that even if his opponent gave it their all, they still couldn't break through its defenses. Block it for me. With a wave of his hand, the phantom of the Qingming Xianxia map directly targeted the thousands of lightning swords. The lightning swords, which seemed unstoppable, instantly vanished into the illusory figure. As if in that small world, a gentle rain had begun to fall. People there opened their umbrellas, taking shelter under eaves. Boom. Everyone was immediately shocked, eyes wide open, hardly able to believe what they had just seen. Such terrifying lightning, transformed by this treasure into nothing more than drizzle in that world. This isn't merely altering the natural laws. It's treating the rules of heaven itself as meaningless. Transforming lightning into raindrops? What kind of power is this? Can it even change the very nature of an attack? And forcibly reshape its characteristics? The power of this artifact can even create things. Top-tier treasure. The most top-tier treasure. Chapter 196. Magical artifact? I have more. Everyone immediately shivered, fully convinced in this moment. This magical artifact was practically invincible, right? Thunder Chariot. The Thunder Emperor, who had already entered a frenzy, didn't even notice that strange occurrence. He immediately unleashed a second devastating technique. Bolts of lightning weaved like threads wildly through the air, forming numerous chariots. Each chariot stood 100 zhang tall, crashing down with the might to destroy heaven and earth, as if attempting to shatter that world with brute force. Block it. xuanhuan smiled calmly, still unconcerned. He waved his palm once again. The illusory image of the riverside scene at Qingming Festival wildly expanded, ultimately covering the entire sky, like a tranquil giant hand directly devouring those chariots. Thunder Dragon Formation. Heavenly Dragon Annihilation. Thunder Formation Array. Thunder, 10,000 beasts rampant. Block it. Keep blocking. Just block everything. The two sides, offense and defense, continuously shouted battle cries. Judging solely from the sounds, this battle was thrilling and intense. Yet in reality, no matter how grand the Thunder Emperor's techniques were, in the end they all disappeared like snowflakes falling into hot water, vanishing directly into the riverside scene at Qingming painting. Within the world depicted in the scroll, first came a drizzle, finally turning into a heavy downpour. The people within that world continuously cursed out loud. F***CK? What's going on? I brought a lot of antiques today to sell, never expecting it to suddenly start raining. Now isn't the rainy season at all. This sudden heavy rain is strange. I guess this rain won't stop anytime soon. Why don't you two come inside for a visit? I have some fine tea. Drinking tea would be nice. It's settled then. This world the painting had manifested shouldn't originally have had any voices. However, due to profound magical arts, it had directly created a fragment of a world. The one responsible for all this was, of course, Lin Tian, who had once considered himself useless. He didn't realize that, as his brush moved, a fragment of a world had been carefully shaped by him. Right now, one technique after another continued crashing down. The riverside scene at Qingming blocked them all. A full instant stick's worth of time passed. Ha ha ha. The Thunder Emperor gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. At this moment, his heart was filled only with deep fear. Could this opponent's magical artifact actually absorb all his techniques? Moreover, the artifact seemed effortless while doing so. F***CK. What kind of magical artifact is this? Magical artifact? I have one too. How could I almost forget? Humph. His eyes lit up as he suddenly roared aloud. From his sleeve, a beam of golden light split the sky, soaring straight into the clouds. Though small, it radiated an intense glow. Even the sun paled in comparison. This, the supreme flying sword. An ancient artifact? This belonged originally to our heaven-devouring palace, but suddenly disappeared. So it was bestowed to him. This is an ancient weapon of mass destruction. Perhaps it can actually tear through this scroll. The heaven-devouring palace expert's eyes suddenly gleamed with hope, as if seeing endless possibilities at this moment. The supreme flying sword. This was a magical artifact imbued with supreme killing power. If used properly, it could even rend space itself. Opponent's painting, though seemingly soft, had such defensive power only because it contained Taoist laws. The ancient flying sword, on the other hand, could cut through Taoist principles. Clearly, this artifact had a great chance of breaking the opponent's artifact. And this was only the beginning. In the next second, as the heaven-devouring palace experts cried out in astonishment, artifact after artifact flew straight into the sky. The demon-slaying flying blade, the death ring, the demon god twins, the dragon and tiger leaping sword. There are so many magical artifacts. Initially, the Thunder Emperor's use of the supreme flying sword had already astonished them greatly. However, following that, many more artifacts appeared consecutively. All these artifacts had one thing in common. They were brimming with destructive power. Instantly, the ancient flying sword soared into the sky. Though small, the blade emitted a light stretching 10,000 zhang, as if a ray of light pierced through heaven and earth, boundless and infinite. The demon-slaying flying blade instantly began splitting into countless clones. In an instant, tens of thousands of flying blades formed a powerful formation, without a single flaw. The death ring. The twin rings kept spinning. One was as dazzling as the sun, while the other was as cold as the moon. Two forces of Taoist laws wildly condensed, waiting only to be unleashed in an instant. The demon god twins, two jade statues. One looked peaceful, as if a celestial deity, while the other wore a ferocious expression. The moment they flew into midair, they transformed into two ethereal figures, one divine, one demonic, radiating an overwhelming force of destruction. The dragon and tiger leaping blade. A pair of twin swords, one transforming into a dragon, the other into a tiger. They emitted dazzling brilliance from head to toe, yet upon closer inspection, that glow was no ordinary radiance. Each ray actually contained sword techniques, incredibly sharp and refined. So many magical artifacts. Xuanhuan blinked hard, his heart immediately sinking. He naturally had confidence in his own artifact, but he hadn't expected the opponent to suddenly bring forth so many artifacts at once. And all of these were offensive artifacts. Could this riverside scene at Qingming truly withstand them all? Others in the Xuanhu Empire shared similar doubts. Their hearts pounded wildly, mouths agape in shock. They clearly understood. Once these artifacts launched their attacks, the outcome would be decided immediately. If Xuanhuan won, everything would return to normal. But if the artifact in Xuanhuan's hand failed to resist the opponent's several artifacts, the enraged Thunder Emperor would, in an instant, completely obliterate the entire Xuanhu Empire. One could say this battle determined the survival or destruction of the Xuanhu Empire. How could they not be anxious? There's no choice. I have to go all in now. Senior, I hope you also anticipated this situation. I hope the artifact you granted me can truly resist it. At this point, Xuanhuan had no other options. He could only press forward. Keep blocking. With a loud shout, the glow created by the riverside scene at Qingming instantly brightened further. Destroy them. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor's artifacts finally unleashed their fury. Chapter 197. Equal as treasures, why so outstanding? Several divine treasures descended with boundless, overbearing might, tearing through space itself in the blink of an eye. The space trembled violently, even revealing the endless void. Within that limitless void, stars were clearly visible, glittering like jewels. Countless stars flowed gently along with the Milky Way. This scene flashed past in an instant. In fact, someone even saw a floating supreme palace drifting in that endless void. The three words, War God Hall, radiated golden laws and power, appearing as ancient and eternal as existence itself, unchanging, undying. In the next second, the techniques manifested by those treasures were instantly suppressed. I will block again. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth. He wasn't entirely sure whether the Qingming Xianxia could withstand so many treasures. But now, there was no way back. He had no choice but to trust his senior. Besides, when had his senior ever tricked him? Thus, the chances of blocking them were still quite high. As if responding to the user's will, the Qingming Xianxia suddenly radiated a burst of brilliant golden light, like surging waves flooding the entire sky. The world within the golden light became even clearer. At this moment, the people inside that world seemed to sense something strange, and one by one raised their heads to gaze toward the sky. One after another, they wore deep expressions of shock upon their faces. What's going on? How come this suddenly appeared? How can this possibly appear in this season? Strange, truly strange. It seems like something big must be happening in the world. Inside that tiny world, people whispered among themselves. Though clearly astonished, they showed no fear at all. What had happened seemed merely unusual to them. Nothing too terrible. With a loud xinghao, all the various treasures crashed fiercely into the golden light of the Qingming Xianxia 2. At the moment of collision, the Qingming Xianxia 2 clearly trembled slightly. That was all. After all, they were all treasures. Defeating the opponent too easily would be a great disrespect. Of course there should be a symbolic tremble. Just like a couple fighting. Even if one doesn't exert full strength, one still pretends to struggle a bit. Otherwise, the relationship might suffer. Ha! How can your treasure withstand my treasures? I possess numerous treasures in my hands, while you only hold one. Furthermore, my treasures are the most young and mighty. Yours are far too weak and soft to resist or counter. Today I'll let you know what it means to ga. Emperor Thunder laughed maniacally, already convinced he had victory assured. Who would have guessed he hadn't even finished his sentence before his mind blanked in shock? His eyes widened. He stared at the scene in disbelief. He even forgot to breathe. Suddenly, the treasures he had unleashed lost all momentum, bowing submissively before the Qingming Xianxia 2 like obedient servants. Immediately afterward, the law force he had summoned was slowly devoured by that layer of golden light. Those astonishing ancient divine artifacts, which had seemed just moments ago so terrifyingly powerful, suddenly became like discarded scrap iron. Devoid of all majesty. At this moment, everyone on site was left speechless. None could have anticipated such a turn of events. They had even considered that even if the Emperor Thunder's treasures could not suppress the opponents, it would at least be a titanic struggle. After all, both sides were divine treasures. Naturally, they ought to put on a dazzling spectacle. The sky split open. Peaks collapsed. Rivers reversed. Cracks repeatedly split the earth. It might even lead to the destruction of entire cities. But no one ever imagined that this battle, which had started off so fiercely and powerfully, ended up feeling like throwing punches into cotton, completely powerless at the climax. This is unbelievable. Everyone felt stifled on behalf of Emperor Thunder. At this moment, Emperor Thunder's eyes were wide, his face pale beyond description, clearly feeling deeply wronged. This is impossible. These are ancient divine treasures. Even if they cannot suppress the opponents, they should at least put up a fight. Their full power hadn't even been unleashed before their might was absorbed. What kind of treasure is the opponent's? Why is it so terrifying? Emperor Thunder's mind shattered. At this point, he had only one thought: to crush the xuanhuan dynasty with a single footstep, then sweep through the Azure Dragon dynasty and the Vermilion Bird dynasty, conquering all three great dynasties. Thus, the mysterious expert would naturally come forth to confront him. Would he personally go looking for that expert? Impossible. Initiating the attack would imply that he had lost his composure. That would greatly diminish his image in the eyes of the opponent. Everything had gone exactly according to his plan. Everything seemed to be going so smoothly. But the result? That expert hadn't even appeared personally yet. Just his representative, holding a single treasure, had already suppressed all of his fabak. Even more infuriating was that the opponent was merely a minor martial king. Not to mention, just an ant. Emperor Thunder covered his chest, barely holding back the urge to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet at this moment, an even more bizarre scene appeared. Those treasures, which had lost their momentum under the golden light of the Qingming Xianxia 2, suddenly began trembling violently. They had completely lost their former bachet. At this moment, they looked no different from ordinary blades or swords. Even more incredibly, they gave off the impression of worshipping the Qingming Xianxia 2. Immediately, everyone present understood. I get it. Even treasures have ranks. Although I don't know exactly how these ranks are determined, these treasures were clearly surrounded by immortal energy, indicating they already had their own consciousness. Among themselves, they must certainly have a hierarchy of strength. The opponent's treasures are afraid? Are they surrendering, kneeling? I feel the same way. It turns out all of Zhu Wuhan's treasures are superior, while this person's treasures are all inferior. With inferior treasures, how could he possibly hope to win? Who gave him the confidence? I bet he's confused beyond words this time too. Just a moment ago, the people of the Xuanhuan dynasty had been extremely anxious. Now, they all relaxed their minds. Even some of them started to speak mockingly. What else was there to fear? The opponent's strength was indeed powerful. But the problem was, it had already been completely suppressed by that treasure. Even if he had winter tier power, even if he could tear the heavens apart with a single hand, what could he do? Under the suppression of that treasure, the opponent could do nothing at all. Even a desperate all-out attack would be like punching into cotton. This feeling was simply more humiliating than being smashed ruthlessly into the ground over and over. Pucci, Emperor Thunder finally couldn't hold back anymore. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His forehead veins bulged, like centipedes crawling. His eyes were wide open, filled with bloodshot rage. Chapter 198, The Power of Devouring. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be happening. My fabak can destroy the heavens and the earth. How could it possibly submit to yours? Not to mention that I have several fabak, while you only have one. Die. In his immense shock, he had completely lost all rationality. His palms suddenly pushed forward. In an instant, an invisible pressure forcefully acted upon those fabak. But it was completely useless. What was even more frustrating was this. As the pressure violently pressed onto those Fabak, they actually entered directly into the painting, transforming into several stars within it. My Fabak. Bah! At this moment, Thunder Emperor finally collapsed. He stretched out his hands trying to retrieve his Fabak. However, what he did now appeared utterly futile. His entire imposing presence instantly vanished, and he looked just like a pitiful man who had lost his most cherished possession. In an instant, apart from Thunder Emperor's furious roars, the entire venue fell into silence. Everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on the Qingming Xianxia, their gazes filled with shock and an overwhelming sense of reverence. Can this item actually devour Fabak? What exactly is this Fabak? How come it exudes an aura of containing the entire universe? I understand now. Inside this Fabak lies an entire world, meaning it's vast and embracing all. Vast and embracing all. So does it mean this Fabak can contain all things in the world? Not only can it devour Fabak, but everything else as well. Fearful. Simply fearful. This truly is the ultimate Fabak. I have never seen a Fabak this domineering before. Instantly, a terrifying hypothesis arose in everyone's minds. The Qingming Xianxia wasn't merely possessing an absolute defense. The reason it had such formidable defensive power was because it inherently contained a complete world. Using the force of a world to withstand a minor attack, how difficult could that possibly be? The logic was sound and made perfect sense. However, that was merely the tip of the iceberg of its displayed power. Even more terrifying was its devouring ability. Even Fabak saturated with the essence of heaven and earth could be instantly consumed by it, reduced merely to dim stars within the painting, completely devoid of splendor. Thus, it was evident that it could devour absolutely everything. This Fabak's terrifying nature was simply beyond description. Therefore, everyone instantly sucked in a breath of cold air, instinctively expressing their innermost reverence. I think I understand a bit now. Xuanhuan, who had worn a puzzled expression all along, suddenly slapped his head. He immediately gained enlightenment. The Qingming Xianxia itself contains a world. Although this world seems simple on the surface, how could it truly be ordinary if nurtured by spiritual energy? Being able to contain a world indicates that it has its own space, and this space is different from the common concept of space. Within it, Tao principles operate, clearly superior to other dimensions. Therefore, even high-grade Fabak entering it will be restricted by the world's laws. In other words, things or people of lower rank who are devoured will only be subjected to the laws of that world, being unconsciously or unintentionally transformed into something else by those laws. Theoretically speaking, can the Qingming Xianxia really devour everything? That terrifying, huh? Xuanhuan conducted an intense internal analysis and quickly reached an extremely terrifying deduction. That was, the Qingming Xianxia could devour absolutely everything. Of course, this applied to things in this world. If the swallowed item's rank was higher than the Qingming Xianxia, or if the swallowed cultivator was stronger, and so on, theoretically speaking, even cultivators of formidable strength could be devoured. Instantly, Xuanhuan felt his whole body heat up. He fixed the Thunder Emperor with an odd gaze. The Thunder Emperor involuntarily shivered with goosebumps crawling up his arms, feeling uneasy all over. Why is this kid looking at me like this? It's like he has already decided to consume me. No, today I arrived here full of dominance, yet ended up humiliated. Among other senior martial cultivators of the Motian Palace, my status would definitely plummet. I must restore my dignity. Humph. Under Xuanhuan's gaze, the Thunder Emperor instantly awakened. Now, the situation had clearly escalated to a life-or-death battle. Rather than dying in shame, better to struggle one last time. With a loud roar, the dissipating dark clouds instantly gathered wildly again. Lightning pierced the heavens and earth, immediately forming a thunder armor over his body. At the same time, additional thunder energy either transformed into flying swords, or became thunder waterfalls, or rushed forth like roaring rivers, flooding the sky and earth as they surged relentlessly toward Xuanhuan. Not giving up yet. Today I will make you understand what it means by, there is always a higher sky, and someone greater beyond. Get lost. Xuanhuan frowned slightly, his eyes instantly filled with contempt. Then, with a very calm wave of his palm, his robes fluttered and swayed gracefully with the motion, looking extremely cool. At this moment, under his control, the Qingming Xianxia once again erupted with surging golden light. Before those attacks could even land, they were instantly devoured. The next second, the golden light surged, expanding to the horizon at a speed undetectable by the human eye, rapidly enveloping the Thunder Emperor. Innumerable laws of Tao descended like repeated crushing blows, severely binding the Thunder Emperor. Pung pung pung. The armor on his body emitted a buzzing sound like a short-circuited electric current, and then completely went dark. K. In terror, the Thunder Emperor shouted a curse, his heart suddenly sinking into the depths of an abyss. Countless rays of golden light continuously emitted even brighter brilliance, shining so intensely that he could barely keep his eyes open. Then, everything vanished. In an instant, the endless sky returned to complete silence. Has he been annihilated? No, his aura still exists, but it's completely restrained by the Tao forces, unable to display any power. He's right in front of us, but why can't we see him? No matter how we look at it, he has already fallen. The Thunder Emperor was actually defeated? Our Moyun Palace is truly finished this time. The members of Moyun Palace had dry throats, their eyes filled with deep fear. The most terrifying part wasn't simply watching the Thunder Emperor being destroyed before their eyes. It was that his aura clearly remained, yet no one had the slightest idea where Ren Quan had gone. All fear originates from the unknown, and they knew absolutely nothing about this force of Tao principles. Ping tong. One by one, bodies dropped down and crashed onto the ground, falling to their knees. The mighty aura of Motion Palace's experts had completely vanished. At this moment, they knelt low on the ground, reverting to being mere insects once again. Chapter 199, The Emperor of Thunder? Do you know why you are guilty? I've already made an agreement with you. If you dare to step into this place again, I will destroy the entire Demon Heaven Palace. Why don't you learn? Xuanhuan shook his head in disappointment, looking down at the cultivators from Demon Heaven Palace below, his eyes flickering faintly with killing intent. Senior, please don't misunderstand. This act was purely his own doing. It has absolutely nothing to do with our Demon Heaven Palace. That's right. As you can see, how arrogant and shameless he is. It was he who threatened us and forced us to bring him here. If we hadn't complied, he would have killed us immediately. In fact, we deliberately chose someone treacherous and dangerous from within our Demon Heaven Palace, brought him here, so you could deal with him. This way, no one will dare step foot into this area ever again. Exactly. Senior, it was all done with good intentions. Please don't misunderstand us. The Demon Cloud Emperor and others spoke nervously. In that case, I should thank you. Xuanhuan furrowed his brows, almost laughing out loud in anger. Was this the famed strength of the Demon Heaven Palace? In front of absolute power, they cowered so completely. They weren't even as strong-willed as lowly ants. No. It's only what we should do. Senior, if there are more people harboring ill intent in the future, we will definitely deliver them directly into your hands. Senior, would that be all right? The Demon Cloud Emperor wore a forced smile and cautiously asked. He was trying his last desperate plea, hoping Xuanhuan might show mercy. After all, their lives were in the other party's hands. Whether they lived or died was entirely up to his mood. I've said it before. Xuanhuan coldly chuckled, then suddenly seemed to recall something, the murderous aura on his face fading, replaced by a slight nod. It seems you do understand some sense. If so, leave now. Remember what you've just said. If more cultivators wish to provoke our Qingzhou, bring them directly to me. I'll accept every single one. Xuanhuan waved his hand generously. Why yes, sir. Really letting us go? The Demon Cloud Emperor and others were stunned, scratching their heads in confusion. It all felt too sudden. This was merely a futile attempt earlier. Surely nobody would believe that nonsense? But he actually bought it? What the hell was going on? They had no time to think further. Immediately, they showed their deep gratitude, moved their figures, and entered the crack in the barrier again. This time, they actively transformed into builders, patching up the barrier at the fastest possible speed. Then they fled in disarray. This seems a bit inappropriate. You clearly have the power to wipe them out. Why did you let them go? Xuanhuan came to Xuanhuan's side, wearing an expression of painful regret. Damn it. This kid clearly had the strength to eliminate them, solving everything in one fell swoop. From then on, the cultivators of the Demon Heaven Palace would never dare to step into this place again, and the Xuanhu Empire wouldn't have to face such calamities anymore. But this brat, he actually let them go? And he even said, if any more powerful individuals appeared or refused to accept it, they could even personally escort them across the border for execution. Such a decision was naturally acceptable for others, but for the Xuanhu Empire, it was like prearranged successive catastrophes. Do you know why? Xuanhuan spoke calmly. Why? Xuanhu Huangzhu looked puzzled and completely drawn in. Because I feel like it. Xuanhuan answered arrogantly. Uft. Xuanhu Huangzhu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, nearly collapsing right there. Because you feel like it? You feel like this crap? However, in this world, might makes right. This kid already wielded so many artifacts, his power reaching this level. It seemed he indeed could do as he pleased. Furthermore, since his last appearance until now, he'd already used 5 artifacts, and another was hanging as a necklace. That meant his relationship with the elders was deeper than it seemed on the surface. He was likely already a direct disciple of the elder. Such a status alone was enough reason for him to act as arrogantly as he wanted. Xuanhu Huangzhu felt resentful. Yet, in the current situation, he couldn't help but respect the younger man. Let's go back. When another cultivator like this appears, remember to wake me up. Xuanhuan directly handed over a communication plaque and then waved his hand, closing the Qingming Shanghatsu painting. Then, his figure pierced the air, ascending straight through the heavens. In an instant, the battlefield finally regained peace. All the powerful cultivators of the Xuanhu Empire remained in shock, struggling to return to their senses. The Emperor of Thunder, a peerless Wudi, terrifying beyond comprehension. It wasn't hard to imagine that the next Xianxia who arrived at the Xuanhu Empire would naturally be even stronger than a peerless Wudi. At that time, with just a flick of their finger, they might obliterate the entire Xuanhu Empire. As elite cultivators of the Xuanhu Empire, they now felt immense despair. At this moment, inside the world of Qingming Shangha Tuesday, the torrential rain had finally vanished. Strangely enough, though it was clearly daytime, several stars had appeared in the sky. This fascinated the people of this world, who murmured in amazement. But it went no further than that. They didn't find it particularly strange. Just then, woof, 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 a golden-haired dog crouched in a corner, shivering in fear, its eyes filled with deep terror. It quickly drew the attention of many people. A little dog. How come there's a dog here? It looks really cute. Since it has no owner, I'll just take it home. Look at how pitiful it looks. It probably hasn't eaten in days. I'll take it to get something to eat. Eat what? It was me who saw it first. This dog is mine. Absolutely mine. I saw it from far away. People argued endlessly, completely failing to notice the expression of furious thunder that had appeared on the golden dog's face. What nonsense! I am the face of the Demon Heaven Palace, the Emperor of Thunder. I have already reached the Dinfeng of Wudi, powerful enough to suppress most of the xianxia in the Demon Heaven Palace. You insignificant little brats actually want to claim me as your pet? Don't you fear a shortened lifespan? Today, I'll cut all your lifespans short, so you will understand true terror. Ha ha ha! Absolutely ridiculous. I, the Emperor of Thunder, Thing. Suddenly, the Emperor of Thunder's eyes widened. He only then realized that his earlier arrogant boasting had actually come out as dog barks. Woof, woof, woof. With a burst of shock, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood and was left completely stunned. He, the great Emperor of Thunder, clearly bound within this so-called Qingming Shanghe, had been forcibly transformed by its laws and principles, and had been turned into a puppy? Chapter 200, honored as the Sword King. Was he switched? What the hell? He felt a wave of dizziness and almost fainted on the spot. Even more terrifying was the realization that his entire power had been completely suppressed by this world. He might be a top-tier expert, but he couldn't even use the slightest bit of spiritual energy. Who said this dog doesn't have an owner? I am his master. I just lost sight of him for a moment, and he ran here. Now all of you scram. Just then, a broad-shouldered, bare-chested giant strode over and immediately scattered the onlookers. Then narrowing his eyes slightly, the man shot a sharp glance straight at the Lightning Emperor's face. Lightning Emperor. Upon meeting the other's gaze, an ominous feeling instantly rose in his heart. Hee, just in need of a watchdog. You'll come with me now. You better guard the door well, otherwise I'll beat you 10 or 8 times a day. With a cold chuckle, the man stretched out his hand and grabbed toward the Lightning Emperor. Woof woof. The Lightning Emperor struggled in vain, his eyes involuntarily shedding tears. He was once the mighty Emperor of Lightning. In the heaven-devouring palace, one word from him commanded 100 responses. Almost no one dared to defy him even slightly. Who would have thought he'd suddenly become a mere watchdog? I won't accept this. Damn it. His heart screamed in protest, putting all his strength into resistance. Yet he could only watch helplessly as the man picked him up and strode toward a small courtyard. At this moment, high in the sky, xuanhuan flew forward without restraint. His mood was absolutely elated. I never thought this magic treasure would be this powerful. I wonder where that heaven-devouring palace cultivator was swallowed off to, perhaps already dead. This senior's magic treasure is actually this terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, there must be even more frightening treasures still ahead. But that's not the most important part. The most important thing is that I've now become his formal disciple. Thinking of this, xuanhuan's mood improved even more. Kid, stop. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. xuanhuan instinctively halted midair, and the whirlwind behind him instantly dispersed the clouds ahead. Curiously turning around, he saw old Lin approaching, hands behind his back, striding on clouds. Not bad at all. You've indeed already shown the demeanor of an expert. You can subdue a martial emperor with just a gesture. Old Lin nodded, a pleased expression clearly visible on his face. A month ago, this kid had still been an ordinary brat who hadn't even reached the rank of martial saint. Yet 1 month later today, he had already become a martial king. And furthermore, accepted as a formal disciple by a senior, he had casually produced a magic artifact just now. Was this really even a magic artifact? Such a tremendous stroke of luck from this venture. With such a fortuitous encounter, this kid was surely about to rise like a true dragon and become a top-tier expert. The situation of supremacy by the Zhongzhou Guardian Alliance and Heaven-Earth Alliance would collapse instantly. And yet a goal that hadn't been achieved in 1,000 years was easily achieved in one step by a senior's random move. How could this not stun people? Stay humble, stay humble. Just a martial king. No need for so much astonishment. xuanhuan waved his hands repeatedly, delighted with his own words. You little brat. I really don't understand why you spared the others from Heaven-Devouring Palace. If you had instantly killed them on the spot, eliminating them, the experts from Heaven-Devouring Palace would never dare invade the border again. That would have been a permanent solution. Why didn't you do it? Old Lin frowned slightly, finally voicing his doubts. Any ordinary person could see that if those experts from Heaven-Devouring Palace had been eliminated, all their experts would have been too afraid to even step across the border again. Yet this kid had deliberately done the opposite, only subduing the most arrogant one among them, letting the rest off without harm. Truly baffling. So you were there the whole time? The reason for letting them go is very simple indeed. Heaven cherishes life. Before cultivation comes the cultivation of the heart. xuanhuan smiled mischievously, teasingly. Cultivation of the heart? That line might fool others, but forget that you were trained by me. Do you think I don't know that's just off the top of your head? Heaven cherishes life? In this world where power rules, this is simply a joke. Now, hurry up and tell me the real reason. Old Lin couldn't help but laugh in frustration, rolling his eyes involuntarily. All right, no more joking then. I'll just tell you the truth. If there hadn't been an invasion from Heaven-Devouring Palace, how would I have come into contact with this magic treasure? And without encountering this treasure, how would I gain the opportunity to increase my power? The stronger the enemies, the stronger the magic treasures I can come into contact with, and the stronger the opportunities one can gain. xuanhuan smirked slightly, finally revealing his true intention. Hiss. You're quite clever, kid. Not bad. Indeed, only through constant trials can you continue to grow stronger. Now, throughout the entire Zhongzhou, even across the entire Jiuzhou realm, probably no one dares to provoke you lightly. Except perhaps the experts from the Demon Heaven Palace. they may still refuse to accept defeat and come challenge you again. Old Lin's eyes lit up, instantly convinced. A wry feeling rose in his heart. This stinky kid before him used to be reckless and impulsive in everything he did. But now, he had already begun planning his own path of growth. He had truly grown, and quite significantly. His future looked promising. After that, master and disciple returned to the imperial kitchen with cheerful moods, returning the Qingming Xianxia. Then xuanhuan hurriedly went straight to the martial arts arena. From within the Qingming Xianxia, he had encountered yet another vast opportunity, and naturally now wished to combine it with the Star Core to continue comprehending sword techniques. Not long after, within the martial arts arena, sword qi slashed across the sky. A single sword beam chilled 50 provinces. Infinite sword intent instantly pierced into the heavens. Moments later, a cry of ecstatic surprise echoed like thunder through the skies. Ha ha ha, I've broken through. I now possess the power of a sword king. Thank you, senior. Meanwhile, within the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian looked at the Qingming Xianxia, sensing something strangely off. This isn't right. Wasn't this Qingming Xianxia supposed to be used to bribe the people of the Demon Heaven Palace? How come it's returned here again? Did the opponent simply see this masterpiece and immediately submit, not even daring to reach out and accept it? But how likely is that? Lin Tian was filled with confusion, unable to understand despite much thought. Eventually, his gaze fell again on the Qingming Xianxia, his expression suddenly changing. He finally noticed something strange. The Qingming Xianxia seemed to have changed. The positions of the originally depicted people had shifted, and the once expressionless figures were now lifelike. Some were laughing joyfully, some were smiling slightly, some carried a guarded look in their eyes. Others appeared visibly sorrowful, as if showing every facet of life. Even stranger, there was clearly an extra little dog added inside, and it looked like a golden retriever. How is this possible? Could this painting have been switched? But how could there be golden retrievers in that era? Wait, the one who swapped it must be from the same world I came from. Lin Tian's face darkened. He finally understood everything. Chapter 201, A World at My Fingertips. Now that's true power. He understood now. Everything made sense. Among the powerful invaders of the Demon Heaven Palace, there was a true chosen of fate. His strength was extraordinary, and he was highly skilled in painting and calligraphy. After seeing the Along the River during the Qingming Festival scroll, he immediately attained enlightenment. At that moment, I realized that there was indeed a second chosen of fate in this world. However, this chosen of fate didn't even dare to appear on the battlefield. He had obviously been rendered useless. Therefore, out of respect for both being the chosen of fate, he spared the Vermilion Bird dynasty. To humiliate me, he even altered the Along the River during the Qingming Festival scroll, warning me that as long as he existed, I would never become a true chosen of fate. This was outrageous. A blatant humiliation. If it were the old Lin Tian, he would have tracked the guy down and beaten him up immediately. But after fuming for half a while, he ultimately let out a bitter laugh and slowly shook his head. Beat him up? That person appeared on a battlefield filled with terrifying experts and could possibly even sway the entire war's destiny. Possibly with just a single sentence from him, all the current crises threatening the Vermilion Bird dynasty vanished. In short, he was unfathomably powerful. Yet Lin Tian wanted to provoke him? He would be ground into the dust without mercy. Both chosen by fate. Why are you so damn outstanding? Still, cultivation? With the fortune I've obtained in this terribly unfair system, I guess I'm destined to remain a supporting character. Lin Tian sighed. His mood greatly darkened. He finally understood that he was merely a tiny pawn amidst countless beings, far from being able to change the fate of this world. Even his own fate remained full of struggles. It seemed he could only be a quiet bystander from now on, watching that chosen of fate charge forward relentlessly, growing stronger day by day, until one day he would stand proudly at the pinnacle of the world. As for himself, he would simply become a low-key chef, a low-key scholar, living quietly till the end. That's all. Rebirth itself is already an immense blessing. Sometimes contentment is what truly matters. Why should I compete with others? Those who have abandoned fame and fortune, aren't they just tired of proving themselves, hence becoming hermits detached from the world? Trying to comfort himself with these thoughts, Lin Tian finally managed to shake off some of the heavy burden in his heart. Then, with a casual toss, he threw that altered Along the River during the Qingming Festival scroll into the storage warehouse. What he didn't know was that this very action sent shockwaves among the divine beasts again. The phoenix race, who had transformed into hens, shook their feathers uncontrollably, as if struck by lightning. A treasure like this was casually thrown aside by the master? What tremendous bearing he has. The master's strength is truly immeasurable. To the master, even an artifact capable of suppressing countless mighty experts is merely a piece of common painting. What's even scarier is, I vaguely recall that this painting was drawn by him personally, with extraordinary cultivation techniques and laws infused into it through simple gestures. This is truly the scariest and most astonishing part. The Azure Dragon race swam joyfully within the pond, their spirits high. They had nearly perished during the divine beast catastrophe. Now, they had become the master's pets. Though just pets, they could already feel endless Taoist power radiating from their master. The revival of the divine beast clans would be decided by the master's will alone. The rise of the divine beast races was truly imminent. Of course, under one condition, that they faithfully serve their master and keep him happy. At that moment, the hens laid eggs with even greater enthusiasm. The Azure Dragon clan decided to fatten themselves up well, providing the master with the freshest fish. Only this way could they show gratitude for their master's adoption. As for some of their kin being sacrificed, so what? After all, the Azure Dragon race was nearly extinct now. Offering a few members to please the master was only natural. Moreover, they were perfectly willing to offer themselves as the master's food. Still, judging from the current situation, the master was quite kind. He seemed to have no intention of eating them yet. Humph, a bunch of idiots. Just then, Guzzi, who was napping under a peach tree, lazily rolled his eyes. His gaze was as if staring at a group of fools. Brother dog, do you perhaps have a deeper insight? The leader of the Azure Dragons frowned slightly, his face immediately darkening. Don't try to be buddy-buddy with me. Eat my ass. Xiuxian, the heavenly barking dog, let out a yawn, clearly showing his disdain. If this were in the heavenly realms, we'd definitely fight you for 300 rounds. The clan leader of the Azure Dragon race became furious, loudly shouting at him without holding back. You guys? I'd just skewer you all into xuanhuan and eat you as barbecue. Xiuxian, the heavenly barking dog, coldly sneered, then unsteadily stood up, proudly revealing his magnificent lower region. Burn my eyes. That's too shameless. Even though that's his attack method, it's still way too humiliating. Don't stoop to his level. The Azure Dragon race turned pale, their collective anal sphincters tightening. Dying by his hands wasn't much of an issue, but dying in this manner. This would leave the deepest humiliation even in the netherworld. Even if their divine souls reincarnated, they would still carry an indelible fear toward creatures like this dog. Better not provoke this kid. With such weak courage, you dare challenge this dog noble? Xiuxian, the heavenly barking dog, sneered coldly but didn't press further, and instead continued lying down to enjoy the shade. Just then, a completely snow-white figure moved with graceful steps, slowly approaching Xiuxian, the heavenly barking dog. The heavenly barking dog glanced sideways, hesitated slightly, and didn't drive the visitor away from his territory. Instead, he allowed the visitor to approach. Big brother doggy, just now why were you all so shocked? The master just put away a painting scroll, so what's the big deal? The visitor was by xiuxian, her face full of confusion. Her eyes, like precious gems, sparkled with deep curiosity. Just a painting? Haven't you felt it? That painting contains endless power of cosmic laws, even signs of life. That painting holds an entire world within it. It's absolutely no ordinary artifact. Dogsy casually remarked, his face filled with disdain. These so-called divine beasts only knew it was a treasure, but with their cultivation, they could never comprehend the true power hidden inside that artifact. That was a complete world. A single painting created with a casual brushstroke containing a fragment of a world. And even the people in that world might not know their own strength could casually alter the fundamental laws of the Tao. One world. Are you saying that master casually created an entire world with just a flick of his hand? Bai Xiaoqing blinked hard, her eyes widening. Though it was difficult to comprehend, the shock she felt deep inside was beyond words. This had completely exceeded her imagination. She had always known that Lin Tian was powerful, but she had never imagined that he could have become this strong. Now you finally understand, right? And also, suddenly, Guzzi stopped speaking and raised his head toward the direction of the warehouse. In that instant, a flicker of astonishment clearly passed across his face. But then the shock faded away. He lay back down in his doghouse and comfortably closed his eyes. My God, a world created with just a casual gesture. It seems it's not that simple either. Just how strong is his power? Bai Xiaoqing turned her head and looked at Lin Tian with an expression of absolute disbelief. Within her gem-like eyes, sparkling with wonder, a strange light shimmered. Meanwhile, inside the Qingming Shanghe, several slightly drunken figures arrived directly at the edge of the painting, squinting their eyes as they stared into the darkness that seemed to surround it. Say, what exactly is inside there? That's unknown. Why dwell on it? What does the outside world have to do with us? But somehow I feel like this world shouldn't actually be this small. Haha, I told you your alcohol tolerance is weak. You're clearly drunk now, aren't you? Why don't we go inside and have a look? But for thousands of years, no one has ever crossed this boundary, let alone stepped into the darkness. Could it be dangerous? I feel like it seems quite calm, so there probably isn't much danger. Then let's go in and check it out. Normally, they wouldn't even have considered venturing into the edges of the painting. However, fueled by the alcohol, strange ideas immediately began forming in their minds. Courage surged within them, emboldened by drunken recklessness, and their uncontainable curiosity surged. So, after taking a deep breath, they all took a single slow step toward the edge of the darkness. The next second, golden light burst forth from beneath their feet, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Before their eyes unfolded a far greater world. Mountains and rivers twisted through the land. Plants and trees continuously exuded an aura of vitality. And all sorts of birds and beasts roamed freely, chirping and calling in joy. It was a far more expansive world. No one could know that this world was growing rapidly, becoming larger and more vigorous. Meanwhile, the artifact's level was steadily increasing as itself evolved, eventually reaching heights unimaginable to others. Time quickly passed. Half a month had gone by. During these past 15 days, the emperor of Xuanwu dynasty frequently traveled to the Zhuge dynasty. Every visit brought numerous gifts, and every time he departed, the emperor of Xuanwu dynasty left with a deep expression of helplessness. Not too long ago, Zhuge dynasty had been nothing more than an equal dynasty in the eyes of the Xuanwu emperor. But everything had changed now. Whether the Xuanwu dynasty would survive or not now hinged entirely upon the Zhuge dynasty's will. More accurately, it was entirely in Zhu Wuhan's hands. because the Heavenly Demon Palace still existed. Should stronger experts believe that they have the power to invade the lands of the Xuanhuan dynasty, they would break through the barrier without hesitation. Barrier? Earlier, everyone believed that the barrier was a massive force, capable of blocking the Heavenly Demon Palace's invasion. Now everyone knew the barrier was actually just a thin membrane, even weaker than a single sheet of paper. Therefore, the experts of the Heavenly Demon Palace could invade at any time. And now, throughout the entire Xuanhuan dynasty, no one could resist a single expert from the Heavenly Demon Palace. That was why the emperor of Xuanhuan dynasty tried so hard to please the Zhuge dynasty. Most of the gifts he brought were materials intended for Zhu Wuhan's research and maintenance. Everyone knew that after Zhu Wuhan used the Qingming Shanghe and obtained a massive amount of fortune, he had rapidly advanced to become a sword king. Yet he had not relaxed in the least. He continued to work hard in his cultivation, refining and sharpening his sword king realm. Now, he had already become the strongest in the Zhuge dynasty. Of course, everyone silently understood that when referring to the strongest, that was only in public. There was another, hidden figure far more powerful, and far more unfathomable. With Zhu Wuhan's rise, a wave of emulation quickly swept across the younger generation of experts in the Zhuge dynasty, who began training even harder. Although they knew that, without outside support, even if they worked tirelessly, they still felt it impossible to surpass Zhu Wuhan. There was an old saying, heaven rewards diligence. Perhaps, one day when destiny arrived, they too would need strong willpower to seize the opportunity. And what they were now tempering was not only their own strength, but also their inner spirit. In an instant, the entire Zhuge dynasty became filled with passion and fervor. Even the top experts sighed quietly, feeling inferior in comparison, and secretly devoted themselves to rigorous cultivation. At this moment, within the training ground, a tall figure dressed in white robes sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by star-like lights and rivers of inner radiance, forming a golden-like barrier over his body. Zhu Wuhan sat within, cross-legged, occasionally revealing a faint smile on his face, as if he had already grasped the profound essence. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes, and infinite radiance instantly erupted from his pupils. With a single wave of his hand, the sword hanging in the distance flew out of its sheath, letting out a series of dragon roars as it shot straight into the sky. 10 steps, 1 sword. As he softly spoke the name of the martial technique he had just comprehended, the aura radiating from his body instantly linked Wu Xingda with the sword. The sword shot down from midair. Every 10 steps it flew, it left behind a shadow. These shadows were actually physical constructs formed from condensed spiritual energy, continuing to shoot forward, continuously generating new shadows. Shadows connecting to shadows. Inexhaustible and endless. In the blink of an eye, a single sword transformed into a sky, filled with swords, too numerous to count. Strike. At Zhu Wuhan's mental command, the flying swords gathered like a storm, forming a swirling vortex, as if a tornado composed entirely of swords, slamming fiercely toward the practice dummy in front of him. With a thunderous boom, the dummy was instantly sliced into thousands of pieces, and even those fragments were crushed into dust in an instant. Not even a trace of dust was left behind. Return. With a single hand gesture, the sword flew back again and slid automatically into its sheath. The swirling clouds in the sky halted completely at that very moment, as if everything that had just occurred was merely a fleeting dream. Chapter 203. Learn your sword technique? That won't be necessary, right? Huff. Zhu Wuhan softly exhaled, a calm smile appearing on his face. This sword intent was one he had Wu-ed himself, and its effect was indeed impressive. If it were under normal circumstances, having Wu-ed such a supreme sword intent would have made him overjoyed beyond words. But now, his expression was quite calm. He merely smiled slightly, showing little concern. In these past 15 days alone, he had Wu-ed many similar martial arts techniques. What puzzled him more was that, although he considered himself talented, he hadn't reached such a level yet. This is the effect of the star core? I get it. It's this treasure continuously enhancing my comprehension. Master had me obtain the spiritual core to develop my Wu-ing ability. Then he gave me so many opportunities. That's why I've improved so rapidly. Thank you, Master. After realizing this, Zhu Wuhan finally felt excited. He knelt firmly toward the direction of the imperial kitchen and kowtowed respectfully. Their master-disciple relationship had not yet been formally established, so for now, this was the only way to express his gratitude. You brat, you've made great progress again. You must be firmly seated at number 1 now, right? At this moment, an old man dressed in gray robes approached slowly with his hands behind his back, his face filled with warmth. Master Lin, calling me number 1 is too much. After all, my master is still around. Moreover, even if I were number 1, you are the one who guided the number 1. No matter what, you, Master Lin, are the strongest. Zhu Wuhan grinned and showered him with flattery. When did you learn to be so humble, kid? Very rare, very rare. Master Lin smiled slightly, feeling pleased inside. This kid, after receiving so many profound opportunities, quickly entered the king of martial cultivation stage and ranked among sword kings. Even more remarkable was that he remained unarrogant and unimpatient, maintaining the same purity as before. That was precisely what was most precious. Master Lin finally understood why, among so many prodigies in Jiuzhou realm, his predecessor had only chosen this kid. Perhaps it was precisely this kind of quality that the kid possessed. By the way, although you practice both sword and unarmed techniques, your favorite is still swordplay. But your collection of sword techniques seems somewhat limited. Well then, how about I pass you the 1,000-mile flying sword technique? Master Lin smiled slightly and prepared to bring out his supreme sword art to impart to xuanhuan. Although his own cultivation was only at the saint level, martial arts techniques could vary in power depending on the user. For instance, xuanhuan was already at the king of martial cultivation level, and as a swordsman, had reached the sword king level. Once he mastered thousand-mile flying sword, the effect would certainly surpass even his own fifth saints by far. Thousand-mile flying sword? Xuanhuan scratched his head, looking slightly hesitant. Watch carefully. Master Lin pointed a finger outward and instantly summoned a flying sword from somewhere unknown. As the flying sword soared into the sky, it transformed into hundreds of flying swords, attacking a training dummy on the martial arts field at an extremely fast speed. The dummy instantly shattered into pieces. This? Xuanhuan was stunned, instantly showing embarrassment on his face. Speechless already? This is the power of thousand-mile flying sword. With your current strength, you can at least summon over 1,000 flying swords. Now I'll pass this martial arts manual to you. Master Lin smiled kindly, his face full of benevolence, preparing to selflessly offer his technique. He was confident that with this kid's xiuxian ability, he could master thousand-mile flying sword within a month. Perhaps the number of swords summoned wouldn't be just 1,000. 10,000 wasn't out of the question. That won't be necessary. Xuanhuan blushed, his gaze slightly evading. He couldn't help thinking whether he should tell Master Lin that he could now summon tens of thousands of flying swords casually, and each of these swords, in both speed and destructive power, was far superior to Master Lin's thousand-mile flying sword. But wouldn't directly telling him something like this be a bit too harsh? No need. I see. This sword technique takes at least a month to master for you, while for ordinary people, it could take many years. With your current cultivation, you probably don't want to waste a few months on this, right? Then let's take it step by step and begin with some simpler sword techniques. For example, the Four Thunder Sword technique. Master Lin nodded slightly, instantly understanding. Geniuses like xuanhuan might appear calm on the surface, but inevitably, they would carry a touch of impatience. They wanted to master every sword technique all at once. Thousand-mile flying sword indeed required a long time for him to grasp, so naturally, he wouldn't have the patience. It would be better to give him some sword techniques that take less time to learn, allowing him to progress gradually. Progress step by step, and you won't feel so bored. Four Thunder Sword technique. Xuanhuan was taken aback, and a helpless, bitter smile once again appeared on his face. That's right. Master Lin nodded approvingly, completely failing to notice Xuanhuan's awkward expression, and continued patiently explaining. This sword technique is an evolving one, quite suitable for you to practice. For instance, at my saint-level cultivation, with a mere wave of my hand I can summon 4 thunder swords, each carrying the power of thunderclap. But this sword technique definitely doesn't stop here. With your comprehension ability, you should at least evolve it into 5 thunder, 6 thunder, or even 12 thunder techniques. Depending on one's nature and talent, the power of the summoned thunder swords will vary greatly. Judging from my estimation, the thunder swords you summon should be extremely powerful. Master Lin inhaled deeply, his eyes instantly filled with anticipation. Although this sword technique wasn't as powerful as thousand-mile flying sword, it did have the advantage of being quick to master. It only took about half a month to see results. Plus, the qishu, the atmosphere, of this sword art was shocking. Once successfully cultivated, one would become addicted and unable to stop, eventually achieving a gradual, yet steady improvement. Just how far this could go was quite exciting to imagine. Half a month. I think I'll pass on this. Xuanhuan twitched his lips, looking even more conflicted. Should he tell Master Lin that he could casually summon thousands of thunder swords at any time? But wouldn't directly stating something like that be quite awkward? Perhaps it was better to drop him a hint. Right. When words couldn't be said directly, subtle implications were the best approach. That way, he could still get his message across without making the other party feel overly embarrassed. Master Lin, do you remember 7 days ago when dark clouds filled the sky, and countless lightning bolts streaked through the clouds? At the time, everyone thought it was some divine anomaly, and no one really paid much attention. Xuanhuan hinted nervously. Of course I remember. I had even speculated that a powerful expert was provoking the thunder above our vermilion bird imperial court. But the emperor dismissed it, saying there was no need for investigation. Wait a second, could it be? As he spoke, Master Lin's expression suddenly changed. He instantly caught on, staring at Xuanhuan beside him with an expression of disbelief. Chapter 204 Fellow Cultivator. I have attained enlightenment. Thank you, fellow cultivator. Xuanhuan's expression remained calm as he lightly nodded. Isn't the implication quite obvious by now? Although it was still somewhat awkward, ultimately, his objective had been achieved. It's you. You're actually capable of summoning such lightning? But where exactly did these techniques come from? Hiss. Old Lin inhaled deeply, unable to calm himself for a long time. Within his heart, surging waves crashed like an endless tide. One must understand, once one reaches a certain realm, cultivation techniques become irrelevant. Even with a high level of cultivation, one still needs to gather the appropriate techniques to truly display a martial artist's full potential. Zhu Wujing, who had never practiced top-tier techniques, absolutely could not have summoned countless lightning bolts overnight. Therefore, no one imagined that those streaks of lightning swirling across the sky days ago like a coiling dragon were actually summoned by this young man with his sword. In the Vermilion Bird Empire, no one had ever considered such a possibility. And yet, was it really this kid who summoned it? But then another question arose. Where exactly had such a supreme sword technique come from? It was fellow cultivator. Xuanhuan admitted honestly, a deep sense of pride visible on his face. Fellow cultivator? He has actually begun formally teaching you techniques. Old Lin's eyes widened further, growing even more astonished. According to his estimation, unless xuanhuan had passed through various trials, there was no way Lin Tian would easily accept him. But how long had it been? Could it really be that the fellow cultivator had already started teaching him? Master is a profound and unfathomable person, and naturally wouldn't offer instruction willingly. But he has been secretly guiding me. Xuanhuan nodded firmly, a deeply devoted expression on his face. That day, he had been sitting motionless inside the training ground barrier, unable to break through no matter how hard he tried. Out of sheer chance, he decided to sneak quietly to the imperial kitchen. Yet before he could reveal himself, he suddenly noticed fellow cultivator seated at his desk, brush in hand, writing in powerful, flowing strokes. Suddenly, he saw the light. The brush strokes fellow cultivator used unmistakably resembled a sword technique, a grand and profound one. At that moment, everything became clear. Fellow cultivator wouldn't teach him techniques directly, but he was definitely keeping a quiet eye on his progress, and upon noticing he had hit a bottleneck with a certain sword style, had chosen to offer subtle guidance. After all, given fellow cultivator's power, he must have long sensed his presence. That fellow cultivator hadn't directly mentioned it was obviously a sign. He wanted to guide him in secret. I absolutely cannot disappoint fellow cultivator. He stilled his breath and concentrated, straining to decipher the brushstrokes of Lin Tian. Gradually, threads of sword energy formed a clear structure within his mind. Xuanhuan finally achieved sudden enlightenment. Thank you, fellow cultivator. In the final moment, he revealed himself, knelt to the ground, and respectfully kowtowed once. Then he flew away. Of course, he had no idea that Lin Tian at that moment was literally frozen in place. Lin Tian. Would someone please tell me exactly what the hell just happened? I was just writing some characters to ease my pin-up emotions. How did a random young punk suddenly show up, and without a word, immediately kowtow before me? What the hell? Sure enough, lunatics are present in every world. In the following days, whenever he faced an especially difficult issue, Xuanhuan would instinctively arrive at the imperial kitchen to quietly observe for signs of fellow cultivators' guidance. Sometimes, Lin Tian was simply stir-frying vegetables, and yet this brat immediately grasped a whirling, returning sword style. Sometimes, Lin Tian was feeding chickens. The millet grains scattered like stars in the night sky, like celestial bodies falling into the mortal realm. The young man immediately grasped the starry sky sword method. Lin Tian was feeding the fish. Waves rippled outward across the pond, one after another. This young man once again imagined he understood the lightning sword technique. Those thunderbolts streaking ceaselessly through the sky were the sword techniques he had comprehended. And each time the boy achieved enlightenment, he would immediately kowtow before Lin Tian to express his gratitude. Lin Tian's heart was filled with frustration, but he was completely at a loss. Over time, whenever the youth thanked him, he would simply give a slight nod, going through the motions. To Xuanhuan, however, this was the highest praise from fellow cultivator, a sign that fellow cultivator approved, acknowledging that he had finally understood the profound guidance. As Xuanhuan continued his explanation, old Lin was left completely dazed, absolutely stunned, unable to snap out of it for a long time. So, you're saying you've already comprehended not 10, but at least 8 different sword techniques? Old Lin blinked his eyes, finally unable to suppress his astonishment. No 10 or 8. Xuanhuan waved his hands repeatedly. Humph. He exhaled deeply. Indeed, being able to woo out 3 or 5 sword techniques under the guidance of a senior cultivator is already quite remarkable. Old Lin nodded, saying it as if it were obvious. As if sword techniques were as simple as math problems? As if one could simply learn a few formulas and automatically woo the rest. The complexity of sword techniques follows the natural Tao, making it nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to break through. Even those with extremely high wuxing required a long time to grasp them. Especially among the sword cultivators within the Vermilion Bird Empire and the other 3 great empires, most followed the ancient sword methods left behind by their ancestors. Rarely were there sharp minds who independently woo out new techniques. For this kid to have woo out 3 or 5 sword techniques already made him a genius. In fact, I woo out a total of 38 sword techniques. Xuanhuan thought for a moment and finally added. Huh. Old Lin's eyes instantly widened, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood, as if struck by lightning. In just half a month, woo out 38 sword techniques? Does this kid really have to be so arrogant? Could he actually be a cultivation genius? No way. The credit doesn't belong to this kid, but to the Tianbei in the imperial kitchen. It must be that the Tianbei used some secret method, subtly imparting knowledge and awakening this brat's understanding. That must be it. Just as I suspected, the Tianbei is practically giving him all his knowledge. In other words, the Tianbei truly sees this kid as his formal disciple. 38 sword techniques. 38 sword techniques. Very good, truly very good. Old Lin's face turned awkward. He kept nodding while continuously wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. Lin Lao, if you want to learn, you can just tell me. We can simply address each other as master. I can call you master, and you can call me master too. Xuanhuan said playfully with a grin. You little brat. Talking nonsense again. Old Lin was taken aback, then laughed in frustration, lightly patting the other's shoulder. At that moment, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had always held high hopes for Xuanhuan, originally thinking that after the kid gained 200 years of cultivation, he would certainly ascend to the rank of martial sage. But now, this kid's growth had long surpassed his expectations, leaving everyone in the dust. Even a dog couldn't catch up. The joy on his face grew ever more apparent. Chapter 205, killing with words, piercing the heart. Faced with such a prodigy who required practically no guidance, how could old Lin not be happy? Yet beneath his joy, a subtle sense of loneliness stirred in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why wasn't it me who was chosen by that senior? He turned his gaze toward xuanhuan, feelings of mixed emotions swelling inside him. Old Lin, you're not seriously thinking of learning, are you? If you do want to learn, I truly wouldn't hold back a single thing. But just how much you can grasp depends entirely on your own understanding. xuanhuan spoke seriously. After all, this person was his closest friend across generations. What's wrong with teaching him some sword techniques? As for formally becoming a disciple or not, that wasn't important at all. It was nothing more than a gift, a sword gift given from the heart. You brat. Old Lin smiled bitterly, yet at that moment a warm current surged within him. Of course I want to learn. But don't forget, this immense opportunity granted by the senior is exclusively for you. No one else must know, and you must never reveal even the smallest secret to another soul. Otherwise, if the senior becomes enraged, the consequences are unimaginable. Old Lin warned with heartfelt earnestness. Masters of such a level often possess temperaments wildly different from ordinary people. One must never recklessly speculate nor tread carelessly, or risk provoking the senior's wrath, which could lead to disastrous results. If the senior simply ceases to bestow teachings, that's a relatively minor matter. But if provoked beyond restraint, even the entire xiuxian imperial court might not be able to withstand the fallout. I understand. xuanhuan's expression changed, and his face gradually turned solemn. The opportunity granted by the senior was a rare and priceless fortune. Of course, he had to treat it with utmost seriousness. After that, old Lin departed, and xuanhuan once again entered a state of cultivation. In the following hour, continuous cries of astonishment erupted from the martial arts training ground. No way, his speed is actually increasing even further? So the senior's hand movements when feeding the fish actually contained 3 different sword intentions? I've actually grasped the second one. And those simple, almost plain movements he used while cooking, they actually embody the essence of the Tao. Within just one move lies not only one sword intent, but also contains another completely different constitutional technique. This sword technique is an instant kill, utterly without flourish or decoration. It contains only the sharpest, most direct sword art. And even the glance he gave while feeding the hens. Was there also sword intent hidden within? Senior, I understand now. Thank you, senior. Cries of joy rose one after another. xuanhuan broke through repeatedly. Blades of sword light shot up into the sky. The lightning principle transformed into the shape of a long sword, darting ceaselessly through the heavens. The fire principle lay deeply hidden within the sword intent, its mere manifestation capable of scorching mountains and seas. Then there was the light principle, emitting brilliant, colorful radiance, like fireworks illuminating the entire continent. Even more astonishing was the simplicity of one single strike, piercing through clouds in an instant. The originally flowing clouds, sliced into 2 halves, failed to recombine. A long sword mark remained in the sky for at least the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The sword intent continuously emanating from the sky immediately shocked the entire xiuxian imperial court. Especially among the court's sword cultivator geniuses, envy flooded each and every one of them. xuanhuan, has he already reached the legendary sword king stage? Holy hell, the mark left by that single sword strike, though wushang, shapeless and formless, is as if it split the heavens in 2. That mark refuses to fade, revealing just how boundless and magnificent his sword intent must be. He has indeed reached the realm of a sword king in both cultivation and sword technique. But even more shocking, the sword intent flowing from him is endless and unceasing. In other words, this kid has become a sword king, yet he still has much greater potential? You're shitting me. Then this kid has already been predestined to become a sword emperor. Boom. It was as if countless thunderclaps had exploded within the minds of these sword cultivators. All of them stood there, stunned and dazed by the shocking revelation. The fact that he'd ascended to the rank of sword king within such a short time was already dazzling beyond belief. But even more terrifying was that, though he was still far from the sword emperor level, the sword intent displayed in his techniques had already revealed the bearing of a true sword emperor. Just like someone who just entered middle school suddenly being recruited in advance by the most prestigious university in the world. How could this not inspire envy and jealousy? In an instant, from that slight envy and jealousy arose an unstoppable surge of ambition and inspiration. Throughout the xiuxian imperial court, a fierce and intense atmosphere of cultivation spread skyward. The entire Jojo realm was shocked. At that moment, in the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression complicated as he gazed at the massive sword mark that linked earth and sky. He remained transfixed, unable to snap out of it for a long time. K. Another sword cultivator has emerged from the xiuxian imperial court? Just look at him. Though not a xian divine heir, he's still a true genius. I just want to be an ordinary cook. Why must I keep witnessing such scenes that torment me like this? Lin Tian's heart was in complete chaos. He clearly had followed the plot of a xian divine heir, reincarnating into a martial cultivation world and successfully obtaining a system. But things had quickly gone off track. The system was extremely disappointing. The items earned through daily check-ins were described as incredibly powerful, capable of shaking heaven and earth, seemingly able to destroy everything if casually used. They were described as top-grade treasures. Yet in the end, all of them turned out to be useless trash. Lin Tian had even tossed them all into storage, where they now gathered dust and mildew. And after a full century of daily check-ins, he finally obtained a martial cultivation body constitution. Only now did Lin Tian fully understand. Such a constitution was actually everywhere in this world. Wouldn't anyone who entered the martial cultivation realm naturally possess this kind of physique? In other words, other people could awaken such talents upon birth, while he had to spend a full 100 years to obtain the same through daily check-ins. This system's betrayal felt like murder, both physically and spiritually. Even more infuriating, after obtaining this body constitution, even with doubled effort in cultivation, his strength still couldn't match others. But it wasn't because he lacked diligence. Rather, it was because he truly possessed no talent at all, absolutely none. But that wasn't even the worst part. First, someone used lightning, slicing through a beast mountain with just a single sword strike. Then, someone else left a sword mark piercing through heaven and earth, lasting for a very long time. These shocking scenes kept appearing one after another before Lin Tian's eyes, practically an up-close humiliation. Murdering both body and soul. Murdering both body and soul indeed. Master Lin, stop daydreaming like this. Do you really think such matters are within your reach? Hurry up and prepare a couple of good dishes. My master is practically starving. At this moment, Xiao Lizi, who had been quietly observing from the side, Ly said. This old friend of his always stood there, gazing blankly at the traces left by various powerful experts. It wasn't hard to notice his deep longing for martial cultivation. But cultivating martial arts, was that truly something people like them should even think about? Chapter 206. Is the Tao really that simple? This kind of thing requires natural talent. And such talent is closely related to one's bloodline and background. A cook, wanting to become a powerful cultivator who rides the winds? Better off going to sleep early. Yeah, this isn't something I should be thinking about. Lin Tian came back to his senses and shook his head directly. A bitter, self-mocking smile appeared on his face. What was he thinking? Cultivation was never related to him in the first place. Living peacefully as a cook, occasionally preparing meals or dabbling in literature, ending his life like this wouldn't be bad. However, at this very moment, a conversation between two beings caused the divine beasts to shiver. Instantly, they could no longer remain calm. When the master looks so desolate, the power of countless laws surges into the heavens from his body. Wait, was that sword mark instantly erased by the master's law force just now? Lately, I've discovered that every time that kid named xuanhuan watches secretly, every move the master makes contains endless sword intent. Is the master secretly teaching him? The kid xuanhuan's progress is indeed fast, but the elder reached out and erased the sword mark he left in the sky. Isn't that implying? I get it. The sword intent revealed by the master must be far more than what the kid could comprehend. Yet, the kid only grasped a small portion of it, which must have disappointed the master greatly. Whether it was the Fenghuang clan or the Qinglong clan, at this moment, all were wildly speculating. Finally creating miracles, they immediately achieved enlightenment. The master was telling the kid, don't be too proud, you're still far from it. Even with such a cultivation speed, he still failed to impress the master? Doesn't this indirectly prove that the master's cultivation speed back then was terrifying? Could it be, advancing directly to the rank of martial sage? In a single breath, reaching the realm of martial king? Within the span of an incense stick, breaking through to the level of martial emperor? Then, within an hour, overcoming the bottleneck of martial emperor? Only cultivation speeds like that would make him unsatisfied with xuanhuan's rate? Countless divine beasts involuntarily trembled in their legs. In this moment, they only wished to kneel and worship. Master, truly, unimaginably strong. Most likely, he had already surpassed the ceiling of the power system within their comprehension, reaching a realm of invincibility beyond anyone's imagination. Just at this time, not only was the sword mark xuanhuan left in the sky erased, every trace xuanhuan left behind in the heavens was completely eliminated by the law power radiating from Lin Tian's body. In the distant training grounds, xuanhuan's expression trembled. He hurriedly stood up, watching the changes in the sky with an astonished look. Then, he fell into deep thought. Who is capable of erasing my traces in an instant? Wait, now that I've already reached the realm of martial king, across the entire Vermilion Bird Empire, there should be no one able to directly erase my traces. Except for one person. Is it Master? xuanhuan's heart pounded. In this moment, he was puzzled. What exactly did Master mean? Suddenly erasing the traces he had left behind surely carried profound implications. However, someone like Master, an unrivaled expert, would never explain it directly. So, the action earlier must have been some sort of hint. But what exactly was the hint? xuanhuan thought hard. An hour later, his eyes suddenly brightened. I get it now. Master is implying that I must remain low-key. Even if I've become an elite martial expert, I absolutely cannot leave any traces behind. I must emulate Master's style. xuanhuan wildly speculated, convincing himself he now understood Lin Tian's intentions. Master's power is tremendous. A single glance can wipe away all my marks across the heavens. Isn't that impressive enough? But, he remained in the imperial kitchen as a humble chef. Despite being so powerful, he never revealed his true strength. Even when facing the greatest crisis of the Vermilion Bird Empire, he resolved it effortlessly with a smile. This is true depth and unfathomability. I understand now. Master is also telling me to maintain the demeanor of an expert cultivator. One must never indulge in arrogance. He is advising me to maintain the greatest possible humility, and at the same time, not to lose my presence. xuanhuan continued to speculate, eventually slapping his own head and feeling fully enlightened. Yet in the next moment, he fell into a dilemma. It was indeed easy to maintain humility. The problem, however, was that his current cultivation level had already reached the realm of martial king. To truly remain low-key, he must be like Master, hiding his true power so others could not perceive it. But how easy was that to achieve? It's hard to fake one's power, just as it's hard to hide it. Especially for those who are truly strong, they can tell someone's real strength at a glance. Trying to conceal one's power in front of them to maintain a low profile and an air of mystery is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Wait a minute. Suddenly, xuanhuan's eyes lit up as a spark of inspiration struck his mind. If Master is implying this to me, it must mean that he believes I can do it. The most likely possibility is that, long ago, he has already secretly taught me the method for staying low, through subtle guidance. All I need to do is search carefully. I will definitely find it. Xuanhuan experienced another enlightenment. If a single small movement can contain countless sword intents, then it's also possible that the method of staying low-key and mysterious is hidden within. As long as he looked patiently, he would surely find it. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and closed his eyes tightly, repeatedly contemplating the images he had seen. Like this, 3 more watches of time passed. When he opened his eyes again, infinite brilliance shone within them. He had truly found the answer. I understand again. Senior wasn't leaving clues in just a single move, but rather, every move that he subtly indicated to me contained relevant hints. Clearly, the movements of feeding chickens and fish appeared so ordinary, yet they contained boundless sword Tao. Reversely speaking, those earth-shaking sword intents can actually be hidden in the most ordinary ways. All one needs to do is return to simplicity, make these sword intents extremely simple, bring them back into the chest, and true concealment can be perfectly achieved. Xuanhuan's heart pounded wildly, because he realized that this method, on the surface, appeared to be about staying low-key. But in reality, from another perspective, it was Lin Tian teaching him to merge all the sword techniques he had comprehended into one. Simplify the complex, and in doing so, increase their power even further. Master, I understand your sincerity now. I will certainly cultivate diligently, integrating all these sword techniques into a single blade. If I truly succeed, I wonder what kind of might will be unleashed. Xuanhuan was extremely excited. Immediately afterward, he plunged once more into intense cultivation. Chapter 207. This plan is flawless. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, he neither slept nor ate, nor did he take a sip of water. Finally, at the exact moment the sun dipped below the horizon, his eyes suddenly widened, filled with wild joy. Blades, come. He waved his hand toward the sky. The sword hanging nearby trembled violently. Then, the sword leapt from its sheath, soaring straight into the sky. In an instant, it dashed toward the clouds and slashed a single strike into the sky. It was just an ordinary strike, seemingly without any visible effect. The sword immediately returned to its sheath. However, in the Vermilion Bird Empire, several rare experts who had reached the realm of Sword Sovereign suddenly opened their eyes wide, their bodies trembling. In that moment, they were all struck dumbfounded. They stared toward the sky, like petrified statues, motionless for a long time. After about half an instant's time, this simple, unadorned sword strike, though appearing ordinary, like a beginner's careless flick, contains within it techniques that are endless and ever-changing. I would call it a world-shattering strike. Frightening. Absolutely frightening. The Great Tao is inherently simple, and this applies to sword techniques as well. Why are most sword techniques so flamboyant? Because many sword cultivators cannot intimidate enemies with a simple strike, and so they create all kinds of flashy moves. But the sword strike flashing through the sky just now contained the fundamental principles of swordsmanship, the return to simplicity. This truly represents the highest level of sword intent. The sword talent contained in this single strike has surpassed even the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou. Powerful. Truly powerful. The sword sovereigns of the Vermilion Bird Empire were all deeply shocked. They speculated wildly about who could have executed that strike. In the end, they concluded it must have been a master from Zhongzhou. As for Xuanhuan, the sword techniques Xuanhuan recently displayed were indeed shocking. But he could never possibly have comprehended such profound sword principles in just a single day, much less have the ability to execute it. Turning theory into practice requires a long time. In fact, even these sword sovereigns couldn't achieve this level of simplicity. That was why they were so astonished. Of course, they would never believe that this miracle was the work of Xuanhuan. In the martial arts training ground, Xuanhuan himself was now brimming with excitement. I did it. I really did it. With this, Master will surely be proud of me. It's time for a good rest now. Starting tomorrow, I'll continue to receive Master's guidance. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, feeling extremely satisfied in this moment. At the same time, he was filled with eager anticipation for the future. Just as he stood up, suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and struck toward Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was momentarily startled, and a trace of confusion appeared on his face. But without hesitation, he reached out his hand. The lightning bolt shot directly into his palm. As the light faded, what appeared in his hand was clearly a metal token inscribed with runes. Lightning. Could it be that old man again? He seems a little buffoon. A cold sneer immediately appeared on Xuanhuan's face. He crushed the token without hesitation. In an instant, countless rays of lightning burst from the token, forming several rows of glowing words in midair. Tomorrow at dusk, by the cliff of severed heads. I wish to meet this fellow cultivator, to exchange swords and discuss the Tao. Sincerely invited by Lei Bin. Seeing this scene, the cold sneer on Xuanhuan's face only intensified. It really was that old fellow. Ever since last time when I obtained the treasure artifact, he must have felt greatly dissatisfied. This so-called discussion of sword techniques wouldn't be just a casual spar this time. That old man clearly had his eyes on the treasure. But nowadays, the Vermilion Bird Empire is no longer what it once was. Otherwise, he would have obliterated the entire empire long ago to seize the artifact. Now, he could only politely issue an invitation to me. You think I'm an idiot? With my current strength, there's no way I could be his equal. If I accept this challenge, there's no way I could retain the Star Core. Not a chance I'm falling for it. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes, deciding to ignore the other party. After all, even if he did this, that other person wouldn't dare to do anything extreme. Would he really dare destroy the Vermilion Bird Empire just to seize the Star Core? If he truly had that capability, he would never have allowed the Star Core to fall into my hands in the first place. Anyway, ignoring him is the right choice. Yawning, Xuanhuan strolled in the direction of his bedroom. He completely failed to notice a figure watching from high above in the sky, observing everything below. Kid, do you really think you can avoid me by not showing up? The Star Core will ultimately be mine. The invitation I sent proves that I intend to meet you tomorrow, but absolutely no one would expect that I would act tonight. Old Lei smiled slightly, revealing the cunning grin of a seasoned old fox. Absolutely no one would suspect that someone as respected as himself would personally launch a sneak attack against a young junior cultivator. Even if someone did suspect it, they would never find any evidence, because he would be too fast. For a peak martial emperor expert, killing a martial king would be as simple as crushing an ant. Moreover, the invitation token was clear evidence that he genuinely intended to make contact with Xuanhuan. It was just that someone else got to him first. And that person was obviously also after the Star Core. Then we'll meet tonight. Old Lei sneered coldly, and his figure slowly vanished into the clouds. Time flew. Before long, night arrived. At this time, the martial arts training ground was completely empty. At that moment, a shadow slowly approached. There was unrestrained excitement on his face. At this moment, Xuanhuan was extremely excited. In an extremely short time, he had not only grasped the various sword principles his master had imparted to him, but had also fused them all into one ultimate sword technique, returning to simplicity. Combined with the bright moonlight, sleep was naturally out of the question. This kind of night was perfectly suited for cultivation. Who knows, maybe under the moonlight he might awaken to a new sword technique. Didn't Zhongzhou have a legendary moonlight sage who once comprehended the moonlight divine sword beneath the moonlight? To this day, stories of him still spread across Zhongzhou. Xuanhuan had made up his mind and decided to continue understanding the sword techniques taught by Lin Tian. Just as he sat down cross-legged, suddenly, the sky turned pitch black. A thin layer of lightning flickered, and then, like a massive protective dome, it harshly covered the entire martial arts training ground. Chapter 208, One Sword. That's all. Xuanhuan's expression changed as he slowly lifted his head. If this had happened under normal circumstances, his first reaction would certainly have been to mutter a curse. But now, he had already become a king of martial cultivation, and naturally should behave like one. Especially, Senior had subtly reminded him today to keep a low profile. Keeping a low profile meant maintaining an aura of mystery. Remaining calm under pressure was exactly the attitude a king of martial cultivation should possess. Boom. The sky trembled, and suddenly an old man descended from above. Lightning surrounded him, making him look extremely formidable. It seemed as if the entire sky had been illuminated by the lightning. So it's you. Didn't we agree to meet tomorrow? Can't you wait that long? Xuanhuan lifted the corner of his lips, revealing an extremely composed smile. This caused the previously calm Master Lei to shiver involuntarily. What's going on here? Does this kid's smile imply that he already knew I would appear here? That everything is within his expectations? Could it be, from the moment he received the identification plate, he already anticipated that I would make my move tonight? In an instant, this terrifying thought flashed through Master Lei's mind. However, the next moment, Master Lei let out a light breath, and a mocking expression appeared on his face instead. You look quite calm. Why aren't you afraid at all? This was the question in Master Lei's heart. Although he had discarded Wu Zun in an extremely short period of time and directly entered the king of martial cultivation realm, he still had absolutely no chance against an emperor-level opponent. Master Lei couldn't figure out why this person remained so calm under these circumstances. A small-time emperor, not worth mentioning. Xuanhuan shook his head directly, and a hint of mockery also appeared on his face. Emperor cultivation level? Not worth mentioning. Master Lei was immediately shocked, because no expert below the emperor rank dared to say such words in front of such absolute power. Before absolute strength, any kind of flattery or boasting appeared so pale. Therefore, no one would possibly dare to act arrogantly in such a situation. So this kid actually does not regard the emperor-level threat at all? Exactly what gives him such confidence? The mere king of martial cultivation realm? Impossible. Could it be that? I understand now. Master Lei suddenly realized, and a deeper layer of mockery appeared on his face instead. You mean that if I were to take action here, it would definitely draw the attention of the person behind you. Although you are not my match, that person would surely crush me. That's right. I admit I am no match for that senior. But do you really think he will notice my existence? Master Lei's voice gradually calmed down. Then from being cautious, it turned arrogant. What do you mean? Xuanhuan furrowed his brows. Earlier, he had already felt something odd. Nowadays, the Vermilion Bird dynasty was no longer what it used to be. Even the strongest experts in the world would not dare to provoke it easily. Yet this person dared to openly enter the Vermilion Bird dynasty. showing no sign of hiding at all. Aren't you afraid of provoking Master? But now it seemed there was a big problem indeed. Sure enough, at this moment, Master Lei sneered slightly and rolled his eyes contemptuously. Have you noticed the barrier covering the martial arena? This barrier, although not very strong, can conceal whatever happens inside it even from the strongest experts for the time of burning an incense stick. Within such a period, I can do anything I want. Master Lei laughed aloud, lightning continuously flashing across his body. Crackling sounds echoed continuously. Innumerable thunderbolts kept falling and exploding within the barrier, responding to his emotional fluctuations. However, outside the barrier, none of this seemed to exist. The entire martial arena appeared peaceful under the moonlight, just as it was before. So that's how it is. Xuanhuan's scalp turned numb instantly. At this moment, he nearly couldn't hold his composure. However, on the surface, he still maintained a faint smile, because Master had advised him that mystery comes from keeping a low profile. Only by staying low could one display the aura of a true expert. Now, you finally understand your situation, right? As your senior, I'm willing to offer you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All you need to do is hand over the artifact around your neck, and I will let you go. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot and take the artifact for myself. Master Lei smiled faintly, but his smile appeared rather sinister. His eyes brimmed with deep greed. He had already reached the peak of Emperor cultivation, and vaguely, he had shown signs of surpassing the Emperor realm. With just the right opportunity, he could transcend the Emperor realm and reach the Emperor of martial cultivation realm directly. Although not invincible within the 9 provinces, he could definitely hold the top position in Central Zhou. And for him, that was already enough. Everything was ready. The only thing missing was the artifact around Xuanhuan's neck. The temptation of that artifact naturally reached an extreme level. Do you really expect me to believe your nonsense? You've already shamelessly attacked me, which proves you never intended to let me live. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to challenge you with my sword. Xuanhuan sneered coldly, appearing utterly calm on the surface. But deep down inside, he was panicking like crazy. However, he absolutely could not show that. Only by doing so would he live up to his master's teachings. Do you really think you can defeat me? Master Lei's expression suddenly turned dark and gloomy. At the same time, lightning surged across his entire body, as if he couldn't wait to strike. Yet in his heart, he felt extremely confused. This kid was clearly only a king of martial cultivation, yet why did he seem so calm? It seemed as if he didn't even take him seriously at all. How infuriating. He truly wanted to instantly obliterate this kid. Of course I know I'm no match for you. But why should I defeat you? All I need to do is hold out for 1 incense stick's worth of time. After that, if I'm still alive, the heavens will bring enormous trouble upon you. Xuanhuan sneered again, showing no sign of retreat, instead threatening him openly. Thank you for reminding me. In that case, even more reason not to let you live. A dense killing intent immediately surfaced in Master Lei's eyes. At this moment, though he sensed something unusual deep inside, he decided not to dwell on it any further. Because with every passing second, the situation would become increasingly favorable to this brat. Moreover, the words the kid had just spoken didn't seem to be bluffing at all. It appeared as if he truly had the confidence to resist him for an entire incense stick's duration. 10,000 thunder shock break. No longer hesitating, Master Lei finally made his move. Instantly, tens of thousands of bolts of lightning completely covered the entire martial arena, as if attempting to tear it from its very roots. One sword. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan immediately unleashed the first technique that came to mind. One sword. That was the name of the sword technique he had fused together. It was simple, just like the attack method of this sword move, plain and unadorned. A single, unremarkable beam of sword light shot straight forward, meeting the 10,000 lightning strikes head-on. Then, it forcibly cleaved right through them. Chapter 209. No one saw through it, except one person. Boom. With an earth-shaking explosion, that bolt of lightning was actually split apart by an unassuming sword strike. The residual waves of the shattered lightning danced like spirit snakes across the sky. Under normal circumstances, not only the people within the imperial city of the Zhuge dynasty, but even all the citizens of the entire dynasty would certainly have witnessed this astonishing scene. However, under the concealment of the lightning domain, everything seemed as if it had never occurred at all. From the outside, not even the slightest trace was visible. How interesting. This barrier is actually quite fun. If I have time, I'll try to learn one too. Xuanhuan blinked his eyes, and a gleaming smile immediately appeared on his face. It was obvious he had developed a great interest in the barrier. Seeing this scene, Elder Lei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, his face instantly filled with disbelief. That's impossible. What just happened? He just used a single sword strike to break through my technique? He is merely a king warrior. There's no way he can be my match. Elder Lei was deeply shaken. Yet the next moment, a disdainful smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. What could the opponent do, no matter how powerful? He was still just at the king warrior stage. Compared to the emperor warrior stage, there was an insurmountable gap. The opponent would be mercilessly crushed underfoot. Though the two realms seemed similar on the surface, in reality, they were as far apart as heaven and earth. No matter how strong a king warrior might be, he could never overpower an emperor warrior. Between them, it was as though there was an inevitable doom. An insurmountable doom. Kid, are you going to hand over the treasure or not? I'm giving you one last chance. Kneel before me and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, Elder Lei spoke condescendingly, like bestowing a favor no one could refuse. He was confident that after offering this chance, the opponent would definitely reject it without hesitation. After all, there was no way the boy could win, like a dying man grasping for one last lifeline. Even if that lifeline was just a tiny straw. Hee, you really think I'm an idiot? Now that you've already revealed yourself, even if I knelt down and begged for mercy, you still wouldn't let me live. Otherwise, word of this would get out and you'd suffer a great loss of face. We have no grudges between us. Why do you treat me as if I were a fool? Xuanhuan rolled his eyes, instantly feeling annoyed. How could someone actually use a childish line like this to fool others? He certainly wasn't stupid. You really are a smart one. I originally wanted to save some time, killing you the moment you kneeled. But now, it seems I have no choice but to spend a little more time. Today, I shall make sure you die without even a grave to your name. Elder Lei frowned, and at once, a thick killing intent surged from his eyes. Earlier, when he offered the opponent the chance to beg for mercy, it was simply to break his will to fight. Once the opponent's fighting spirit vanished, his momentum would also disappear. It was like a roaring flame. If it weakened, it would blaze even higher in resistance. Although Elder Lei was confident he could kill Xuanhuan in a very short time. However, in the territory of the Xiuxian dynasty, there was still an unfathomable elder watching. The longer this dragged on, the higher the chance that the elder might intervene. Therefore, once one's fighting spirit was gone, it was like completely extinguishing a raging fire. Reigniting it would become extremely difficult. He had never expected such a young man to possess such courage. Under such circumstances, the opponent hadn't chosen to kneel and beg for mercy. Instead, he chose to fight to the bitter end. Truly, a genius-level youth. He even considered taking the boy as his disciple. The issue was, compared to taking a disciple, he was even more interested in the star core the boy carried. What's the point of all this useless talk? If we're bound to fight, then let's just start already. After I deal with you, I still need to continue my cultivation without delay. I have no time to waste playing games with you. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes again, clearly unimpressed, instantly causing the other party's face to show intense astonishment. Then, that look of surprise vanished. Elder Lei burst into thunderous laughter. Are you kidding me? Actually, you think you, at the King Warrior stage, can defeat me at the Emperor Warrior stage? Don't forget, I stand at the peak of the Emperor Warrior stage. Once I obtain your artifact, I will fully break through this stage and ascend to the Divine Warrior realm. You actually believe you can defeat me? If such a claim were made public, it would make people laugh until their teeth fell out. Elder Lei burst into laughter again, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. In his entire life, he had never heard anything so absurd. A King Warrior daring to challenge an Emperor Warrior? That was simply a fantasy. Never in history had a King Warrior managed to defeat someone at the Emperor Warrior level. An Emperor Warrior could end a battle in an instant, reducing a King Warrior to nothingness without any resistance. Yet this boy, right here, was arrogantly claiming he wanted to finish the fight quickly? He must truly be a fool. Elder Lei decided to teach him a bitter lesson, to show him just how red the flowers really were. Today, I will make sure you die with no place to be buried. In Elder Lei's eyes, killing intent instantly brewed once again. The very next second, with both palms channeling his full sword intent, he summoned countless bolts of lightning from the sky, converging within his hands. An infinite number of lightning flashes condensed into the form of long swords, circling rapidly in his palms. Their brilliance was dazzling, tens of thousands of lightning blades in all. Under normal circumstances, such a sight would surely shake the entire Xiuxian dynasty. But at this moment, the Xiuxian dynasty, on the surface, remained eerily calm. Crack! A single lightning bolt lit up the entire heavens, illuminating all of the world below. 10,000 lightning strike. Go! With both hands extended forward, Elder Lei fiercely thrust them downward toward Xuanhuan. In an instant, innumerable lightning formed, swords rained down like a waterfall created from the Milky Way. Not only was the power shocking, but its momentum was breathtaking. See, such arrogance. Indeed, a top-tier cultivation technique. But I must endure this trial. Otherwise, how could I officially become the disciple of my seniors? Xuanhuan gritted his teeth. At this moment, not the slightest trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Instead, they gleamed with tiny sparkling stars. He seemed quite excited. His thoughts were simple. Although this was an invasion from a powerful enemy, and although he faced certain death, not to mention anyone else, even those beyond the lightning domain would never know what was truly happening. Except for one person. Chapter 210. I have insurance. Why should I worry? This person is Senior Lin Tian. Senior Lin Tian possesses immense strength. The Thunder Domain, a powerful cultivation technique, is nothing but a mere trick in his eyes. Actually, it's just a simple illusion. Do you really think such a petty illusion can fool Senior Lin Tian's eyes? Of course not. According to Xuanhuan's speculation, if he guessed correctly, the moment Elder Lei appeared, Senior Lin Tian had already known everything. The reason he didn't show up was simply to allow himself some training. In other words, the moment he fell into mortal danger, Senior Lin Tian would immediately step in to rescue him. After all, he was the disciple Senior Lin Tian had personally chosen. How could he possibly watch him die at the hands of someone like Elder Lei? 可以说，自己手中握着一张免死符，只要和对方拼命一搏，而不必担心会有生命危险。因为一旦有生命危险，林天前辈一定会第一时间出手相救。前辈你放心好了，我是绝对不会让你失望的。这一次我一定要让你看看，你的眼光没有错，我有资格成为你的正式弟子。那就无痕眼，某这种刚芒闪烁， 既然已经没有了生死的顾虑，出手毫不拖泥带水。一战，随着他口中淡定的吐出这两字，无数的剑凝结于长剑之中，接着一道剑光纵横天地，瞬间影响了那无数道的场景。你小子是不是不想活了？用一剑对我玩剑，岂不是自讨苦吃？哈哈，今天我就让你知道和前辈动手究竟是什么下场。看到眼前这一幕，雷老顿时兴奋的不要不要的，用一剑对付自己的玩剑，这明显是自寻死路啊！要知道，这可是武王高手所使用的剑法，威力是不可挡，而且提点帮就是速性攻击，就很那不是的一剑，虽然看起来剑锋逼人，可问题是面对这种携带着法律之力的速性攻击，本来就落于下层，更何况就算是论数量，自己的雷电之剑也比对方多上很多，自己怎么看都是赢定了。咔嚓咔嚓，就在此时，那如同银河倒流般的长剑已经撞上了那不说话的一剑。然而奇怪的事情发生了，那一剑又是直接劈开了，如同剑河一般奔流不息的剑刺，紧接着竟然是好疼哦！周围的那些雷电之剑竟然像是剑戈一般纷纷避开，所以最近便是落在了蓝武场上。轰隆隆，蓝武场顿时水泄纷飞，烈风不停地蔓延，无数的灰尘盘旋而起，而灰尘散去，就很背负双手，脸上带着一丝微笑，仿佛刚才所发生的一幕对他来说并无任何的影响。那叫一个云淡风轻，这怎么可能？你明明只是武王，你怎么可能会有这么强的剑法？除非你所领悟的是剑法，等级远超普通的功法，这到底是怎么回事？就算你是天才，又怎么可能会给你悟出这样的剑法？此刻的雷洛直接懵逼了，脸上带着深深的不可思议。要知道，那刚才他所要使用的功法，虽然没有用尽全力，但也已经用了7、8分的功力。按理来说，对方根本就不可能抵挡得住，转眼之间就会被碾为灰烬，甚至不可能会出现任何的奇迹。可是对方竟然凭着一剑就挡住了完剑，这人也嘛，就有些太离谱了。只有一个可能，那就是对方虽然只是出了一剑，但是凝聚在其中的剑意却是十分的恐怖，堪称是最为神奇的一剑。除非是顶尖天才或者顶尖高手传授，否则的话，就很可能会给悟出这样的剑法。莫非是那位前辈？忽然之间，一个念头直接出现在雷老的心中，让雷老忍不住心头一颤，仿佛是遭受雷击。这一刻顿时无法保持淡定了。我明白了，这剑法一定是那前辈传授给他的。这小子能够在这么短的时间之内悟到武王境界，并且很快登上剑王宝座，绝不可能是因为那剑法吧？而是那位前辈在亲自指点他。雷老愣住了，久久无法抵过神来。刚才暗身那恐怖的气势直接消失不见，这的知道竟然是有一丝丝的位置，那张布满凶狠杀意的脸庞，这一刻竟然有些苍白。完蛋了。There's only one possible explanation for this kid receiving personal guidance from the senior expert. That Senior Lin Tian has already accepted him as a formal disciple. It's even possible that the Baister ceremony has already been completed. In other words, had he unknowingly provoked a disciple of that terrifying senior expert? If Senior Lin Tian ever found out, wouldn't the entire Heaven and Earth Alliance be crushed beneath his foot like nothing? No. For this kid to be chosen by the senior, he must possess extraordinary talent. Perhaps Senior Lin Tian had remained hidden in this tiny Zhuke imperial court, specifically searching for someone with such rare potential to pass on his legacy. It's safe to say he had poured all his efforts into it. If he discovered this young man had died by his hand, it wouldn't just be the Heaven and Earth Alliance that suffers. Perhaps the entire central continent would be annihilated. Furthermore, if the senior could not control his anger, he might unleash his fury indiscriminately across the entire continent. When that happens, the entire 9 provinces might face an unprecedented catastrophe. Someone with the senior's strength would definitely not have a gentle disposition. Moreover, in this world, power reigns supreme. To a powerful cultivator, the weak are merely ants. Even if he raised the entire 9 provinces, uprooting every sect and dynasty, to Senior Lin Tian, it would be no different than destroying a series of ant hills. No big deal. Hiss. Just thinking about it made Elder Lei tremble involuntarily, almost soiling himself from fear. The terror conjured by his imagination was like a potent wine, rushing fiercely into his mind. It went straight to his head. At this moment, he regretted everything profoundly. He had only wanted to obtain the core of the star spirit. He had never expected that one impulsive decision might bring an immense disaster upon the entire 9 provinces. What's even more troubling is, although he had now awakened to the danger, there was no turning back. Even if he withdrew right now, the Heaven and Earth Alliance would still be doomed. What if we fight? No matter what, the Heaven and Earth Alliance is doomed anyway. If our alliance is already destined for destruction, why should I care about the entire 9 provinces? What if the entire 9 provinces perishes alongside our Heaven and Earth Alliance? This kid will be mine today. Elder Lei's expression kept changing rapidly. Finally, his face hardened into a resolute expression. In an instant, innumerable killing intent surged from his face as he simultaneously activated the energy from his dantian, spewing it outward continuously. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth shifted. Within the lightning domain, fierce winds howled violently. Chapter 2:11. From useless to powerful treasure? At this very moment, Elder Lei also unleashed his killing intent to the extreme. This old fellow is really going all out now. Under normal circumstances, I should indeed be afraid of you. But things are different now. With my master backing me up, I'd be a coward if I still feared you. Facing the overwhelming killing aura capable of destroying heaven and earth, Xuanhuan simply smiled faintly, remaining calm and composed. With the master around, what was there to fear? Just charge forward and be done with it. This time, instead of waiting passively for the attack, he took the initiative to strike first. A streak of sword energy instantly burst forth from his long sword. That sword strike appeared ordinary at first, but in an instant, it soared above 10,000 feet, ruthlessly slashing toward the opponent. Brat, if I don't kill you today, how can I face the world in the future? I'll make sure today ends with you having no place to be buried alive. Elder Lei roared with fury, his forehead bulging with veins. It seemed as though lightning surged within his blood vessels, spreading ceaselessly throughout his body. Lightning crackled around him as his aura and flashes of electricity surged rapidly, instantly transforming him into a living embodiment of thunder. A figure akin to a colossal sword radiating thunderous brilliance shot toward Xuanhuan and ruthlessly slashed. At this moment, both of them had poured their greatest power into this single attack, as if victory or defeat would be decided in an instant. Meanwhile, in the imperial kitchen, Lin Tian was sitting cross-legged on the floor, already deep in a meditative state. Faint sounds of thunder rumbled continuously within this state, possessing the momentum of parting heaven and earth. Even more turbulent activity churned within his dantian, a dormant force gathering strength as though it would erupt like a volcano at any moment. All of this was highly unusual. What exactly is going on? Why do I keep feeling like something major is happening today, and that it's going to happen to me? The sensation from within my dantian feels far too strong. It feels like something has been activated. Could something earth-shattering be about to occur today? Lin Tian, tightly closing his eyes, couldn't help frowning. He had the feeling that something about today was different, as though something tremendous was about to happen. Lin Tian was struck with a strong premonition. Yet, he couldn't quite pinpoint the source of these changes. Oh right, it's time to check in again. Could this change be related to checking in? Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, his vision brightening as an intense anticipation surged within him. System notification, it is now check-in time. Does the host wish to check in? At that moment, a robotic voice rang out. Check in. Lin Tian answered without hesitation. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the primordial control power. Primordial control power. You can surpass all laws and magical artifacts obtained thus far. All forms of law and power within the host's vision may be utilized. Please use it with caution. Following the system's thorough explanation, a beam of light suddenly illuminated Lin Tian's mind. In an instant, an indescribable sensation, intermingled with radiant light, surged through all the 8 extra meridians and 12 regular channels throughout Lin Tian's body. And at this very moment, every single meridian within his body seemed to light up simultaneously. Lin Tian involuntarily inhaled sharply, feeling an unprecedented surge of power flowing through every cell in his body, as if everything in the heavens and earth had been turned completely upside down at this very moment. As for the system's explanation of the ability's nature, he hadn't completely understood it. But one thing was certain. This power, without a doubt, was terrifying. Wait, what is this feeling? Why do I feel like everything seems different? What exactly are these colorful lights floating in the sky? The next moment, Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Since he had been transported into this world, he had noticed that although this world differed somewhat from the one he came from, some things remained the same. Yet at this moment, everything seemed utterly transformed in his eyes. For example, above the Vermilion Bird Empire, a 7-colored glow was rising like mist, drifting mysteriously into the heavens. Over the Demon Beast Mountains, black demonic chi surged toward the skies. And within the imperial kitchen itself, golden light radiated brilliantly. These lights, now seen by Lin Tian, conveyed entirely new sensations. For instance, the aura above the Vermilion Bird Empire carried a sense of domineering might, interlaced with a faint killing intent. The black demonic chi from the Demon Beast Mountains was so glaring, vaguely carrying a sinister, dark malevolence. Yet the golden light within the imperial kitchen was even more extraordinary, as if it were the source of everything. Wait, is this the world as seen by cultivators? And I'm not just an ordinary martial cultivator? In other words, the reward given by the system this time seems to have directly enhanced something for me. Lin Tian immediately became excited. Since arriving in this world, he had always carried ambitions in his heart, wanting to accomplish great deeds, perhaps becoming the richest man in the land, or a ruler of a star domain, or even the sovereign over myriad realms. In short, the more powerful, the better. But after arriving here, he found out he was just an ordinary person, unable to even participate in conflicts among martial cultivators. Initially, he thought he would live a quiet, mundane life. Never did he expect that after a brief silence, the system finally gave him something useful. And this time, the reward was clearly far more useful than the useless items he had previously received. Wait, useless? But the brilliant light coming from the imperial kitchen is radiating from those very items. Lin Tian suddenly realized something even more astonishing. That radiant glow filled with countless auras seemed to originate from those so-called useless items granted by the system. He hesitated briefly, then took a deep breath and directly pushed open the warehouse door. The next moment, hiss, he inhaled sharply again, stunned in place. Inside the warehouse, those so-called useless items were emitting intense glowing lights. The golden light contained a force capable of sweeping away all obstacles, as if nothing could resist it. What's going on here? How could these useless items possibly transform into treasures? Could these be the so-called spiritual treasures spoken of in this world? Lin Tian rubbed his forehead, momentarily wondering if he was dreaming. Useless items turning into spiritual treasures? Was this transformation a sign of ascension? In other words, was he, a person with no cultivation at all, now becoming an unfathomable genius in the eyes of others? This idea didn't come out of nowhere. Chapter 212, Awakening. Instead, he clearly felt that the aura emanating from those so-called magical artifacts was surprisingly similar to the aura radiating from his own dantian, but obviously much weaker. If the energy within his dantian was like a mighty river, then the aura from those artifacts was like a mere trickle. Moreover, the energy within his dantian seemed to have a direct ability to control those weaker auras. Could it be? Lin Tian's heart pounded violently, as a bold realization struck him. Could it be that now I can control these artifacts? In other words, the reason my cultivation didn't yield any results for years was because I hadn't truly integrated myself into this world. And now, since I've become part of this world, I can finally begin my cultivation journey for real. Lin Tian took a deep breath, excitement flooding through him uncontrollably. He had thought he would merely survive in this world as an ordinary person. Never had he imagined that happiness could come so suddenly. In the blink of an eye, he had become someone capable of cultivation. And judging from the signs, his starting point seemed incredibly high. Rise. In this moment of sudden enlightenment, the energy in his heart instantly connected with countless magical artifacts. Artifacts glowing with golden light suddenly twisted like whirlwinds, forming long serpentine shapes that coiled and whirled above his palms. In this moment, it seemed as if he had gained control over the fate of the entire world. Master, what's going on? Has our master finally grown tired of maintaining a low profile? Has he decided he's done hiding? Has our senior finally gathered enough power? Could it be he's planning to return to the heavens? That must be it. In that case, we don't have to remain hidden anymore either. The various divine beasts were suddenly overcome with excitement. This moment was almost too good to believe. They had been lying low all along, hiding their true forms mainly because their master had been keeping a low profile. With the master staying hidden, they naturally dared not show off. Moreover, coming from the higher realms, they had been hiding here in the imperial kitchen. Now that their senior no longer intends to hide, clearly showing confidence to protect them all. In other words, even if a heaven realm expert descended, they wouldn't be able to touch them at all. What is there left to hide? Everyone, show yourselves now. The Phoenix clan immediately erupted in golden light. Then, streams of brilliant golden rays soared from the sky and violently condensed onto their bodies. In an instant, the lowly hen had transformed into a phoenix. Boom. One by one, the phoenixes spread their wings, shaking the 9 provinces and seemingly setting ablaze the myriad worlds with the flames radiating from their bodies. We, the Azure Dragon clan, also no longer need to remain in this tiny pond. Arise, my clansmen. Crack, crack. A series of thunderbolts cracked, countless azure dragons soaring into the sky, rising high into midair. Claws and fangs bared, dancing together with lightning. But all their eyes were locked on Lin Tian. At that moment, the heaven-scorching divine dog, a truly terrifying presence, suddenly revealed its true form. A monstrous giant dog seemingly powerful enough to shatter the entire heavens. The overwhelming aura radiating from it, strangely enough, focused most intensely on the region between its legs. As more divine beasts revealed themselves, Lin Tian was utterly shocked. How could he ever have imagined that the creatures he had been raising were actually this terrifying? But this was only just the beginning. Just then, countless divine beasts hovered in midair, kneeling down respectfully, their eyes filled with deep reverence. They've all accepted me as their master? So it's not just the artifacts I can control, but these divine beasts as well. Must happiness come this fiercely? Lin Tian's eyes widened, momentarily feeling dizzy. The sudden rush of happiness caught him completely off guard. He simply couldn't believe it. Wait, what kind of feeling is this? A powerful enemy invasion. It feels like someone is hidden within a certain barrier. At this thought, Lin Tian frowned and immediately turned his gaze toward a certain direction. Based on his keen senses, he could clearly feel a battle currently taking place. He waved his hand. The scene before him suddenly flipped and zoomed toward him, and a barrier instantly appeared before his eyes. Indeed, he still couldn't fly, but though he did not go to the world had come rushing to him. This casual wave of his hand even distorted space-time itself, and within this immense power of heavenly laws, the concept of space no longer existed. Boom. Without hesitation, he punched through the barrier before him, as easily as cracking an eggshell. Hiss, master. And at this very moment, Xuanhuan and Elder Lei, who had been fighting desperately, stopped their actions at the same time. Both of them, with completely different expressions, looked up at the figure hovering in the sky. Xuanhuan's face was filled with joy and warmth, as if this outcome was nothing unexpected. But Elder Lei was frozen stiff, like a statue of ice, completely unable to recover from his shock. Against the sunlight, he could clearly sense the immense power of heavenly laws radiating from that figure. And just then, he finally met Lin Tian's gaze. Just a single sharp glance, and his entire body exploded into dust. This, one mere glance can destroy a powerful expert. What kind of power have I awakened? Lin Tian was stunned. He stared wide-eyed at his own hands, finally realizing in this moment that what he had awakened was not an ordinary power of heavenly laws. It was a much more terrifying force, a power capable of killing a martial emperor with just a single glance. If this force were fully unleashed, how terrifying would it be? Ding. System announcement. Congratulations, Master, you have finally awakened your original power. From now on, Master may begin your own journey of adventure. From this moment on, you will be blessed with the divine protection of the Chosen One. Please use this advantage wisely. The system's voice kept echoing, and Lin Tian suddenly understood. A slight upward curve formed on his lips. I see. After all the trials, I have finally become a true Chosen One. And the Chosen Ones are invincible. In other words, I can finally become the protagonist as described in novels, standing tall between heaven and earth, manipulating the stars, or even becoming the ruler of this entire world. Basically, I'm just super powerful. My era as Lin Tian has finally begun. Slowly, he stretched out his arms, wearing a deep, unfathomable smile on his face. At that very moment, innumerable magical artifacts surrounded him. All kinds of devoted divine beasts soared above his head without ceasing. This scene resembled the descent of a heavenly god king, overlooking the world, unmatched by anyone. The end.